In the classroom of Class 2 of Lingwu, a piece of chalk hit the man who was sleeping on his desk with perfect accuracy. He hurriedly stood up from his seat, his movement so abrupt that he overturned the desk. Shaoli. On the podium stood a beautiful female teacher. She was about 25 or 26 years old, with a charming and beautiful appearance and a tall figure. Her smart clothes could not hide her stunning curves. Her gaze was stern. "You dare sleep in my class?" Shaoli was a little embarrassed. "Teacher, I didn't sleep well last night." "Enough. Come to my office after class." The beautiful teacher coldly interrupted him. "Now pack your things and stand at the back of the classroom." Shaoli nodded helplessly and began tidying up the textbooks scattered on the floor. Just then, a small, fair hand handed him a book. Shaoli looked up and saw another girl in the class. She was pure and lovely and looked exceptionally charming. Shaoli took the book and said, "Thank you." The girl smiled sweetly and turned to sit back in her seat. After packing his things, Shaoli walked to the back of the classroom and stood there. The beautiful teacher glanced at him before continuing the lesson. Just a few minutes ago, a lowly voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, on binding with the goddess favorability system. The binding process will take 5 minutes. Please cooperate. Now, please take a nap." In fact, Shaoli comes from another parallel world. In his past life, he played with people's feelings, winning over one beautiful woman after another, but never having a deep relationship with them. One day, while shopping with his 35th girlfriend, an accident occurred. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself transported to this world. "This world is similar to my previous life, but it possesses spiritual energy, and ordinary people can gain superpowers through awakening." At that moment, another notification sounded in Shaoli's mind. "Congratulations, host, system binding is complete. You have received a newbie gift pack. Open it." Goddess Suya detected. The system has automatically bound her to you. Current affinity is 100%. Congratulations, host. Your favorability with Goddess Suya has reached 100%. You have received a random mystery gift pack. Would you like to open it? Congratulations, host, for achieving the first goddess's favorability maxed out achievement. You have been awarded one chance to win a prize. Goddess Lin Yuner detected. The system has automatically bound her. Favorability rating, 100%. Congratulations, host. Lin Yuner's favorability has reached 100%. You have received a mysterious gift pack. Do you want to open it? Congratulations, host. Goddess Suya's favorability has reached 100%, and you have earned 200 points. Congratulations, host. You have successfully raised the favorability of the two goddesses to 100% ahead of schedule and have been granted 2 extra chances to win a prize. Shaoli was somewhat stunned by the series of notification sounds. The system's sole objective was to increase the goddess's favorability and obtain rewards. Moreover, the standard for a goddess is not only based on appearance, but also on character and personality. This system is truly tailor-made for me. Shaoli smiled. He turned to look at the reward that had just appeared on the screen. A newbie gift pack, 2 mystery gift packs, and 3 chances to win a prize. Of course, the main reason is that he had already raised the favorability of both goddesses to 100%. Lin Yuner is one of the 4 school beauties, and she was just helping Shaoli pick up his books in the front row. Suya is the beautiful teacher who is giving a lecture on the podium. System, open the newbie gift pack. Shaoli commanded. The system's voice sounded. Newbie gift pack has been opened. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the C-rank evolvable ability, physical enhancement. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the C-rank weapon, hard brick. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a cultivation accelerator, which doubles your cultivation speed for 3 days. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 by 10 system storage spaces. Looking at these rewards, Shaoli couldn't help but complain. As expected of a newbie gift pack, it's really too simple. However, the mystery gift pack is definitely even better. System, open 2 mystery gift packs. The system responded. Mystery gift pack X2 has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS level superpower, Annihilation Divine Thunder. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Super Cultivation Accelerator, which increases your cultivation speed tenfold and is permanently effective. Shaoli was overjoyed. The rewards this time were beyond his imagination, especially that SSS level superpower. The Super Cultivation Accelerator allows him to cultivate at 10 times the speed of others, with no time limit. 1 day of cultivation is equivalent to 10 days for others. He turned his attention to the 3 chances to win the lottery. These 3 chances were earned after unlocking an achievement and were entirely based on luck. Let's try our luck. I shouldn't get all useless items, Xiaoli thought, preparing to start the lottery. However, Ms. Suya, the teacher on the podium, suddenly called his name. Xiaoli, you answer this question. What is the weakness of this earth demon bear? Xiaoli looked up and saw teacher Suya's stern gaze. A thought struck him, and he immediately scanned the image of the earth demon bear on the big screen. Information quickly surfaced in his mind. Earth demon bear, a level 2 mutated creature, adept at using the power of the earth to enhance its strength and defense. It has thick hide and tough flesh, he answered without hesitation. It has 2 weaknesses. First, it is nearsighted. Second, although it has strong attack and defense capabilities, it is slow, large in size, and clumsy when turning around. The classmates were all shocked. A year ago, Xiaoli was a poor student in the class, always ranking last in exams. However, during this period, his grades improved by leaps and bounds, and he became the top student in his class. Xiaoli never paid attention in class, often daydreaming and flirting with female classmates, yet he almost always got full marks on every exam. Suya's expression softened slightly. She was told to come back, sit down, and listen to the lesson. She was not allowed to daydream or sleep anymore. Thank you, Teacher Su. Xiaoli replied softly, but his tone seemed to carry a hint of teasing. Suya immediately understood what he meant. Her pretty face flushed slightly, and she glared at him. Xiaoli sat back down, and Lin Yuner in the row in front of him quietly turned her head and gave him a sweet smile. Pure and lovely. While she turned her head, Xiaoli gently played with her long ponytail, and even sniffed the fragrance of her hair. Lin Yuner felt Xiaoli's actions, and her pretty face flushed, but she did not resist. Instead, she leaned back slightly and cooperated with him. Lin Yuner is no ordinary girl. She is one of the 4 most beautiful girls in the entire school, and her beauty is unparalleled in the entire Lingwu Academy. However, the fact that she, a goddess-like figure, was so submissive to Xiaoli aroused jealousy among many boys. However, many female students cast envious glances at him. Xiaoli was also a prominent figure at Lingwu Academy. Xiaoli's family is the richest in the entire Lin city. He is picked up and dropped off in luxury cars every day to and from school, and he wears only designer brands. However, Xiaoli's prominence naturally attracted a lot of jealousy. Jigia, a boy in the class, was staring at him, his eyes filled with jealousy and resentment. Jigia came from an ordinary family. His parents were factory workers who struggled to make ends meet. Xiaoli's wealthy background filled him with envy. He knew that only by awakening his special abilities could he possibly turn the tables. And recently, Lin Yuner and Xiaoli had become incredibly close, which he found increasingly unbearable. Today's lesson is Supernatural Abilities and Beasts. This course was specially added by the government since the resurgence of spiritual energy. The spiritual revival not only awakened supernatural abilities in humans, but also caused mutations in animals and plants, making them exceptionally powerful. Therefore, in addition to studying human superpowers, scholars have devoted a great deal of effort to studying the fighting styles, characteristics, and weaknesses of these mutated creatures. This knowledge has become part of basic education, enabling students to be more adept at using their abilities when they awaken them in the future. Even if he couldn't awaken, he could at least better understand this entirely new world. Xiaoli was very interested in this course. In his previous life, he lived in an ordinary world without spiritual energy or supernatural abilities, where everyone was busy making a living and leading a dull and monotonous life. In this world, spiritual energy makes everything full of infinite possibilities. Humans possess supernatural abilities, can easily change the world, and have a lifespan much longer than ordinary people. In addition, there are various strange and powerful mutant beasts, just like the monsters in ancient books. As for the content of the course on supernatural abilities and beasts, Xiaoli had already finished studying it on his own. He knew the characteristics and weaknesses of various supernatural beasts like the back of his hand. The class ended quickly, and Ms. Suya left the classroom after announcing the end of Get Out of Class. As she left, she gave Xiaoli a meaningful look. Xiaoli stood up, greeted Lin Yuner, and walked towards Suya's office. As Xiaoli walked through the corridor of the teaching building, he could hear bursts of discussion coming from every classroom he passed. Look, it's Xiaoli. Xiaoli has arrived. He's definitely different. He's the son of the richest man in Lin City, and he's dressed in designer brands. Hearing these comments, Xiaoli smiled and turned to wave to the students in the classroom. Instantly, the entire classroom erupted in cheers. Xiaoli smiled at me. You're talking nonsense. He was clearly smiling at me. As he approached Suya's office, A beautiful leg suddenly stretched out from the side, blocking his way. Xiaoli looked down and couldn't help but admire. Those legs were long and straight, with snow-white skin, and the white canvas shoes made them look even more slender and beautiful. When my gaze finally fell on her face, a stunningly beautiful face came into view. Her eyes were as bright as water, and her pale pink lips complemented her fair skin. Suddenly, the system's voice rang in his mind. The system has detected a goddess beside the host. You have been bound to Goddess Zhang Mingchin. Favorability rating, 60%. 60 points awarded. Zhang Mingchin. Xiaoli knew all the beauties in the entire Lingwu Academy. However, this was the first time he had actually met Zhang Mingchin in person. Seeing her blocking his way, Xiaoli asked with a smile, Zhang Mingchin, our school beauty, what brings you here? Zhang Mingchin smiled slightly, staring into Xiaoli's eyes, and said, It's nothing. I just wanted to get to know our handsome Xiao. Xiaoli's gaze lingered on her beautiful legs for a moment before he exclaimed, Your beautiful legs alone are enough. Zhang Mingchin covered her mouth and smiled. So, handsome Xiao, do you dare to touch it? Xiaoli raised an eyebrow. As long as you don't dodge, of course I dare. As he spoke, Xiaoli boldly reached out and touched Zhang Mingchin's beautiful leg. Zhang Mingchin quickly twisted her leg away, thinking, Handsome Xiao, you want to make a move on me the moment we meet? Xiaoli withdrew his hand, his smile unchanged. Wasn't I just proving it to you? Zhang Mingchin said softly. Then, handsome Xiao, would you be free to do me a favor after school? If you agree, I wouldn't mind letting you touch me then. Xiaoli smiled slightly. Can you tell me what it is first? Zhang Mingchin narrowed her eyes slightly. I can't tell you now. I'll wait for you at the school gate after school. After saying that, she raised her hand and gently blew Xiaoli a kiss before turning and leaving. Xiaoli watched her graceful figure as she walked away and smiled softly. A beautiful woman offered herself up. Of course he wouldn't miss it. With the system, he had nothing to fear. Those who are bound to the system as goddesses must be of good character. If Zhang Mingchin really had malicious intent, it would be impossible for her to be bound to the system. Xiaoli made a mental note of this and quickly headed towards Suya's office. Suya reached out her delicate hand, grabbed Xiaoli's collar, and forcibly pulled him into her office. Bang! The door slammed shut. Speak. Suya stared coldly at Xiaoli, a ball of crimson flame suddenly appearing in her hand. You brat, it's one thing for you to sleep in my class, but you also dare to flirt with Lin Yuner and try to provoke me? As she spoke, she brought her palm down, the flames about to touch Xiaoli. Xiaoli hurriedly laughed and said, Sister Ya, don't do that. What if you get burned? How will you enjoy your happy life afterward? Suya blushed slightly and snorted coldly. If it's gone, it's gone. It'll save you from continuing to harm girls in the future. Xiaoli shrugged. Who told you to be so fierce in class? You knew I had already finished learning, but you still insisted on catching me. Suya's pretty face flushed with anger. So, it's my fault after all? Of course, Xiaoli said righteously. You brat, you dare to anger me? Believe me or not, I'll set you on fire right now. As soon as she finished speaking, the fiery hand fell again. Xiaoli's heart tightened as he watched the flames about to touch him, but then he suddenly noticed that Suya's eyes were full of mockery. Xiaoli breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, this woman really went all out. At this moment, Xiaoli realized that Suya's strength was far superior to his. She was already a 5th-tier ability user, and an S-rank Vermilion Bird Fire ability user at that. After awakening her ability, her physique was greatly enhanced, far surpassing that of ordinary people. Moreover, the physical enhancement of ability users with physique growth is even more exaggerated. Suya's physique is far inferior to his, a difference that ordinary people cannot match. Suya noticed Xiaoli's reaction. What? Still not convinced? Xiaoli casually lay back on the sofa. I surrender. What do you want? Suya smiled sweetly. That's a good boy. Come with me. She pulled Xiaoli to the desk and handed him a college application form. Xiaoli looked up at Suya with some surprise. Suya nodded. Yes, tomorrow the academy will begin awakening supernatural abilities for all students, and those who awaken their abilities will take an exam in advance. Xiaoli was somewhat puzzled. So urgent? There's still more than a month until the regular exam. Why is it happening so suddenly? Suya explained. It seems to be related to the mutated beasts, but I don't know the specific reason. The higher-ups hope that you students will grow up quickly, become a fighting force, and deal with the troubles that are about to come. Xiaoli nodded, his gaze falling again on the A4 paper in his hand. So, this is the higher education institution you helped me choose? Suya smiled and stroked his face. Your future cannot be taken lightly. You must choose the best. If your superpower quality is lower than a grade, then fill in Quanxing Academy. Quanxing College is more friendly to students with lower academic performance, and resource allocation is entirely based on task contribution, which is fair and just. If your ability quality reaches grade A or higher, then apply to Phoenix Academy. Suya continued. Xiao Li was stunned. Phoenix Academy? Isn't it said that only girls can enter? And the requirements are very high. Why should a guy like me get involved? Suya smiled and gently shook her head. As long as your ability quality meets the standards, leave the rest to me. Xiao Li said confidently. Don't worry, I'll show you what it means to be the chosen one tomorrow. Just then, the class bell rang, and Xiao Li returned to his seat. Sure enough, you can't mess with a woman who's like fire. If you do, you might not be able to handle it. Lin Yuner turned her head, her pretty face filled with curiosity. Xiao Li, why did you take so long? Did Teacher Su give you a hard time? Xiao Li coughed lightly. It's nothing, he just verbally made things difficult for me a few times, but it's nothing. Lin Yuner blinked, sensing that there seemed to be some meaning in Xiao Li's words, but she didn't ask any further questions, since some of the classmates around them were eavesdropping. After a day of classes, Xiao Li bid farewell to Lin Yuner and walked out of the school gate alone. He saw Mingchin already waiting there. When Mingchin saw Xiao Li, she walked up to him with her long, beautiful legs and smiled. Handsome Xiao, it seems you've agreed to help. Xiao Li smiled faintly. Of course I won't refuse a beautiful woman's help. His gaze unconsciously swept over Mingchin's beautiful legs. Seeing Xiao Li looking at her legs, Mingchin chuckled and said, Don't worry, as long as you can help, I will never go back on my promise. Xiao Li pointed to the sports car by the roadside. Okay, let's go then, sit in the car. Mingchin glanced at the cool sports car, a hint of amazement flashing in her eyes. This car is incredibly valuable. Its modified body material can even withstand supernatural attacks, making its actual value likely over 100 million. She looked away and patted the bicycle next to her. The place we're going to is in the city center. Would you mind riding my little bicycle, handsome Xiao? Xiao Li laughed. Let me drive you. How can I let the school beauty Zhang get tired? Mingchin glared at him. I'm not a pampered young lady. Mingchin sat on the back of Xiao Li's bicycle, her arms wrapped around his waist. Her long, beautiful legs swayed gently in the air. After a moment, Mingchin spoke up. Xiao Li, I really had no choice but to come to you. Xiao Li replied with a smile. I know. If you were that kind of woman, rumors would have spread long ago. Mingchin smiled slightly. My family is very ordinary. Neither of my parents has awakened any special abilities. My father passed away due to illness, and my mother raised my younger brother and me single-handedly. My mom runs a barbecue stall in the downtown area. But last week, a man named Lu Chaiwei insisted that he found a bug in the barbecue we made. I actually saw with my own eyes that his companions threw insects into the barbecue. They chased away customers, smashed the stall, and even extorted 500,000 yuan from us for emotional distress. Lu Chaiwei said that if we couldn't afford to pay the compensation, he would ask me to be his girlfriend. I wanted to call the police, but he seemed to have connections. When the police arrived, they actually sided with him. After hearing this, Xiao Li thought it was exactly the kind of evil behavior of rich second-generation heirs often seen in movies, trying to force beautiful women to submit through money and threats. So you came to see me today because you want my help to deal with that guy? Xiao Li asked. Yes. Mingchin lowered her head. Only you can help me. Xiao Li smiled and said, Don't worry, it's not difficult. I will definitely help you. Thank you, Xiao Li. Mingchin hugged Xiao Li's waist tightly. The system notification sounded. Congratulations, host. Goddess Mingchin's favorability has reached 70%, and you have gained 10 points. The system's voice appeared in Xiao Li's mind, and he thought, my favorability has increased, my points have also increased, and the rewards are pretty good. About 10 minutes later, Xiao Li, guided by Mingchin, entered the bustling downtown area, weaving through dense pedestrians, surrounded by a dazzling array of shops and stalls. Soon, they arrived at a bustling barbecue stall. At the stall, a middle-aged woman was busy grilling meat. At the small table next to her, a boy of about 10 years old was helping his mother skewer the food. When he saw Mingchin, he immediately shouted happily, Sister, you're back. Mingchin smiled and patted her younger brother's head, then turned to the middle-aged woman and said, Mom, I'm back. The middle-aged woman nervously grabbed Mingchin's hand. Mingchin, didn't we tell you to stay at your classmate's house for a few days? They'll be here soon. You should go. Zhang Mingchin shook her head. They won't give up so easily. Besides, they know I'm at Lingwu Academy. They can find me anytime. I can't hide. Zhang Mingchin's mother looked worried. What can you do now that you're back? Are you really planning to agree to be with that kind of person? Mom won't allow you to do that. Zhang Mingchin's younger brother also grabbed her sleeve tightly. Sister, I don't want you to be a bad guy's girlfriend. Zhang Mingchin smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Mom. I won't agree to him. I came back because I found someone who can help us. The middle-aged woman paused, then turned to see Xiao Li standing not far away, smiling. Mingchin, who is he? Zhang Mingchin's mother asked. His name is Xiao Li. He's my classmate at Lingwu Academy, although we're not in the same class, Zhang Mingchin replied. Xiao Li stepped forward and politely said, Hello, Auntie, my name is Xiao Li. Hello? Hello. Zhang Mingchin's mother responded with a smile. Mingchin, are you just classmates? Zhang Mingchin's mother asked softly. Zhang Mingchin's face instantly turned red. Yes, they were just classmates. She smiled and patted Zhang Mingchin on the shoulder. Mom carried you for 10 months and gave birth to you, so I know what I'm doing. I know even if you don't say it. Just then, a few people arrogantly walked out of the crowd, pushed through the flow of people, and stood in front of the barbecue stall. Zhang Mingchin and her mother looked up and their expressions changed drastically. Oh, beautiful Mingchin, I've missed you so much this past week. The man in his 20s who was leading the group laughed and chuckled, his gaze sweeping over Zhang Mingchin with unbridled lewdness. Zhang Mingchin gritted her teeth and glared at him. Lu Chaoyue, forget about it. I will never agree to this. Instead of getting angry, Lu Chaoyue laughed. I'm giving you a way out, but you can't come up with 500,000. Zhang Mingchin's mother angrily pointed at Lu Chaoyue. You clearly framed her. I'd rather die than let you touch my daughter. Passers-by stopped to watch and began to discuss the situation. What's going on? The woman selling starch sausages next to her whispered. Last week, these people ate barbecue at Sister Zhang's stall and deliberately threw insects on it to falsely accuse her stall of being dirty. Later, he demanded 500,000 yuan in compensation, or that her daughter become his girlfriend. Look at that girl, she's so charming. Among the onlookers, some people began to feel indignant, but no one dared to actually stand up for Zhang Mingchin. Lu Chaoyue had clearly heard these words. He looked at Zhang Mingchin and her daughter with a cold smile. It seems you still don't understand your situation. As he spoke, he raised his hand, ready to slap Zhang Mingchin's younger brother in the face. Zhang Mingchin quickly pulled her brother into her arms. However, a few seconds passed, and Zhang Mingchin felt no pain. She opened her eyes and immediately saw Xiao Li standing in front of her, tightly holding Lu Chaoyue's hand. Xiao Li. Tears welled up in Zhang Mingchin's eyes as she looked at his retreating figure, a sense of security she had never felt before welling up inside her. Xiao Li turned back and smiled at her. Leave it to me. A system notification sounded in Xiao Li's mind. Congratulations, host. Goddess Zhang Mingchin's favorability has reached 80%, earning 10 points. Lu Chaoyue shook off Xiao Li's hand and glared at him angrily. Kid, who are you? How dare you meddle in my business? You don't want to live anymore. Xiao Li coldly looked at Lu Chaoyue. You bunch of men are bullying a mother and daughter here. It's a disgrace to you. Several men roared angrily. Damn it. You dare to curse us? Are you looking for death? They activated their superpowers and multicolored lights flashed from their bodies. Before he finished speaking, Lu Chaoyue's body shimmered with an earthy yellow light, and a powerful aura of supernatural power spread out, making the surrounding air feel heavy. This aura, a third-tier ability user, right? It should be at least a B-level ability user, pretty strong. Xiao Li suddenly laughed. His laugh was eerie. Was he going to make a move? Fine, that way I won't waste my breath. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap. From the crowd, dozens of powerful superhumans stepped out and instantly surrounded Lu Chaoyue and his group. Lu Chaoyue hurriedly turned around to look at them. The middle-aged man stepped forward, and with a wave of his hand, a storm swept through, sending the people surrounding Xiao Li flying, blood splattering everywhere. Lu Chaoyue's supernatural power was instantly suppressed. The man waved his hand again, and Lu Chaoyue was also swept away, falling to the ground in a sorry state, vomiting blood. After the storm, the man walked up to Xiao Li and asked, Young master, what should we do with these people? Lu Chaoyue clutched her chest as she got up. Do you know who my dad is? Xiao Li smiled faintly. Who is your dad? Lu Chaoyue said proudly. My dad is Lu Jianren, the owner of Jianren Trading Company. Xiao Li turned to the middle-aged man. Lu Chaoyue, Lu Jianren, Jianren Trading Company. The man immediately understood, signaling his men to take Lu Chaoyue and the others away while he made a phone call to handle the aftermath. Lu Chaoyue struggled and shouted, "Let me go." No one paid any attention, and soon he and his men were taken away. Xiaoli turned to Zhang Mingchin and smiled. "It's all right now. No one will bother you anymore." A glint flashed in Zhang Mingchin's eyes, and she whispered, "Thank you, Xiaoli." Zhang's mother also said gratefully, "If it weren't for you, we really wouldn't know what to do." Zhang Mingchin's younger brother grabbed Xiaoli's hand and innocently said, "Thank you, brother. Will you be my sister's boyfriend?" Zhang Mingchin's face turned bright red. "You brat, don't talk nonsense." The younger brother insisted, "If you become my sister's boyfriend, we won't be afraid of bad guys anymore." Xiaoli patted his head. "Do you know what boyfriend and girlfriend means?" "Yes, it means two people are in a relationship," his younger brother replied. Xiaoli smiled and replied, "Being your sister's boyfriend is no problem for me, but it depends on whether your sister is willing." Zhang Mingchin's heart raced, and her pretty face flushed even more. She hadn't expected Xiaoli to be so direct, and her heart was filled with mixed emotions. Seeing this, Zhang's mother smiled and tacitly approved of the two. She didn't interfere in her daughter's relationship. On the contrary, she thought Xiaoli was a good young man. After resolving the issue, Xiaoli prepared to leave. However, Zhang's mother repeatedly invited him to stay, and Xiaoli ultimately decided to stay and enjoy a sumptuous barbecue with them. Just as Xiaoli stepped out of the night market, he heard hurried footsteps. He turned around and saw Zhang Mingchin rushing over. Her face was flushed from running, making her look even more radiant. Xiaoli smiled and asked, "Mingchin, is there anything else?" Zhang Mingchin bit her red lips shyly and said, "I promised you, and I'll keep my promise." Xiaoli smiled. "You weren't this shy when you were seducing me back then." Zhang Mingchin turned her head away, her gaze darting away. "Back then, I was afraid you would refuse." She took a deep breath. "Anyway, do whatever you want. I'm ready." The surroundings were quiet. Xiaoli smiled as he approached her, gently put his arm around her waist, pulled her into his embrace, and then lowered his head to kiss her lips. Time seemed to stand still, and the temperature in the air seemed to rise. "Congratulations, host. Goddess Zhang Mingchin's favorability has reached 90%, earning you 10 points. After a long while, the two finally separated. Xiaoli suddenly picked Zhang Mingchin up in a princess carry and then walked to a nearby bench to sit down. Then, he gently let Zhang Mingchin sit on his lap and began to help her put on her socks and shoes. Zhang Mingchin watched Xiaoli's careful movements quietly, a sweet feeling welling up in her heart. She had fallen hopelessly in love with the man before her. "Congratulations, host. Goddess Zhang Mingchin's favorability has reached 100%, earning you 10 points. Congratulations, host. Goddess Zhang Mingchin's favorability towards you has reached 100%. You have received a random mystery gift pack. Open it now. Congratulations, host, for achieving the achievement of raising the goddess's favorability to 100% within one day. You have received a 0.1 discount coupon from the system shop." As Xiaoli was helping Zhang Mingchin put on her shoes and socks, he suddenly paused, stunned. What a find! A 0.1% discount coupon. This discount is practically free. He was incredibly excited and couldn't wait to go back and see what goodies the system shop had to offer. Xiaoli quickly helped Zhang Mingchin put on her shoes, then handed her his phone number and other contact information, saying with a smile, "You can call me anytime if you need anything. Don't be afraid to bother me, especially when you're lonely." Zhang Mingchin nodded gently, her pretty face slightly flushed. She then got off Xiaoli's lap and said softly, "It's getting late, I'll go back first." Xiaoli then said, "I'll take you back." Zhang Mingchin quickly shook her head. No need. It's not far. I can walk back by myself. You've already taken up a lot of your time today. You should go home early too." Xiaoli hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right then, remember to call me if you miss me." Zhang Mingchin replied shyly, lowering her head. Xiaoli then turned and strode away. Zhang Mingchin watched his retreating figure, a wave of reluctance washing over her. At the same time, Xiaoli hadn't walked far when he waved. The next moment, a sports car stopped in front of him. He opened the back door and got in, and the car quickly drove away. The middle-aged man who had dealt with Lu Chaoyue and the others earlier was the one who gave Xiaoli the car. This man, named Zhao Hai, was Xiaoli's driver and bodyguard, assigned to him by his father. Zhao Hai handled many matters that Xiaoli couldn't personally deal with, and he was utterly loyal to the Xiao family. At that moment, Zhao Hai said while driving, "Young master, I've already dealt with those people. Jianren Trading Company will also disappear from lynching starting tomorrow. I've already assigned people to secretly protect Miss Zhang and her family, and no one will dare to bother them again. Xiaoli nodded calmly. Well done. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Zhao. It's not hard work at all. Zhao Hai smiled, but then a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. However, the master already knows about Miss Zhang's matter. Xiaoli was taken aback. My dad knows. Zhao Hai smiled wryly. I have the master's spies among my men, and I only found out about this today. As you know, the master and madam are very concerned about your safety, especially your love life. Xiaoli pursed his lips helplessly, thinking to himself. His parents just want him to marry that exceptionally talented older sister. Is it really necessary for them to monitor him like this? Chapter 11 Feeding Dogs. Xiaoli knew that his parents had adopted a little girl named Xiao Xiao before he was even born. She was 3 years older than him and had cared for him like an older sister since childhood. Xiaoli's parents wanted him to be with Xiao Xiao because she was not only beautiful but also exceptionally talented, having awakened a double S-level superpower. A rare feat, her superpower had even attracted national attention, leading to her being sent to the country's top academy, Songlong Academy, for further training. Xiao Xiao is the beloved daughter of Zhao's parents, and she also cares deeply for Xiaoli. Therefore, they strongly encourage the two to get together. Moreover, Xiao Xiao and Xiaoli have a relationship that spans over a decade, and they understand each other well. Naturally, Zhao's parents do not want her to marry someone else. However, Xiaoli did not show any particular interest in Xiao Xiao. Instead, he had some ambiguous relationships with several girls from Lingwu Academy over the past year. Zhang Mingchin, Lin Yuner, and Suya, these top beauties, all seem to have fallen for Xiao Li's charm. Zhao's parents were very worried about their son's philandering and began to secretly plant spies to closely monitor his movements. After a 20-minute drive, the car finally stopped in front of the luxury villa. The guards at the gate quickly opened the gate after confirming the vehicle's identity. Xiaoli got out of the car and walked into the villa with practiced ease. After facial recognition, the door opened automatically. He went to the living room and found his parents already sitting on the sofa waiting for him. Dad, Mom, Xiaoli called out. Zhao's father, Xiao Shan, was 40 years old and still handsome and dashing. Zhao's mother, Huang Yuexin, was 38 years old and exuded extraordinary elegance in her cheongsam. Sit down. Father Xiao pointed to the sofa opposite him, gesturing for Xiaoli to sit down. After Xiaoli sat down, his father began to press the issue. Xiaoli, this should be the third one, right? Xiaoli understood that his father was referring to Zhang Mingchen, and calmly replied, Not yet, but it will be soon. Mr. Zhao's face darkened. Are you determined to be a scumbag? How many girls would you need to be satisfied? Xiaoli said helplessly. Dad, you can say I'm fickle, but I would never hurt them. I will cherish them. Mr. Xiao slammed his fist on the table in anger and stood up. Do you have any sense of propriety? If you had any sense of propriety, how could you have been involved with so many girls at the same time? Zhao's mother quickly stopped Zhao's father and turned to Xiaoli. Xiaoli, if you love someone, you should be devoted to them wholeheartedly. If you continue like this, what will you do when they find out? What will their parents do? Do you know you're hurting them? Xiaoli quickly interrupted. Enough. You just want me to be with Sister Xiao, right? I promise you, when she comes back, I guarantee I'll win her over. Surprise immediately appeared on Zhao's parents' faces. Then Zhao's father laughed heartily. You kept your word. A real man must win over Sister Xiao. Zhao's mother also smiled and said, Yes, Xiaoli, Sister Xiao has always loved you the most. You can't let her down. Xiaoli nodded. Don't worry, I know. Zhao's father patted his shoulder. He takes after me in that respect. He's loyal and righteous, but not as devoted as me. As he spoke, he looked at Huang Yuexin, his tone softening. Wife, I will only love you for the rest of my life. Mr. Xiao looked at her with deep affection, and Mrs. Xiao returned a sweet smile, creating a warm atmosphere. Xiaoli sat between the two, her lips twitching involuntarily. Being fed dog food by her parents was truly a unique experience. Suddenly, Xiaoli smiled and asked his father, Dad, last weekend I saw you taking Aunt May into a hotel. What happened? Is Aunt May feeling unwell? Are you going to take care of her? Mr. Xiao was stunned for a moment, his face instantly turning pale. He cursed. You brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Xiaoli continued. Oh, and the week before last, I saw you and Aunt Zhang go into a Western restaurant together. Were you going to eat? Father Xiao. Just as Zhao's father was about to unleash a torrent of abuse, he suddenly noticed that Huang Yuexin's gaze towards him had turned dangerous. His expression changed, and he hurriedly chased after her. Taking the opportunity, Xiaoli stood up and said with a smile, "Dad, Mom, I'm going upstairs first. Don't forget what I promised." After saying that, he ran upstairs in a flash. "You brat, come back here right now." Zhao's father's voice came from afar. Chapter 12 Lottery. After taking a shower, Xiaoli lay on the bed and began to check the system interface. He has already tied himself to 3 goddesses, Lin Yuner, Suya, and Mingchin, and their favorability ratings have all reached 100%. Lin Yuner and Suya's 100% favorability reward allowed Xiaoli to obtain the SSS level Superpower, Annihilation Divine Thunder, and a Super Cultivation Accelerator. Zhang Mingchin's 100% favorability gift pack has not yet been opened, but he believes the rewards will be good. In addition, Xiaoli has completed 3 achievements, obtained 3 chances to win a prize, and a 0.1 discount coupon for them all. In the newbie gift pack, he received the C-level evolvable ability, Physical Enhancement, an evolvable weapon, a hard brick, and an ordinary cultivation accelerator, the latter of which was no longer important. Should we draw the prize first, or open the gift pack first? After thinking for a moment, Xiaoli decided to try his luck with the lottery first and see what he could get. System, initiate the lottery. The system's cute little voice rang out. "Okay, master, let's start the lottery now." The turntable began to spin, faster and faster, and Xiaoli's gaze followed closely. "Stop." A dozen seconds later, the spinning wheel suddenly stopped. The pointer pointed to a square where a yellowish-brown, oddly flavored bean sat quietly. "Congratulations, master. You have obtained 1 birdie bots every flavor bean." Xiaoli examines the effects of the freckled beans. Flavorful beans. After consumption, it grants invisibility, concealing all scent for 3 hours. This weird flavored bean made Xiaoli pause for a moment. Being invisible for 3 hours without being detected, this could be a lifesaver in a critical moment. System, continue the lottery. "Yes, master." Begin the lottery draw. The wheel spun rapidly again. Xiaoli stared intently at the wheel, trying to predict the outcome, but the wheel was too fast to anticipate. "Stop." Xiaoli casually shouted, and the spinning wheel immediately stopped, with a flashing azure light under the pointer. "Congratulations, master. You have obtained the Sea God's Key." An ancient, deep blue key fell from the turntable and floated in front of Xiaoli. Poseidon's Key. Legend has it that the sea god left a treasure chest deep in the ocean, containing divine treasures. This key is the key to open the chest. Xiaoli put the key into his system space. Although the key seemed useless, it might come in handy in the future. System, continue the lottery. He was filled with anticipation for his last chance. The wheel spun again, and Xiaoli stared at it, thinking to himself, this time it should produce something good. "Stop." Xiaoli called for a stop. The turntable stopped, and 7-colored light instantly burst forth, illuminating the entire system space. "Congratulations, master. You've obtained a divine artifact." "Wow, master's luck is amazing." The system's exclamation made Zhao's heart race. "A divine artifact?" Xiaoli's gaze sharpened as he saw a long spear floating down from the turntable, radiating a strong, cold light. The spear was straight and long, with a sharp tip, exuding an imposing aura as if it contained boundless power. Xiaoli stared at it, and suddenly felt a deep sense of awe, as if the figure of a warrior appeared before his eyes. The figure, wielding a long spear, swept across the battlefield, cutting through thousands of soldiers. With a single swing of the spear, 1,000 troops instantly turned into a bloody mist. What a terrifying spear! Xiaoli snapped out of his daze and immediately checked the spear's attributes. Sky-splitting spear. Grade, divine artifact. A deadly weapon. This spear contains boundless power, capable of splitting mountains and shattering peaks, sweeping away armies, breaking the void, and turning the tide of battle. Chapter 13 Unranked Superpowers, System Shop. Xiaoli rolled over and got out of bed, smacking his lips as he looked at the sky-splitting spear in the system, thinking to himself, sky-splitting spear, what a powerful name. The power of the sky-splitting spear he had just witnessed certainly lived up to its name. He tried to retrieve the sky-splitting spear from the system space, but quickly found that he could not succeed. Suspicious, he hurriedly asked the system, "System, what's wrong? Why can't I retrieve the sky-splitting spear?" The system responded quickly, "Master, the sky-splitting spear is too heavy and requires an extremely strong physique to withstand. With your current physique, you cannot use it for the time being. In order to protect you, the sky-splitting spear cannot be taken out until you have sufficient strength." Xiao suddenly realized why an ordinary person like him couldn't wield such a divine weapon as the sky-splitting spear. Even after awakening his superpower, he would have to wait until he was powerful enough. Although he felt regretful, he quickly comforted himself. I'll awaken my superpower tomorrow, so I'll just keep cultivating. After the 3 draws were over, Xiao suppressed his joy at the artifact in his hand, and instead focused his attention on the mysterious gift pack he had received for achieving 100% favorability with Mingchin. System, open the mystery gift pack, he said. The mystery gift pack has been opened. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained the special ability, Talent Enhancement, No Grade, which will be automatically activated upon awakening. Xiao was stunned. No rank superpower? What the hell is that? He couldn't wait to see the effects of this superpower, and the next moment, his eyes widened instantly, his face filled with disbelief. Talent Enhancement, No Rank. This ability can enhance the special talents of others. As Xiao's strength increases, this ability will exhibit new effects. Xiao swallowed hard. This wasn't an ordinary superpower, it was an ability to enhance the superpower talents of others. Once a person's superpower talent is awakened, it cannot be changed. Even a C-level talent can never break through. However, Xiao's talent enhancement broke this limitation. He could directly elevate a C-level, or even D-level, superpower user to SSS level, or even surpass SSS level. This is practically a talent factory in the world of superpowers. Xiao couldn't help but picture Lin Yuner, Suya, Mingchin, and others. In the future, they could all become SSS level talents, or even stronger than SSS level. This is simply an incredible ability. Xiao's excitement was almost palpable. Haha system, I love you to death. The system responded with a slightly shy tone. Master is suddenly so enthusiastic, it's making me shy. I love you too, Master. Xiao was speechless for a moment, the image of an adorable, shy loli flashing through his mind. Today's gains weren't just about awakening his superpowers, they had paved a bright future for him. He then commanded, System, open the shop and see what good stuff they have. Okay, the system shop is now open. The system's voice announced. Before Xiao listing various goods. His eyes scanned it quickly, dazzled by the sheer variety. He clicked on the category boxes on the left and browsed rapidly. The shop was divided into several categories: superpowers, weapons, armor, rare treasures, miscellaneous goods, medicines, mounts and spirit pets, high technology, and more. Xiao first clicked into the superpower section. The interface changed, displaying various superpowers, ranging from the lowest level D to the highest level SSS. SSS level supernatural ability, Blazing Inferno, SSS level Water God's Power, SS level Holy Sword, S level Metal Storm. Xiao's eyes lit up at each of them. If he possessed all these abilities, wouldn't that be earth-shattering? However, he quickly realized that the key to an ability is quality, not quantity. Developing one ability to its fullest potential is far more useful than possessing a whole host of them. Moreover, the price of these abilities is staggering. An SSS level ability requires at least 1,000 points. He only gets 100 points by increasing the goddess's favorability, and to get an SSS level ability, he would have to win over 10 goddesses, which is clearly not worth it. Although he had a 0.1 discount coupon that could be exchanged for an SSS level ability for 10 points, he didn't intend to waste the opportunity. This coupon must be used wisely. I can't just throw it away. So, Xiao checked the other categories. The highest ranking weapons and armor in the weapons and armor category were SSS grade, such as the SSS grade Heavenly Gang Sword and the SSS grade Dawn Shield. But obviously, divine artifacts like the sky-splitting spear couldn't be easily bought. They could only be obtained through lotteries or opening gift packs. Chapter 14, The Day of Awakening. Xiao browsed the general merchandise section, medicine section, mount and pet section, and high-tech section of the system. The general merchandise section mainly sells everyday items at extremely low prices. You can redeem a bunch of brooms, spatulas, and other items for just 0.1 or 0.01 points. The medicine section had many good items, such as healing medicine, medicine to restore spiritual energy, and medicine to accelerate cultivation. What shocked Xiao the most was a miraculous medicine that could bring the dead back to life. Although it cost as much as 50,000 points, the ability to reverse life and death made it worthwhile. The mount and pet area contains various pet eggs. Although mutated beasts are inherently violent, they can become loyal companions if trained properly. These mutated beasts are called spirit beasts. The high-tech zone caught Xiao's eye. It not only housed advanced weapons like laser cannons, laser beam rifles, and other high-tech weaponry, but also an alien fighter jet capable of traversing wormholes, allowing Shaoli to leave Earth and explore the vast universe. Although the jet cost a whopping 1 million points, Shaoli could only watch and drool for the time being. He already had a general understanding of the system's functions, but as his strength increased, more functions would gradually unlock. Everything was just beginning. Next, he awaited the awakening of his special ability tomorrow, which would also usher in a new chapter in his life. The next day, inside the classroom. During morning reading time, the classroom was bustling with activity as students discussed the upcoming Superpower awakening ceremony. Did you receive the news last night? The school is going to help us awaken our special abilities today. Of course I received it. I'm so excited. My parents are rank C and rank B, so what level of superpower can I awaken? Don't get your hopes up too high. The probability of getting an A grade is extremely low. Shaoli walked into the classroom and instantly attracted a lot of attention, especially from the girls. When Lin Yuner saw him come in, she immediately waved to greet him with a shy smile on her face. Shaoli walked over with a smile, while Jigia stared at Shaoli with a cold look in his eyes, and his face was full of resentment. Today is the day for awakening superpowers. If he awakens a powerful superpower, he will be able to hold his head high in front of Shaoli. Shaoli sensed Jigia's hostility, but smiled easily, unconcerned. In his eyes, Jigia was nothing more than a minor character, someone he could see right through. Shaoli, you're awakening your superpower today. Are you nervous? Lin Yuner turned around, a faint blush on her face. Shaoli smiled and said, No, there's nothing to be nervous about. Lin Yuner frowned. What if I awaken a C-level superpower? Shaoli chuckled and reached out to gently pinch her nose. It's all right. It doesn't matter if I awaken to C rank anyway. As long as you awaken to S rank, you can have 2 S ranks protecting me. Lin Yuner smiled and nodded. Then I'll protect you. Just then, a voice rang out from the doorway. The teacher is here. The entire classroom fell silent instantly. The beautiful teacher, Suya, walked into the classroom with elegant steps, and all eyes were on her. Chapter 15 Awakening of Superpowers. When Suya walked into the classroom, all the students immediately fell silent. Today, she was wearing a light purple dress, an exquisite necklace, and purple crystal high heels. She was so beautiful that it was impossible to look away. Many boys stared intently, and even some girls couldn't help but look on with infatuation. Shaoli was also slightly taken aback, his eyes filled with admiration. Suya noticed Shaoli's gaze and secretly felt smug. She sneered, Little man, I can finally control you. Soon, everyone noticed that she was holding a transparent cube-shaped crystal, inside which floated a ball of pure white light, emitting a soft glow. Suya placed the crystal on the podium and said, Today is the day you awaken your innate abilities. After this day, your destiny will change. She paused for a moment. Whether this change is good or bad depends on whether you can make it through. Cheers erupted in the classroom. The students' excitement was palpable. Becoming a superhuman, regardless of rank, was better than being an ordinary person, and who wouldn't want to possess magical powers? Suya tapped the podium lightly. Quiet down. Whoever makes a sound will be the last one to wake up. All students immediately fell silent. These are awakening crystals, which can help ordinary people awaken their supernatural abilities. Please come up to the stage in order of your seating arrangement. Suya continued. The first to step onto the stage was a girl, who nervously placed her hand on the crystal. The light within the crystal rippled slightly, and the girl's body was instantly enveloped in green light. A whirlwind arose around her, and the books on the stage began to flip. Several large characters appeared above the crystal. Class C Supernatural Wind Sprite. The girl lowered her head in disappointment. Although she had expected a C grade, she was still somewhat disappointed with the result. No one in the classroom laughed at her, because most people knew their parents' superpower levels. Most were C or B, and some hadn't even awakened any superpowers at all. Suya didn't say much to comfort her. Your superpower awakening is complete. Let's begin training. The girl nodded and returned to her seat. Next, the other students went up to the podium one after another, and the level of each person's superpower was revealed one by one. C-level superpower, wood power, D-level superpower, water control, B-level superpower, shadow power. When another boy stepped onto the stage, the situation changed. He placed his hand on the crystal, which rippled slightly, but there was nothing unusual about the boy. The boy was stunned and turned to look at Suya. Teacher Su, what's wrong with me? Suya said with regret. You don't have the talent to awaken superpowers. The boy's face turned deathly pale, and his entire body froze, as if he had been doused with ice water. He stood there helplessly, unable to accept this reality. The classroom fell silent. Everyone sensed his disappointment. Not having awakened his special abilities meant he would never become a superhuman, making his future path even more difficult. He finally lowered his head, walked back to his seat, and sat down in silence. Suya didn't say anything more, and continued with the awakening of the next student. She knew that everyone's talent was predetermined, and all she could do was try her best to help them walk the path to the future. Chapter 16. So green it's terrifying. This is impossible. How could I not have awakened? Is there something wrong with the awakening crystal? Try again. A boy looked anxious, his hand resting on the awakening crystal again, his eyes bloodshot as he stared intently at it. But no miracle occurred. The crystal remained unresponsive. Suya sighed silently. She had seen far too many students unable to accept reality. Xiaoli sat to the side, watching the irrational boy, and felt a slight sense of understanding. Unable to awaken his superpowers, he was destined to live an ordinary life. In this world where spiritual energy is reviving, those with supernatural abilities, even those at the D rank, can cultivate to become stronger, possess extraordinary power, and even extend their lifespan. Ordinary people can only watch enviously. It's unfair, but that's the reality of this world. The difference in talent is predetermined and cannot be changed. The boy waited and waited, but nothing changed. Finally, he broke down and yelled, "I don't believe it." He was furious and wanted to smash the awakening crystal, but Suya waved her hand gently, and spiritual energy surged out, sweeping him off the stage. Her expression was serious as she scanned the entire class. Everyone's talents are predetermined at birth. You have to accept it whether you like it or not. Some people are destined to face challenges far greater than yours, Suya continued. Have you ever thought about those who are even less fortunate than you? Some are born unable to see the world, or are confined to wheelchairs for their entire lives. Those with superpowers have their way of living, and ordinary people have theirs. The meaning of life lies not in possessing superpowers, but in how well you live your life. Her voice echoed in the classroom, touching the hearts of every student. The boy couldn't help but burst into tears, his face covered in sobs. He finally apologized to Suya, saying, "Teacher, I'm sorry, I was wrong." Suya nodded, gesturing for the other students to help him back to his seat. Continue with the awakening. Next one. Next, students went up to the podium one after another to awaken their special abilities. Most succeeded, but a few, like the boy before them, failed. Fortunately, Suya's words gave them strength, and they did not completely collapse like the boy before them. Soon, it was Lu Jijia's turn. He was both excited and nervous. He was excited because he was about to awaken his powers and his chance to turn things around had come. He was nervous because he was afraid that his awakened abilities would not be strong enough. Lu Jigia comes from a poor family. His parents are ordinary people who haven't awakened their powers, so he's unsure how strong his own abilities will be. He had investigated and found that Xiao Li's parents were ordinary B-level ability users. Logically, it was impossible for Xiao Li to awaken an ability exceeding B-level. Lu Jijia believed that his own ability would definitely surpass Xiao Li's, and might even be A-level. With this feeling in mind, he walked up to the podium and secretly glanced at Suya. Suya's beauty was no less than Lin Yuner's, and her mature feminine charm captivated Lu Jijia. He secretly wondered if awakening a powerful superpower would allow him to win her favor. However, Lu Jijia's gaze was quickly noticed by Suya. As a 5th-level ability user, Suya's senses were extremely sharp. Lu Jijia was unaware of the ill intentions hidden in his eyes, but Suya immediately saw through it all. She said coldly, "Lu Jijia, if you don't awaken, then get out of here." Lu Jijia was startled and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, teacher, I got too excited. I'll wake up right away." Suya looked at him coldly, ignoring his explanations. Helpless, Lu Jijia had no choice but to place his hand on the awakening crystal. The crystal shimmered, and suddenly, a layer of greenish-blue light shone from Lu Jijia, much brighter than the light from the other students, especially the light above his head, which was an eerie green, possessed by a grade A rock turtle. Upon seeing those shining words, Lu Jijia was extremely excited. Although he hadn't awakened an S-level ability, an A-level was still considered above average among ability users, especially since the moment he could surpass Xiao Li and turn his life around had finally arrived. He was overjoyed and looked up to see the envious looks from his classmates below the stage. However, The whole class burst into laughter. Jigia was stunned, not understanding what had happened. The student sitting in the front row couldn't help but point at him. Jigia, your head is really green. Jigia suddenly realized the green light flashing above his head. His face turned pale instantly, and he felt a surge of shame and indignation. He thought he had awakened a powerful superpower, but was ridiculed as a green-headed person, and all the joy in his heart vanished instantly. He muttered angrily, "You're laughing? I've awakened an A-level ability. What's so funny about being a B-level or C-level trash like you?" "Joke," Suya said coldly. "Go down after you've finished awakening. Don't delay the other students." Jigia was indignant, knowing that his image in Suya's eyes had completely collapsed. Although he had awakened an A-level ability, it seemed so strange that he no longer had anything to boast about. In Suya's eyes, Jigia was just an ordinary student, and her gaze never left Shaoli. Chapter 17 Lin Yuner Awakens, S-Rank Superpower. Jigia returned to his seat with a cold smile, and the awakening ceremony continued. Finally, it was Lin Yuner's turn to go on stage. She turned and smiled sweetly at Shaoli, who gently encouraged her. "Go for it." Lin Yuner nodded and walked lightly to the podium. Her beauty instantly attracted the attention of all the boys in the class. Suya and Lin Yuner each had their own unique charm, and when the two stood together, the air in the classroom almost froze. The boys in the classroom were all stunned. While Suya and Lin Yuner's eyes met in midair, the atmosphere subtle and tense. Suya knew about the relationship between Shaoli and Lin Yuner, while Lin Yuner sensed Suya's wariness towards her. Shaoli coughed lightly, breaking the standoff between the two women. "Lin Yuner, begin your awakening." Lin Yuner nodded and gently touched the awakening crystal. Buzz. The light within the crystal fluctuated violently, and Lin Yuner's body emitted a dazzling light, instantly illuminating the entire classroom and reflecting the sunlight from outside. The entire class was shocked, unable to comprehend why the awakening would cause such a powerful fluctuation. Soon, several large characters appeared on the crystal. S-Rank Superpower, Divine Flow of Light. The class erupted in an uproar. It was the first time they had ever seen an S-Class superpower, and everyone was discussing it. "My God, Lin Yuner has awakened an S-level superpower. The school beauty truly lives up to her reputation. Her talent is incredible." Suya smiled and looked at Lin Yuner. "Congratulations, Lin Yuner. You have awakened an S-level superpower." She led the applause for Lin Yuner, and the classmates also joined in to congratulate her. Lin Yuner felt the power surging within her body and was overjoyed. She quickly thanked him and then hurried back to her seat. "Shaoli, I've awakened an S-level superpower," Lin Yuner excitedly told Shaoli. Shaoli patted her head and smiled. "Our Yuner is really amazing." Lin Yuner blushed slightly and said shyly, "You bad boy, who's yours?" Shaoli smiled and nodded, then stood up and walked towards the podium. Not far away, Jigia watched Shaoli coldly, his heart filled with hostility. "Shaoli, wait until you've awakened, then let's see if you can still be so smug." Shaoli approached the awakening crystal and slowly placed his hand on it. Everyone watched him, eager to see what special ability he would awaken. The system's voice sounded, detected that the master is about to awaken a special ability. Currently, the master has 3 special abilities waiting to be awakened. SSS rank Annihilation Thunder. C-level Physical Enhancement. Unranked Talent Enhancement. The master can choose one ability to manifest normally. The other 2 will awaken latently. Shaoli's lips curled slightly. Of course it's the Annihilation Divine Lightning. Confirmed to have manifested SSS-level supernatural ability, Annihilation Divine Thunder. The awakening crystal fluctuated violently, the light cluster trembling, the amplitude of which far exceeded that of Lin Yuner. The entire class was shocked. Jijia's eyes widened, his heart pounding. "No, it's impossible. Shaoli's parents are only B-level ability users. How could he awaken such a powerful ability?" Chapter 18 Unexpected Awakening. The white light sphere fluctuated violently within the awakening crystal, its edges twisting and growing stronger, eventually spreading outwards. Suddenly, the awakened crystal made a crisp, crack sound, and the cracks spread rapidly, instantly covering the entire crystal with fine cracks. "Oh no, Shaoli, stop right now." Suya's expression changed drastically. She quickly waved her hand, and a red flame light screen surrounded the awakening crystal. Shaoli's heart stirred, and he immediately withdrew his hand. The next moment, a deafening explosion occurred. Bang! The awakening crystal shattered in full view of everyone. Countless transparent fragments and white specks of light scattered in all directions. But fortunately, Suya's light barrier protected everyone in time. The fragments quickly melted away behind the flame light barrier, disappearing without a trace in an instant. The classroom was deathly silent. Everyone stood frozen in place, not knowing what had happened. The awakening crystal exploded? What's going on? Did Xiao Li successfully awaken or fail? Suya glanced at Xiao Li with a complicated expression before saying to the class, "There's a problem with the awakening crystal. Don't worry if you haven't awakened your abilities yet. I'll go find a new one." She then hurriedly left the classroom. A murmur immediately rippled through the audience below the podium. Holy crap, the awakening crystal exploded. What happened? Could it be Xiao Li who did this? That's impossible. He just let go normally like the rest of us. He didn't do anything at all. Perhaps the crystal has broken from prolonged use? That's possible. The students discussed it amongst themselves, but none of them expected that today's awakening would take such an unexpected turn. At this moment, Jigia finally couldn't help but speak up. TSK Xiao Li, everyone else's awakening is fine. Why are you having so much trouble? It's clearly a B-level talent, yet you caused such a commotion. What a scare. Who would have thought you were going to awaken an S-level ability? Xiao Li could speak. A girl stood up and retorted. Jigia, the problem with the awakening crystal has nothing to do with Xiao Li. Why are you saying such things about him? Yeah, another boy chimed in. How do you know Xiao Li only has a B-level talent? You're the one with the problem, spouting nonsense before he's even awakened. By the way, how about I try putting my hand on your green head and see if I can awaken it? As soon as he finished speaking, the class burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, greenhead. Don't you guys think it really looks like an awakening crystal? It explodes the moment you poke it. Jigia was so angry he almost exploded. You people, what's it to you? Do you even know that I awakened an A-level ability? Xiao Li's parents are both B-level, so even if he awakened one, he'd only be B-level. Do you want to offend me, an A-level ability user, or go and curry favor with that B-level trash? His words immediately sparked public outrage. The vast majority of students in the class awakened B-level, C-level, or D-level abilities, with only a handful achieving A-level. Jigia's audacity in calling these classmates trash infuriated everyone. Even those A-level ability users began to feel dissatisfied. The time they spent learning from each other and spending together made them stop using their superpower levels as a standard to distinguish their identities. However, Jigia became arrogant and began to look down on others. At this moment, the atmosphere in the class became increasingly tense. Jigia. Suddenly, Zhang Xian stood up, raised two middle fingers, and looked at him with a mocking expression. Jigia's expression changed, and he was furious. Just as he was about to retaliate, he saw another boy stand up and give him the middle finger. Then, the third, fourth, and fifth place boys also stood up, their movements perfectly synchronized. Some girls even stood up and shouted in unison, Jigia, we look down on you. In an instant, most of the students in the classroom stood up, their eyes filled with hostility and disgust. Jigia could hardly believe his eyes. He never imagined that he would become the enemy of the whole class. Anger made him lose his composure. He turned his head sharply, staring intently at Xiao Li, his eyes filled with resentment. It's all your fault. Xiao Li remained calmly seated, offering no response. At this moment, Jigia's body suddenly glowed with green light, and his tortoise-shell-like superpower covered his body, with the top of his head also shrouded in green light. Clearly, his superpower had awakened, and the intense emotions he had just experienced made him unable to resist activating it. The atmosphere in the classroom instantly became more tense. Jigia's anger and the activation of his superpowers alerted everyone. Xiao Li frowned slightly, a hint of amusement in his eyes. It seems this guy's rock turtle possession is no ordinary superpower. Chapter 19 Provocation. Drink. Jigia roared and shot towards the podium like an arrow, his target Xiao Li. He was filled with hatred and intended to teach Xiao Li a lesson to prove that his A-level ability was not just for show. Before the students could react, Jigia had already rushed to the podium and reached out to grab Xiao Li. Xiao Li, see how I deal with you. Xiao Li stared at him expressionlessly, without flinching. Just as Jigia's hand was about to grab him, a golden beam of light shot out from under the podium. Boom! Ah! Jigia screamed as he was struck hard by the beam of light, instantly sent flying and crashing into the wall. Upon landing, everyone saw that a large hole had been blasted into the tortoise shell on Jigia's chest, His clothes were burned off, and his skin underneath was charred black. Clearly, the person who made the move showed no mercy, aiming for a fatal attack. Everyone turned in shock to look at the source of the beam of light, their gazes falling on Lin Yuner. She was slowly withdrawing her hand. Clearly, it was she who had made the move. Everyone was stunned. Lin Yuner had always been a well-behaved girl in the class, and no one expected her to be so ruthless. Lin Yuner's S-level ability broke through Lu Jijia's defenses extremely quickly, severely injuring him with a single blow. Ignoring the astonished looks of the crowd, she strode onto the stage and stood beside Xiaoli. Xiaoli turned and smiled at her, showing no surprise whatsoever. He walked up to Lu Jigia, who was lying on the ground, and said calmly, "Some people are born into poor families and try their best to change their fate, while others are jealous, resentful of the rich, and only want to take revenge on others and seek a false sense of superiority." Lu Jigia clutched his chest, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, his eyes blazing with anger. "Xiaoli, what gives you the right to stand in front of me and lecture me? You're nothing but a woman. Without her, you're nothing." Xiaoli gave a cold laugh, his gaze devoid of any emotion. "You're right. That's true. I do rely on women. But I have the ability to get women to stand up for me, while you don't even have the right to stand in front of me. You're nothing but a piece of trash destined to only awaken B-grade abilities, yet you dare to talk back to me." Lin Yuner was burning with rage, her gaze sharp as knives. Her body began to radiate holy light, preparing to strike again. Lu Jigia immediately sensed the aura of death, and a wave of fear washed over him. Lin Yuner was an S-level ability user. If she really attacked, he wouldn't survive. He quickly turned to Xiaoli and shouted provocatively, "Xiaoli, if you dare to kill me, then let us do it. You're nothing but a coward who relies on women and doesn't dare to lift a finger." He wanted to provoke Xiaoli to make Lin Yuner stop, but Lin Yuner's anger had temporarily overwhelmed her rationality. Lin Yuner was about to make a move, but Xiaoli grabbed her wrist. "No," Xiaoli said in a low voice. "Killing this kind of person will only dirty your hands." Lin Yuner looked at him in confusion. "But how dare he insult you?" Xiaoli reached out and patted her head, chuckling softly. "Just a useless dog barking. Let him keep barking, we'll teach him a lesson later." As he spoke, he pointed out the classroom window. Lin Yuner turned around and saw Suya walking towards her from a distance, holding an awakening crystal in her hands, followed by 3 people. Xiaoli looked down at Lu Jigia, a smile playing on his lips. "You're right. I despise you and don't take you seriously because I have a good father." "That's right, you don't. Are you envious? Jealous? You don't have that kind of family background, nor do you have a woman I can rely on. You look down on me, but you can't even awaken a B-level superpower. Also, I'm willing to have women protect me. That's my ability. But you can't do that. You can't even touch me standing here." Lu Jijia's face turned purplish blue, and he trembled with rage, his lips shaking. "You bastard. You just wait. Once you awaken your B-level superpower, let's see how arrogant you still dare to be." Xiaoli smiled slightly. "How do you know that I have awakened a B-level ability?" Lu Jijia scoffed. "Your parents are only B-level ability users. How could you possibly break through their limitations and become one of the lucky 10%? Xiaoli didn't respond further, turning to look at Suya and the others who had already entered the classroom. Chapter 20. Dropping out of school, Xiaoli awakens. The classroom door was suddenly pushed open, and Suya walked in first, followed by the principal, vice principal, and dean of studies from Lingwu Academy. Xiaoli recognized all 3 of them. As soon as they entered the classroom, they saw Lu Jijia lying on the ground, seriously injured. The group was stunned. Suya immediately bent down to check on Lu Jijia's condition, but she immediately saw the restraining look in Xiaoli's eyes. She frowned and turned to the students in the class, asking, "What just happened?" The middle finger earlier stood up and quickly said, "Teacher, this is what happened." The chubby boy recounted in detail how Lu Jijia insulted and verbally abused Xiaoli, and even used his supernatural abilities against her. After hearing this, Suya was furious and glared coldly at Lu Jigia. The principal, vice principal, and dean of students also looked at him with hostility. Suya said coldly, "Lu Jigia, is having an A-level ability so great? Do you think that gives you the right to look down on others? I've always taught you to respect others. Do you know that there are plenty of A-level ability users out there? What do you have to be proud of? You dare to use your superpowers on classmates who haven't even awakened their abilities yet? Do you really think you're so strong?" Lu Jijia's face turned pale, and he opened his mouth to explain. "Teacher, Suya interrupted him directly. "Don't call me teacher anymore. I'm really sorry, I can't teach a super genius like you. She turned to the principal. Principal, could you transfer Jigia to another class? Even though they're graduating soon, I don't want to see him again. The principal, who wore glasses, shook his head upon hearing this. There's no need to change classes. Jigia, you're expelled from school. Upon hearing this news, Jigia was struck dumb, his face turning deathly pale. He forced himself to stand up, gritting his teeth against the pain in his chest, and roared, Fire me? On what grounds? The principal scoffed, Why should I? Just as teacher Su said, Lingwu Academy cannot accommodate a super genius like you. You should find another place to go. Jigia was furious. You can't expel me. I still need to take the exams and get into a university. You've ruined my life. However, the principal and vice principal remained unmoved. The principal said coldly, Go pack your things. The expulsion notice will be delivered to you soon. Jigia clenched his fists, still wanting to argue, but the principal didn't want to waste any more time. He said to the head of the teaching department, Shut him up. Don't waste time. There are more important things to do here. The head of the teaching department waved his hand, and Jigia was instantly enveloped by a powerful spiritual energy, unable to move or even open his mouth. The students watched this scene with varying expressions. Jigia's expulsion means he will miss this year's special ability recruitment exam. Without connections, he will have to rely on completing bounty missions to earn resources, and may even face the risk of being isolated and targeted by others. If he chooses to repeat a year, he will fall further behind his peers, with almost no chance of catching up. Having no connections, his dismissal this time almost means the end of his life. It all happened so fast that no one sympathized with him. Jigia was completely ignored. Suya placed the awakening crystal that she had been holding in her hands on the podium and said to Xiaoli, The principal and the others already know that you blew up the awakening crystal. Xiaoli nodded. He had expected this. The principal walked up to Xiaoli and said with a smile, Xiaoli, from the moment you came to the school, I knew you were exceptionally talented and destined for greatness, standing at the pinnacle of success. Xiaoli rolled her eyes. Do you think I believe that? If the crystal hadn't exploded, would you have come? The principal gave an awkward laugh. Haha, what's our relationship? I was just busy. That's why I couldn't come. I heard you were awakening, so I rushed over. The students in the class were all stunned to see the principal addressing Xiaoli as a brother. Is this still the principal they remember? Something seems off. The principal pulled Xiaoli by the hand and walked towards the awakening crystal. Come, don't say anything more. Awaken your superpower first. Let's talk later. Xiaoli was amused by his eagerness, but did not refuse. After all, he also desperately wanted to awaken his special ability. The awakening crystal that Suya brought this time was different from the one she brought before. The crystal remains transparent, but the central cluster of light is a deep blue, emitting a mysterious glow that tints the crystal itself blue. This should be a higher level awakening crystal, Xiaoli murmured, placing his hand on the crystal step by step. Buzz! The moment my hand touched the crystal, the azure light cluster began to fluctuate violently, and the buzzing sound grew even stronger. This is similar to the previous situation, but this crystal is clearly more solid than the previous one, and it actually withstood the violent fluctuations. The principal, vice principal, dean of studies, and even Suya all had excited glints in their eyes. The fluctuations grew stronger and stronger. At one point, the crystal made a crack sound, and a crack appeared. The principal and others' expressions changed, clearly not expecting this turn of events. The cracks spread rapidly, covering the entire crystal like a spider web. Suya hurriedly prepared to cast a fire barrier to isolate the crystal, but the principal waved his hand to stop her. Wait a bit, don't rush. The principal stared intently at the crystal, his expression grave. Just as the cracks were spreading and it was about to explode, a terrifying light suddenly erupted from Xiaoli's body. Chapter 21, An Awe-Inspiring Phenomenon. Xiaoli's body. The intense beam forced everyone in the classroom to close their eyes, fearing they would be blinded. The light pierced through the classroom windows and doors, shining outside. Students and teachers in other classrooms were immediately stunned, completely unaware of what had happened. Boom! A deafening clap of thunder echoed through the classroom. Suddenly, the light emanating from Xiaoli exploded, followed by countless terrifying bolts of lightning erupting from his body and striking in all directions. The principal and vice principal were thrown from the podium, their eyes filled with terror. Everyone opened their eyes and looked at Xiaoli. They saw a giant bolt of lightning, resembling a thunder dragon, shooting straight up from above his head to the ceiling, instantly blasting a large hole in the ceiling. Fortunately, this was the top floor of the teaching building. Otherwise, the eruption might have affected the entire building. The lightning dragon pierced through the ceiling, soaring into the sky before exploding high in the air, forming a massive lightning pool. The lightning within the pool churned and rolled, eventually pouring down and connecting with Xiao Li's body. The sight was like a giant pillar connecting the earth and the sky, so awe-inspiring that no one could believe their eyes. Oh my god, what happened? Is this some powerful figure undergoing tribulation? This is terrifying. If we can obtain this extraordinary treasure, the rise of the Heavenly Fiend sect will be just around the corner. Go and investigate this immediately. There must be an extraordinary reason behind this phenomenon. As thunder roared across the sky, the entire campus descended into panic and turmoil, with speculation spreading like wildfire. In Xiao Li's classroom, the light shone upon him, and he stood amidst the lightning, like a thunder god descending to earth. Everyone in the classroom could feel the power of the lightning emanating from him, far exceeding the awakening of an S-level superpower. The principal stared nervously at the awakening crystal that was about to explode, his face flushed, his eyes filled with shock and anticipation. He knew that Xiao Li's about to explode superpower would exceed everyone's expectations. Finally, the words in the crystal began to appear. SSS rank. Annihilation Divine Thunder. These words struck everyone like a thunderbolt, leaving them frozen in place. The principal, vice principal, and students alike were all utterly astonished. Many even rubbed their eyes repeatedly, finding it hard to believe what they were seeing. Am I dreaming? The principal pinched the vice principal's thigh and asked anxiously. Old Lu, what are you doing? The vice principal cried out in pain. I'm just trying to make sure I'm not dreaming. The principal's voice was filled with undisguised shock. Lingwu Academy has actually produced such a genius. The vice principal's lips twitched, and he couldn't help but think to himself, can't you pinch yourself? Why are you pinching me? Meanwhile, the dean of students was caught in the middle of the argument between the two school leaders, feeling helpless but daring not to say anything. At this moment, he turned to look at Suya standing to the side, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, before silently looking away, no longer daring to make a move. Suya's eyes were filled with shock and boundless joy. Just yesterday, Xiao Li had confidently told her that he was the chosen one and wouldn't let her down. She had taken it as just a comforting remark, but today Xiao Li had truly given her an amazing surprise. SSS level superpower. What does that even mean? Nationwide, there are fewer than 20 people with double S level abilities, all of whom are top figures in the world of superpowers. SSS level abilities are even rarer. There are only 4 SSS level abilities in the entire world combined. These people are all pillars of their respective countries, and Xiao Li has actually awakened such a superpower. Her future achievements are simply unimaginable. Lin Yuner was also filled with excitement and joy as she watched Xiao Li awaken his SSS level ability, feeling countless times more excited than when she herself awakened her S-level ability. She was filled with pride. Xiao Li's talent was unparalleled, completely shattering Lu Jigia's prejudice that he only relied on his family background. She turned to look at Lu Jigia, who was being ignored, and saw his blank expression and disbelief and absurdity in his eyes. She felt a surge of pleasure. How is this possible? Lu Jigia exclaimed in disbelief. How could he have awakened an SSS-level superpower? He couldn't believe his eyes and couldn't understand at all. Weren't his parents B-level ability users? Why did he awaken a 3S-level ability? Lu Jigia roared inwardly, unable to accept it all. However, no matter how unwilling he was, it was all real. Xiao Li's terrifying talent instantly plunged him into an icy abyss. Just moments ago he was mocking others for their trashy talent, but now, his A-level ability is utterly insignificant in front of Xiao Li. Chapter 22 Departure in Sorrow. At this moment, no one cared about Lu Jijia's inner thoughts. All eyes were focused on Xiao Li, who was surrounded by lightning. Feeling the continuous surge of energy within Xiao Li's body, everyone was shocked. Is this what an SSS-level ability user is like? He's only just awakened, yet he's already displaying such a powerful aura. If he continues to grow, what level will he reach in the future? The principal's face beamed with joy, and even his bald head seemed to shine brighter. He had already begun to envision the glorious future of Lingwu Academy. We can't delay any longer. We must report it immediately, the principal thought to himself. The commotion just now was too great. The news can't be kept secret anymore. The appearance of the second 3S level superhuman in the Great Xia Kingdom will probably cause a global uproar. He quickly left the classroom, took out his phone, and made a call. Xiao Li withdrew his hand from the awakening crystal, and the surging lightning power on his body slowly subsided, and everything returned to calm. The shock on everyone's faces lingered for a long time. Xiao Li's awakening of his SSS-level superpower was like a bombshell dropped into a peaceful classroom. The students in the class were all speechless with shock. An SSS-level ability user was right next to me, and my classmate at that. After that, it was absolutely awesome. Xiao Li glanced around, and, seeing everyone's shocked expressions, couldn't help but smile slightly. Since awakening his 3S-level superpower, he had already anticipated today's scene, so he wasn't surprised. He gave Suya a bright, sunny smile. "I've finished awakening." Suya nodded, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She had thought she would be quite satisfied if Xiao Li could break through his parents' talent and awaken an A-level ability, but she never expected him to give her such a big surprise. With Xiao Li's talent, even the Azure Dragon Academy and Phoenix Academy wouldn't need him to apply. Top-tier academies would actively compete for him. The vice principal stepped forward, smiling and waving. "Xiao Li, come down first. Let the other students continue their awakening. Let's go outside and have a chat." Xiao Li nodded and followed the vice principal and the dean of students out of the classroom. Suya did not follow. She needed to continue helping other students complete their awakening. Nearly destroyed the awakening crystal, it remained sturdy. After all, no one but Xiao Li could push the crystal to the brink of shattering. Subsequently, the awakening process of the other students was unusually calm. After all, having witnessed Xiao Li's awakening, who could still be surprised? After the dean of students left, Jigia finally felt free from his restraints and silently packed his things with his head down. He was fired and no longer qualified to stay here. But what made Jigia most desperate was Xiao Li's talent. He once thought he could compete with Xiao Li with his A-level ability, but now Xiao Li had awakened an SSS-level ability, which made him completely lose any hope of making a comeback. If Xiao Li had only awakened an A-level ability, he might have continued to provoke him, but the gap between SSS-level and SSS-level abilities was simply insurmountable. He could never catch up with Xiao Li's figure. It would only get further and further away. Xiao Li's future is destined to be brilliant, while he is destined to fade into obscurity. Jigia packed his things and silently walked towards the classroom door. As he left, he looked back at Suya and Lin Yuner, only to find that they didn't even glance at him, as if he didn't exist at all. Jigia left dejectedly, deciding to transfer to another school and repeat his studies for another year, retaking the exam next year. He lacked the courage to face those ferocious mutated beasts or to fight against others using his own strength. Repeating a year of high school, though it would put him behind Xiao Li, would at least grant him the school's protection and resources. As for revenge against Xiao Li, he had long since abandoned that idea. To take revenge on an SSS-level ability user? That would be utterly suicidal. His idea was good, but could he really leave so easily for Xiao Li, who had already sentenced him to death? Xiao Li was led out of the classroom by the vice principal and the dean of students, where they ran into the principal, who had just finished a phone call and was rushing back. The three of them led Xiao Li to the principal's office. Once inside, the principal asked Xiao Li to sit behind his desk, while the three of them stood in front of it. This scene was quite comical, as if Xiao Li was the principal, and the principals and the students were the students. The principal rubbed his bald head and smiled at Xiao Li. "Xiao Li, congratulations on awakening a rare 3S-level superpower. You will surely soar like a dragon across the seas and roam the heavens. The Great Xia Kingdom, and indeed the entire world, will make way for you. You will become the one in everyone's eyes." Chapter 23 Request. The principal kept flattering him, so Xiao Li couldn't help but interrupt. Stop, old man. Stop beating around the bush and get straight to the point." The principal smiled and nodded. "All right, then I won't beat around the bush. You've awakened a 3S-level superpower, which is great news, but it also means you'll face some dangers." Xiao Li remained silent, having already sensed something was amiss. High talent inevitably attracts trouble, especially for a 3S-level ability user like himself. The extraordinary phenomenon you witnessed during your awakening was so shocking that it has attracted the attention of many people. The principal continued. This news cannot be kept secret, and many people have already begun to inquire about it. Xiao Li nodded, understanding dawning on his mind. After all, exceptional talent couldn't be hidden. He remembered that when his sister Xiao awakened her SS-level ability, The government secretly sent people to take her away and nurture her. It was even less likely that he himself would escape unscathed. Seeing that he didn't react, the principal continued. But don't worry, the country has sent people to protect you, and someone will be coming to discuss your future plans with you soon. Future plans? Xiaoli raised an eyebrow. Do I need someone else to plan my future? The vice principal quickly explained. No, you've misunderstood. The country just wants to know your future plans, such as which academy you'll choose and your cultivation methods. This way, they can better support you. Xiaoli was silent for a moment. Then his expression softened slightly. If it's about resource support, I don't mind. But if they want to interfere in my life, that's another story. The principal nodded. Don't worry, the country won't interfere with your personal choices. We just hope you can help record a video to promote Lingwu Academy. And when the country sends someone over, please put in a good word for us. Xiaoli thought for a moment and agreed. Okay, it's nothing. But he reached out and rubbed his fingers together. Old man, since I'm helping, you have to do something in return. You can't work for nothing. The principal was slightly taken aback, then smiled helplessly and said, You rascal, you really don't help for nothing. The vice principal and the head of academic affairs stood by, gloating as they watched the principal's pained expression. After hesitating for a long time, the principal finally took out a jade pendant from his pocket. This is a rare treasure made from the hardest part of the giant ape's corpse last year. It can defend against attacks below the 7th rank, making it a life-saving weapon. Xiaoli took the jade pendant and examined it carefully. He discovered that it was not real jade, but a peculiar substance, exquisitely carved and emitting a faint glow. A good thing. I'm glad you like it, the principal said with a wry smile. This is my most precious treasure, and I'm giving it to you. Xiaoli, holding the jade pendant, stood up. All right, it's settled then. The government has sent people. I'll put in a good word for you. Let me know when the video is filmed. The principal suddenly spoke tentatively. By the way, Xiaoli, how about we erect a statue of you and put it in the most prominent place in the school, so that all the students can admire you? Xiaoli frowned. The statue is too ostentatious. It doesn't need people's meaningless worship. The principal was clearly disappointed, but the vice principal suddenly coughed and said, Ahem. If you erect a statue, perhaps some pretty female students will admire you. Xiaoli slammed his fist on the table and glared angrily at the vice principal. What do you take me for? The vice principal's expression changed, and he quickly prepared to apologize. As Xiaoli walked out the door, he muttered to himself, Junior girls aren't enough. Beautiful teachers are fine too. He left the office without looking back. The principal and vice principal exchanged a smile. The principal patted the vice principal on the shoulder and laughed. Old Luo, you're really something. You got Xiaoli to agree with just one sentence. The vice principal laughed heartily. Who would have thought it would actually work? The principal clapped his hands and laughed. That's perfect. With Xiaoli's statue erected, Lingwu Academy will definitely become famous throughout the country. Yes, ha. The head of the teaching department laughed as well. Laughter echoed from the 3 old men in the office, as if they could already see a glorious future ahead. Chapter 24. My son has made something of himself. Xiaoli left the principal's office and walked back to his classroom. He took out his phone and dialed his father, Xiaoshan. The call rang for a few seconds before being answered. Xiaoli said, Dad, I've awakened my superpower. Xiaoshan paused for a moment on the other end of the phone, then suddenly asked, Son, do you know what happened at the school just now? He didn't ask Xiaoli what level of superpower he had awakened, because he already had the answer in his heart. Xiaoli smiled slightly and replied casually, Oh, that? I created it when I awakened. Xiaoshan's lips twitched. You brat, don't try to fool me. So what if you awakened a B-level ability? There's nothing shameful about it. Talent is predetermined. Even if we don't have great talent, we can still live a good life. Xiaoli couldn't help but chuckle. Who told you I awakened a B-level ability? Xiaoshan was stunned for a moment and hurriedly asked, No way, he didn't even awaken to B rank. He's become C rank. Xiaoli was both amused and exasperated. Dad, why do you think my talent can only go downhill? No way, you awakened an A-level ability? Xiaoshan's voice suddenly turned excited. Ha, that's great. You wait, I'll tell your mom right away and make her happy too. My son has made something of himself. He actually broke the limitations of his genetic talent. After saying that, Xiaoshan hurriedly hung up the phone, without even having time to explain. Xiaoli could only shake his head helplessly and put his phone away. Forget it. Let's just wait for the school to officially notify them. When Xiaoli returned to the classroom, he found that all his classmates had completed their awakening. Suya was explaining the precautions after awakening their abilities. She saw Xiaoli return to his seat and gestured for him to sit down. Although she had a lot to say to him, now was not the time. She would have to wait until after class to talk. Xiaoli nodded slightly and returned to his seat. His classmates cast awe-inspiring and admiring glances his way. An SSS-level ability user, a height everyone looked up to. Although they were still classmates, everyone knew that their interactions with Xiaoli would likely decrease in the future. Xiaoli seemed like a true dragon destined to soar through the heavens. How could he possibly be someone ordinary people like them could come into contact with? Even if Xiaoli didn't care, everyone would instinctively keep their distance. Being classmates with Xiaoli for a few years is enough for them to brag about for the rest of their lives. Lin Yuner watched Xiaoli sit down, then turned and smiled. Xiaoli, congratulations on awakening your SSS-level ability. That's amazing. Seeing her pure and lovely smile, Xiaoli replied. Yuner is also very powerful. S-level ability is already a very rare grade. There are probably no more than 3 in the entire Lingwu Academy. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuner was overjoyed and unconsciously lowered her head to play with her ponytail. Xiaoli smiled, feeling a warmth in his heart at the girl's shyness. How's the awakening progress for the other students in the class? He asked. He had just been taken away by the vice principal and the dean of students and didn't know the subsequent awakening situation. Lin Yuner replied, It's all right. About 70% of the students in our class have awakened their superpowers, which is a relatively high percentage. Among them, 65% have C-level and D-level abilities, the remaining 25% are B-level, and there are 6 people with A-level abilities. Xiaoli nodded, indicating his understanding. In other words, about 30% of the students in the class had not awakened any special abilities, which was a very normal proportion. According to national statistics, about 40% of students fail to awaken their powers each year, while their class's success rate has exceeded the average. The quality of the awakened abilities is also normal. B, C, and D levels are the most common choices, while A-level abilities are very rare. This is why Jigia was so proud after awakening his A-level ability. Awakening to A-level already surpasses most people, no wonder he was so arrogant. Suya continued explaining the textbook content, but Xiaoli wasn't listening attentively. For a top student like him, much of the content had already been learned, so there was no need to review it again. He casually rested his chin on his hand, pretending to listen attentively, but his consciousness quietly sank into the system space. Upon entering the system space, a system voice echoed in my mind. Congratulations, Master, on your successful awakening. Your personal panel is now unlocked, and you can view your personal information at any time. Master, you may begin your cultivation now. Would you like to activate the Super Cultivation Accelerator? Xiaoli was taken aback for a moment, then asked, Personal panel? Let me see it. The next moment, a panel resembling game attributes appeared before his eyes. Host, Xiaoli awakened. Realm, level 1, beginner, 1%. Goddess, already bound. Lin Yuner, 100% favorability. Suya, 100% favorability. Mingchin, 100% favorability. Awakened ability. SSS level ability, Annihilation Divine Thunder. C rank, evolvable ability, Physical Enhancement. Unranked ability, Talent Enhancement. Weapon, Divine Artifact, Sky-Splitting Spear. Class C evolvable weapon, Hard Brick. Storage space, Super Cultivation Accelerator, System Shop 0.1% off coupon, Poseidon Key, and weird flavored beans. Points, 300. Xiaoli carefully examined his personal panel, a surge of joy welling up inside him. This information meant he could now officially begin cultivating and improving his strength. The system's Super Cultivation Accelerator also seemed very appealing, but he didn't immediately choose to activate it. Instead, he pondered for a moment, deciding to wait until he had more time to make a decision. Chapter 25. What about Phoenix Academy? Xiaoli looked at the entire panel and felt quite satisfied. Aside from the Realm of Realms, everything else here is spectacular. Who would have thought that this is a panel owned by someone who has just been bound to the system? If other transmigrators who have activated their systems saw this panel, they would probably all exclaim that it is a model for all. Realm refers to the level of one's superpower. The ranks of superhumans are divided into 10 levels. Each level is further divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Each upgrade requires progressing from 1% to 100% before you can break through to the next level. Xiaoli has just awakened, and his cultivation level is only at the initial stage. If he wants to improve, he must undergo arduous training. Xiaoli closed the system panel and said, "Help me activate the Super Cultivation Accelerator." The Super Cultivation Accelerator can provide Xiaoli with 10 times the cultivation speed, and the effect lasts indefinitely. He can keep it running forever. With this cultivation accelerator, my cultivation speed is 10 times that of others. This isn't an accelerator, it's a cheat device. Having a system is great. Xiaoli felt secretly pleased. I've made up my mind to work even harder to woo girls from now on. This way you can get more system rewards. Some might say that Xiaoli is too opportunistic, flirting with girls just for rewards. But that's not actually the case. Although Xiaoli likes beautiful women, he won't be a scumbag who loves one and then throws them away. The system is just a tool to help him grow. He will love and protect any woman who is his, and will never let any of them down. This is a promise that doesn't need to be spoken. It's enough for him to keep it in his heart. If a woman is willing to give him her whole heart, he will cherish it in return. Xiaoli withdrew his consciousness from the system space. Just then, the bell rang to signal the end of Get Out of Class. On the podium, gave Xiaoli a knowing look, then walked gracefully out of the classroom. Xiaoli stood up and walked out of the classroom. Soon Xiaoli arrived at the door of Suya's office. Before she could even knock, the door was suddenly opened, and Suya pulled Xiaoli into the office. The door slammed shut. Suya said with a happy expression, 3S level. Xiaoli, you've actually become the second 3S level ability user in the entire country. Do you know how happy I am? Xiaoli chuckled. How about that? I told you I'm the chosen one. Do you believe me now? Suya nodded repeatedly. I believe you. I believe you. Then she smiled and patted Xiaoli's head, like an older sister. I previously thought that the quality of your awakened ability would be B-level, so I prepared for you to go to Quanxing Academy. If you can reach grade A, I'll send you to Phoenix Academy. But this time you've awakened a 3S level superpower, so my previous preparations can be changed. You don't need to go to Quanxing Academy. With such great talent, you have every reason to strive for better opportunities. I suggest you choose Azure Dragon Academy or Military Academy as your first choice. I think you know about Azure Dragon Academy, the #1 academy in our great Xia kingdom. Whether it's resources or teaching staff, it's top-notch. You'll receive the most ideal training there. Azure Dragon Academy. Xiaoli's eyes flickered, and he murmured those 4 words. He suddenly remembered that his older sister, Xiao, who had awakened an SS-level superpower, was sent by the country to study at this academy. His parents are still hoping he'll go and win over his older sister. If he goes to Azure Dragon Academy, it would be just right. Based on his memory of his older sister, Xiao is 100% bound to the system as a goddess. Suya continued, as for this military academy, it is the #1 military academy in our great Xia kingdom. Those trained there are all super elites, and they are in no way inferior to the Azure Dragon Academy. Even in actual combat, students from the military academy are stronger than those from the Azure Dragon Academy. But at the same time, the military academy is also quite dangerous. Although we are students, we often have to go into the wild and secret realms to fight against mutated beasts and undergo arduous training. Suya paused for a moment, then asked, so, which one do you want to go to? With your talent, I'm sure those 2 academies will soon be vying to recruit you. After pondering for a moment, Xiaoli suddenly asked, what about Phoenix Academy? Chapter 26 The Promise. Suya glared at him slightly and slapped his groin. You little pervert, you have better options now. Why bother going to Phoenix Academy? Isn't having Lin Yuner and me enough? Do you want to go and harass the girls at Phoenix Academy? Xiaoli coughed lightly, his expression suddenly becoming serious. Actually, Phoenix Academy is the best fit for me. Although Azure Dragon Academy and Military Academy are good, they are not conducive to my growth. Suya stared intently at Xiaoli with her beautiful eyes. She thought Xiaoli was joking, but after staring into his eyes for a long time, she realized that he was actually serious when he said that. Why? Suya asked, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Xiaoli thought about it for a while, but in the end, he didn't reveal anything about the system. After all, casually revealing the system's secrets to others could easily cause a large number of readers to leave. I can't tell you the specific reasons right now, but everything I've said is true. I can improve much faster if I go to Phoenix Academy, Xiaoli said seriously. Suya frowned in thought. Phoenix Academy, although it is also one of the top universities in the country. However, it is still inferior to the Azure Dragon Academy and the Military Academy. Phoenix Academy is most famous for only recruiting students with excellent figures, looks, and temperament. Even if you're not particularly talented, as long as you're pretty enough, you can still be accepted. Even the teachers in the academy are all stunning beauties. Safe to say that it's a gathering place for goddesses. The academy that every man dreams of joining. Unfortunately, Phoenix Academy has never made an exception to admit male students. She is unattainable for all men. The reason she wanted Xiaoli to join Phoenix Academy was actually because the dean of Phoenix Academy was her aunt. This secret is known to very few people. So before awakening today, she was thinking that if Xiaoli could awaken a superpower of A-level quality or above, she would ask her aunt to make an exception for him. But Xiaoli was so promising that he actually awakened an SSS-level superpower. If her aunt knew this, she probably wouldn't even need to plead for Xiaoli. Her aunt would be scrambling to get him into Phoenix Academy. However, in terms of future prospects, Suya hopes that Xiaoli will enter the Azure Dragon Academy or the Military Academy. Either of these two top universities in the country can help Xiaoli grow the most. This is something no other college can compare to. But right now, Xiaoli says that Phoenix Academy is the most suitable for him. Although she didn't know why, she could tell that Xiaoli was speaking from the heart. But if Xiaoli really goes to Phoenix Academy, based on Suya's understanding of Xiaoli, she'll probably bring her even more sisters. After all, Phoenix Academy's reputation as a gathering place for goddesses is well-deserved. There are just too many stunningly beautiful women. If Xiaoli, that womanizer, were to enter Phoenix Academy, she even worried that the entire academy might become his harem. Suya sighed. Suddenly, he bit down hard on Xiaoli's neck. A stinging sensation came, but Xiaoli did not flinch, letting Suya's silver teeth sink into his flesh. He simply reached out and stroked her soft, flowing hair without saying a word. After a long while, Suya released her fangs, grabbed his collar, and said fiercely, "No matter how many women you have in the future, I will never allow you to leave me, understand?" Xiaoli smiled at Suya and held up 3 fingers, saying, "I swear, I will love you for all eternity and never leave you." Suya's beautiful eyes were momentarily dazed, but her somewhat hesitant heart finally calmed down. She didn't ask for much. Xiaoli's promise was enough. Xiaoli also felt a surge of pity. Such a good woman, willing to give and sacrifice so much for him. How could he bear to treat her badly? How could I treat her badly? After lingering in Xiaoli's arms for a while, Suya finally stood up and said, "Since you've made up your mind, I'll contact Phoenix Academy for you now. I'm sure someone will come soon." However, the Azure Dragon Academy and the Military Academy should have received the news as well, and the people from those 2 academies will probably arrive soon. Even if you don't go to those 2 colleges, you still have to deal with it. Xiaoli nodded. "Okay, I understand." Soon, the school bell rang. Xiaoli didn't linger and left the office to return to the classroom for class. Suya hurriedly made a phone call to contact Phoenix Academy. After all, some time has passed since Xiaoli awakened his superpowers, and the people from Tsanglong and military martial arts academies should be arriving soon. Now that Xiaoli has decided to go to Phoenix Academy, she must get the people from Phoenix Academy here as soon as possible. Otherwise, Xiaoli would have a hard time dealing with the people from the Azure Dragon Academy and the Military Academy. Xiaoli left Suya's office and was walking down the corridor back to the classroom. As he walked, he continued to feel the faint spiritual energy surging within his body. After an ordinary person awakens their superpowers, their body will automatically absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth and transform it into spiritual power based on the foundation of their superpower talent. Of course, this passive transformation is very slow. Even with a super cultivation accelerator that increases cultivation speed tenfold, this passive absorption is still too inefficient. To speed things up, you must calm down and turn a passive situation into an active one. The speed of actively absorbing spiritual energy is more than 10 times that of passively absorbing it. This method of actively absorbing spiritual energy is called cultivation. If you want to accelerate your cultivation by actively absorbing spiritual energy, then you can't do without spirit stones. Spirit stones are a product of the spiritual energy revival. Some special stones, after being nurtured and shaped by spiritual energy over many years, will form spiritual minerals containing rich spiritual energy. What is mined from these spirit mines are pieces of spirit stones. With enough spirit stones, a superhuman's cultivation speed could be increased by tens or even hundreds of times. Moreover, spirit stones are also used as currency for transactions within the circle of superpowered individuals. For those with superpowers, ordinary money is no longer that important. Spirit stones are the real mainstream. A single spirit stone could be exchanged for tens of thousands of dollars outside. This shows how precious spirit stones are. Besides spirit stones, various natural treasures nurtured by spiritual energy can also increase cultivation speed, and even have a stronger effect. Especially those precious medicinal herbs that have been around for a long time, such as thousand-year-old ginseng, tai sui, snow lotus, and so on. These precious herbs, after being nurtured by spiritual energy, some underwent mutations, transforming into mutated plants, while others became spiritual materials that could be used for cultivation by those with supernatural abilities. This kind of spiritual material is much more effective than absorbing spirit stones, and some spiritual materials even have special effects after absorption. For example, it can enhance a person's physical strength or mental power. However, the price is extremely high, and each spiritual material costs a considerable amount of spirit stones to buy. Some are even priceless and unavailable. Finally, there's the meat of the mutated beast. Although the mutated beasts are ferocious, every part of them is a treasure. The meat of mutated beasts can increase cultivation speed, and some of their fur, bones, and even organs can be used to make special weapons, armor, and rare treasures. The bone pendant that the principal of Lingwu Academy gave to Xiao Li was a rare treasure made from the bones of a 7th-tier mutated beast. Besides these, there are all sorts of other strange and wonderful things in this world that can enhance cultivation. It's just that Xiao Li hasn't had the chance to get in touch with it yet. Now that I've awakened my superpower, I need to hurry up and start training. I've got all the cheat codes ready. It's time to take the first step in this long journey. Xiao Li clenched his fist, his heart filled with boundless anticipation for the future. He wants to be the man who stands at the pinnacle of the world, surrounded by countless stunning beauties. This is his goal, and his ultimate ideal. Just as Xiao Li was feeling ambitious about his grand aspirations. Suddenly, the space not far in front of him suddenly distorted. The next moment, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of him. Chapter 27 Superpower Evolution. The strange way the figure appeared startled Xiao Li. He quickly took a few steps back, and his body crackled with restless, violent lightning. A wary gaze fell upon the figure. The person who appeared in front of him was an old man who looked to be about 60 or 70 years old. His hair was completely white and somewhat messy, and he had a long white beard. He was wearing very ordinary, old gray clothes, and a gourd of wine was hanging from his waist. He looks like a free-spirited knight-errant, yet also possesses an air of otherworldly elegance. The old man stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes fixed on Xiao Li with lightning speed. They lingered for a moment on the supernatural lightning power emanating from his body. Xiao Li suddenly felt as if the old man in front of him had transformed into a demon god that blotted out the sky. The demon god's gaze was fierce and terrifying. A single glance from him felt as if one's soul would be pierced through. A timid person would probably collapse to the ground instantly if they were given a look by that terrifying gaze. However, this feeling comes and goes quickly. In less than 2 seconds, the old man's appearance reverted to what Xiao Li had seen before him. He was horrified. This old man is definitely a super strong person with extremely powerful strength. Even the principal of the Spirit Martial Academy, who is a 7th-level ability user, is far inferior. Xiao Li withdrew his supernatural power. He knew that he had no chance of struggling against such a powerful being. Moreover, the old man didn't seem to have any hostility towards him, so he shouldn't be someone who wanted to do anything to him. Xiao Li calmed down and looked at the old man, asking, "Excuse me, sir/madam, who are you?" The old man's face twitched, and then he suddenly laughed heartily. He did not answer Xiao Li's question, but instead took the wine gourd from his waist and opened the gourd lid. Xiao Li immediately smelled an intoxicating aroma of wine. This wine smells much better than any expensive wine I've ever smelled. Not only that, Xiao Li was also shocked to find that just by smelling the aroma of this wine a few times, his spiritual powers suddenly increased significantly. Looking at the personal panel again, you'll find that the realm section has changed from level 1 beginner, 1%, to level 1 beginner, 15%. Xiao Li's eyes lit up immediately when he realized that just a few sips of the wine had such an effect. This is great stuff. The old man laughed heartily, then suddenly raised the wine jug, tilted his head back, and drank a large gulp of wine. His old eyes were slightly narrowed, as if he was enjoying himself. Then he suddenly threw the wine gourd to Xiao Li. Xiao Li instinctively reached out and caught it. The old man smiled and gestured with his eyes, probably indicating that he wanted him to drink. Xiao Li thought for a moment, then suddenly imitated the old man, tilting his head back and taking a big gulp. The spicy yet slightly sweet wine enters the mouth, and then slides down the throat into the stomach. Both the texture and the taste are absolutely superb. Once Xiaoli started drinking, he couldn't stop. He kept gulping it down, and in the blink of an eye, he had drunk almost half a gourd. Upon seeing this, the old man's face turned pale with shock, and he quickly reached out to snatch back the gourd. Feeling the gourd in his hand, now half the weight, his face twitched. The smile on his face vanished, his old eyes glared, and he said irritably, "You brat, do you know how difficult it is to get this wine? I only asked you to take a sip, but you went and downed half the gourd in one go." Xiaoli smacked his lips, savoring the lingering fragrance, and couldn't help but chuckle, shamelessly saying, "Old man, you're getting on in years. Drinking too much alcohol is bad for your health. I'm doing this for your own good." The old man was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. "Bullshit. Do you even know me? You think you'd care about me? You actually have that kind of heart. This was brewed with a bunch of top-grade spiritual materials and treasures. It's only beneficial to the human body and has no harm whatsoever. You just ate half of it like that. Are you some kind of glutton?" Xiaoli wasn't embarrassed and chuckled. "Grandpa, don't be so stingy. I'll just pay you back with a gourd when I have the chance." The old man scoffed. "Me stingy? Do you know how much money you just spent on those few sips? Even selling your entire Xiao family wouldn't be enough." Xiao Li's eyelids twitched upon hearing this. "Are you kidding me? His family is the richest in lynching. Their assets are roughly estimated to be in the tens or hundreds of billions. So this isn't even worth a few sips of wine. So he just drank the entire Xiao family's money in a few gulps?" The old man shook his gourd and said, "It's a deal. Remember to buy me another gourd later. No takebacks." This time, Xiao Li's lips twitched, but he still nodded in agreement. "Okay, I promise to compensate you later. Well, as for the future, let's talk about it decades from now." Just as Xiao Li was thinking this, he suddenly felt the wine he had just drunk turn into a raging fire in his stomach. A sharp burning sensation came from my abdomen and then quickly spread throughout my body. White, hot air kept coming out of his nostrils when he breathed. Xiao Li's face showed pain. This burning sensation was clearly making him very uncomfortable. Seeing this, the old man patted him on the shoulder and shouted, "Sit down cross-legged. This spiritual wine will greatly benefit you, especially in terms of improving your physical health. You drank too much just now. Your body's absorption rate can't keep up with the rate at which the spirit wine evaporates. Hurry up and absorb as much as you can." Upon hearing this, Xiao Li nodded vigorously, closed his eyes, and focused all his energy on absorbing the energy released by the spirit wine. The old man was right. This kind of wine does indeed have a great effect on the body. Xiao Li could clearly feel that his spiritual power was rapidly increasing, and his physical body was also being continuously strengthened. My muscles felt like they were being torn apart, and my bones were constantly tingling and itchy. Soon, the system's voice rang in Xiao Li's mind. "Congratulations, Master. Your C-rank Evolvable Supernatural Physical Enhancement has been upgraded to B rank. My superpowers improved so easily." Xiao Li was surprised. But that's not all. As he continues to absorb, his ability level is also increasing. Xiao Li saw that the percentage after the first level beginner realm displayed on his personal panel rapidly increased and quickly reached 100%. After reaching 100%, it quickly returned to 0%. The previous level has also changed from level 1 beginner to level 1 intermediate. This wasn't the end of it. The percentage quickly started to rise again, and soon it broke through 100%. Xiao Li has advanced to the advanced level 1. Finally, the level increase ends when you reach tier 1 advanced, 56%. At the same time, Xiao Li heard the system's voice in his mind again. "Congratulations, Master. Your B-grade Evolvable Supernatural Physical Enhancement has been upgraded to A-grade." A few sips of wine not only directly raised him 2 minor levels, but also allowed his physical enhancement ability to jump from C level to A level in one go. Chapter 28. Undercurrents are surge. This kind of improvement is terrifying. Xiao Li hadn't expected the wine to be so potent. At that moment, he felt his entire body brimming with power. The spiritual energy within his body was dozens of times stronger than before. More importantly, he could feel that his body had become much tougher and stronger than before. Now, ordinary knives and guns probably can't hurt him anymore. A casual punch could probably kill a strong ox. This is still the physical strength under normal conditions. If the physical enhancement ability is activated, the physical body will be greatly improved. Phew, that feels great. Xiao Li opened his eyes and stood up with a radiant face. He thanked the old man and said, "Thank you for your gift, sir. May I ask your surname? The old man hung the wine gourd back on his waist, stroked his beard, and said, I, Ming, have come here for you. Kid, you're pretty good. You've actually awakened this rare SSS-level superpower. As the second SSS-level ability user in our great Xia kingdom, the country values you highly and has specially sent me to observe and protect you. Xiaoli nodded. I had already heard from the principal that his case had been reported to higher authorities. So he had already guessed that the old man might be sent by the government, and now it seems that he was right. Ming looked at Xiaoli and continued, I will stay by your side and protect you secretly for a period of time. However, I generally won't intervene unless you face a fatal threat. Xiaoli said gratefully, Then thank you, Elder He. They came all this way to protect him. It wouldn't be right not to say thank you. But he quickly asked a crucial question. Does the government have any plans for me to go somewhere, do something, or attend a certain college? The answer to this question is very important. It will determine his future attitude towards this country. After all, he was a time traveler, and in reality, he didn't have a very strong sense of belonging to this country. If the Great Xia Kingdom deliberately interferes in his life because of his talent, then it's hard to say what choices he will make when he grows up. Mingbai's white eyebrows twitched, as if he had seen through Xiaoli's thoughts. He put his hands behind his back, turned his head to look at a lush, green tree next to him, and said, Where you go and what you do is entirely up to you. The government will not interfere with any of your decisions. Everyone has their own path, especially true strong individuals. Their paths are all forged by themselves and cannot be replicated. Imposing intervention will only backfire. The nation wants to nurture you, but what we want to see is a top-tier expert who can protect the Great Xia Kingdom, a figure revered by all. Instead of just being a thug who obeys orders and follows instructions. Do you understand what I mean? Xiaoli was shocked. Ming's words instantly dispelled Xiaoli's doubts. Xiaoli could also tell from his words how grand the vision of the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia Kingdom was. If this happened in some countries that don't have such a broad perspective, and a person with extraordinary talent appeared, they would probably want to train that person into a suicide squad. I will serve them wholeheartedly. It seems that this Great Xia Kingdom is still worth doing something for. Xiaoli thought to himself, then nodded at Ming's retreating figure and said, I understand. Ming turned around, a smiling expression returning to his old face. Good. That's good. Then I'll be on my way. I'll be aware of your surroundings at all times, and I'll be there for you the moment you're in danger. Also, if anyone dares to force you to go somewhere you don't want to go, don't worry, I'll teach them a lesson. After saying that, Ming didn't give Xiaoli a chance to speak, and the space around him twisted strangely again. The aged figure disappeared before Xiaoli's eyes. Xiaoli lingered in place for a moment before turning and leaving. The news of Xiaoli awakening his SSS-level superpower swept through the entire Lin city like a storm in less than a few hours. Then the news spread across the country and even abroad at an astonishing speed. Especially through the internet, the spread of information has reached an extremely terrifying speed. The whole country and the whole world know the news. The Great Xia Kingdom has produced its second SSS-level superhuman. This news was like a major earthquake, causing an uproar and shock among countless people. To date, no country has ever had two SSS-level superhumans at the same time. The birth of even one statue is already a great fortune for a country, let alone two. Many major powers can't even produce a single leader. This time, the Great Xia Kingdom has truly taken the lead in the world. The faces of countless people in the Great Xia Kingdom were filled with smiles and pride. Everyone was cheering and excitedly discussing the topic. Two SSS-level superhumans in one country. Everyone knows what that means. Once this newly promoted SSS-level superhuman grows up, then the Great Xia Kingdom will become the strongest country in the world. A fully grown SSS-level superhuman possesses power that is absolutely devastating. When a country becomes stronger, its people naturally feel proud. At the same time, high-level officials from various countries are rapidly holding emergency meetings to discuss various solutions. Countries that were on friendly terms with the Great Xia Kingdom discussed how to further deepen the friendship between the two countries. Meanwhile, others who were not on friendly terms with the Great Xia Kingdom discussed how to target and guard against it. They even went so far as to sabotage and assassinate this newly emerged SSS-level superhuman. Countless spies from other countries began to secretly attempt to infiltrate the Great Xia Kingdom in various ways. The spies and assassins lurking within the Great Xia Kingdom also received their mission and began heading towards Lin City, where Xiao Li was located. The series of problems and consequences caused by Xiao Li's awakening began to emerge one by one. Throughout the Great Xia dynasty, undercurrents seemed to be surging because of Xiao Li's awakening. However, the Great Xia kingdom was not to be trifled with either. 8 or 9 out of 10 spies who tried to infiltrate the country were caught and eliminated as soon as they crossed the line. Most of those who had been lying in wait in the country for years were arrested as soon as they showed themselves. Even if a few managed to slip through the net, they are all caught up in a rigorous screening process as they approach lynching. With the Great Xia kingdom operating at full capacity, it can be said that the crisis that Xiao Li would have faced has been reduced to a minimum. Even if there are still deeply hidden people who haven't been identified, they won't be able to get close to Xiao Li even if they enter Lin City, because there was an old man of unfathomable strength protecting him. Moreover, Xiao Li's parents have also been placed under strict protection by the government. In case someone fails to succeed and then targets Zhao's parents. Zhao's father received Xiao Li's call earlier. He heard that the quality of Xiao Li's awakened superpower surpassed that of theirs. At the time, he thought Xiao Li had only awakened an A-level ability, and he happily ran to share his joy with his wife, who knew that their joy would be short-lived, as they soon received news that Xiao Li had awakened an SSS-level superpower. The couple were completely dumbfounded. My son has actually awakened an SSS-level superpower? This is unbelievable. They even thought they were dreaming, pinching each other for a long time until they were trembling with pain before they finally confirmed the news. Then came the excitement and ecstasy. Mr. Xiao was so excited that he hugged Mrs. Xiao and spun her around. As they walked around, the two of them ended up on the bed. I'm so excited, I need to let it all out. Chapter 29 Superpowers. Li, who was at school, was unaware of the commotion it caused. He was sitting in the classroom, carefully observing the changes that had occurred after his awakening, and the research and exploration of superpowers. After awakening, Xiao Li could clearly feel that his basic physical qualities had been greatly improved, especially after his physical body was enhanced and evolved to a level. The effect of physical enhancement is very straightforward. It's exactly what it sounds like. This superpower brought Xiao Li an improvement in close combat ability. This ability is extremely useful for close-quarters combat, especially when spiritual energy is exhausted or when the release of spiritual energy is restricted. Superb physical strength can often help people get out of trouble or even turn the tide. This ability makes up for my weakness, Xiao Li thought to himself. His SSS-level superpower, Annihilation Divine Thunder, is an elemental superpower that mainly relies on spiritual power to release lightning to attack enemies, making it extremely lethal. But it also makes you vulnerable to being targeted. For example, certain special items that can prevent people in a specific area or a particular region from using spiritual power. Or perhaps they'll be dragged into a war of attrition. If he only has the Annihilation Divine Thunder as his special ability in such a situation, he's probably doomed. With this additional physical enhancement ability, he no longer needs to worry about these things. No spiritual power? Then I'll kill you with one punch. Moreover, his special ability can continue to evolve. If it can evolve to SSS level in the future, it can suppress all enemies with one punch. Absolutely no frills. I'll see if I can practice with Uncle Hai tonight. Oh no, I have to go to Suya's tonight. Let's do it tomorrow. Xiao Li felt a little itchy to do it. I couldn't wait to try out my newfound superpowers. Moreover, he had drunk that old man Hemming's spirit wine before, and his level jumped directly to the advanced level 1. They also wanted to test how much strength his 3S level tier 1 advanced level could match that of other quality ability users. However, considering that there were more important things to do tonight, I had no choice but to wait. Oh right, I haven't really looked into the specifics of my superpowers yet. Now's a good time to take a look. Xiao Li thought to himself, then immediately used his consciousness to summon the system panel to check the specific information about his superpower. Annihilation Divine Thunder, SSS rank. The divine lightning of punishment from the heavens can shatter all evil spirits and eliminate all filth. It possesses extremely terrifying destructive power and is a world-destroying lightning that can destroy the world. The brief introduction perfectly captures the domineering nature of this superpower. The Annihilation Divine Thunder represents an attack that is pure to the extreme. Xiao Li was very satisfied with this superpower. Any fancy tricks will be absolutely crushed in the face of absolute power. He continued reading. Awakening Tier 1 Ability Skill. Lightning Strike. summons a divine lightning bolt to strike down from the sky, dealing powerful, single-target damage. Thunder Blast. A compressed ball of lightning is condensed and fired, causing a large-scale thunder blast when it explodes. Lightning flash envelopes the entire body in lightning, using the power of lightning to move at lightning speed, making it difficult to find. Tier 2 Awakening ability, not yet unlocked. Awakening to Tier 3. The 3 special abilities that come with just the first level perfectly demonstrate the power of SSS level abilities. Under normal circumstances, for talents of quality D to B, only one talent skill will appear at each level. There is a small chance that an A-level ability will have 2 special abilities. S-rank characters are guaranteed to have 2 special abilities. There is a certain probability that an SS rank character will possess 3 special abilities. SSS level characters will have 3 special abilities 100% of the time. The Annihilation Divine Thunder granted Xiao Li 3 special abilities, 2 of which directly included single target and area of effect attacks. The remaining one is to increase Xiao Li's speed. The 3 superpowers are a perfect combination, with no weaknesses. Putting aside their power, these 3 superpowers alone are enough for Xiao Li to easily handle most situations. Xiao Li then looked at the next superpower. Physical Enhancement, Rank A, Evolvable. It greatly enhances physical strength, defense, speed, agility, resistance, and recovery, making one a mortal comparable to a god. Awakening Tier 1 Ability Skill. Physical Enhancement, physical attributes increased by 400%, lasting for 1 hour. Meat Absorption, absorbing and converting the meat we eat strengthens our basic physical fitness. The stronger the energy contained in the meat, the better the effect. Second Tier Awakened Ability, not yet unlocked. Xiao Li was pleasantly surprised after reading it. Unexpectedly, his first level A-grade physical enhancement encountered 2 rare supernatural abilities. Moreover, they are all very good superpowers. Temporarily boost his physical strength 4-fold, allowing him to unleash formidable power in a short period of time. His other superpower is that he can improve his physical fitness by eating meat. And there's actually no upper limit. In other words, he could eat all the meat of alien beasts and continuously improve his physical fitness. No exercise is even needed. This superpower would probably make even the most dedicated dieters and fitness fanatics weep. Finally, there's the Dual Cultivation ability. Talent Enhancement, no grade. Cultivation can enhance the qualities of others' innate abilities, and new effects will appear as strength increases. This ability is quite special. It doesn't have any special techniques, only a brief introduction to its effects. But even this simple introduction is enough to drive anyone crazy. The reason why everyone attaches so much importance to Xiao Li's awakening of an SSS-level superpower is because the quality of each person's awakened superpower is fixed. The higher the quality of a talent or ability, the fewer people will awaken it. There are only 5 SSS-level superhumans in the world, including Xiao Li, who is a newcomer. But given enough time, Xiao Li could produce several, dozens, or even more SSS-level superhumans. This is enough to show how terrifying this superpower is. With this superpower, Xiao Li could easily disrupt the world's order in the future. After closing the system interface, Xiao Li stretched. At this moment, the teacher on the podium was still explaining some matters related to the exam in an endless stream. All students who have successfully awakened their special abilities will take their exams in the next few days. After the exams, they will soon be enrolled in the higher academy to begin their new studies. This rapid and somewhat urgent situation has never occurred before. It is unusually fast this year. No one knows the reason, but the schools have no choice but to implement the government's arrangement. Xiao Li idly played with Lin Yuner's hair in front of him. Occasionally, he would gently run his fingers across her snow-white neck or pinch her delicate earlobe. Lin Yuner's pretty face flushed red. The skin, sensitive to Xiao Li's fingertips, broke out in goosebumps. She was so touched by Xiao Li that she was almost unable to concentrate on what the teacher was saying. A class passed quickly. Just as class was about to end, the head of student affairs suddenly rushed to the classroom door of Xiao Li's class and shouted to Xiao Li. "Xiao Li, come with me, someone wants to see you." Xiao Li raised his head, his eyes flashing, and he guessed it instantly. 9 times out of 10, it's people from Azure Dragon Academy and Military Academy who have arrived. Chapter 30, A Fierce Competition to Recruit. Xiao Li got up and left the classroom with the head teacher. Soon the head of the teaching department brought Xiao Li to the principal's office. Before entering, the head of the teaching department whispered to Xiao Li, They've come from Azure Dragon Academy and Military Academy. They're probably here to recruit you into their schools. These two academies are the most prestigious institutions of learning in the entire Great Xia Kingdom. When they present you with their terms later, don't rush to make a decision. You can let them wait a while and increase your leverage. Although Xiao Li had already made up his mind, he still nodded without showing any emotion on his face. The head of student affairs smiled, patted him on the shoulder, and then opened the office door for him. As soon as the door opened, Xiao Li immediately saw two men who looked to be around 40 years old stand up from the sofa. One of them had a resolute face and a burly body, dressed in a neat military uniform, exuding an aura of iron-blooded ruthlessness. The other one looked like an ordinary schoolteacher, with a gentle smile on his refined face. Sitting opposite the two were the principal and vice principal of Lingwu Academy. When the principal saw Xiao Li arrive, he quickly stood up and introduced him to the two people. "Gentlemen, this is Xiao Li, the awakener of our Lingwu Academy's 3S level superpower this time." Upon hearing this, the two quickly approached Xiao Li. The refined-looking man, with a broad smile, extended his hand to Xiao Li and said, "Hello, Xiao Li, I am Mingchin, a special grade instructor from Songlong Academy." The stern-faced man in military uniform forced a not-too-bad smile and said, "Hello, my name is Zhou Jiangwo. I am a colonel and one of the chief instructors of the military academy." Xiao Li shook hands with the two of them and said, "Hello, I am Xiao Li." After the two sides had exchanged greetings, the vice principal quickly said, "Gentlemen, please sit down and continue your discussion." Xiao Li and the other two quickly took their seats. The vice principal poured everyone a cup of tea and then sat quietly to one side with the principal. The two old men were just bystanders this time, but when necessary, they would give Xiao Li signals to help him deal with the two people in front of him. After all, in their eyes, Xiao Li was still just a student. Some things still require experienced people like them to come up with ideas for him. Xiao Li can now be considered the star of their Lingwu Academy. They naturally had to do everything in their power to help Xiao Li. At this moment, Wang Qin spoke first. "Xiao Li, you must have already guessed why we're here, right?" Xiao Li nodded and said, "You want to recruit me to study in your academy." Wang Qin laughed and said, "That's right. You are the second SSS level superhuman to awaken in our Great Xia Kingdom. Your talent is extraordinary. Only by entering the nation's top universities can you achieve your full potential. And my Azure Dragon Academy is undoubtedly your best choice." As he spoke, Wang Qin's expression suddenly became serious. "Now, on behalf of Azure Dragon Academy, I formally invite you to study at our academy. Xiao Li, as long as you are willing to come to Songlong Academy, we will do our best to cultivate you. Your future achievements will surely amaze the world." After Wang Qin finished speaking, Zhou Jiangwo solemnly began to speak. "Xiao Li, I won't beat around the bush. I'll just tell you a factual figure. Every year, 9 out of 10 students who graduate from Songlong Academy end up getting beaten up by students from our military academy, without exception. You should understand what this means. As long as you are willing to join our military academy, including myself, all 7 chief instructors of the military academy will share all their knowledge with you. We will also apply to the college to allocate resources significantly to you. Think about it." Wang Qin. Upon hearing Zhou Jiangwo's words, his gentle and refined face twitched instantly. But he did not refute it, because what Zhou Jiangwo said was indeed true. The Azure Dragon Academy is very skilled at training students. However, compared to military academies that directly throw students into the battlefield for training and combat, they are indeed a step behind in terms of actual combat skills. Even though their levels and abilities are similar, the students from Songlong Academy just can't beat the students from Junwu Academy. It's not just about actual combat, but also about the momentum. Students from military academies always have a fearless and undaunted attitude in every battle. Facing them is like facing a flood or a ferocious beast. When it comes to fighting, you are often intimidated by their imposing presence and become hesitant and timid. However, although Wang Qin could not refute Zhou Jiangwo, he could approach the issue from other angles. He continued, "The annual student mortality rate at the military academy is several times, or even 10 times, higher than that at my Azure Dragon Academy. Moreover, life at the military academy is just like being a soldier. The food is ordinary, and you have to get up before dawn every day to train. It's extremely tough. You have to go into battle from time to time to fight mutated beasts, and there are no rewards." Listed out all the shortcomings of the martial arts academy, and Zhou Jiangwo began to emanate a murderous aura as he listened. Wang Qian, what nonsense are you talking about? Who said there wouldn't be a reward? Xiao Li, don't listen to him. Once you're on the battlefield, all your achievements will be recorded as military merits. We have never treated any of our students unfairly. Our military academy is not only an academy, but also a great place to make contributions and achieve success. Military merits at the military academy are directly linked to the military. As long as you have enough combat achievements and military merits, you will be directly awarded a military rank. Military rank. Xiao Li's expression shifted as he looked at the colonel's rank on Zhou Jiangwo's shoulder. It turns out that students at military academies can be directly awarded military ranks. In this way, it is indeed a good place to make achievements and establish a career. No need to join the army. You can start accumulating military merits right here in the academy. Once the students graduate from the academy, they will immediately become officers of a high rank. Wang Qian, observing Xiao Li's expression, immediately noticed the change in his expression when he heard about the military rank. He knew inwardly that something was wrong. Xiao Li is probably after military rank. Wang Qian can understand this. After all, making a name for oneself and achieving success is every man's dream. However, he couldn't let Xiao Li be taken away like this, so he quickly said, Xiao Li, come to my Azure Dragon Academy. We can give you anything the military academy can, and even things the military academy can't. We can not only get all the top-tier tutors to teach you, but we can even get our vice principal or even the principal to guide you. In terms of resources, you will be given priority in the supply of various spirit stones and materials to ensure your smooth development. Furthermore, you should know that your older sister, Xiao Xiao, is also studying at my Azure Dragon Academy. Your sister is an extremely rare SS-level ability user. If you come to my Azure Dragon Academy, you and your sister can study together and make progress together. So, Xiao Li, how about coming to my Azure Dragon Academy? Upon hearing Wang Qian mention Xiao Xiao, Xiao Li's expression shifted again. His own parents had urged him before that he must win over his exceptionally talented older sister. Xiao Li readily agreed. Making my sister my wife. Just thinking about it is a bit exciting. Although the siblings are not related by blood. At this moment, Wang Qian and Zhou Jiangwo both looked at Xiao Li expectantly, waiting for his decision. If Xiao Li agrees to one side, it means that the academy will have an SSS-level student. This honor can even last a lifetime. Especially when Xiao Li grows into a towering tree in the future, that school can then be publicly announced. The second SSS-level superpower house of our great Xia kingdom came from our academy. The impact of such an honor is self-evident. The first to benefit from this is the Lingwu Academy, where Xiao Li is currently studying. Why was the principal of Lingwu Academy so attentive to Xiao Li, even going to great lengths to do so? Wasn't he just waiting for this opportunity? Xiao Li raised his head and looked at Wang Qian and Zhou Jiangwo. He slowly exhaled, ignoring the winks given to him by the principal and vice principal of Lingwu Academy. He spoke without changing his expression. Excuse me, both of you, I do not intend to choose either the Azure Dragon Academy or the Military Academy. Chapter 31. Why is this crazy woman here? What? What did you say? As soon as Xiao Li finished speaking, Wang Qian and Zhou Jiangwo were both stunned. Wang Qian asked somewhat uncertainly, Xiao Li, I don't quite understand what you mean by that. Could you explain that? Zhou Jiangwo also looked at Xiao Li with a serious expression, waiting for his answer. The atmosphere in the office suddenly became somewhat tense. Upon seeing this, the principal and vice principal both realized something was wrong. Xiao Li's answer not only surprised Wang Qian and the other two, but it also seemed unbelievable to them. Has Xiao Li suddenly lost his mind? Otherwise, why would someone say something like that? Wang Qian quickly continued. Xiao Li, if you have any special requests, please let us know, and our academy will do its best to fulfill them. Zhou Jiangwo also said, yes, just say what you want. As long as our military academy can provide it, we will not hesitate to give it to you. Xiao Li shook his head at their words. I don't have any requirements. I've simply decided which college I'll be attending. So you too, I'm sorry. Wang Qian and Zhou Jiangwo looked at each other, both at a loss for words. What Xiao Li meant by this was that he had already found his ideal university. What they didn't expect was that Xiao Li didn't choose either of their two schools, which were known as the top schools in the Great Xia Kingdom. Wang Qian hesitated for a moment, then looked at Xiao Li and asked, Xiao Li, would you mind telling us which college you chose? I don't recall ever hearing of any other higher education institution in the country that can compare to my Azure Dragon Academy, or military academy? Everyone else was also staring intently at Xiao Li, eager to hear what the name of the academy would be. Sure. Xiao Li smiled faintly and nodded. The academy I want to go to is Phoenix Academy. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Qian, Zhou Jiangwo, and the principal and vice principal all twitched. Phoenix Academy? That academy that's known as a gathering place for goddesses, where everyone from the principal and teachers to the students is female. Xiao Li actually chose to go to that academy? Are you kidding me? The principal and vice principal of Lingwu Academy both had twitching lips. They knew Xiao Li liked beautiful women, but they never expected that he would give up these two of the nation's top universities because of this hobby. This is absolutely absurd. Isn't this playing with one's future? Wang Qian and Zhou Jiangwo, among others, simply couldn't understand the decision Xiao Li had made. But only Xiao Li himself knew best that the system he was bound to meant that Phoenix Academy was the most suitable academy for him. As for resources and such, with unification in hand, I have the world at my command. As long as he has enough goddesses to bind to, he can get not only resources, but also divine artifacts. Wang Qian earnestly advised. Xiao Li, you'd better think this through. Phoenix Academy is a whole level below Azure Dragon Academy and Military Academy. If you go to that academy, your talent will hardly develop. Even if you awaken an SSS level ability, you may fall far behind your peers. I know that at your age, you must be very attracted to beautiful women, I understand. After all, it's adolescence. Everyone goes through that. But if it's just for this reason, you don't actually have to choose Phoenix Academy. My Azure Dragon Academy has no shortage of beautiful women, and they are all quite talented, with at least an A-level ability. Zhou Jiangwo also said, Wang Qian is right. Going to Phoenix Academy will only bury your talent. Our military academy also has many beautiful women, each one heroic and valiant, proving that women are just as capable as men. If that's not enough, I can also find a way to introduce you to some beautiful female soldiers in the army. In short, we will do our best to meet your requirements. Phoenix Academy is really not suitable for you, and besides, this academy only admits girls, not men. You might just get turned away if you go. The two kept trying to persuade Xiao Li, talking about all the bad things about Phoenix Academy, and then constantly talking about the benefits and treatment of their Azure Dragon Military Academy. Hopefully, this will make Xiao Li change his mind and give up Phoenix Academy. Xiao Li felt somewhat helpless. It's true that your two colleges have beautiful girls, but they can't compare to Phoenix College. There are only a handful at most. Even if all the conditions for binding a goddess with the system are met, it's still too few. Once you've flirted with them, that's it. Losing them means it will be difficult to get system rewards again, which will only hinder his growth. Besides, who says that I can't win over the beauties of your college if I don't join your college? How could a heartbreaker like him be without means? On the contrary, Phoenix Academy is off limits to men. If you don't join, it will be much harder to flirt with the beauties inside. Besides, even if he had the means, there are so many beautiful girls at Phoenix Academy, it would be too slow to woo them one by one. Only by entering such a place, like Lingwu Academy, and becoming a prominent figure there, can all the beautiful women subtly develop feelings for him. This is how you flirt effectively. He has quite a bit of experience when it comes to pursuing beautiful women. Therefore, no matter how eloquently Wang Qian and Zhou Jiangwo spoke, it couldn't change his decision. At this moment, Wang Qian and the other man were still trying to persuade him. Xiao Li, only the most prestigious academy is the best place for your SSS level talent. Phoenix Academy will only hold you back, waste your talent, and limit your growth. Do you understand? Xiao Li pursed her lips, just about to refuse the two of them outright. But before he could finish speaking, a loud bang came from the direction of the office door. The door was violently smashed down from the outside. Then two fireballs radiating intense heat shot into the office with lightning speed. It smashed right in front of Wang Qian and Zhou Jiangwo. At the same time, a woman's voice, both gentle and charming yet carrying authority and anger, suddenly rang in the ears of everyone present. Wang Qian, Zhou Jiangwo, you two shameless bastards. You dare to smear my Phoenix Academy here? You deserve a beating. Upon hearing this voice, Wang Qian and Zhou Jiangwo's expressions changed drastically. Wang Qian couldn't help but curse. Damn it! How did this crazy woman get here? Chapter 32 Long-Cherished Aspirations. Wang Qian and Zhou Jiangwo quickly got up and, somewhat flustered, released their respective superpowers to defend against the sudden fireball attack. However, the fireball was quite powerful, and the two of them were caught off guard and were unable to completely defend against it. The fireball exploded violently when it collided with the two people's superpowers. A powerful burst of flames blasted the two of them backward, sending them flying and crashing into the bookshelf behind them. The bookshelf was smashed to pieces by the two of them, and books were scattered all over the floor. The two of them stood up awkwardly, covered in dust, and looking utterly dejected. Xiao Li's expression changed, and he looked at the office door with surprise. Wang Qian is a top-level instructor at Songlong Academy, and Zhou Jiangwo is the chief instructor at the military academy. What made both of them suffer a setback, and what made them not immediately retaliate after being hit, but instead stand there looking quite wary? Just who is this person? Judging from what that voice said, could it be that someone from Phoenix Academy has come? He remembered that Suya had already contacted Phoenix Academy for him, and it seemed that the teachers from Phoenix Academy had arrived. However, what puzzled Xiao Li was that the teachers at Phoenix Academy could suppress both Wang Qian and Zhou Jiangwo at the same time. This is unbelievable. One of them is a top-level instructor at Songlong Academy, and the other is the chief instructor at Military Academy. The two are definitely the strongest individuals among the two academies. The two were only in a hurry to react, which is why they were beaten so badly. Judging from their current fearful and hesitant demeanor, it's clear that their strength is inferior to that of the newcomer. The people from Phoenix Academy are probably more than just teachers. Xiao Li thought to himself. Click, click. Just then, the sound of high heels rang out. Xiao Li stared intently at it. A tall, slender woman suddenly appeared at the office door. The sun was setting at that moment. The woman's face was obscured by the glow of the sunset, making it difficult to see her features. Judging from her perfectly sculpted S-curve figure, Xiao Li was certain that she was an absolute beauty, especially her chest area, which is very exaggerated. From Xiao Li's extensive experience from his previous life, he has at least reached the E level. It might even be G. With such a stunning figure, even if her looks are ordinary, she's enough to make any man fascinated. Suddenly, at that very moment, the system's voice rang in Xiao Li's mind. A goddess has been detected beside the host. The system has automatically bound the host to the goddess Suya. Currently, the favorability is 30%, and 30 points have been earned. Suya. The name sounds quite nice. Xiao Li thought to himself with a soft praise. Soon, the woman, wearing high heels, swayed her hips and walked slowly into the office with elegant steps. As soon as the woman entered, Xiao Li caught a whiff of an intoxicating fragrance. It's refreshing and captivating. The woman's true appearance gradually became clear in sight. The moment Xiao Li could see the woman clearly, he was violently shaken. He admitted that he was truly amazed. Even though he was already used to seeing beautiful women, even with stunning beauties like Suya and Lin Yuner by his side, his gaze still involuntarily became dazed at this moment. The woman looked to be around 30 years old, with a blend of charm and authority in her expression. She exudes a mature and captivating charm. She wore a fiery red cheongsam that tightly wrapped her perfectly curvaceous body, especially her incredibly full bust, which seemed ready to burst the cheongsam at any moment. At the slit of her cheongsam, her long, slender, and shapely legs were faintly visible as she walked. The pair of red high heels that matched the color of her cheongsam further accentuated her beauty. The woman's true appearance amazed Xiao Li. Her long, slightly wavy hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her fair skin was smooth, delicate, and supple. Her eyebrows are like a pair of curved willow leaves, light and graceful. Her eyes were moist and captivating, like a pool of intoxicating wine, exuding an amazing charm even without being deliberate. Those lips were as red and luscious as cherries, making one want to taste them. If I had to describe this woman in one sentence, it would be, this is a mature and alluring woman, so mature that she could exude charm at any moment. Whether it's Suya, Lin Yuner, or Mingchin, in terms of appearance alone, they might not be much worse than this woman. However, in terms of temperament, they are far inferior to the woman in front of them. Especially the allure she exudes at all times is something that ordinary women can never possess. Such an exquisite beauty, even a god couldn't resist her. Not to mention Xiao Li, a mere mortal. Fortunately, Xiao Li had seen countless women, and although he was greatly amazed by the woman, he quickly managed to pull himself back to his senses. He quickly looked away to avoid making a fool of himself. Although he managed to hide quickly, the beautiful mature woman still managed to catch him. She then walked gracefully to Xiao Li. They stopped when the two were less than 5 centimeters apart. At this moment, The woman's chest was extremely close to Xiao Li's. Just a tiny bit more forward and she would touch Xiao Li's chest, which was beating a little faster. The beautiful woman, Su Exine, looked at Xiao Li with her beautiful eyes, her red lips slightly upturned. She stretched out a long, slender, snow-white hand, suddenly hooked Xiao Li's chin, and lifted his face up. She drew his gaze into her eyes and parted her lips slightly. "Little guy, you're the first man who's ever dared to look me in the eye so brazenly." The woman's breath was as fragrant as orchids, and the scent touched Xiao Li's face, seemingly tempting him. But there was a hint of danger in his tone. If it were an ordinary, innocent young boy right now, he would probably be blushing and at a loss for words. However, the woman was now facing Xiao Li. "Having dated so many girlfriends that I can't even count them on two hands, I'm not about to let myself easily fall into a passive situation." He suddenly stepped forward, his chest pressing against the woman's. This scene immediately made Wang Qian, Zhou Jiangwo, and the principal and vice principal's eyelids twitch. Xiao Li is incredibly audacious. Especially Wang Qian and his companion, who knew the woman's identity, were so shocked that their hearts almost jumped out of their chests. Xiao Li actually dared to take advantage of this female demon. Does he have a death wish? Others may not know, but they are well aware that once this woman goes mad, she doesn't care about your talent or status. She will kill without blinking an eye. At this moment, the woman was also slightly taken aback by Xiao Li's bold move. However, before she could get angry, Xiao Li's eyes suddenly softened yet became resolute, and he slowly said, "You know what? From the very first moment I saw you, I knew I had already made up my mind. You are the woman I will protect with my life. Your appearance is like a ray of light in my life, illuminating my world and making it no longer a dark place. I, Xiao Li, hereby swear that from this day forward, I will give everything to love you, for all eternity. Are you willing to give me this chance?" Friendly reminder, you can skip these chapters if you don't like them, they can't be edited now. Chapter 33, give me a chance, okay? The extremely cheesy love word sent chills down the spines of Wang Qian and the other three who were listening. My teeth almost fell out from the sourness. It's so sour. That's so damn cheesy. The four of them looked at Xiao Li with shock in their eyes. They couldn't believe that such cheesy love talk would come from the mouth of a 19-year-old. What shocked them even more was that the woman's gaze as she looked at Xiao Li actually showed a hint of dazedness, and the allure in her eyes seemed to intensify. It seemed that Xiao Li's words had touched her heartstrings. However, the woman was no ordinary person, and she quickly snapped out of her daze. She took a few steps back, and a faint blush appeared on her stunningly beautiful face. She didn't know what was wrong with herself just now. She should have gotten angry, but the sweet words Xiao Li uttered to her, and the masculine scent he exhaled on her face. In addition, the burning heat from their chests pressed together caused her to feel a rare surge of emotion. I almost couldn't help but say, "I'm willing," along with Xiao Li. Fortunately, she woke up in time, thus avoiding that embarrassing situation. Su Exine looked at Xiao Li again, her red lips slightly pursed, and said casually, "You little rascal, you've got some nerve. I underestimated you. These old-fashioned love lines are better saved for fooling young girls. Using that to me will only have the opposite effect." After saying that, Su Exine's beautiful eyes turned cold, and she raised her jade hand, palm facing Xiao Li. The next moment, a powerful and scorching aura surged forth, enveloping Xiao Li. Xiao Li suddenly felt as if he had fallen into a molten lava inferno, and his whole body felt like it was about to be burned. At the same time, it felt as if a 1,000-pound burden was pressing down on him, making it extremely difficult for him to even breathe. However, at the same time, he also received a message from the system in his mind. "Congratulations, host. Your favorability with Goddess Su Exine has reached 40%, earning you 10 points. Dean Su Exine, please have mercy. Xiao Li didn't mean to offend us. Xiao Li is an SSS-level superhuman. Dean Su Exine, stop immediately." Wang Qian and Zhou Jiangwo saw Su Exine attack Xiao Li. They were shocked and immediately cried out. The principal and vice principal were also nervous. If this terrifyingly powerful woman accidentally kills Xiao Li, their hard-won opportunity to curry favor with her will be gone. Dean. Xiao Li, who was under immense pressure and torment, suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. Su Exine, the dean of Phoenix Academy? He had just thought Su Exine was just a teacher at Phoenix Academy. After all, she looks to be only around 30 years old. So young and beautiful, no one would associate her with the dean of such a large academy. Xiaoli had previously guessed that the dean of Phoenix Academy would be an old woman in her 60s or 70s. I never expected her to be such a mature, gorgeous, and stunningly beautiful woman with a hot body. Good heavens. How did Suya manage to get the dean of Phoenix Academy to come over in person? No wonder Wang Qian and Zhou Zhengwo were so wary of Su Xian. She's the dean of Phoenix Academy, which explains everything. Although Phoenix Academy is not as prestigious as Military Academy and Azure Dragon Academy, it is still one of the top universities in the country. How could the dean be weak in terms of strength? Su Xian glanced at Wang Qian and Zhou Zhengwo, her tone cold and authoritative. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Get out of the way and watch. It's none of your business to speak. Wang Qian and his companion exchanged a glance and truly dared not utter another sound. As top-tier instructors and chief instructors of two prestigious academies, they shouldn't be so timid. Unfortunately, Su Xian's infamous reputation was too great. Even if the deans of the two academies, Songlong and Military, came, Su Xian would still dare to point her finger at them and curse them. Not to mention the teachers and instructors. Seeing Wang Qian and the other man being scolded like grandsons, Xiaoli felt even more admiration for the beautiful mature woman in front of him. This woman is really domineering. However, the more this happened, the more Xiaoli felt a desire to conquer her. He ignored the expressions on other people's faces. Despite the pressure and burning sensation, she walked step by step with difficulty towards Su Xian's direction. Su Xian's beautiful eyes remained cold, but a hint of surprise flickered deep within them. Although the pressure he released on Xiaoli was just a casual gesture, it was definitely not something a newly awakened little guy could withstand. Not to mention, he was able to move even under her pressure. Interesting. Su Xian felt a surge of curiosity. She wanted to test the limits of this little guy who dared to take advantage of her and say sweet words to her. Therefore, the pressure exerted on Xiaoli gradually increased. Xiaoli kept walking forward. Each step he took felt as heavy as a mountain. Sweat quickly soaked his clothes, and his bones made cracking noises from the pressure. Clearly, the pressure was too terrifying for him. Even with his A-level ability of physical enhancement, he would still find it difficult to withstand such pressure. The intense heat made his pain even worse. Despite this, he did not bow his head, but stared straight at Su Xian with unwavering determination in his eyes. With another step taken, the pressure has intensified. Xiaoli bent his knees, but before he could be forced to kneel, violent lightning suddenly flashed across his body. Thunder crackled and pulsed within and around Xiaoli's body. It relieved his stress instantly. Su Xian was surprised again. The pressure she just released was something that even ordinary third or fourth-tier ability users would find difficult to withstand. Unexpectedly, Xiaoli withstood the attack simply by using his special ability. So this is an SSS-level superpower? It's indeed powerful. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the lightning on Xiaoli's body, and she was amazed. Then, she became even more ruthless. The pressure is mounting again. Xiaoli had just felt relieved returned, and it was even heavier than before. However, the lightning on his body grew thicker and more violent, confronting this immense pressure. Wang Qian and the others breathed a sigh of relief and remained silent. They could also see that Su Xian had no intention of harming Xiaoli. Since we won't kill him, then everything's fine. Finally, under Su Xian's increasingly surprised gaze, Xiaoli finally stood before her raised hand, bearing the immense pressure. He raised his hands with trembling hands and grasped Su Xian's fair white hand, his gaze fixed and unwavering as he met her beautiful eyes. Then he slowly opened his mouth and said with deep emotion, "What I just said, the oath I made. I wasn't lying to you. Every word I say is sincere. From the first moment I saw you, you left an indelible mark on my heart. So, please give me a chance. Give me a chance to stay by your side and protect you, okay?" A sudden boom echoed in Su Xian's mind. I froze on the spot. She stared blankly at Xiaoli, who was now soaked in sweat and looking disheveled from her torment. Then I saw his face, which was full of pain, but he forced a smile, and those unwavering eyes that were filled with deep affection for her. Su Xian felt a strange emotion suddenly boiling within her. That heart that had always only yearned for the pinnacle of superpowers and had never been opened to any man. At this moment, I was deeply moved. Xiaoli's clear and resolute words kept echoing in my ears. Feeling the intense heat emanating from his hands as they held mine, she spoke up. "Good. Chapter 34 is good. Good." He uttered just one word. Su Xian felt that all the emotions she had been suppressing were released after she uttered that one word. Su Xian never imagined that she would so easily agree to a man's request. And he's a young man who has only just awakened his superpowers. At that moment, her heart was in turmoil. She had previously received a message from Suya informing her that her student had awakened an SSS-level superpower. And since she was willing to join Phoenix Academy, she couldn't help but personally take action and use her superpowers to rush over as quickly as possible. The goal is to snatch people away before Azure Dragon Academy and Military Academy. She had thought it would be a normal recruitment, but she never expected that she would be so captivated by this little guy as soon as they met. Over the years, she has had countless suitors and admirers. High-ranking officials, scions of wealthy families, or even individuals with extraordinary abilities. They all belong to them. But no one has ever dared to be as bold as Xiao Li. He dared to take advantage of her and openly uttered all sorts of sweet nothings. He dared to withstand immense pressure and torment, just to stand before her and beg her for a chance to protect her. Her lifelong pursuit has always been to reach the pinnacle of supernatural ability cultivation, so she has never been involved in romantic relationships. Even her suitors, she beat them up one by one until they dared not have any interest in her anymore. But for some reason, every move Xiao Li made today seemed to throw a stone into her otherwise calm heart. It stirred ripples in her heart. Especially at this moment, despite being tormented and in a sorry state by her, I still stood firmly in front of her. Take her hand bravely and look at her sincerely. This persistence made her truly fall in love with this young man. After Su Xian said good, the system's voice rang in Xiao Li's mind again. Congratulations, host. Your favorability with Goddess Su Xian has reached 60%, earning you 20 points. 60% means that Xiao Li now holds a significant place in Su Xian's heart. How could such a powerful and stunningly beautiful woman win his favor in such a short time? This shows just how skillful Xiao Li is at flirting. Wang Qian, Zhou Jiangwo, and the principal and vice principal, the four bystanders, were completely dumbfounded. When they heard Su Xian say the word good, did we hear that right? She actually agreed? Wang Qian and Zhou Jiangwo, in particular, felt a strong sense of disbelief. They knew very well just how terrifying Su Xian's suitors were throughout the entire great Xia dynasty. Putting aside those who are far away, the current dean of Songlong Academy alone is one of her suitors. Even the dean of Songlong Academy could only return in disgrace before Su Xian. But now, this extraordinary woman, whose fearsome reputation and beauty are unparalleled in the great Xia, has actually been won over by Xiao Li in such a short time with just a few words? Wang Qian and his companion felt utterly bewildered. Has the world become too crazy, or have they fallen behind the times? At the same time, they also developed a sincere admiration for Xiao Li, a woman whom countless powerful figures, high-ranking officials, and heads of noble families could only dream of, actually fell in love with Xiao Li. How could they not admire him? At this moment, Su Xian had already concealed all her aura and pressure. She looked at Xiao Li, who was standing there with a silly grin on his face, and suddenly burst out laughing. Her smile was absolutely stunning, breathtakingly beautiful. She pulled her jade-like hand out of Xiao Li's grasp and flicked his forehead. Smack! Xiao Li winced in pain, clutching his forehead as he regained his senses. Little guy, stop grinning like an idiot. I only promised you a chance. I didn't promise you anything else. Don't be too happy yet. Su Xian blinked her alluring eyes slightly, offering a reminder. It's okay. As long as you're willing to give me this opportunity, that's enough. I will let time prove my feelings for you. Xiao Li took her hand again and said with deep affection. He wasn't just grinning like an idiot. He was simply checking the system messages. However, the fact that such a stunning beauty and a top-tier expert had fallen for him did make him quite happy. Su Xian was almost overwhelmed by her teasing. If this continues, she fears she might really fall for this little guy. She quickly withdrew her hand, then turned around, her beautiful face regaining its usual dignified expression. She walked a few steps in her high heels to the sofa and sat down. Seeing this, Xiao Li didn't stand on ceremony and took 3 steps and 2 to sit down next to Su Xian. Her mature, voluptuous, and fragrant body. Su Xian glared at him with her beautiful eyes, but she didn't chase him away. Ever since she said, okay, her tolerance for Xiao Li seems to have increased dramatically. Even though Xiao Li was taking advantage of her so blatantly, she didn't feel angry. Su Xian's phoenix eyes swept over Wang Qian and Zhou Jiangwo, and she said calmly, Wang Qian, Zhou Jiangwo. I'm taking Xiaoli with me. From now on, he'll be a student of my Phoenix Academy. You Azure Dragon and Military Academy, stop thinking about messing with him. Of course, if you want to take them away, then I'll fight you to the bitter end. Let's see if you two can take him away from me. Xiaoli secretly admired his domineering tone. This also caused Wang Qian and Zhou Jiangwo's expressions to change. Zhou Jiangwo said in a serious voice, Dean Suexine, if I may be so bold, with your esteemed academy's faculty and resources, I'm afraid you are still unable to fully unleash Xiaoli's talent. I may have been a bit harsh, but it's the truth. Xiaoli going to Phoenix Academy will only bury his talent. Wang Qian also chimed in from the side. That's right. Even if we, the Azure Dragon Academy or the Military Academy, want to cultivate Xiaoli, we must plan carefully. Phoenix Academy still has some shortcomings. What the two were saying was something Su Xian understood in her heart. Although they have never trained an SSS-level superhuman, they have trained an SS-level superhuman. The resources required to train an SS-level ability user are more than 10 times that of an S-level ability user. By the same token, the resources required to train an SSS-level ability user are at least 10 times that of an SS-level user, and may even be more. Training one SSS level is equivalent to training more than a dozen SS level at the same time. This terrifying drain on resources is something that either the Azure Dragon Academy or the Military Academy could barely withstand. But for Phoenix Academy, that would be far too difficult. Su Xian remained unmoved by their words, crossing her arms and saying, I will personally train Xiaoli from now on. As for whether I will bury his talent, that's none of your concern. Now all you need to do is get back to where you came from. Chapter 35 is not just about the master. Seeing that Su Xian was unmoved by reason, Wang Qian and the other man turned their attention to Xiaoli. After all, Xiaoli's decision is the most important. As long as he agrees, no matter how strong-willed Su Xian is, she cannot forcibly take him away. Wang Qian said seriously, Xiaoli, listen to me, go to my Azure Dragon Academy. In the future, when you grow up, what kind of woman can't you get? As long as you have enough power, you don't even need to do anything. Beautiful women will throw themselves at you. Zhou Jiangwo also advised, Xiaoli, strength is the foundation of everything. Everything in this world is something you can only possess if you have the strength to back it up. Do you understand? After they finished speaking, they both looked at Xiaoli, hoping to see hesitation in his eyes. If Xiaoli hesitates, it means there's an opportunity, and they have plenty of ways to persuade him. But they hadn't yet figured out anything. Su Xian, who was sitting next to Xiaoli, suddenly stretched out her jade finger and lifted Xiaoli's chin. She pulled his face toward hers and whispered, Xiaoli, the vow you made to me just now, it wasn't just empty talk, was it? 35. The two were now standing close together, their cheeks almost touching. Xiaoli could still smell the pleasant fragrance emanating from her mouth as she spoke. Her captivating eyes stared directly into Xiaoli's eyes, as if they were about to overflow with tears. Even Xiaoli couldn't stand it. This woman is so alluring. It's as if she was born with this charm. Every smile, every gesture, every glance is enough to make any man fall deeply in love and unable to extricate himself. Xiaoli suddenly said gently, I swear an oath that I will never break unless I die. I will always be by your side, growing until I can shield you from the wind and rain and shoulder everything for you. So trust me, okay? Su Xian was slightly taken aback. My heartstrings were plucked once again. She saw sincerity in Xiaoli's eyes, without a trace of falsehood. At this moment, in her eyes, Xiaoli no longer looked like that young boy. Instead, he is a man with a towering figure who can stand in front of her and shield her from all the storms. With her red lips slightly pursed, Su Xian subconsciously nodded gently and uttered that word once again. Good. For some reason, she, who was domineering and dignified in front of others, always couldn't help but go along with Xiaoli's wishes when facing him. This feeling was very strange and novel to her. However, she didn't dislike this feeling. On the contrary, she was quite happy about it. Am I really about to be won over by this little guy? Su Xian thought to herself, and a blush crept onto her pretty face, making her look even more stunningly beautiful. Even Wang Qian and his companion were stunned. But no one has ever seen Su Xian, the dean of Phoenix Academy, blush like this before. It's absolutely gorgeous. However, they only glanced at it before immediately looking away, not daring to look any longer. Xiaoli turned around, looked at Wang Qian and the other two, and said firmly, "You two don't need to persuade me anymore. I will only choose Phoenix Academy, and that won't change." Wang Qian and Zhou Jiangwo exchanged a glance. They could tell that Xiao Li had truly made up his mind. At that moment, the two could only sigh helplessly. An SSS-level superhuman just missed out on their academy. This is undoubtedly a huge loss for them. That's a future powerhouse. From that #1 powerhouse of the Great Xia Kingdom, who has already stood at the pinnacle of the world, one can see just how magnificent an SSS-level individual will be in the future. Once Xiao Li grows up, even if he doesn't reach the level of that being, he won't be much worse off. Now they can only watch helplessly as Xiao Li, such a promising talent, is snatched away. They've tried to persuade him, and promised him all the benefits he was promised. But they still couldn't move Xiao Li, and they were at their wits' end. Wang Qian stood up and said to Xiao Li, "Since you insist on this choice, then I have nothing more to say. I hope you've made the right decision. My great Xia needs a second pillar. I'm sorry to have troubled you. I'll take my leave now." Zhou Jiangwo also stood up, his face solemn as he said, "I'm leaving too. Xiao Li, keep up the good work. The world is no longer as peaceful as it used to be. Many potential dangers are surfacing, and a major war could break out at any time. I hope that I can see your brilliance on the battlefield then." Xiao Li stood up and nodded to the two of them. "I understand." Zhou Jiangwo's words inexplicably reminded him of the country's sudden arrangement for secondary school students to take exams early and enter higher education institutions ahead of time. It's unclear whether the truth behind this is related to what Zhou Jiangwo said. If he couldn't figure it out, he stopped thinking about it. There's no point in thinking too much right now. The most important thing is to focus on becoming stronger. With enough strength, he can handle any crisis with ease. After Wang Qian and his companion left, the two elderly principals, the principal and the vice principal, also quickly left under the pretext of inspecting the school. Before leaving, he also picked up the office door that Su Xian had knocked down and put it back up to block it. Their original intention was to help Xiao Li choose a suitable academy. However, Xiao Li has already decided on his future direction, so there's nothing more for them to do here. And that woman, who looked like she stepped out of a painting, was glancing at them intentionally or unintentionally. The danger in his eyes grew stronger. "If you stay here as a third wheel, you might get a beating later. So let's get out of here quickly." Su Xian remained in the huge principal's office. Su Xian stood up gracefully, her beautiful eyes carefully examining Xiao Li from head to toe. Xiao Li felt quite uncomfortable under her alluring gaze. This woman's eyes seem to have a magical power. Wherever she looks, I get goosebumps. Su Xian's lips curved slightly, seemingly quite pleased with Xiao Li's distressed appearance. This little guy made all sorts of bold moves on her the moment they met, even suppressing her originally assertive personality. Now that they're alone together, she's starting to regain some of the initiative. "Little one, my name is Su Xian, and I am the current dean of Phoenix Academy." Su Xian introduced herself. Xiao Li already knew Su Xian's name. He still feigned surprise and praised her. "Su Xian, what a beautiful name." Su Xian smiled faintly. "Of course, I will also be your future. Well, you could say your master. I will personally instruct you in your future studies and cultivation at Phoenix Academy." Xiao Li interrupted. "It's not just master." Su Xian blushed slightly and rolled her beautiful eyes at him. Fine. As long as you have the ability, I'll do anything you want. Is there a reward for Chapter 36? Xiao Li chuckled. Then Su Xian continued. "Little one, I'll stay with you for the next few days until your exams are over. Then I'll take you to Phoenix Academy. It's also a good time to take advantage of these few days to tell me all the details about your superpowers, including your training progress, and so on. That way I can figure out some training methods and tasks to help you progress faster. As for the enrollment procedures, you don't need to worry about them. I will arrange all the complicated matters for you. You just need to focus on your cultivation." There's another mission?" Xiao Li asked, puzzled. Su Xian glanced at him with her phoenix eyes. "Of course there will be a mission. If you want to become stronger, how can I let you just bury yourself in cultivation every day? Practical experience and training are also the most important aspects of enhancing strength." Xiao Li nodded. Of course he knew that. Bullied by students from military academy? It's just that they don't have as much practical experience as the others. A superhuman who only knows how to cultivate is completely different from a superhuman who frequently fights and kills people and mutated beasts. With sufficient combat experience, there are countless examples of lower-level players defeating higher-level players. Xiao Li's question wasn't meant to imply fear of the mission. He looked at Su Xian's beautiful face and asked with a smile, "Is there a reward for the mission?" "Of course. As long as you can complete the mission, you can get all kinds of spirit stones and materials, or even supernatural abilities and secret techniques." Su Xian replied. However, Xiaoli shook his head, then suddenly leaned closer to her and whispered, "I meant the other rewards." "Other rewards?" Su Xian asked, slightly puzzled. Xiaoli shamelessly said, "For example, if I complete the mission, you can hold my hand, hug me, or let me kiss you. Or perhaps..." He suddenly leaned close to Su Xian's ear and whispered something. The next moment, Su Xian's pretty face was instantly flushed with a captivating blush. She swung her fist and delivered a powerful blow to Xiao Li's stomach. Puff! The sudden punch almost made Xiao Li spit out a mouthful of blood. Clutching his stomach, he curled up like a shrimp. Su Xian glared at him with her beautiful eyes, feigning anger, and said, "You brat, how dare you push your luck like this, actually wanting me to do that kind of thing. Do you believe I'll castrate you right now?" Xiao Li waited for a while until the pain subsided before straightening up. He wasn't angry about taking that heavy punch. After all, any woman would want to hit someone if she heard such a shameless request. Not to mention a super strong person like Su Xian. If it were anyone else, and they dared to say something like that to her, they'd probably be beaten to death. Xiao Li walked back to Su Xian. Ignoring the anger in her eyes, he grabbed the hand she had just used to hit someone, gently blew on it, and said with concern, "Does your hand hurt from typing? Let me blow on it for you." Su Xian was both annoyed and amused. She withdrew her hand and raised it to knock Xiao Li's head again. Xiao Li closed his eyes and stood still, letting her hit him. But just before his hand was about to touch his forehead, Su Xian suddenly pulled back. Then, he extended a slender, jade-like finger and flicked it gently. Xiao Li opened his eyes and saw that Su Xian's anger had subsided considerably, so he smiled and said, "You're not angry anymore, are you?" Su Xian snorted, "Of course I'm angry. What kind of things are going on in your head all day long at such a young age?" Xiao Li blinked, then suddenly stepped forward, put his arm around her waist, and leaned close to ask, "Then, can you grant me the reward I mentioned earlier?" "Cannot." But the next moment, she was kissed by Xiao Li. After a long while, Xiao Li released her and whispered, "Promise me, okay?" Her breathing was slightly rapid, and she mumbled, "Oh no." As soon as she finished speaking, her lips were kissed again. "Is it okay now?" "Good. Congratulations, host. Your favorability with Goddess Su Xian has reached 70%, earning you 10 points. Chapter 37 Azure Dragon. The Dean of the Military Academy arrives in person. Xiao Li scooped up Su Xian's fragrant, soft body and gently placed her on the sofa. He sat down next to her. After a long pause, Su Xian finally had the strength to reach out and grab Xiao Li's ear, gritting her teeth as she said, "You brat, how many girls have you tried this trick on?" "She's not stupid." Xiao Li used such skillful methods to easily win her over, so she obviously wouldn't be the first person he conquered. "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!" Xiao Li cried out in pain as his ear was pulled. Su Xian snorted coldly before releasing him. Xiao Li rubbed his ears awkwardly and said, "Not many, just 2 or 3. However, he was silently reciting in his heart, "There are only 2 or 3 in this lifetime." Su Xinyu clenched her fist, a surge of jealousy rising in her heart. She almost couldn't resist giving Xiao Li a stomach stab again, but she managed to hold it in. "Aren't they all girls from this school?" she asked irritably. Xiao Li nodded. "Yeah, I guess so. Lin Yuner and Mingchin are both, while Suya is a teacher, but she is also considered to be from Lingwu Academy." Su Xian continued, "I'll give you a few acceptance letters. Let them all join Phoenix Academy." Xiao Li looked at her in surprise. "You don't mind?" Su Xian turned her face away and said coldly, "What do I care about? I'm nobody to you. At most I'm just your teacher. Having some people you know study and cultivate with you should be more effective." Xiao Li chuckled inwardly. This woman has a strong and domineering personality, and she exudes a queen-like aura in public. "I never expected you to have such an adorable side, saying one thing but meaning another." Xiao Li whispered in her ear, "You are the one I love the most." In short, Su Xian's discomfort vanished instantly. She slapped away Xiao Li's restless hands, giving him a flirtatious glare. "Don't think you can keep fooling me with sweet talk. I'll deal with you slowly later." Xiao Li chuckled. "Then I'll have to trouble my precious Su Xian from now on." The word, baby, immediately made Su Xian's skin crawl with nausea. She was about to speak when, as if sensing something, she turned to look outside the office. Soon, a loud voice suddenly rang out in the air outside. Dean Suxian, please come out and meet me. Then another gentle voice came. Suxian, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Is that all right? Xiaoli asked in confusion. Who has come? Suxian pursed her red lips, her expression slightly solemn. The dean of the military academy, Long Zhantian. Chun Xinji, dean of Azure Dragon Academy. It seems that Wang Qian and the other person reported your intention to join Phoenix Academy to them. These two guys came here in person to snatch him away. Xiaoli's heart sank when he heard these two names. The deans of the two top academies are probably no weaker than Suxian. These two high and mighty figures actually came all the way for him. It seems things are really going to escalate today. Xiaoli grasped Suxian's hand and said firmly, I will only go to Phoenix Academy. Suxian turned around and gave him a stunning smile. Don't worry, they can't take you away. As she said this, Suxian stood up. With Xiaoli was gone, replaced by the majesty and domineering aura of a strong person. She lifted her foot and walked step by step toward the door in her high heels. Red flames began to rise from the beautiful body wrapped in a red cheongsam, and the intense heat spread out. With each step the high heels took, the red flames surged ever more fiercely. At this moment, Suxian is like a goddess of fire who controls all the fires in the world, high above, just like a deity. SS level fire spirit body. Peak of tier 9. Xiaoli followed behind Suxian, but did not feel the slightest burning sensation. It was clear that Suxian had deliberately isolated the influence of her own supernatural abilities on Xiaoli. This also indirectly shows just how amazing Suxian's control over her superpowers has reached. Su Xinyu gently tapped the blocked door with her finger, and a tiny flame flew out from her fingertip like a dancing sprite, landing on the office door. Call. The flames suddenly grew larger and instantly burned the door panel to ashes. Then he and Xiaoli walked out of the office one after the other. Xiaoli stepped out of the office. He looked up. Immediately, they saw two people standing in midair not far away. One of the two looked to be only around 30 years old, with a gentle and refined demeanor. With long hair hanging down naturally, and dressed in a white robe, he looked like an ancient scholar. The other person looked to be around 40 years old, with a buzz cut, a resolute face, and a determined look in his eyes. On his right cheek, there is a hideous scar, as if it had been scratched by the claws of some ferocious beast. He was wearing a black vest and military trousers. His muscular arms were exposed, and his muscular body was outlined under his tight vest. Neither of them needed any external force. They simply floated in mid-air. These two are the deans of the two military academies of Tsanglong. Xiaoli thought to himself. The two of them were quite different from what he had imagined. Especially the dean of Azure Dragon Academy. Wow, so young. It has to be said that with his elegant and charming appearance, he would probably be a heartthrob if he were outside. At this moment, Suxian's gentle voice softly sounded in his ear. Don't be fooled by their appearance. At our level, lifespan increases dramatically. Living for hundreds or even thousands of years is not a problem. And one's appearance will also improve as one's abilities evolve and will not age. They look like they're only in their 30s or 40s, but they're actually both over 50. Xiaoli suddenly realized. This kind of information can only be known by those who have reached an extremely high level of supernatural ability, and Suya never taught them any of this. However, looking at Suxian's stunningly beautiful face, which appeared to be around 30 years old, he asked, somewhat recklessly. Then, Suxian, how old are you now? Suxian couldn't help but turn around and give him a light glare. Xiaoli immediately shrank his neck, but still looked at her. Although it's impolite to ask a woman's age, he still wanted to know the answer. Suxian gritted her teeth and said, I'm different from them. My current appearance reflects my age. Don't let your mind wander. After saying that, she stretched out her jade-like finger and tapped Xiaoli's head. Oh, that's good. Xiaoli chuckled, feeling a slight sense of relief. Although the lifespan of those with superpowers is greatly increased, a difference of several decades is not a big deal. But Xiaoli still didn't want the age difference between him and Suxian to be too big. Suxian rolled her eyes at him, naturally knowing what the little guy was thinking. At this time, had an inadvertent look of infatuation in his eyes when he saw Suxian appear. But when he saw Suxian and Xiaoli's somewhat intimate actions, he couldn't help but frown. He spoke in a gentle tone. Suxian, how have you been? Suxian swept her phoenix eyes over and said bluntly, don't come, and I'll be fine. Chapter 38 Two Prodigies in One Family. Xiao Li, who was listening from the side, immediately burst into laughter. I never expected Su Xian to know how to roast people like that. I love it. Dean Shinji of the Azure Dragon Academy choked for a moment, then smiled wryly. We've known each other for a long time. There's no need to be so impolite on our first meeting, is there? Su Xian's pretty face remained expressionless. She merely snorted coldly and said, Shinji, you and Long Zhantian rushed here so urgently. Wasn't it just to snatch someone away? Since we're going to fight sooner or later, why bother with polite words? At this moment, Long Zhantian, with his resolute face and bulging muscles, spoke. Dean Su Xian, now that you know why we're here, can you release them? You should understand that your Phoenix Academy is not capable of training even one SSS-level superhuman. Entrusting him to our two academies is the best arrangement for him. Having said that, he turned to look at Xiao Li beside Su Xian, a rare smile appearing on his resolute face. Young man, you must be the young man who awakened a 3S-level talent ability. I've already heard most of what Zhou Jiangwo has to say about your situation. Come to my military academy. I can personally train you. If you like beautiful girls, there are plenty of pretty girls in my academy. You can choose any of them. I believe that once they know your talent, they will all be willing to follow you. Not to be outdone, Shinji spoke gently to Xiao Li. Xiao Li, come study at my Azure Dragon Academy, and I can personally teach you. Your sister Xiao Xiao was very happy after she found out that you had awakened an SSS-level superpower. She misses you a lot right now. Come with me to Azure Dragon Academy, and you two siblings can be reunited. With your amazing talents, you two siblings will definitely become the two brightest new stars in our great Xia kingdom. It has to be said that Shinji was also very shocked when he received the news that the newly born SSS-level superpowered awakener was actually Xiao Zhao's younger brother. The Xiao family, a small but wealthy family in Linqing, has produced two extraordinary geniuses. Although they also found out that Xiao Xiao was not born to Zhao's father and mother, she still came from the Xiao family. Zhao's parents were just ordinary B-level ability users, yet they were so lucky. It's one thing that the adopted girl is SS level, but the biological son is a terrifying SSS level. Two prodigies in one family. That's truly terrifying. At this time, before Xiao Li could speak, Su Xian took a few graceful steps and stepped in front of him, saying coldly, Xiao Li will never go with you. He's already a member of Phoenix Academy. You'd better leave now, or don't blame me for not showing any mercy later. Long Zhantian twisted his neck and wrists, and his bones cracked. Dean Su Xian, I admit that you are indeed very strong. Even if I were to face you one-on-one, I wouldn't have much of a chance of winning. But there are two of us now. If we really fight, you alone probably can't stop us. What Long Zhantian said was true. Su Xian's strength ranks among the top in the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Even compared to the deans of those two top academies, they are not inferior. But if she wants to protect Xiao Li, she needs to get past both of them at the same time. Even if Su Xian is incredibly strong, the two of them working together will undoubtedly be defeated. However, despite this, Su Xian's pretty face remained unmoved, and her tone remained icy. Then you should give it a try. Shinji sighed. Su Xian, after all these years, you should know how I feel about you. If you want someone else or something else, I can give it to you. But Xiao Li's matter is of utmost importance. He deserves the best training, as it concerns the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Therefore, I absolutely cannot back down on this matter. Su Xian in surprise. Good heavens, so this Shinji actually likes Su Xian too? My Su Xian is so charming that even the dean of Songlong Academy is her suitor. Come to think of it, how many men could resist the charm of a woman as perfect as Su Xian? Xiao Li suddenly felt a sense of pride. Judging from Shinji's appearance, he's probably been in unrequited love for many years. Su Xian didn't give him a friendly look at all. Su Xian today, and we've already developed a rather intimate relationship. The difference is obvious. I told you, you're not taking Xiao Li away today. At this moment, Su Xian said no more, closed her phoenix eyes, and then suddenly opened them again. Her alluring eyes turned crimson at that moment, and two flames surged from the corners of her eyes. The surging flames on her delicate body suddenly swept out like a storm. She turned to Xiao Li and whispered, You stay here, I won't let them take you away. Watch closely, today I'll teach you your first lesson, the battle between the strong. Good. Xiao Li nodded and said with concern, Be careful. Yes, don't worry. Su Xian's lips curved slightly, revealing a smile. She was very happy to hear Xiao Li's concern. Then, her shapely legs, clad in red high heels, stepped forward. With one step, her figure soared into the air like a phoenix taking flight, transforming into a streak of meteoric flame. As he passed Chen Xianji and his companion, he spoke with an air of dominance. Enough with the nonsense, let's fight. Let's see who's the best. Fire from a higher vantage point, so as not to hurt the children at the school. With that, flames enveloped her as she continued to fly higher into the sky. Chen Xianji and Long Zhantian exchanged a glance, then looked at the students in the academy below and nodded slightly. This battle also provides an opportunity for them to let these students and children directly understand the power of superhumans. Not only this Lingwu Academy, but also other awakened children in the Great Xia. The world is no longer as stable as it used to be. A crisis is looming. Early on can inspire these children to grow up faster. Therefore, this battle is not only for Xiao Li, but also for these children, so we must try to make it as exciting as possible. The two figures rose into the sky one after the other. And at this very moment, the commotion here has been noticed by many people. The teachers and students of Lingwu Academy, in particular, clearly saw the three figures flying into the air. Countless students poured out of the classroom, looking up at the sky with surprise and uncertainty, and discussing among themselves. Hey look, this is empty air. That's right. I heard my teacher teach me that it's a technique that only top-tier ability users of at least the 8th rank can master. Who are these three people? They are all experts at the 8th rank or above. And they're even flying over our Lingwu Academy. What are they trying to do? They look like they're about to fight. Is it that exciting? Wow, we've never witnessed a battle between such powerful individuals before. Quick, record it with your phone. Did you see that figure engulfed in flames? I saw her face. My God, she's so beautiful. I've never seen such a beautiful woman before. Of course I saw it. Her aura was simply amazing. Even the four most beautiful girls in our number 7 middle school probably couldn't compare. She's incredibly powerful and so beautiful. She's practically the perfect goddess in my eyes. I've made up my mind. From now on, she will be my ultimate goal. One day, I will become as strong as her, and then go to confess my feelings to her. Brother, people can have dreams, but they can't be fantasies. Stop daydreaming. Do I have to wake you up? My pee is yellow. Get out. Chapter 39. The war begins. The school was in an uproar. However, no teacher came out to send the students back to continue their lessons, because the teachers were also paying attention to this rare sight in the sky. The principal and vice principal, who were patrolling a classroom, were now standing in the corridor, also looking at the three people in the sky. The vice principal pointed at Chen Xianji and Long Zhantian, then looked at the principal in shock. Old Lu, those two aren't. The principal nodded solemnly and said, That's right. It's them. It looks like they came here in person to snatch them away. It seems the dean of Phoenix Academy will have a hard time keeping Xiao Li now. The vice principal exclaimed. Xiao Li really has a lot of influence. Even these two have come personally to recruit him. Nonsense. With Xiao Li's SSS level talent, this kind of treatment is perfectly normal. These two deans probably assumed that Xiao Li would choose one of them, which is why they didn't come in person at first. But unexpectedly, things went wrong. Xiao Li actually chose Phoenix Academy, and the dean of Phoenix Academy even came in person. The two of them couldn't sit still any longer and rushed over to snatch him away. That's what the principal said. This is going to be interesting. I wonder what the final outcome will be, the vice principal said. Hey, the outcome doesn't matter to us. We won't lose out no matter which academy Xiao Li joins, so we'll just have to watch. You're right. The two old men both wore expressions of enjoying the show and chuckled. Some students nearby felt a chill run down their spines when they saw the two men's smiles. Are these still the principal and vice principal of their Lingwu Academy? Why is he laughing so lewdly? Inside the office. At this moment, Suya was arranging various information and arrangements for Xiao Li to join Phoenix Academy. She was actually quite happy that Xiao Li was going to join Phoenix Academy, because she was also planning to resign from her job at Lingwu Academy and go to Phoenix Academy to help her aunt manage the academy. If Xiao Li chooses to go to Tsanglong or the military academy, the two of them will have fewer opportunities to meet. However, now that Xiao Li is going to Phoenix Academy, she no longer needs to worry about this issue, so she is naturally very happy. Just then, Suya suddenly heard a commotion outside, and her delicate brows furrowed slightly. She got up, opened the office door, and went out. Suddenly, from the students' discussions and gazes in the adjacent corridor, they turned their heads and saw what was happening in the sky. When she saw Qin Xianji, Long Zhantian, and her aunt Su Xian, her pretty face immediately changed. Oh no, they actually came in person. She hurriedly ran towards the principal's office. My aunt and people from the Azure Dragon Military Academy have arrived. Xiaoli should be there too. When she arrived at the principal's office, she indeed saw Xiaoli standing at the door. Suya quickly came to his side and asked, Xiaoli, are you alright? Xiaoli turned around and saw that it was Suya and immediately smiled and said, what could possibly be wrong with me? Suya's beautiful eyes swept over his body from head to toe before she nodded and said, it's good that you're alright. Then she looked up at the sky and said worriedly, the deans of Azure Dragon Academy and Military Academy have actually come in person. I wonder if my aunt can handle it all by herself. Xiaoli was taken aback upon hearing this. Your aunt? Suya replied matter-of-factly. Yes, you should have met my aunt by now, right? How did your conversation go? Then she slapped her forehead and apologized to Xiaoli. Oh right, I forgot to tell you. Su Xian, the dean of Phoenix Academy. As she spoke, she pointed with her jade-like finger to the graceful figure in the sky, standing amidst a sea of fire, exuding a powerful and surging aura. Xiaoli stared at her in disbelief, opened his mouth, and stammered as he spoke. Su Xian, is she your aunt? But she is so young. Suya explained. Because my maternal grandparents had my mother earlier, and my aunt was born to my maternal grandparents when my parents were about to get married. So my aunt is only 5 or 6 years older than me. However, my aunt is very powerful. She awakened an SS-level superpower and also has extremely high talent in cultivation. Moreover, he is very diligent and single-minded in his cultivation, so his progress is extremely fast. At such a young age, his strength has already caught up with that of the older generation of experts. Xiaoli, what's wrong? You don't look well. As Suya was talking, she suddenly noticed that Xiaoli was acting a little strange, so she couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Xiaoli swallowed, feeling a bit thirsty. This is just amazing. But how should this be calculated later? Should Suya call Su Xian's sister? Or should she call him uncle? It's so messy. Suya stared at Xiaoli with some suspicion. Knowing Xiaoli as she did, she knew that the brat must have done something wrong to have that expression on his face. Considering Xiaoli's philandering ways and the fact that his expression changed when she heard her mention her aunt, she immediately guessed what was going on. Are you? Suya had only asked half a question when suddenly a huge roar resounded in the sky. Boom! Xiaoli and Suya looked up at the same time. Su Xian and Qin Xianji had already started fighting in the sky. Su Xian stood on flames, hovering in midair. With a wave of her jade hand, a vast sea of fire was suddenly compressed into a huge fireball with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters. The fireball was compressed, and its color changed from crimson to dark red. A terrifyingly high temperature emanated from the fireball, distorting the surrounding space. Su Xian goes all out from the start. This wasn't the first time she had fought against Qin Xianji and Long Zhantian. They even teamed up to fight the mutant beasts, and they were quite familiar with the beasts' abilities. Therefore, testing is completely pointless. Upon seeing this, Qin Xianji and Long Zhantian's expressions also hardened. Su Xian is extremely powerful, and even they dare not underestimate her. Since you want to fight, then let's fight. I also want to see if Dean Su Xian's strength has improved recently. Drink. Long Zhantian roared, his muscles bulged rapidly, and his body suddenly grew to a massive size of 20 or 30 meters. 2 horns sprouted from its head, and black lines appeared on its skin, forming a peculiar symbol. He clenched his fists and casually swung them, creating a terrifying storm beneath his fists with astonishing power. But strangely enough, his ordinary black vest and military trousers didn't tear as his body grew bigger. Instead, it grew larger along with the body, yet it still clung tightly to the body. The material of this outfit is quite extraordinary. His enormous body immediately caused a stir among the people below. Clearly, no one expected that Long Zhantian could transform into such a massive giant. Su Xian, whose face was charming but whose eyes were cold, and couldn't help but sigh. He didn't make any movement, and there wasn't even any fluctuation of supernatural power on his body. But the space around him was constantly churning and rippling like ocean waves, as if some invisible force was fluctuating within it. Su Xian looked at the two of them with her beautiful eyes and waved her jade hand. Without any mercy, he blasted out the huge, dark red fireball. The fireball streaked across the sky and hurtled down on them. Seeing this, Long Zhantian made the first move. He took a step forward. The air beneath his feet was compressed and exploded, and he shot out like a cannonball. He clenched his right fist and smashed it head-on into the fireball. He actually intended to take Su Xian's attack head-on. Boom! The fist collided with the fireball, and the fireball exploded. A terrifying wave of fire swept across the sky like a storm. Long Zhantian was completely engulfed by the explosion of the fireball. Chapter 40, Existing for Fire. Swept across the sky. Even from this distance, people on the ground could still feel the scorching heat hitting them. This power is absolutely terrifying. Is this the power of a high-level superhuman? Looking at the overwhelming waves of fire in the sky, Xiao Li's eyes shone with excitement. Will he one day reach, or even surpass that level? Suya, who was standing to the side, said, "My aunt and the deans of the Canglong Military Academy are both peak level 9 experts. And they are all SS level ability users. Their strength is evenly matched. That dean of the military academy, Long Zhantian, possesses the SS level demonic dragon body, and his physical strength is extremely powerful. Whether it's attack, defense, or speed, it's all extremely terrifying. With a single punch, even a powerhouse of the same level wouldn't dare to take it head-on. And the dean of the Azure Dragon Academy, Chun Xinji, possesses an SS level ability, air manipulation. Being able to manipulate the air to attack is a terrifying superpower. My aunt will have a hard time winning against the two of them working together." As Xiaoli listened, he also secretly began to worry about Su Xian. Su Xian was actually facing two opponents with such formidable strength. He wasn't worried that Su Xian would lose, but he was worried that she would get hurt. Losing is not a big deal, because beside him was an old man of unfathomable strength, He Ming. As long as he doesn't want to leave, neither Chen Xianji nor Long Zhantian can do anything to him. But the one fighting now is Su Xian. Unless Su Xian is defeated and Chen Xianji and the other man forcibly take him away, then old man Hemming might not make a move. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have shown up. What to do? Is there any way to help Su Xian? Xiaoli frowned, racking his brains for a solution. Finally, he set his sights on the system. His ultimate cheat is the system. With his newly awakened power, even if he were SSS level, it would be impossible for him to participate in a battle between such super strong individuals right now. But he has a cheat code. As a cheater, he refused to believe he couldn't find something that could help Su Xian. Thinking it over, he kept an eye on the battle while opening the system and searching through it. On a rooftop not far from Lingwu Academy, He Ming stroked his beard, raised the gourd in his hand, tilted his head back, and drank a mouthful of spiritual wine. His gaze swept over the three figures already engaged in battle in the sky, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his half-closed old eyes. He chuckled and muttered, "This is getting more and more interesting. That little girl is quite something. Her understanding of fire has reached such a level. It seems I'm not far from breaking through to the 10th rank. However, those two lads, Chen Xianji and Long Zhantian, are no pushovers either. If that little girl loses later, I'll have to clean up the mess." Above the sky, the raging fire was instantly dissipated by Chun Xianji's sweeping of his sleeve. Long Zhantian was also revealed completely unharmed. He withstood Su Xian's terrifying fireball attack, and apart from being covered in some black ash, he was completely unharmed. Su Xian was not surprised at all when she saw this. She raised her beautiful leg and stomped the sky. The high heels made a thump sound, as if they were stepping on the ground. The sea of fire beneath their feet surged up, forming a noble and magnificent fire phoenix. The sea of fire continued to churn, and yet another sacred fire beast appeared, the vermilion bird. The phoenix and the vermilion bird looked up and let out a sharp cry in unison, loud and melodious. Then they each spewed two pillars of blazing fire toward Chen Xianji and Long Zhantian. One is crimson, the other is vermilion. This is pure phoenix flame and vermilion bird flame. On the ground, Suya's supernatural power, the vermilion bird flame, surged out uncontrollably and burned fiercely outside her body. It seemed like excitement, and also agitation. It's like finding a kindred spirit. Suya looked up at the sky, her beautiful eyes shining with reverence, and said, "My aunt's special ability is the fire spirit body, which allows her to manipulate all the fires in the world. Any flame must obey her command. And she can also use her powers to create any kind of flame, including the flames of mythical beasts like the phoenix and the vermilion bird. She seems to have been born for fire." Xiaoli remained silent, his gaze fixed on the sky, still searching for something that could influence the course of the battle. In the sky, The terrifying phoenix fire pillar was hurtling towards them. Chun Xianji's expression turned solemn as he retreated rapidly, simultaneously spreading his hands out and then slowly bringing them together inwards. Air compression. Instantly, the terrifying pillar of fire that was nearby seemed to be controlled by an invisible force, and it began to twist and be squeezed into an S shape. However, under Su Xian's control, the fire pillar still chased after Chun Xianji at a tricky angle. He was forced to retreat repeatedly. On the other side, as the vermilion pillar of fire spewed by the vermilion bird approached, even Long Zhantian, with his astonishing physical strength, felt an intense burning pain. Who had just dared to take the fireball head-on with his bare body, now dared not easily touch the vermilion pillar of fire. He waved his hand, and a huge black vortex blocked his way. The pillar of fire shot into the vortex, from which explosions like muffled thunder could be heard continuously. The black vortex surged and seemed about to be shattered by the pillar of fire at any moment. Su Xian controlled the two fiery divine birds and single-handedly held off the two powerful figures. At this moment, she stood in mid-air, her delicate body wreathed in flames, her feet resting on a sea of fire. Like a true goddess of fire, dazzling and stunning the world. Countless people on the ground were stunned. Such a goddess, I'm afraid no man could possibly be worthy of her. Su Xian, who was utterly dignified and charming in front of Shaoli, was like a goddess high above others. It inspires awe and prevents one from harboring even the slightest evil thought. Broken. Just then, Chun Xianji uttered a low shout and suddenly clasped his hands together. The pillar of fire, which he had twisted beyond recognition, finally collapsed with a roar. But his hands were trembling slightly. Meanwhile, the black vortex blocking Long Zhantian's path seemed to have reached its limit and shattered and disappeared. The dimmed vermilion pillar of fire rushed straight in and crashed hard into his massive body. Long Zhantian was forced to retreat repeatedly by the fire pillar, and finally, a pair of large hands wrapped in black light tore the fire pillar apart fiercely. The pillar of fire instantly tore apart and vanished. However, at this moment, Long Zhantian's body also showed some obvious burn marks. Clearly, he couldn't have escaped unscathed from that attack. However, Long Zhantian didn't care about this kind of injury at all. A flash of black light appeared on his body, and his burned skin quickly healed, returning to its original state in the blink of an eye. Long Zhantian looked at Su Xian and said in a deep voice, Dean Su Xian has indeed made new breakthroughs in her understanding of flames. I remember the last time we fought, your vermilion bird fire didn't have such a terrifying temperature. Su Xian's phoenix eyes flickered slightly, and she said in an icy tone, What? If you're scared, it's not too late to leave now. Afraid? Ha ha ha. Long Zhantian threw his head back and laughed loudly, his laughter like thunder, causing a roar in all directions. I, Long Zhantian, have traversed the battlefield for decades and have never known the word fear. Dean Su Xian, I admit that with your current strength, I might be slightly inferior to you in a one-on-one fight. But you have no chance of winning against two opponents today. Then let's give it a try. Su Xian's pretty face turned cold, and with her palm facing upward, a ball of golden flame ignited. Instantly, an aura even hotter than the phoenix flame and the vermilion bird flame spread out. Chirp! A cry resounded through the sky. The next moment, the golden flames transformed into a giant bird and took flight. The giant bird's entire body was covered in golden feathers, with golden flames burning on them, and it had 3 legs. This is yet another fire-type divine beast, the 3-legged golden crow. Chapter 41 Su Xian is injured. The 3-legged golden crow is said to be the incarnation of the sun. The flames it possesses are the purest and most domineering. If we only consider the temperature of the flames and their explosive burning ability, the 3-legged golden crow is undoubtedly the strongest fire among all fire-type divine beasts. Upon the appearance of this divine bird, Chun Xianji and Long Zhantian's expressions changed drastically. This was because it was the first time they had ever seen Su Xian summon such a divine beast as the 3-legged golden crow. From the terrifyingly high temperature rising around them, they could tell that Su Xian's attack this time was significantly more powerful than before. Old Chun, let go. I know you don't want to hurt her, but if this continues, we'll be the ones who lose. Long Zhantian said in a deep voice. Chun Xianji took a deep breath and finally nodded. Fine, there's no other way. Long Zhantian grinned. Then I won't be polite. As he finished speaking, The black patterns covering his enormous body suddenly glowed with black light. It seemed to come alive, rapidly moving and combining on his body. Soon these patterns formed the shape of a black dragon, coiling around his muscular body. As the demonic dragon took shape, Long Zhantian's aura suddenly surged dramatically. The powerful shockwaves distorted the surrounding space, making it seem as if it might shatter at any moment due to its inability to withstand his power. War! Long Zhantian roared. With a stomp of his foot into the sky, a terrifying explosion was heard, and an invisible, yet terrifying force spread outwards. The sky was distorted and trembled on a large scale. It was as if an earthquake had struck the ground. The ground was trembling and the tall buildings were shaking. Countless people nearly tripped and fell. Especially for Lingwu Academy, the battlefield is located directly above Lingwu Academy, so the impact is even more severe. Many students lost their footing, cried out in surprise, and fell flat on their backsides. Fortunately, the battlefield was far enough away that by the time the energy reached the ground after being transmitted, very little remained, thus limiting its impact. Otherwise, if they were any closer, Long Zhantian's kick might have turned the entire Lingwu Academy into ruins. The fact that such a great distance could produce such a powerful effect is enough to show just how powerful Long Zhantian is at this moment. After Long Zhantian landed his foot in the sky, he used the momentum to rush out. As his massive body charged forward, a series of booming explosions echoed around him, and the air itself was literally crushed by his charge. Boom, boom, boom. With thunderous booms echoing all the way, Long Zhantian had already rushed to Su Xian's front in the blink of an eye. Su Xian's feat was gradually extinguished as Long Zhantian approached. Su Xian's pretty face turned serious. He controlled the three-legged golden crow to spew out a ball of golden flames that shot towards Long Zhantian. At the same time, her feet tapped the air, and her delicate body flew backward. Long Zhantian charged forward without pausing. But just before the golden flames, powerful enough to incinerate everything, were about to strike him, the black dragon on his body suddenly awoke from his skin. The dragon's head emerged and swallowed the ball of golden flames in one gulp. Boom! As the flames entered his abdomen, a muffled, thunderous explosion resounded from Long Zhantian's body. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. But Long Zhantian didn't care at all. His body only paused for a moment before he continued to rush towards Su Xian. Ignoring the sea of fire around her, he approached her and unleashed a terrifying whip kick, aiming straight for the mature, delicate body in the red cheongsam. The air was even filled with sonic booms. That kick landed squarely. Even someone as strong as Su Xian would be seriously injured. Long Zhantian dominated the battlefield, striking fear into the hearts of countless powerful mutated beasts. It was his terrifyingly powerful physical body that made him a force to be reckoned with. Mutant beasts are known for their physical strength, which is why they have an advantage when facing humans. But Long Zhantian's physical body is even more terrifying than that of the mutated beast. No one wanted to engage in close-quarters combat with Long Zhantian. Even a brief collision could result in serious injury from a single, casual strike from him. Despite facing Long Zhantian's fierce offensive, Su Xian remained completely calm. They controlled the two divine beasts, the phoenix and the vermilion bird, and crashed into it. Boom! Boom! Zhuke crashed headfirst into the whip-like leg, exploding into flames that filled the sky. However, it briefly withstood the onslaught of the whip kick, slamming him into a stop in midair. Long Zhantian slapped the phoenix with both of his huge hands at the same time, as if he were clapping his hands, and shattered the phoenix. With the two divine beasts destroyed, Su Xian let out a muffled groan, and blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. But she also took this opportunity to distance herself from Long Zhantian. With a wave of her jade hand, the three-legged golden crow let out a sharp cry to the sky. Behind it, a dazzling sun suddenly rose. The sun's rays were so dazzling that it was hard to look directly at them. Look, my God, two suns. How terrifying, how powerful. So this is what a top-tier superpowered individual is like. They're practically gods. On the ground, everyone stared at the sky in utter shock. Exclamations echoing everywhere. Everyone could clearly see the two blazing suns hanging high in the sky. One big and one small. The big one is the real sun. The smaller one is the radiant sun formed from the three-legged golden crow. In this situation, people who should have felt extremely hot actually felt a cool sensation instead. That was because Su Xian intentionally controlled the spread of high temperature. Even in the midst of such a fierce battle, she did not forget to restrain her power so as not to affect the people on the ground. However, Xiaoli didn't even glance at the two blazing suns. He only noticed the blood flowing from the corner of Su Xian's mouth. The bright red blood was extremely glaring in Xiao Li's eyes. Blood slid down the corner of his mouth to his chin, then dripped into the fire, where it was burned to nothingness. Xiao Li's face turned completely gloomy. Clenching his fists, he stared coldly at Long Zhantian, gritting his teeth inwardly. "Old man, you actually hit him so hard. You dare to injure my sister Su Xian? You just wait." Thinking about it, he searched through the system space even faster. We can't delay any longer. Su Xian is clearly using all her strength. On the other side, only Long Zhantian made a move. The Prophet Chun was waving his hands behind the scenes, and the space around him was constantly fluctuating, as if something was gathering. If this continues, it will still be Su Xian who suffers the most. Xiaoli had already explored all the functions of the system, and finally set his sights on the system store. He searched through the various categories in the system's online store. The system shop has so many items that it's dazzling. It's really too difficult to find something that Su Xian can use right now. Hurry up. Faster. Xiao Li's gaze swept over the top-tier items in the mall. However, he had to open the description and check the function of each item, which was extremely inefficient. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. Holy crap, that's so stupid. Xiao Li cursed inwardly, then hurriedly called out. System, quickly help me filter out items from the system shop that can help Su Xian win. The system responded in less than 3 seconds. Master, we have selected the items you need. Please check them. Xiao Li, he really did make a stupid mistake. Why leave an AI-like system unused and waste time searching on your own? However, the main reason is that he hasn't been using the system for long and hasn't gotten used to it yet. Otherwise, this situation wouldn't have occurred. Xiao Li no longer hesitated and quickly checked the items that the system had selected for him. Heavenly Fire Fruit, Fire Devouring Pill, Blazing Divine Feathers, Sword of 10,000 Flames. Xiao Li's gaze swept over the items one by one, finally settling on the feather called the Blazing Divine Feather. Chapter 42 Su Xian's Domineering Protection of Her Husband. Blazing Divine Feather, SS, Level Rare Treasure. Rank, None. Legend has it that above the phoenix, the vermilion bird, the golden crow, the fire qilin, and other divine beasts that control fire, there exists an even more powerful divine beast, obtained from a single feather that falls casually from its body. Effect: Crimson Feather, Blazing Divine Feather will work on any level of ability user. Divine Flame. Any flame released by a fire-type ability user will carry a trace of the Divine Flame characteristic. Blazing fire-type abilities are increased by 300%. Divine Might. Fire-type ability consumption reduced by 70%. Price: 350 points. Xiao Li was somewhat shocked by the effect of the Blazing Divine Feather. What kind of mythical beast could have such a terrifying effect from just one feather? If any fire-type ability user possesses this feather, the power of their ability will triple, and all energy consumption will be reduced by 70%. It also possesses a trace of Divine Flame properties. Although Xiao Li didn't know what the characteristics of this Divine Flame were, he knew without guessing that it must be very powerful. Anything that can be associated with the word God is not ordinary. Most importantly, this feather ignores the user's ability level. In other words, the effect of this feather also applies to super strong individuals like Su Xian. Okay, this is it. Xiao Li made up his mind and bought the feather without hesitation. The price of 350 points instantly brought Xiao Li back to square one. Lin Yuner, Suya, and Zhang Mingchin each gave Xiao Li 100 points, achieving 100% favorability. Su Xian's favorability rating reached 70%, which also earned him 70 points. That's a total of 370 points. That Blazing Divine Feather, his points were instantly reduced to a pitiful 20. However, Xiao Li didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache when he spent the money. Why should I feel bad about wasting money on my own sister Su Xian? You can always use your points again, but there's only one Su Xian. Just as Xiao Li bought the Blazing Divine Feather, the situation in the sky changed again. Su Xian's beautiful face was pale, and there was blood left at the corner of her mouth, making her look somewhat tragic. Clearly, condensing this miniature sun had taken a great toll on her. Go! Su Xian uttered a low shout, and the small sun suddenly flew out, heading straight for Long Zhantian. The sun shone like a meteor, leaving a long trail of light as it streaked across the sky. No one doubted how terrifying the energy contained within that dazzling light was. Long Zhantian's face twitched, and he retreated rapidly. Simply dared not take on that dazzling little sun head-on. Every muscle in his body was sending him a warning. If this attack had hit him head-on, he would have been badly injured, if not killed. I never expected her progress to be so great. This terrifying energy fluctuation is almost at the 10th level. Long Zhantian was secretly horrified. As he retreated, he quickly shrank to reduce the risk of being hit. However, the little sun clung to him like a leech, and if he slowed down even slightly, it would catch up with him. This military academy dean, who dominated the battlefield and struck fear into the hearts of countless powerful mutant beasts, could only desperately dodge at Su Xian's hands. If this got out, it would shock countless people. When everyone on Earth thought they had their wish fulfilled, suddenly, Qin Xianji, who hadn't made a move until now, made his move. He raised both hands and grabbed at the little sun, chasing Long Zhantian from afar. Air turbulence. Suddenly, the air around them became chaotic, forming streams of air that darted about in all directions. These turbulent air currents surrounded the small sun. The little sun's momentum stopped instantly. It hovered in the air, and even with Su Xian's full control, she could only make the little sun tremble, unable to move. It was as if they were firmly bound by countless invisible hands. Moreover, as the small sun remained stationary, the turbulent air currents continued to circulate around it. With each wisp of air it passed through, the little sun's light dimmed a little. In just a short while, the little sun became dim and eventually went out completely. This radiant sun, formed from a long-cherished wish and containing terrifying energy, was quietly annihilated in such a subtle and imperceptible way. Su Xian's pretty face was as cold as frost as she turned to look at Qin Xianji. Qin Xianji smiled at her and said, "Su Xian, your special ability is also something I can control. Have you forgotten? His superpower is manipulating the air. Any energy attack, regardless of its element, can be disintegrated in front of him. The only way to restrain him is to be a strong fighter like Long Zhantian who can engage in close combat. Either the attack is so powerful that it's impossible for him to break it down." Qin Xianji hadn't made a move for half a day because he was gathering enough power to disintegrate Su Xian's strongest attack, and the results were very obvious. A blazing sun, powerful enough to severely injure Long Zhantian, was thus easily neutralized. Su Xian did not reply. With a wave of her jade hand, the sea of fire surged and countless fireballs crashed towards Qin Xianji like meteors. "Aren't you going to give up yet?" Qin Xianji sighed, spread his arms wide, and compressed the surrounding air into air cannonballs. These air cannonballs were fired in succession, blocking all the fiery meteors. Meanwhile, Long Zhantian, who was not far away, saw that Qin Xianji had held Su Xian back, so he took the opportunity to quickly approach and then launched an attack on Su Xian. He threw a punch, the powerful force of which blasted away the sea of fire, and then smashed it towards Su Xian's back. Su Xian lightly touched the air with her footsteps, her figure flashing away, dodging Long Zhantian's punch. However, Long Zhantian did not stop and quickly caught up with Su Xian, sweeping her with another whip kick. Qin Xianji also gave a soft shout. Air cut. Blade of air formed from condensed air slashed towards Su Xian. Su Xian had just dodged Long Zhantian's whip kick when she tried to dodge Qin Xianji's energy blade, but it was too late. They had no choice but to control the remaining three-legged golden crow to block their way. Boom! A massive blade of air slashed down on the three-legged golden crow. The three-legged golden crow let out a mournful cry and exploded with a deafening roar. Su Xian let out another muffled groan, and more blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. Qin Xianji looked at Su Xian and said, "Su Xian, give up. If you continue fighting, you will be seriously injured." Su Xian wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her phoenix eyes still resolute. "So what? As long as I have even a trace of spiritual power left, you won't be able to take Shaoli away. Besides, if I really went all out, you wouldn't be any better off than me. At worst, we'll both suffer heavy losses." Upon hearing this, Qin Xianji's originally gentle expression immediately hardened. But then he asked, somewhat puzzled, "Su Xian, given your personality, you shouldn't be so determined to stop us. After all, no matter which academy of ours trains Shaoli, it's all for the future of the great Xia kingdom. Why do you still refuse to give up even after pushing yourself to this extent?" Long Zhantian also stopped what he was doing and looked at Su Xian. He was clearly very puzzled. Su Xian stood atop the sea of fire, flames dancing and leaping around her like fire sprites. Her stunningly beautiful face was so exquisite that she looked like a fairy who had stepped out of a painting. She tilted her head back, and a stunning smile slowly spread across her pretty face. That smile was one that even Chen Xianji, who had known her for many years, had never seen before. For a moment, he was stunned by the sight. Su Xian's long, slender legs pierced the sky, unleashing endless flames that raged like a storm. The words, like a declaration of sovereignty, resounded through the sky and reached everyone's ears. He is the man I've always loved. Don't even think about taking him away. Chapter 43. Everyone is shocked. Upon hearing this, the world fell into a deathly silence in an instant. Chen Xinji stood there dumbfounded, his head spinning. Long Zhantian was also astonished. He picked at his earlobe, wondering if he had just hallucinated. Inside Lingwu Academy, the jaws of all the teachers and students dropped to the floor. What is that? This incredibly powerful woman, who is as beautiful as a fairy, actually said that Xiao Li is her man? This. Who doesn't know Xiao Li? The son of Linqing's richest man, and a prominent figure at Lingwu Academy. Most importantly, he awakened a terrifying SSS-level talent ability, a future supernova. But beneath all these accolades, Xiao Li is nothing more than a young man who has just awakened his superpowers. No matter what, they shouldn't be able to compare with a super strong person who is at least at the 8th level. How could it be the man of this stunningly beautiful woman with her graceful figure and natural charm? Some people even wondered if Su Xian was referring to another powerful figure named Xiao Li. The two just happened to have the same name. However, upon further reflection, it seems impossible. What a coincidence. Xiao Li just awakened his superpower today, and these powerful figures just happened to arrive. Moreover, judging from their conversation, they want to take Xiao Li away. If the Xiao Li they're talking about is another powerful figure, then why would they need to snatch him? Only Xiao Li, who has just awakened his SSS superpower, would be fought over by others. Therefore, everyone can be basically certain that the Xiao Li they are talking about is the Xiao Li from their Lingwu Academy. At this moment, countless men, whether teachers or students, felt their hearts shatter into pieces. This stunningly beautiful and revered goddess in their hearts is already taken. And the object of his affections was actually Xiao Li. At this moment, many people felt intense envy, jealousy, and hatred towards Xiao Li. Some people even screamed wildly in their hearts. Why wasn't it me? Awakening an SSS-level superpower is already enviable enough, but now he has gained the favor of such a beauty, and even publicly announced their relationship. It's enough to make everyone jealous. At the entrance of Class 2 classroom, Lin Yuner stared blankly up at the sky. Her beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. Su Xian's strength, brilliance, and beauty inspired her admiration and worship. But when she heard Su Xian say that Xiao Li was her man, she was completely stunned. Xiao Li is her man. What about yourself? Does Xiao Li no longer want her? Lin Yuner looked dazed for a moment. She felt so choked up that she could hardly breathe. The extreme disappointment and distress almost overwhelmed her. She bit her lip hard, quickly left the classroom corridor, and ran into the girls' restroom. Then I finally couldn't hold back and broke down in tears. The thought of Xiao Li abandoning her made her feel like her whole world was collapsing. Outside another classroom, Zhang Mingchin was also quite surprised to hear Su Xian's words. He then pursed his lips and thought to himself, Xiao Li is really charming. Even such a stunning beauty has been conquered by him. Another place. The two old men, the principal and the vice principal, were so surprised they clicked their tongues. Wow, Xiao Li is really something. That's the dean of Phoenix Academy, and he got him so quickly. No wonder this kid was willing to give up the two prestigious military academies of Canglong to go to Phoenix Academy. With this kind of ability, Phoenix Academy would become his backyard. If I were a few decades younger, I'd definitely go find that kid Xiao Li and learn how to pick up girls. You've got to be kidding me. Decades ago, Xiao Li's father wasn't even born yet. At the entrance to the principal's office, had already exchanged for the blazing divine feather, was now dumbfounded. He never expected that Su Xian would so openly declare their relationship in front of so many people without any restraint. It was as if she wanted everyone present to be a witness for her. At this moment, Xiao Li felt a strange emotion surging within him. In both his past and present lives, this was the first time such a woman had stood before him. She declared her will to everyone with incredibly powerful words. Xiaoli suddenly felt incredibly fortunate. Fortunately, he was able to travel to this world and meet Su Xian. Fortunately, Su Xian hadn't fallen for any other man before meeting him. Such a perfect and flawless woman. Whoever gets her is truly the luckiest person in the world. And today, this good fortune fell upon Xiaoli, and he had it firmly under his control. But at that very moment, Xiaoli suddenly felt a burst of intense heat emanating from beside him. His heart skipped a beat. He immediately sensed something was wrong. Sure enough, a slender hand reached out the next moment. Then she stretched out two jade-like fingers and suddenly pinched the soft flesh on Xiaoli's waist. A 360 degrees fancy spin. Xiaoli suddenly felt a sharp pain spread throughout his body. Turning his head, he saw that Suya's beautiful eyes were staring at him with a murderous look. Xiaoli. Suya gritted her teeth and forced out the words. Explain this to me. What exactly is going on? Xiaoli swallowed hard and chuckled awkwardly. It's just that. It's just that after Su Xian came, she discovered that I was handsome and exceptionally talented, and fell in love with me at first sight. He fell in love with me the moment we met. Yes, that's it. Xiaoli got more and more fluent as he spoke, and he didn't even blink when he started making things up. Do you think I'd believe what you're saying? Suya wasn't so easily fooled. She got even angrier when she heard Xiaoli's words. Pinching Xiaoli's soft flesh tightened even more, causing Xiaoli to gasp in pain. You little rascal, you're something else. Suya said angrily. Xiaoli, enduring the excruciating pain, removed her delicate hand from his waist, a forced smile on his face. I didn't know that before. Sweetie, let's not be angry anymore. Look at Su Xian, such a good woman. Can you bear to see her all alone like this forever? I just can't bear to do it. Suya was so angry she laughed, and went along with his words. So you set an example by taking the lead, with the thought that if I don't go to hell, who will? And did it yourself, is that right? Xiaoli nodded immediately. That's right. Sister Ya understands me best. Suya grabbed his ear. You little rascal, you just wait. Come to my house tonight, and see how I deal with you. Xiaoli coughed lightly and said in a low voice, Don't worry, I'll definitely go tonight. Upon hearing this, Suya's pretty face immediately turned red. She released his ear with her jade-like hand and spat. You brat, are you trying to die? You dare to say anything. Xiaoli chuckled, feeling a sense of relief. We've finally managed to subdue Suya. Actually, Suya wasn't really angry about this. From the moment she agreed to let Xiaoli go to Phoenix Academy, she had a premonition that Xiaoli might ruin the entire Phoenix Academy. She just didn't expect it to come so quickly. And the first one to fall for it was actually his own aunt, the dean of Phoenix Academy. That little rascal Xiaoli managed to take down the most difficult woman in Phoenix Academy with just one move. As long as he wants, the others are probably just a matter of time. She wasn't angry because Xiaoli flirted with other women. Instead, she didn't know how to get along with Su Xian in the future. The thought of sharing the same man with Su Xian in the future made Suya feel very shy. But why do I feel a little excited? Chapter 44 Loving someone needs no reason. In the sky, the air seemed to freeze. After a long while, Chen Xinji finally managed a very strained smile, his voice hoarse as he said, Su Xian, I never expected. You could actually joke? Who told you I was joking? Su Xian glanced at him with her phoenix eyes, her tone unwavering. Let me tell you, I've never been this serious before. Chen Xinji's face was deathly pale, his breathing was unsteady, and he stumbled, almost falling from the sky. For the first time, this gentle man felt jealousy towards someone. Why? Chen Xinji asked, his voice trembling slightly. He wanted to know the reason. How could Su Xian suddenly fall in love with a man? And if I'm not mistaken, this is the first time they've met today? Su Xian smiled faintly, her beautiful eyes looking at the young figure on the ground. At that moment, the big boy was also looking up at her. There's no reason why, you just love. You don't need a reason to fall in love with someone. Chen Xinji's eyes were a little red, and he suddenly shouted excitedly, What about me? Is my affection for you over the years less than that of a young man I've only just met? Tell me, what is it about him that I lack? You tell me. Su Xian glanced at him coldly. Loving someone isn't about measuring who's better than whom. Furthermore, who I like is none of your business, and whatever feelings you have for me are also none of my business. You. Before Chen Xinji could say anything more, Long Zhantian said in a low voice. Old Chen, calm down. Is now the time to talk about this? Chen Xinji regained some composure upon hearing this, and he gritted his teeth and said, Okay, let's not talk about this today. However, we must take Xiaoli with us no matter what. The situation in the Great Xia Kingdom is not optimistic. Xiaoli must grow up as soon as possible. Su Xian, not to be outdone, spoke up. I'll say it again. I will do everything I can to nurture him. If you want to take him away, you'll have to step over my dead body. After those words were spoken, the atmosphere became tense again. Su Xian's delicate body, as if she were wearing a suit of armor. Majestic and imposing, heroic and dashing. In that case, let's continue the fight. Long Zhantian roared, and his body grew larger again, becoming like a small mountain. The air around Qin Xianji fluctuated violently, making a crashing sound like ocean waves. Seeing that another battle was about to break out in the sky, Xiaoli quickly took out the blazing divine feather from his system space, threw it into the sky, and shouted, Su Xian catch. Su Xian was about to make her move. She heard the sound and looked down. Suddenly, a strange feather radiating a glassy light flew towards her. With Xiaoli's arm strength, he wouldn't have been able to throw it that high. But as the blazing divine feathers approached Su Xian, they seemed to come alive and flew towards her on their own. Finally, it landed lightly in Su Sinyu's hand. This is... Su Xian looked at Xiaoli in surprise, but the next moment, the expression on her pretty face changed, because she discovered that the moment the feather, radiating a glassy light, fell into her hand, the supernatural power within his body suddenly became extremely active and out of control. The flames burning on her delicate body, and the sea of fire beneath her feet, had all increased in power several times over. As it burned, a faint, almost imperceptible, amber color even flashed by within the flames. In an instant, Su Xian understood that the magical feather Xiaoli had given her was a rare treasure that was extremely suitable for her. It greatly enhances her strength. She looked at Xiaoli with utter astonishment. Xiaoli winked at her too. Su Xian understood and withdrew her gaze, her phoenix eyes looking at Qin Xianji and Long Zhantian. She opened her jade hand holding the blazing divine feather, palm facing up. The blazing divine feather hovered above her palm. Her shapely legs stomped down on the sea of fire. A surge of spiritual energy erupted, and the sea of fire began to churn violently. Soon, the sea of fire gathered behind her, forming a fire giant that looked remarkably like Su Xian herself. The fiery figure was nearly 100 meters tall, standing tall in the sky. Even Long Zhantian looked like a dwarf in front of her. With the appearance of the fiery figure, in an instant, an extremely terrifying and vast aura suddenly spread out from Su Xian as the center. Qin Xianji and Long Zhantian, who were the first to be affected, had drastic changes in their expressions, because they sensed that the power of this aura far surpassed their own. It's even comparable to a true level 10 superhuman. Su Xian raised her jade hand. The fiery figure behind it also raised its hand at the same time. A large net of interwoven flames suddenly appeared around Qin Xianji and Long Zhantian. The net gradually tightened, enveloping the two of them. Dragon Fist. Long Zhantian's body erupted with black light, all of which condensed into his right fist. He threw a punch, the fist carrying terrifying power, and slammed it into the fire net. Boom! A terrifying explosion of spiritual energy erupted, and the shockwaves spread wildly. But after the punch, the fire net was completely undamaged. On the contrary, Long Zhantian's hands were charred black, with a large piece of flesh burned away. Undeterred, Long Zhantian unleashed two more ferocious iron fists. However, it still didn't work. Qin Xianji was also fully utilizing his supernatural abilities, attempting to disintegrate the power of this fire net. However, his actions only slightly dimmed the fire net. It didn't have much effect. Long Zhantian retreated to Qin Xianji's side and exclaimed, "How so? How could her power have increased to such an extent? Could it be a breakthrough?" Qin Xianji shook his head. "No, I didn't sense any breakthrough aura emanating from her. It seems that it was the feather that Xiaoli threw to Su Xian that caused her strength to suddenly increase." Long Zhantian still found it hard to believe. That's impossible. How could a single feather have such a terrifying effect? And even if it were true, how could Xiaoli possibly possess such a thing? Qin Xianji said, "I'm not sure either, but that's how it seems for now. There's no mistake." Long Zhantian said, "This is a difficult situation. Su Xian's current power is comparable to that of a 10th level ability user. Even if we join forces, we have no chance of winning. It seems Xiaoli really won't be able to leave today." Qin Xianji also frowned. He glanced down at Xiaoli, who looked completely harmless. Some people don't understand why Xiao Li could produce such a crucial item that could turn the tide of the battle. At this moment, Su Xian didn't give them a chance to breathe, her jade fingers moving in quick succession. Suddenly, dozens of exquisite fire lotuses appeared out of thin air within the fire net. The fire lotuses circled and danced in the sky for a few moments before crashing into Qin Xinji and his companion one by one. The two men, their faces grim, unleashed their full power to form a shield to defend themselves. The spiritual energy within his body poured out like it was free. Boom, boom, boom. One fiery lotus after another exploded around them. A terrifying wave of fire instantly engulfed them, until it completely consumed them. Chapter 45, I don't want to talk to you. The fire lotus explosion lasted for nearly a minute before finally ending. The aftershocks of the flames lasted for another 10 seconds before dissipating. Qin Xinji and Long Zhantian's figures appeared. Both of them looked quite disheveled at that moment. His clothes were tattered, his body was covered in burn marks, and his hair was smoking. His aura was much weaker than before, clearly indicating a huge expenditure of energy. This was still the result of Su Xian intentionally holding back. Otherwise, they would have been seriously injured. At their level, the difference of one rank is like an insurmountable chasm. Su Xian is not a true 10th rank. After possessing the blazing divine feather, his strength is already comparable to that of a 10th rank. Qin Xinji and his companion no longer posed a threat to her. Su Xian waved her hand to disperse the fire net that had enveloped them, her phoenix eyes looking down at them, and said, "Now, you can leave. I will find a way to train Xiao Li, so you don't need to worry about it. If you keep pestering me, don't blame me for being ruthless." Qin Xinji and Long Zhantian exchanged a glance. Qin Xinji shook his head and sighed. "Since that's the case, then so be it. I hope you really won't let his talent go to waste." Then he looked at Su Xian and asked, "However, could we speak with him for a few minutes before we leave?" Su Xian thought about it for a moment. It wouldn't hurt to let the two of them meet Xiao Li. This will be a good opportunity for Xiao Li to meet some powerful individuals. She now possesses the strength to overwhelm the two of them, and is no longer worried that they would dare to forcibly take Xiao Li away. She nodded and said, "Okay, but please don't say anything more about trying to persuade Xiao Li to join your academy. Otherwise, don't blame me for kicking you out." Qin Xinji and the other man nodded with wry smiles. That last shred of hope was extinguished by that one sentence. The three dispersed their spiritual energy and slowly descended from the sky. A battle of the strong has finally come to an end. The result was also quite unexpected. Two powerful individuals ganged up on one person, yet both ended in failure. Who was initially at a disadvantage, surprisingly defeated Qin Xinji and his companion in a crushing manner at the last moment. It has to be said, this scene was quite dramatic. The people on the ground watched with great enjoyment and felt incredibly satisfied. It felt like reading a fast-paced, action-packed novel. Xiao Li and Suya watched as the three people in the sky landed in front of them. Suya and the others settled down. She quickly stepped forward and took her aunt's arm. Su Xian patted Suya's head and looked at Xiao Li. Xiao Li gave her 2 thumbs up. "Sister Su Xian is awesome, super amazing." Su Xian smiled faintly, then gave him a look and said, "The deans of Azure Dragon Academy and Military Academy have something to say to you." Then she left the three of them alone and went to whisper with Suya to the side. However, while the two were talking, they would occasionally glance at Xiao Li together. His expression became inscrutable. As for what they were talking about, Xiao Li could roughly guess a thing or two. A bead of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He's passed Suya's test, but what about Su Xian's? If she knew that he not only flirted with her, but also with her niece, what will the result be? Xiao Li dared not think about it anymore. When soldiers come, generals will block them. When water comes, earth will dam it. There's nothing he can't handle. At this moment, Qin Xinji and Long Zhantian came to him. Qin Xinji looked at Xiao Li with a rather complicated expression. This young man, who looks quite young but has a strong physique, is an SSS-level awakened individual. He originally had a great appreciation for Xiao Li. After all, he is likely to become the second pillar supporting the great Xia kingdom in the future. But now he has become his rival in love. And she beat him to the punch, winning the heart of the woman she had longed for all these years. Qin Xinji no longer knew how to describe the complex feelings he had at that moment. Long Zhantian spoke first, politely saying, "Xiao Li, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Long Zhantian, the current dean of the Military Academy." After saying that, he stretched out a large hand to Xiao Li, as if to shake hands with him. You injured my Su Xian, I don't want to talk to you. However, Xiaoli didn't buy it and turned her head away from him. It's not that he's gotten arrogant and wants to ignore such a powerful figure. It was Su Xian's injury that truly enraged him. Anyone who dares to hurt his woman, even if you are the dean of the military academy, even if you are a peak 9th level expert, I still won't give you a damn. Long Zhantian reluctantly withdrew his hand, not feeling embarrassed at all, but just smiling wryly. Injuries in battle are inevitable. Dean Su Xian is quite strong. If the two of us hadn't gone all out, we would probably have been defeated long ago, Xiaoli said coldly. Regardless of the reason, the fact remains that you hurt her. When I have enough power in the future, I will personally settle the score with you for what happened today. He made such a harsh statement, not afraid of offending Long Zhantian and Qin Xianji. Since I'm not going to their college, not eating their food, and not drinking their drinks, what's there to be afraid of offending? Besides, he has Su Xian protecting him, so he's not worried that the two of them would dare to do anything to him. These two guys just ganged up on Su Xian. If it weren't for his blazing divine feather turning the tide of battle, it wouldn't be these two who would be seriously injured and defeated right now, but Su Xian. If Xiaoli could still give these two guys a nice look, then he wouldn't be a man. Qin Xianji silently watched Xiaoli, who was willing to offend the two of them to protect Su Xian, and suddenly sighed heavily. Well, now I understand why Su Xian chose you. From this point of view, I am inferior to you. He couldn't do what Xiaoli did, unconditionally supporting Su Xian no matter what. Take, for example, the competition for Xiaoli. He stood on the opposite side of Su Xian. From this perspective, Su Xian and Xiaoli are indeed a good match. Su Xian was equally willing to keep Xiaoli regardless of the consequences. Even if it means mutual destruction and even risking our lives, we are willing to do it. However, Xiaoli responded to his words as follows. No. Su Xian fell in love with me simply because she was captivated by my handsome appearance and interesting soul. She fell hopelessly in love with me. This has absolutely nothing to do with what you're talking about. Qin Xianji was immediately speechless. The second time he's been speechless since he arrived here. The first time was when I was choked by Su Xian's words. If you don't come, I'll be fine. This is the second time. Judging from their sharp tongues, these two are quite a good match. Just then, Xiaoli suddenly felt a pain in his ear. His ear was grabbed by a delicate hand. A delicate fragrance wafted over, and Su Xian's gentle voice, tinged with danger, rang in his ear. What did you just say? What did I find so compelling about you? I've fallen hopelessly in love with you. Chapter 46. Prove today's choice with your future. Upon hearing Su Xian's voice, Xiaoli's expression changed. He quickly turned his head and took the fair, delicate hand that was pinching his ear in his own. He gazed longingly into those alluring eyes, uttering cheesy pickup lines. I mean, from the moment I met Sister Su Xian, I was completely captivated by your charm and fell hopelessly in love with you. I will dedicate my entire life to cherishing this love for you, until the end of time, until the seas dry up and the rocks crumble. I love you, like the wind that travels 80,000 miles without asking when it will return. These sweet words, coupled with Xiaoli's affectionate gaze and actions, would have made Su Xian blush and feel shy, and her heart race, if it had happened before. However, Xiaoli's tried-and-true method backfired this time. Su Xian's stunningly beautiful face first revealed an extremely charming smile to Xiaoli. Then pull your hand out of his grasp, go behind him, and grab the back of his collar. Drag him toward the principal's office at the back. Little one, come here, I have something I want to tell you. Su Xian like a corpse, his feet scraping against the ground. Sister Sushin, we can't say this here. It's not appropriate for a man and a woman to be alone together inside. As Xiaoli spoke, he tried to struggle. However, it was of no use. Su Xian released a powerful aura that made Xiaoli unable to move. Soon, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he was dragged into the office, utterly dejected. Qin Xianji and Long Zhantian, standing outside, looked at each other, completely bewildered. The next moment, a series of loud thuds of flesh hitting flesh suddenly rang out from the office. This was accompanied by Xiaoli's screams. The incredibly pitiful sound made the two of them shudder. Qin Xianji's initial jealousy of Xiaoli suddenly turned into some sympathy. It seems that liking someone doesn't necessarily mean you have to be together, right? It looks pretty good as it is. As Suya listened to the sounds coming from inside, a mischievous grin spread across her pretty face. That brat, let him get involved with women. Now you're getting your comeuppance, aren't you? The screams lasted for a full 3 minutes before finally stopping. Su Xian and Xiao Li walked out of the office again. The group looked over and saw that Su Xian, who was walking in front, had no change in expression. Her form-fitting red cheongsam perfectly accentuated her voluptuous and alluring figure. She wore red high heels, and her walk was elegant and charming. On the other hand, Xiao Li, who was following behind her, was now bruised and swollen. His eyes were now dark and panda-like, and he had several large bumps on his head. His clothes were torn to shreds, tattered and ragged, resembling a beggar's outfit. How can the word miserable even begin to describe it? Seeing this, Chen Xianji and Long Zhantian both had rather strange expressions. That's how Xiao Li and Su Xian are in private. Chen Xianji felt even more sympathy for Xiao Li. It seems that some things are better enjoyed from a distance. Su Xian pulled Xiao Li over and said, Chen Xianji and Long Zhantian are your seniors. They were dedicated to the great Xia kingdom, and the 2 universities they founded have cultivated many talents for the country. This battle happened today because they wanted to nurture you and help you grow to your fullest potential. So, you don't need to hold a grudge against them because of what happened today. After hearing this, Xiao Li glanced at the 2 of them, then looked at Su Xian, his expression suddenly turning serious as he said, I don't hold a grudge against them. I understand everything you're saying. But whatever their motives, the fact that they injured you remains unchanged. So I'll still settle this score with them later. No amount of persuasion will change that. After saying that, Xiao Li added, that includes you too. Su Xian pursed her red lips slightly, looked at him with gentle, alluring eyes, and felt a touch on the softest part of her heart. She obediently responded and said nothing more. Congratulations, host. Your favorability with Goddess Su Xian has reached 80%, earning you 10 points. The favorability rating has increased by another 10%, and it's only 20% away from 100%. It's impossible to raise Su Xian's favorability to 100% in one go today. It was actually quite surprising to Xiao Li that it could be increased to 80%. Su Xian about her and herself, and even about Lin Yuner. And Su Xian was indeed angry when she hit him just now. However, the favorability rating did not decrease as a result. On the contrary, it has increased by 10%. In other words, she forgave Xiao Li's philandering. This is already the best possible situation. Therefore, he no longer hoped to completely win over Su Xian in a short period of time. At this moment, Long Zhantian looked at Xiao Li, grinned, and said with great pride, Xiao Li, you want to settle scores with me for today? No problem. I'm waiting for you. Let me see how long it takes you to grow to the point where you surpass me. When that day comes, you can do whatever you want with me, Long Zhantian. I mean what I say. Chen Xianji smiled gently and said, Xiao Li, keep going. Use your future to prove that Su Xian's choice today was right. The entire great Xia dynasty is eagerly awaiting your rise. At that time, I'll be the same, at your mercy. Looking at the 2 of them, Xiao Li was suddenly touched. These 2 people are truly devoted to the country. He may never become that kind of person, but that doesn't stop him from admiring them. His goal was simple, to protect himself and the people he cared about. That was enough. For the sake of the entire country, to risk one's life and shed blood, such a noble mission, Xiao Li knew he couldn't do it. But if any of his women were in danger, he would risk his life to protect her. This is what makes Xiao Li different from others. Perhaps this is why Xiao Li can easily win a woman's heart. Chen Xianji and Long Zhantian left. Before leaving, Chen Xianji said to Xiao Li, if you have time, you can come and visit Songlong Academy. The domestic situation has become increasingly tense recently, and your sister Xiao Xiao needs to grow up quickly, so she may not have time to come back to see you. But she misses you a lot, so if you have time, you can come and see her. Xiao Li nodded and said, I will. Su Xian and Suya remained. Su Xian once again pulled Xiao Li into the principal's office. Then Suya and he stood on either side of him. Su Xian narrowed her phoenix eyes and stared at Xiao Li, her tone gentle yet dangerous. Little guy, come on, tell me what you want to explain or argue about. I'm listening. Xiao Li's lips twitched. He glanced at Suya's gloating expression and then at Su Xian. He suddenly sighed heavily. Then he reached out and wrapped his arms around Su Xian's waist, pulling her into his embrace, and kissed those alluring red lips. Chapter 47. If I said I just picked it up from the ground, would you believe me? After a long while, their lips parted, and Xiao Li slowly said, That's my answer. I will not abandon any of you. Su Xian raised her pretty face and said in a soft, fragrant breath, "If I had known you were such a womanizing scoundrel, I wouldn't have fallen for your tricks in the first place." Xiaoli lowered his head and smiled at her. "Whether you fall for it or not, you can't escape my grasp. I can feel it. You are the woman destined for me. Even if we are separated by the ends of the earth, or even in another parallel universe, we will eventually meet again." Xiaoli said this very seriously, because he genuinely felt that way. Although he didn't know where this feeling came from, it simply existed. Su Xian stared at him blankly with her beautiful eyes, and finally sighed softly. Then he took the initiative to reach out and hold Suya's hand. Suya smiled slightly at her. Compared to Su Xian, she had actually accepted their relationship. Now that things have already happened, she can't choose to leave Xiaoli. There's no other way but to accept it. Moreover, given Xiaoli's womanizing ways, who knows how many more sisters he'll find for her in the future. It's so small, it doesn't seem like much. Seeing that Su Xian had accepted it, Xiaoli breathed a sigh of relief and a smile appeared on his face. Seeing his expression, Suya couldn't help but chuckle. "Stop gloating. You look hilarious right now. You should really get back to normal." Upon hearing this, Xiaoli remembered that he had just been disciplined by Su Xian. Although the blows weren't particularly hard, they still left him with a bruised and swollen face and a head full of bumps. He reached up and touched his head. It still hurts quite a bit." Su Xian chuckled softly and got up from his embrace. Then, with a flick of her jade-like hand, a round pill appeared in her palm. She handed the pill to Xiaoli and said, "This is a pill made from a healing spiritual material. It can help you recover from your injuries. Take it." Xiaoli took the pill and swallowed it without even looking at it. The moment the pill entered his stomach, it transformed into a warm current that flowed through his body. The bruises on Xiaoli's head and body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than half a minute, he transformed back into his handsome and dashing appearance. Suya touched his handsome face and praised, "You little rascal, you're still so handsome." Xiaoli raised his head and said narcissistically, "That's right, otherwise how could I make you all fall so devoted to me?" Suya rolled her eyes at him. "You little rascal, you get all excited just from a little kindness." Su Xian was pleased to see Xiaoli recover, and she nodded slightly in appreciation. Then, with another flick of her jade-like hand, a wondrous feather shimmering with iridescent colors appeared in her palm. She looked at Xiaoli with her beautiful eyes, raised the feather in her hand, and asked, "Xiaoli, what's this feather? How did you get something like this? I can sense that the fire energy contained in this feather is extremely powerful and of a very high level. It's even more powerful than the flames of mythical beasts like the phoenix and the vermilion bird. Just a single feather can increase my strength several times over. The owner of this feather must be extraordinary." The blazing divine feather with curiosity. She also possesses fire attribute abilities, and even the rare vermilion bird fire. Therefore, you can also feel the very special, intense heat energy coming from the blazing divine feather. Xiaoli touched his nose and said, "Would you believe me if I said I just picked it up from the ground?" Su Xian narrowed her phoenix eyes. "What do you think?" Cough. Xiaoli coughed lightly and said, "The origin of this feather is related to a very important secret of mine. However, I can't tell you this secret yet. It's not that I don't trust you, but revealing this secret might lead to an irreversible consequence. I'm afraid I can't afford the price I'll have to pay for this outcome." Su Xian and Suya both stiffened, because they could tell that what Xiaoli said was true. Xiaoli continued, "More strange things will happen to me in the future. Don't be surprised, and don't ask any questions. I don't want to lie to you, because there's no point in doing so. I'll tell you when the time is right, okay?" Xiaoli said all this not only to explain the origin of the blazing divine feather. This is also so that they can be mentally prepared if he brings out something else in the future, especially his dual cultivation ability, which can enhance his supernatural talents. He can't possibly make up a lie to deceive them every time he takes out something, can he? One lie requires countless lies to cover it up. The more lies you tell, the harder they are to cover up. They'll be exposed sooner or later. And he didn't want to lie to his woman. Although he's a womanizer, he's very serious when it comes to relationships. Su Xian fell into deep thought. She could tell that Xiaoli wasn't just saying these things to appease them. It seems that this little guy is hiding many secrets. It's not just a simple matter of awakening an SSS-level talent ability. She can casually produce a rare treasure that can boost her strength several times over. This is not something an ordinary person can do. Moreover, Xiaoli's temperament, courage, and skills that could easily make women fall for him were completely unlike what a naive 19-year-old boy should possess. Which 19-year-old boy would dare to take advantage of her the moment he first met her? He even dared to confess his feelings to her, without any fear of angering her. It must be said that Su Xian's ability to become the dean of Phoenix Academy is not simply due to her extraordinary strength. She was so overwhelmed by Xiao Li's fierce offensive that she didn't even have time to think much. Now that I've calmed down and thought about it, I've discovered many special qualities in Xiao Li. What a mysterious little guy. Su Xian Dao. Chapter 48 The Beauty Sheds Tears. At this moment, Suya seemed to remember something and asked, Xiao Li, you told me before that Phoenix Academy is the best place for you to grow up. Is that related to this secret? Suya asked this question because what Xiao Li was saying now was very similar to what he had said before. Xiao Li nodded, not hiding anything. That's right. All of these are related to the same secret of mine. Su Xian was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. Is this why this little guy gave up the Azure Dragon Military Academy and joined the Phoenix Academy? She had previously wondered why Xiao Li, with such great talent, didn't choose Azure Dragon or military martial arts, but instead came to her Phoenix Academy. So that's the reason. Su Xian nodded in agreement. Okay, we'll listen to you. We won't ask about these things anymore. We'll wait for the day you tell us on your own. Xiao Li then smiled, stood up, and kissed her beautiful face. My dear, Sister Su Xian is so understanding. This feather is called the Blazing Divine Feather, and it's yours from now on. Su Xian frowned slightly and refused, saying, How can this be? This rare treasure is far too valuable. If it can increase my strength so much, even someone at my level, it must be a rare treasure beyond the 9th rank. I cannot accept it. However, Xiao Li held her delicate hand that was clutching the feather and whispered ambiguously, You're practically mine now. What's wrong with taking you in? Su Xian blushed again upon hearing this. Xiao Li added, And only you can unleash the full power of the Blazing Divine Feather. So it's most suitable for you to take it. Su Xian thought about it for a moment, and finally decided not to refuse. All right then, I'll accept it. Xiao Li nodded and smiled. That's more like it. No need to be so polite with me. After I go to Phoenix Academy, I'll be relying on you to support me. The doctor said I have bad teeth and am only suited to eating soft food. Su Xian chuckled and said helplessly, If you were to take this rare treasure you gave me and exchange it for resources outside, I don't know how many. Why would I need to support you? I was worried that Phoenix Academy might not be able to provide you with enough resources to grow, but it seems I was worrying for nothing. Xiao Li wrapped his arms around her slender waist. I won't. I want you to support me. Su Xian patted his head and said affectionately, Okay, I'll take care of you. I promise I'll raise you until you're plump and healthy. In her opinion, Xiao Li was sometimes very mature, but at other times he was also a bit childish. This childlike quality is more in line with his current age. After chatting with the two women for a while, Xiao Li left first. It's almost time for school to end, and he plans to go back to the classroom to get something before going home. Zhao's parents must be waiting for him to return after they learned that he had awakened an SSS-level superpower. As for Su Xian, although she came to take Xiao Li to Phoenix Academy, she can only leave after his exams are over. So she will stay in Linqing for the next few days to wait for him. As for her accommodation, Xiao Li didn't need to worry. Suya would arrange it for her. Xiao Li couldn't help but feel a little worried. Would Suya arrange for Su Xian to stay in her house? We had agreed beforehand that I would go to her place by myself tonight. Xiao Li was already prepared to lose his virginity since coming to this world tonight. We can't let this get ruined. Forget it. If that's really the case, I'll just take down Su Xian tonight too. So what if the favorability rating isn't 100%? Who said you can't do those kinds of things if your favorability rating isn't high enough? Since Su Xian has already agreed that he is her man, why should he be polite? Let's talk about it later. As Xiao Li walked back to the classroom, he thought fiercely. As he thought about it, he felt an unusual restlessness in his heart. Was the first time this exciting? My heart can't take it. Class 2, Lingwu Academy. As the school bell rang, students left the classroom in 2s and 3s, carrying their school bags. Even as they left, they continued their passionate discussion. So many things happened today, it was all so shocking. So much so that they were unusually excited all day long. First, when he awakened his superpower, he personally witnessed Xiao Li awaken his SSS-level superpower. Then came the epic battle between the 3 super strongest beings. A battle between such powerful individuals is extremely rare to witness. Even online, it's hard to find videos like this. Moreover, Watching videos on a phone or computer can't compare to the visual impact and shock of seeing something in person. And then there's that most real feeling, the pressure emanating from a powerful person, the earth-shattering power when they unleash their attacks. These are things you can't experience by watching videos. Furthermore, the stunningly beautiful woman among the three powerful figures, who wields fire like a goddess of flames, actually announced in public that Xiao Li is her man. This explosive news is no less shocking than the awakening of Xiao Li's SSS-level superpower. Such a powerful woman, such a beautiful woman, is already Xiao Li's woman. She had just been chosen as their goddess, and now she's already taken. This made the students who were the same age as Xiao Li feel deep envy and admiration. They're all the same age, so how come Xiao Li is so outstanding? Is this even allowed to live in peace? Moreover, during the discussion, everyone gradually realized that everything that happened today was directly related to Xiao Li. Even the great battle between the three powerful figures was caused by Xiao Li. In the past, Xiao Li was already a prominent figure in the entire Lingwu Academy. And now, he is likely to become a prominent figure in the entire Great Xia Kingdom. However, unlike the others' enthusiastic discussion, there was one person who neither joined their discussion nor left the classroom. That's Lin Yuner. At this moment, she was lying on Xiao Li's desk, as if she were asleep. But if someone were to lift her up at this moment, they would find that the desk where she was lying was covered in water stains. Those were tears. Compared to Suya and Mingchin, Lin Yuner was the only one who didn't know that Xiao Li had relationships with other people. She always thought that she was the only one with Xiao Li. So when she heard Su Xian say that Xiao Li was her man, she subconsciously thought that Xiao Li had another woman and no longer wanted her. This filled her with deep fear and unease. Su Xian's strength and beauty made her feel inferior. Although she was also very beautiful, Su Xian's temperament was something that she could not possess. This made her feel desperate. The opponent is too strong. She simply couldn't compete. She couldn't even imagine what she would become if Xiao Li disappeared from her world like this. She had gotten used to Xiao Li being by her side. I've gotten used to seeing him every day. She was used to Xiao Li sitting behind her every day, taking advantage of her. I've also gotten used to my dependence on him. The thought of losing all these habits in the future made her feel a tearing pain in her heart. The tears just wouldn't stop. The only way to cover up was when I returned to the classroom, where I would lie on my desk. And subconsciously, she didn't return to her own seat, but instead sat in Xiao Li's seat. Many classmates noticed Lin Yuner's unusual behavior. Some of her close female friends came to her side to ask her questions, but Lin Yuner ignored them completely. Her mind was a complete mess, and all she could think about was Xiao Li. I can't hear what anyone is saying at all. Seeing that Lin Yuner ignored them, the girls had no choice but to leave. The students in the classroom gradually dwindled to almost nothing. Even the students responsible for cleaning finished quickly and left one after another. Finally, the classroom was empty except for Lin Yuner. The sun was about to set, and the sky was getting darker and darker. The orange glow of the setting sun shining through the window was also quietly fading, like the broken heart of a beautiful woman, gradually withering away. And at that very moment, Xiao Li appeared outside the classroom door. Chapter 49 Comfort and Confession. After leaving the principal's office, Xiao Li strolled over to class 2. It was right at the end of the school day, and I saw many students carrying their school bags on the way home. When these students saw Xiao Li, their eyes were filled with envy and admiration as they made way for him. Some would even greet him familiarly. Many girls stared at Xiao Li with infatuated looks, exclaiming in surprise, "Wow, it's Xiao Li. He's so handsome." Yes, but why are his clothes so tattered? Even with tattered clothes, his handsomeness is undeniable. Why, I'm smitten. Hey, wake up. Xiao Li would never look at us. Didn't you hear what that super powerful and beautiful woman said? Trying to steal her man? Are you out of your mind? Ugh, he's taken. My heart is broken. Xiao Li didn't pay much attention to the stares and comments from the crowd. He really made a huge splash today. This is perfectly normal. Moreover, he had long been accustomed to the gaze of countless people. Therefore, one can remain calm and composed when faced with such a situation. Responding to the students' enthusiastic greetings, Xiao Li quickly made his way through the crowd and arrived at the door of Class 2's classroom. The sky grew increasingly dark, and the classroom fell silent. It seems that all the students in the class have already left. Even through the last rays of the setting sun, Xiao Li could still see a girl lying face down in his seat. Although Xiao Li did not see her face, but her shapely figure and the familiar ponytail that he often played with and smelled made Xiao Li recognize that the girl was Lin Yuner at a glance. Xiaoli reached out and snapped the classroom light on. The bright lights instantly dispelled the dimness in the classroom, illuminating it brightly. Xiaoli walked slowly to Lin Yuner's side and squatted down. Then he burrowed his head under her armpit and looked up. Suddenly, I saw a face streaked with tears. The girl's sad tears fell onto Xiaoli's face and lips. Xiaoli pursed his lips, the taste salty and bitter, just like the girl's mood at that moment. Lin Yuner closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face. She heard the classroom lights being turned on, but she didn't want to pay attention. Then she felt someone slowly walking towards her. As that person came to her side, she immediately sensed a man's presence. How familiar that scent is. So familiar that tears streamed down her face like a burst dam. She opened her eyes and immediately saw Xiaoli's face appear before her. So close. Xiaoli looked at her with a gentle smile, and even as tears fell into his eyes, he didn't blink. Lin Yuner's pure and lovely face instantly broke into a smile through her tears. It's unclear how much time passed, but the two eventually parted ways. Lin Yuner opened her beautiful, teary eyes and stared blankly at Xiaoli. Xiaoli, with tenderness for the tears on the face of the departed beauty, whispered, "I am here. Forever." Those few words instantly and perfectly healed Lin Yuner's heart. Her unease, her sadness, all her negative emotions in that instant, vanished without a trace. Xiaoli's words are enough. As for Su Xian's matter, she didn't want to know anymore. All she knew was that Xiaoli would always be by her side, would never leave her, and would never abandon her. Nothing else matters. Xiaoli gently embraced her and explained Su Xian's situation, as well as the situations of Suya and Mingchin. He told Lin Yuner everything in detail. No one understands women's minds better than Xiaoli. Judging from Lin Yuner's state and what had happened today, Xiaoli had already roughly guessed what Lin Yuner was thinking. The main reason is that he didn't tell Lin Yuner about Suya's situation sooner. That's what caused Lin Yuner to be in this state. Whether it was Suya, Mingchin, or Su Xian, they all knew that Xiaoli was a philandering man. But Lin Yuner had no idea. In her eyes, Xiaoli and she were one-on-one. It's all his fault for not telling Lin Yuner these things sooner, which led her to feel abandoned. He had already planned to explain things to Lin Yuner in the next couple of days. But who knew something like this would happen today? Fortunately, it's not too late to say this now, and the situation hasn't deteriorated to the point of no return. Lin Yuner was quite surprised that Xiaoli had so many women without her knowledge. Especially Suya. She had indeed sensed that there might be some secret between Xiaoli and Suya. But she didn't think much of it at the time, and now it seems that her intuition was right. But she didn't blame Xiaoli for being a womanizer. Having gone through the emotional journey of knowing that Xiaoli might leave her, Lin Yuner now cherishes Xiaoli even more. How could I bear to blame him again? Alright, it's getting late. Let's go home early. The higher education entrance exams are in the next couple of days. You'll have to come to Phoenix Academy with me then. After calming Lin Yuner down, Xiaoli said. Then he went to her desk and carefully put all her textbooks into her school bag. Okay, whatever you say, I'll go wherever you go. Lin Yuner smiled sweetly and replied obediently. After packing their things, the two turned off the classroom lights and left the teaching building together. By this time, most of the students had left, and the school was very quiet. Only the boy and girl remained, walking side by side inside the school. A gentle breeze rustled the treetops, and also lifted the girl's long hair and skirt. Lin Yuner took off the hair tie that was binding her ponytail and tied it around her wrist. Her jet black hair, now unbound, cascaded down. Her long hair was blown about by the evening breeze, carrying a pleasant fragrance. She smoothed her long, wind-blown hair from her forehead, a faint smile playing on her exquisitely beautiful face. This scene is as beautiful as a painting. Even Xiaoli was taken aback. Lin Yuner gave him a smile that could charm the world, and stretched out her jade-like arm to take his arm. She rested her head on Xiaoli's shoulder. I wish this road had no end. Then they can continue walking like this, until the end of time. Chapter 50 The Death of Lu Jigia. But every road eventually comes to an end. The two quickly strolled to the school gate. Xiaoli's luxury sports car was parked at the school gate, waiting. Not far away, another rather nice private car was parked on the side. That's Lin Yuner's car. Lin Yuner's family background is not bad. They are among the wealthiest in Linqing. Her father was also an S-class superhuman, and a pretty high one at that. Making money is naturally very easy. At this moment, Lin Yuner reluctantly let go of Xiaoli's arm and said goodbye. Xiaoli, I'll head home now. See you tomorrow. Xiaoli nodded and smiled. See you tomorrow. Don't overthink things when you get back. It'll break my heart. Lin Yuner blushed and responded shyly. Then, standing on tiptoe, he kissed Xiao Li on the cheek before parting ways with him. He jogged to his car, opened the door, and got in. The car started quickly and drove away. Xiao Li watched Lin Yuner's car drive away before turning around and getting into the luxury sports car. After getting into the car, Xiao Li discovered that the person sitting in the driver's seat was not his personal driver and bodyguard, Zhao Hai, and one of his men. However, Xiao Li didn't seem surprised at all. After the car started and drove away from the school, he finally asked, "How's things going with Uncle Hai?" The driver replied, "Young master, we have located Lu Jigia. The boss is waiting for the right moment, ready to strike at any time." Xiao Li nodded and reminded him, "Tell Uncle Hai to clean it up as thoroughly as possible. Even if someone actually sees it, it won't really matter, but it will still have some impact. Avoid unnecessary trouble whenever possible." The driver nodded quickly and replied, "Yes, young master." It was already dark. Southwest of Linqing, there are many old residential buildings standing here, with only a few houses having lights on. The dim yellow streetlights along the roadside flickered with a hissing sound, seemingly out of place for years. At this moment, a figure slowly walked along a quiet road. He was carrying a school bag, and his expression was somewhat confused and dejected. He is Lu Jigia, who has already been expelled from school. Having awakened his A-level superpower, he should have been riding high today, but his reckless behavior led to this predicament. As he packed his things and left the classroom, not a single person showed him any sympathy. This outcome is entirely his own fault. You have no one to blame. Perhaps his behavior seems stupid and mindless to many people, but he was just an ordinary 18.9-year-old boy. There's no scheming or cunning involved. Moreover, being born into a poor family, the scope of his life was limited. His behavior is also based on his young age and the psychological distortion caused by being born into a poor family. People are all different, and this has little to do with the family they were born into. It can only be said that Lu Jigia was that kind of person, and his family background was just the catalyst that made him become that kind of person. Even if he was born into a wealthy family, he would still envy and be jealous of those who are more outstanding than him. Such people's desires will never be satisfied. Lu Jigia walked towards home. As the events of the day flashed through my mind, my fists clenched tightly. "Xiao Li, you caused me to be expelled from school and ruined my future. You won this time, but I'm not entirely without the ability to retaliate against you. You've awakened a 3S level superpower. I may never be able to defeat you, but you also have family and friends, and they don't have your talent. When I grow up, I will definitely get my revenge. You just wait." Lu Jigia thought maliciously to himself. Just as he was thinking, suddenly, a man emerged from around a corner in the road ahead of him. The man looked to be in his 30s or 40s, with a robust build and a composed demeanor. Standing there, it was like a wall, completely blocking the way. Upon seeing this, Lu Jijia's expression changed, sensing that the newcomer had ill intentions. He turned to look back at the road he had come from. Then several more people appeared out of nowhere and blocked his way. Lu Jigia panicked, and a green light suddenly rose from his body, and a tortoise shell appeared on his body. He asked, Who are you?" Zhao Hai stared coldly at Lu Jigia and said only one sentence. "Young master instructed me to send you on your way." Having said that, he didn't utter another word of nonsense. With a wave of his hand, powerful spiritual energy surged forth and compressed into a wind arrow. The arrow spun rapidly in midair before shooting out. Whoosh! The arrow pierced the air without making a loud noise, as if a gust of wind had passed by. Lu Jigia was instantly pierced through the heart by an arrow. His eyes widened as he looked down in disbelief at the burst of blood from his heart. The words Zhao Hai had just said were still echoing in my mind. "Young master asked me to send you on your way. It's Xiao Li." Lu Jigia immediately understood who wanted to kill him. In his final moments, he was filled with endless regret. He now understood that it was so simple for Xiao Li to kill him. He doesn't even need to lift a finger to take his own life in the blink of an eye. Why would I want to offend someone like that? However, his regret came too late. There's no going back in this world. If it exists, it's either in a dream or within Xiao Li's system. My vision gradually blurred, and the excruciating pain in my chest gradually subsided. Finally, Lu Jijia's vision went completely dark, and his consciousness vanished forever. Lu Jijia's death did not cause much of a stir. The surveillance cameras on the surrounding roads had already been destroyed by Zhao Hai and his accomplices. No one will discover anything here. Zhao Hai walked to Lu Jijia's body and took out a small bottle from his pocket. Unscrew the bottle cap and pour the liquid from the bottle onto the corpse. Instantly, the entire corpse, including its clothes, began to melt under this liquid. When the entire bottle of liquid was poured out, Lu Jijia's body had already disappeared. Only a dried human-shaped watermark remained in the spot, proving that Lu Jigia had once existed. Zhao Hai looked up and made a gesture to one of his subordinates. One of his subordinates immediately scurried over and began using his superpower. Suddenly, a yellowish-brown light shimmered around him. The ground at the dried-up watermark suddenly churned up. When the light faded, the land had returned to its original state. And that human-shaped watermark has completely disappeared. Let's call it a day and leave. Zhao Hai gave a shout, and the group quickly left. After Zhao Hai and the others left, the place fell into silence. What happened here has been completely buried. No one will ever realize what happened here. Even a detective wouldn't be able to find a single clue here. Chapter 51: Having a Wife and Forgetting One's Mother. As soon as Xiaoli got home by car, he received a message from Zhao Hai. Lu Jijia has been dealt with. Xiaoli looked at the message on his phone screen, his face expressionless. He never took Lu Jijia seriously. He's just a nobody, a clown. We can get rid of him cleanly and efficiently. As soon as Xiaoli opened the door of his villa, he suddenly felt himself being hugged. Then came Zhao's father's hearty, triumphant laughter. Ha ha ha. Xiaoli, you're awesome. You really made your old man proud this time. SSS level, SSS level. I never imagined in my life that I could give birth to a son with SSS level talent. Do you know how I felt when I received this news? No. Hurry up. Let your dad give you a kiss right now. I love you to death. As he spoke, Zhao's father kissed Xiaoli on the face. Xiaoli quickly reached out and pressed down on his cheap father's face, which was leaning towards him, and said with disgust, Dad, you can stop with just a little bit, but two grown men kissing like that, don't you find it disgusting? If I'm going to kiss anyone, I'll only let my mom kiss me. At this moment, Zhao's mother, Huang Yuexin, swayed forward and grabbed Zhao's father's ear, saying, Old Xiao, did you hear me? Get out of the way, let me do it. Only then did Zhao's father release Xiaoli, and Zhao's mother leaned over with a smile and said, Xiaoli, come here, let mom give you a kiss. This time, our ancestors' graves are truly blessed with good fortune, bringing glory to our ancestors. Xiaoli quickly stopped his mother and said with a wry smile, No, I was just kidding. Let's not be so enthusiastic. This handsome face of mine is reserved for your future daughters-in-law to kiss. You two should go kiss each other instead. Upon hearing this, Huang Yuexin immediately put on a tearful expression. Sigh, my son has forgotten his mother since he got married. Now he doesn't even want to be close to me anymore. My life is so miserable. Xiaoli was speechless. An Oscar for Best Actor when you were young? Okay, Mom and Dad. Is there anything else you want to say? If not, I have to go out after dinner, so I probably won't be home to sleep tonight. Mr. Xiao asked in confusion. Where are you going, Xiaoli, so late at night? We still have so many questions for you. For example, how did you awaken today? Also, I heard that there was a major battle between powerful individuals at your school today. What happened? Xiaoli said, I'll explain these things to you in detail when I have time. I really have something to do. Zhao's mother, Huang Yuexin, said, Your status is different now. It's not safe for you to wander around at night. If you have any problems, you can tell Mom and Dad, and we'll take care of them for you. You'd better not go out tonight. Mr. Xiao nodded in agreement, saying, Yes, son. Xiaoli spread his hands and said, I want to lose my virginity. How will you help me? Mr. and Mrs. Xiao were suddenly jolted awake. Mr. Zhao's eyes widened as he asked, Really? Xiaoli said speechlessly, Why would I need to lie to you about something like this? Mr. and Mrs. Xiao exchanged a glance. The next moment, Zhao's parents reached out and pushed Xiaoli toward the door. You brat, get out of here right now. Don't come back tonight. Son, what are you dawdling about for? Let's go. Hey, wait. I haven't eaten yet. Xiaoli was both amused and exasperated. Why were his parents even more anxious than he was? What are you eating for? Go eat with your woman. Your mother and I are having a romantic candlelight dinner tonight, so there's no room for you. Zhao's father pushed Xiaoli to the door and said. Zhao's mother then deftly opened the villa door. Zhao's father pushed Xiaoli out the door and then slammed the door shut. The two clapped their hands and burst into hearty laughter. That's wonderful. Xiaoli has finally grown up, Mother Xiao said with a smile. Mr. Xiao said with satisfaction. Yes, he's more successful than his father. Mother Xiao said smugly. That's right. Don't you even know who gave birth to her? Suddenly, Mr. Xiao put his arm around Mrs. Zhao's waist and chuckled. Honey, our son has already taken care of his big life event. Should we try our best to have another one tonight? Maybe we can even give birth to another SSS-level superhuman. Zhao's mother rolled her eyes at him, her face flushed, and said, "You shameless old man. If you're going to do it, just do it. Why are you asking me?" Mr. Xiao laughed heartily. Then, without finishing his meal, hurriedly took Mrs. Xiao back to their room. Xiaoli shook his head helplessly as his parents forcibly kicked him out of the house. "All right, let's go eat at Suya's place while we're at it." He went to the garage and drove his car out again. This time, he didn't have anyone drive him. Instead, he drove himself to Suya's house. Although he doesn't have a driver's license, his driving skills are undeniable. In his past life, he learned everything to pick up girls. Not to mention driving. He could easily go racing. People call him the old driver of Mount Akina. In less than half an hour, Xiaoli arrived at the residential area where Suya lived. After parking the car, Xiaoli got out. Then, with practiced ease, he entered a building and took the elevator to Suya's door. He rang Suya's doorbell. Not long after, the door opened, and Suya's stunning figure appeared before Xiaoli. Xiaoli's eyes lit up immediately. Suya had already changed out of the purple dress she wore during the day. Instead, she wore a white tank top and black shorts that barely covered her hips. Xiaoli's eyes were glued to the first glance. Suya chuckled, reached out her delicate hand, and pulled him into the room, then closed the door. As she closed the door and turned around, Xiaoli suddenly grabbed her slender waist. "Xiaoli!" Suya let out a soft cry. But before she could say anything more, Xiaoli pressed his other large hand against the back of her head and lowered his head to kiss her delicate red lips. Much later, Xiaoli placed his hand on that pretty face so close to his own and stroked it, smiling slightly as he said, "Suya, you are so beautiful." Suya's pretty face flushed, and she looked at Xiaoli with her beautiful eyes as if they were still water, and said softly, "You're here so quickly? Haven't eaten yet? I'll go cook. We'll talk after we eat." Xiaoli nodded and then released her. Suya asked Xiaoli to sit for a while, and then went into the kitchen to start cooking. Xiaoli turned on the TV, sat on the sofa, and watched for a while, then suddenly asked Suya, who was busy in the kitchen, "Suya, where's your aunt? Have you arranged for her to stay somewhere else? I thought you were going to let her stay with you for a few days." Suya explained, "This is what I planned to do. But it seems someone invited her somewhere for a talk earlier. I guess it was someone from the government. This incident caused quite a stir, and given that you've already decided to go to Phoenix Academy, it's quite normal for your aunt to want to meet with you. However, I guess they're mainly discussing your future, so your aunt probably won't be coming back tonight." Xiaoli suddenly understood. "However, I feel a little disappointed. What a great opportunity." Suya quickly finished preparing the meal. For dishes and a soup, tasted great. Xiaoli ate with great relish and praised Suya's cooking skills. After the meal, in the living room, the bright lights were then dimmed slightly. In the dim light, Suya's graceful figure appeared even more alluring. Her charming face was flushed, and her beautiful, watery eyes met Xiaoli's gaze with tenderness. Outside the window, night was deepening. What neither of them knew was that in another part of Lin City, Su Xian, whose meeting ended early, is on her way back to them. Moreover, finding the journey too slow, she directly used her spiritual power. It flew through the night sky. Chapter 52 100% Body and Mind. After flying in the night sky for about half an hour, Su Xian finally arrived at the neighborhood where Suya lived. However, she did not land and enter through the main entrance. Instead, it flew straight to the balcony of Suya's apartment on the same floor. After landing on the balcony, Su Xian walked to the sliding door of the balcony in her high heels. The sliding door was closed, and the curtains were drawn, so no one could see what was happening inside. Moreover, due to the excellent sound insulation, it is very difficult for people outside to hear anything coming from inside. Su Xian reached out and pushed the door open. Finding it unlocked, she pushed it open. However, she froze the next second, because the moment the balcony door was pushed open, she then heard a strange sound. These sounds instantly made Su Xian realize what was happening inside the room. Right at that moment, a night breeze blew into the room through the balcony, causing the curtains to flutter and revealing the entire room to Su Xian. Su Xian's pretty face flushed red after just one glance. Even with her strong personality, her heart was pounding wildly. The balcony door was opened, which was naturally noticed by Xiao Li and the other person in the room. Xiao Li was startled the moment he heard the voice. "Turn around and look." He immediately spotted Su Xian standing on the balcony. The scene suddenly became somewhat frozen. Su Xian stood there looking at Xiao Li, and Xiao Li was also looking at her. Suya saw Su Xian, She was so embarrassed that she quickly covered her face with the blanket and dared not come out. This scene lasted for about 10 or 20 seconds. Su Xian finally came to her senses and quickly said, You guys continue. I'm leaving now. After saying that, she turned around and ran away. Revise. I don't know how much time has passed. At this moment, Xiaoli was lying on the bed, and his face did not show any signs of fatigue. On the contrary, he was still very energetic. He clicked his tongue. This night was destined to be one he would never forget. It's just unknown how much the quality of Suya and the others' abilities will improve this time. However, he couldn't wake them up now, so he could only ask them again tomorrow. However, in his understanding, 1 or 2 times would not be enough to improve the grade of his superpower. Moreover, if the quality of one's ability is already high, it will be even more difficult to improve it. For example, if Su Xian's SS level superpower wants to be upgraded to SSS level, it would probably require a great many attempts. And at that very moment, while lying in bed, Xiaoli suddenly heard the system's voice in his mind. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully obtained the complete body and soul of Goddess Suya. You have earned 100 points. Congratulations, host. Goddess Su Xian's favorability has reached 100%, earning you 20 points. Congratulations, host. Goddess Su Xian's favorability towards you has reached 100%. You have received a random mystery gift pack. Open it now. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully obtained the complete body and soul of the Goddess Su Xian, earning 100 points. Congratulations, Master. You have achieved this and have been granted 2 more chances to draw prizes. The string of congratulations left Xiaoli stunned. Good heavens. Favorability rating has actually skyrocketed to 100%. Moreover, it turns out that there are other ways to earn points besides reaching 100% favorability with the goddess. You can also earn points by winning their hearts and minds. Needless to say, once you reach a 100% favorability rating, you've already won their hearts. As for his body, those who know. And this achievement, the system is a naming genius. How could they even come up with such a name? However, these 3 chances to win the prize are real. I once won him a legendary weapon in a lottery. I wonder what good stuff we'll get for him this time. System, open the gift pack. Xiaoli said in his heart. Let's save the lottery for last, and see what he can get from the gift pack first. The system responded quickly. The mystery gift pack has been opened. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the special item, Dragon Phoenix Ring. Special items? Xiaoli was slightly surprised. It doesn't even show its grade. What kind of special item is this? Took out the Dragon Phoenix Ring that was already in the system space. It was a black and gold ring. A lifelike dragon is engraved on the black ring with gold patterns. However, Xiaoli did not see any phoenix carvings on it, which made him somewhat puzzled. If it's called the Dragon Phoenix Ring, why is there only a dragon and no phoenix? He opened the description of the Dragon Phoenix Ring to check its function. Dragon Phoenix Ring. Infused with the souls of a true dragon and a true phoenix, though lacking overwhelming power, possesses unpredictable teleportation abilities. Dragon and phoenix follow each other. Phoenix rings can be separated from the dragon ring, with no limit on the number. The dragon ring and the phoenix ring share the same origin, with the dragon ring being the primary one. Therefore, the wearer of the dragon ring can teleport to the side of any phoenix ring wearer at any time. Oh, this is good stuff. Xiaoli's eyes lit up. With this ring, Xiaoli could give each of Su Xian, Suya, and Lin Yuner a phoenix ring. In this way, he can teleport to their side at any time, no matter where they are. If any of them were in danger, he could arrive at their side instantly. Or if he himself is in danger, he can use this ring to teleport away. Although it only has this one function, it is still incredibly powerful. Not bad, not bad. Although I didn't get anything particularly powerful, it's still a pretty good item. Xiaoli praised. He took out the Dragon Phoenix ring and put it on the ring finger of his left hand. Then, with a thought, the Dragon Phoenix ring flashed with light. 2 silver rings engraved with phoenix patterns appeared in his palm. Xiaoli grabbed Su Xian and Suya's hands and slipped the 2 phoenix rings onto their ring fingers. Looking at the identical rings on the 2 women's delicate fingers, Xiaoli smiled slightly. This phoenix ring will now serve as a symbol. Anyone who sees a beautiful woman wearing this kind of ring knows that she is Xiaoli's woman. Chapter 52 Dragon Phoenix Ring. Xiaoli gently placed their hands back on their hands. As for the remaining lottery draws, Xiaoli did not plan to draw them now. He plans to keep them until he completes some achievements or accumulates more points, then go for a 10 pull. 1 spin on the lucky draw earns 50 points, and 10 spins earn 500 points. Subtracting the 3 achievement rewards, that means he needs to save up at least 350 points to do a 10 pull. He currently has 240 points, and is 110 points short, which isn't a lot, and it won't be difficult for him to reach the required number. If we can win over both Lin Yuner and Mingchin, we'll still have plenty left over. However, if possible, Xiaoli would rather not use his points to participate in the lottery. Points can be used to buy many great items in the system shop. Lotteries are too random. The items he pulls out will either be junk or not even something he can use. It's far better to just buy what you need directly from the online store. Of course, there are advantages to participating in a lottery. It can give you items that you can't buy in the system store. For example, amazing artifacts. In short, each has its own advantages and disadvantages. It all depends on how it is used. However, the main reason is that he has too few points. If he had hundreds of thousands or millions of points, wouldn't he be able to buy whatever he wanted and draw whatever he wanted? However, this can only be a thought for now. 1,000,000 points? How many goddesses would he have to win over to reach that amount? After exiting the system space, Xiaoli glanced at the 2 women who were still sleeping soundly, then closed his eyes. Instead of sleeping, he began to actively cultivate. Cultivating spiritual power does not require sitting cross-legged in meditation as depicted in martial arts or cultivation novels. Simply close your eyes, calm your mind, and mobilize your internal spiritual energy to actively absorb external spiritual energy into your body. Just let the spiritual energy gradually transform into your own spiritual power. This was Xiao Li's first time actively trying to cultivate since awakening his superpower, and he found it quite novel. As he began to guide his spiritual energy, the spiritual energy in the surrounding air quickly gathered towards him. It was as if an invisible vortex had formed in front of Xiao Li, and spiritual energy was poured into his body. The infusion speed is very fast. Xiao Li could clearly feel spiritual energy constantly flowing into his body and being transformed into his own spiritual power. The spiritual energy began to grow stronger and stronger, gradually expanding from the stream to the river. With the assistance of the 10x Super Cultivation Accelerator, Xiao Li's cultivation speed is 10 times that of his own cultivation talent. This cheat-like cultivation speed allowed his spiritual power to increase at an extremely rapid pace. I don't know how much time has passed. Suddenly, a booming sound came from Xiao Li's body. Then a surge of spiritual energy, dozens of times larger than before, erupted into his limbs and bones. Su Xian, who was lying next to Xiao Li. She suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Xiao Li, her alluring eyes filled with shock. This little guy has broken through? That's right, Xiao Li has broken through. Xiao Li had his eyes closed. He was looking at his attribute panel in his mind. Host, Xiao Li awakened. Realm, level 2, beginner, 5%. Goddess, already bound. Lin Yuner, 100% favorability. Suya, 100% favorability. Mingchin, 100% favorability. Su Xian, 100% favorability. Awakened Superpower. SSS rank Superpower. Annihilation Divine Thunder. Rank A Evolvable Ability. Physical Enhancement. Unranked Superpower. Talent Enhancement. Weapons. Divine Artifact. Sky-Splitting Spear. C rank Evolvable Weapon. Hard Brick. Points. 240. After drinking the spirit wine from the mysterious old man Hemming's gourd last time, his ability level increased to 56% of the advanced level 1. His cultivation tonight directly broke through to the 2nd level. This speed is terrifying. This is the cultivation speed that Xiao Li has shown even when he has only absorbed the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. If you use spirit stones or spirit materials to absorb it, the speed of improvement will be even more terrifying. The power of the super training cheat device is undeniable. Su Xian and Suya, who were curiously looking at him with their beautiful eyes. Xiao Li asked with a smile, "What's wrong with you?" Suya asked with surprise, "Xiao Li, you've broken through to the 2nd tier?" Xiao Li nodded, making no attempt to hide anything. It's at level 2. Suya said incredulously, "Your cultivation speed is too fast. How did you do that?" Xiao Li explained, "There was an old man who claimed to be sent by the government to protect me, and I drank half of his gourd of spirit wine. At that time, my level had already reached the advanced stage of tier 1. It was only tonight's cultivation that allowed me to break through to tier 2. Suya suddenly realized. So that's how it is. Su Xian frowned slightly, seemingly concerned about the old man Xiao Li had mentioned. She asked Xiao Li, Little one, do you know that old man's name? Xiaoli nodded. I know, he told me his name is He Ming. Su Xian's phoenix eyes suddenly widened. He Ming, Senior He. Seeing her so surprised, Xiaoli couldn't help but ask. What, you've heard of him? Su Xian said, of course I've heard of it. Senior He Mingyi is one of the most outstanding superhumans in our great Xia kingdom. Possesses the most powerful of the SS-level superpowers, spatial power. Its level had already reached the 10th tier more than a decade ago. No one knows just how powerful he has become. The country actually sent him to protect you. Xiaoli was also quite surprised to hear this. He never expected that the old man who had gotten so angry with him over half a gourd of spirit wine would actually be so powerful. Chapter 53, Revealing the Secret. Su Xian added, no wonder a few sips of spirit wine could increase your spiritual power so much. If it was that senior, then it makes sense. It turns out that Elder He loved all kinds of fine wines most in his life, and often went around searching for and acquiring all kinds of rare and precious materials to brew fine wines. His wine not only tastes exceptional, but its effects are also extremely powerful. Many rich and powerful people find it difficult to even get a sip of his brewed wine, but I never expected you, little guy, to have such luck and actually get to drink half a gourd of his wine. It seems he's quite interested in you too. Xiaoli remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he smiled. He wasn't just lucky. That stingy old man only intended to give him a sip at first. He was quick and gulped down half a gourd of wine. Otherwise he wouldn't have had this opportunity. However, it must be said that the old man's wine was indeed very effective. The improvement in spiritual power can only be considered a very small part of its effect. Its greatest benefit was helping his C-level superhuman physical body evolve to A level. Xiaoli laughed and said, all right, let's not talk about me for now. Take a close look at your own bodies and see if anything has changed. Su Xian and Suya were taken aback when they heard this. Change. Xiaoli. Yes, you'll know once you experience it. The two women nodded, closed their beautiful eyes, and quietly felt the changes in their bodies. A moment later, Su Xian opened her beautiful eyes first and asked in surprise. Little guy, what did you do to me last night? My powers seem to have changed. Xiaoli didn't look away, but asked, what changes have occurred? Tell me about them. Su Xian said, I feel that the power of my superpower has increased a bit, and my control over fire has also improved slightly. At this moment, Suya opened her beautiful eyes and said, me too. She raised her palm, and a ball of vermilion bird flame ignited in her palm. I feel that my vermilion bird flame has become hotter, and its burning ability has also increased. Su Xinyu cupped Xiao Li's face in her hands, making him look into her eyes. Little guy, what's going on? My powers feel like they've evolved. Although the improvement isn't huge, there's definitely a feeling of evolution. Huh, what's this ring? As Su Xian was talking, she suddenly noticed the phoenix ring on her hand. Suya, who was standing to the side, also raised her left hand in surprise and said, I have one too. Xiaoli, did you bring this for us? Xiaoli smiled and said, this ring is called the Phoenix Ring, the Phoenix Ring. Then the dragon ring on his finger. This Phoenix Ring was separated from the dragon ring in my hand. Its full name is the Dragon Phoenix Ring. There is only one dragon ring, but there can be countless Phoenix Rings. Once you wear this Phoenix Ring, no matter where you are or how far away you are, I can instantly teleport to your side using the Phoenix Ring. Su Xian and Suya looked at the Phoenix Ring on their fingers with great surprise upon hearing this. They had not expected that there was such a special thing. Despite their curiosity, they didn't ask any further questions, because they had already guessed that this must be related to Xiao Li's secret again. So I simply stopped asking. The two women were admiring the rings on their fingers with obvious delight. The Phoenix Ring is exceptionally beautiful in both color and carving, and it looks extremely beautiful on their jade hands. But most importantly, this was given to them by Xiao Li. When a man gives a woman a ring, the meaning is self-evident. Xiao Li smiled faintly, quite satisfied with their decision not to ask any questions. He grasped Su Xian's delicate hand, gently caressing it as he continued. As for your special abilities, they are indeed evolving. However, this concerns a secret I told you before, and I'm telling you, you absolutely must not tell anyone. Su Xian and Suya both nodded upon hearing this. Xiao Li then said, actually, I've awakened more than just the SSS level superpower, Annihilation Divine Thunder. I also awakened another superpower at the same time. Su Xian pondered for a moment. A second superpower. Xiao Li, seeing that the two women's expressions hadn't changed much, asked in surprise. Aren't you surprised? Suya chuckled softly, patted Xiao Li's head, and said with a smile. I may not have taught you this before, because the probability is too small. Actually, there have been cases where people have awakened two superpowers at the same time. However, such people are very few. There might not be 1 in 10,000 awakened individuals. Moreover, awakening two superpowers at the same time does not necessarily mean they will be very strong. Because even if two superpowers are awakened, it still depends on the quality of those two superpowers. Some people have awakened two superpowers, but they are only at the C level. Although this may give such people an advantage among other ability users of the same rank and level, they will still lose if they encounter a B rank ability user of the same level. Xiao Li then nodded in realization. It turns out that there are people in this world who can awaken several superpowers at the same time. No wonder they weren't too surprised when they told themselves they had awakened another superpower. However, Xiao Li immediately smiled and said, Since this secret didn't impress you, I'll tell you another one. This second superpower I've awakened has no grade whatsoever. It's called talent enhancement. As for its function, Xiao Li raised his head, looked at the two women, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. I can make other people's abilities evolve, and you are the first and second women to have my superpower take effect. Su Xian and Suya were stunned when they heard this. But when they realized what was happening, they all stared at Xiao Li with incredulous and shocked looks. Chapter 54, A Heartfelt Admonition. Su Xian, who was holding Xiao Li's face in her jade hands, pulled his face close to hers. Su Xian asked, her breathing becoming rapid, Little one, are you telling the truth? Can you allow our superpowers to continue evolving? Xiao Li nodded, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Of course, as long as we do that kind of thing regularly, your superpowers can continue to improve and evolve. SSS level is not impossible. Su Xian was truly excited at this moment. Even though she was a top expert with excellent composure, she was still unsettled when she heard the news. Little one, if what you're saying is true, do you know what that means? Everyone is born with a fixed level of innate talent, which can never be changed, and there is no way to improve it. But your special ability can break this immutable law, allowing human abilities to continue to evolve. You alone could train dozens, or even hundreds, of SSS-level superhumans. This is absolutely terrifying. Suya was also extremely shocked. She never expected that Xiao Li's second superpower would be so abnormal. This completely transcends the so-called S-class or SSS class concepts. A superpower that can evolve a person's superpower to SSS level without limit is beyond what can be defined by levels. If this superpower were to become known, the consequences would be terrifying. This is absolutely enough to drive all the superpowered people in the world crazy. Various countries will endlessly send people into the Great Xia Kingdom to seize Xiao Li. It's worth it no matter the cost. The emergence of an SSS-level superhuman in the Great Xia Kingdom might at most make other countries wary. But if you add the ability to enhance your talent, then it's not just a matter of being wary. Su Xian's pretty face suddenly turned extremely solemn. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Xiao Li as she said, Xiao Li, you must never mention this to a third person again. You can't tell even your future women. It's not that I don't trust them, but if this matter gets leaked, the consequences will be far beyond our imagination. Su Xian was really serious this time. She even stopped calling him little one. Xiao Li could sense the gravity and tension in Su Xian's heart. He smiled slightly and said, I understand. I'll only tell you this secret, and I'll never mention it again. Su Xian then nodded. Then, as if holding a precious treasure, she tightly hugged Xiao Li's head in her arms. That's great. The little guy has actually awakened this superpower. My strength will advance even further. If I can really evolve my superpower to SSS level in the future, how powerful will I become? Su Xian said with a pleasant mood. Before she met Xiao Li, she was already a person who was extremely enthusiastic about cultivation. Therefore, they naturally attach great importance to this aspect. Now that she has Xiao Li's special ability, her future potential will be greatly increased. Suya was also very happy and said, You little rascal, it seems you weren't just here to ruin girls at Phoenix Academy after all. With this superpower, you have no idea how many women you could benefit. Xiao Li said smugly, That's right, I'm the man who's going to bring happiness to all the beautiful women in the world. Suya slapped him in an annoyed tone. Look how capable you think you are. At this moment, Su Xian suddenly looked at Xiao Li with alluring eyes. Her lips slightly parted, and she breathed out a fragrant breath. "Little one, let's continue our training." Xiaoli asked in surprise, "Aren't you tired?" Su Xian smiled sweetly. "Ability users recover very quickly. A good night's sleep is enough. So let's get started." She is eager to evolve her superpower to SSS level as soon as possible. It was not only for his own long-standing pursuit of the pinnacle of superpowers, but also to better protect Xiaoli. If Xiaoli were only an SSS level ability user, it wouldn't be a big deal. But this ability is too important. Once it is exposed, even she is not confident that she can fully protect Xiaoli. Therefore, only by improving our strength faster can we prevent uncontrollable situations from arising in the future. Suya said helplessly. "It's already dawn." Xiaoli said indifferently. "It's all right, we have a day off today. The college entrance exams don't start until tomorrow. And don't you know my grades? I could get you the top score in the country in no time." Suya. The next day. Today is the day when all students across the country who have awakened their supernatural abilities take their exams ahead of schedule. Countless students stepped into the school gate with excitement. After completing the exams, they will enter higher education institutions ahead of schedule and begin their real cultivation and learning career. Everyone cherished this opportunity. Everyone hopes to get into their dream university. Of course, what everyone hopes for most is to join one of the two top academies in the Great Xia Kingdom, Azure Dragon Academy and Military Academy. Being able to join these two colleges means a bright future. That Xiaoli, the second SSS level awakened ability user in the Great Xia Kingdom, will most likely enter one of these two academies. Therefore, if you can join these two academies, you will also have the opportunity to get to know Xiaoli. An SSS level superhuman, as long as they don't die young, is destined to become one of the world's top powerhouses. If you have the opportunity to become friends with him, you will definitely benefit immensely in the future. What most people don't know is that Xiaoli had already excluded these two academies. Many people know about the battle between the three strongest warriors that took place at Lingwu Academy that day. However, they did not know that the real reason they were fighting was for Xiaoli. They had no idea that two of them were Songlong and the dean of the military academy. Therefore, Xiaoli's decision remains a mystery to outsiders. Chapter 55. The higher education test is over. At this time, Xiaoli parked his sports car in the parking lot outside Lingwu Academy. Suya and Xiaoli got out of the car together. From the night before last to the whole day yesterday, Xiaoli, Su Xian, and Suya have never left the house even once. "You little rascal, hurry up and go inside. The exam is about to start." Suya and Xiaoli walked side by side toward the school. Suya wore a long black dress, her long hair falling naturally to her shapely hips. Her pretty face was exquisitely beautiful, and her brows exuded a charming, mature elegance. It looks even more beautiful than before. At this moment, Suya had become a real woman, and was even more beautiful and charming. It's so captivating. Some students who haven't yet entered the college, and some parents who are sending their children to school, were all stunned. Xiaoli and Suya ignored the stares of the people and walked straight into the school. After entering the school, Xiaoli and Suya parted ways. Xiaoli walked alone toward the examination hall. Before he arrived in the morning, Suya had already told him the location of the examination room. He was also given the examination admission ticket and other necessary exam materials. Therefore, Xiaoli doesn't need to worry too much. It's a wonderful thing to have someone behind you taking care of everything. The exam was absolutely no challenge for Xiaoli. Over 2 days of exams, covering 7 subjects, Xiaoli submitted his papers before the exam time was even halfway through. Xiaoli could answer any subject with ease. As for the supernatural abilities and beasts course, needless to say, Xiaoli could write out the complete answer immediately just by glancing at the question. Not only that, he even found 1 or 2 problematic questions. When he reported it to the proctors, all of them stared at him like he was a monster. The 2-day test has ended. There were no major incidents or unusual events during that period. Xiaoli would take exams during the day, and after the exams, he would go out to have dinner with Lin Yuner or Mingchin and flirt with them. That night, I went to Suya's house and did some things I liked with the 2 girls. During this time, Zhang Mingchin also told Xiaoli about her awakened superpower. Zhang Mingchin's supernatural talent is not high. She has only awakened a B-level chi blade. It can use spiritual power to unleash white crescent-shaped energy blades for long-range attacks. Zhang Mingchin seemed quite disappointed by this. Both Lin Yuner and Suya are S-level superhumans. Xiaoli is an unattainable SSS level. She was only a B-level, which made Zhang Mingchin feel unworthy of Xiaoli. Fortunately, With Xiao Li's comfort, Zhang Mingchin felt much better. Having the talent to enhance his abilities, he wasn't worried at all about what level of ability Zhang Mingchin would awaken. Let alone B rank, he can help her evolve to SSS rank, even if it's D rank. Therefore, their own level of supernatural talent is not that important. While flirting with the two women, Xiao Li also separated 2 phoenix rings from the dragon ring. I put them on for them myself. They were also given an explanation of the ring's purpose. The 2 women were overjoyed to receive the rings from Xiao Li. This is a symbol of status. Wearing this ring means they are now completely Xiao Li's women. It seems to be due to state intervention. The test results were quickly released online the day after the exam. Xiao Li's results shocked everyone. 947 points. The 6 regular subjects are worth a total of 750 points, and the course on supernatural abilities and mythical beasts is worth 200 points. In a test with a total score of 950, Xiao Li only lost 3 points. This achievement is already the best in the entire Great Xia Kingdom. The second place only scored 896 points. Xiao Li's score was more than 50 points higher than the second place. The entire internet exploded instantly. Who is Xiao Li? Many people may be confused when they hear this name. But the title of the second SSS level superhuman in the Great Xia Kingdom has been revealed. That's something everyone knows. No one expected that Xiao Li's supernatural talent was so monstrous, and his academic performance was also so terrifying. Is this even human? I'm in awe of this amazing person. I'm convinced. Xiao Li is so amazing. I want to have your babies. That's incredible. It's practically superhuman. How did Xiao Li do that? Look. Even people with such monstrous superpowers are working so hard. What's the point of us working hard? As expected of the second SSS level supernova of our Great Xia Kingdom, our Great Xia Kingdom will surely become the world's #1 in the future. Xiao Li is awesome. Voice cracks. The internet exploded, with countless netizens expressing their amazement and awe. And the same is true in reality. Countless people are discussing Xiao Li, and everyone is full of praise for him. Of course, there were also some jealous people who voiced their doubts and tried to smear Xiao Li. But he almost drowned from everyone else's spittle. I barely got a few words out before I was bombarded with insults. Meanwhile, universities across the country are urgently sending people to lynching, hoping to recruit Xiao Li into their academies. Although everyone understands that Xiao Li will most likely choose between Songlong Academy and Military Academy, but they still held on to a sliver of hope. What if Xiao Li didn't choose one of these 2 top academies? So, with a let's give it a try attitude, the universities still sent people over. However, this time they are destined to be disappointed. When the people from these schools arrived in Lincheng, they heard the astonishing news that Chen Xianji, the dean of Songlong Academy, and Long Zhantian, the dean of Military Academy, had returned defeated. Xiao Li's final choice was actually Phoenix Academy. Universities and colleges could only sigh helplessly at this situation. Even the deans of the 2 top academies failed when they personally intervened, which clearly shows that Xiao Li's decision was very firm. So even if they went to find Xiao Li, the result wouldn't change at all. As for Xiao Li's choice of Phoenix Academy, many people think that Xiao Li has entered puberty. Who in the entire Great Xia Kingdom doesn't know what Phoenix Academy is? A gathering place for goddesses. 9 out of 10 are top-tier beauties. From the dean to the students, everyone was unbelievably beautiful. Getting into Phoenix Academy is like falling into a land of women. The only reason Xiao Li would reject 2 top academies and choose Phoenix Academy is this. They were right after all. Xiao Li chose Phoenix Academy precisely because it had so many beautiful women. However, the reason is not as simple as they think. Chapter 56 Farewell and Explanation. The day after the exam results were released, Xiao Li finally prepared to officially embark on his journey to Phoenix Academy. Before leaving, Xiao Li's father, Xiao Shan, gave him an exquisitely designed white ring. Then he patted him on the shoulder and said, "Xiao Li, this is a spatial ring. You can use it to carry things around. There are quite a few spirit stones inside. You can use them for cultivation or spend them as you please. Once you enter the circle of superhumans, ordinary money is no longer very important. The main form of exchange is spirit stones. Don't be stingy, spend it when necessary. Improving your strength is the most important thing. Your old man may not have much else, but he has plenty of money. Ask me for more if you need more." Xiao Li took the ring and played with it in his hand for a while. Space ring. This item is made from materials from mutated beasts that possess spatial powers. For example, there are space rings made of bones and space bags made of animal hides. the larger the space contained inside the treasure made from its materials. Of course, the price is also higher. Especially spatial treasures like spatial rings, which are easy to carry and difficult to steal, are extremely valuable. Using this spatial ring is quite simple. You can open the space contained within the ring using spiritual power. Before Xiao Li awakened his special ability, even if he were given such a ring, he wouldn't be able to use it. Things are different now. Xiao Li put the ring on the index finger of his right hand, and then tried to channel a wisp of spiritual energy into the spatial ring. Instantly, the situation inside the spatial ring was fully displayed before his eyes. Apart from some daily necessities, the room was filled with a huge pile of spirit stones. These spirit stones are just a rough estimate, but they must be worth more than 100,000. That's an extremely large number. If converted to ordinary cash, one spirit stone can be exchanged for at least 10,000 yuan. In other words, the spirit stones in this ring are worth over 1 billion. He's a newbie who's only just reached the second level, yet he's carrying such a huge sum of money with him. If it were anyone else, being discovered would likely lead to countless ambushes and robberies. You should know that for an ordinary person, having a few thousand spirit stones is considered being a tycoon. Xiao Li gave his father a thumbs up and said, "Dad, you're generous." Xiao Shan laughed heartily, then hugged Xiao Li tightly and said in a deep voice, "Xiao Li, a golden carp is no ordinary fish. I believe that my son will surely become a dragon soaring through the heavens in the future. Your mother and I will wait here for that day to come." Xiao Li's mother, Huang Yuexin, held Xiao Li's hand and earnestly instructed him. "Xiao Li, come home to visit more often when you have time. Your parents are waiting for you at home. Also, even though you went to Phoenix Academy, you promised us about your sister Xiao Xiao. So you still need to make time to go to the Azure Dragon Academy. Your sister has always doted on you since you were little. She must be quite sad that you didn't choose to go to Azure Dragon Academy this time." Upon hearing this, Xiao Li couldn't help but recall Xiao Xiao's figure and appearance from his mind. Xiao Xiao, this girl, has never been seen in person since Xiao Li transmigrated here. Because Xiao Xiao had already been sent to Canglong Academy by then. Therefore, Xiao Li could only recall it from his memory. She was an ethereal girl. She was born with stunning beauty and extraordinary temperament, unlike any creature born of ordinary mortals. She's more like a fairy from a celestial palace, untouched by worldly concerns. Even just recalling her, Xiao Li couldn't help but marvel at her beauty, which she possessed from birth. Xiao Li has only met one person so far who can rival his sister in terms of temperament. That is my long-cherished wish. Suya, Lin Yuner, and Mingchin may be similar in appearance and figure. However, in terms of temperament, she is far inferior to Su Xian. Su Xian possesses a natural charm and an unparalleled domineering aura. She was like a high and mighty empress, making people dare not have the slightest evil thought towards her. Of course, Xiao Li is an exception. Su Xian's domineering side is only shown to outsiders. Towards Xiao Li, she is as gentle and charming as water. Su Xian's temperament is completely different from Xiao Xiao's ethereal beauty. She is just as good as her. It can be said that Xiao Xiao is also an extremely perfect woman. Moreover, Xiao Xiao truly loves Xiao Li to the core. From childhood to adulthood, Xiao Xiao has always taken meticulous care of Xiao Li, fearing that Xiao Li might suffer even the slightest injury. Perhaps Xiao Li's timid personality in the past was partly due to Xiao Xiao's influence. Being overprotected led to a timid personality later in life. Even as the son of the richest man, he didn't have the courage to retaliate against those who had bullied him. This kind of protection is actually harmful to Xiao Li's future. Xiao Xiao herself was simply unaware of this. This is actually the same principle as the saying, "A doting mother spoils her son." However, despite the fact that Xiao Xiao's actions were not correct, it is undeniable that Xiao Xiao truly loves her younger brother Xiao Li. Xiao Li stopped reminiscing and smiled at his mother. "Mom, don't worry, I'll go find my sister. I'll bring her back to meet you all then." Huang Yuexin nodded happily. "Okay, then Mom will be waiting for you to come back." Mr. Xiao said, "All right, it's getting late. Since we're all ready, let's set off. Work hard to cultivate. The world of superpowers is amazing, but your old man like me will never have the chance to reach it. But you can do it. You have the talent." Xiao Li nodded emphatically. "Dad, Mom, I'll be going now. I'll come back when I have time." After saying goodbye to his parents, Xiao Li got into his car. Then, with Mr. and Mrs. Xiao waving goodbye with reluctance, they gradually disappeared into the distance. Mr. and Mrs. Xiao watched the sports car's taillights disappear, their faces filled with emotion. Xiaoli has changed so much in the past year. A year ago, he was just a timid boy, but in the past year, he has transformed into what he is today. It has to be said, this is a miracle. It was also the miracle that Mr. and Mrs. Xiao had been hoping for all along. Xiaoli was timid and sickly from a young age, and despite his powerful background, he still lacked confidence. As the richest man in Linqing, how could Zhao's father possibly watch his son grow up with such a timid personality? Xiaoli is going to inherit his family fortune in the future. With this kind of personality, you'd be devoured by society, leaving not even a bone fragment. But after trying many methods, they still couldn't change Xiaoli's personality. Therefore, Mr. and Mrs. Xiao had no choice but to take drastic measures. They deliberately gave orders to those who were secretly protecting Xiaoli. They secretly spent money to have some students deliberately bully Xiaoli. This is to put pressure on Xiaoli's mind. Their goal was to wait for Xiaoli to be oppressed to the point of extreme hardship, which would cause a complete reversal in his personality. And their laissez-faire approach. The consequence is that some people who were originally wary of Xiaoli's background have become even more unscrupulous. As long as they see someone daring to bully Xiaoli and nothing happens, it will give these people a certain feeling. The son of the richest man is nothing special. They won't fight back or talk back, and no one will do anything to them afterwards. So gradually, more and more people started bullying Xiaoli, including people like Jigia. Zhao's parents warned or retaliated against those people, because they are waiting for Xiaoli to change. These people want Xiaoli to take revenge on them personally. The results satisfied the two elders. Just as they had suspected, Xiaoli's personality underwent a tremendous change a year ago. What they didn't know was that if Xiaoli hadn't happened to travel through time, what would have been the fate of the real Xiaoli? It's really hard to say. After all, excessive pressure can not only lead to a backlash, but may also cause a collapse. This was the only option that Mr. and Mrs. Xiao had. Since gentle methods are not working, this is the only option left. Fortunately, the outcome was good in their eyes. Xiaoli not only changed his personality, but also awakened an SSS-level superpower. With a bright future ahead, they felt relieved. Chapter 57, Receiving the Two Women. To Zhao's parents, Xiao got out of the car and went to Lin Yuner's house. He had to pick up Lin Yuner and Zhang Mingchin to go to Suya's house. Then Su Xin will lead them away to Phoenix Academy. Lin Yuner lives in a villa community with an extremely beautiful environment. Xiaoli quickly parked the car in front of Lin Yuner's villa. After he got out of the car, he rang the doorbell. Ding dong. A moment later, the villa door was opened. Lin Yuner's pure and lovely appearance appeared before Xiaoli. Xiaoli's eyes lit up. At this moment, Lin Yuner was wearing a white short-sleeved t-shirt. She wore white hot pants, which perfectly showcased her long, slender, and shapely legs. She looks pure and absolutely stunning. Xiaoli, you're here. Upon seeing Xiaoli, Lin Yuner was overjoyed and stepped forward to take his arm, pulling him towards her home. She smiled sweetly. Xiaoli, come in quickly, my parents want to meet you. Xiaoli smiled and nodded, letting Lin Yuner pull him into the villa. As soon as Xiaoli entered the villa, he saw that Lin's father and mother were already waiting for him with smiles on their faces. Lin's father and mother were about the same age as Xiaoli's parents, around 40 years old. Lin's father was robust and strong. Lin's mother was also quite beautiful, still retaining her charm. After all, she was able to give birth to a great beauty like Lin Yuner, so her appearance must be quite good. Moreover, because they are both people with superpowers, Lin's parents look like they are only around 30 years old, quite young. When Lin's father saw Xiaoli enter, he quickly stepped forward to greet him. Xiaoli, you're here. Xiaoli greeted them politely. Hello, Uncle Lin and Aunt Lin. Lin's father chuckled and said, Good, good. Yuner's mother and I have heard that Xiaoli has actually awakened an SSS-level superpower. We are truly shocked. With such talent, his future is sure to be limitless. Congratulations. Xiaoli said politely. Then I'll accept Uncle Lin's kind words. Lin's parents looked Xiaoli up and down, and the more they looked, the more satisfied they became. This wasn't the first time they had seen Xiaoli. Lin Yuner had brought Xiaoli home before, and even boldly revealed their relationship. Although Lin's parents did not object to their relationship at the time, they were quite worried. Although Xiaoli comes from a good family, his parents' talents and abilities are only at the B level. This means that Xiaoli will most likely only awaken a B-level talent ability. This is actually not a good match for Lin Yuner, who has S-level potential, and may even affect the talent of their future offspring. But to everyone's surprise, Xiaoli made a name for himself. He completely broke through the limitations of his parents' talents and reached the top level of SSS level innate abilities. Now, Mr. and Mrs. Lin were truly satisfied with Xiao Li from the bottom of their hearts. It feels like I found a treasure. Some even felt their daughters were marrying above their station. Thankfully, they were reasonable before. She didn't object to Xiao Li's relationship with her daughter, otherwise she might have really missed out on such a precious son-in-law. Lin's mother took Lin Yuner's hand and pulled her to her side. Then, looking at Xiao Li, she smiled and said, "Xiao Li, are you here to pick up Yuner so you can leave together? Yuner's things are all packed, and we can leave at any time. From now on, we're entrusting Yuner to you, Xiao Li. I hope you'll treat her well." As she spoke, Lin's mother grabbed Xiao Li's hand and placed it together with Lin Yuner's. Then she warned Lin Yuner, "Yuner, it will be difficult for us to help you when you're out in the future, so you must listen to Xiao Li. Do you understand?" Lin Yuner nodded obediently, but felt a little shy inside. She never disobeyed a word Xiao Li said, and she never refused any of his requests. Just 2 days ago, Xiao Li even made her. Despite her shyness, she did not refuse this excessive request. Instead, she did her best to serve Xiao Li comfortably. At this moment, Xiao Li assured Lin's parents, "Uncle and aunt, don't worry, I will take good care of Yuner." Mr. Lin smiled and nodded. "Okay, we believe you." Xiao Li checked the time and said, "Uncle and aunt, let's head out when it's about time." "All right, it's getting late. Let's see you off," said Mr. Lin. The group left the villa. Just before getting into the car, Lin Yuner's eyes were filled with tears as she hugged her mother with a face full of reluctance. This was Lin Yuner's first time leaving home for such a long trip. Once she goes to Phoenix Academy, her chances of returning in the next few years are slim. After a final farewell, Lin Yuner got into Xiao Li's car. As the sports car drove further and further away, Lin Yuner kept waving at her parents, who were watching them leave, with the car window open. Until the car drove away from the residential area, until the shadows of Mr. and Mrs. Lin and their home gradually blurred and finally disappeared completely. Lin Yuner was feeling down. As Xiao Li drove, he gently stroked Lin Yuner's hair to comfort her. By the time Xiao Li and the others arrived at Zhang Mingchin's house, Lin Yuner's mood had improved considerably. After all, in her heart, as long as Xiao Li was by her side, she was happy. Zhang Mingchin's home is not in a very good place. It's just an ordinary rental apartment. When Xiao Li and his group arrived, Zhang Mingchin was already waiting downstairs with her mother and younger brother. Before Xiao Li even got close, he could already see Zhang Mingchin's incredibly long and alluring legs from afar. It has to be said that those long, shapely, snow-white legs alone could captivate countless men. Not to mention that Zhang Mingchin is absolutely stunning in every aspect, from her looks to her figure. A true beauty with stunning legs. Xiao Li stopped the car in front of them, and then got out of the car with Lin Yuner. Xiao Li first smiled slightly at Zhang Mingchin, and then smiled at Zhang's mother. "Auntie, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting." Zhang's mother smiled and shook her head, saying, "It's nothing, it wasn't long ago. We just finished packing up." Xiao Li nodded and smiled. "Give me everything." As he spoke, he took the backpack off Zhang Mingchin's back and put it into his storage ring along with a pink suitcase on the ground. Lin Yuner's family is also very wealthy, and her father also gave her a storage ring, so Xiao Li doesn't need to worry about it. But Zhang Mingchin's family didn't have that much money, so she could only go out with her luggage like an ordinary person. Zhang Mingchin and her family watched in astonishment as Xiao Li packed his luggage. They had only heard of storage rings, but had never actually seen one. "I never expected it to be so amazing." Zhang Mingchin's younger brother looked at Xiao Li with an expression of admiration and said, "Brother, you're amazing." Xiao Li smiled at him and patted his head. Then he took out a bank card and handed it to Zhang's mother, saying, "Auntie, there's some money in this card. The pin is 123456. Please take it and use it. There's enough money in here for you to live a life of comfort and ease." Zhang's mother quickly declined, saying, No, I can't take this money." Xiao Li forcefully shoved it into Zhang's mother's hand and laughed. "Auntie, I don't know if Mingchin has told you that she will be with me from now on, so you don't need to feel embarrassed." Upon hearing this, Zhang's mother looked at her daughter in surprise. Zhang Mingchin lowered her head shyly and whispered, I was going to say that." Chapter 58 Departure. Upon seeing her daughter's shy demeanor, Zhang's mother immediately understood. No one knows a daughter better than her mother, and Zhang's mother certainly knew what Zhang Mingchin was thinking. However, she still shook her head and refused, saying, "Even so, I can't take it." However, Xiao Li interrupted, saying, "Auntie, I did this to put Mingchin's mind at ease. Otherwise, if she goes to Phoenix Academy to study, she will definitely neglect her cultivation because she is always worried about you. This is probably not what you wanted to see, is it? With this money, Xiaohai can go to some good schools. Even if you don't think about yourself, you should at least think about your children, right? A look of hesitation appeared on Zhang's mother's face. At this moment, Zhang Mingchin also spoke up, saying, Mom, just take it. Consider this money a loan from Xiaoli. I'll pay him back later. Zhang's mother finally nodded, thanked her, and accepted the bank card. Xiaohai, Zhang Mingchin's younger brother, tugged at Xiao Li's trouser leg and asked curiously, Big brother, so you'll be my sister's boyfriend from now on, right? Xiao Li laughed and said, That's right. From now on you'll have to call me brother-in-law. Xiaohai nodded blankly and obediently called out, Brother-in-law. Zhang Mingchin blushed even more and lightly slapped Xiao Li with her delicate hand. Don't talk nonsense. Xiao Li laughed heartily and then said, All right, Auntie, it's getting late, so we'll be going now. Upon hearing this, Zhang's mother nodded reluctantly and said, Then I'll leave Mingchin in your care from now on. Xiao Li said, Don't worry, Auntie, I will take good care of Mingchin. Only then did Zhang's mother nod in relief. Soon, Xiao Li and Lin Yuner got back into the car, and Zhang Mingchin also got into the car after saying a reluctant goodbye to her mother and younger brother. As the car started moving, Xiaohai continued waving and shouting, Goodbye, sister. Goodbye, brother-in-law and brother. Xiaohai will miss you. Zhang's mother had a smile on her face. She was genuinely happy for her daughter that she could be with the man she loved. She had already learned about Xiao Li's character last time. He was a good man. Moreover, news of Xiao Li awakening his SSS-level superpower has already spread throughout the country. Even ordinary people like them had heard about it. When she heard Zhang Mingchin confirm it herself, God knows how shocked she was. It's a blessing from her past life that her daughter can be with such a man. Judging from the looks of it, Xiao Li seems to have more than just his own daughter by his side. The girl who came with him was also incredibly beautiful. I don't know if it has anything to do with Xiao Li. After thinking for a moment, she shook her head. This is her daughter's own choice, and she won't interfere too much. Whether she will be happy in the future depends on herself. After picking up Lin Yuner and Zhang Mingchin, Xiao Li drove all the way to Suya's house. Su Xian and Suya were already waiting for them. Upon seeing the arrival of the three people, Su Xian first gave Lin Yuner and Zhang Mingchin a flirtatious look. The two women were a little nervous under Su Xian's gaze. Su Xian's aura is too strong. It's hard for ordinary people to handle, let alone young girls like them who are just about to enter university. They're no match for them at all. However, Su Xian did not make things difficult for them. After looking them over, he smiled and chatted with them for a few minutes. Most of their conversations revolved around Xiao Li. For example, when did they get together with Xiao Li, or what methods did Xiao Li use to win them over? The two women answered honestly, like obedient children. His posture already resembled that of the mistress of the harem. While they were chatting, Xiao Li, who was standing to the side, broke out in a cold sweat. It feels like my secret has been exposed. Especially when Su Xian's ambiguous smile fell on him. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Fortunately, Su Xian didn't say much. After getting to know Lin Yuner and Zhang Mingchin better, she said, Now that everyone's here, let's set off. Xiao Li nodded, but then asked with some doubt, How do we get there? I remember Phoenix Academy is in Yin City, right? It's over 1,000 kilometers away from Linqing. It would take too long to drive there. Yesterday, Su Xian simply told him to bring everyone to Suya's house today. They didn't tell him what mode of transportation to take. So he didn't buy plane tickets or anything in advance. Su Xian smiled slightly upon hearing this, and then waved her jade hand. The next moment, everyone saw a ball of flames suddenly appear in midair. The flames gradually expanded, eventually forming a giant fire phoenix that was 10 meters tall. The phoenix flapped its fiery wings, stirring up waves of scorching air. Its power was truly astonishing. Su Xian lightly touched the ground with her toes, and like a fairy, she flew into the air and landed lightly on the back of the fire phoenix. Come on up, I'll take you away, Su Xian said, and with a wave of her jade hand, the fire phoenix immediately lowered its body, making it easy for anyone to leap onto it. At this moment, Xiao Li, Lin Yuner, and Zhang Mingchin were all filled with surprise. They never expected that Su Xian would take them to Phoenix Academy in this way. That's so cool. Let's go? Xiao Li said something, then leaped up and landed steadily on the back of the fire phoenix. Standing on the back of this fire phoenix formed from supernatural power, I felt a warm and soft sensation under my feet. It gave Xiaoli the feeling of stepping on the back of a real, living creature. Moreover, the flames burning on the fire phoenix did not bring him the slightest bit of heat. His face was full of curiosity. Riding a fiery phoenix on the road. It's truly the first time a young woman has ever been in a sedan chair. Soon, Suya, Lin Yuner, and Mingchin landed on the back of the fire phoenix. Once they were all standing still, Su Xinyu waved her hand again. Set off. The phoenix soared into the sky, then suddenly flapped its wings with great force. Whoosh! The next instant, the fire phoenix shot out like a sharp arrow. The speed was so fast, it was like teleportation. In the blink of an eye, the fire phoenix had already flown over 100 meters away. And this speed is still increasing. At this terrifying speed, even though Phoenix Academy is more than 1,000 kilometers away, it probably wouldn't take too long to get there. Sitting on the back of the fire phoenix, Xiaoli gazed at the scenery rushing past him, then looked down at the buildings on the ground that had become tiny. A feeling of pleasure welled up inside me. Isn't this the pinnacle of superpowers he wants to pursue in this world? A powerful strength, the ability to roam the skies at will. In the future, he will one day reach that point too. Chapter 59 Mutant Beast Riot. In the azure sky, a fiery red streak of light streaked across the sky, leaving a clear trail that stretched to the horizon. It's as if the entire sky has been cut in two. On the back of the fire phoenix, Su Xen stood gracefully at the front, her proud figure clad in a red cheongsam, the slit revealing glimpses of her snow-white legs. Absolutely stunning. Behind her, Xiaoli, Suya, Lin Yuner, and Mingchin were sitting on the back of the fire phoenix. Although they were flying at an extremely high speed, the group only felt a slight breeze while riding on the back of the fire phoenix. It seemed as if an invisible barrier was blocking out the fierce winds from outside. They had been flying for more than 2 hours, and in about another hour they would arrive at Phoenix Academy. However, at that moment, Su Xen suddenly stopped controlling the fire phoenix. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and her beautiful eyes looked down. The gaze seemed to pierce through the vast distance, seeing the scene on the ground. Suya asked in confusion, "Auntie, what's wrong?" Xiaoli also raised his head and looked at Su Xen. Su Xen said, "It seems there's been a mutated beast uprising down there. The army is fighting it off, but the situation isn't looking good. There are too many mutated beasts, and the army is mostly made up of ordinary people with few superhumans, so we are at a disadvantage." Upon hearing this, Suya immediately took out her phone to check the map and quickly said, "Our current location is directly above the Amano Forest Secret Realm. There must be something wrong with the Tianai Forest Secret Realm. The mutated beasts have escaped from it." A secret realm? Xiaoli's expression shifted slightly. The secret realms are actually areas forcibly sealed off by a coalition of powerful individuals. These places are teeming with extremely dense numbers of mutated beasts. The purpose of the blockade is to prevent the mutated beasts in these areas from escaping and causing major disasters, such as beast tides. Even after these secret realms are sealed off, a passageway will be left for people to enter and exit, so that people with superpowers can enter and hunt mutated beasts or train. However, such artificial blockades will always have loopholes. Moreover, as time goes by, the mutated beasts in the secret realm will become stronger and stronger. In addition, the mutated beasts have a strong reproductive ability, so even though many superhumans often go in to hunt them, the number of mutated beasts is still increasing. Under these circumstances, it's only a matter of time before the secret realm's blockade is broken. The Amano Forest right now is a perfect example. There's clearly something wrong with the sealing off of this secret realm. That's why mutated beasts escaped and caused a riot. Su Xen, let's go down and take a look. We can help out while we're at it. Xiaoli stood up, eager to try. He mainly wanted to test his current strength. Since awakening his superpowers, he hasn't actually used them in a proper fight yet. He certainly didn't want to miss such a great opportunity. Lin Yuner and Mingchin had no objections. Xiaoli, whatever he wants to do. For a moment, Su Xen nodded and said, "All right, let's go down and take a look. However, I won't intervene. You all need to be careful after you go down." "Understood," Xiaoli and the other two replied. Suya gently rubbed Xiaoli's face and smiled charmingly. "Don't worry, you little rascal, I'll protect you." Xiaoli smiled. "You'd better watch my performance. I'll show you what a man can do." Su Xen smiled slightly and lightly stepped on the back of the fire phoenix with her red high heels. After a soft cry, the fire phoenix spiraled down towards the ground. the secret realm of a mono forest. The place was now in complete chaos. Countless mutated beasts surged out of the Amano forest. These mutated beasts come in all kinds, including some enormous beasts that are as tall as a building or 2 stories high. With each step he took, a deep hole was left in the ground. Those enormous claws and teeth left no doubt that if you were to be grabbed or bitten, you would be torn to shreds. There are also many smaller snakes, insects, rats and ants. Some of these insects have extremely ferocious appearances, with sharp mouthparts that are enough to make one shudder. Some of them are not ugly at all. In fact, they are extremely brightly colored and beautiful. However, anyone who knows anything about mutant insects knows that the more brightly colored an insect is, the more poisonous it often is. Some of them could be fatal even from just a light touch or from being sprayed with a toxic mist from a distance. Many people would rather fight a ferocious beast than face a tiny insect. These mutated beasts rushed out of the Tianai Forest secret realm happened to be the entrance and exit of this secret realm. This entrance/exit had clearly been damaged. It's like a mirror or transparent glass that has been shattered in the middle with a huge gap. The entrance and exit have become many times larger, which is why these mutated beasts were able to break out of the secret realm. However, these mutated beasts had barely broken out of the secret realm when they were quickly met with a barrage of artillery fire. Countless bullets rained down on the horde of beasts, shattering the bodies of the mutated beasts charging at the forefront. There were also cannonballs flying high into the air, then falling into the herd of beasts, exploding with a loud boom, overturning, or even blowing the beasts away. Some superhumans unleashed their abilities, using powerful powers to attack the beast horde. Ahead of these charging beasts, it is indeed an army unit. This unit is not very large, only a few hundred people, about the size of a battalion. The majority of them were ordinary people, with only a small number being people with special abilities. Relying on the firepower of ordinary guns and cannons, they tried their best to stop the beast horde from rushing out of the Amano forest. However, this kind of resistance is clearly too much of a strain. Ordinary guns and cannons are too ineffective against mutated beasts, especially those large, thick-skinned monsters. Dozens of bullets might not be enough to kill them. Mutant beasts frequently break through the defenses despite being bombarded by a barrage of artillery fire, unleashing a massacre. These ordinary soldiers were as fragile as paper under the claws of the mutated beasts, and were easily torn to pieces. Blood rained down, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. Fortunately, there were also superhumans in the army who took timely action to kill these mutated beasts, thus preventing the casualties from escalating further. These superhumans are far more lethal than guns and cannons, but unfortunately, there are still too few of them. However, if the situation continues like this army will eventually be unable to hold on. As casualties continue to rise, the resistance will only become more and more difficult. However, even knowing they couldn't hold on, even knowing they would die, no one in this unit showed the slightest fear on their faces. They relentlessly attacked the horde of beasts with fierce expressions, and even when the mutated beasts were right in front of them, they did not retreat an inch. Their fearless and resolute demeanor added to the brutality of the battlefield. Chapter 60 Fight to the Death, Never Retreat. Many superhumans who came to the Tianai Forest for training or to hunt mutated beasts are constantly fleeing this battlefield. Some people were inspired by this unit and chose to stay and fight alongside them. At this moment, at the forefront of the troops, Battalion Commander Wang Yong was surrounded by spiritual energy, and huge wind blades were thrown out with a wave of his hand. Many mutated beasts were cut in half amidst their painful howls. Blood, flesh, and internal organs were scattered all over the ground. Especially those mutated beasts that broke through the defenses and rushed in. He cut them into dozens of pieces. He looked around at the soldiers who were constantly sacrificing themselves. Even in death, their bodies were difficult to preserve intact. The horrific scenes only fueled his murderous intent. He roared, "Brothers, even if we all die here today, we absolutely cannot let a single mutated beast pass through. Let these beasts see the determination and strength of humankind." The warriors roared in fury. Yes, their fighting spirit is boiling, it's burning. Even if they are just ordinary people, they still have courage. Wang Yong became increasingly ruthless. The spiritual energy is being consumed rapidly, and more mutated beasts are falling. The stench of blood on the field was so strong it was nauseating. Blood stained the land a glaring red, and they are converging into a river. The mutated beasts emerging from the Amano forest seemed endless. Despite having killed tens of thousands, the situation continues to worsen. Only a minority of people with superpowers are willing to stay and fight together, regardless of their own lives. The vast majority of people chose to run away in order to protect themselves. No one has time to judge whether their actions are right or wrong. The beast horde's attack was too fierce, and the situation was extremely precarious. Moreover, if a high-level mutated beast appears, the current stalemate will collapse in an instant. The strongest superhuman on the field is Wang Yong. He is a 4th-tier A-level ability user, and his strength is already considerable. Most of the beasts were 1st or 2nd tier, with some 3rd tier as well. 4th-tier mutated beasts are quite rare, with only 1 or 2 appearing occasionally. The danger level of the Amano Forest secret realm is not too high compared to other secret realms. A 4th-tier realm is already quite rare. But there are definitely more than just 4th-tier mutated beasts in the Amano Forest. There are definitely 5th-tier, or even higher-level mutated beasts. Once a mutant beast of that level appears, the human side simply won't be able to stop it. They will only be slaughtered unilaterally. This is also what Wang Yong is most worried about. But what you worry about most often comes to pass. Just as everyone was still frantically slaughtering the beast horde, suddenly, a deafening roar suddenly rang out in the Amano Forest. The roars transformed into tangible sound waves that surged out of the secret realm's exit and echoed throughout the battlefield. The enormous sound wave even drowned out all the chaotic noises on the battlefield. Even the sound of exploding shells is like that. Everyone looked towards the exit of the secret realm in shock. The next moment, a giant gorilla, over 10 meters tall and the size of a small mountain, appeared in everyone's sight. This gorilla has dark red fur and exudes an extremely terrifying and ferocious aura, making people feel awe at first sight. Wang Yong saw the giant gorilla. His expression changed drastically, and he gasped in horror. A 6th-tier mutated beast, a berserk gorilla. The 6th-tier berserk gorilla is so powerful that its strength is comparable to that of a 6th-tier A-level ability user. Even he was like an ant in front of this gorilla. He never expected that such a terrifying mutated beast would appear so quickly. Even if it's just a tier 5 monster, with his A-level talent, he might be able to stop it. But the berserk gorilla, as a mutated beast, is already an extremely powerful existence among those of the same level. Not to mention his level is as high as rank 6. It's over. Wang Yong felt a sense of despair. Roar! The berserk gorilla raised its head and roared again. The deafening sound almost ruptured my eardrums. But what's even more serious is the psychological impact of that terrifying aura. Even Wang Yong felt despair, let alone the others. The berserk gorilla pounded its massive fists into its chest with a series of dull thuds. Then the massive creature suddenly burst forth, smashing through other mutated beasts that blocked its path, and charged back fiercely towards the humans. Countless bullets, shells, and even superpowers rained down on the berserk gorilla, but not even a scratch. It's like scratching an itch. The ferocious gorilla was enormous, covering several meters in a single step, and quickly got closer and closer to the human defense line. No one could stop it. Even Wang Yong's attacks couldn't break through its flesh. In just a few moments, the rampaging gorillas will break through the defenses and begin their massacre. Some of the supporting superhumans shouted at Wang Yong. Should we retreat? It's too late to stop them. Wang Yong clenched his fists tightly, his face contorted in struggle. But he quickly made a decision, and he shouted, "Everyone evacuate. I'll hold it off." Many people immediately began to retreat upon hearing this. They came to provide support, that's true, but they didn't want to die here like this. Only Wang Yong's troops did not retreat. They remained steadfastly on the defensive line, relentlessly attacking, unwilling to retreat. Didn't you hear the order? Retreat immediately. When Wang Yong saw that they wouldn't leave, he roared again. Yet not a single person retreated. At this moment, someone suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, battalion commander, this time I'm going to disobey orders no matter what. We'll die together. That's right. If we're going to die, we'll die together. How can we let the battalion commander cover the rear while the soldiers run away? Company commander, let's go down together. We can still be brothers and fight side by side again, huh? Hearing these words, Wang Yong's eyes instantly turned red. He turned his head to look at the giant gorilla that was already close at hand, and a feeling of boundless pride suddenly rose in his heart. I have such a group of brothers. Even if I die, it will be worth it. His spiritual power suddenly erupted, reaching the peak of his life. It even surpassed the limits of its own level, faintly reaching the 5th rank. Although this was still useless against a level 6 berserk gorilla, he still went without hesitation. Come on, gorilla. I'm right here. If you're so capable, stomp me to death. Eye of the storm. Wang Yong darted out and arrived in front of the berserk gorilla, a huge storm suddenly rising around him. The nearby mutated beasts were caught in the blast and instantly slaughtered, turning into a rain of blood. The raging gorilla roared when it saw the ant that dared to rush out and block its way, and its huge arms suddenly slammed down. Boom! With a deafening roar, the storm surrounding Wang Yong instantly dissipated, and he was sent flying backwards into the defensive line. Battalion Commander! Battalion Commander! The soldiers shouted and hurriedly caught Wang Yong's body. At this moment, Wang Yong was covered in blood and his breath was weak, clearly indicating that he had been seriously injured. His full-force attack couldn't stop a slap from the berserk gorilla. The gap is huge. At that moment, the berserk gorilla that had knocked Wang Yong away charged again and quickly reached the front of the troops' defensive line. It raised its fists and slammed them down hard into the defensive line. The air beneath the fists exploded one after another, demonstrating the immense destructive power of these two punches. If this hits hard, the troops will suffer heavy losses instantly. Everyone looked up and watched helplessly as two enormous fists descended, their hearts filled with despair. But just as the fist was about to land, a thunderclap suddenly boomed in the sky. Boom! A bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky, striking the berserk gorilla squarely on the head. Chapter 61 The Slaughter Begins. Boom! A bolt of lightning, like divine punishment, struck the berserk gorilla's head. The area above his head was instantly charred black, still emitting wisps of smoke. The berserk gorilla let out a mournful howl. The injury doesn't look serious, but it seems to hurt a lot. So much so that the gorilla withdrew its fist that was about to strike, covered its head with both hands, and took several steps back. The sudden scene stunned everyone who was fighting off the horde of beasts. Could it be that even the heavens couldn't stand the raging gorilla's behavior, so they sent down lightning to strike it down? But everyone soon realized that wasn't the case. A figure crackling with lightning suddenly descended from the sky and landed steadily on the defensive line. As the lightning dissipated, an extremely young-looking youth appeared in everyone's sight. The young man was handsome and had an extraordinary air about him. His well-fitting casual clothes only added to his unconventional charm. Judging from the lightning on his body, it was he who unleashed that heavenly lightning strike just now. Soon, 3 more figures fell from the sky. The moment these 3 figures appeared, many people couldn't take their eyes off them. These are 3 women. To be precise, it was 1 woman and 2 girls. The woman is around 25 years old, with a stunningly beautiful face, a curvaceous figure, and an incredibly charming and alluring demeanor. The other 2 girls were also extremely beautiful. One was pure and charming, making people want to protect her at first glance. Another one is equally pure and beautiful, but what attracts the most attention is her pair of long, shapely, snow-white legs. The appearance of 3 goddess-like beauties brought the battlefield to a brief standstill. But that paused for less than a few seconds before the ferocious mutated beast horde pounced again. Mutant beasts don't have human aesthetic sense. In their eyes, all the humans in front of them are just food for them. Everyone immediately focused on the attack again, not daring to be distracted. Although Suya and the others are all exceptionally beautiful women, it would be a terrible waste to lose your life just to catch a glimpse of them. At this moment, Shaoli looked at the gorilla that was covering its head, and information about it clearly appeared in his mind. Rampaging gorilla. It is enormous, with thick skin and flesh, and possesses immense strength. Unless it's an S-class melee ability user, try to avoid close combat with them. Possesses a special skill, Berserk. Weakness. Low resistance to elemental abilities, can be killed from a distance. This is a mutant beast with extremely strong close combat skills. If it comes to physical strength alone, even an A-level ability user would probably be no match for it. However, if it is an elemental type ability user, an A-level user of the same level would probably have a chance to kill it. At this moment, Battalion Commander Wang Yong, who had been slapped into a bloody mess by the berserk gorilla, was helped to his feet. He looked at Shaoli with surprise and doubt. Judging from the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Shaoli, he seems to be only at the 2nd level. But Shaoli's lightning strike just now actually injured the berserk gorilla. How is that possible? He just unleashed a power beyond his own limits, reaching the 5th rank in an attack, but it failed to harm the berserk gorilla in the slightest. But this young second-tier ability user in front of him actually accomplished something that he couldn't have done even with all his strength. What level of ability does Xiao Li need to achieve this at the second tier? S-class? Or is it SS class? Wang Yong managed to say with some difficulty. Young man, thank you. Thank you. Xiao Li turned around, glanced at Wang Yong who was covered in blood, and waved his hand, saying, No need to be so polite. You should focus on recovering. Leave this to us. Wang Yong nodded and reminded him. This berserk gorilla has reached the 6th rank, and its strength is extremely powerful. You must be careful. After saying that, he found a place to sit cross-legged, took out some recovery medicine and drank it, and then began to cultivate and recover. The situation on the battlefield is dire right now, so let's save the pleasantries for after the battle is over. Suya looked at Xiao Li and pointed at the berserk gorilla, saying, Xiao Li, let me handle this berserk gorilla. Although your ability can hurt it, your level is still too low, and the damage will be limited. Xiao Li nodded, not trying to be stubborn, as what Suya said was indeed true. His SSS level Annihilation Thunder has extremely terrifying destructive power. Even at the 2nd level, it can injure a 6th level berserk gorilla. But his level was still too low. He could only inflict some superficial wounds on the big guy. Therefore, entrusting it to Suya is the safest option. Suya is currently at level 5, although she is 1 level lower than the berserk gorilla. However, her S-rank Vermilion Bird Flame can help her easily bridge this gap in rank. In addition, Xiao Li had helped us in the previous few days. Although the level of the ability is still far from the true SS level, it is already much stronger than the ordinary S-level ability. Dealing with this ferocious gorilla is more than enough. Okay, then be careful, Xiao Li said. Suya nodded, and then stopped hesitating. She condensed a Vermilion Bird Flame radiating intense heat in her jade hand, and flung it out, striking the berserk gorilla. Boom! The Vermilion Bird fire exploded, and the scorching flames instantly burned a piece of flesh off the gorilla's body. The berserk gorilla, in pain, roared to the sky and fixed its gaze on Suya. Without lingering, Suya, seeing that she had already attracted the attention of the berserk gorilla, ran towards another open area. The berserk gorilla ignored the people on the defensive line and angrily chased after Suya. Seeing that Suya had led the berserk gorilla away, Xiao Li also twisted his wrists and neck. The bones made a crisp crackling sound. His gaze swept over the horde of beasts that kept charging towards him. He recognized almost all of these mutated beasts. He could even easily point out their strengths and weaknesses. The steel-toothed tiger has an amazing bite force, but its weak point is its abdomen. The datura snake is highly venomous and fast-moving. Its weak point, like that of ordinary snakes, is its 7-inch mark. Armored rhinoceros, thick-skinned and tough, has a weakness. After a year of study, the information on these common mutated beasts had already formed a kind of illustrated guide in his mind. Previously, I could only see pictures or videos. And today, he finally saw a living creature in real life. And to see so many at once. Xiao Li said to Lin Yuner and Zhang Mingchin. Let's help deal with these mutated beast hordes. The 2 women nodded. Xiao Li was right beside them, giving them a great sense of security. Even though it was their first time facing such a bloody and brutal scene, they did not back down at all. Let's do it. Xiao Li's eyes were filled with an astonishing fighting spirit. As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly exploded with extremely violent lightning. Lightning enveloped his entire body, and even his hair stood on end under the lightning. At this moment, he looks just like a Super Saiyan from Dragon Ball. Absolutely domineering. Xiao Li raised one hand, and a ball of lightning radiating a dangerous aura condensed in his palm. The next instant, the lightning ball shot out and crashed into the horde of beasts. Thunder explosion. As soon as Xiao Li's name was uttered, the spot where the lightning ball landed exploded with a deafening roar. Boom! A terrifying explosion, accompanied by violent lightning, instantly enveloped an area of nearly 20 meters around it. At least dozens of mutated beasts, large and small, were swallowed up by the thunderous explosion. When the lightning subsided, all that remained of that area was charred remains. The terrifying destructive power and the enormous range stunned everyone around. That's a mutant beast. This is no ordinary wild beast. There were quite a few second-tier and even third-tier mutated beasts in that area. However, they all died under the young man's single blow. Even Wang Yong, the battalion commander of that unit, would find it difficult to do this so easily. Who is this young man? Judging by his age, he's probably just a college student, right? He should have only recently awakened his superpowers. How can he be so strong? Many people had their own suspicions. However, Xiaoli had no time to pay attention to the expressions of these people. He continued his offensive, gathering 2 more lightning balls in his palm before shooting them out. Boom! Boom! 2 more large-scale explosions erupted within the horde of beasts. It swallowed up a large number of mutated beasts. With just 3 lightning balls, at least 100 mutated beasts have died at Xiaoli's hands. Happy. Xiaoli grinned. The thrill of killing mutated beasts is countless times greater than grinding monsters in a video game. And they didn't kill them one by one, but in large groups. Chapter 62 Supernatural Powers Revealed. At this moment, Lin Yuner and Mingchin also made their move. A divine light shone from Lin Yuner's delicate body, and she suddenly shot a blinding beam of light from her palm towards the direction of the beast horde. The beam of light emitted a golden glow and, under her control, shot into the horde of beasts. Aurora beam. Swish, 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 swish. The moment the holy sword pierced into the horde of beasts, it suddenly made several consecutive, twisting thrusts, leaving several streaks of light within the beasts. Puff, puff, puff. Wherever the light streak passed, it seemed as if the bodies of the mutated beasts were pierced through, bursting into bursts of blood mist that filled the air. These mutated beasts let out a mournful cry and collapsed to the ground, dead. Lin Yuner's attack killed at least a dozen mutated beasts. However, she wasn't as outrageous as Xiaoli. She only killed some first-tier mutated beasts. Mingchin's attacks were not as powerful as Lin Yuner's. She only awakened a B-level ability, which is 2 levels below S-level. However, her attacks were quite pleasing to the eye. All I could see was her long, beautiful legs in white-hot pants sweeping across the room. Instantly, a crescent-shaped blade of energy was swept out by her. The air blade struck a Tier 1 mutated beast. The mutated beast was immediately knocked back, leaving a bloody wound on its body. Then 2 more blades of energy flew over and struck the same spot, cutting the mutated beast in 2. Seeing that neither of the 2 women dared to attack, Xiaoli nodded slightly in his heart. Then he attacked even more fiercely. With the addition of these 3, the situation on the battlefield finally improved. It was mainly Xiaoli. Every attack he made had a powerful destructive force on the beast horde. The speed at which the beast horde surged out of the secret realm couldn't even keep up with his killing speed. Xiaoli frantically rubbed lightning balls with both hands, causing them to explode all over the beast horde. If you encounter someone with thick skin and flesh who can't be killed by frying, a divine judgment will descend from the sky and take them away directly. Lightning struck. Even the thickest skin will be split until fully cooked, releasing a wonderful aroma. Xiaoli's actions were so surprising that it was hard to believe he was only a 2nd-tier ability user. No one would doubt that he is a 3rd or even 4th-order cultivator. Xiaoli kills mutated beasts of the same or even higher level as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. In a short period of time, he had killed over 1,000 mutated beasts. The power of SSS-level superpowers was on full display at this moment. High in the sky, Suya stood on the back of the fire phoenix, watching Xiaoli's performance, a smile appearing on her beautiful face. With the strength of a Tier 2 cultivator, he can easily kill Tier 3 and 4 mutated beasts. It's even estimated that it could kill some of the weaker mutated beasts in the 5th tier. This little guy's SSS level ability is truly terrifying in terms of attack power. However, what pleased Suya even more was Xiaoli's performance. Some people may possess extraordinary talents, but their character may not be resilient. You might not notice anything unusual under normal circumstances, but once they get to the battlefield and face a crisis, their cowardice, fear of death, and all sorts of unacceptable behaviors are exposed. Such examples are not uncommon. On the ground, as the mutated beast horde gradually lost ground under Xiaoli's powerful offensive, the human side also began to sound the horn of counterattack. Countless dazzling supernatural attacks and gunfire rained down on the horde of beasts, and mutated beasts fell in droves. This scene gave everyone hope. We will win. By this time, Battalion Commander Wang Yong, who had been severely injured by the berserk gorilla's slap, had recovered considerably and was back in the fight. Looking at the excellent situation before him, he looked up and roared excitedly. Everyone, follow this brother and launch a counterattack. Counterattack! Everyone on the field immediately responded in unison, their voices loud and passionate. Hearing these sounds, Xiaoli couldn't help but feel his blood boil. He casually tossed away a spirit stone that had been completely absorbed from his hand, and then took out another spirit stone from his storage ring and held it in his hand. How could a second-tier ability user possibly withstand such a prolonged and intense attack? The only option is to attack, while simultaneously replenishing your spirit stones. This is quite an extravagant approach. The spirit stones that ordinary people possess are usually used for cultivation. Using it directly to sustain combat is such a waste. Moreover, absorbing the spiritual energy within spirit stones to recover during battle is still too slow. Most people with superpowers are equipped with potions or pills to restore their spiritual energy. However, Xiaoli didn't care about any of that. With at least 100,000 spirit stones in his pocket, he has no worries about running out of spirit stones. Even if it's really gone, he can just ask his rich dad for more. As for the recovery speed, he has even less to worry about. The Super Cultivation Accelerator is also effective for absorbing spirit stones to restore spiritual power. With a 10x recovery speed, there's absolutely no possibility of a slow recovery. Feeling the abundant spiritual energy within his body, Xiaoli leaped out without hesitation. Lightning flash. Physical enhancement. Xiaoli's body suddenly surged, completely enveloping him. Under the thunder, his muscles bulged rapidly, veins stood out, and he looked full of explosive power. Although Xiaoli transformed into a divine thunderbolt on the battlefield, he fiercely crashed straight into the horde of beasts. This scene shocked everyone. Xiaoli a lightning elemental ability user? How dare they rush up and engage in close combat with the mutated beast? Is he just blinded by rage, or is he courting death? However, everyone was soon shocked, because they saw that the lightning that Xiaoli had transformed into had collided with the mutated beast at the forefront of the horde. But what no one expected was, these enormous mutated beasts were completely unable to stop Xiaoli and were sent flying. Some people with thin skin were even completely destroyed by the impact. Wherever he went, no mutated beast could stop him. In the blink of an eye, he had split the herd of beasts in two. The herd of beasts was thrown into chaos. This is a move formed by Xiaoli combining two superpowers. The physical enhancement will cause his physical attributes to skyrocket across the board. Lightning will grant him incredible speed. With the two working together, he transformed into a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, and even a fourth-tier mutated beast would be unable to withstand his charge. Xiaoli's attack completely disrupted the beast horde's offensive. Seeing this, Wang Yong was greatly alarmed. He seized the opportunity, took the lead in rushing out, and shouted, "This guy has created an opportunity for us. Everyone follow me. Charge." Wang Yong's troops were the first to respond. They followed their battalion commander and charged forward, bullets raining down on the mutated beasts. The chaotic herd of beasts fell in large swaths, no longer posing any resistance. Seeing this, the other superhumans who were providing support also stepped in to help. Lin Yuner and Mingchin were among them. As the two women watched the lightning figure crashing into and disrupting the horde of mutated beasts ahead, a sense of pride welled up within them. That domineering and unparalleled figure, moving through the beast horde as if it were nothing, was their man. Chapter 63 Complete Torture. Just as Xiaoli and his group launched their counterattack. Meanwhile, the battle between Suya and the Berserk Gorilla has also reached a fever pitch. The Berserk Gorilla looked quite miserable at this moment. Its enormous body was covered in burn marks, most of its dark red fur was burned off, and its skin was charred black and still emitting blue smoke. Especially in some of the pitted and uneven areas, the flesh inside was almost burned to charcoal. The burning pain made the giant gorilla increasingly irritable. Not far from the raging gorilla, Suya, dressed in a purple dress, stood elegantly. Despite the giant gorilla's furious appearance, she remained completely at ease on her beautiful face. Behind her, a vermilion bird, its entire body ablaze with crimson flames, flapped its wings. A wave of intense heat emanated from the area, making the ferocious gorilla dare not get too close. At that moment, Suya heard a huge commotion coming from Xiaoli's side. Her beautiful eyes swept over. We then witnessed the human side launching a counterattack. Especially among the beasts, a bolt of lightning that charged wildly caught her eye the most. Watching the lightning figure moving through the beast horde as if it were nothing, Suya's beautiful eyes sparkled, and a stunning smile appeared on her charming face. This little rascal did a good job. But he's charging so far ahead, I hope nothing goes wrong. I need to take care of this big guy quickly, just in case. Although Su Xian was watching from heaven at all times, she was still worried that Xiaoli might be in danger. After all, he's still only at the second tier. Suya no longer hesitated. With a wave of her jade hand, the vermilion bird behind her let out a sharp cry to the sky. With a flap of its wings, scorching fireballs slammed into the berserk gorilla. The rampaging gorilla was so large that it couldn't dodge and could only passively take the hits. The fireball hit it, and it screamed in pain. Roar! The berserk gorilla suddenly let out a roar, and its body began to grow larger in an instant. Its eyes turned bloodshot, radiating a terrifying and ferocious aura. An even more powerful aura than before spread out, causing ripples to appear in the surrounding air. The berserk gorilla was forced to activate its berserk skill. Under normal circumstances, the berserker gorilla will not use this skill lightly, because each use causes a 3-day weakness as a side effect. They only use them when they encounter danger or are extremely angry. Under Suya's fierce offensive, it achieved both of these. So at this moment, the berserk gorilla went completely berserk. Ignoring the intense heat surrounding Suya, it charged towards her despite the barrage of fireballs. Seeing this, Suya showed no surprise on her pretty face. As a teacher in this field, she naturally has a good understanding of mutated beasts. I recognized it at a glance. This is a berserk gorilla in berserk mode. In this state, the berserk gorilla's strength will be greatly enhanced. But Suya had anticipated that the berserk gorilla would use this move, so she remained calm. She moved with light, graceful steps, her delicate body swiftly retreating, while the vermilion bird's attacks continued relentlessly from behind. At the same time, she grabbed with her jade-like hand, and a vermilion feather fell into her hand. She hurled the feather at the charging, ferocious gorilla. The crimson sword. The feather suddenly burst into flames in midair, then transformed into a flaming longsword. The sword's blade was also entirely vermilion, radiating an extremely sharp, cold light. The vermilion bird flame continued to flow along the sword, adding to its imposing power. The berserk gorilla saw a long sword radiating flames flying towards it, but it did not flinch at all. In its eyes, such a small thing could not possibly harm it. Even if it could, it wouldn't want to hide. Right now, all it wants is to tear this tiny human in front of it to shreds. It raised its large hand and slammed it down hard on the flying sword, trying to smash it to pieces. However, at the moment the long sword collided with the giant hand, the berserk gorilla suddenly let out a shrill scream. The crimson sword was not shattered. Instead, it pierced right through the hand. There were even remnants of vermilion bird flame at the wound on his palm, which could not be extinguished. It kept burning the flesh and skin on its hands, and it's spreading up my arms. The berserk gorilla stopped and kept waving and slapping the hand, trying to extinguish the flames. However, it was all in vain. The vermilion bird flame attached to Suya's longsword seems to be very special. It cannot be extinguished no matter what method is used. The berserk gorilla could only watch helplessly as the flames continued to burn its body. But that's not all. Suya gently beckoned with her hand. The crimson longsword that had pierced the berserk gorilla's hand and flown far away suddenly turned around and went back. Then he stabbed at the back of the berserk gorilla. The berserk gorilla was still clapping its hands, trying to extinguish the flames, when a long sword pierced through its back. The vermilion bird flame immediately began to burn fiercely from its chest. The raging gorilla's screams grew even more intense. Suya showed no mercy, maneuvering her longsword to turn and stab at the berserk gorilla. Soon, it left numerous pierced wounds all over its massive body, until the berserk gorilla was riddled with holes all over its body. The vermilion bird fire ignited and engulfed its massive form. Suya then stopped. The excruciating pain rendered the ferocious gorilla powerless to attack Suya. It collapsed to the ground, rolling around and howling in agony. The vermilion bird fire was burning everything in its path, as if it wanted to wipe it out of this world. Defeated by Suya before it even had a chance to unleash much of its power. Actually, if it were before, Suya wouldn't have found it so easy to deal with this 6th-tier berserk gorilla. However, after having sex with Shaoli dozens of times in the past few days, the power of her superpower has increased significantly. In particular, its temperature and burning ability have exceeded the upper limit that an S-class product should have. A level 6 berserk gorilla would be no match for Suya at this moment. As the vermilion bird fire blazed fiercely, the raging gorilla slowly lost its strength to struggle. The screams were getting quieter and quieter. In just a little while, it will die completely. On the other side, under Shao Li's leadership, the human army swept through the enemy lines. The riotous beast horde retreated in disarray, leaving behind a trail of mutated beast corpses wherever they went. Gradually, The group got closer and closer to the exit of the Amano Forest secret realm. After Xiao Li's lightning shadow knocked away another wave of beasts, it finally stopped its charge. He returned to the front of the human camp, no longer rushing forward, but instead steadily advancing with the troops towards the entrance of the secret realm, which was not far away. A coward when you should charge forward, but don't be reckless when you should be a coward. When the exit of the secret realm is relatively far away and there are no powerful mutated beasts in the area, you can be a little more unrestrained. But once you get close to the exit of the secret realm, you can no longer act recklessly. Who knows if another mutated beast, even more powerful than the berserk gorilla, might suddenly emerge from within the secret realm. Although Xiao Li possesses an SSS-level superpower, he doesn't believe that having such a strong talent makes him invincible. He's only at the second tier. After all, they still know what they're doing. Chapter 64 Fifth Order Bloodthirsty Moonwolf. Outside the Amano Forest, the mournful howls and screams of various mutated beasts echoed continuously. There were also shouts of anger and screams of killing, as well as various explosions. The sounds were dense and continuous, never ceasing. After nearly 2 hours of fighting their way through, the human army finally reached the entrance to the Amano Forest secret realm. Xiao Li unleashed a barrage of lightning bolts and strikes, slicing down countless mutated beasts. At this point, he had no idea how many mutated beasts he had killed. All I know is that at least half of the mutated beast corpses on the battlefield were killed by his lightning. The damage he caused by himself was comparable to the total damage caused by everyone else combined. Many people now look at Xiao Li with awe and reverence. Xiao Li is too strong. Not only is its attack power terrifying, capable of causing widespread damage with a single strike, but its spiritual energy also seems inexhaustible. These superhumans had to retreat to the rear of the main force to recover after fighting for a while. Xiao Li remained at the forefront from beginning to end, and the attack never stopped. One can't help but wonder if Xiao Li is carrying a blue father with infinite time. What they didn't know was that Xiao Li's spiritual power was not inexhaustible, consuming spirit stones to replenish his spiritual power while attacking. The tenfold recovery speed allowed him to barely maintain a balance between consumption and recovery during battle. That's why he looks like he has inexhaustible spiritual power. After everyone killed the last mutated beast on the field, they focused all their firepower on the entrance to the secret realm. The mutated beasts that were still rushing out of the secret realm were stopped inside. Before they could even rush out of the exit, they were blasted to pieces. We won. The mutated beasts have all been pushed back. That's fantastic. That's incredible. I never thought we actually did it. We actually managed to stop the mutated beast rampage. It's like a dream. This is all thanks to that young man who turned the tide, and that beautiful woman who lured away the 6th-tier berserk gorilla. Otherwise, we won't even win today. We'll lose our lives. Compared to the joy of the crowd, Battalion Commander Wang Yong remained calm. He said in a deep voice, "Don't let your guard down. Be careful. Other powerful mutated beasts might rush out of the secret realm. We must stall until a true powerhouse arrives and reseals the entrance to the secret realm. It will take some time before the higher-ups send strong experts over. We must hold on." He had barely finished speaking when suddenly, a furious roar suddenly echoed within the secret realm. The next instant, before anyone could react, a huge silver-white shadow suddenly burst out of the secret realm, braving a barrage of attacks. Then, with lightning speed, it crashed into Xiao Li, who was at the very front of the crowd. Bang! Xiao Li was sent flying by a tremendous force. After knocking down a large number of people, the body finally stopped more than 10 meters away. Lin Yuner and Mingchin, who were in the crowd, both tensed up when they saw Xiao Li being knocked away. He rushed to Xiao Li's side and helped him up from the ground, saying worriedly, "Xiao Li, how are you? Are you badly injured?" Xiao Li shook his head and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." He still carries with him a bone pendant that the principal of No. 7 Middle School gave him. This bone pendant can withstand any attack below the 7th rank. Although the impact was strong, it was still far below the 7th level, so it was impossible for him to get injured. The two women were relieved to see that Xiao Li was indeed all right. At this moment, everyone finally saw what the silver-white shadow looked like after it landed. Everyone's expression changed drastically. It was a giant wolf with silver-white fur all over its body and a crescent-shaped mark on its forehead. The giant wolf's eyes revealed a bloodthirsty and ferocious aura, and its mouth opened and closed, revealing a row of extremely sharp fangs. Foul-smelling saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth, and he kept making threatening, beast-like noises from his throat. Judging from the oppressive aura emanating from him, he has at least reached the 5th rank. Wang Yong immediately shouted, "Watch out. It's a tier 5 bloodthirsty moon wolf." Xiao Li certainly knew about the bloodthirsty moon wolf. This type of mutated beast is not uncommon. Under normal daytime conditions, the bloodthirsty moon wolf is not very strong in combat. However, under the moonlight, the bloodthirsty moon wolf's strength is comparable to that of a 5th-tier A-level ability user. At the same level, it's not much weaker than a berserk gorilla. It was daytime, and the bloodthirsty moon wolf was not at its peak strength, but its 5th-tier level was still something that no one present could handle. Even if Wang Yong is a 4th-level A-grade ability user, it won't work. His A-level ability wasn't powerful enough to allow him to challenge the bloodthirsty moon wolf, even if he was a level above him. What do we do? A 5th-tier bloodthirsty moon wolf, how do we fight it? Someone asked anxiously. If they all focus their firepower on this bloodthirsty moon wolf, they might be able to hold it off. But they also had to stop the other mutated beasts that were still trying to escape the secret realm, so they couldn't spare any more time. If no one stops this bloodthirsty moon wolf, once it starts its slaughter, no one will survive its sharp teeth and claws. Wang Yong gritted his teeth and stepped forward, saying, "Leave this bloodthirsty moon wolf to me. It's not nighttime yet, so I should be able to hold it off for a while." However, he didn't seem very confident when he said this. Moreover, he was severely injured by a slap from a berserk gorilla and hasn't recovered much since. They've been fighting with great difficulty, but if they were to face this bloodthirsty moon wolf, the chances of them dying would be very high. But he still stepped forward. Because he's a soldier. In times of danger, it is his responsibility to stand at the forefront and protect others. That was also his mission. He felt it was his duty. However, at this moment, Xiao Li appeared in front of him with a flash of lightning, turned around, and smiled at him. "Leave this bloodthirsty moon wolf to me." Wang Yong's expression changed, and he said urgently, "Young man, you mustn't. This bloodthirsty moon wolf is at the 5th rank. Although you are not weak, the level difference is too great. A young genius like you cannot be ruined here." Wang Yong had already figured it out from Xiao Li's previous performance. Xiao Li's supernatural talent is absolutely terrifying. It might even have reached SS rank. Otherwise, with his 2nd-tier strength, how could he have so easily killed 3rd or 4th-tier mutated beasts? With this level of supernatural talent, he will definitely become a top expert once he grows up. Therefore, he couldn't just stand by and watch Xiao Li perish in such a place. However, Xiao Li smiled confidently at this moment. "Don't worry, I wouldn't risk my life." After saying that, the location of the 2nd-tier superpower skill in his personal panel information appeared in his mind. That's right. He's about to use his 2nd-tier superpower. He had been holding back ever since the start of the killing spree. Whether it's lightning bursts, lightning strikes, lightning flashes, or even physical enhancement, they are all 1st-tier superpowers. The 2nd-tier superpowers. Now, facing this mutated beast that is at the 5th level, he can no longer hold back. Chapter 65, Killing the Bloodthirsty Moon Wolf. Then you must be very careful. Seeing that Xiao Li was determined, Wang Yong could only helplessly say so. He had made up his mind that if Xiao Li was no match for the bloodthirsty moon wolves, he would immediately replace Xiao Li. The others around him couldn't help but worry for Xiao Li when they saw that he was actually going to fight the bloodthirsty moon wolf alone. Can Xiao Li stop this bloodthirsty moon wolf? On the other side, Suya, who had already completely dealt with the berserk gorilla, was also shocked to see Xiao Li being knocked away. She was just about to rush back to help. But then they saw Xiao Li stand up as if nothing had happened, and even stand in front of the bloodthirsty moon wolf, seemingly ready to fight it. Her steps faltered, and she thought to herself, "This little rascal, could he possibly handle this bloodthirsty moon wolf? Let me take another look, no rush." She even looked up at that red, it that had been hovering high in the sky. At this time, opposite Xiao Li, a large, fierce-looking, and dangerously aura-filled bloodthirsty moon wolf stared intently at him. Its saliva was dripping uncontrollably. It seems that in its eyes, Xiao Li is like a piece of Tang Monk's flesh, making people drool. Xiao Li's expression turned somewhat serious. 2nd order directly versus 5th order. Even if the bloodthirsty moon wolf isn't at its peak at night, it's still not so easy for him to deal with. A woo. The bloodthirsty moon wolf suddenly let out a long howl to the sky. Then he suddenly rushed out and charged fiercely toward Xiao Li. As it drew near, it raised its sharp claws and slashed down at Xiao Li. Xiao Li's expression shifted. Activate the lightning strike directly. The figure was enveloped in lightning, and with a sizzle, it dodged the ferocious claw of the bloodthirsty moon wolf. He appeared behind the bloodthirsty moon wolf, raising his hand and pressing down. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, hitting the bloodthirsty moon wolf squarely on the head. The bloodthirsty moon wolf let out a miserable howl as its fur was singed and its skin was torn open. However, this injury is nothing to the bloodthirsty moon wolf. It turned around, opened its wolf mouth, and suddenly spat out a silver-white ball of light at Xiao Li. Seeing this, Xiao Li activated his lightning flash again to dodge. But before the ball of light could touch the ground, it suddenly split into three, then made a turn and continued to shoot toward Xiao Li. Seeing this, Xiao Li also condensed 3 lightning balls in his palm and threw them out. The 3 lightning orbs and the silver-white orb collided and exploded simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. An explosion rang out, and a powerful shockwave of spiritual energy spread outwards. Sweep away everything around you. Those who were too close quickly stepped back, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. Xiao Li stopped and took a deep breath. Thick bolts of lightning suddenly erupted from his body. The ground around it was only struck by a single stray bolt of lightning, which blasted a crater in it. Xiao Li gathered all the lightning into his right hand, gradually forming a giant lightning fist. Then, Xiao Li punched the bloodthirsty moon wolf from a distance. Thunder Fist. With a low shout, the Thunder Fist suddenly flew out of his hand and smashed towards the bloodthirsty moon wolf with extremely fast speed. Second-tier special ability, Thunder Fist. Condensing lightning into the arm to form a Thunder Fist, it can be attached to the arm for use or thrown directly, with extremely terrifying destructive power. With a howl, the bloodthirsty moon wolf charged headlong into the Thunder Fist. This beast stubbornly chose to take the hit head-on. Bang! The Thunder Fist and the bloodthirsty moon wolf collided. The next moment, the bloodthirsty moon wolf was suddenly sent flying backward, crashing heavily into a boulder behind it. The boulder shattered into pieces. The Thunder Fist continued its momentum and slammed down directly onto the wretched giant wolf. Boom! With a single punch, the already shattered boulder was blasted into dust. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, the bloodthirsty moon wolf's agonizing screams echoed through the air. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Li channeled his spiritual energy into a stream that swept away the dust. The bloodthirsty moon wolf was also revealed. At this moment, the bloodthirsty moon wolf lay paralyzed on the ground, its body still crackling with electricity. Its silvery white fur has mostly turned black, with only a small portion still showing some silver. His body was covered in cuts and lacerations, with blood gushing out from many places. A tantalizing aroma of meat wafted from it, which was quite stimulating to Xiao Li's taste buds. He hadn't forgotten that among his physical enhancement abilities was a skill called carnivorous absorption. By consuming meat containing powerful energy, his physical strength can be increased. He looked down on those second and third tier mutated beasts before, but this 5th tier bloodthirsty moon wolf seems quite good. I wonder if Suya managed to roast the berserk gorilla to a crisp. Even if there isn't one, it's still a delicious meal. The bloodthirsty moon wolf struggled to its feet, its gaze toward Xiao Li growing increasingly ferocious. Clearly, Xiao Li's attack did not frighten it. On the contrary, it aroused its ferocity. Xiao Li stood calmly and composed, his spiritual energy surging within him, condensing into 2 smaller thunder fists on his arms. These thunder fists were like a pair of boxing gloves, firmly wrapped around his arms, making him look incredibly powerful. Xiao Li extended a thunderous hand, beckoned to the bloodthirsty moon wolf with his finger, and made a provocative gesture. Furious howl, the bloodthirsty moon wolf charged forward, its massive body charging at Xiao Li with its 2 sharp claws as sharp as steel blades. It seemed they wanted to tear Xiao Li to pieces. Xiao Li neither dodged nor evaded, but swung his thunder fists to meet the bloodthirsty moon wolf's claws. Boom! The wolf claws collided with the thunder fist, but the sharp claws could not tear through the pair of thunder gauntlets, leaving only 2 claw marks on them. And the claw marks were healing rapidly, soon becoming completely intact. With their fists and claws locked in a brief stalemate, Xiao Li and the bloodthirsty moon wolf were locked in a stalemate. In terms of strength, the human and the beast seemed to be evenly matched. However, it was obvious to anyone with eyes that as the bloodthirsty moon wolf continued to make contact with the thunder gauntlets, lightning kept flashing on its body. Under the erosion of this lightning, the power of the bloodthirsty moon wolf seems to be gradually weakening. The evenly matched situation is being gradually reversed. A moment later, the bloodthirsty moon wolf suddenly took a step back on its hind legs. Then comes the second step, and the third step. Drink it. Xiao Li's eyes widened, and with a roar, he pushed with all his might. The bloodthirsty moon wolf's hind legs kept thumping backward until it was finally pushed and dragged along the ground. Xiao Li seized the opportunity and slammed him hard onto the ground. Bang! The bloodthirsty moon wolf was pinned to the ground, belly up. It let out a resentful and angry roar, trying to struggle. However, Xiao Li's power had completely overwhelmed it, making it unable to get up at all. Suddenly, lightning flashed in Xiao Li's eyes, and soon his eyes turned silver white. Thunder continued to pulsate around his eyes, radiating an extremely astonishing aura. Destruction Ray. As soon as Xiao Li finished speaking, two blinding beams of lightning suddenly shot out from his eyes. Boom! The rays, like two laser beams, instantly pierced the head of the bloodthirsty moon wolf that was right in front of them and unable to struggle. The bloodthirsty moon wolf let out a mournful howl, and its struggling movements slowly ceased. His whole body went limp and he collapsed to the ground. And Xiao Li's eyes gradually disappeared. Looking at the bloodthirsty moon wolf again, we can see that there are two charred holes on its face. The hole went through its entire head, and you could even see the ground through it. Having suffered such a fatal blow to the head, the bloodthirsty moon wolf was beyond dead. Chapter 66, Ming appears. Xiao Li stood up, a faint smile on his face. I am satisfied with my current combat capabilities. Second-tier superpowers are really something else. Their power is far greater than that of first-tier superpowers. Especially this destructive ray. Wolves are known as creatures with copper heads, iron bones, and tofu waists. After the mutation, the bloodthirsty moon wolf not only lost its tofu-like waist, but also became stronger with its bronze head and iron bones. Even so, under the destructive ray, this so-called copper head was still pierced through in one hit, more fragile than tofu. It was truly a domineering power. Xiao Li said, Destructive ray. Second-tier superpower. Of thunder is gathered in the eyes through a special method, and an extremely powerful thunder ray is shot out, piercing through everything in sight. Thunder Fist and Destruction Ray are second-tier abilities of Xiao Li's SSS-level superpowers, and their power is extremely strong. Even a fifth-tier bloodthirsty moon wolf could only be at a disadvantage and was eventually killed by him. Of course, this is only because it is daytime. If it were nighttime, he might not have been able to win so easily. At this moment, everyone who was constantly blocking the beast horde from rushing out of the secret realm at the exit was stunned. No one expected that Xiao Li would actually kill the fifth-tier bloodthirsty moon wolf. They knew beforehand that Xiao Li was very powerful and awesome. I never expected that he would be this strong when he went all out. Holy crap, is this for real? He actually killed the bloodthirsty moon wolf. Who is this young man? He's so young, yet he already has the strength to kill a fifth-tier mutated beast. He's too strong. If he grows up and reaches the 8th or even 9th rank, it's unimaginable how powerful he will become. Many people were discussing it, shocked by Xiao Li's strength. But many more people couldn't help but loudly praise Xiao Li. Wow bro. Ha ha ha, this is it. You're amazing, little brother. You've been carried to victory this time. Master, please accept my utmost respect. Hey bro, do you have a girlfriend? If not, how about getting one? If you do, how about having another one? Lin Yuner and Mingchin also looked at Xiao Li with their beautiful eyes sparkling. Xiao Li's performance in killing the bloodthirsty moon wolf was incredibly cool in their eyes. This made them all feel their hearts flutter with spring fever, and their already deep affection for Xiao Li became even more intense. However, upon hearing the whispers of some women around them, both women's pretty faces changed. She came to Xiao Li's side as if asserting her sovereignty. Although they didn't object to Xiao Li finding other sisters for them, they didn't want Xiao Li to be pursued by just any woman. The two women's stunning beauty, pure and lovely temperament, and curvaceous figures immediately silenced many women. They were no match for the two women. With beauties of this caliber around him, why would Xiao Li even look at them? The look of surprise still lingered on Suya's pretty face in the distance. So this is his true strength. 3S. Level superpowers are indeed terrifying. A second-tier ability crushes a fifth-tier one. Even if this bloodthirsty moon wolf isn't one of the top-tier mutated beasts, it's still terrifying. Who had never strayed too far from Xiao Li in case something happened to him. was more shocked than anyone else at this moment. If he wasn't mistaken, Xiao Li's true cultivation level was only at the second level. A second tier being able to kill a fifth tier being. Even an SS level ability user might not be able to do that, right? Could it be? Wang Yong suddenly remembered a piece of news that had caused a national sensation in the past few days. The Great Xia Kingdom awakens its second SSS level talent superhuman. Considering that Xiao Li is so young, yet has displayed such terrifying strength. Could this young man in front of me be the one from the rumors? Thinking of this, Wang Yong's heart skipped a beat. If he remembered correctly, that SSS level awakened ability user should be named Xiao Li, right? After all, it's highly unlikely he would forget the name when it's such important news. The girl next to that young man earlier called him. It seems to be Xiao Li. That makes sense. No wonder he seemed somewhat familiar with Xiao Li's name at first. I didn't think of it at the time, but now it's definitely true. Wang Yong felt a surge of excitement. Unexpectedly, he would run into this person whose fame had spread throughout the country and even attracted the attention of other countries. And he even saved me. Wang Yong felt this would be the luckiest moment of his life. With the death of the bloodthirsty moon wolf, no mutated beasts above the 4th rank have appeared in the Tianai forest. However, low-level mutated beasts kept rushing out, so the group had to take turns attacking to ensure that the beast horde would not escape again. High in the sky, Su Xinmei looked at the gradually stabilizing situation on the ground and couldn't help but nod slightly. Well done, little one. However, it's time to wrap things up here. I'll seal off the entrance and exit to this secret realm. After saying that, Su Xian planned to land on the ground and seal the secret realm. However, at that moment, her movements suddenly stopped. Her beautiful eyes gazed down into the void. Suddenly, the previously still void rippled strangely. The next moment, an old man with a scraggly beard, dressed in worn gray clothes, with a gourd at his waist, suddenly emerged from the void. The old man's eyes were deep and weathered. After appearing, he looked up and nodded and smiled at Su Xian in the sky. Then she floated lightly towards Xiao Li's direction. Although he was in midair, the old man walked as if he were on flat ground. Even each step makes a sound like shoes stepping on the ground. This is simply unbelievable. You should know that even a powerhouse like Su Xian can only fly. It's impossible to ignore the void like the old man, as if the space beneath his feet had become the ground. It's Senior Hemming. Su Xian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Xiao Li had previously mentioned that He Ming had always been by his side protecting him, but he never expected He Ming to appear at this time. That's fine too. Compared to me, Senior Crane's spatial power is more suitable for sealing off the secret realm. Su Xian whispered. Chapter 67 Secret Realm Restoration. At this moment, He Ming's appearance on the ground also attracted the attention of Xiao Li and the others. Many people were utterly shocked by He Ming's ability to traverse the air in mid-air. This one move alone is enough to show that this old man is definitely an extremely powerful superhuman. Xiao Li looked up and saw the old man's true face, and immediately asked in surprise, Elder He, what brings you here? Others might not recognize this old man, but Xiao Li knew his identity. Su Xian had told him that this old man was a super strong expert at the 10th level. It's an extremely powerful SS level spatial ability. This powerful figure had been secretly protecting him all along. This was the second time Xiao Li had seen this super strong person appear, and it was just as strange and unexpected. He Ming smiled slightly. The secret realm's seal has been damaged, and I have an obligation to help repair it. You did well. Your SSS level ability is not wasted. Xiao Li smiled. It was quite an honor for him to receive praise from such a top figure. After exchanging a few polite words, He Ming said in a deep voice, You all step back a bit. I'll take care of things here. Xiao Li nodded and retreated quickly with Lin Yuner and Zhang Mingchin without hesitation. The others around were still hesitant. After all, as soon as they retreat, the mutated beasts will rush out of the secret realm again. However, at this moment, Wang Yong stepped forward and shouted, Everyone, step back. Xiao Li has already retired, which clearly shows he trusts this old man. So what else do they have to hesitate about? Moreover, Wang Yong and the others witnessed the old man's methods. With such a super strong person taking action, why would they need these little karami to stand in front of them? Upon hearing this, the others no longer hesitated and all retreated a considerable distance. But they didn't go far. Everyone wanted to see how this old man planned to seal off the secret realm. After all, being able to witness a super strong person make a move is a very rare thing. And this is such a major event as sealing off a secret realm. Howl, chirp, hiss. As everyone retreated, mutated beasts unsurprisingly rushed out of the secret realm's exit once again. To everyone's alarm, the 3 mutated beasts that led the charge this time were actually emanating powerful energy. Their roars and hisses are extremely oppressive, making those who hear them feel a little scared. It was an incredibly ferocious giant bear covered in brown fur. There was also a giant bird covered in colorful scales, and a large, eerie black snake whose mouth was constantly dripping with poisonous saliva. A sense of oppression emanated from these 3 mutated beasts. They had all reached the 6th rank. 6th-tier mutated beasts appeared all at once. If everyone had retreated any slower, they would have been facing these 3 6th-tier mutated beasts head-on. Everyone's eyes were now on the old man who stood with his hands behind his back, suspended in midair. I want to see how this old man will kill these 3 6th-tier mutated beasts. The 3 6th-order mutated beasts all glared fiercely at the old man. They seemed to sense that the old man in the arena posed the greatest threat to them. Ming raised his old eyes and glanced at the 3 6th-order mutated beasts, his expression remaining unchanged. He took the gourd hanging from his waist, popped the lid off, tilted his head back, and took a swig of the wine that emitted an enticing aroma. Then he stomped his foot on the sky. There was a loud thump. An invisible ripple spread outwards, and the space beneath his feet rippled. The next moment, an incredibly heavy and terrifying pressure suddenly descended upon all the mutated beasts that had run out. These mutated beasts were immediately pinned to the ground as soon as they ran out. Even those 3 6th-order mutated beasts were no exception. All the mutated beasts' fierce eyes turned to fear at this moment. They stared in horror at the old man who was suspended in midair. I feel like I'm facing a terrifying, peerless god of death. Xin and the others in the sky. Everyone else looked at Ming with utter shock. The mere pressure was enough to render all the mutated beasts, including the 3 6th-tier mutated beasts, unable to move. This level of strength is beyond their comprehension. Wang Yong's eyes still held a sense of shock, and he thought to himself, no wonder Xiao Li retreated so quickly after the old man spoke. This old man's strength is truly terrifying. If he wasn't mistaken, this old man must be one of the most powerful figures in their great Xia kingdom. Such figures are always mysterious, and it's rare to have the chance to meet someone as insignificant as them. At this moment, Ming withdrew some of his oppressive aura, allowing the mutated beasts to barely stand up. Then he slowly said, either go back, or die. This was just a simple, ordinary sentence, and normally these low-level mutated beasts shouldn't be able to understand human speech. However, the moment Ming finished speaking, all the mutated beasts turned and ran away as if they had seen a ghost. They swarmed back into the secret realm of the Amano forest. However, while those low-level mutated beasts escaped, the 3 6th-tier mutated beasts did not. Instead, it bared its sharp fangs at Ming once again. Upon seeing this, Ming let out a cold snort. If you refuse to go back, then die. Having said that, he pointed his hand into the air in front of him. Suddenly, a loud, cracked sound came from the space where the 3 6th-order mutated beasts were located. A shocking crack appeared in space. The crack passed right through the bodies of the 3 mutated beasts, splitting their massive bodies in two. The 3-headed mutated beast immediately let out a painful scream and a mournful cry. Blood gushed out of the cut wound, and the 2 halves of the body fell to the ground. With injuries like that, it's clear he's not going to make it. The old man simply pointed a finger lightly, without even making a big fuss, and instantly killed the 3 6th-order mutated beasts. This kind of strength left everyone who saw it in awe. Is this the power of a top-tier expert at the pinnacle of the superpower world? That's absolutely terrifying. The 3 6th-tier mutated beasts seemed to have instilled even greater fear in the lower-level mutated beasts. They fled back to the secret realm even faster, and in no time, they had all disappeared into the entrance of the secret realm. More ignorant mutated beasts were running out. Ming took a step forward, and his figure flashed to appear in front of the entrance to the secret realm. He first looked at the marks on the edge of the exit that resembled shattered mirrors. His old eyes twitched slightly, and then he reached out and pressed down on the void in front of him. In an instant, everyone saw the space in front of the old man suddenly fluctuate violently. It seemed that space was undergoing some changes that they could not understand. Then they saw that the broken edges began to recover and heal rapidly. Before long, the entrance to the secret realm was completely restored to its original state. Chapter 68 Departure. The secret realm was restored, and many people couldn't help but cheer excitedly. Their hard work and dedication paid off. They prevented a disaster from happening. Although it came at a considerable cost, it was worth it. Then came the work of handling the aftermath. However, Wang Yong and the others will handle these matters themselves, and Xiao Li and the others do not need to stay and help. Seeing that the matter had been resolved satisfactorily, Xiao Li knew it was time to leave. Bloodthirsty moon wolf he had killed into his storage ring. Then they also took away the half-cooked gorilla that Suya had brought. Sixth-order mutated beasts that old man Hemming had killed. Suya, as expected of the teacher of the supernatural abilities and beasts class, knew that every mutated beast was a treasure and didn't burn them all with a single fire. This relieved Xiao Li. As for the 3 mutated beasts that Hemming killed, with Hemming's strength and realm, this sixth-order mutated beast was nothing to him. He probably wouldn't even glance at a worthless piece of trash in front of him. Therefore, Xiao Li accepted it without any qualms. Hemming didn't say anything about it. 3 mere 6th-tier mutated beasts were indeed not worth his attention. After instructing his subordinates on the cleanup and other tasks, Wang Yong went straight to Xiao Li. Only then did he salute Xiao Li and express his sincere gratitude. Hello, my name is Wang Yong. I belong to the Shiwu military region and am responsible for guarding the Tianai Forest secret realm. I am truly grateful to this young man for saving my life, and to everyone else for their help. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Xiao Li waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, just a small favor." Suya and the other 2 women smiled faintly and didn't say anything more. Xiao Li looked at the densely packed corpses of mutated beasts outside the secret realm, along with some human corpses, and couldn't help but ask, "You must have suffered considerable losses this time, right?" At this point, Wang Yong's expression, which had been slightly smiling, instantly turned somewhat serious. Our battalion lost a total of 35 soldiers, and dozens of superhumans who came to our aid also perished. However, this is already considered a very good result. When problems arise in the secret realm, triggering a riot by the beast hordes, heavy losses, or even total annihilation are common occurrences. Xiao Li nodded silently. This was his first time participating in such a war, and the battle had a profound impact on him. Where there is fighting, there will be sacrifices. This is inevitable. These troops stationed at the entrances and exits of the secret realm are often not very strong, and most of them are even ordinary people. But when danger arises, they will stand firmly at the forefront. Even knowing that death was inevitable, they still did not retreat a single step. This is probably what soldiers are like. Wang Yong raised his head and suddenly smiled brightly. Their deaths were glorious. They saved countless lives with their own. They'll probably be happy about that. There's nothing to be sad about. Maybe one day in the future, I'll sacrifice myself just like them. But I have no regrets. Looking at the soldier in front of him with his resolute face and determined eyes, Xiao Li was suddenly moved. What kind of force is supporting them? Do you want them to be unafraid of death? These people, and most of them, are ordinary people. But their hearts are much more resolute than those of many superhumans. Xiao Li reached out and patted his shoulder. He had to admit that he admired such people. Wang Yong laughed and said, "Young man, you should be leaving soon, right?" Xiao Li nodded and said, "Yes, the battle is over. We still have things to do, so we have to go." Wang Yong suddenly straightened up and saluted Xiao Li again. "Then I won't bother you any longer. Brother Xiao Li, I hope that in my lifetime I will have the opportunity to see you become a pillar of our great Xia." Xiao Li looked at him with some surprise. It seems that Wang Yong has discovered his identity. Wang Yong smiled, said nothing more, and turned to leave. Xiao Li watched his retreating figure and nodded slightly. Soon, a giant fire phoenix engulfed in red flames descended from the sky. Xiao Li and his group leaped onto the back of the fire phoenix. Then, to the astonishment of everyone on the ground, the fire phoenix soared into the sky. With a flap of its wings, it suddenly transformed into a streak of red light and vanished from sight. On the back of the fire phoenix, Su Exine looked at Xiao Li, patted his head, and smiled sweetly. "Good job, little guy." Xiao Li removed her delicate hand, then leaned close to her ear and asked, "Don't just praise me. Is there a reward?" Su Exine blushed slightly, pretending not to know, and said, "Yes. How about I give you 1,000 spirit stones as a reward?" Xiao Li glared at him with his wolf-like eyes. "Of course it's not good." Su Exine patted him lightly and whispered, "We'll talk about that when we get to Phoenix Academy. You're not allowed to talk about that kind of thing now." Xiao Li's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "You agreed?" Su Exine gave him a beautiful eye roll. "If you ask any more questions, you're out of luck." Xiao Li laughed heartily. Okay, okay, I won't ask anymore. Suya, Lin Yuner, and Zhang Mingchin exchanged glances. Although they didn't hear what the two said, they could roughly guess some of it. There was a hint of shyness in their eyes at that moment. Just then, suddenly, a strange person appeared on the back of the fire phoenix. Before Xiao Li and the others could react, they saw Su Xian bow slightly to the person, speaking elegantly and politely. Su Xian greets Senior He. It was clear that Su Xian had already sensed the old man's arrival. Xiao Li looked closely, and, sure enough, it was that old man He Ming. The fire phoenix flew too fast just now, and he didn't even have time to greet He Ming. Suya and the other two girls followed Su Xian's example and bowed to He Ming. When facing this elderly man of unfathomable strength, reverence and courtesy are essential. Xiao Li laughed and said, Elder He, why are you so interested in showing yourself today? You usually hide so well that I can't find you. Compared to the girl's reserved demeanor, Xiao Li was much more carefree. After all, this wasn't the first time I'd met this old man. Moreover, the last time they met, he even gulped down half a gourd of spirit wine in one go. The old man was so angry, he was practically fuming. No need to be so polite. This old man has no interest in these formalities. He Ming waved to the girls, then chuckled at Su Xian. Su Xian, I didn't expect your strength to have improved so much in just a few years. It seems you'll catch up with this old man soon. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the older one. Su Xian quickly said, Senior He, you flatter me. I am still far inferior to you, and need to cultivate and comprehend more. He Ming stroked his beard and laughed. No need to be modest. We could even defeat those two brats, Chen Xianji and Long Zhantian, together. Your strength is already comparable to that of a true 10th-tier expert. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Xiao Li, seemingly unintentionally. Xiao Li's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 69 Strange Twist, He Ming departs. That day, Su Xian and Song Long, the deans of the two military academies, were fighting, and He Ming was also watching from the shadows. The old man probably saw him throw the blazing flame divine feather to Su Xian. With that old guy's shrewdness, it shouldn't be hard for him to guess. Su Xian was initially at a disadvantage in a 1-against-2 battle, but her strength suddenly increased, allowing her to turn the tide and win, all thanks to him. However, He Ming only glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and did not ask any further questions. On the contrary, his words confirmed Su Xian's strength. They removed Xiao Li from the list. His meaning is quite clear. He knew Xiao Li had a secret, but he wasn't going to expose it. On the contrary, whether it's reporting to higher authorities or anything else, he will help Xiao Li cover it up. After all, although not many people witnessed Xiao Li's actions at the time, they weren't entirely unseen. Those who are observant might not be able to guess it. Su Xian clearly understood what He Ming meant. She quickly bowed and said gratefully, Thank you very much, Senior He. Xiao Li is now more important to her than herself. She was naturally very grateful that He Ming was willing to help Xiao Li keep it a secret. He Ming smiled and didn't say anything more about the topic. He then turned to Xiao Li and said, Kid, I'm here to tell you I'm leaving. Xiao Li was taken aback upon hearing this and asked, Elder He, are you leaving so soon? He Ming nodded. With Su Xian by your side, you don't need my protection on this part of the journey. I originally planned to wait until you arrived at Phoenix Academy before leaving, but the strange occurrences in the Amano Forest secret realm are suspicious, so I have to leave ahead of schedule. Xiao Li's heart skipped a beat, and he asked in surprise, Is something amiss? He Ming's expression hardened slightly. That's right. I discovered it while I was repairing it. The seal on the secret realm was not a normal breach, but rather something deliberately sabotaged. What? Upon hearing this, Xiao Li and the others' expressions all changed. Only Su Xian remained calm, as if she had already discovered something. Who has the audacity to break the seal on the secret realm? Xiao Li frowned. Maliciously disrupting the seal on the secret realm is a serious crime. Even if you are at the 8th, 9th, or even 10th rank, if you dare to do such a thing, you will be subject to national sanctions. This law is even the same in all countries around the world. Because no matter how much internal strife humans engage in, their real enemy is still the mutated beasts. Because all the mutated beasts in the world combined could easily destroy any country. Moreover, among the mutated beasts, there are many kings of beasts that are comparable to, or even surpass, the top experts of various countries. Such an existence cannot be sealed off by a secret realm at all. The only option is to allow them to occupy certain areas as their territory. There are even global mutant beast rankings online now, and the top 15 mutant beasts are all at the peak of the 10th tier. Even the top 3 have already stepped into the realm of the 10th rank or above. Only a handful of top-tier SSS-level experts among humans could contend with such an existence. This shows just how powerful the mutated beasts are. If it weren't for these few humans who acted as a check and balance against these kings of beasts, humanity's dominance would have been overthrown long ago. There have been agreements between the countries. Faced with mutated beasts, humanity will temporarily set aside differences between nations and unite to fight the enemy. Therefore, such an act of breaking the seal on the secret realm and attempting to incite a riot by mutated beasts is an unforgivable crime punishable by death. The kind of person whose identity and strength cannot protect them. Ming shook his head and said, I don't know yet. However, I already have a few suspects, and I will investigate them after I leave this time. You don't need to worry about these things. Your most important task right now is to seize the time to grow. Li nodded and didn't ask any more questions, simply keeping the matter in mind. Ming is right. This is not something he should be worrying about right now. He's currently just a low-level newbie at level 2. This kind of major event clearly involves a very high level of society, and it's not something he can get involved in right now. Ming patted him on the shoulder and said, All right, I'm leaving. Kid, if you want to become a true strongman, you can't live under the protection of others forever. The baptism of blood and fire is the fastest path to growth. I think with your intelligence, you should understand this, right? Li nodded calmly and said, I understand. Ming smiled and turned to wave at Su Xin and the others. Then, as the others watched him go, he turned around, put his hands behind his back, and took a step out into the air. The surrounding space twisted eerily, and Ming's figure vanished. Hemming's departure was just a passing episode. Li and his group continued towards Phoenix Academy. On the back of the fire phoenix, Li sat on its soft feathers and then waved to Lin Yuner. Yuner, come here. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuner first glanced at Su Xin, Suya, and Mingchin, then walked obediently to Li with a slightly shy expression. Li smiled slightly, disregarding Lin Yuner's shyness, grabbed one of her delicate hands, and pulled her forcefully. Holding Lin Yuner's soft, delicate body in his arms, he then asked Su Xin, Sister Su Xin, why do you think those people deliberately broke the seal on the secret realm? Doing this? Shouldn't mutated beasts be the common enemy of all humankind? Su Xin glared at him with her beautiful eyes. After thinking for a moment, he said, Not everyone in this world likes peace. Some individuals, organizations, and even some countries would love for global war. War will cause many to perish, but it will also allow some to rise to power. In times of peace, the powerful remain powerful, and it is extremely difficult for the weak to rise above them. By stirring up the existing order and creating a mess, we can not only drag those powerful forces into the mess, but also allow them to fish in troubled waters. We do anything to prevent the mutated beasts from going out of control. These people are all extreme lunatics. They don't consider the consequences of their actions. They only think about how to profit from them. Li listened attentively, seemingly lost in thought. The world is too complex, and there is still so much he doesn't understand. Compared to the world he lived in his previous life, this world is much more complex. Because in this world, there exists a power that one person can destroy a country. If you are powerful enough, you can even overturn the world's Gaju, a concept encompassing overall structure, and overall structure. This is the most fundamental difference between this world and the world Li lived in his previous life. Su Xin looked at Li and said softly, Therefore, we must become stronger and acquire enough power. Only then can we cope with crises and disasters that may strike at any time. Li nodded, playing with Lin Yuner's soft, smooth little hand, thinking to himself, It seems I'll have to speed up my cultivation once I get to Phoenix Academy. Of course, quickly increasing the favorability of goddesses by binding them is also of paramount importance. His greatest asset in this world is, of course, the system. Even with his SSS level talent, it would take him quite a while to grow through his own cultivation alone. But the system can greatly accelerate his growth. Some might argue that over-reliance on a system is not a good thing. But the system was his cheat code, and now that he had it, he had to make use of it. Moreover, the system's functions are exactly what he needs. Even if he doesn't deliberately rely on the system, as more and more women surround him, the system will automatically bind him to the goddess, increases favorability, and issue rewards. So there's no point in worrying about these things. Chapter 70 Arrival at Phoenix Academy, a veritable gathering place of goddesses. 2 hours later, the Fire Phoenix flew into the sky above a bustling city. Looking down from the sky, various tall buildings stand tall, like steel behemoths standing on the earth. The city streets were bustling with traffic and pedestrians, a lively scene that could be seen everywhere. The traffic lights flashed alternately, and the vehicles drove in an orderly manner, occasionally honking their horns. The streets and alleys are filled with a strong sense of daily life, with shops lining the streets and alleys and signs displaying a dazzling array of goods. This city is Yin City, the city where Phoenix Academy is located. Yin City is more than twice the size of Lin City. Whether it's the level of commercial prosperity or the number and skill level of superhumans, it's far superior to Lincheng. Xiaoli's father could be called the richest man in Lincheng, but if he were placed in Yinshi, he could only be called a local tycoon at most. However, the most famous place in Yin City is, of course, the Phoenix Academy located in this city. Because this academy, known as a gathering place for beautiful women, is located here, Yin City is also jokingly called the City of Goddesses. On the back of the Fire Phoenix, Lin Yuner and Zhang Mingchin looked down curiously at the city below, which was much larger than Lin City. This was actually the first time they had ever left Lincheng in their entire lives, so they were naturally incredibly curious. Suya didn't react much. After all, she had lived in this city before. Needless to say, Su Xian, as the dean of Phoenix Academy, lives in this city year-round. The Fire Phoenix flew over the city without landing, continuing westward. After passing through most of the city, they finally slowed down and began to descend. Xiaoli followed the direction in which the Fire Phoenix descended and saw an enormous academy appear below. Outside the academy stands a statue, a phoenix that closely resembles the fiery phoenix formed from Su Xian's essence. The phoenix raised its head, as if to cry out to the sky, and a divine power seemed to emanate from it, which was extremely mysterious. Above the phoenix statue, for large characters burning with crimson flames floated in the air by some unknown means. Phoenix Academy. Looking further in, you enter the academy, where rows and rows of buildings stand. In addition to teaching buildings and dormitories, there are also some ordinary buildings and villas, and some other odd buildings. For example, the most eye-catching thing is a tower with more than 100 floors. The tower is fiery red and bears a huge phoenix emblem. I don't know what this tall tower is used for. Is this Phoenix Academy? Xiaoli looked at the academy, which was becoming clearer in his sight, and murmured. Suya nodded and said, "That's right, this is Phoenix Academy." This Phoenix Academy has a history of nearly 300 years. The first dean who founded this academy was a stunningly talented and powerful woman more than 200 years ago. It is said that the superpower she awakened is the SS-level divine bird phoenix. That is a true divine beast, not just a flame like mine that possesses the power of the vermilion bird. Although her ability is only rated as SS level, her actual combat strength is powerful enough to rival that of SSS level. Disappeared during a battle with the Abyss Crocodile, which was ranked second on the mutant beast list. No one knows if she is still alive, but she has not appeared in more than 200 years, so she has long been considered dead. Xiaoli listened, and a thought suddenly struck him. Judging from his experience of reading certain novels in his previous life, such legends usually mean that the powerful person who suddenly disappeared did not actually die. They might be trapped somewhere, or they might have encountered some kind of opportunity. In short, this powerful figure will definitely reappear someday in the future. And at that time, this powerful figure must have been even stronger than before. Before long, Xiaoli and the others finally landed on the ground. The Fire Phoenix was dispersed by Su Xian's wave of her hand, and the group landed on the ground. Xiaoli raised his head and looked towards Phoenix Academy. Standing before the Phoenix statue outside the academy, I gazed directly at the vast academy before me. Xiaoli then realized more directly just how magnificent and imposing it was. Compared to Phoenix Academy, Lingwu Academy in Lincheng is practically a primary school. There's absolutely no comparison. Let's go in. Su Xian smiled slightly at Xiaoli and the others, then walked gracefully toward the academy gate in her high heels. Xiaoli and the others followed closely behind. The group soon arrived at the academy gate. Xiaoli noticed that there were no security guards or anyone else guarding the main gate of the academy. But as he passed through the gate, he could clearly feel an invisible force scanning over him. Su Xian, who was walking in front, waved her jade hand, and the invisible force disappeared. And then nothing else happened. Suya explained, there's a protective array set up inside the academy. Everyone who passes through the array will be detected. Any outsider attempting to pass through the formation to enter the academy will be stopped outside, and an alarm will sound inside the academy. Once you join the academy, you will be recognized by the formation, and you will be able to freely enter and leave the academy. Xiao Li, Lin Yuner, and Zhang Mingchin all nodded. Soon they passed through the academy gates and entered the academy. As soon as Xiao Li entered Phoenix Academy, his eyes immediately became blurry. After passing through the college gate, there is a small square. It seemed to be right after class, and the square was bustling with activity. Everywhere you look, girls are either walking alone or in groups in the square. The crisp, pleasant sounds of chatting and giggling kept reaching my ears. The air is filled with a variety of intoxicating fragrances, which are truly delightful. The fluttering skirts and pairs of snow-white legs dazzled Xiao Li. My heart started racing uncontrollably. Phoenix Academy, a gathering place for beauties, truly lives up to its name. This was Xiao Li's only thought at that moment. Every girl he saw at that moment, whether in appearance or figure, was the epitome of beauty. Even compared to Lin Yuner and Zhang Mingchin, they are not much different. Xiao Li didn't see even one who was slightly less attractive or less attractive. This is a place where beauties from all over the great Xia kingdom gather. These girls were probably at least school beauties back when they were in high school. And all these stunning beauties have gathered at Phoenix Academy. Xiao Li understood at first glance. He made the right choice this time. Chapter 71 Binding Rules Change. Xiao Li and his group also attracted the attention of many girls in the square. When they saw Su Xian walking at the front, they quickly greeted her. Hello, Dean. Hello, Dean. Su Xian nodded to them, then led Xiao Li and the others across the square and headed straight into the depths of the academy. As Xiao Li passed by, he even gave them a warm smile. Next, all these stunning beauties here will become his targets. First impressions are very important. He can't afford to offend these girls at first glance. After all, this is an academy full of beautiful women, and suddenly a man like him has snuck in. If it's not done well, it could very well cause everyone's resentment and resistance. Xiao Li's handsome face, coupled with his perfectly timed smile, instantly won the hearts of many girls. After Xiao Li and the others had gone far away, the girls' pretty faces then revealed expressions of utter surprise. Man, a boy actually entered Phoenix Academy? And the dean himself brought it back. You should know that there has never been a single man in Phoenix Academy before. Even when outsiders visit, they are always received outside Phoenix Academy. This is the first time in the history of Phoenix Academy that a man has walked in like this. The girls immediately started chattering excitedly. Hey, did you see that? It's a boy. A boy actually got into our Phoenix Academy. It's the first time I've ever seen one like him. And he's so handsome. I kind of like him. This is unbelievable. Why would the dean bring a boy in? And judging by his age, he should still be a student, right? Does the dean intend for this boy to study at our Phoenix Academy? That's unlikely. Doesn't Phoenix Academy only admit girls? Is the dean planning to break this rule this year? This is the beginning of something really serious. It might actually be possible, but just who is this boy that the dean would make an exception and admit him? If the college really intends to admit this boy, I have no objection. After all, he's really handsome. I don't know, but let's not speculate. I think we'll find out tomorrow. At this time, Xiao Li was following behind Su Xian, walking forward, when suddenly the system's lowly voice rang in his mind. Congratulations, Master. It seems you've arrived in paradise. The system has detected that there are too many goddesses available for binding around the Master. The system's goddess binding rules will be slightly modified. We hope the Master won't mind. Xiao Li was slightly taken aback and asked. The binding rules have been changed. What exactly have been changed? From now on, the Master must have a formal face-to-face conversation with the goddess before the system will bind her to him. Xiao Li thought for a moment. Su Xian and Zhang Mingchin before, it seemed that they had just approached him, hadn't even spoken to him yet, and he didn't even know their names, when the system automatically bound him. As he walked into Phoenix Academy and crossed the square, he passed by quite a few girls. If we had used the old binding method, we probably would have bound a dozen or even dozens of goddesses directly. No wonder the system made adjustments. But this is good. It won't disrupt his plans, but will instead help him conquer them one by one. Otherwise, if he were to immediately bind dozens of goddesses to someone, he would probably be overwhelmed and wouldn't know where to start. His original plan was to establish a good image after entering Phoenix Academy and leave a good impression on all the beauties in the academy, making it easier to win them over later. If the system's binding method remains unchanged, this move of his could probably allow him to directly boost favorability and points for the entire group. That's way too exaggerated. Even though Phoenix Academy has very high admission requirements. But every year, at least several hundred or even thousands of female students are recruited from all over the country. The entire Phoenix Academy, including its instructors, has several thousand beautiful women. Just imagine, if he were to wander around the entire Phoenix Academy using the old binding method. Goodness, those points will skyrocket. Even if each of them only contributes 10 points, that's still tens of thousands of points. That's terrifying. No wonder the system had to change the rules. Xiaoli might break the system. Xiaoli said to the system in his heart. I have no objection to changing the binding rules, but shouldn't there be some kind of compensation? That makes sense. Then I'll compensate Master with 2 more chances to draw a prize. Xiaoli glared at him, feigning anger, and said, Do you know how much more time I'll have to spend earning points because of your rule change? You're offering only 2 chances to win a prize as compensation? The system seemed startled by Xiaoli, and the lowly-like voice asked weakly, Wah, Master, don't be angry. Master, how much compensation do you want? At this moment, Xiaoli could almost picture a cute little lowly with pigtails looking at him pitifully with wide eyes. However, Xiaoli ignored the system's pitiful voice and said confidently, I need at least a 10 pull to be satisfied. No, Master. This is too many. I can only give you 5 chances to draw a prize at most. Make a deal. As soon as the system finished speaking, Xiaoli immediately agreed without the slightest hesitation. Master, you cheated. The system immediately realized that it had been tricked by Xiaoli. Xiaoli chuckled to himself. Anyway, it's settled then. No backing out. Hurry up and get those 5 lottery chances into your account. Bad Master, Stinky Master, you're making me so angry. The system emitted a grinding sound, as if it were very angry. Hearing the system's lowly voice cursing in his mind, Xiaoli was in a great mood. This system is so easy to fool. I had saved up 3 chances to win the lottery before, and with the 5 more I got this time, I now have a total of 8 chances. If he gets 2 more, he can do a 10 pull. I wonder what I'll get in a 10 pull. If I could get another legendary item, that would be awesome. But that's just wishful thinking. Getting even 1 powerful artifact is already incredibly lucky. How could he possibly win every time? Moreover, compared to divine artifacts, he would rather draw something that is useful to him at this stage. Even if he obtained a divine artifact, he wouldn't be able to use it in his current state. Take that sky-splitting spear for example. It's still gathering dust in the system space. At this time, Xiaoli was thinking about something. Unbeknownst to them, they had followed Su Xin to an open area within the academy. When the group stopped, Xiaoli finally came to his senses and looked around. There are no buildings around here, only a house built entirely of wood in the center. The house is nothing special in style. It's just a very ordinary 2-story wooden house. There are many trees and flowers planted around the house. Although the styles are different, the leaves and flowers are all fiery red. From a distance, these flowers, trees and shrubs look like a dazzling sea of fire surrounding the houses, which is very beautiful. Su Xin turned her head and said, This wooden house was built by the first dean of Phoenix Academy when it was first established. The entire wooden house is made of a special type of paulownia wood, which is very beneficial for fire-type ability users to cultivate in. The flowers, plants, and spiritual trees planted around here are also helpful to fire-type ability users. This is now my residence and office. Every president of Phoenix Academy has lived here. Xiaoli looked at the wooden house standing in the red sea of fire, and his curiosity about the first dean of Phoenix Academy became even stronger. Chapter 72 Nangonyu, Lume. Su Xin. The group walked through the sea of red flowers and arrived at the door of the wooden house. Su Xin opened the door and went inside. Xiaoli and the others followed closely behind. Xiaoli stepped into the room. He was immediately drawn to the scene before him. He immediately noticed a painting hanging on the wooden wall directly opposite the gate. The woman in the painting stands sideways, her figure graceful. Wearing a dazzling red cloud-patterned long dress, she resembled a blooming, fiery flower. Her fiery red hair cascaded down naturally like a waterfall. What is even more striking is the delicate red phoenix mark imprinted between the woman's eyebrows, like a burning flame, adding a touch of mystery and nobility to her. Due to the angle, the woman's face was not fully visible. But even just from her profile and those captivating red eyes, one can sense her breathtaking beauty. This is... Xiaoli looked at the portrait in front of him and spoke. Su Xian bowed slightly to the portrait before speaking. She is Nan Gongyu, the first dean of our Phoenix Academy. A woman of extraordinary talent and beauty. Nan Gongyu. Xiaoli silently repeated the name in his mind and memorized it. Only then did he begin to examine the other items inside the wooden house. However, apart from the portrait, there was nothing particularly special about this wooden house. The furniture on display consists of ordinary wooden pieces. If there is anything special about it, it's that the surrounding fire elemental spiritual energy is exceptionally dense. It was so rich that Xiaoli felt like sweating. Cultivating in this wooden house will definitely make fire-type ability users achieve twice the results with half the effort. Please sit down and rest for a while. I'll have someone come and take care of some minor enrollment matters for you. Su Xian pointed to the wooden chair placed next to her and said. Xiaoli, Lin Yuner, and Zhang Mingchin all nodded and went over to sit down. Su Xian continued. Xiaoli, you're a special case, so I need to have someone handle these things for you separately. However, the entire academy should know about your enrollment tomorrow. Xiaoli lay on a wooden rocking chair and asked, Are you preparing to issue a school-wide announcement? Su Xian nodded slightly. That's right. You are the first male student to enroll in our Phoenix Academy in history, so to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings, we must make this announcement. And once you enter the academy, you won't need to hide your talent anymore. Everyone should know that our great Xia's second SSS level ability user has joined our Phoenix Academy. Xiaoli nodded, understanding Su Xian's meaning. As for Xiaoya, you'll stay by my side and help me with some things from now on. Plus, you'll cultivate with me, and your strength will improve even faster. Su Xian turned to look at Suya and said, Okay, Auntie. Discussed it with Su Xian before coming. The group waited for a moment. Suddenly, footsteps approached outside the wooden house. Xiaoli raised his head and looked towards the doorway. Then a stunningly beautiful figure swayed her hips and gracefully walked into the wooden house. Xiaoli's eyes lit up immediately. The newcomer was a woman, and she was extremely beautiful. A flawless, fair face, arched eyebrows, clear eyes, and a delicate, straight nose. And those delicate, beautiful cherry lips and smooth, fragrant cheeks, perfectly combined on the same charming and stunning face. A beauty of unparalleled grace and charm. Wearing a long purple dress that slightly revealed her cleavage, her delicate figure was breathtakingly beautiful. The perfect balance of curves and contours. The towering snow-capped peaks billowed up her long purple dress, creating a deep, bottomless white ravine between the two peaks. Beneath the graceful purple dress, her shapely, snow-white, long legs were faintly visible, stirring the imagination. Xiaoli saw this woman. Only two words came to his mind. Fairy. That's right, it's a fairy. This woman, though not intentionally so, exuded an extremely alluring charm with every casual movement. She is like a real fairy, captivating and enchanting. Dean, you're back. After the alluring woman entered the wooden house, she greeted Su Xian. Her voice was pleasant to the ear, with a hint of allure. Su Xian nodded to her, then introduced them to Xiaoli and the others. This is Lu Mei, who is also the vice dean of our Phoenix Academy. When I'm not around, or when I'm cultivating, she manages the academy for me. Xiaoli's heart stirred. Lu Mei, what a fitting name. This woman is incredibly alluring. But I never expected that she would be the vice dean of Phoenix Academy. Thinking about it, he stood up with Lin Yuner and Zhang Mingchin and said, Hello, vice dean. Su Xian then looked at Lu Mei, pointed at Xiaoli and the other two, and said, These three are the new students I brought back this time, and they will all be joining Phoenix Academy. Upon hearing this, the alluring Lu Mei turned her head, her beautiful eyes lingering on Lin Yuner and Zhang Mingchin's faces and bodies for a moment before she nodded slightly. These two girls, disregarding their talent, already meet the Phoenix Academy's admission requirements based solely on their appearance. Finally, she turned her gaze to Xiaoli. Huh? A man? Dean, what's wrong? On Lu Mei's pretty face as she looked at Su Xian and asked. She never expected that Su Xian would bring back a man, and that he would even join Phoenix Academy. Su Xian smiled gently, took light steps, and walked to Xiaoli's side, saying softly, Let me introduce you. He is Xiaoli, the second awakener in our great Xia kingdom to awaken an SSS-level superpower. Lu Mei's beautiful eyes widened instantly, and she exclaimed in surprise, You're Xiaoli. The news that a second 3S level superhuman has appeared in the Great Xia Kingdom has already spread widely online and in real life in the past few days. Almost everyone knows the name Xiaoli now. The matter has been frequently discussed among students and teachers within the college these past few days. She never expected that the handsome man in front of her was Xiaoli. Xiaoli wasn't surprised by her reaction. He simply smiled and nodded. "It's me, Vice Dean Liu." As Xiaoli uttered those words, a system notification sounded in his mind. "Congratulations, host. The system has been bound to the goddess Lu Mei. Currently, the favorability is 20%, and you have earned 20 points. Chapter 73, Allocating Villas. Lu Mei snapped out of her daze, looked at Su Xin, and exclaimed in surprise. "Dean, how did you manage to bring this monstrous genius to our academy?" Su Xin rolled her eyes at her. "What do you mean by clue? You put it so rudely. Xiaoli joined our Phoenix Academy voluntarily." Voluntary. Lu Mei was even more surprised upon hearing this. She looked at Xiaoli with her beautiful eyes, sizing him up and down, and suddenly took a quick step and walked up to him. Xiaoli did not back down, letting Lu Mei stop just a step away from him. At this moment, Xiaoli only needed to lower his head slightly to see the deep snow ditch right in front of him. Suddenly, Lu Mei extended her jade-like finger and gently lifted Xiaoli's chin. She said with a sweet, fragrant breath, "Little friend, so you're Xiaoli, who's recently become famous throughout the country. I didn't expect you to be so handsome. But with your talent, why did you come to my Phoenix Academy? Why not choose to go to Azure Dragon Academy or Military Academy? Those two academies are the two most prestigious universities in our Great Xia Kingdom. Could it be that they have some ulterior motive?" As she spoke, Lu Mei narrowed her beautiful eyes and stared intently into Xiaoli's eyes. Xiaoli inhaled the fragrance emanating from the beautiful woman before him, and with a serious and righteous expression, said, "I did this so that our Phoenix Academy wouldn't be bullied by other academies. After all, our Phoenix Academy is full of weak women. As a man, of course I must shoulder the mission of protecting them." Lu Mei chuckled and said in a sweet voice, "You're a bit dishonest, aren't you? You spoke so honestly. If it weren't for your eyes that looked like they were about to fall into my ditch and wouldn't be able to get out, I almost would have actually believed you. What? Are you tempted by this? Want to tear off my clothes and take a closer look?" Xiaoli wasn't embarrassed and smiled faintly. "I'm really tempted. With such a beautiful woman as Vice Dean Liu, I doubt any man could resist her. As for seeing things clearly, I think we can find a secluded place to look at them later. Of course, if Vice Dean Liu doesn't mind, you can stay here. You've got a pretty good idea." Lu Mei was immediately amused and giggled, her delicate body trembling. "Congratulations, host. Goddess Lu Mei's favorability has reached 30%, earning you 10 points. Xiaoli's eyelids twitched as he looked at the beautiful woman's alluring and seductive appearance. "That vixen. All right, Lu Mei, let's save what we need to say for later. I asked you to come here so you can help them with the enrollment procedures and dormitory assignments." Su Xin patted her forehead and said with a hint of helplessness, "This Lu Mei is capable and efficient, which is why she was chosen as the vice dean. But this personality trait is a bit of a headache. I understand. Leave it to me." Lu Mei nodded in agreement, then winked at Xiaoli with alluring eyes before stepping back. Although it was their first meeting, she was very interested in Xiaoli and couldn't help but want to tease the boy. But which dormitory should Xiaoli be assigned to? Isn't it inappropriate for him to share a dorm room with a girl? Lu Mei asked. Xiaoli coughed lightly and said somewhat shamelessly, "I have no objection. Dream on." Su Xin rolled her eyes at him before saying to Lu Mei, "Let's just give Xiaoli an empty villa as his place to live." Lu Mei thought for a moment and said, "It's not impossible. However, these villas are for students on the Academy's Nirvana ranking. Would it be inappropriate for Xiaoli to move in directly?" Su Xin said, "It's all right. We can just let Xiaoli challenge a student in the top 50 of the Nirvana ranking." Lu Mei was speechless for a moment and said, "Dean, are you kidding me? The weakest of the top 50 students on the Nirvana ranking now possesses the strength of the 5th rank. And they are all A-level or higher talent abilities. Xiaoli only awakened his powers a few days ago, right? Even with SSS level abilities, he's no match for them." Su Xin smiled sweetly at Xiaoli and said, "Don't worry, this little guy is capable." Xiaoli shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. He had only ever dealt with a 5th-tier bloodthirsty moon wolf, and that wasn't even when the mutated beast was at its peak. He really couldn't guarantee whether he could beat a true Tier 5 A-level ability user. But what intrigued Xiaoli even more was what they meant by the Nirvana ranking. Lu Mei was somewhat suspicious. Why is the dean so confident? Could it be that Xiaoli is really that powerful? Having awakened his superpowers only a few days ago, he was able to fight against and even defeat a 5th-tier level superpower user? She looked at Suya, Lin Yuner, and Mingchin again, only to find that the girls also had an expression of taking it for granted on their pretty faces. It seems he agrees with Su Xian's words. Lu Mei glanced at Xiaoli, who was smiling, and her heart fluttered slightly. This kid seems a bit mysterious. She suddenly became even more curious and interested in this handsome young man. There's an old saying that goes something like this. When a woman starts to be interested in a man, she's not far from falling for him. All right, since you've said so, Dean, then I'll have no choice but to comply. I hope you really have the ability by then. Otherwise, the girls at our Phoenix Academy are both beautiful and hot. As she spoke, Lu Mei tapped Xiaoli's chest with her jade-like finger, then swayed her slender waist and walked towards the door. Come with me. I'll take you to complete the formalities. Su Xian, with her fair and delicate hand, gently touched Xiaoli's face and whispered, Little one, go on your way. If you ever want to find me, just come to this wooden house anytime. Xiaoli looked at Su Xian's south beautiful face so close to his eyes, and then at her stunning figure in a red cheongsam. Suddenly, he wrapped his arms around her soft waist, kissed her alluring and delicate red lips hard, and then let go of her. I see. Then he whispered something in Suya's ear before leaving with Lin Yuner and Mingchin. His face flushed. After Xiaoli and the others left, Su Xian looked at Suya and asked in confusion, What did that little guy say to you? Why is your face so red? Suya pursed her lips. What else can I say? This little rascal, I don't know what he's thinking all day long. Su Xian smiled gently and instantly understood the gist of it. You've been his teacher for so long. Has he always been like this? Suya thought for a moment, shook her head, and said with a blush, That's not true. He was very well behaved before. I used to be the one who initiated things most of the time. But ever since that day, he's become so naughty. Su Xian looked at her strangely after hearing this, grasping the key point in her words. You were always the one who took the initiative before. Suya's pretty face turned even redder. I just teased him because he was too honest. However, Su Xian's beautiful eyes were still fixed on her, her face clearly showing 2 words. I don't believe it. Chapter 74 Nirvana Ranking, Nirvana Spirit Tower. After leaving the wooden house, Lu Mei led Xiaoli and the other 2 away from the sea of red flowers. Then we arrived at an office building in the college. She first completed the enrollment procedures for Xiaoli, Lin Yuner, and Mingchin, then gave the 3 keys to the 3 of them and said, Lin Yuner, Mingchin, I've arranged for you 2 to share a dorm room. The dorm number is on the key. As for Xiaoli, this is the key to villa number 52 in the academy. You can just go there by the number. Xiaoli took the key, then looked at the 2 pure and sweet girls beside him and couldn't help but ask, could the 2 of them move out of the dorm and stay at my place instead? Oh. Upon hearing this, Lu Mei glanced at Xiaoli with surprise, then looked at Lin Yuner and Mingchin, her eyes carrying a strange meaning. The 2 girls blushed under his gaze and lowered their heads, not daring to speak. You can now live in the villa, and you can let whoever you want live there. The academy will not interfere. But the prerequisite is that you can defend the villa and prevent others from taking it away. Xiaoli was somewhat puzzled after hearing this. What? The villa was allocated by the academy. Does anyone dare to forcibly take it? Besides, a villa is just a place to live. So why would anyone want to rob it? Lu Mei shook her head. Strictly speaking, the villa wasn't specifically allocated by the academy. The academy has its own rules. If you want to live in a villa, you have to be in the top 50 of the Nirvana ranking to be eligible to live in a villa. You're an exception. As for the villa, it's certainly not just an ordinary residence. Each villa has its own unique array that gathers the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Those who cultivate inside the villa will have a much faster cultivation speed. And the higher the ranking of the villa, the better the effect. You only have the opportunity to move into the villa because there are always 2 or 3 vacant villas on campus. But it's just an opportunity. Once someone with special circumstances moves into one of these vacant villas, it will attract challenges. If you lose, you have to give up your right to live in the villa. Xiaoli stroked his chin and nodded, then asked, Then what is this Nirvana ranking? Lu Mei patiently explained. The Nirvana ranking can be considered a ranking list of the strength of all students in the academy. The higher the ranking, the stronger the ability. And the resources and benefits within the academy are basically allocated according to the ranking on the Nirvana list. The right to reside in a villa is only one aspect. Lin Yuner, who was standing to the side, asked curiously, "So how do you get on this Nirvana ranking? Do you fight each other?" Lu Mei smiled gently. "There are two methods. First, there's the tower. There's a tall tower inside the academy. You should have seen it, right?" Xiao Li and the other two nodded. They saw it before they even entered Phoenix Academy. A towering red tower, over 100 stories high, stands within the academy. At the time, Xiao Li was very curious about what the tower was used for. Lu Mei continued, "That tower is called the Nirvana Spirit Tower, and it has a total of 151 floors. The trials will begin once the trainees enter the tower. Each trial they pass will allow them to advance to the next level. The higher the level, the more difficult the trial will be. The ranking on the Nirvana ranking is based on the number of floors the students have cleared in the Nirvana Spirit Tower. Of course, there are exceptions to this ranking." Lu Mei extended two delicate fingers and tapped the table. "This brings us to the second method. This second method is even simpler and more direct. It's about taking on challenges. As long as you have the ability, challenge those on the list, and if you win, you can take their place. But this method has a high failure rate, because a person's strength can be reflected in the number of floors they pass through in the Nirvana Spirit Tower. If you're not strong enough to initiate a challenge, you'll only have a chance of winning if the difference in strength between the two is not significant, or if your superpower is countered." "I see." Xiao Li's gaze shifted. "In other words, I either have to give up my right to live in the villa, or I have to climb the tower or challenge the top 50 people on the Nirvana ranking. Otherwise, it will constantly attract challenges from other academies?" Lu Mei nodded, then said with a hint of mockery, "What's scared? If you're scared, I can take back the key now and arrange a regular dormitory room for you to live in alone. I'll go and talk to the dean for me." Xiao Li stared intently at the deep cleavage on her chest for a few moments before saying, "No, I want this villa. At worst, I'll try to challenge the Nirvana Spirit Tower myself, or I'll challenge someone in the top 50 of the Nirvana ranking. That way, there won't be any more complaints, right?" Lu Mei smiled alluringly. "Very good. I like your confidence. I look forward to your future performance." After saying that, she took the keys back from Lin Yuner and Zhang Mingchin. Since Xiao Li has decided to let them live in the villa as well, there is no need to assign dormitories. "All right, I'll take you to the villa area and show you around the academy while I'm at it." Xiao Li and the other two had no objections, nodded, and followed Lu Mei out of the office building. Walking through the academy, Lu Mei kept introducing Xiao Li and the others to some buildings that had special functions. For example, there are gravity chambers, supernatural ability training grounds, and of course, the Nirvana Spirit Tower is also an excellent place for cultivation. These are places where students usually practice. However, using it is not unconditional. You must complete tasks within the academy and earn contribution points. Contribution points can be used to exchange for cultivation resources and can also be used to access these cultivation sites. The entire academy maintains a complete system. The higher academy is a training ground for people with superpowers. They no longer need to study ordinary courses like Chinese, math, and English, as they did in the middle school. Everything revolves around cultivation. As Xiao Li and his companions walked through the academy, all they encountered were female students and teachers. Without exception, they were all unbelievably beautiful. The thought of spending his future days in this wonderful academy filled Xiao Li with immense joy. When the students and teachers saw Xiao Li, they all looked at him with surprise. Men are not just rare at Phoenix Academy, they are practically non-existent. If you want to see men, you have to go outside the academy. Therefore, Xiao Li's appearance is definitely the most eye-catching. However, no one came up to ask any questions. After all, with Vice Dean Lu Mei present, no one dared to say anything. They were just very curious and gathered together to discuss it in hushed tones. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Xiao Li and his group finally arrived at their destination. Before them appeared a series of exquisitely decorated and luxurious villas. The villa is surrounded by a beautiful environment, filled with lush greenery and vibrant flowers. Just looking at it from the outside makes me feel relaxed and happy. Lu Mei looked at Xiao Li and the other two and said, "All right, just keep looking in there. Once you find the corresponding villa number, you can move in. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now." Xiao Li nodded. "Thank you, Vice Dean Lu. Take care." Lu Mei glanced at him sideways, then suddenly smiled alluringly, took 2 steps forward, and pressed her delicate body slightly against Xiao Li. whispering sweetly in his ear. Xiaoli, don't you want to try and keep me here? Maybe my sister will agree and let me stay here tonight. Xiaoli suddenly turned his head and kissed those alluring red lips that were so close to his face. Before he could even savor the taste of those red lips, he quickly stepped back a few paces and laughed. Vice-Dean Liu, let's talk about staying overnight later when we're more familiar with each other. I feel it's a bit too fast right now. Liu Mei was stunned, completely bewildered by Xiaoli's sudden kiss. But she quickly realized what was happening, and contrary to her usual behavior, she wasn't angry. Instead, she stuck out her tongue, licked her red lips, and gave a seductive smile. Why are you hiding? Are you afraid I'll hit you for doing something bad? Don't worry, I'm not going to eat you. This is my private number. Remember to contact me anytime if you miss me. With a flick of her delicate hand, she took out a card and tossed it to Xiaoli, then swayed her slender waist and giggled as she left. Congratulations, host. Goddess Liu Mei's favorability has reached 40%, earning you 10 points. Chapter 75 Moving into the Villa. Xiaoli took the card that Liu Mei tossed him. It only had a phone number on it and nothing else. He looked up at Liu Mei's departing figure and felt a sense of admiration in his heart. If a normal woman knew him and was kissed like that, she probably wouldn't let him get away with it. But this enchanting woman, whether genuinely interested in him or simply having a peculiar way of thinking, didn't get angry at all, and the favorability rating has even increased. That's interesting. Xiaoli smiled, then turned to Lin Yuner and Zhang Mingchin and said, Come on, let's go inside. The two women exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with something special, but they seemed to understand each other's gaze. They nodded and obediently followed Xiaoli into the villa area. The three of them walked through villas, with the house numbers getting larger and larger as they went in, starting from the outermost one. Number 1, number 10, number 25, number 38. They finally found villa number 52 when they were almost at the end of the road. Then there are 53 and 54, and then that's it. Phoenix Academy has a total of 54 villas. Xiaoli stood in front of villa number 52, looked it over, and nodded with satisfaction. He wasn't particularly concerned about where he lived. After all, his cheap father is the richest man in Linqing. He was already tired of the things that ordinary people pursue. What interested him more was the array inside the villa that could gather spiritual energy, as Liu Mei had mentioned. Li took out the villa key, opened the door to villa number 52, and the three of them went inside together. Li stepped into the villa, his body stiffened. In just a moment, he felt a thick spiritual energy, almost liquefied, rushing towards him. It seemed as if every pore on my body had opened up at that moment. Greedily absorbed the incredibly dense spiritual energy from the outside world. The spiritual energy within Xiaoli's body was surging and cheering. In less than a second, he understood why Liu Mei had said that someone would definitely try to take away his right to live in the villa. With such a terrifying concentration of spiritual energy in the surrounding area, those who cultivate here could probably increase their cultivation speed by at least 2 or 3 times, or even more. No wonder. The system panel appeared in his mind, and in the realm column, the percentage at the very end was starting to increase little by little at a visible speed. Keep in mind that he's not cultivating on his own right now. He's only achieving this effect through his body passively absorbing nutrients. While the 10x accelerator played a part in this, it also indirectly proves how much this villa helps people with superpowers. Lin Yuner and Zhang Mingchin's pretty faces were also full of surprise. The spiritual energy here is so rich. I feel like I can break through to the second level very soon if I cultivate here. Lin Yuner said. Zhang Mingchin nodded. Yeah, after just a few breaths, I already feel like I've broken through to the late stage of the first tier. Xiaoli smiled and said, It's good that you've helped. We'll be living here from now on. You all need to work hard and try to break through to the second tier as soon as possible. Uh-huh. The two girls responded obediently. The three of them toured the villa, which had everything they needed, including bedrooms, a study, and a kitchen, a swimming pool, gym, and training ground. The two women were quite satisfied with the place. Zhang Mingchin, in particular, who comes from an ordinary family, has never lived in such a luxurious place as a villa before. Xiaoli smiled and said, There are quite a few rooms in the villa. Please choose whichever you like. Xiaoli, which room do you want to stay in? Lin Yuner gently bit her tender lips and asked in a low voice. Xiaoli looked at the rooms on the second floor of the villa and thought for a moment. Let's choose the one closest to the stairs. It'll be convenient for going downstairs. Lin Yuner said. Then I'll choose the one on your left. Zhang Mingchin smiled and said. Then I'll choose the one on the right. Xiaoli smiled slightly, neither objecting nor disagreeing. In fact, he agreed. Being closer makes it easier to do things, right? After settling into the villa, Xiao Li and his group were finally able to settle down. The start of the new semester for Phoenix Academy students will be in 2 days. Since they were brought here directly by Su Xian, their start time is much earlier than that of other new students. The new students admitted to Phoenix Academy from all over the country will gradually arrive in the next 2 days. In other words, Xiao Li and his family are free to move around for the next 2 days. Night. Xiao Li took out the carcass of a huge mutated beast from his storage ring. It was a wolf, its fur mostly charred black, as if it had been burned by fire or struck by lightning. His body was covered in wounds, and although he had been dead for a long time, blood was still gushing out. This was the corpse of the bloodthirsty moon wolf that he had personally killed outside the secret realm of the Tianai forest. It has to be said that the storage ring is quite magical. The time seems to be frozen when the items are put inside. The items will remain exactly as they were when they were put in, and even if they are taken out again after several years, they will not change at all. Xiao Li took out the bloodthirsty moon wolf for the purpose of eating it. Eating the flesh of mutated beasts not only accelerates his cultivation speed, but more importantly, it enhances his A-level superpower physical body. Meat consumption. With this skill, he can enhance his physical strength when he eats meat containing spiritual energy. Moreover, judging from the description of the superpower, there is no limit to this kind of improvement. What does that mean? This means that, in theory, as long as he has enough mutated beast meat, his physical body can continue to improve. This is a superpower with terrifying growth potential. Xiao Li couldn't even believe that this superpower would actually appear on an A-level superpower user. With this skill, Xiao Li could even imagine that the power this A-level ability could unleash in the future would surpass his SSS-level Annihilation Divine Thunder. One punch to destroy a star. Is that even possible? What's even more terrifying is that this ability to enhance the physical body can continue to evolve. When it evolves to SSS level, how terrifying will it be? Xiao Li couldn't even imagine it. He processed the bloodthirsty moon wolf's carcass, removing all the inedible parts and washing it thoroughly inside and out. Then move it to the kitchen and cut all the wolf meat into pieces. Whole wolf feast tonight. In his past life, he went to New Oriental to learn top-notch cooking skills just to pick up girls. Childless play for him. Xiao Li was processing the wolf meat. Lin Yuner and Mingchin were also busy. They left the academy to buy some vegetables, ingredients, soy sauce, salt, and other seasonings for Xiao Li. By the time Xiao Li finished processing the wolf meat, they had just returned with the purchased goods. With everything prepared, Xiao Li began to showcase his impressive culinary skills. Under Xiao Li's methodical approach, various cooking methods such as frying, boiling, deep frying, braising, stir-frying, roasting, and stewing were employed. One after another, delicious dishes with an enticing aroma that makes your mouth water are served. Xiao Li not only cooks delicious food, but he also cooks it very quickly. Sometimes 3 dishes are prepared at the same time, and sometimes even 4 dishes are prepared at the same time. The entire kitchen seemed to have become his personal domain, with all the tools, ingredients, and seasonings coming to life in his hands. Lin Yuner and Mingchin stood outside the kitchen watching Xiao Li's busy yet orderly movements, finding it a delightful sight. Is there anything this man can't do? Chapter 76 Physical Fitness greatly improved. Xiao Li only used a small portion of the wolf meat. He didn't use it all at once. Because there are too many. The bloodthirsty moon wolf is enormous, weighing 200 to 300 pounds. He cooked nearly 20 dishes before stopping. This was the first time he had cooked since he came into this world. Before, when he stayed at home, he never needed to do this kind of thing. Mr. and Mrs. Xiao hired several top chefs, and they could eat all kinds of cuisines every day. His skills had no room to be fully utilized. Now that we're outside, we finally have a chance to show our skills. Xiao Li was cooking the last dish. He smiled at Lin Yuner and the others standing at the kitchen door. Call Suya and tell her and Su Xian to come over and try my cooking. Good. Lin Yuner nodded and then made the call. When Xiao Li finished his work and came out of the kitchen, Suya and Su Xian had just arrived. They gazed at the dishes on the table, each one a feast for the eyes and the palate, and smelled the mouth-watering aromas wafting through the air. Their pretty faces were filled with astonishment. Little one, did you do all of this by yourself? Su Xian asked. Xiao Li smiled and said, Yes, please sit down and try it. Su Xian walked up to him, pinched his face with her 2 delicate hands, and scrutinized him with her alluring eyes. Little guy, you're surprising me more and more. Xiaoli put his arm around her waist and smiled smugly. How about it? Don't you love me even more now? Su Xian affectionately patted his head and chuckled softly. Yes, yes, I love you to death. Suya reached out and grabbed Xiaoli's ear, scoffing. You little rascal, you've never cooked for me before. I had no idea you were such a good cook. Xiaoli tilted his head and gave an awkward smile. I was just lazy before. I'll cook for you guys more often from now on, okay? With this ability to absorb meat, he'll definitely have to cook more often in the future. It would be nice to have everyone come and eat together. When it comes to eating alone, no matter how delicious the food is, Xiaoli won't feel much. Some people prefer to enjoy things alone, but Xiaoli is the kind of person who likes to share, especially with his own woman. That's more like it. Suya finally let go of Xiaoli's ear upon hearing this. Soon, everyone was seated at the table. Let's eat. Don't be shy, Xiaoli said with a smile. Then he picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a piece of meat, put it in his mouth, and started eating. Seeing this, the women also started eating. It's so delicious. Just as she picked up a piece of food and put it in her mouth to chew, Mingchin's beautiful eyes lit up, and she exclaimed in surprise. Su Xian, Suya, and Lin Yuner nodded repeatedly as they ate, praising it highly. Xiaoli's cooking skills are amazing. In addition, mutated beast meat is an extremely delicious ingredient, so the result is naturally even better. Once they started eating, they couldn't stop. Seeing that they were enjoying their meal, Xiaoli smiled slightly. As Xiaoli ate piece after piece of wolf meat, he felt as if a furnace was suddenly burning within his body. A series of messages kept flashing through my mind. Strength plus 20, defense plus 13, agility plus 8. Strength plus 18, defense plus 10, agility plus 5. Strength plus 19, defense plus. Xiaoli looked at his personal panel again and found that it had also begun to change. Host, Xiaoli. Realm, level 2, beginner, 13.5%. Strength, 545. Defense, 432. Agility, 351. Goddess already bound. Su Xian, 100% favorability. Lin Yuner, 100% favorability. Suya, 100% favorability. Mingchin, 100% favorability. Lu Mei, 40% favorability. Awakened superpowers. Points, 290. 3 new attributes have appeared on his personal panel. These 3 attributes should be his basic physical attributes. The system seemed to know that he was using the superpower of meat absorption and thoughtfully showed him his physical measurements. At this moment, Xiaoli could clearly see that his physical fitness was improving at an astonishing rate. As chunks of wolf meat were swallowed, the numbers on the 3-dimensional attribute display kept jumping up and down. Strength, 632, 679, 721. Defense, 501, 532, 589. Agility, 389, 422, 461. A 5th order mutated beast was of great help to Xiaoli. In just a few minutes after eating, his physical abilities doubled. Strength became 1030, defense became 888, and agility became 707. And this number continues to rise. There were 20 dishes on the table, and more than half of them ended up in Xiaoli's stomach. Su Xian and Suya thought Xiaoli's cooking was delicious. They didn't have big appetites and were full after eating a little. The rest were all swept away by Xiaoli. At this time, his physical measurements also increased significantly once again. Strength, 1910. Defense, 1322. Agility, 1000. All 3 attributes exceeded 1000. His strength is almost at 2000. At this moment, Xiaoli felt his hot blood surging within him, and his whole body was filled with inexhaustible power. His current physical body is probably comparable to some 3rd-tier melee-type ability users. This is after just 1 meal of 5th-tier mutated beast meat, and such a huge improvement has already been achieved. If I were to consume 6th-tier, 7th-tier, or even higher-tier food in the future, the magnitude of the improvement would be unimaginable. However, this method of improvement also has certain limitations. He could feel that his body was now at full capacity. I continue eating mutated beast meat. I probably won't see much improvement. Perhaps only when this saturation point disappears can we continue to improve. But that's normal. Everyone's body has a certain limit to its absorption capacity. It's like if you keep feeding someone who's already full, they won't be able to eat much more. Not only that, but it could also upset your stomach. It's pretty much the same principle. That's enough. I estimate this saturation level will only last for 2 or 3 days, after which we can continue eating. Shaoli murmured to himself. He is very satisfied with this promotion. His physical body has been greatly enhanced in all 3 dimensions, and even his spiritual power has been improved. It has increased from 13% in the early stages of the 2nd tier to 25%. Insignificant compared to physical fitness. Chapter 77 Xiao Xiao. After the meal, Lin Yuner and Mingchin volunteered to wash the dishes. Su Xian and Suya, having many things to do due to the upcoming enrollment of new students, left after sitting for a while. Shaoli lay on the sofa in the villa, browsing the system interface. With Lu Mei now bound to the system, and her favorability rating reaching 40%, his points have once again reached 290. Including the compensation I got from the system before, I've had 5 more chances to participate in the lottery, making a total of 8. If he collects 2 more, he'll be able to save up for a 10 pull. However, even with just these 2 draws, it's not easy to collect them all. Currently, the way to get lottery chances in this system is by completing achievements. He previously earned his chances to win prizes by completing achievements. Excluding the 5 times I was tricked, that doesn't count. The second option is to directly spend points to exchange for chances to win prizes. Shaoli was reluctant to spend points to exchange for lottery chances before because he didn't have enough points for a 10 pull. Secondly, he was also reluctant to spend the money. It was a waste to exchange 50 points for 1 lottery draw, as points were hard to accumulate in the first place. But things are different now. He arrived at Phoenix Academy. There are so many beautiful girls at Phoenix Academy, it will be much easier to earn points in the future. And he only needs 2 more pulls to reach 10 pulls. 100 points are enough. Instead of waiting for an achievement that may never be completed, it's faster to just exchange points for it. Thinking of this, Shaoli decisively said, "System, give me 2 more chances to draw a prize using my points." The system responded quickly. The moment Shaoli finished speaking, the system message arrived. "Master, your lottery draw chances have been successfully redeemed. You now have 10 draw chances." Shaoli grinned. "No need to save any for me. Use all 10 draws at once." "Yes, master. A 10 pull is on the way." Soon, the familiar spinning wheel in Shaoli's mind reappeared. The dazzling array of items inside the turntable shone with a riot of colors. Shaoli was itching to see it, wishing he could tear everything off the turntable. However, he knew that was unrealistic, so he only thought about it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After the giant turntable appeared, it quickly began to spin wildly, faster than an airplane propeller. Shaoli closed his eyes, refusing to look at the lottery results. He wants to wait until all the bottles are smoked before he looks at them. 10 consecutive pulls. I wonder what good stuff I'll get from him. I'm really looking forward to it. Just as Shaoli closed his eyes to rest, Lin Yuner and Mingchin, who had already washed the dishes, came out of the kitchen. They first glanced at Shaoli, who was lying on the sofa with his eyes closed. Then they looked at each other, as if they had made up their minds, and walked hand in hand toward the bathroom on the 2nd floor. The Great Xia Kingdom. Beijing City. This is the capital and central city of the Great Xia Kingdom. It is also the most prosperous and bustling city in the Great Xia Kingdom. As night falls, the entire city is ablaze with lights and neon signs. The city is home to countless high-ranking officials and dignitaries. There's a saying circulating online. If you randomly picked a rock and threw it at someone on the head on the street of this city, that person could very well be a district head, a county head, or a deputy bureau chief. Of course, this is just a meme, a joke. But this also indirectly demonstrates the city's prosperity. What makes this city even more famous is the Azure Dragon Academy, one of the 2 most prestigious higher education institutions in the entire Great Xia dynasty, which is located in this capital city. A dragon soars over the capital, and military might reigns over the sea. These are also the 8 characters circulating online. The meaning is concise. Azure Dragon is located in the capital city, and military force is located in the sea city. 2 top-tier universities, one guarding the center of Great Xia, and the other guarding the border of Great Xia. One inside, one outside. The 2 top universities were established after the spiritual energy revival and have existed for more than 300 years. Their purpose is to cultivate the nation's top talents. Most of the renowned top experts in the Great Xia dynasty came from these 2 academies. This demonstrates just how high the status of these 2 academies is in the Great Xia Kingdom. Inside the Azure Dragon Academy, a quiet and pleasant little courtyard. Although it was already night, the courtyard was still brightly lit. The courtyard was filled with all sorts of colorful flowers and plants, which emitted a faint glow. These are clearly not ordinary flowers, but true spiritual materials. It was the light emitted by these flowers and plants that made the courtyard not seem dim at all. These flowers and plants are well maintained, and each flower is blooming in a riot of color. And amidst all these flowers, a breathtakingly beautiful fairy stands in the center. Yes, the only word to describe this woman's beauty is fairy. The woman wore a long white dress, her slender figure moving gracefully and elegantly, her curves all captivating. Her waist was as slender as a willow, and her breasts were high and firm, pushing up her white dress. The perfect curves inspired endless fantasies. Her long, black hair reached her waist and hung down her back without any headdress, with wisps of bangs falling across her forehead. She has a delicate oval face, slightly curved eyebrows, and clear, bright eyes. And her slightly upturned nose and soft pink lips, when combined perfectly, make her flawless. Her skin was as white as jade, like an uncarved porcelain, shimmering under the soft light of the flowers and plants, a breathtaking sight. Compared to a woman's beauty, what truly embodies the word fairy is her ethereal, otherworldly aura. This kind of temperament seems to come from a real celestial paradise, making people feel a kind of purity and elegance that is isolated from the world. And this woman, who looks like a fairy, is Xiao Li's older sister who was brought to Canglong Academy after she awakened her superpowers. Xiao. A gentle breeze blew, causing the hem of her white dress to flutter lightly in the wind, and her jet-black hair to become slightly disheveled. She raised her fair, snow-white wrist and tucked a strand of hair that clung to her pretty face behind her ear. Then she raised her head, her elegant eyes gazing towards the western night sky, gradually becoming hazy. Her gaze seemed to pierce through an infinite distance, finally landing on that handsome young man. That big boy who grew up slowly under her careful care. Her lips parted slightly, and a soft murmur escaped her lips. Xiao Li, how are you doing? Sister, I miss you so much. When my sister heard that you had awakened a 3S level talent ability, she was really happy. Even though you didn't come to Azure Dragon Academy, your sister will wait for you. You must grow up quickly, and you absolutely must come to the academy competition. The soft whispers drifted out, but quickly faded away. It was as if a gentle breeze had carried her to a distant shore, or perhaps to the side of the boy she longed for. Just then, a sound of footsteps suddenly came from afar. Xiao withdrew her gaze, her eyes regaining their previous calm and elegant expression, and turned to look at the direction from which the footsteps came from the courtyard gate. As the footsteps drew closer, a young man slowly approached the gate of the courtyard. When he saw the woman's figure in the courtyard, who looked like a fairy descended from heaven, a smile involuntarily appeared on his handsome face. Chapter 78, Chin. Junior sister Xiao, I knew you were here. The man couldn't help but smile when he saw Xiao. Xiao raised her beautiful eyes, looked at the man, and asked in a cool voice. Senior Chin, is there something you need from me? Chin smiled and said, It's like this, junior sister Xiao. I've accepted an S-rank difficulty mission from the academy and would like to invite you to complete it together. With our SS-level talents and abilities, we should be able to accomplish this easily if we join forces. What do you think, Junior? Xiao softly refused after hearing this. Senior Chin is ranked number 1 in the academy. Xiao's strength is too weak, and I'm afraid she'll be a burden, so let's forget about it. Senior Chin, you should team up with other senior students. I believe they would be more suitable than me. When his invitation was rejected, as if he had already expected this outcome. Even the smile on his face didn't change at all, and his tone remained gentle. Since my junior doesn't agree, I won't force her. He then asked, Junior sister, you must have heard in the past few days that our great Xia kingdom has awakened its second SSS level ability user, right? Xiao's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and she said calmly, I have heard of it. Chin said meaningfully, it is said that this monstrous genius named Xiao Li, like junior sister Xiao, is also from Lin City. And he also has the surname Xiao. I wonder if he has any connection with the female student? Xiao said calmly, he is my younger brother. She did not deny that although her information had been blocked, that was only relative to ordinary people. For someone as talented as Chin with a powerful family background, it wouldn't be difficult to find out some information about her. Chin smiled immediately. It seems my guess was right. It's truly astonishing. I never imagined that such a small place as Lin City would produce two geniuses like my junior and Xiao Li. Xiao glanced at him calmly. He turned around, picked up a watering can, and began watering the flowers in the courtyard. If you don't have anything else important to say, please leave now. She dismissed him, not wanting to talk to Qin any further. Qin background is quite extraordinary. The Qin family, a family with supernatural abilities from Beijing. This family is very powerful and has many high-level superhumans. In particular, the patriarch of the Qin family was a super strong person who had lived for nearly 300 years. Their strength is terrifying. Qin is the second SS-level talent ability user to appear after the Qin family patriarch. Therefore, he was highly appreciated by the Qin family patriarch and was nurtured by the Qin family with all his might. He has even been internally designated as the next head of the Qin family. With the support of his family, and with his talent being given special attention by the Azure Dragon Academy, he was able to achieve great success. This propelled him to become the strongest student among all the students of Azure Dragon Academy. Despite Qin powerful background and strength, Xiao still treated him with disdain. Her smiles were reserved only for her parents who raised her and her beloved younger brother. When Qin heard Xiao issue the order to leave, his expression changed slightly. But he quickly returned to normal and asked with a smile, "Junior sister Xiao, may I ask a few more questions? What do you think of this SSS level ability, Junior? Do you even know how much of a difference there is between this SSS level ability and our SS level ability?" Xiao said without turning her head. Xiao has never seen someone with such talent make a move before, so it's not appropriate to make a judgment. However, judging from the difference between SS class and S class, it should be more powerful than we can imagine. Qin smiled upon hearing this. That's not necessarily true. I believe we are both well aware of the power of SS level abilities. But I don't believe that SSS class is necessarily much stronger than SS class. I have heard that there was once a top-tier SS level expert who, with his SS level talent, fought against an SSS level ability user of the same level without being at a disadvantage. And that top expert was the founder and first dean of Phoenix Academy. This shows that SSS class is not invincible to us. His words were so confident that he seemed certain he had reached the same level as that top expert. The words Phoenix Academy caused Xiao's eyes to flicker for a rare moment. Because Xiaoli went to Phoenix Academy. However, she didn't say much to Qin, only speaking coldly. What you think is none of my business. Whatever makes you happy. Please leave. Qin's face darkened. Junior Xiao, we've known each other for so long. You should know how I feel about you. I truly love you. We both possess SS-level supernatural abilities. If we were to be together and have children in the future, there's a very good chance they would awaken SSS-level supernatural abilities. I hope you can give me a chance. Xiao put down the watering can and said calmly. Sorry, I already have someone I like. So please give up on that idea as soon as possible. Xiao's tone was calm, but her words carried a ruthless rejection, giving Qin no face whatsoever. Qin looked at the woman before him, whose beauty captivated him beyond measure, and gritted his teeth, saying, Impossible. You've been at Azure Dragon Academy for 2 years and haven't had any intimate contact with any man. How could you possibly have someone you like? Even if you want to reject me, you should at least come up with a better reason, right? Xiaoli appearing in her mind, and said, Whether you believe it or not is none of my business. All you need to know is that we are impossible, and that's enough. Qin stared intently at her. Then tell me, who is that person? Xiao's beautiful eyes gradually turned cold, and a chill crept into her tone. No comment. Please leave, or don't blame me for taking action. Qin clenched his fists, his expression shifting between light and shadow under the night sky. After pausing for a moment, he finally slowly let go of her hand, turned around, and left. However, before leaving, he still left a message. If there really is such a person, I will find him. I don't even know what I might do then. All I know is that I will never allow anyone else to touch the woman I've set my sights on. After saying that, he quickly left, his figure disappearing into the night. Xiao closed her beautiful eyes slightly, and when she opened them again, the elegance in her eyes had disappeared, replaced by a hint of killing intent. This murderous intent did not ruin her unique temperament. On the contrary, it added to her unique charm. If anything happens to him because of you, I will make sure that you and the entire Chun family behind you are completely wiped out. A cold voice echoed in the courtyard. An extremely terrifying, chilling killing intent seemed to emanate from this stunningly beautiful woman. The courtyard instantly felt like the dead of winter, with everything enveloped in a layer of frost. Chapter 79 Breath of Thunder. Thank you for your patronage. Inside Villa number 52, Phoenix Academy. At this moment, Xiao Li, who had been lying on the sofa with his eyes closed to rest, has opened his eyes again. At this moment, the lottery will had disappeared from his mind. Instead, 10 items float in midair, emitting colorful lights. The 10-round lottery has now completely ended. With excitement, Xiao Li reached out and grabbed one of the items that was crackling with lightning. After acquiring the item, the lightning gradually disappeared. Soon, a pair of slightly heavy metal gauntlets appeared in Xiao Li's hands. The boxing gloves are entirely silver and have an extremely intricate construction, resembling 2 mechanical arms. It is unknown what kind of metal they are made of. There were also wisps of lightning constantly jumping on it, making it look quite extraordinary. Xiao Li could feel powerful energy fluctuations emanating from the boxing gloves simply by holding them in his hand. This surge of power seemed to be calling to Xiao Li, urging him to put on his gauntlets. With a thought, Xiao Li quickly and clearly saw the information about the gauntlets before his eyes. Breath of Thunder, S rank. These gauntlets, forged with terrifying lightning, possess extremely fierce and domineering power. It can be freely hidden or revealed after being worn. Lightning-type abilities are increased by 200%. Strength increased by 300%. Release. Fully unleash all the lightning power of thunder breathing, creating a large-scale, devastating attack on the surrounding area. After use, thunder breathing will be dormant for 15 days. It can be shortened by nurturing it with the power of thunder. What powerful boxing gloves! Xiao Li's eyes lit up. In terms of base stat bonuses and power alone, these gauntlets are not as good as the Crimson Flame Divine Feathers he gave to Su Xian before. But it also has a 300% strength bonus, which is terrifying. This power boost is his physical strength. After eating a whole wolf feast, his strength value has reached over 1900. If we multiply this by 300%, that would jump directly to nearly 6,000. Based solely on these basic enhancements, his S rank Thunder Breathing has already surpassed that SS rank Blazing Divine Feather. However, the true power of the Blazing Divine Feather does not lie in its base bonuses, but in the Divine Flame effect it comes with. That would infuse Su Xian's flames with a trace of Divine Flame aura, increasing their power by an unknown amount. But Xiao Li was already very satisfied. These boxing gloves are extremely suitable equipment for him at this stage. One can imagine him putting on these boxing gloves and using the second-tier Superpower Thunder Fist. With this double boost, the attack power is bound to increase even more. At this moment, Xiao Li felt that he might only need one punch. It can directly kill a 5th-tier bloodthirsty moonwolf, and it's at full strength. Great! The first item I drew is exactly what I needed. Awesome! Xiao Li was excited, and without hesitation put the Breath of Thunder into his hands. As Xiao Li put on the futuristic metal gauntlets, he instantly felt an explosive power coming from his hands. The purple lightning flashing on the boxing gloves gave off a chilling feeling. Not bad, he's handsome. Xiao Li grinned. Then, with a thought, tried to conceal the pair of boxing gloves. Soon, the boxing gloves blurred on his arm, revealing his arm underneath. Then it quickly disappeared completely. Xiao Li tried moving his arm and discovered that this was not just ordinary invisibility, but a true disappearance. He could no longer feel the gloves at all. When touching things, there is direct contact with his hand, without any barriers. He then tried to visualize the boxing gloves using his mind. Soon the boxing gloves reappeared on his arms. The boxing gloves were still on his hands. They never really disappeared. After trying several times, Xiao Li finally nodded in satisfaction. These boxing gloves are amazing. They can completely disappear when hidden, without affecting daily life at all. They are very user-friendly. The system's products are indeed top-notch. After hiding the boxing gloves again, Xiao Li then checked the other lottery items. He took another item, the light faded, and soon a familiar candy appeared in his hand. Looking at the candy, Xiao Li's lips twitched. Is it going to be weird-flavored beans again? Such bad luck. He quickly checked the properties of the candy. Flavorful beans. After consumption, it grants invisibility and conceals all scent, making you undetectable to anyone for 3 hours. Sure enough, it's this thing again. He had drawn a Birdie Bots every flavor bean before, and I didn't expect him to draw another one today. Fortunately, the candy works quite well. Its invisibility and ability to conceal one's presence are very powerful. Xiao Li didn't dwell on it too much. He casually tossed the weird-flavored beans into his system space, and then continued to check the next item. With a wave of his hand, another ball of light fell into his palm. Xiao Li was that the ball of light that fell into his hand this time was incredibly light. Even the weird flavored beans from before still have a bit of weight when they land in your hand. But right now, Xiaoli felt like he was holding a ball of cotton. It's not even as heavy as cotton. I wonder what this weird thing is. The light gradually dimmed under Xiao Li's gaze, and within a few seconds, it disappeared completely. But what appeared before him was not something else, but 4 large characters floating in mid-air. Thank you for your patronage. Holy crap. Thank you for your patronage? What the hell? Xiaoli was completely dumbfounded. Can you even win a thank you for your patronage prize from the spinning wheel? System, come out and explain yourself. Xiaoli stared at the 4 glaring characters, his lips twitched, and he called out system in a deep voice. Soon, the system's timid voice rang out. Master Silver. Come on, tell me, what exactly is this thank you for your patronage thing? The system replied, Master, it's normal to get thank you for your patronage. On the lucky draw there's nothing I can do about it. Xiaoli angrily said, You're a perfectly good system. Why are you trying to imitate those bottle cap lottery games outside? And then you say thank you for your patronage. And to make matters worse, I got thank you for your patronage. But why did it appear as an item, radiating a precious light? Are you trying to annoy me? Because the lucky draw doesn't have a spin it out rule, you're guaranteed to win something every time you spin. Even thank you for your patronage can be something. Xiaoli covered her face. What the hell is this thank you for your patronage nonsense? You might as well just take some time off. What kind of thought process does this system have? How could it come up with something like this? Forget it. I can't be bothered to listen to your nonsense. Xiaoli waved his hand, too lazy to argue with the system any further, and continued to look at other things. It can happen very quickly. As he received 3 orbs of light in succession, 3, thank you for your patronage, messages appeared before his eyes. Xiaoli's face turned completely dark. Chapter 80 Essential Artifacts for Scheming. The 4 consecutive thank you for your patronage messages felt like 4 huge, mocking, and ridiculous emojis directed at him. They seemed to be saying, Hey, didn't expect that. Did you? It's me again. System. Xiaoli roared in his mind. It felt like it was going to shatter my entire mind. You did this on purpose, didn't you? 4 thank you for your patronage messages in a row. I think you're trying to use up all 5 of the prize draw chances you gave me as compensation, right? He had previously used the system to change the rules and extorted 5 chances to win a lottery. At the time, he was filled with smugness, thinking how great it felt to trick the system. He never expected that this system would be waiting for him here. For thank you for your patronage messages in a row, there's something fishy going on here. This system definitely rigged the lottery. He even suspected that the thank you for your patronage message was deliberately added by the system on short notice. Replied in a cute voice. Oh dear, Master's luck seems to be a little bad. This has nothing to do with me. It's the Master's own problem. None of your business? Do you think I believe that? Xiaoli said with a dark face. Master, why don't you look at the other things? You might find a pleasant surprise. The system quickly changed the subject and thoughtfully moved the remaining 4 orbs of light in front of Xiaoli. Xiaoli stood there for a while, trying to calm himself down before suppressing his urge to curse and putting the matter aside for the time being. After all, if it really came down to it, there was really nothing he could do about the system. You can't hit it, and you can't bite it. What else can we do? However, he will definitely find other ways to swindle something from the system to make up for today's losses. You cheated me, so I'll cheat you back. Ignoring the system, Xiaoli focused his gaze on the 4 floating orbs of light in front of him. Hopefully, these 4 beams of light won't say thank you for your patronage again, otherwise he'll definitely make the system give back his lottery chances. System, open all 4 light clusters and show the item descriptions as well. Xiaoli said irritably. Yes, Master. The system responded very obediently, and then the 4 orbs of light quickly dispersed in front of Xiaoli, revealing the 4 items underneath. First, there was something that looked like a card, with strange patterns drawn on it, like a magic circle. Xiaoli looked at the introduction beside him. Max level trial card. After use, you will briefly possess the power of a level 10 peak for 1 hour. The item will disappear after use. Xiaoli's eyes lit up. Max level trial card. Good heavens. This is essentially a limited time cheat card. An hour may not be long, but it can be a powerful force to turn the tide in crucial moments. It's also a life-saving trump card. With his SSS level supernatural talent, the power of a peak level 10 would be terrifying. With excitement, Xiaoli put away the max level experience card and looked at the next item. Weapon evolution ticket. You can evolve an evolvable weapon once, improving its quality, up to SSS grade. Weapon evolution vouchers aren't anything special. They're sold in the system shop. Price, 200 points. To be honest, this price is a bit expensive. Unless it's used to evolve an SS grade weapon to SSS grade, it's not worth it. And this thing also has limitations. Putting aside the fact that the maximum level is SSS, it must also be an evolvable weapon. He currently only has one evolvable weapon. That's the C-grade evolvable weapon, Hard Brick, that I got from the newbie gift pack when I first bound the system. Only this brick, which he had been leaving in the system space, could evolve. Rank Thunder-breathing gauntlets he just acquired are fixed at S rank and cannot be evolved. To evolve a C-grade brick into an SSS grade brick, you have to go through 5 grades, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. That would require 5 evolution tickets. 1,000 points. To be honest, Shaoli had never looked at the description of this brick carefully after he got it. There's nothing I can do, my level is too low, I'm a bit disgusted with it, and I've almost forgotten that such a weapon even exists. But now that he's received a free weapon evolution voucher, he finally remembers. Took the brick out of the system space. It's rough to the touch, and doesn't look much different from an ordinary brick. It's just a little heavier. He checked the properties of the brick. C-rank evolvable weapon, Hard Brick. A must-have tool for home and travel, murder and robbery, and sneaky schemes. With a brick in hand, I'm invincible. The brick has no offensive power, but if you use it to ambush an enemy from behind, it will stun the enemy of the same level for 10 seconds with a 100% success rate. 100% chance to stun enemies 1 level higher for 5 seconds. 50% chance to stun enemies 2 levels higher for 3 seconds. 20% chance to stun high-tier enemies for 1 second. A brick can be thrown out of your hand, with the same effect. Shaoli gasped. This brick is amazing. Is force dizziness okay? The same or even higher rank is attacked from behind by him. They will be 100% stunned. It has a certain probability of working even against enemies 3 ranks higher than him. Although the time was very short. But you should know that this brick is only grade C right now. If it continues to evolve, the effects will definitely be even more amazing. This brick is exactly as described. It's an essential tool for ambushing people. Without hesitation, Shaoli pressed the weapon evolution ticket onto the brick. This brick is so awesome, hesitating for even a second would be disrespectful to it. The weapon evolution voucher was instantly ignited upon contact with the brick, burning to ashes the moment it touched the brick. The dust fell onto the bricks, and the bricks immediately gleamed. Something seems to have changed, but it's not visible on the surface at all. It's still just an ordinary brick. Master, the evolution was successful. The system's voice promptly reminded Shaoli. Shaoli then reopened the introduction to the brick and began to read it. The quality and effect of the bricks have indeed changed. Grade C has been upgraded to Grade B. The 10-second stun on enemies of the same level has been changed to 15 seconds. The 100% stun chance against higher-tier enemies has been increased from 5 seconds to 10 seconds. The 50% chance to stun enemies 2 levels higher for 3 seconds has been changed to an 80% chance to stun enemies for 5 seconds. The 20% chance to stun higher-tier enemies for 1 second has been changed to a 50% chance to stun enemies for 3 seconds. Furthermore, a new rule has been added. 20% chance to stun enemies at level 4 for 1 second. A terrifying boost. Not only have the probability and duration of dizziness increased significantly, but it has also started to work on enemies 4 levels higher. That's ridiculously strong. If Shaoli were to hit this person with a brick, they would basically be at his mercy. Moreover, this dizziness effect only depends on the level, not on the quality of your ability. Even if you have an SSS level superpower, as long as you are within the effect level of the brick, there is a chance to trigger a force stun. It makes absolutely no sense. Similarly, even if you only have a C level or even a D level ability, if your level exceeds the effect range of a brick, the brick will not harm you. Chapter 81 The Source of Spirit Stones. The quality of this brick can be improved at least 4 more times. This means that the effect of bricks is far from its limit. If rank B is already this terrifying, it's hard to imagine what rank SSS would be like. I'm afraid whoever gets hit will faint or collapse, right? Shaoli put away the brick and turned his attention to the last 2 items. A rock shaped like a small mountain appeared before Shaoli's eyes. The stone emitted a pure light, a light that Shaoli was very familiar with. That's the kind of light only spirit stones can have. However, its size and radiance are far superior to those of ordinary spirit stones. It's incomparable to the faint light of a spirit stone. Xiaoli looked at the stone's properties. Source of spirit stones, LV1. It can be stored in the system space and automatically generates 1 spirit stone every minute. Not bad. Not bad. Good stuff. Xiaoli nodded in satisfaction. Spirit stones are the mainstream currency in the world of superpowers and an indispensable resource for superpowered individuals during their cultivation. This source of spirit stones can produce 1 spirit stone per minute. Don't underestimate this spirit stone. There are 24 hours in a day and 60 minutes in an hour, which means that the source of spirit stones can continuously produce 1440 spirit stones for him every day. This amount is nothing compared to the 100,000 spirit stones he currently has in his pocket. But little by little, it adds up to tens of thousands over a month. That's several $100 million. From now on, he'll be a walking spirit stone production machine. System, what does level 1 mean in this description? Xiaoli pointed to LV1 next to the name Source of Spirit Stones and asked, Master, if you can obtain another identical spirit stone source, you can synthesize a higher grade spirit stone source, and the effect will be even better after synthesis. Xiaoli stroked his chin and nodded. In other words, this source of spirit stones may be upgraded in the future, and its output will become even higher. If he can synthesize several levels, he might never run out of spirit stones in the future. Xiaoli's gaze fell on the last item in the lottery. The last item was a gun. It's a sniper rifle. The gun's dark body and imposing design seemed to contain extremely terrifying destructive power. Xiaoli frowned. He didn't believe the system would hand him an ordinary sniper rifle. This gun must be something special. He looked at the introduction. Psionic sniper rifle. It can compress its own spiritual energy to form special spiritual energy bullets within the sniper rifle, and the bullets have the same properties as the user. Its power depends on the strength of the spiritual energy injected by the user. A special, unranked sniper rifle that can compress spiritual energy into bullets and fire them. Under normal circumstances, it is not difficult for a person with superpowers to compress their spiritual power. However, compressing spiritual energy to the size of a bullet is extremely difficult. Moreover, the more spiritual energy is invested, the harder it is to compress. Moreover, I want to shoot out the compressed spiritual energy like a sniper bullet and hit the enemy accurately. This is also extremely difficult. But this sniper rifle can perfectly solve these problems. That concludes my review of everything from the 10-pull gacha. A pair of S-rank gauntlets with the Breath of Thunder style, a bean with quirky flavor, and a max-level trial card. A spirit stone source, a psionic sniper rifle, and a weapon evolution voucher that has already been used. Finally, thank you for your patronage. Although I didn't get any amazing items from the 10-pull, everything I got was very useful. Xiaoli was already very satisfied with this. The only thing I'm not satisfied with is those 4 thank you for your patronage messages that made me grit my teeth. He estimates that every time he hears the words, thank you for your patronage, he will feel the urge to swear. After organizing all his findings, Xiaoli withdrew his consciousness from his mind. He had just opened his eyes when he saw Lin Yuner and Mingchin coming out of the bathroom. They had just come out of the bathroom, wearing only a thin bath towel. Their skin was fair with a rosy glow, and even their pretty faces were flushed, which added to their allure. The 2 girls were only in their early 20s. They had incredibly beautiful and sexy figures. Their pure and beautiful faces, paired with their alluring attire, created a striking contrast that ignited a nameless fire within Xiaoli. They sat down on either side of Xiaoli, and Xiaoli immediately smelled the fragrance of shower gel on the 2 women. Seeing the 2 women's expressions, Xiaoli felt a surge of excitement, as if he had confirmed something. Seeing Xiaoli staring at them in a slightly daze, the 2 women couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Yuner reached out and nudged Xiaoli, speaking softly. Xiaoli, you should go take a shower too. Who are you? Xiaoli stared at them with wide eyes, her tone somewhat uncertain. Lin Yuner's pretty face flushed red. She bit her red lips and said shyly, You don't need to ask anymore, just go. I'll go right away. After saying that, Xiaoli plunged into the bathroom. Seeing Xiaoli's eagerness, Lin Yuner and Mingchin were both embarrassed, but also felt a little happy and expectant. They had already decided to give themselves to Xiaoli today. That Xiaoli has entered Phoenix Academy. He's sure to meet countless beauties. Their looks and figures are so stunning that they would be considered 1 in a million. But placed in this place that gathers the top beauties of the entire Great Xia Kingdom, it can only be considered good. It's not that they aren't pretty, it's just that there are just too many beautiful girls in this college. Many are just as good as them. That's why they feel a sense of crisis. They wanted to secure an important place in Xiao Li's heart as soon as possible. No matter how many women Xiao Li has in the future, they will still have a place in Xiao Li's heart. At this moment, Xiao Li was taking a bath in the bathroom. He was whistling, clearly in a very good mood. Based on his previous assumptions, Lin Yuner and Mingchin were rather shy girls, and he would definitely have to take the initiative in some matters before they would reluctantly comply with him. He hadn't expected the two women to come looking for him first. Chapter 82: The Target. When Xiao Li came out of the bathroom after taking a shower, he found that Lin Yuner and Mingchin were gone. With a quick glance, Xiao Li could see that his room on the second floor of the villa, which had been prepared beforehand, was now ajar. You can see the lights are on inside through the crack. Xiao Li rushed up to the second floor in 3 quick steps and arrived at the half-closed door. He reached out and gently pushed open the door, looking inside. He immediately saw Lin Yuner sitting obediently by his bedside. As if hearing Xiao Li's footsteps, Lin Yuner's delicate body visibly trembled. She looked slightly uneasy, her small hands nervously rubbing the sheets. Xiao Li walked over with a smile and sat down next to her. Then he reached out and put his arm around her soft, slender waist. Only by looking closely up close can you discover how truly beautiful Lin Yuner is. Absolutely flawless in beauty. Like a darling of the heavens, she possesses all the best qualities. Lin Yuner remained silent under Xiao Li's scrutinizing gaze, but their trembling eyelashes betrayed their inner unease. Yuner. Xiao Li gently called her name in her ear. Lin Yuner responded softly. Xiao Li smiled slightly, knowing that she was shy, and decided not to tease her any further. He lowered his head and kissed Lin Yuner's lips. I don't know how much time has passed. As night fell, Xiao Li walked out of his room and then went into another room. Xiao Li spent the next 2 days exceptionally leisurely. Since there were still 2 days until the start of the new semester, he didn't have anything he absolutely had to do. These past 2 days he has been practicing during the day. He took out handfuls of spirit stones and placed them around him, absorbing them to increase his strength. He'll be very busy in the evening. The villa and Su Xian's wooden house. I'm incredibly busy. The Dragon Phoenix ring also became a teleportation tool for Xiao Li. Using Su Xian and Lin Yuner as coordinates, he could teleport back and forth between the villa and the wooden house at any time without having to leave the house. Suya was also arranged by Su Xian to stay in her wooden house. I don't know if it's for the convenience of work or for the convenience of someone who's always running around. 2 days passed quickly in this relaxed and enjoyable atmosphere. After 2 days of training, to Xiao Li's surprise, Mingchin's superpower actually improved from B level to A level. The speed is unbelievable. But upon closer inspection, it seems normal. After all, Mingchin's superpower quality wasn't very high, only B grade. Improving to this level will definitely be much easier than for Su Xian, Suya, and Lin Yuner. Mingchin was overjoyed when she discovered that her superpower had evolved. She has always been somewhat bothered by the nature of her superpower. Because it's too low. Both Lin Yuner and Suya, who are by Xiao Li's side, are S level, and Su Xian is even SS level. However, she only had a B level talent, which made her feel ashamed and often felt that she was not good enough for Xiao Li. But the improvement in the quality of her superpowers has given her hope. One day, she might be able to catch up with them. Although Lin Yuner's superpowers haven't evolved, they've become stronger than before. If it continues to improve, it might one day reach SS rank. Xiao Li solemnly instructed the two women not to spread the word. The two women were also very clever and quickly guessed that the changes in them were all due to Xiao Li. Now their hearts and souls are completely devoted to this man, and they naturally obey his every word. Moreover, they had never heard of or seen anything like improving the quality of superpowers. Xiao Li's ability to possess such extraordinary skills must be related to a very important secret of his. They certainly wouldn't go around spreading rumors. Xiao Li still trusted them quite a bit. He knew the two women's character very well. Moreover, someone who can be bound to the system as a goddess can't possibly be the kind of person who would harm him. 2 days passed quickly. Today is Xiao Li's 4th day at Phoenix Academy. It's also the first day of school for new students. Early in the morning, Xiao Li got up with the help of Lin Yuner and Mingchin, and then they had breakfast together. After breakfast, the three of them left the villa and headed together toward a square at the academy. Today, a commencement ceremony for new students will be held, and the ceremony will take place in the college square. And all new students must be present. Xiao Li and the others were no exception. Not only freshmen, but also some returning students come to join in the fun and see the new faces. As Xiao Li and his group walked towards the square, other students passed by them from time to time. Most of the students who passed by would look at them with curiosity, especially towards Xiao Li. In the past 2 days, news of Xiao Li has spread throughout the entire Phoenix Academy. All the teachers and students knew that a male student had come to the college. This is something that happens only once in a century. And I heard that the dean himself brought it back. Many people are very curious about Xiao Li. I want to see what he looks like and what his background is. The man that the dean of Phoenix Academy was willing to break a rule that had lasted for countless years to bring in. Xiao Li couldn't help but smile as he watched these incredibly beautiful girls curiously eyeing him as they passed by. It was indeed a bit strange for a man like him to be in an academy full of beautiful women. However, this is only temporary. If this situation were to happen to an ordinary man, he might not be able to handle it. The most likely outcome is that they will be isolated by everyone. But he's different. His powerful SSS-level supernatural talent meant that he could not be ignored. In addition to his methods, he could ultimately achieve a different outcome. That means the entire Phoenix Academy revolves around him. But achieving such a result is no easy task. This can be considered one of his goals for himself. A goal that must be achieved after arriving at Phoenix Academy. Chapter 83 Freshman Ceremony. A dozen minutes later, Xiao Li and his 2 companions arrived at the Academy Square. They arrived at a reasonable time, but the square was already quite crowded. A stunningly beautiful group of women. In short, there are all kinds of beautiful women, which is dazzling. The arrival of Xiao Li and his group also attracted the attention of the girls in the square. It's just that Xiao Li is so conspicuous that it's hard for him not to attract attention. It's not because he's too handsome, but because of his gender. For men, this is a perfectly normal and ordinary thing outside, but within Phoenix Academy, it seems quite out of place. Hey, he's here. It's him, the boy who can get into our college. I heard from some senior students that he was personally brought in by the dean. The dean brought it back personally? Doesn't Phoenix Academy not allow men to enter? Even if a cat or a dog runs in, we have to check if it's female first. Why would the dean personally bring a male student into the academy? And judging from his appearance, he seems to be a freshman too, right? I'm not quite sure either, but the senior students said it's the first time they've ever seen something like this. I wonder if the academy will offer any explanation. We'll see soon enough. A male student has come to the academy. It's definitely not a small matter. There should be an explanation. After Xiao Li arrived, many girls began to whisper among themselves. They were clearly very concerned and curious about Xiao Li's existence. Xiao Li didn't say much about their gazes and discussions. He simply smiled slightly at them and led Lin Yuner and Mingchin straight to the front of the square. As time went by, more and more new students came to the square. Xiao Li glanced around and saw that there were already more than 1,000 people. This number of new students is quite small compared to other higher education institutions. Which higher education institution doesn't admit several thousand students every year? However, Phoenix Academy only admits female students, and they are all beautiful girls, so it's normal that their numbers are small. Anyway, Xiao Li saw beautiful women everywhere. There are quite a few women who can rival Lin Yuner and Mingchin in terms of appearance. At worst, we're only a step behind them. With so many stunning beauties, gathering 1,000 people is already quite an achievement. This is because this world is in an era of spiritual revival. People live in this spiritual world, nourished by spiritual energy every day. Many stunningly beautiful women, whom Xiao Li rarely saw in his previous life, are not so rare in this world. Otherwise, given Phoenix Academy's admission standards, it would be extremely difficult to gather even 1,000 students. Not long after the new students arrived, Xiao Li saw many beautiful female students standing outside the square. They're all obviously just here to join in the fun. Time passed quickly while we waited, and before we knew it, it was 9 o'clock. Chirp. With a loud phoenix cry, a magnificent fire phoenix flew in from the horizon and landed on the high platform at the front of the square. The fire phoenix slowly dissipated amidst the shocked gazes of everyone on the playground. 3 mature and alluring figures were revealed beneath the flames. The newcomers were none other than Su Xian, Suya, and Lu Mei, the vice dean of Phoenix Academy. Suya wore a long red dress, exuding a mature and sophisticated aura, and was stunningly beautiful. Lu Mei was also wearing a long dress, but it was purple. Moreover, the round and full chest area still features a low neckline, revealing a deep cleavage. Lu Mei appeared. She glanced in Xiao Li's direction with her alluring eyes. Her eyes were alluring and captivating, as if she were saying to Xiao Li, "Am I pretty, sister?" Xiaoli cursed inwardly. That vixen. This woman is incredibly alluring. Any man who sees her will probably want to commit a crime. Su Xian, standing at the very front, was still wearing the red cheongsam that Xiaoli was familiar with. The tight-fitting cheongsam clung perfectly to her delicate body, showcasing her voluptuous and mature figure to the fullest. More importantly, it's the aura she exudes. She possesses a natural charm, alluring sexiness, noble elegance, and majestic power. These completely different qualities are all combined in her, without any sense of incongruity. This is a quality that most women can only dream of. Su Xian's appearance was already top-notch among the thousands of beauties in the square. It didn't create a significant gap. But Su Xian's unique temperament made her stand out among countless beauties. Her appearance was as if she brought with her an invisible aura. Most beautiful women seemed to pale in comparison to her. At this moment, with the appearance of Su Xian and the other two, the entire square became quiet. No one dared to whisper anymore. They all looked up at Su Xian, who was standing at the very front. Su Xian's phoenix eyes swept over all the new students below, lingering on Xiaoli for half a second longer before she looked away. A slight smile appeared on her pretty face, and she spoke. Hello, new students of Phoenix Academy. I am Su Xian, the Dean of Phoenix Academy. Her voice wasn't loud, and she didn't use a microphone or anything to amplify her volume. But the sound was clearly heard by everyone, even from a great distance. Su Xian's self-introduction, all the new students in the square couldn't help but reveal a look of admiration and excitement in their eyes. Many people have heard of the name Su Xian. Su Xian, the current Dean of Phoenix Academy, is one of the top superhumans in the Great Xia Kingdom. At such a young age, his strength already rivals or even surpasses that of some of the older generation of powerhouses. Many contributions to the Great Xia Kingdom. He once quelled a terrifying tide of mutated beasts alongside a group of veteran powerhouses. He has also defeated his opponents in battles against other powerful individuals with supernatural abilities from other major countries. His military exploits were truly remarkable. Many people even compare Su Xian to Nangongyu, the first dean of Phoenix Academy. Despite being a woman, she was just as capable as any man. Such grace and elegance have made countless women in the Great Xia Kingdom look up to them as role models. Now, this exceptionally talented woman stands right in front of them, and they have become her students. How could they not be excited? At this moment, Su Xian continued. First of all, welcome to Phoenix Academy, and officially become a member of the Academy. We hope that you will be proud of the college in the future, and the college will be proud of you too. I believe that the Academy will become your second home in the future, where you will share both prosperity and adversity. A burst of enthusiastic applause immediately erupted in the square. Su Xian paused for a moment, waiting for the applause to subside, before continuing. Next, I'll talk to you about some of the basics of our college. As you all know, Phoenix Academy follows an elite path and does not recruit a large number of students like other academies. Although the number of people is small, each of you will receive more resources for development. Chapter 84 An Exception. Su Xian was explaining things to the new students from the high platform. Everyone in the audience was listening attentively. Xiaoli was also listening. He would be cultivating at Phoenix Academy in the future, and there were many things he needed to learn. However, what Su Xian talked about was mostly the benefits and rules within the academy. For example, special training grounds, resources, and guidance from senior instructors within the academy all require contribution points to exchange for. Contribution points are earned by completing tasks within the academy or by making contributions to the academy. There is a dedicated task posting area, and mentors are responsible for accepting tasks and distributing rewards upon completion. The scope of the task is also very broad. Hunt mutated beasts, obtain spiritual materials and herbs, explore secret realms, and more. The number of contribution points awarded for completing a task varies, and the specific reward is determined based on the task's difficulty level. There are many ways to contribute to the college. As long as it helps the college, you can earn contribution points. For example, the upcoming National Higher Education Competition. The academy will then select the strongest group of students to participate in the competition. If you can achieve a good ranking for the college, not only will the competition rewards be plentiful, but the college will also give you extra contribution points. Of course, if you don't want to do tasks, you can also exchange resources for contribution points at the academy. Within the academy, you can not only exchange contribution points for items, but you can also exchange items for contribution points. In short, Contribution points are like currency circulating within the academy. As long as you have enough contribution points, you can exchange for anything the academy has. Suexian was speaking. People would occasionally ask all sorts of questions. These questions do not require Suexian's answers, as this task has been taken over by Lu Mei and Suya. The opening ceremony gradually came to an end as time passed. At that moment, everyone in the square heard Suexian say, "Next, there is something important that needs to be told to everyone in the school. A school-wide announcement will be made after the freshman ceremony." Upon hearing this, everyone listened attentively. Some people had already vaguely guessed what Suexian was going to say next, and pairs of beautiful eyes began to be cast intentionally or unintentionally toward Xiaoli, who was standing at the front of the square. Suexian said, "I believe everyone knows that our Phoenix Academy only admits female students, and even then, the requirements are very high. This tradition has existed since the academy was founded and has been maintained for more than 200 years. It has never changed or been broken in the past 200 years. Many girls nodded in agreement. They were naturally very clear about these rules for entering Phoenix Academy. Meanwhile, even more eyes turned to Xiaoli, waiting for Suexian to say next. Suexian's beautiful eyes swept over everyone, finally settling on Xiaoli. She solemnly said, "Today, I will personally break this unwritten rule. We will make an exception and admit one male student to become a student of my Phoenix Academy." As soon as these words were spoken, a commotion broke out in the square. Although many people already knew of Xiaoli's existence, they were still shocked when they heard this confirmed fact from Suexian's mouth. The rules that Phoenix Academy has maintained for over 200 years have been broken today. Suexian whispered to Xiaoli, who was looking at her from below the stage. "Xiaoli, come up here." Xiaoli shrugged, did not refuse, and strode up the platform to Suexian's side. Suya smiled gently at Xiaoli, and Lu Mei winked at him as well. At this moment, everyone's eyes in the square were focused on Xiaoli. Without a doubt, Xiaoli is the boy the dean mentioned who would be admitted to the academy as an exception. "Xiaoli, I think everyone should have some impression of this name, right?" Suexian said to the people below the stage. The girls in the square felt a sense of familiarity upon hearing the name, as if they had heard it somewhere before. After a while, a cry of surprise finally rang out. "Xiaoli, it's that newly awakened SSS level ability user." The sound, once uttered, swept across the entire square like a storm. Everyone suddenly remembered. Isn't Xiaoli the name that's been making headlines across the country these past few days? An SSS level awakened superpower user, the top scorer in the advanced examination. Why would the dean suddenly bring up this name? Could it be that? Immediately, shocked gazes fell upon Xiaoli. Suexian smiled slightly and pointed at Xiaoli, saying, "That's right, he is Xiaoli. The person I'm making an exception for and admitting into the academy this time is him. An SSS level superhuman." Upon hearing Suexian's confirmation, an even louder uproar than before erupted. "Oh, is that Xiaoli? My god, how come that SSS level ability user is here at our Phoenix Academy? That's incredible. But now I understand why the dean made an exception and accepted him. Yes, an SSS level superpower talent. The second SSS level superpower user in our great Xia kingdom. Just for that, it's worth making an exception. I never imagined that this handsome guy would actually be that monstrous genius, and that we'd be studying at the same academy. Woohoo, I'm so excited." The girls started chattering excitedly, looking quite incredulous. Even the female students outside the square were equally surprised. The value of an SSS level superpowered being is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Once he grows up, he will definitely become another pillar of the great Xia kingdom. And they were actually fortunate enough to study with such a person, and even get to know him. At this moment, even if they were once the class beauties or school beauties of a certain middle school, they couldn't help but feel their hearts pounding. He's handsome, incredibly talented, and has phenomenal academic performance. What immense power such a man could have on a woman. At this moment, Suexian looked at the girls and chuckled. "I think I don't need to explain any further. I don't think anyone will object to making this exception, right?" All the girls shook their heads. That's an SSS level superhuman. Only a fool would oppose it. Moreover, their opposition may not even be effective. Because if we're being serious, the academy would even abandon their entire group of students in exchange for Xiaoli's training. That's definitely not a loss. Training one SSS level ability user is far more effective than training thousands of B level, A level, or even S level users. It's a power strong enough to protect the entire Great Xia Kingdom and deter the world. It's absolutely worth the sacrifice. Chapter 85 Manor. Since no one objects, then this matter is settled. From now on, Xiaoli will be a member of Phoenix Academy, just like you. You will learn together, grow together, and even complete tasks together to bring glory to the Academy. So I hope that in the future, everyone will not have any prejudice against Xiaoli because of his gender. Su Xin said in a serious tone. The girls shook their heads again. They're too busy trying to build a good relationship with someone like Xiaoli, let alone trying to ostracize him. To befriend a man destined to stand at the pinnacle of the world is an opportunity that many people would rather die for. Xiaoli looked down at the group of beautiful women who were rarely seen in the outside world. These girls were looking at him too. Look in those beautiful eyes has changed. Xiaoli knew that it was his identity that made a difference. But this is just the beginning. In the future, he must do more to gradually elevate his image among all girls. Alright, that concludes the freshman orientation ceremony. Starting tomorrow, all freshmen will officially begin their cultivation and studies. I hope everyone will gain something from their future academic journey, grow into the person they want to be, and fulfill their dreams. Your brand new journey begins from this moment. After Su Xin finished speaking her last sentence, the entire audience erupted in enthusiastic applause once again. Yes, entering a higher education institution is like starting a completely new journey. While attending secondary school, everyone was required to go to and from school at fixed times every day, and the majority of the subjects studied were ordinary courses such as Chinese, mathematics, and English. The course on supernatural abilities and alien beasts is just one of them. But things are different once you get into a higher education institution. This is the Academy of Superpowered Individuals. It's completely different from the universities and colleges that ordinary people attend. What they need to do every day is to cultivate, learn various knowledge related to superpowers and cultivation, and complete various tasks and challenges outside of school. Those Chinese, math, and English courses will be a thing of the past for them, because they have already distinguished themselves from those who have failed to awaken their superpowers or whose superpowers are of too low quality. Their future lies in becoming superhumans, in cultivating and growing stronger. Going back to learning ordinary courses would just be a waste of precious cultivation time. Their new lifestyle and pace of life also mean they are destined to embark on a completely new path in the future. After the ceremony, Su Xin, Suya, and Lu Mei left first. Everyone gradually began to leave. Xiaoli stepped down from the platform, preparing to take Lin Yuner and Mingchin back to the villa. Today is just the opening ceremony. Classes will officially begin tomorrow. However, diligent people have already started practicing ahead of time. The higher academy is extremely free. You can go to the classroom to listen to the instructor's cultivation lectures or take on missions to earn contribution points. The college doesn't impose too many requirements. However, the academy organizes a group lecture every week, where top-notch professional instructors will explain some difficult cultivation problems. However, while you may have freedom, it doesn't mean you can slack off in your cultivation. To live within the academy, you must work hard to earn contribution points. Otherwise, you won't even be able to exchange for resources. Training rooms that can accelerate cultivation. Once you fall behind others, it's very difficult to catch up. In the world of superpowered individuals, the competition is all about who can be stronger and stay ahead. Nobody wants to fall behind others easily. The weak don't even have a voice. After leaving the square, Xiaoli walked slowly alone along a path in the academy. Lin Yuner and Mingchin said they wanted to learn more about the college, so they left together. Xiaoli was left all alone. Just as he was walking, suddenly, a petite figure hopped out from a crossroads on the path. Xiaoli glanced at it, and his eyelids started twitching. As the petite figure stopped in front of him, Xiaoli finally got a clear look at the person. It was a petite girl with an extremely cute appearance. With her round face, cute and bright eyes, pert nose, and rosy cherry lips, she looks like a delicate porcelain doll. The girl had 2 long ponytails and wispy bangs framing her face. Her chest was exceptionally large, completely disproportionate to her petite figure. She looks like a baby, an adorable little loli. Hello, brother Xiaoli. The adorable little loli skipped over to Xiaoli and greeted him. Her voice was soft and sweet, very pleasant to listen to. Xiaoli blinked and smiled gently. Hello, little sister. What can I do for you? Although the little girl was very cute and her breasts were very alluring, Xiaoli couldn't bring himself to lay a hand on her. To everyone's surprise, after Xiaoli finished speaking, the little girl wrinkled her cute little nose and said in a sweet voice, Brother Shaoli, I'm not little at all, look. As she spoke, the little girl puffed out her chest. Shaoli's eyelids twitched, and he was speechless for a moment. That's not what I meant. At this moment, the little girl giggled and said, Oh, Brother Shaoli is talking about my age. But brother, don't let my appearance fool you. I'm actually 18 years old. Upon hearing this, Shaoli's eyes widened considerably. Are you 18? The little loli gave a sweet snort and said, Of course. They're a new student at Phoenix Academy this year, just like you. Shaoli was somewhat incredulous, because the little girl in front of him didn't look like she was 18 years old at all. However, Shaoli felt that she was probably not lying. Shaoli asked, So what's your name? The little girl squinted her big eyes, revealing an adorable expression. My name is Zhao Minor. Brother, you can just call me Minor. Chapter 86, Zhao Xingyue. Congratulations, host. The system has bound you to the goddess, Zhao Minor. Your current favorability is 50%. You have earned 50 points. The information that came to Shaoli's mind made him pause for a moment. What's up with this girl who looks like a little girl? Is the affinity already at 50% right after we're linked? He was certain that this was the first time he had met this girl, so why did he feel such a high level of attraction to her? Li staring at her in a slightly daze, Zhao Minor stretched out her delicate white hand and waved it in front of Shaoli's eyes. Brother Shaoli, what's wrong? Is it because Minor's name doesn't sound nice? Shaoli snapped out of his daze and laughed. No, how could that be? It's a very nice name. Hee, that's good. Zhao Minor chuckled. Shaoli asked, Minor, did you come here specifically to see me? Zhao Minor nodded her little head, her two ponytails swaying back and forth. Yes, Minor wants to get to know Brother Shaoli and become good friends, so she came to find you. My brother is amazing. He awakened an SSS level superpower and ranked first in the National Advanced Test. I really admire you. Just thinking about being able to study and cultivate with Brother Shaoli in this academy makes me so happy. Her adorable big eyes looked at Shaoli with stars in them. He smiled slightly, patted Minor's little head, and asked, Does Minor like her brother very much? Minor nodded again. Yes, I love it. Brother, you're handsome, talented, and academically excellent. Minor likes you. Hearing the girl's undisguised words, Shaoli smiled. He discovered that this girl was not only petite in appearance, but also seemed to lack a strong personality. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said she liked him based on just these facts. She doesn't look 18 at all like she said. Something strange. Then, brother, do you like Minor? Zhao Minor suddenly asked this question. Loli's adorable appearance, Shaoli said from the bottom of his heart. I love her. Minor is so cute. Who wouldn't love her? Zhao Minor immediately beamed with joy. Hee, that's great. I knew my brother liked me too. Shaoli asked curiously. How can you be so sure? Maybe I was just lying to you. Zhao Minor's face immediately fell, and she pouted, saying, Then does that mean brother was lying to Minor? Seeing her like this, Shaoli couldn't help but comfort her. Of course I wasn't lying to you. I was just joking. Really? Minor's sad expression immediately brightened. Shaoli nodded. Really. Shaoli was about to say something more when suddenly, a gentle voice came from afar. Minor. Shaoli turned his head in the direction of the sound, and saw a beautiful figure flying swiftly from afar. Beneath that graceful figure, it seemed as if waves were lifting her up, each step allowing her to traverse several meters. Soon, the beautiful figure appeared in front of Shaoli and Zhao Minor. Upon seeing the person who arrived, Zhao Minor immediately cried out and threw herself into his arms. Sister, you're here. Only then did Shaoli get a clear look at the person who had just arrived. It was a woman wearing a light blue dress. The woman had a dignified and beautiful appearance, and her brows revealed a gentle demeanor. Her long, icy blue hair, similar in color to her dress, cascaded down to her shapely hips, and even her eyebrows were icy blue. Her skin was snow white and delicate, with an ethereal beauty that was breathtaking. Her appearance is 7 or 8 parts similar to Zhao Minor, just like Zhao Minor after she grew up. She's lost some of her cuteness, but gained more maturity. She's extremely beautiful. What's most eye-catching is the woman's enormous chest, which is almost as large as Zhao Minor's. Based solely on their appearance and the enormous size of their breasts, Shaoli was certain that the two women were sisters. At this moment, the woman held Zhao Minor in her arms, gently reaching out her jade-like hand to touch her cute little face, and said reproachfully, Minor, how could you run around like that? Do you know how worried I was about you? Zhao Minor lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong, and said, I'm sorry, sister, Minor was wrong. The woman patted her little head. All right, I'm glad you're okay. Don't run around like that again. If anything happens, tell your sister, and she'll be with you. I know, sister. Zhao Minor quickly replied. Only then did the woman raise her head, look at Xiaoli beside her, and say apologetically, Xiaoli, I'm sorry, my sister has caused you trouble. Xiaoli waved his hand and smiled. It's all right. Minor is very cute and lovable. Upon hearing this, Zhao Minor immediately smiled adorably. The woman extended a jade-like finger and tapped her forehead before introducing herself to Xiaoli. My name is Zhao Xinyue, and this is my younger sister, Zhao Minor. We are also freshmen at Phoenix Academy this year. Congratulations, host. The system has bound you to the goddess, Zhao Xinyue. Your current favorability is 20%, and you have earned 20 points. Xiaoli nodded and smiled. Xiaoli, it's a pleasure to meet you all. After speaking, he hesitated for a moment, glanced at Zhao Minor, and asked, I want to ask, is Minor really 18 years old? Chapter 87 Time-Based Ability, Backlash. After hearing Xiaoli's question, Zhao Xinyue understood what was going on. She lowered her head and stroked Minor's little head with a tender feeling, whispering, Minor is indeed 18 years old, and she'll be 19 soon. You want to ask Minor why her appearance and personality are so different from her age, right? Xiaoli nodded. Minor had an accident during her awakening. Her awakening was not fully successful due to some unknown reasons. It seems that both my body and mind have suffered a backlash from my superpowers, regressing to what they were like a few years ago. And it's very likely that it will be stuck in this state forever, never to be restored. Not only that, the backlash from her powers also frequently causes her body to suffer some pain. We still haven't found a solution. So that's how it is. Xiaoli was shocked after hearing this. I never imagined that there would be a possibility of not being able to fully awaken one's superpowers. He had never heard of such a situation before. It should be noted that even when he awakened his superpowers before, it was only because the awakening crystal shattered and the awakening was interrupted. It doesn't count as a true failure of awakening. But Zhao Minor's situation was completely different from his. Xiaoli looked at the little girl with some pity and asked again, what kind of special ability did Minor awaken? How could this situation occur? Zhao Xinyue bit her red lips and said, Minor has awakened an S-class superpower, time manipulation, and I'm certain that if she can fully awaken her powers, their quality will definitely be more than S rank. When she awakened, there was a huge commotion. It wasn't the kind of spiritual energy fluctuations that an S-class ability could emit. Time-based superpowers. Xiaoli's face was full of surprise. It seems no one expected that this little girl would awaken such a powerful ability. He thought for a moment and asked himself, System, do you know what's going on with Zhao Minor? The system quickly responded to Xiaoli. Master, time manipulation is one of the 3 supreme laws of the universe, and it's not on the same level as ordinary elemental manipulation. For ordinary people to attempt to master it, there is a certain possibility of failure. Xiaoli seemed to be deep in thought after hearing this. The 3 supreme laws? That sounds really awesome. Time, and there should also be space. So what is the remaining supreme law? Is it possible that Zhao Minor's situation is because the superpower she is trying to awaken is too powerful, making the awakening impossible to be fully successful? No wonder people who can awaken abilities like time and space are so rare. It seems that there are very few people in the world who have awakened this kind of superpower. So it turns out there is a possibility of failure. Of all the people he knows, the only one who has awakened this kind of superpower is that old man He Ming. He had heard from Su Xian that He Ming had awakened the SS-level spatial power. So, Zhao Minor's situation is actually quite good. At least it wasn't a complete failure. But just that alone has already caused her such a severe backlash. What happens if the awakening fails? Is there any way to help her recover? Xiaoli asked again in his heart. The backlash from Zhao Minor's shrinking body and mind is irreversible. It's the price of the rule's backlash entering her body. However, her superpower can be restored to a state of perfect awakening, or even stronger, and the pain caused by the backlash can also be removed. Is your body unable to recover? Xiao Li's brows twitched, and he asked, Then how can we enhance her abilities? Master is so stupid. Have you forgotten your ability that can enhance the quality of one's superpowers? Xiao Li's lips twitched instantly. Of course he had thought about his special ability. But Zhao Minor suffered a backlash from her supernatural powers and turned into this state. How could he bring himself to harm her? No matter how I think about it, I feel so guilty. Xiaoli, if there's nothing else, I'll be taking my sister with me now. I'm so sorry to have troubled you. Zhao Xinyue held Zhao Miner's small hand and said. Xiaoli snapped out of his thoughts, nodded, and smiled. No trouble at all. I really like this girl. I live in Villa number 52. If you need anything in the future, feel free to come to me anytime. As long as it's within my ability, I won't refuse. He reached out his big hand and patted the little girl's head. The little girl didn't flinch, letting Xiaoli stroke her. She squinted her big eyes, tilted her head back like a kitten, and looked completely relaxed. Zhao Xinyue immediately said gratefully, I understand. Thank you. Xiaoli is an SSS level ability user, so she knows very well the weight of such a promise from him. Congratulations, host. Your favorability with Goddess, Zhao Xinyue, has reached 30%, earning you 10 points. Xiaoli smiled and nodded. To increase their favorability. Manor, let's go back. You can't run around like that anymore. Zhao Xinyue said, then said goodbye to Xiaoli and prepared to leave with Zhao Manor. However, the little girl broke free from Zhao Xinyue's hand, ran to Xiaoli, took out her phone, and pleaded. Brother Xiaoli, can we exchange contact information? That way, Manor can chat with her brother anytime in the future. Please, brother Xiaoli. Her big, bright eyes looked at Xiaoli, and she tugged at his arm with her little hand. Xiaoli smiled. Of course. After saying that, he took out his phone, bent down, and added the little girl as a friend. Hee. Thank you, brother. I like you the most. The little girl giggled, and, taking advantage of Xiaoli's inattention, gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. Congratulations, host. Your favorability with Goddess, Zhao Minor, has reached 60%, earning you 10 points. Xiaoli patted her head helplessly, then stood up and smiled at Zhao Xinyue. Let's add each other as friends. You can message me if you need anything. Zhao Xinyue thought for a moment and didn't refuse. Okay. After adding Zhao Xinyue as a friend, the two sisters left. As Zhao Minor left, she turned back every few steps to wave her fair hand at Xiaoli, clearly reluctant to part with him. Xiaoli watched them leave before turning back to the villa. After returning to the villa, Xiaoli, having nothing else to do, resumed his cultivation. These past few days, he has been cultivating in the villa, and his level has gradually approached the middle stage of the second tier from the early stage of the second tier. That speed is terrifying. It's only been a few days since he broke through to the early stage of the second tier, and now he's already close to breaking through to the middle stage. If this speed were outside, it would shock countless people. However, in Xiaoli's view, this speed was perfectly normal. The villa he lives in has a formation that gathers spiritual energy, and the spiritual energy inside the villa is frighteningly dense. In addition, he also used spirit stones to aid in absorption. Finally, there's the super cultivation accelerator with 10 times the cultivation speed. It would be abnormal if the upgrades weren't this fast. Chapter 88 Mid-Second Stage. However, this cultivation speed will gradually slow down as the level increases. After all, the higher the level, the more difficult the cultivation becomes. To break through from the early stage of the second tier to the middle stage of the second tier. But if he wants to break through from the mid-stage to the late stage, that time might increase to more than 10 days. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is consumption. After diligently cultivating, Xiaoli finally understood why Chen Xianji of Canglong Academy and Long Zhantian, the dean of Military Academy, had said that Su Xian would have a hard time nurturing him. Because the energy expenditure for his cultivation was simply terrifying. It was so terrifying that even Xiaoli himself was startled. Zhao's father gave him 100,000 spirit stones, which is a lot, right? However, Xiaoli Guang consumed tens of thousands of spirit stones just to break through from the early stage of the second tier to the middle stage. This level of consumption is absolutely terrifying. Keep in mind, he's only a lowly second tier player right now. He burned through tens of thousands of spirit stones just by breaking through a small realm. If he wanted to advance to the late stage of the second tier, Xiaoli estimated that he would need at least 30,000 spirit stones, or even more. That Zhao's father gave him might only be enough to support him in breaking through to the third rank. After reaching the third tier, the spirit stone consumption required for each minor level would probably start at 100,000. With such terrifying energy consumption, even with the Phoenix Academy's vast resources, it would be very difficult to help him advance to the 7th or 8th rank, or even the 8th or 9th rank in the future. Inside the bedroom, Xiaoli sat cross-legged on the bed, surrounded by thousands of spirit stones of various sizes arranged in a circle. The dense spiritual energy within the villa and the spirit stones surged in at an astonishing speed, forming an invisible vortex centered on Xiaoli's body. Xiaoli's body was like an unseen abyss, frantically devouring the spiritual energy within the vortex. The spiritual energy fluctuations on his body grew stronger and stronger as a massive amount of spiritual energy poured in. The spirit stones surrounding his body were becoming dimmer and dimmer until they finally turned into ordinary stones. A spirit stone is essentially a stone that contains spiritual energy. Once the spiritual energy within the spirit stone is extracted, the spirit stone will naturally turn into an ordinary roadside stone. When only about 100 of the thousands of spirit stones remained after being absorbed, Xiao Li's body suddenly trembled. The next moment, a powerful aura spread out, blowing things around in the bedroom. Breakthrough. Mid-stage Tier 2. Xiao Li suddenly opened his eyes flashing with lightning. His aura was several times stronger than before his breakthrough. He got up from the bed and stretched. I picked up my phone from the table and checked the time. I realized that it was already past 6 o'clock in the evening. This time, I actually cultivated for 7 or 8 hours. In his quest for a breakthrough, he skipped lunch. Now it's time to have dinner. Xiao Li left the bedroom and went to the living room of the villa. At this moment, Lin Yuner and Mingchin had returned without anyone noticing. The two women were busy in the kitchen when they saw Xiao Li come out. Lin Yuner quickly came out and asked with concern, "Xiao Li, are you hungry? Sit down, dinner will be ready soon. When we came back at noon, we saw you were cultivating, so we didn't disturb you." Xiao Li nodded and sat down at the dining table. Lin Yuner returned to the kitchen, and soon plates of home-style dishes, emitting an enticing aroma, were served. Boiled cabbage, mapo tofu, braised beef with potatoes, kung pao chicken, etc. Finally, 3 more bowls of rice were brought out, and the two women sat down. Zhang Mingchen looked at Xiao Li and said, "My skills are far inferior to yours. Besides, my family usually cooks these kinds of home-style dishes, so I don't know if they'll suit your taste." Her family's living conditions were not very good in the past, but because of that, she learned a lot of things, and cooking was one of them. However, she can only cook ordinary dishes and cannot have the master-level culinary skills of Xiao Li. Xiao Li picked up a bite of food and praised, "Not bad, very delicious." Zhang Mingchen's pretty face immediately lit up with joy. "Then eat more? You must be starving since you didn't eat lunch." "Good." Xiao Li nodded and, without any hesitation, began to wolf down the food on the table. Since awakening his superpower, his appetite has increased dramatically. But Xiao Li knew that it was because of the superpower of physical enhancement. As the body becomes stronger, the energy intake required will also increase accordingly. Now his appetite is 3 or 4 times that of before he awakened. However, I've heard that after breaking through to the 6th rank, the superhuman's body can automatically draw energy from the outside world to replenish itself. You won't need to rely on food to replenish your energy anymore. After dinner, Xiao Li lay on the living room sofa and let out a burp. Suddenly, his cell phone beeped with a message notification. Xiao Li took out his phone and opened it to take a look. It turns out the message was sent by Zhao Minor. "Zhao Minor. Good evening, brother Xiao Li." Xiao Li smiled slightly and replied, "Good evening, Minor." Zhao Minor. "Hee, brother Xiao Li replied to my message. I'm so happy." Meanwhile, in a room of the girls' dormitory at Phoenix Academy, Zhao Minor was lying on the bed wearing cartoon pajamas, holding a phone in her hand. Her bulging breasts were pressed against the bed, squeezing them out of shape. 2 delicate white feet dangled in midair, swaying up and down. Her big eyes were fixed on the phone screen, and a silly grin spread across her cute little face. Just then, a new message came through on my phone from Xiao Li. "Minor sent me a message. Is there something you need?" Zhao Minor quickly replied, "No, I just missed brother Xiao Li and wanted to chat with him. I hope he doesn't mind." Xiao Li, "Of course I don't mind. As long as Zhao Minor wants to, she can send me a message anytime." Upon seeing this message, Zhao Minor immediately rolled around on the bed with joy, clutching her phone as she replied, Why is my brother so good to Minor?" Inside the villa, Xiao Li looked at her phone with a maternal smile on her face and replied, "Because brother likes Zhao Minor." Zhao Minor, hee. "Minor also likes brother. She likes him so much." Congratulations, host. Your favorability with goddess, Zhao Minor, has reached 75%, earning you 15 points. Hearing the system voice in his mind, Xiao Li smiled faintly. This girl's favorability rating is the easiest to increase among all the girls Xiao Li is bound to. Perhaps it is precisely because of her innocent and childlike nature that she can like someone so purely and quickly. But at that very moment, suddenly, Zhao Minor sent a voice message on Xiao Li's phone screen. He clicked on the voice message, and soon Zhao Minor's pained voice came through. Xiao Li's expression changed immediately. Chapter 89 Spirit Reaction Inhibitor. Shaoli, brother, Minor, feels so, hurts so much. Wah. Hearing Minor's pained and strained words, Shaoli used the video call function on the software without hesitation. The phone rang for a moment before it was finally answered. Soon, Zhao Minor's little face appeared on the phone screen. However, this cute little face was now deathly pale from the pain, and her brows were furrowed together. Her petite and delicate body was curled up in a ball, trembling slightly, which was heartbreaking to see. Minor, what's wrong? How could this happen? Seeing Zhao Minor's appearance, Shaoli quickly asked. Minor said with difficulty, Superpower backlash. Shaoli immediately realized that Zhao Minor's supernatural power was backfiring. Minor's older sister, Zhao Xinyue, said that Minor often suffered from physical pain after awakening. He just didn't expect the backlash to be so severe. Minor, where's your sister? She should be in the same dorm as you, right? Shaoli pressed. Phoenix Academy's dormitories are not ordinary dormitories outside, but apartment-style buildings, with each dormitory having several rooms. Each student has a private room. I've gotten used to it, and I don't want my sister to worry about me. It's all right, brother Shaoli. Minor will just have to bear with it. Minor curled up and bit her tender lips. Despite the pain, she forced her large eyes to look at Shaoli on the screen. A somewhat awkward smile appeared on his face. Although that's what Minor said, everyone's awakening time was around the same, which was just a few days ago. How could anyone possibly adapt to this kind of pain in such a short time? And judging from her appearance, she doesn't seem to have gotten used to it. It looks more like he's putting on a brave face. System, is there any way to relieve this pain? Shaoli quickly asked in his mind. Master, improving Zhao Minor's ability quality will resolve this backlash. Shaoli said speechlessly. Nonsense, of course I know that. I want to ask if there's any way to temporarily stop this condition from flaring up. The system voice paused for a second or two before suddenly saying, I think so. Before Shaoli could even ask any further questions, the system shop panel automatically appeared in his mind. The panel automatically jumps around and quickly stops on a page. An item on the page was magnified and brought in front of Shaoli. Shaoli stared intently at it. It turned out to be something like a syringe. Spirit counteracting inhibitor. Effect. After injection, it can temporarily alleviate abnormal physical conditions caused by various supernatural backlashes. Price, 5 points. Shaoli's eyes lit up. This tiny injection was able to temporarily solve Minor's problem. And the price is very cheap, only 5 points. For Shaoli, who already possesses a staggering 495 points, this is merely a drop in the bucket. He had previously spent 100 points to redeem 2 chances to draw lots, making it a total of 10 draws, leaving him with only 190 points. But after he won over Lin Yuner and Mingchin, they each contributed 100 points to him. In addition, Zhao Minor and Zhao Xinyue were linked to the account this morning. With Minor at 75% favorability and Zhao Xinyue at 30%, he's recently become quite wealthy in terms of points. To use 5 points to help Minor suppress the backlash of her superpower. Without hesitation, Shaoli exchanged for a dose of spirit counteracting inhibitor. Then he said to Zhao Minor on the screen, Minor, what's your dorm room number? I'm coming to find you right now. I have a way to relieve your pain. Upon hearing this, Minor's big eyes immediately blinked, and even the pain in her body seemed to lessen somewhat. Is what brother Shaoli said true? Shaoli nodded. Of course it's true. Why would your brother lie to you? Don't you trust your brother? Zhao Minor nodded her little head repeatedly and said, I believe you. I believe you. Of course Minor believes her brother. Minor's dorm room is 305. Shaoli said, All right, Minor, just hang in there a little longer. Brother will be right there. After saying that, Shaoli hung up the video call and then got up and walked out of the villa. Lin Yuner and Mingchin had just finished clearing the table and washing the dishes when they came out of the kitchen. Seeing Shaoli about to leave, they quickly asked, Shaoli, what happened? Do you need our help? Shaoli turned his head and said, There is something, but don't worry, I can handle it by myself. I need to go out for a bit. The two women could only nod after hearing this, and told Shaoli to call them if he needed help. Shaoli responded, opened the villa door, and left. We traveled through the vast Phoenix Academy. Since it was already night, there were far fewer students in the college, and you could only occasionally run into 1 or 2 passing by from a distance. During his 2 days of free time while cultivating, Shaoli had already toured the entire Phoenix Academy. He knew exactly where every building was, especially in places like girls' dormitories. Shaoli was enveloped in lightning as he activated his Tier 1 ability, lightning flash. Sparks flew and lightning flashed as he moved with the speed of a ghost. In just about a minute, he appeared outside the girls' dormitory. But at this moment he had to stop. Because he was stopped. Right outside the iron gate of the girls' dormitory, a young and beautiful female instructor with a slender figure dressed in office attire and long legs and black stockings blocked Xiao Li's way. The female instructor looked at Xiao Li warily and asked, "Xiao Li, what are you doing in the girls' dormitory so late?" The events of today's freshman orientation ceremony have already spread throughout the entire Phoenix Academy. Xiao Li's existence was now known to all the mentors and students. Even the photos have been posted on the bulletin board. I'm just afraid of causing misunderstandings among the faculty and students in the college. It was precisely because she recognized the person as Xiao Li that the female instructor did not take action immediately. If it were another man who suddenly barged into the girls' dormitory, the professor might have already apprehended or even killed him without hesitation. Men are not allowed to enter Phoenix Academy, except for Xiao Li. So, if a man suddenly appears and trespasses into the girls' dormitory, he is 100% up to no good. Even killing someone on the spot wouldn't be excessive. Xiao Li opened his mouth and said, "This beautiful lady is a friend of mine. She's currently suffering from the backlash of her powers, and I need to give her a suppressant. Excuse me, beautiful lady, could you please let me in for a moment? I'll be right out." Xiao Li kept calling her pretty sister, which made the beautiful instructor very happy. That little mouth of yours is so sweet. Chapter 90 Deterioration and Recovery. However, a mentor is a mentor after all, and she wouldn't be fooled by Xiao Li's few words. She asked doubtfully, "I know about the backlash from superpowers, but how come I've never heard of any so-called inhibitors that can alleviate this situation?" Xiao Li didn't even blink, and lied. "This is my family's secret recipe, which has never been made public before. Pretty sister, believe me, my friend is in a lot of pain right now." The beautiful instructor frowned slightly, pondered for a few seconds, and then said, "Then you should video call your friend. I need to confirm. You are a boy after all. I can't just let you into the girls' dormitory." Without hesitation, Xiao Li took out his phone and sent a video to Zhao Minor. Continuing to waste time and words would only be a waste of time, and Xiao Li also understood that his mentor was doing his job well. This is also for the safety of the students. He didn't blame the tutor for wasting time. However, after 20 or 30 seconds of video streaming, no one answered. Zhao Minor didn't seem to know what was going on, because she didn't answer his video call. Xiao Li frowned, thinking to himself, "This is bad." He quickly hung up the video call, then found Zhao Minor's sister, Zhao Xinyue, in his friend list, and sent her a video call. Zhao Xinyue's voice call was answered quickly, and her voice came through the receiver. "Hello, is this Xiao Li? May I ask what brings you here?" Meanwhile, in another room in dormitory 305, Zhao Xinyue answered the phone with a hint of doubt on her pretty face. Why Xiao Li would suddenly send her a voice message so late at night? As Xiao Li's words came through the voice message, Zhao Xinyue's pretty face immediately changed. She hurriedly got up, opened the door, and quickly went to her younger sister Zhao Minor's room, opening her door as well. As soon as Zhao Xinyue entered Zhao Minor's room, she saw that Zhao Minor was curled up on the bed. His eyes were closed, as if he had fainted. But her pretty face was pale and bloodless, her forehead was covered in sweat, her brows were filled with heartbreaking pain, and her delicate body was still trembling. They are clearly enduring unimaginable pain. Even so, she still held her phone tightly in her hand, unwilling to let go. "Minor!" Zhao Xinyue screamed. With a look of panic on her pretty face, she came to Zhao Minor's bedside and helped her up from the bed. "Minor! Minor!" Zhao Xinyue called out to Zhao Minor anxiously. But the little girl remained motionless against her chest, unable to wake up. How so? It wasn't this serious before. Could the backlash from superpowers really get worse? Zhao Xinyue gritted her teeth, feeling somewhat at a loss. She was helpless in Zhao Minor's situation. The family had previously consulted experts to diagnose Zhao Minor, but they couldn't find a good solution. The phenomenon of superpower backlash remains a major, insurmountable problem in this world. The only option is for the superhuman to tough it out. What should I do? What should I do? Zhao Xinyue held her younger sister, constantly thinking of how she could help her. Suddenly she remembered what Xiao Li had said in the voice message. He has a way to help Minor. Yes, look for Xiao Li. He said he's outside the girls' dormitory. Zhao Xinyue quickly put Zhao Minor back on the bed. Then he hurriedly left the dormitory and ran towards the gate. Xiao Li had barely hung up the phone for 2 minutes when he saw Zhao Xinyue running quickly out of the dormitory, wearing a light blue slip dress. and it seems like she wasn't wearing a bra under her pajamas. Even though Xiao Li was worried about Minor at this moment, he couldn't help but be moved by this scene. At that moment, Zhao Xinyue was worried about her younger sister and didn't notice anything else. She quickly ran to Xiao Li and the others, panting heavily, and said, "Xiao Li, my sister has lost consciousness from the pain. If you have any ideas, please help her immediately. Please." Xiao Li placed his hand on her fragrant shoulder and said, "Don't be in such a hurry." Then he turned to look at the beautiful female instructor. "Now do you believe me? May I go in?" The beautiful instructor glanced at Xiao Li, then at Zhao Xinyue, and nodded. "All right, let's go in quickly, don't delay the rescue. I'll go with you and see if I can help." Xiao Li nodded, and without further ado, said to Zhao Xinyue, "Let's go." Zhao Xinyue responded and turned to lead the way. Xiao Li and the beautiful mentor followed closely behind, and the three of them quickly entered the dormitory. Xiao Li quickly entered dormitory room 305. At this moment, the other two girls who shared a dormitory with Zhao Xinyue and her sister had already come out of the room after hearing the commotion. When they saw Xiao Li walk into their dormitory, they all turned pale. How could a grown man suddenly barge into their dormitory? However, Xiao Li was in no mood to pay attention to them at the moment. He followed Zhao Xinyue quickly into the room where Zhao Minor was. As soon as he entered the room, he saw the pitiful little girl on the bed who had fainted from the excruciating pain. Xiao Li quickly went forward and sat on the bed, helping Zhao Minor up. He had exchanged, grabbed the little girl's fair and tender arm, and injected it into her arm. Zhao Xinyue bit her red lips, looking at her younger sister with some worry. I really hope Xiao Li's method will work. If Zhao Minor can't withstand the backlash from her superpowers, her life might be in danger. Although people with superpowers have stronger physical abilities than ordinary people, they can still die from unimaginable pain. Not to mention the special case of backlash from superpowers. Xiao Li pulled out the syringe and tossed it aside, letting Zhao Minor lean against his chest. After a short while, the inhibitor was injected. The pain on Zhao Minor's pretty face slowly began to fade. Her tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and her petite body stopped trembling. The inhibitor is working. It works. When Zhao Xinyue saw that her younger sister's pretty face had returned to a peaceful state, her face immediately lit up with joy. I breathed a huge sigh of relief. After a while, Zhao Minor slowly opened her big eyes. There seemed to be a trace of pain still lingering in her eyes, which was heartbreaking. The moment Zhao Minor opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Xiao Li's handsome face. Then I quickly realized I was lying in his arms. A silly smile appeared on the little girl's cute face. "Brother Xiao Li, you're here." Xiao Li touched her face and asked with concern, "How are you? Does your body still hurt?" Zhao Minor gently shook her head and said, "It doesn't hurt anymore. It's much better now." Then she blinked her big eyes curiously and asked, "Did Brother Xiao Li save Minor?" Xiao Li smiled slightly. "It was your brother and sister who saved you together." Zhao Minor raised her head, gave Zhao Xinyue a cute smile, and said, "Thank you, Brother Xiao Li. Thank you, sister, for making you worry." Zhao Xinyue glanced at Xiao Li with her beautiful eyes, then tenderly patted the little girl's head and whispered, "It's good that Minor is all right." Xiao Li examined Zhao Minor carefully again, and after confirming that she was indeed all right, he said, "All right, Minor, now that you're all right, you should get some rest. I should be going now." Then, with some reluctance, he prepared to put the soft little body in his arms back on the bed. Zhao Minor's body was soft and bouncy when you hugged her, and it felt wonderful to the touch. However, Xiao Li didn't dare to hug him any longer. I was worried about Minor's safety and didn't pay much attention, but if I don't let go of her now, she's going to have a reaction. Chapter 91. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. However, when Xiao Li wanted to put Minor back on the bed, the little girl said with a face full of reluctance, "Brother Xiao Li, can you not leave? Minor wants you to stay with me." Xiao Li patted her head and smiled. "No, this is a girl's dormitory. Your brother can't stay here too long." All right then. But brother, you must come visit Minor more often in the future." Zhao Minor pouted. "Okay, of course, no problem, I promise," Xiao Li said with a light laugh. "Hee brother is so nice." Minor chuckled, then revealed a lovely smile, reluctantly leaving Xiao Li's embrace and lying back on the bed. "Congratulations, host. Your goddess, Zhao Minor's favorability has reached 90%, earning you 15 points. Xiao Li covered her with the blanket, then stood up, turned to look at Zhao Xinyue with her long, light blue hair, and said, "Take good care of your sister. I'm leaving now." Zhao Xinyue nodded and thanked her. "Xiao Li, Thank you so much for tonight. If it weren't for you, Minor doesn't know what would have happened. I don't know how to repay you. Sharp look at the chest area of her light blue nightgown before saying, You've already repaid me, and I'm very satisfied with that repayment. But I hope we can go even further next time. Oh. Zhao Xinyue was somewhat bewildered, not understanding the meaning behind Xiao Li's words. However, Xiao Li did not linger any longer. He turned around, greeted the girl, and left the girl's dormitory. Zhao Xinyue stood there for a moment, then remembered the look in Xiao Li's eyes when he looked at her. She looked down, and her pretty face flushed red with embarrassment. She couldn't help but let out a shy cry. She then realized that she hadn't had time to change her clothes in her haste. The tight-fitting nightgown clearly outlined the contours of her breasts, which were not wearing a bra. Zhao Xinyue was flustered, not expecting that Xiao Li had seen so much of her. Although it was just through her nightgown, she felt as if Xiao Li had seen her completely naked. I've been seen by him. Is that considered repaying him? Xiao Li's ability to alleviate the backlash from his superpowers must be very expensive. Zhao Xinyue looked at the inhibitor syringe that Xiao Li hadn't taken with him and thought to herself. Even though her family had spent a great deal of effort trying to find a way to alleviate the backlash from her supernatural power, it was actually resolved by Xiao Li's needle. In Zhao Xinyue's opinion, the things Xiao Li used on Minter must be extremely valuable. However, Xiao Li only glanced at her a few times, which was considered his repayment. At this moment, Zhao Xinyue was in a state of turmoil, and a blush lingered on her fair and jade-like face. Xiao Li's words just now. Could it be that he's interested in me? And what he said about going a step further, does he want to look without looking through his pajamas next time? Or does he want to try it out with his hands? She recalled the way Xiao Li had looked at her earlier, as well as his handsome face and terrifying talent. Even Zhao Xinyue had a strong liking for such an outstanding man. Sister, your face is so red, are you thinking about brother Xiao Li? Just as Zhao Xinyue was feeling incredibly embarrassed by her own thoughts, Zhao Minor, who was lying on the bed, suddenly giggled and spoke up. Zhao Xinyue snapped out of her daze, her pretty face flushed, and said, Don't talk nonsense. I was just excited and happy to see you recover. However, Minor didn't believe her at all. Her cute little face held a teasing expression as she said, Sister, your eyes dart around when you lie. Hee hee. Minor is your dearest little sister, and the one who understands you best. Minor can't be wrong. You're definitely thinking about brother Xiao Li. Zhao Xinyue's pretty face immediately turned even redder. It feels like a secret has been exposed. Stop talking nonsense. You've only just recovered. Go to sleep. Zhao Xinyue put on a stern look and said in a light voice. Unfortunately, this stern demeanor had little effect on Minor. Hee hee, sister, don't be shy to admit it. Minor really likes brother. Brother Xiao Li is such a good person, sister will definitely like him too. Zhao Xinyue dared not stay any longer and fled in embarrassment at her sister's words. The beautiful instructor hadn't left yet. She looked at the two sisters with amusement. They were all young girls, and it was indeed easy for them to be attracted to a man like Xiao Li. Her gaze fell again on the inhibitor syringe. This is what Xiao Li just used to help Zhao Minor alleviate the backlash from her supernatural abilities. I don't know what's in the syringe, but it can actually suppress the problem of superpower backlash that humans have been unable to solve. This is very valuable for research. She put away the empty syringe, intending to hand it over to the college's research department. She believed that the research fanatic in the research department would be very interested. Xiao Li, who had just left the girls' dormitory, was walking back to the villa when the system's voice suddenly rang in her mind again. Congratulations, host. Your favorability with goddess Zhao Xinyue has reached 50%, earning you 20 points. Xiao Li paused, slightly surprised. His words to Zhao Xinyue just now were not simply flirting with her. His actions are all calculated. What kind of woman should use what kind of methods to make the other person not feel disgusted, and even increase their goodwill? Sometimes flirting doesn't necessarily make a woman dislike you, depending on a person's words, actions, temperament, and personality. He can roughly analyze what kind of personality a woman has. And by combining the effects of certain events, doing the right thing and saying the right thing can win their favor. Even if it's just teasing, the goodwill will only increase. He flirted with Su Xian before. He used a bunch of cheesy pickup lines that were so embarrassing they made your toes ache. To outsiders, those words sound corny and cheesy. But dealing with a woman like Su Xian, who is single-mindedly focused on cultivation and has never been involved in matters of love, is often the most fatal. Coupled with his seemingly excessive behavior and sincere eyes, Su Xian's fall for him was inevitable. Moreover, he was indeed very attracted to Su Xian at that time. Those sincere eyes don't lie. Ahem, I've digressed. In short, it's inevitable that Zhao Xinyue's favorability will increase. To Xiao Li's surprise, it increased by 20% in one go. He originally thought that a 10% increase would be pretty good. The 20% was a pleasant surprise, exceeding his expectations and calculations. What he overlooked was the extent of the wild thoughts in Zhao Xinyue's head. Some women are prone to conjuring up a lot of ideas in their minds based on just a single sentence or event, and they are also easily influenced by these imagined things. This leads to an even stronger feeling of liking or disliking towards the person in one's imagination. However, Xiao Li is not a Zhuge Liang who can calculate everything perfectly, nor can he possibly understand every woman's heart 100%. After all, a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Chapter 92, Getting Struck by Lightning. Not long after, Xiao Li returned to the villa. Lin Yuner and Mingchin were both surprised to see Xiao Li return so quickly. Xiao Li, on the other hand, appeared calm. If you calculate the time, it was actually less than half an hour from when he left home to when he returned. He could have gotten back much faster if he hadn't been stopped from entering the girls' dormitory. Xiao Li, how is it? Has the matter been resolved? Lin Yuner asked with concern. Xiao Li lay back on the sofa, stretched, and said, "It's all taken care of." "That's good." Lin Yuner nodded. Mingchin said, "I'll go run you a bath." Then she walked towards the bathroom with her long, shapely legs. Xiao Li looked up at the pure and lovely Lin Yuner, reached out, and pulled her into his arms, kissing her pink lips. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Li was awakened by a cell phone ringing. He opened his eyes, picked up his phone, and saw that it was Su Xian calling. Xiao Li pressed the answer button on his phone and held it to his ear, his voice muffled as he said, "Hey, Sister Su Xian, why are you calling me so early in the morning?" Su Xian's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. "Little one, come to my cabin after you finish breakfast. Starting today, I will officially begin your special training. You'd better be mentally prepared." Xiao Li perked up, got out of bed, and replied, "No problem. Bring on any grueling training you can get my hands on." Xiao Li has never been a lazy person or someone who can endure hardship. In his past life, he learned countless things to pick up girls. Now that we can improve our strength and become stronger, special training is nothing to us. He left the room, washed up, and then went downstairs to have breakfast with the two women. Xiao Li told the two women about Su Xian's plan to give him special training. After hearing this, the two women said, "Then Xiao Li, you go and do your special training. We'll take care of ourselves, so don't worry about us." Xiao Li nodded. Lin Yuner and Mingchin are not people without their own opinions. Although Phoenix Academy doesn't assign students what to do or learn, all the facilities are there, so if you don't understand something, you can look it up yourself or ask someone. Moreover, at yesterday's freshman ceremony, Su Xian and the others had already explained all the rules of Phoenix Academy very clearly. New students won't be completely lost when they arrive at Phoenix Academy. After breakfast, the two women left the villa together. Xiao Li used the Dragon Phoenix ring to teleport directly to Su Xian's side. At this moment, Su Xian was sitting on a chair inside the wooden house, her jade hand supporting her chin as she waited. Suya, on the other hand, had already entered a state of cultivation. Inside this wooden house, fire-type ability users progress at an extremely rapid pace, which is of great help to Suya, and her cultivation level is already not far from the 6th level. Su Xian was waiting when suddenly a flash of light disappeared beside her. Xiao Li suddenly appeared beside her. Before she could speak, Xiao Li had already lifted her voluptuous, mature, and beautiful body from the wooden chair and sat down on it himself. At the same time, he placed her on his lap. "Sister Su Xian, did you miss me?" Xiao Li held the fragrant beauty in his arms, reached out and lifted her pointed chin, looking directly into her alluring eyes and asking with a smile. Su Xian gave him a reproachful look and snorted, "Little guy, you're getting naughtier and naughty." Upon hearing this, Xiao Li smiled and asked, "Then, Sister Su Xian, don't you like it?" Su Xian snorted softly, "I don't like it." Xiao Li lowered his head and kissed those alluring red lips, separating them only after a moment. Looking at Su Xian's slightly flushed face, he asked again, "Do you like it now?" "I still don't like it." Su Xian turned her head away and said haughtily. However, the barely perceptible smile and satisfaction on her face betrayed her. Xiao Li smiled slightly. "Women are just hypocritical. Sister Su Xian, how do you plan to give me special training?" Su Xian hooked her jade arm around Xiao Li's neck, then said to Suya, who was watching the scene unfold, "Xiaoya, why don't you tell Xiao Li about the plan we've come up with?" Suya nodded, gave Xiao Li a sympathetic look, and said, "You little rascal, you'd better be prepared, or these upcoming special training sessions might become your nightmare." Xiao Li raised an eyebrow. "Go ahead and say it. I'm listening." Suya smiled gently, picked up a piece of paper, and began to read. "From now on, you will need to learn various basic training and professional skills, as well as special training for your superpowers. The basic training includes strength training, agility training, physical fitness training, speed training, reaction training, and defensive endurance training. Professional skills include reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance training, combat thinking training, close-quarters combat analysis training, and ranged attack training, among others. The final special training for your supernatural abilities will be tailored to your lightning-based supernatural powers. Your aunt has already arranged for all the lightning-type ability instructors in the entire academy to work together to develop a special training plan for you. Once your body reaches the required level of endurance, we might even arrange for you to be struck by lightning." Xiao Li's eyes widened in disbelief, and she couldn't help but interrupt. "Are you trying to give me special training, or are you trying to murder my husband? I'd rather be struck by lightning. Even I, a psychopath, find that kind of thing incredibly perverted." The basic and professional skills training mentioned earlier are fine, but he really doesn't know anything about that. In previous combat, he relied solely on the formidable power of his own supernatural abilities, so he definitely needs professional training. But what's with the part about being struck by lightning at the end? Is this some kind of attempt to ruin him? Chapter 93 Mimicry Training Ground. Su Xian sat on Xiao Li's lap and patiently explained. To gain a deeper understanding and control over one's own superpowers, simply burying oneself in cultivation and raising one's level is far from enough. Lightning is the most powerful and domineering force in the world. To gain a more thorough understanding of this power, one must experience it firsthand to grasp its essence. Thus, one's own superpowers will undergo a true transformation. Xiao Li seemed to be deep in thought. He's not stupid. He understood what Su Xian was saying immediately. His superpower is currently as immature and inexperienced as a newborn baby. His understanding of his own superpowers is still at a very superficial level. The deeper a person with superpowers explores and understands their own abilities, the more astonishing their strength will become. Often, rank is not the sole criterion for determining strength. When a person has a deep enough understanding of their own abilities, the power they can unleash can even far exceed their original level. Even fighting opponents of higher levels is not difficult. Even if there is a difference in the quality of superpowers, it can be made up for by the degree of comprehension. For example, two people who both use fire-based abilities may be at the same level, but one has an S-level ability and the other has an A-level ability. The person with the S-class superpower didn't have a deep understanding of their own power and relied entirely on the quality of their power. While that A-level ability user may not be as high quality as an S-level user, he has thoroughly explored his own abilities. If the two were to fight, the S-class ability user would actually have a smaller chance of winning. This shows just how important the level of understanding of superpowers is. Every super strong person standing at the top of this world has never relied on just their own level. Their exploration of their own superpowers has reached a level that is unimaginable to ordinary people. In a real fight, they could completely crush those other ability users of the same level who only know how to improve their cultivation level. However, although Xiao Li understood these principles, the thought of being struck by lightning in the future made his teeth ache. But in order to cultivate and become stronger, and to reach the pinnacle of the superpower world, there are some things that must be done, no matter how dangerous they are. Besides, others have done this before and nothing happened to them, so there's no reason for him to be struck dead. However, he then thought of Su Xian's formidable strength, which was enough to defeat the deans of the two academies of Songlong Military Academy in a one-on-one situation. Su Xian's understanding of her own special ability is probably extremely profound. As the deans of two top academies, Chen Xinji and Long Zhantian's strength is definitely top-notch in the same realm. But Su Xian can defeat any one of them, and even if they join forces, Su Xian can hold her own for a short time. It's hard to imagine how much Su Xian sacrificed to gain such power. Xiao Li cupped Su Xian's pretty face in his hands and asked softly, "Sister Su Xian, when you were exploring your own special abilities, did you cultivate in this way?" Su Xen smiled slightly and nodded gently. In the past, I searched all over the world for various special flames of heaven and earth, burning myself with fire to comprehend the power of fire. Although I get burned all over my body every time, it helped me a lot. Xiaoli stroked her pretty face with some tenderness. The pain of being burned by flames, especially special flames, would be unbearable for most people. The burning pain, the agony of having your skin and flesh burned away, is no joke, especially for a woman. Su Xian saw through Xiaoli's thoughts, and she smiled slightly. To gain power that is beyond the reach of ordinary people, one must inevitably pay the corresponding price. Besides, that's all in the past. I no longer need to gain insight through that method. As for you, instead of feeling sorry for me, you should look forward to the special training that's coming up. Su Xian got off Xiaoli's lap and continued. It's almost time. Let's go to the first special training location now. Xiaoli nodded and stood up as well. The three quickly left the wooden house and headed towards a training area within the academy. Before long, they stopped in front of a peculiar building. Xiaoli looked over and saw that it was a semicircular building with an exterior wall made of an unknown milky white material. It even reflects a faint iridescent luster under the sunlight. It looks like a giant, upside-down porcelain bowl. There is also an opening the size of a door on this building, which is the entrance and exit of the building. Many beautiful young female students are queuing up at the entrance to pay their contribution points and enter. Let's go, Su Xian said, taking the lead and walking towards the building entrance. Xiaoli and Suya followed closely behind. Their arrival undoubtedly attracted the attention of everyone around them. Hello, Dean. Hello, Dean. The students quickly made way for them, greeting Su Xian as they went. Su Xian smiled and responded to them for a few words, then went straight to the door. The mentor and Su Xian, who were guarding the door, nodded to each other and stepped aside to let them pass. Soon the three of them entered the peculiar building. Only after the three figures disappeared through the doorway did the students begin to discuss among themselves. Hey, that guy following behind the dean. That must be Xiao Li, the SSS level ability user. Definitely, he's the only boy in our college. And I saw the photos yesterday, but he's even more handsome in person than in the pictures. Oh my, Chanxian, you're interested? TCH, don't tell me you're not tempted. I don't believe it. Xiaoli is such an outstanding man, and so handsome too. Who wouldn't be tempted? I didn't. Don't talk nonsense, you infatuated girl. You're the one who's a fangirl. But I didn't expect the dean to come to the simulation training ground with him. Does he intend to train him personally? It must be him. Xiaoli's talent is so monstrous, he's SSS level. The dean would definitely want to personally train him to feel at ease. I'm so envious. Xiaoli followed Su Xian into the doorway of this peculiar building. At first, it was pitch black, but after they took a dozen or so steps forward, their vision suddenly brightened. Xiaoli saw everything around him clearly. An expression of undisguised surprise appeared on his face. What appeared before him now was a vast and endless grassland. Blue skies and white clouds, lush green grass. And in the distance, you can even see some cattle and sheep grazing. This is... Xiaoli looked at Suya in surprise. He never expected that entering the interior of this strange building would lead him to a vast grassland. Seeing his surprised expression, Suya chuckled and explained. This place is called the simulation training ground. It can simulate any scene you want with 100% accuracy. People in it will not feel any artificiality in terms of sight or senses. Don't be fooled by how small this simulated training ground looks from the outside. Its interior has actually undergone spatial compression. The interior space is much larger than you can imagine. Everything you see on this vast grassland exists. Moreover, each person who enters here will independently create their own world, which can be entered by multiple people or by a single person, without affecting each other. Chapter 94: The First Step on the Path to Power. After hearing Su Ya's explanation, Xiaoli suddenly understood. However, the shock in my heart remained. Because he was on this vast grassland, he couldn't feel any of the artificiality here. The soft grass underfoot, the fresh scent of green grass carried by the breeze, and the intense heat of the sun shining on my skin. Everything felt so real. It felt like being on a real grassland. What kind of cutting-edge technology is this? How can it be so realistic? Xiaoli said. This world is indeed more wonderful than the world he lived in before. The combination of technology and supernatural abilities has created such a masterpiece of architecture. Phoenix Academy has many such unique buildings, and they all look quite extraordinary. He's been living in this small city of Lin, and he's really been quite ignorant. At this moment, Su Xian turned around and looked at Xiaoli. Her pretty face was no longer as gentle and charming as it was when she faced Xiaoli in the past. Instead, it was full of seriousness and caution. Xiaoli, training officially begins. Your basic training will take place here for the next period of time. You will need to train a lot every day, and I will make different adjustments based on how well your physical fitness improves. You have to stick with it and not let me down, okay? As she finished speaking, a sincere emotion flickered in Su Xian's alluring eyes as she looked at Xiaoli. In the past, she would have prioritized improving her own strength, but now, Xiaoli's growth has taken that place. She hoped that Xiaoli in the future would possess enough power. Because Xiaoli's secrets are too great, even knowing just a small part of them makes her feel terrified. And she can't protect Xiaoli every moment, so Xiaoli has to become stronger. She was already Xiaoli's woman, and she would never allow any unforeseen accidents to happen to Xiaoli in the future. Therefore, she will nurture him without reservation. Xiaoli felt a slight tremor in his heart when he looked into Su Xian's affectionate gaze. How could he not be moved by a woman, especially a woman like Su Xian, who devotes herself to him so wholeheartedly? He nodded gently and said, "Don't worry, trust me." Su Xinxiao finally revealed a faint smile, a smile that was absolutely beautiful. Suya nodded slightly, and then began to adjust the layout of the simulated training ground. Suddenly, a screen of light appeared out of thin air in front of her. Suya tapped and pointed at the light screen with her hands. Then Xiaoli saw that everything in this world was undergoing astonishing changes. The green grass, cattle, sheep, and other animals on the grassland have all disappeared. Instead, there was a vast desert that seemed to stretch endlessly. The sun overhead also became scorching hot at this time, and the temperature rose rapidly. The breeze in the air was also getting stronger, whipping up sand and scattering it into the air. Suya is like the creator goddess of this world. Under her hand, the world has undergone earth-shattering changes. The environment is absolutely appalling. At this moment, Su Xian took out a set of armor-like steel battlesuit from her storage ring and handed it to Xiaoli. Xiaoli subconsciously reached out and took it, but the next moment, he only had time to utter a holy crap. The weight of the iron armor pulled him down onto the sand. Xiaoli stood up somewhat awkwardly, looking at the iron armor half buried in the sand with a sense of dread. Su Xian said, "This iron armor is specially made. It will automatically adjust its weight according to each person's body's tolerance, just at the user's physical limit. From now on, you will train in this iron suit." Xiaoli grinned, bent down and grabbed the iron armor with one hand. The veins on his arm bulged, and he used all his strength to barely lift the iron armor up. His current physical abilities are comparable to those of a third-tier enhanced superhuman. He can usually lift things weighing 300 or 400 pounds with ease, but he has a hard time lifting this piece of clothing. Just as Su Xian said, this garment can automatically adjust its weight. The weight limit of the iron suit is 10,000 jin. When you can withstand the maximum weight of this iron suit, you can take it off and train. Su Xian said, 10,000 jin, that's 5 tons. Even a level 6 body-enhancing ability user would find it difficult to achieve, right? Xiaoli exclaimed in surprise. Su Xian smiled faintly. That's right, and I require you to reach this limit weight before you break through to the 4th rank. If you haven't achieved that before the breakthrough, then you've failed. Xiaoli felt a little uneasy after hearing this. Good heavens, that means he needs to reach the physical attributes of a level 6 when he's at level 3. Isn't that giving him way too much credit? Suya, who had already finished modifying the environment, laughed with a hint of schadenfreude. This is just the beginning. Once your body gets used to the weight of this iron suit, you will have to start the second training at the same time. This will not only help you improve your physical fitness faster, but also allow you to complete other training sessions more quickly. Xiaoli no longer knew how to express her feelings at this moment. The clothes in his hand were so heavy that just wearing them made it incredibly difficult for him to move around, and he could barely take a step. And so he also had to undergo a second training session at the same time. It seems that Su Xian and Suya really did devise a devilish training program for him. However, Xiaoli did not back down. He had just promised Su Xian that he would not disappoint her. This is just the beginning. How could he possibly back down? Without hesitation, Xiaoli put the incredibly heavy iron armor on himself. After putting on the iron armor, he clearly felt a heavy weight on his body, as if he were carrying a mountain on his back, and his feet sank into the sand. I felt completely out of control and was about to fall into the sand. Fortunately, He did his best and managed to control his body. However, at this moment, he could not even manage to raise his hand. It's so difficult to even move an inch. Su Xian pointed to the desert beneath her feet and said to Shaoli, "You don't need to do anything else now. Just keep walking forward in this desert. I will keep a close eye on any changes in your body." Shaoli raised his head and looked at the endless desert world before him, and a strange power suddenly rose in his heart. He wants to become stronger. He wants to stand at the very peak of that cultivation world and overlook all the scenery. Shaoli took a heavy step, and with one step, he stepped onto this desert. He also took the first step on his path to becoming a powerful figure. Chapter 96 Tang Xianxian, Poetic Sentiments. Inside a research room at Phoenix Academy, a woman in a white lab coat was arranging a bunch of transparent bottles and jars at a table. This woman looked to be only 27 or 28 years old, with a delicate face, snow-white skin, and was extremely beautiful. Brown hair cascades down her back, with a cute little tuft sticking up on top. Although her figure was obscured by the loose white coat, it was still possible to discern from the outline revealed that this woman had a rather voluptuous figure. This woman's name is Tang Xianxian, and she is the director of the Phoenix Academy Research Laboratory. They specialize in researching various things for Phoenix Academy. They have done extensive research, especially on medicines and other items needed for the training or healing of people with superpowers. It can be said that many of the rare treasures in Phoenix Academy that cannot be bought outside are made by her. Meanwhile, the bottles and jars in front of Tang Xianxian were filled with liquids of various strange colors. Some liquids even have bubbles rising to the surface, giving people a strange and dangerous feeling. However, Tang Xianxian seemed completely unconcerned about this, and grabbed these bottles to start mixing various liquids in an empty cup. As more and more liquids were mixed, the liquid in the transparent glass would sometimes boil, sometimes freeze, and sometimes emit colorful wisps of smoke. There were even occasional crackling sounds coming from inside the cup, as if it might explode at any moment. However, Tang Xianxian seemed used to it and didn't care about these situations at all, continuing her experiment. She finally stopped after pouring the last bottle of dark green liquid into the glass. At this moment, the liquid inside the transparent glass had turned completely black, like a cup of viscous ink. And this black liquid is now shaking uncontrollably, bubbling, and rising into black mist. These black mists drifted in midair, seemingly forming the shape of a terrifying demon. It looks extremely creepy. Can it succeed? Tang Xianxian stopped and stood still, murmuring to herself, her beautiful eyes fixed on every change in the liquid in the glass. Under her gaze, the liquid in the cup reacted more and more violently, until finally all the reactions suddenly subsided. There's hope. A look of joy immediately appeared on Tang Xuanxuan's pretty face. But the next second, suddenly there was a bang. The entire transparent cup, along with the liquid, suddenly exploded. Black liquid was spilled everywhere, and many transparent fragments mixed with the liquid scattered in all directions. Tang Xianxian quickly raised a spiritual energy barrier in front of her to block the black liquid from splashing onto her. Her delicate and beautiful face immediately fell. Failed again. Ugh, this is so agonizing. Why can't we figure out a solution to this backlash from our supernatural abilities? I spent dozens of days and nights figuring things out, and finally got a clue, but I still failed. I'm so angry. She scratched her scalp with both hands, looking somewhat distraught. But just then, a doorbell rang outside the research room. Who is it? Tang Xianxian turned around and went to the door, opening it. Then I saw a tutor dressed in office lady attire standing at the door. Tang Xuanxuan's somewhat annoyed expression immediately eased considerably, and she said to the female instructor, "Shiqing, it's you. What brings you here to see me today?" As she spoke, she stepped aside to let the female tutor named Shiqing in. If Shaoli were here, he would definitely recognize that this Shiqing is the tutor who stopped him at the entrance of the girls' dormitory last night. After helping Zhao Minor recover last night, Shaoli didn't think too much about it, and left directly. The empty syringe containing the anti-reactive agent that he left behind was taken by Shiqing. She came here today to hand over this empty syringe to Tang Xianxian for research. As Shiqing entered the research room, she immediately noticed its chaotic state and exclaimed in surprise, "Xianxian, what have you done? The research lab has become a mess." Tang Xianxian waved her hand, found 2 clean chairs, sat down on one of them, and said helplessly, "Don't even mention it. Our research on the backlash of superpowers has failed again. Ugh, I'm so tired. With a raised eyebrow, Shiqing sat down on another chair and smiled, saying, "Power backlash. Maybe I can help you with that." Tang Xianxian didn't believe it and shook her head. "You're a senior mentor, good at teaching students, but you don't understand this research area, so how can you help me with this? And it's a huge problem like the backlash from superpowers. You should know that there are quite a few people in this world who have suffered from the backlash of superpowers. The degree of their backlash varies, and because of their different abilities, the backlash they suffer is also quite varied. Some died from the direct backlash, some aged decades instantly, some were extremely unlucky, and some even had green grass growing on their heads. There are also those who get colder the more the sun shines on them, those whose bodies are constantly seeping water, and some who can only wake up for a minute each day. To date, no one in the world has been able to find a solution to these problems. Even I'm at a loss, so what can you possibly do?" As she was speaking, a syringe suddenly appeared in Shiqing's jade-like hand. She handed the syringe to Tang Xianxian and smiled. "I may not understand these things, but it's not like there's no one who can't solve the problem of backlash from superpowers. Just last night, I witnessed a girl in our academy suffer from the backlash of superpowers, and I also saw her recover from the backlash and return to normal. And what caused that girl to recover from the backlash was the liquid in this syringe in my hand." Upon hearing this, Tang Xuanxuan's beautiful eyes widened immediately. She snatched the syringe from Shiqing's hand, staring incredulously at the sliver of inhibitor solution in the corner of the syringe, and said, "How is this possible? Shiqing, you're not kidding me, are you?" Shiqing scoffed. "Do you think I'm the kind of person who would joke about something like this? I specifically brought this syringe because I knew you'd been researching the backlash of superpowers these past few days. You still don't believe me? Humph." Tang Xianxian immediately hugged her and said, "Wow, Shiqing, you're so great. You're truly my best friend. I love you to death. It was my fault just now, I apologize." At this moment, Tang Xianxian was overwhelmed with excitement. She knew very well that if this were true, it would mean something unimaginable. The backlash of superpowers is a major problem that the world has yet to solve. If this problem can be solved, it will be news that will shock the world. It's important to know that the vast majority of people who suffer from the backlash of their superpowers do so because the quality of their awakened superpowers is too strong or too special. A person who has awakened will suffer a backlash if their body cannot withstand the impact or if they experience rejection. But if this backlash could be resolved, countless talented geniuses could be saved. This is of immense significance. However, Shiqing did not accept her apology at all. She continued snorting. "There's absolutely no sincerity." Tang Xianxian said impatiently. "Then what do you want? Just say it. As long as it's within my power, I will never refuse. But we need to hurry. I can't wait to study what's inside this syringe." Upon hearing this, Shiqing's lips curled into a smile. "That's exactly what I've been waiting to hear." Chapter 97 Extreme Training. The scorching sun baked the sand until it was burning hot. This is a world with only sun and sand. In this endless desert, a tiny figure is walking forward step by step, treading on the sand. He had no direction and didn't know where he was going. He only knew to keep moving forward. Although he wandered aimlessly, his steps were firm and unwavering. Even though every step was incredibly heavy, I never stopped. That tiny figure was none other than Shaoli. At this moment, Shaoli was wearing a thick iron suit, and his whole body looked as if he had just been pulled out of the water, as he was already soaked. Each step he took was incredibly difficult, as if he were carrying an invisible mountain on his back, making him gasp for breath. The iron suit he was wearing became incredibly hot under the scorching sun. If an ordinary person were to wear this iron armor at this moment, their skin would definitely be burned. Fortunately, Shaoli is a superhuman with the ability to enhance his physical body, so he can barely withstand the intense heat. But the high temperature still made his skin feel hot. The most deadly thing is the weight of the iron armor itself. The kind of weight that just reaches the body's limit is the most agonizing. It will neither cause him to collapse from the strain, nor give him any relief. Moreover, as time went by, his physical strength was rapidly depleting. Although the weight of the iron armor itself did not change, Shaoli still felt that the iron armor was getting heavier and heavier. And with each step he took, his pace became slower and slower as he moved forward. Although we are still moving forward, we could collapse at any moment. Behind him, a long line of footprints stretched far into the distance, unburied by the wind and sand. 3 whole hours have passed since his special training began. Throughout this period, He continued to move forward under this extreme weight without ever stopping. Such willpower far surpasses that of the vast majority of people. At this moment, Shaoli was also on the verge of his limit. Above the desert, there is a small area completely different from the desert world, where flowers and plants grow lushly, the air is fresh, and the temperature is pleasant. Su Xian and Suya were standing in this area, watching Shaoli's every move closely. Suya, holding the notebook and pen, looked at Shaoli's appearance and felt a pang of heartache. "Auntie, it's been 3 hours already. Shouldn't we let Shaoli rest for a bit?" Su Xian shook her head seriously. "Not yet. His current state is the best time for him to become stronger. Giving up now would mean wasting all the effort of the past 3 hours." Suya could only nod after hearing this and didn't ask any more questions. As the dean of Phoenix Academy, my aunt understands the correct way to cultivate better than she does. How can we help Shaoli grow the fastest? Her decision was the right one. Although Su Xian appeared calm on the surface, she was secretly cheering Shaoli on. Shaoli is in this state right now, which is the moment when it's easiest for someone to want to give up. If your willpower falters even slightly, you'll immediately collapse to the ground. Shaoli to persevere at this time. "Little one, you are the man I have always chosen, and you can definitely do it." Su Xian gazed at that figure with her beautiful eyes, her jade-like hands quietly clenching together. In the desert, Shaoli continued walking forward. Although his body had reached its limit, his mind was not sluggish at all. On the contrary, it was unusually clear. He could feel that as this state continued, every corner of his body seemed to be being squeezed out of its strength. These forces kept him in this state without collapsing, and were also subtly strengthening his body. Although the values on his personal panel in his mind didn't change much, Shaoli could feel himself getting stronger little by little. If eating mutated beast meat is a quantitative change, then this kind of training is like a qualitative change in his physical fitness. For example, Shaoli's current strength value on his panel is around 2,000. But such a value might be 3 or even 4 points to represent 1 pound of strength. But as this training continues, the power represented by 1 point is becoming increasingly heavy. If you keep training, maybe in the future, 2 points, or even 1 point, will become a pound of strength. This is a qualitative change. This kind of qualitative change can never be achieved by eating the meat of mutated beasts. Don't underestimate this reduction in value. The properties it represents are not simple. A large rock that originally required 100 pounds of force to lift may now require only 50 pounds of force after a qualitative change. Similarly, Shaoli is now struggling to move while wearing this iron armor that pushes his own strength to its limit. But as long as the qualitative change is sufficient, he can walk freely, even with this extreme weight on his back, and even move as fast as he can. Therefore, this qualitative change is very important, and Su Xian's targeted training is correct. Shaoli possesses a system, which is essentially his cheat code. However, if one relies entirely on the system without making any effort, even if one grows stronger, one will never become a true powerhouse. Under such extreme circumstances, Shaoli clearly understood these things. Therefore, even though his body was so exhausted that he was about to collapse, he still gritted his teeth and persevered. He wanted to squeeze out all the potential in his body under these extreme conditions. From morning to noon, and from afternoon to evening, Shaoli kept walking forward. During this time, Shaoli didn't stop for a moment except for eating and replenishing water. There is no concept of time in the simulated training ground. As long as the controller wants, time and environment inside can be frozen indefinitely. Shaoli continued to move forward. He gradually began to adapt to that extreme state, which he had initially found unbearable. After adapting, his steps gradually became faster and more powerful. This training lasted for 3 whole days. During these 3 days, Shaoli wore that iron armor without ever taking it off, except when he returned to his residence late at night after practicing. After 3 days of training, Shaoli finally fully adapted to the extreme weight of the iron suit and was able to move freely while wearing it. However, it will take more time to adapt before you can walk like the wind. However, Shaoli's current state already aligns with the implementation of Su Xian and the other's second training plan. Chapter 98 won't disappoint you. After another day of training, Shaoli, who was in the desert, stopped jogging. Yes, he can now jog while wearing the iron suit. Even when carrying a weight that pushes his body to its limit, he can handle it with ease. At this moment, the surrounding desert disappeared completely, replaced by a beautiful grassland with fresh air. Su Xian and Suya descended from the sky and came to stand in front of Xiao Li. Little guy, your progress has exceeded my expectations. I originally thought it would take you at least 7 or 8 days to get used to the weight of the iron suit. I didn't expect you to shorten this time by half. Excellent. Su Exine looked at Xiao Li, who was covered in sweat, but showed no signs of fatigue, and praised him softly. Xiao Li looked up, grinned at her, and his smile was radiant. I told you, I wouldn't let you down. Su Exine was momentarily dazed. The unwavering determination revealed in Xiao Li's clear eyes touched her heart. A gentle smile appeared on her stunningly beautiful face, making her absolutely breathtaking. All right, let's go back. That's enough for today's training. We'll start adding more training programs tomorrow. She didn't say much, as if they understood each other without saying a word. She believed that Xiao Li understood her feelings. And she understands Xiao Li. Suya smiled slightly. She was one of the women who had spent the most time with Xiao Li. Moreover, she was also the first woman to become Xiao Li's woman. My feelings for him are no less than for anyone else. With the help of the two women, Xiao Li easily removed the iron armor, and then the three of them left the simulation training ground. After leaving the simulation training ground, Xiao Li parted ways with Su Exine and Suya. It was already midnight. Xiao Li returned to the villa and took a refreshing shower. All the sweat and fatigue were washed away with a hot shower. He walked out of the bathroom with a scarf wrapped around his lower body and his shirt off. Lin Yuner and Mingchin were still awake. Every night, they would wait for Xiao Li to return before going to sleep. Even if it's 1 or 2 in the morning, it's still the same. Although Xiao Li had told them not to wait for him. Unfortunately, neither of these two women, who obeyed all his orders, listened to him on this matter. Upon seeing Xiao Li emerge from the bathroom, the two women raised their beautiful eyes to look at him. Then they saw Xiao Li's naked upper body. His abs, pectoral muscles, and arms were clearly defined and well-proportioned. Every muscle seems to contain an astonishing amount of explosive power. Although the special training only lasted a few days, Xiao Li's physique seemed to have changed again. Xiao Li smiled and said, "Go to sleep early. You don't need to wait for me every day." The two women blushed, nodded, and went back to their rooms to rest. Revise. In the middle of the night, Xiao Li teleported into Su Xian's wooden house. Inside a room, Su Xian was sitting cross-legged on the bed, cultivating wisps of hot, fiery spiritual energy in the air into her body, transforming them into pure spiritual power, which became her strength. But at that moment, Xiao Li suddenly appeared beside her. This is cultivation of supernatural abilities, not like the cultivation in fantasy novels where being disturbed might lead to demonic possession or backlash. It's just a normal cessation of spiritual energy absorption. Su Xian opened her phoenix eyes and immediately saw Xiao Li. Su Xian wasn't surprised at all by his arrival, because she was already used to it. She said softly and gently, "Little one, weren't you tired from the special training during the day?" Xiao Li chuckled. "Sister Su Xian, don't underestimate your man. That little bit of special training is nothing." The next morning, Xiao Li woke up from his sleep. Xiao Li had just finished breakfast with the two women and was preparing to head to the mimicry training ground when he suddenly received a call from Lin Yuner. After Xiao Li answered the call, Lin Yuner's voice came from the other end. "Xiao Li, can you come back to the villa now? Several female senior students have arrived at the villa, apparently to compete for it. Now they say they want to challenge you." Xiao Li's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this, but he wasn't too surprised. He already knew that living in that villa would attract other students to compete for it. After all, that villa was reserved for the top 50 students on the Nirvana ranking. Even if Xiao Li is incredibly talented, he is still just a new student who has just enrolled. And by what right did they so easily obtain the right to live in this villa? If talent alone can grant unconditional possessions, then what does their hard work amount to? Although many people were unwilling to offend Xiao Li because of his talent, there were still quite a few proud and arrogant people in the academy. They didn't care about Xiao Li's talent. Instead of fearing someone else's talent, they should make themselves stronger. Therefore, this challenge has arisen. Xiao Li said to Lin Yuner on the phone, "Wait for me a moment. Don't worry, I'll be right back." After saying that, Xiao Li hung up the phone. Chapter 99. People arrive at the villa. Told Su Xian and the others about what had happened. Su Xian smiled slightly and said, "Little guy, I already anticipated that something like this would happen when I arranged for you to stay in this villa. However, with your current strength, I believe you are more than capable of handling it. Those ranked in the top 50 of the Nirvana list definitely won't come looking for you." Among those ranked after the top 50 on the Nirvana ranking, The strongest are around the mid-stage of the 5th rank, possessing S-level superpowers. Xiaoli nodded silently after hearing this. A mid-stage tier 5 S-rank ability user is still a bit of a challenge for him right now, but it's not like he has no chance of winning. He had broken through to the mid-stage of the 2nd tier a few days ago, and with the improvement in his physical strength over the past few days, he was now not without the ability to fight against an opponent of this level. An S-class ability user's strength is no less than that of a 6th class A-class ability user, roughly on the same level as the 6th tier berserk gorilla that Suya dealt with in the Tianai Forest secret realm before. Go ahead, and let the rest of our academy witness the true power of an SSS level ability user. Su Xian said. Suya clenched her fist and said, "Go for it, you little rascal." Xiaoli nodded and said, "Don't worry, once it's in my hands, no one can take it away." After saying that, he teleported away and disappeared right in front of them. At this moment, Lin Yuner and Mingchin are standing at the door of Villa number 52. Opposite them were 3 girls. They all looked to be in their early 20s. The girl standing at the front had shoulder-length short hair, an oval face, and a heroic air between her brows that ordinary girls didn't have. She was wearing a tight-fitting sports vest and sports shorts, which perfectly showed off her hot and sexy figure. The 2 women behind them turned out to be rare twins. The 2 women had delicate features and sweet temperaments. They had the same long hair, wore the same short shirts and pleated skirts, exposing their 2 pairs of shapely and slender legs to the air. The 3 women were stunningly beautiful with curvaceous figures. They would definitely be considered goddesses even in public, and they were not far behind Lin Yuner and Mingchin. These 3 girls are the ones who came to Xiaoli today to fight for the right to live in the villa. At this moment, Lin Yuner put away her phone and said to the 3 girls, "Please wait a moment. Xiaoli will be back soon." The girl in sportswear said, "It's okay, we can wait. We're not leaving today. We can wait for Xiaoli to come anytime. Actually, we didn't come here today to oppose Xiaoli. But in order to secure the right to live in the villa, we have no choice but to offend them. After all, we also want to obtain better cultivation conditions and become stronger." Mingchin nodded and chuckled. "Yes, we understand. Who wouldn't want to cultivate themselves faster and stronger than others, and stay ahead of their peers? If you don't compete or fight on the path of cultivation, you'll only live a mediocre life. Everyone knows this, so there's not much to explain." However, Lin Yuner and Mingchin were not thinking about these things. Seeing these 3 girls, what they thought about most was how long it would take for these 3 to become their sisters. Based on their understanding of Xiaoli, how could Xiaoli let these 3 girls, who had offered themselves up, go unnoticed? Especially the twins. Therefore, the 2 women did not harbor much hostility towards them for coming to their door to provoke them. Why should our future best friends have to fall out like this? As for the challenges, Xiaoli will handle them. The 3 girls were also a little unsure of what to say about Lin Yuner and Mingchin's attitudes. Before they arrived, they were prepared for the possibility of harsh words and arguments. However, given the current state of the 2 women, they couldn't possibly lash out even if they wanted to. The 3 women had no choice but to shut up and wait for Xiaoli to arrive. Their wait wasn't long. Less than 2 minutes later, someone suddenly appeared beside Lin Yuner without warning. It was Xiaoli. The way Xiaoli appeared startled the 3 girls. I thought it was a ghost, and I almost screamed. But they soon breathed a sigh of relief because they recognized the person as Xiaoli. However, Xiaoli's strange appearance made them all feel uneasy. They had never seen anyone like Xiaoli, who could appear silently in front of others without anyone noticing. There wasn't even a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation. No matter how fast a person is, it is impossible to maintain a speed without revealing even the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy. In their view, only ghosts could cause this to happen. Chapter 100 Requirements. Xiaoli teleported to Lin Yuner and Mingchin's side. He first looked at the 2 women to make sure they were not injured. Then they turned their heads and looked at the 3 girls opposite them. At just one glance, a bright light flashed in Xiaoli's eyes, especially at the twins, which made his gaze linger for 2 more seconds. However, he quickly averted his gaze, took a few steps forward, and stopped a few paces away from them, a gentle smile on his face. "Are you 3 senior students the ones who came to steal my villa? I never expected them all to be such beautiful women. Could we get to know each other first? We're still freshmen, new here. If there's anything I can do to help, I'll definitely do it. I just hope it won't damage our friendship as students from the same school." Xiaoli's gentle tone immediately silenced the 3 girls who should have been looking for trouble. Especially Xiao Li's handsome appearance and the admiring look in his eyes when he looked at them made their hearts race. A blush crept onto her pretty face without her even realizing it. The short-haired beauty in sportswear looked at Xiao Li and said softly, without any hint of forcefulness, I'm Xiaoying, nice to meet you, Junior. The twin sisters beside her also spoke in a sweet, soft voice. My name is Mu Yi. My name is Mu Xinxin. Congratulations, host. The system has been bound to the goddess Xiaoying. Currently, the favorability is 25%, and you have earned 25 points. Congratulations, host. The system has been bound to the goddess Mu Yi. Currently, the favorability is 30%, and you have earned 30 points. Congratulations, host. The system has been bound to the goddess Mu Xinxin. Currently, the favorability is 30%, and you have earned 30 points. The voices of the three women bound to the system echoed in my mind. Xiao Li ignored them, and simply smiled and nodded to the three women, saying, Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. Xiaoying clenched her fists, hesitated for a moment, and then gritted her teeth, and said, Xiao Li, now that you know our purpose, let's not waste any more words and get started. You fight the three of us. If you win, we'll leave immediately. If you lose, please give up your right to live in the villa. You can hate us or despise us afterward. We'll accept it. Xiao Li smiled faintly, shook his head, and said with a smile, It's normal for you to come and try to take it. Why would I blame you for this? The villa offers unparalleled cultivation conditions. Living here can greatly enhance one's cultivation speed. If it were me, I would have taken it too. No matter the outcome of today's events, I will not hold a grudge against you. If I lost, it's because I was not skilled enough, and there's nothing to resent. Xiao Li's words greatly increased Xiaoying, Mu Yi, and Mu Xinxin's goodwill towards him. They had come here today with a heavy heart, already prepared to antagonize Xiao Li. They just didn't expect Xiao Li to have such a good personality, and he genuinely wasn't offended by their behavior today. At that moment, Xiao Li heard the voice in his mind indicating that the three women's favorability rating was increasing. Xiaoying's favorability rating reached 35%, while the twin sisters both reached 40%. Sometimes, winning a woman's favor is that simple. A few words are enough. However, this bet seems a bit unfair. Xiao Li suddenly changed the subject. Xiaoying and the other two girls were somewhat puzzled. Isn't that fair? That's right, it's unfair. Xiao Li nodded and said, You come to challenge me. If you win, you can easily take the right to live in my villa. But if you lose, you don't have to pay any price. Is that fair? Mu Yi said. But the academy rules have always been like this. Xiao Li shook his head. An academy is an academy. The academy only set the rules, but it didn't stipulate that both sides must maintain this unfair challenge. As the party being challenged, one should have the right to make demands of the challenger. Xiaoying and the other two women opened their mouths, but none of them could find any words to refute them. After thinking about it for a moment, it seemed to be just as Xiao Li had said. The rules do not prohibit the challenger from making their own requests. All right then, tell me, what do you want to ask for? Xiaoying pursed her red lips and asked. Xiao Li's lips curled into a smile, and he suddenly leaned close to Xiaoying's ear and whispered something. Upon hearing this, Xiaoying's pretty face suddenly flushed red, and she glared at Xiao Li with her beautiful eyes. You. Xiao Li smiled faintly and said, So, can you meet this requirement? I won't accept your challenge if you can't do it. Xiaoying blushed and thought for a moment, then pulled the twin sisters aside to discuss it in a low voice. As Mu Yi and Mu Xinxin talked, a blush appeared on their faces. She turned her head and looked at Xiao Li with her beautiful eyes, which were filled with girlish shyness. Xiao Li smiled at them, and the two women immediately turned away in embarrassment. After a while, they returned. Xiaoying bit her red lips and said with a blush, Okay, we agree to your terms. Xiao Li smiled knowingly. Okay, then there's no problem. How are we going to fight? Right here. Xiaoying said, Fighting is not allowed in the academy. It's bad for the environment. Let's go to the arena. That place is specifically for students to practice and hone their skills against each other. But there are a lot of people there, and if we fight, it might attract a crowd. Xiao Li thought for a moment and said, No problem. Let's go to the arena. Watching. What he doesn't mind the onlookers the least. If you can show off a bit in front of the students, it can increase their positive impression of you. But if you fail to show off, you'll obviously lose face in front of all the onlookers. Risk and reward are always directly proportional. However, Xiao Li was confident that with his strength, he wouldn't embarrass himself. Soon, The group, including Lin Yuner and Mingchin, arrived at the Academy Arena. Phoenix Academy's arena is a building that looks like a stadium and covers a very large area. People were constantly coming and going at the entrance of the arena, making it quite lively. Let's go in. I'll explain the rules of the arena to you, Xiaoying said. Xiao Li and the other two nodded. Soon the group entered the arena. As soon as they stepped into the arena, the clamor of voices surprised Xiao Li, Lin Yuner, and Mingchin. The arena is extremely spacious, with dozens of arenas of varying sizes scattered throughout. On the arena, there were one-on-one battles between girls, with various techniques being used frequently. Their graceful figures flashed by, and their movements were elegant and pleasing to the eye. There were also multiple people fighting in a chaotic melee, with dazzling supernatural abilities intertwined, making for a very exciting battle. There were many people watching the matches around the arenas, some cheering and some applauding. The referees for the arenas are all instructors from the academy. They are responsible for judging the outcome of each arena match and protecting the arena to prevent the fighting from affecting the spectators. Xiao Li and his companions never expected the arena to be so lively. Chapter 101 Academy Arena. Looking at the lively scene before him, Xiao Li couldn't help but sigh. It seems that not only men enjoy fighting, but women do too. Seeing the surprised looks on Xiao Li and the other two's faces, Xiaoying smiled and said, "Betting between students is not prohibited within the academy's arena. You can gamble for contribution points in the arena. As long as you're strong enough, you can earn contribution points here until your hands are sore. Some powerful people who don't like doing missions prefer to come here to compete and earn contribution points. You can go it yourself, or you can bet on others. If you win, you'll make a fortune, but if you lose, you can easily become penniless." Xiao Li and the other two suddenly realized. No wonder the arena is so lively. They even offer betting. This is indeed a great place to earn contribution points. Xiao Li then asked, "What are the rules of the arena, and how do you plan to fight?" Xiaoying said, "The arena rules are not complicated. You can play 1v1, 2v2, or 3v3, or even 10v10. But the number of people on both sides must be the same. Of course, you can also do 2v1 or 3v2. That's not prohibited either. The premise is that the side with fewer people must agree to this unfair battle. Otherwise, it cannot be fought." Xiao Li nodded thoughtfully. This rule was quite fair. Xiaoying looked at Xiao Li and said, "The three of us want to fight you one by one. We won't bully you. After all, you've only recently awakened. We'll just have a normal 1v1. How about that?" Xiaoying and her two companions have absolute confidence in facing today's challenge. Although Xiao Li's superpower is a terrifying SSS level, he has only recently awakened it. The three of them have been cultivating for 2 or 3 years. Such a long time gap is something that even Xiao Li's monstrous talent cannot make up for. Xiao Li looked appreciatively at the beautiful figures on the arena and casually nodded, saying, "I'm fine with it. You can make the arrangements." "All right, I'll go find the mentor now and set up the arena. You guys wait." After Xiaoying finished speaking, she and the twin sisters left directly. After Xiaoying and the others left, Lin Yuner and Mingchin asked Xiao Li, "Xiao Li, are you confident you can win?" They were somewhat worried that Xiao Li wouldn't be able to defeat these 3 senior students. However, Xiao Li's face showed a confident expression. "Don't worry, if it were before I came to the academy, I probably wouldn't have much of a chance of winning. But now it's a different story. Just you wait and see how your husband shows off his skills." As he spoke, Xiao Li wrapped his 2 large hands around the 2 women's soft, slender waists and pulled them into his arms. That demeanor was just like that of a playboy in a TV drama, surrounded by women on both sides. However, with so many people around them, they felt a little embarrassed and shy. The surrounding students had actually noticed Xiao Li and his group's arrival long ago. There was no way around it. Xiao Li, being a man, was simply too conspicuous at Phoenix Academy. You're impossible to ignore wherever you go. At this moment, many girls looked at Lin Yuner and Mingchin, who were being held in Xiao Li's arms, and their beautiful eyes were filled with envy. They all felt a little regretful. Why wasn't the woman Xiao Li was embracing one of them? Xiao Li's talent has long been made public by the academy. Now, who doesn't know that Xiao Li is the 2nd SSS level superhuman in the entire Great Xia Kingdom? To be his woman, that would be incredibly lucky. Lin Yuner and Mingchin also felt the envious glances from the girls around them. While they were shy, they couldn't help but feel a little proud. Because Xiao Li is their man. While many girls were envious, they were also speculating about Xiao Li's purpose in coming to the arena. Logically speaking, Xiao Li, as a new student, shouldn't be in a place like the arena, because a new student's skills are definitely not enough to participate in the competition. As for betting, needless to say, where would freshmen get contribution points to bet? The tasks for new students now are mostly cultivation and learning, and completing some low-difficulty tasks to earn contribution points. The arena is a place where one should at least train within the academy for a period of time and accumulate some experience before venturing there. However, all of these ideas they have are only directed at ordinary freshmen. Xiao Li is different from ordinary freshmen. Not long after, Xia Ying and the others returned. Xia Ying said, "It's all arranged. We're in arena number 13. Once the people in arena number 13 finish their matches, it'll be our turn." Xiao Li nodded and said, "I understand." Xia Ying looked at Xiao Li's handsome profile, thought for a moment, and said, "I'll have Xian go up and fight you first. She's the lowest level among the three of us. Don't worry, we won't let you lose too badly." After hearing this, Xiao Li turned to look at her and said, "Thank you for your kind offer, but you don't need to worry about me. You'd better go all out later, or you won't have a chance to beat me." Xia Ying and the other two women looked at Xiao Li with some surprise upon hearing this, not understanding where his confidence came from in saying such a thing. Li has been cultivating for 1 or 2 years now. They have no doubt about the confidence behind his words. Xiao Li has only been in the academy for a few days now. How could he possibly compare to people like them who have been cultivating in the academy for 2 or 3 years? Or perhaps Xiao Li was just concerned about saving face and didn't want to admit defeat verbally, which is why he said those things. The three women immediately felt that this was very likely. Xiao Li is, after all, a man, especially in front of these women. His pride as a man is definitely stronger, so it's normal for him to say such things. Thinking of this, the three women exchanged glances, but did not refute Xiao Li. They simply said with normal expressions, "All right, let's settle this in the ring." Xiao Li seemed to have noticed their thoughts, and with a slight smile, he said nothing more. "No matter how much you say, others may not believe you. You should conquer them with your strength." On stage number 13, two sweet-looking girls are exchanging blows. One of the girls waved her hands repeatedly, and thick vines sprouted from the ground beneath the arena, crisscrossing and spreading to pierce the other girl. Another girl nimbly dodged and weaved, emerging unscathed from the dense onslaught of vines. At the same time, the girl was also holding a short knife, and while dodging, she kept cutting some vines. The short knife in her hand seemed to be no ordinary blade. The thick vines were easily shredded like tofu under her blade. At the same time, the girl continued to move closer to the girl who was using vines to attack. Judging from the situation on the stage, it seems that the girl using vines has the upper hand, with the vines creating a powerful presence. But Xiao Li could tell that this girl was going to lose. Chapter 102: The Vast Gap in Class. The girl wielding the short knife kept dodging her attacks, and rarely confronted the vines head-on. On the other hand, the girl who was manipulating the vines was constantly expending her energy. Controlling such a large number of vines to attack at once must be very costly. If you can't take down your opponent in time, you're very likely to lose. As if to confirm Xiao Li's guess, the situation on the arena suddenly changed. The girl manipulating the vines began to weaken her attacks, and the number of vines attacking suddenly decreased, becoming less dense. The girl wielding the short knife seized the opportunity and suddenly sprang up. Enveloped in spiritual energy, his speed suddenly increased, allowing him to pass through the gaps in the reduced vine attacks. He appeared before the woman who was controlling the vines with lightning speed, and easily placed the dagger against her neck. With a short knife held to her vitals, the woman froze, then had no choice but to admit defeat. The mentor, who was acting as referee on the stage, also announced the result of the match. The two girls stopped their attacks and left the ring. The crowd watching around the ring erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers, along with some sighs of regret from those who had placed the wrong bets. Seeing that the battle on the arena had ended, Xia Ying turned to Xiao Li and said, "All right, it's our turn. Let's go." Xiao Li nodded, and the group quickly arrived at the viewing area next to arena number 13. At this moment, Xia Ying said to Mingchin, one of the twin sisters, Xian, go ahead. Although winning is almost a certainty, you still need to be careful. Xiao Li is an SSS level ability user, after all. Don't let him be caught off guard and lose his way. Mingchin nodded slightly. Don't worry, leave it to me. Soon, she and Xiao Li walked on a stage number 13 together. Lin Yuner, Zhang Mingchin, Xia Ying, and Mu Yi sat down in the spectator area to watch the game. On stage number 13, As Xiaoli stepped onto the stage, a murmur of surprise and discussion immediately arose in the arena. Look, isn't that Xiaoli? It really is him, the first male student in the history of our academy. What is he trying to do? Why did he come up to the ring? Of course, going into the arena is for a fight. No way, he's a freshman. Did he have a conflict with other freshmen? It shouldn't be. Xiaoli is the second SSS level superhuman in our great Xia kingdom. Who would offend him? Hey, stop guessing. Look, Xiaoli's opponent has come up on stage too. It's Mu Xinxin. Xiaoli is in big trouble. Mu Xinxin and her sister Mu Yi are ranked 65th and 66th on the Nirvana ranking, already 5th tier ability users. Even if Xiaoli, a freshman, had SSS level superpowers, he was destined to lose against her. It's extremely rare for a newcomer to step into the ring. Moreover, this is Xiaoli, who is already well known to everyone in the academy. In the past, the reason why newcomers stepped into the ring was mostly due to friction between newcomers. But Xiaoli's opponent is Mu Xinxin, a freshman facing off against a veteran student on the Nirvana ranking. The outcome was, in everyone's eyes, a foregone conclusion. Xiaoli was about to face off against Mu Xinxin spread like wildfire throughout the entire arena. Many people suddenly lost interest in watching the battles on the other arenas and rushed to arena number 13 to see what kind of battle it would be. More and more people gathered around ring number 13, and it gradually became very crowded. Upon seeing this, the instructors maintaining order immediately moved the other arenas aside, turning a large area around arena number 13 into an open space. Not only the students, but even the instructors are eager to see this battle. This is the first battle of the second SSS level superhuman in the Great Xia Kingdom. This could very well be his first crushing defeat. Apart from Lin Yuner and Mingchin, no one in the arena believed that Xiaoli could win. This is a huge difference in cultivation time, the kind that no amount of talent can make up for. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that Xiaoli was no ordinary SSS level superhuman. He's a man with a system and a cheat code, commonly known as hanging up. A dozen days is insignificant to others who have just awakened, and may only be enough for them to break through one small level at most. But Xiaoli had already broken through to the mid-stage of the second tier. In just over 10 days, he went from awakening to his current level. Such a terrifying speed of cultivation is something no one would believe if it were told. It takes a normal newbie at least half a year to reach the mid-stage of Tier 2 from the time of awakening. Some geniuses, or people with countless mineral resources at home, can shorten this time to about 3 or 4 months. Xiaoli, however, achieved this level in just over 10 days. This speed can only be described as superhuman. Mid-stage Tier 2 level and SSS level abilities. A Tier 5S level ability user might not guarantee a 100% win rate, but they are now qualified to fight head-on. In addition, Xiaoli has other means to assist him, so defeating a level 5S class ability user is not a difficult task. On the stage, Xiaoli glanced at the growing crowd below before turning his gaze back to Mu Xinxin on the other side. Mu Xinxin was also looking at him, her pretty face less sweet and more solemn. A beautiful female instructor referee in charge of arena number 13 stepped down from the platform. She first gave Xiaoli a peculiar look before speaking. You should all state your true level and the grade of your special ability. This is a necessary procedure, the purpose of which is to prevent any unexpected events from occurring due to a significant disparity in strength between the two sides. If someone makes a false report, they will be held responsible if something goes wrong. Mu Xinxin spoke first. Mu Xinxin, an S-rank, 5th tier early stage ability user. Xiaoli nodded and said, Xiaoli, a mid-stage rank 2 Esper. As soon as Xiaoli revealed his true cultivation level, it immediately caused an uproar. Mid-stage 2nd tier, is Zundu a fake? Isn't Xiaoli a new student who just awakened not long ago? How come he's already at the mid-stage of the 2nd tier? My God, is the cultivation speed of an SSS level cultivator really this terrifying? Impossible. Even an SSS level cultivator shouldn't be able to cultivate this fast. It's only been a few days, and they've already reached the 2nd stage, and the middle stage at that. Everyone present was shocked, but no one doubted the truthfulness of Xiaoli's words. There's no point in lying here. On the contrary, if the lie is exposed, it will only be more embarrassing. But this is truly unbelievable. Even so, no one thought Xiaoli would have a chance against Mu Xinxin. 5 versus level 2, the difference in their cultivation levels remains enormous. Chapter 103 The duel begins. On the stage, Mingchin and the referee also looked at Xiao Li with surprise. They were also surprised to learn that Xiao Li was already a second-tier ability user. However, they quickly looked away, because their thoughts were the same as those of the onlookers. Even if Xiao Li has already reached the second level, the outcome will still not change. In front of a fifth-tier ability user, whether it is a first-tier or second-tier ability user, it is actually the same. The fact that they have such thoughts only shows that they know too little about SSS-level superpowers. For others, this law is inevitable. But for Xiao Li, the difference between the first and second tiers is like heaven and earth. Each major advancement in rank brings a huge boost to Xiao Li's strength. Today, Xiao Li doesn't just want to have a fight. He also wants everyone to witness the sharpness of an SSS-level fighter. The referee instructor looked at Xiao Li and the other person and said, "The difference in your skill levels is too great. Have you both confirmed that you are willing to participate in this competition?" Xiao Li and Mingchin nodded at the same time. Seeing this, the instructor nodded. "All right, then I declare the competition officially open." After saying that, the mentor took a few graceful steps and left the arena. At the same time, Xiao Li and Mingchin both made a move. After the referee shouted the word start, the two suddenly unleashed astonishing spiritual energy fluctuations. Mingchin's body surged with pure white spiritual energy, which rippled through the surrounding air like a current, displaying astonishing power. S-level superpower, Heavenly Yang Qi. On the other hand, terrifying bolts of lightning, as thick as an infant's arm, suddenly crackled and pulsed on Xiao Li's body. An oppressive aura spread out from him, and those who were close to the arena suddenly felt their breath catch in their throats. It felt like something was pressing down on my chest. Many people were somewhat horrified. Those who are active in the arena are all senior students of the academy, and their cultivation levels are all higher than Xiao Li's. Despite all this, it still couldn't dispel the oppressive aura. This is no longer a difference in strength, but a difference in the quality of the superpower itself. Are SSS-level superpowers really that terrifying? Even their mere aura could suppress them. What would happen if they actually fought? Many people couldn't help but feel a little excited. Perhaps Xiao Li isn't as weak as they imagine. At this moment, the one who felt the aura emanating from Xiao Li the most was naturally Mingchin, who was standing opposite him. Her pretty face changed slightly, as if she hadn't expected that Xiao Li would have such a big impact on her before he even made a move. Even though she has S-class superpowers, she was still suppressed by Xiao Li's aura. However, this suppression did not shake her in the slightest. On the contrary, her expression became even more cautious. She parted her lips slightly, gave a low shout, and made the first move. The next moment, Xiao Li saw a pure white stream of energy form a streak and sweep towards him. Xiao Li's eyes flashed, and he raised his hand and threw a lightning ball directly at them. The lightning ball collided with the ribbon with a loud bang. The two suddenly exploded and were annihilated. Xiao Li didn't even glance at the explosion, but instead raised his hand and suddenly pressed down on Mingchin, who was not far away. Suddenly, Mingchin felt a sense of danger coming from above her head, and she quickly dodged to the side without hesitation. The next second, a thick bolt of lightning descended from the sky and struck the spot where she had just been standing. Boom! Debris flew everywhere, and the arena was blasted into a crater. Mingchin glanced at the pit with a serious expression, feeling shocked by the power of Xiao Li's attack. This is no ordinary arena. It's made of special stone that's not easily damaged. Xiao Li's casual strike could produce such an effect, which clearly shows that his attack power is extremely terrifying. His superpowered attack is very strong. We can't take it head-on. Mingchin thought to herself, and then, not to be outdone, she struck out at Xiao Li from a distance with a palm strike. The pure white energy instantly formed a giant hand that was 2 or 3 meters long and wide. The enormous white hand, like a 5-fingered mountain, suddenly slammed down towards Xiao Li. The surrounding air was whipped up by the hand, creating a gale that forced the spectators at the edge of the ring to retreat. Clearly, Mingchin's move was extremely powerful. Seeing the giant hand coming down, Xiao Li didn't dodge at all, but instead rushed towards it. Those watching the battle secretly shook their heads at the sight. A newbie is a newbie. They've only just awakened and have no combat experience whatsoever. At this moment, what he should have done was to avoid her sharp edge and find an opportunity to counterattack, instead of recklessly confronting Mingchin's attack head-on. Mingchin's attack clearly used a high-level supernatural ability, and with Xiao Li's strength, it would be extremely difficult for him to withstand it. Even if being struck by this palm strike doesn't result in instant defeat, it will still cause severe damage and reduce one's fighting ability by more than half. The two teams were already vastly different in strength, and with this additional heavy blow, the outcome was no longer in doubt. Some spectators sighed and turned to leave. There's no need to keep watching. The outcome is no longer in doubt. At the very beginning, Xiaoli had already made a fatal mistake. In their eyes, his behavior was a bit too stupid. It seems that even SSS-level superhumans need time to grow. Otherwise, talent is just talent after all. Xiaoli is still too inexperienced. Going to the arena to fight against veterans right now is too hasty. However, just as many people were preparing to turn around and leave, suddenly, a deafening thunderclap suddenly erupted on the arena. Everyone looked up, and the next moment their faces were filled with shock. Just as Xiaoli was facing the giant palm that was coming at him, his whole body was suddenly enveloped in dense lightning. On his arms, a pair of fist gloves formed from condensed lightning appeared. Xiaoli's figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, crashing into the giant white palm first. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. The enormous hand suddenly shattered into pieces before everyone's astonished eyes, and then collapsed. The lightning shadow that Xiaoli transformed into passed through the collapsing giant hand and rushed towards Mingchin at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Mingchin, and a punch carrying violent, thunderous power smashed towards her. Such a fierce offensive showed no mercy whatsoever. Mingchin's pretty face turned pale with shock. He never expected that his attack, which he hadn't held back, would be so easily broken by Xiaoli. Faced with Xiaoli's merciless punch, she hurriedly retreated, trying to buy herself a moment to form a white shield in front of her, protecting her entire body behind it. Just as the shield was formed, Xiaoli's violent punch suddenly arrived, slamming heavily onto the shield. Boom! Chapter 104 Admitting Defeat. The seemingly flimsy white shield collided with Xiaoli's thunderous fist, but the expected instantaneous explosion did not occur. Instead, it firmly withstood Xiaoli's punch. However, this was only temporary. As you can see, dense cracks extend from the point of contact between the fist and the shield. These cracks spread rapidly and soon covered the entire shield. The next moment, the shield shattered. However, Mingchin also took advantage of this brief opportunity to get away from Xiaoli's attack range. In this clash, Mingchin was surprisingly at a disadvantage. Below the arena, everyone was shocked. They simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. Who possesses the strength of the 5th rank was actually suppressed by Xiaoli, who was only at the 2nd rank. Everyone could see clearly that Xiaoli did not resort to any tricks or opportunism. Instead, he directly and overwhelmingly crushed Mingchin's attack head-on with absolute power, and then shattered her defense with a single punch. Under Xiaoli's onslaught, Mingchin could only stall for time with defense, barely managing to dodge one of Xiaoli's punches. But how is that possible? Given their respective levels, shouldn't the situation be reversed? Xia Ying and Mu Yi, who were sitting in the spectator area, were also stunned. Especially Mu Yi, as Mingchin's twin sister, knows Mingchin's strength better than anyone else. The fact that Xiaoli could suppress his younger sister to this extent proves that he is truly powerful. Is this the true power of an SSS-level ability? It's only at the 2nd level, yet its attack power is stronger than that of a 5th-level ability. Mu Yi exclaimed inwardly. Xia Ying had similar thoughts. She realized that she had seriously underestimated Xiaoli. They also seriously underestimated the power of SSS-level superpowers. No wonder it's said that once SSS-level ability users grow up, they will be a key force capable of deterring other countries. Against a 5th-tier opponent, even at the 2nd tier. If it really grows up, how terrifying it will be. Xiaoli didn't care what the others were thinking at that moment. Mingchin's defenses, he did not continue to pursue her, but instead stopped in place. Under the lightning, a pair of deep eyes, like sharp arrows, seemed to pierce through Mingchin's heart. Use your strongest power, or you'll have no chance. After hearing this, Mingchin took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled before saying, "Okay." Although the two exchanged only a few moves, anyone could see that their strength was inferior to Xiaoli's. Xiaoli's attack was too powerful. She didn't dare to take it head-on. On the other hand, Xiaoli was like a ferocious humanoid beast. Even when faced with her powerful attack, he still charged forward and smashed her attacks ruthlessly. Ordinary methods are no longer enough to threaten Xiaoli. Only by going all out and using our strongest power can we have even a slight chance of winning. A large amount of pure white energy began to emerge from Mu Xinshin's body, and it was condensing, compressing, and transforming. Soon, a pure white arrow, almost tangible, slowly took shape in front of Mu Xinshin. The arrow exuded a terrifying spiritual energy fluctuation, and the tip of the arrow emitted an extremely sharp aura. Just from the aura alone, Shaoli knew that this arrow was probably extremely deadly. However, the drawbacks are also obvious. The charging time was too long. Shaoli had a perfect opportunity to get close to Mu Xinshin and interrupt her power building. But he didn't do that. The best way to establish a powerful image in front of everyone is to crush everyone with absolute power. And he is confident that he can do it. The pure white arrow, under Xiao Li's deliberate restraint, finally took shape. The powerful and sharp aura emanating from it made Xiao Li's gaze sharpen. Although he was confident, he did not underestimate Mu Xinshin. After all, he is an S-class, 5th-tier ability user, so this level of strength is still very strong for him. Shaoli. At this moment, Mu Xinshin suddenly spoke up. If you had interrupted me just now, I would have definitely lost by now. However, you have given me time to condense this young arrow, so let's settle this with this move. If you can withstand this arrow, I will automatically concede defeat. Shaoli looked at her intently, then slowly nodded and said, Good. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Li's eyes suddenly turned into a pair of thunderous eyes, and a pale light filled everything in his eyes. A strong sense of crisis immediately rose in Mu Xinshin's heart. Staring into those eyes shrouded in thunderous light, one's very mind seemed to tremble. Mu Xinshin dared not hesitate any longer and controlled the pure white arrow to shoot toward Xiao Li. At the same time, 2 terrifying lightning rays suddenly shot out from Xiao Li's eyes. The 2 rays intertwined rapidly in midair, forming an even thicker and more terrifying ray that collided with the incoming arrow. Destructive ray. Moreover, the combined power of the 2 eyes creates an even more potent ray. The pure white arrow and the destructive ray collided violently in the center of the arena. The next moment, an explosion several times louder than before suddenly resounded throughout the entire venue. Boom! With a loud bang, a blinding white light suddenly exploded in the center of the arena. Powerful shockwaves swept outwards, but fortunately there was a protective light barrier at the edge of the arena, which blocked the impact of spiritual energy. Despite this, those watching could still feel just how powerful the energy raging on the stage was. Who's winning? At this moment, the entire arena was engulfed in white light, and no one could see what was happening inside. The outcome of this collision between the 2 is also unpredictable. However, the white light came and went quickly. The blinding light quickly began to dim, and the scene inside slowly came into everyone's view. At this moment, Mu Xinshin stood still, not falling down. But Xiao Li had already appeared in front of her without her noticing, with a faint smile on his face. Mu Xinshin's pretty face was pale, her red lips slightly parted, and she said helplessly, I admit defeat. These words caused an uproar in the audience. The result of their battle is in. Mu Xinshin's all-out attack failed to harm Xiao Li. Moreover, judging from Xiao Li's effortless manner, he clearly still had plenty of energy left. My God, so this is the true strength of an SSS-level ability user. It's terrifying that a 2nd-tier user could defeat a 5th-tier S-rank ability user so easily. Ugh, I'm so wrong. I'm so wrong. My face is all swollen from being slapped. I even said Xiao Li was bound to lose, but I never expected it to turn out like this. Xiao Li is so handsome. I never knew he was so strong. I love him. Xiao Li, you're amazing. Below the stage was deafening, with some girls even shouting at Xiao Li. Xiao Li turned to them and gave them a gentle smile, just like a warm-hearted young man. Many girls who met Xiao Li's gaze blushed and lowered their heads. Some girls boldly met Xiao Li's gaze and even blew him kisses. Chapter 105, Second Battle. The first battle has ended. Mu Xinshin conceded defeat and stepped off the stage. She went to Xia Ying and Mu Yi's side and sighed. I'm sorry, I've tried my best. Xia Ying stood up, patted her shoulder, and comforted her. It's all right. Xiao Li's strength has exceeded our expectations. We never thought that someone who is only at the 2nd level would be so powerful. We all underestimated the power of SSS-level superpowers. Mu Yi also said with some lack of confidence. Yes, I think even if I went up, I probably wouldn't be a match for Xiao Li. Although I've already reached the mid-stage of the 5th rank, after seeing Xiao Li's attack just now, I still don't have the confidence to win. Lin Yuner and Mingchin, who were listening to Xia Ying and the other two women talking, had faint smiles on their pretty faces. They weren't too surprised by the result. After all, Xiaoli had already successfully killed a level 5 mutated beast before even entering the academy. Although this 5th-tier mutated beast was definitely not as strong as Mingchin, Xiaoli's strength had also greatly improved after entering the academy. So if Xia Ying and the others think they can easily defeat Xiaoli with their strength, then they are just too naive. Xia Ying looked at Mu Yi and said, "No matter what, the challenge has already begun. We can't just give up after losing one game. Otherwise, what's the point of our challenge today?" Mu Yi nodded silently and said, "Of course I know that, but I simply can't beat Xiaoli on my own unless Xian and I join forces." "That definitely won't do." Xia Ying immediately shook her head. "Although you sisters together greatly increase your strength, even to the point of being comparable to a 6th-tier ability user, we already had a huge advantage when we acted alone. Xiaoli is just a freshman. If we, the senior students who have been cultivating for 2 or 3 years, were to join forces, that would be too much of a bully. Besides, the academy also stipulates that the right to reside in a villa can only be won by one person at a time." The twin sisters clearly understood what Xia Ying meant, so they simply nodded silently. "All right, you go ahead. If you fail, I'll go next. I think with my skills, I might have a chance to win." Xia Ying said. "Good." Mu Yi responded and walked straight onto the arena. At this moment, the spectators around the arena were still somewhat puzzled, because after Xiaoli defeated Mingchin, he did not leave, but continued to stand on the arena, recovering his spiritual power while waiting for something. Just as they were wondering, they saw Mu Yi slowly walk onto the stage. Someone asked in surprise, "Didn't Mingchin admit defeat? Why is she back in the ring? Is one match not enough? Do we need to play a second one?" Someone else seemed to remember something and said, "That's not Mingchin. She should be Mingchin's older sister, Mu Yi. Looks like the younger sister lost. It's time for the older sister to go on stage." The others immediately realized what was happening. "Oh right, Mingchin also has a twin sister. But can Mu Yi win? I doubt it. You all saw the strength Xiao Li just displayed. Although Mu Yi is stronger than her sister, she's probably no match for Xiao Li. Now, after the previous battle, no one underestimates Xiao Li anymore. Although he was only at the 2nd level, his ridiculously strong combat power could not be measured by his superficial cultivation level at all. With just one battle, Xiao Li had already achieved the result he wanted. Establish an image in everyone's mind. Compared to the vague and elusive SSS-level superpowers that have not yet fully developed, tangible and powerful strength is much more convincing. I mean, doesn't anyone want to know why Xiao Li had a conflict with these twins? At that moment, a girl suddenly spoke up. "Why? Could it be that you know?" Upon hearing this, the others immediately asked out of curiosity. The girl didn't hide anything and said directly, "Xiao Li is currently living in Villa number 52. You all probably know what the villas in our academy represent. As for why Xiao Li and Mingchin went to the arena, I think you all understand without me having to explain, right?" Everyone suddenly understood. So that's what caused it all. That makes sense. No wonder Xiao Li dared to come to the arena so quickly. It turns out he had no choice. Actually, quite a few people know that Xiao Li lives in Villa number 52. And Xia Ying, Mu Yi and the others are not the only ones who have feelings for Xiao Li. It's just that Xia Ying and the others were the first to step forward. While the crowd below was buzzing with discussion, the second match on stage had already begun. Xiao Li and Mu Yi exchanged only a few words before starting their battle as soon as the referee finished speaking. Mu Yi's superpower is the same as her sister's, also an S-level superpower. Moreover, their superpowers are very similar. Mu Yi's special ability is called Heavenly Yin Qi, which envelopes her in a black aura when released. To Mingchin's pure white Heavenly Yang Qi, but its nature was the same. The moment the battle began, Xiao Li suddenly burst out, transforming into a bolt of lightning, and charged toward Mu Yi as if he had teleported. Mu Yi remained calm upon seeing this and quickly responded. The black, Yin energy dispersed into sharp arrows of energy, scattering towards Xiao Li. Amidst the dense attacks, Xiao Li dodged and weaved like a fish, easily slipping through the gaps. He quickly arrived in front of Mu Yi and threw a punch at her. Under Mu Yi's control, the black energy flow formed a circular energy shield in front of her. Xiao Li's thunderous fist slammed into the air shield, creating a loud explosion. However, the air shield only weakened slightly under this fierce attack and did not collapse. Clearly, Mu Yi is indeed stronger than Mu Xinxin, and she managed to defend against Xiao Li's attack. Taking this opportunity, a ball of black energy rapidly gathered in Mu Yi's palm, beginning to condense the power of her counterattack. However, this time Xiao Li did not intend to give Mu Yi any more time to gather her strength. Demonstrating strength once is enough. All he needs to do now is finish this challenge as quickly as possible. Xiao Li's eyes narrowed, and his fists unleashed a burst of lightning, striking out repeatedly at such speed that they created afterimages. Mu Yi's energy shield was shattered after only 5 punches. The next moment, Xiao Li appeared in front of Mu Yi and reached out to grasp her hand that was about to unleash an attack. Then, with a quick pull, he drew Mu Yi into his arms amidst her gasp. The man's aura swept over her, and the spiritual energy that Mu Yi had gathered in her hands vanished without a trace. Her delicate body leaned against Xiao Li's chest, a captivating blush appearing on her pretty face. Xiao Li gazed at the beautiful girl so close to him, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, "You can't beat me, just admit defeat. I don't want to hurt you, okay?" As he spoke, Xiao Li kissed her delicate earlobe. Chapter 106 Battle against Xiaoying. Mu Yi was so startled that she jumped out of Xiao Li's arms, quickly putting distance between herself and him, her pretty face full of shyness as she said, "No, it's impossible, I won't give up." Xiao Li sighed helplessly. "All right then, since that's the case, I won't hold back." After saying that, lightning surged up from his body again, and balls of lightning condensed around him, whistling as they hurtled towards Mu Yi. Seeing this, Mu Yi had no choice but to fight back with all her might. However, Xiao Li's attacks were relentless and extremely powerful. Despite Mu Yi's best efforts, she was ultimately unable to withstand Xiao Li's onslaught. His destructive ray broke through her defenses, and finally, her jade-like neck was grabbed by a large hand. Mu Yi froze on the spot, feeling the strong hand at her throat, and finally admitted defeat. She had no chance of winning to begin with, and her unwillingness to admit defeat was simply a desire to try again. This outcome was within her expectations. Only by standing in front of him and facing him personally can one truly understand how strong Xiao Li is. The terrifying sense of oppression that came with each move, the sharpness of the attacks, and the decisiveness of the strikes were completely unlike what an ordinary freshman could possess. In fact, their grasp of the timing of certain moves is even more skillful than that of the veterans who have been training for 2 or 3 years. She didn't lose unjustly. After Mu Yi conceded defeat, another gasp erupted from the audience. Had already reached the mid-stage of the 5th rank, was defeated. Just how strong is Xiao Li at his current limit? Is he really only at the 2nd rank? At this moment, everyone felt as if their understanding had been overturned. Fighting opponents of a higher level is not uncommon among superhumans. What determines whether someone has the ability to fight against opponents of higher levels is actually the difference in the quality of their special ability. A Tier 5 S-class ability user, if they go all out, can defeat a Tier 6 A-class ability user. Similarly, a Level 4 SS-level ability user can also defeat an S-level ability user who is 1 level higher. SSS level only requires Tier 3. This is a general breakdown of combat strength. Of course, this classification is not absolute in cases where some superpowers are special, or when the superpower attributes of the two sides in a battle are mutually exclusive. But Xiao Li's strength clearly exceeded this limit. Logically speaking, with Xiao Li's current 2nd-tier strength, he should only be able to defeat a 4th-tier S-level ability user or a 5th-tier E-level ability user at most. It's simply impossible to defeat a Tier 5 S-class ability user directly. But Xiao Li actually did it. And it's very easy. There are only 2 reasons. Either this power classification is inaccurate for SSS level, or Xiao Li himself is not simple. Only in this way can we explain why Xiao Li is so strong. In reality, Xiao Li's strength is not due to just one of these 2 reasons, but rather a combination of both. This division of combat power is indeed inaccurate for SSS level. Xiao Li is not just a simple SSS level superhuman. He also possesses A-level superhuman physical enhancement. This ability, even taken out of context, is very strong and greatly enhances physical abilities. Combined with his SSS level superpower, his combat strength will only increase exponentially. As Mu Yi stepped off the stage, Xiaoying slowly walked onto the ring. She was the last one, and also the strongest of the 3 women individually. His level has reached the late stage of Tier 5, ranked 54th on the Nirvana list. Xiaoying, dressed in sportswear and with shoulder-length short hair, looked at Xiaoli opposite her and said, "You must have used up a lot of energy just now. Take a break to recover. I can wait for you." However, Xiaoli smiled and said, "No need. Let's begin like this." As he spoke, he had already put the spirit stone he was holding back into his storage ring. Xiaoying frowned slightly, but didn't say anything more. She didn't know that Xiaoli was recovering very quickly. Since Xiaoli had such a presumptuous idea, she would just let him be. The referee once again stepped onto the stage, and after confirming the strength of both sides, announced the start of the match again. Xiaoying immediately unleashed her supernatural power. Suddenly, her skin glowed with a soft sheen, as if a shimmering light was attached to it, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanated from her body. With a casual wave of her seemingly delicate hand, a series of whistling sounds immediately filled the air. Xiaoying's superpower is actually physical. S-rank superpower, spirit forging body. Xiaoli's expression also became solemn as he faced the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from Xiaoying. Xiaoying's strength seems to be much greater than that of the twin sisters. Defeating her won't be so easy. Lightning flashed, and Xiaoli made his move without hesitation. A gigantic, thunderous fist materialized in his hand, and then he unleashed it from a distance. Thunder fists sliced through the air, accompanied by a piercing explosion. Seeing this, Xiaoying did not dodge at all, but instead threw a punch head-on, colliding with Lei Quan. Boom! That forced Mu Xinshin and Mu Yi to dodge was actually smashed to pieces in the clash with Xiaoying. Lightning scattered and splashed everywhere. Xiaoying's figure leaped out from the lightning, her figure as fast as lightning, rushing towards Xiaoli. Xiaoli frowned, and unwilling to be outdone, he also rushed out and engaged in close combat with Xiaoying. In an instant, the sounds of flesh colliding echoed across the arena. The two fought with brutal, bone-crunching blows, a truly exhilarating battle. Xiaoli showed no regard for Xiaoying's status as a woman, and began to pounce on her with punches, elbows, legs, and knees. They held nothing back. As a fifth-tier physical ability user, Xiaoying's physical attributes had long been cultivated to an extremely high level. Barely hold his own in close combat. To hold back under these circumstances. Moreover, even his full-force attack on Xiaoying failed to cause her much damage. On the contrary, when Xiaoying's pink and white fist landed on him, it hurt so much that he couldn't help but twitch his lips. It was only when Xiaoli fought against a physical-type ability user for the first time that he realized just how powerful the physical abilities of this type of ability user were. One punch can make your liver explode. One punch can make you cry for your parents. Your attacks are practically useless against their incredibly high defense. That's terrifyingly strong. However, these types of superhumans also have very obvious weaknesses. That's because of the lack of remote means. Their formidable strength is limited to close-quarters combat. When facing ranged attack-type ability users, they can only try to get close, otherwise they either have to run away or become sitting ducks. It can be said to have both advantages and disadvantages. If God opens a window for you, he will surely close a door for you. No superhuman can be perfect and without any flaws. Except for cheaters. Chapter 107 Methods. Fighting each other on the stage. Xiaoying's body shimmered with light, greatly reducing Xiao Li's powerful attack. Xiao Li's physical enhancement ability gives him amazing recovery ability. Even if he is injured, he will recover at an extremely fast speed. For a time, neither of them could gain the upper hand. Xiao Li threw a punch at Xiaoying and said, "You are strong, but you can't defeat me. There's no point in continuing this fight. How about we call it a tie?" Xiaoying caught his fist, returned Xiao Li's punch with a straight punch, and said, "A draw would be even less meaningful. If I don't beat you, I won't get the right to live in the villa. Stop wasting your breath. Let's see who can last the longest." Xiao Li was speechless for a moment. He felt that being beaten like this was not a solution. Although the recovery is quick, it still hurts a lot when the attack lands on you. "Should we use the Breath of Thunder?" Xiao Li asked. The Breath of Thunder was a pair of S-rank gauntlets he won in a lottery, which greatly amplified his Annihilation Divine Thunder and physical enhancement abilities. If used, Xiaoying will likely be defeated instantly. After thinking about it, he shook his head and thought to himself, forget it. Although the use of exotic weapons is not prohibited on the arena, but it's best if he doesn't use those overpowered abilities within the academy. This will not help him improve his strength at all. Tearbone pendant that the principal of Lingwu School had given him had long been put into his storage ring and had not been taken out for use. That thing can withstand any attack below the 7th rank. If Xia Ying and the others wear it, none of them will be able to do anything to him. But if we don't use the special treasure, it would probably take several hours to win. One of the biggest advantages of physical superpowers is that they are not afraid of running out of spiritual energy. Because they mainly rely on their physical bodies to fight, they use very little spiritual power. So a protracted war is nothing to them. TSK, looks like I'll have to use my own methods after all. Seeing Xia Ying's fierce attacks, Shaoli finally thought of a way to end the battle quickly. Since Xia Ying is unwilling to end in a draw, then let's force her to admit defeat. Although his methods were somewhat shameless, Shaoli never considered himself a gentleman. He didn't want to waste time in this protracted battle. He would be better off using that time to train and improve himself. Having made his decision, Shaoli no longer hesitated. Suddenly, his hands changed from fists to claws during the attack, reaching out to grab Xia Ying. Xia Ying's pretty face changed instantly, and she quickly stepped back to block Shaoli's hand, which was like that of An Lushan. However, Shaoli had no intention of stopping, but instead launched an even more ferocious attack. While she was blocking, he circled around and slapped her on the waist. "Oh!" Xia Ying exclaimed in surprise and retreated in panic. Her pretty face instantly flushed red, and she glared at Shaoli with a mixture of shame and anger. Shaoli clicked his tongue in amazement. As expected of a physical type of superhuman, not only is his body strong, but his skin is also excellent, and the feel of it is superb. Shaoli inwardly praised her, ignoring Xia Ying's embarrassed and angry expression, and appeared in front of her with a lightning bolt, continuing to attack her. At the same time, he said to her, "As long as you admit defeat or the game ends in a draw, I won't attack you anymore." Xia Ying dodged repeatedly, her beautiful eyes glaring at Shaoli, and said with shame and anger, "Don't you think your methods are utterly shameless? I used to think you were a nice person, but it turns out it was all an act." However, Shaoli showed no embarrassment after hearing this, and simply smiled and said, "You should know how important time is to me, as a newcomer who has only recently awakened. If we keep fighting, we might fight for hours or even a day without any result. I can't waste my time here with you just because of your challenge." After saying that, Shaoli seized another opportunity to launch a successful attack, and then quickly dodged her attack. Xia Ying's pretty face turned so red it looked like it was about to bleed. At the same time, for some reason, a strange feeling arose in my heart. Shaoli smiled and said, "So, are you admitting defeat?" Xia Ying gritted her teeth, staring stubbornly at him. "Impossible." "Then let's continue," Shaoli said with a smile. He then charged forward again, attacking her. The fight continued for a while, and Shaoli seized another opportunity, successfully launching an attack before quickly retreating. Xia Ying felt like killing Shaoli at this moment. Having been attacked repeatedly, she was no longer calm as before, and her expression was panicked. They became hesitant and cautious in their actions, wary of Shaoli's hands reaching out from all directions at any moment. Many people below the arena were stunned. No one expected the battle to turn out this way. They used to find a kind of violent beauty in the brutal, evenly matched fight between Shaoli and Xia Ying. But now it has become a one-sided attack by Shaoli. Xia Ying was forced to defend herself. However, the methods Shaoli used were rather. Some girls couldn't help but spit out their food, covering their blushing faces with their hands, too embarrassed to look any longer. However, the fingers covering her eyes were spread apart, and her beautiful eyes beneath them remained fixed on the ring. Meanwhile, the other girls, while somewhat shy, stared at the ring with unusual excitement. This was the first time they had ever witnessed such an unusual battle in all their time at Phoenix Academy. For some reason, they felt an unusual thrill when they saw a girl being taken advantage of by Shaoli. Shaoli's actions did not violate any rules. Because Phoenix Academy used to be all girls, there has never been a rule in this arena that prohibits attacks on girls' private parts. So even the referee didn't say anything to stop Shaoli's behavior. Chapter 108 Xia Ying admits defeat. The battle continues on the arena right now. Xia Ying refused to admit defeat, and Shaoli continued to launch sneak attacks on her. Gradually, Xia Ying's anger subsided, replaced by shyness. Her beautiful eyes sometimes looked dreamy, and sometimes showed a hint of emotion. She slowed down her blocking speed, and Shaoli succeeded in attacking her more and more often. Even the power of each attack has weakened considerably. After Shaoli successfully launched another sneak attack, Xia Ying finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed onto the stage with her legs giving way. With lightning speed, Shaoli swiftly grabbed Xia Ying's soft waist and pulled her into his arms. Xia Ying's beautiful eyes were half closed, her breathing rapid, her pretty face flushed as she leaned against Xiao Li's chest, then opened her mouth and bit his chest hard. Xiao Li did not dodge, but gently stroked her short hair. After a moment, Xia Ying finally raised her head, biting her red lips weakly, and said, "I admit defeat." After saying that, Xia Ying seemed to have used up all her strength, and her delicate body slumped softly in Xiao Li's arms, motionless. The referee instructor immediately entered the arena, gave Xiao Li a strange look with her beautiful eyes, and then announced, "Xiao Li has won this match." Xiao Li breathed a slight sigh of relief, gestured to the referee, and then picked up Xia Ying's beautiful, supple body and slowly walked off the stage. He walked straight to Lin Yuner and the others, placed the soft, delicate body in his arms on a lounge chair, and then smiled at the Mu sisters, Mu Yi and Mu Xinxin. "You have lost this competition." The twin sisters exchanged a glance and nodded helplessly. They've already fought, and they're definitely no match for Xiao Li. Although Xia Ying was forced to admit defeat by Xiao Li through rather shameless means, it was clear to everyone that neither of them could do anything to the other. Continuing the game will only result in a draw. Xiao Li's gaze swept over the twin sisters' curvaceous and exquisite bodies, and he said, "Now that you've admitted it, do you still remember our bet?" The two sisters and Xia Ying, who was sitting in a chair, blushed instantly. Mu Xinxin's gaze darted away as she said, What bet? We don't know anything about it. If there's nothing else, we'll be going now." After saying that, she grabbed her sister and tried to escape, even ignoring Xia Ying. However, Xiao Li was not about to let them go so easily. He stepped in front of the two women to prevent them from escaping. "What's wrong? Are you two ladies trying to back out?" Xiao Li looked at them with a half smile and said, Who's cheating? We won't. It's just a bet. We accept it, but you don't expect us to fulfill it right here and now, do you?" Mu Yi said, blushing. Xiao Li glanced at the bustling arena, where many eyes were still fixed on them. It was indeed not a suitable place to be. He immediately said, "There's no need to rush. It's good that you've acknowledged the bet. I'll talk to you again when I have time." The two women breathed a slight sigh of relief after hearing this. "Can we go now?" Mu Yi asked. Xiao Li nodded, then took out his phone and opened the QR code. "Add me as a friend, so I can contact you in the future." The two sisters pursed their lips, knowing they couldn't refuse, so they took out their phones and added Xiao Li as a friend. Of course, Xia Ying's Xiao Li was not left out either. After completing the operation, Xia Ying and the other two women bid farewell and left. However, before leaving, Xia Ying glared at Xiao Li with her beautiful eyes, looking both cute and fierce. Xiao Li smiled slightly upon seeing her expression. Sound that was ringing in his mind at that moment had already revealed Xia Ying's current state of mind. "Congratulations, host. The system has been bound to the goddess Xia Ying. Currently, the favorability is 50%, and you have earned 15 points. The favorability rating jumped from 35% to 50%. Clearly, his actions just now did not make Xia Ying feel disgusted. On the contrary, they increased her favorability towards him. I guess she was feeling pretty good just now." With the 3 battles over, Xiao Li no longer lingered in the arena. They left the arena with Lin Yuner and Zhang Mingchin under the watchful eyes of countless people. Xiao Li believed that after this, there was a high probability that no one would challenge him to a duel over the villa again. That's a one-time solution. After all, the top 50 students on the Nirvana ranking wouldn't come looking for him. After Xiao Li left, an even more intense discussion erupted in the arena. Today's trip to the arena was definitely worthwhile, as I actually witnessed Xiao Li defeat 3 level 5 opponents with his level 2 strength. Treat Xiao Li as an ordinary freshman again. In a corner of the arena, a beautiful figure followed Xiao Li's figure until he disappeared at the arena exit before slowly withdrawing her gaze. Xiao Li. Qianying seemed to utter a barely perceptible sound, then took a step back with her long, beautiful legs. The figure vanished abruptly into the shadows of the corner, without attracting anyone's attention. The events that occurred in the arena today quickly spread throughout the entire academy. Many people were extremely surprised when they heard this news. No one expected that Xiao Li would already possess such powerful strength so soon after awakening his powers. He can even defeat the strongest on the Nirvana ranking. He's simply monstrous. However, it also gave them a clearer understanding of SSS-level superhumans. One word: powerful. That's ridiculously strong. The previous estimates of the strength of SSS-level superhumans circulating online were too conservative. Xiao Li's reputation gradually reached the ears of more and more people. For example, The students ranked very high on the Nirvana ranking. After leaving the arena, Shaoli separated from Lin Yuner and Zhang Mingchin and used the teleportation function of the Dragon Phoenix Ring to teleport directly to Su Xian's side. Su Xian and Suya were already waiting for him at the simulation training ground. Upon seeing Shaoli appear, Su Xian's beautiful eyes scanned him up and down. Seeing that he was unharmed, she nodded slightly and praised him. Good job, little guy. Even better than expected. Clearly, she had already received news that Shaoli had defeated Xia Ying and the other two. Shaoli grinned, for Su Xian never hesitated to praise him. If it were someone else's teaching style, they might have already started to criticize him, telling him not to be arrogant or complacent. Su Xian's training of him was more like an attempt to mold him into an invincible, supreme expert who would surpass everyone else, rather than the kind of cautious, calm genius. You can focus on your training now. No one should bother you anymore. Starting today, your training program will be expanded. You will need to wear an iron suit to complete all your daily training sessions, allowing you to unleash your full potential. Su Xian tossed the iron armor into Xiao Li's hands and said. Xiao Li skillfully put on the iron armor, twisted his neck and joints, and his expression became firm. Come on, I'm ready. Chapter 109. This is the 205th time I've died. The grueling training has begun again. The previous few days of getting used to the weight of the iron suit were just an appetizer. In the days that followed, Xiao Li began undergoing increasingly brutal training, carrying the maximum weight his body could handle. Suya transformed the simulated training ground into a world filled with countless traps and attacks. Xiao Li was constantly subjected to various unexpected attacks while he was in the midst of it. Knives rained down from the sky, meteors and meteorites fell from the sky, spikes, pits, and swamps appeared on the ground, and various wind blades, ice spikes, fireballs, and other supernatural attacks appeared in the air at any time. The sheer density of the attacks and traps was enough to send chills down your spine. Even if he stands still, countless attacks will sweep towards him. Even a giant tornado could be following behind you at any moment. Once caught in it, you'll be cut by the relentless gale. Although the simulated training grounds don't actually injure people, the pain from those attacks is real. The knife hitting you feels just as bad as being actually slashed. Moreover, this attack will not slow down or stop because Xiao Li is injured. It will continue to attack him until he is in a near-death state before it resets. After the reset, his injuries will be fully healed, but the attacks will continue. During this inhuman training, Xiao Li's pain tolerance increased dramatically. Agility, reaction time, and stamina are also improving. Wearing an iron suit of extreme weight, he dodged and weaved through the endless attacks, trying his best to dodge. Only those who can't avoid it will choose to tough it out. Under this relentless training, time gradually faded from Xiao Li's memory, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. In just half a month, Xiao Li's spiritual power improved again, reaching the late stage of the second tier, just one step away from reaching the third tier. Su Xian was shocked by this incredible cultivation speed. However, after thinking about the many secrets about Xiao Li that even she found mysterious, she felt it was normal. Xiao Li can no longer be defined as an ordinary superhuman. Anything unbelievable can happen to him. Xiao Li, however, took his cultivation speed for granted. If the special training hadn't taken up so much time, his spiritual power would have increased even faster. However, the inhuman speed of cultivation also means inhuman energy expenditure. Just as he had expected, it took him more than 30,000 spirit stones to advance from the mid-stage of the second tier to the late stage of the second tier. This level of energy consumption is terrifying. The huge sum of 100,000 spirit stones he carried with him has shrunk by nearly half in this short period of cultivation. The source of spirit stones he obtained from the lottery allows him to get 1 spirit stone per minute, but he can only produce a little over 1,000 spirit stones a day. This amount is still insufficient compared to his consumption. He can only break through to the third tier at most before his savings are completely depleted. When that time comes, he'll have to ask Su Xian for spirit stones or spiritual materials to cultivate. However, he is not opposed to the idea of living off a woman. After all, the doctor said he had bad teeth and couldn't eat hard food. He didn't care what others thought. It's nothing but envy, jealousy, and hatred. He's not the kind of naive, upright gentleman who wants to earn everything himself. If you can just lie down and relax, why bother with all that effort? Only those who lack the means will try their best to strive and struggle. It would be foolish to leave something unused when you have the means. Of course, Xiaoli didn't want to be a useless parasite that only sucked blood. Earn these resources for Su Xian tenfold or 100-fold. The more you invest now, the greater the returns you'll receive in the future. In the mimicry training field. At this moment, the simulated training ground has become a terrifying world full of endless dangers. The wind howled, meteorites rained down, the earth collapsed, and countless attacks swept in from all directions, creating a terrifying scene. In this world that resembles a living hell, a tiny figure dodges and weaves across the ground, dodging attack after attack. He was very fast, and he could always dodge those seemingly impenetrable attacks before they landed on him. Spikes suddenly protruded from the ground, but the figure seemed to have eyes under its feet and dodged them in advance. But in the next instant, a wind blade sliced through the air, and the figure leaned back and bent over, the wind blade narrowly grazing his chest. The figure didn't dare to stop for a moment and quickly dodged to the side again. A small meteorite fell from the sky and hit the spot where he had just been standing. With a loud bang, the ground was smashed, creating a terrifying dent. Before the figure could even breathe a sigh of relief after dodging a series of attacks, an invisible air cannonball suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Before the figure could react, it suddenly slammed into his stomach. Pua! The figure couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his body was sent flying backward by the impact. Before he could even land, another fireball flew over and struck him in the back. Boom! The fireball exploded, abruptly halting the backward flight of the figure, which was then blasted directly into the sky. At the same time, countless knives fell from the sky. The figure was pierced through by a dense array of sharp blades and crashed to the ground from the sky. But the knife continued to fall, stabbing relentlessly. They only stopped when the figure was impaled, covered in blood and gore, and completely nailed to the ground. And with that, all attacks from around the world ceased. This world, filled with endless crises, is as if God has pressed the pause button. The terrifying attack froze in midair, completely still. And the person who looked like he was dead beyond any doubt was none other than Xiaoli. Li was already dead in the simulation training ground at that moment. Of course, this wasn't a real death. It was just a fake death created by the simulation training facility. In a region of the sky completely different from this world, Su Xian and Suya were. Suya looked at Xiaoli's gruesome corpse and snapped her fingers. Smack! Instantly, everything in Xiaoli's body began to reverse rapidly. In less than 10 seconds, Xiaoli was completely unharmed again, and his consciousness was restored. He opened his eyes, stood up, looked at the frozen world around him, and sighed. This is the 205th time I've died. Chapter 1:10 Ancient Battlefield. For the past 2 weeks, Xiaoli has been doing sit-ups in this world full of crisis and death. He got up and lay down again, then got up again after a short while, and then lay down again. Infinite loop. In just half a month, he had already died more than 200 times. Every time he gets up, he has to endure the endless attacks, either dodging or taking them head-on. He was knocked away by a single mistake, then brutally killed by countless attacks, and then resurrected by Suya. It was like dying and coming back to life. That feeling of death was so real to Xiaoli. The simulated training ground truly lives up to its reputation of being 100% realistic. Even the flashbacks of someone dying are so realistic that it makes it seem as if they are truly dead. Under such grueling training, his progress was incredibly rapid. At first, he could only last a few minutes before dying, but later he was able to last for an hour, 2 hours, or even longer before dying. After dying so many times, Xiaoli gradually became numb. At first, when he was killed, he felt fear and despair. But later on, he was able to calmly accept his death without any expression. This is a tremendous elevation of one's state of mind. Xiaoli can be said to have overcome the human instinct to fear death. If he ever encounters a life-threatening situation in the future, he will be able to calmly and rationally devise a solution, rather than losing his composure due to fear of death. At this moment, Su Xian appeared beside Xiaoli with Suya. Xiaoli looked up at the two women. At this moment, Su Xian was no longer wearing that familiar red cheongsam, but instead changed into a red-fitted dress. Combined with her mature and stunningly beautiful face, her alluring and sexy figure, and her unique temperament, she is simply breathtakingly beautiful. Even though he had seen her countless times, every time Su Xian appeared in front of Xiaoli, she always gave him the same feeling of amazement he had when they first met. Su Xian, whether in terms of appearance, figure, temperament, or personality, is undoubtedly the woman who best fits Xiao Li's definition of perfection. Suya was no less stunning. She too wore a purple dress. The purple dress perfectly complemented her sophisticated and mature aura. She wore a purple necklace around her neck, amethyst earrings, and purple high heels. She was absolutely stunning. To Su Xian, they looked like a pair of sisters, which made Xiao Li's heart flutter. Little guy, your progress is much faster than I expected. You can now last for more than 3 hours in this second phase of training. Very good. Su Xinmei looked at Xiao Li with a smile in her eyes and said. Xiao Li wrapped his arms around her slender waist, pulling the soft, alluring body before him into his embrace. Su Xian's large, full breasts pressed against his chest, directly deforming them. Hee, it's all thanks to Sister Su Xian, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to last so long. Xiao Li said. What he said was true. In fact, it was Su Xian who taught him a lot of body dodging techniques, which made it easier for him to dodge many attacks. Normally, when a person tries to avoid danger, they use their entire body to dodge as much as possible. However, this means that even if you manage to dodge 1 or 2 attacks, it's very difficult to dodge 3 or 4 in a row. Therefore, Su Xian taught Xiao Li some exquisite skills. Dodge attacks with minimal effort, allowing for flexible control of every joint in the body. A slight tilt of the head, a raised leg, or even a slight turn of the body is enough to completely dodge an attack. This not only saves effort, but also allows more time to respond flexibly to the next attack. It was through this method that Xiao Li was able to withstand the pressure for 3 consecutive hours without dying. Su Xian gently patted Xiao Li's head, her breath sweet as orchids, and smiled. The little guy still has such a sweet tongue. Xiao Li licked his lips and grinned. Sister Su Xian's mouth is even sweeter. I haven't tasted it yet today. Let me have a taste. After saying that, Xiao Li lowered his head and kissed Su Xian's alluring lips. Su Xian did not resist and cooperated with Xiao Li in a verbal sparring match. Suya, standing to the side, blushed slightly as she watched the two being so intimate, and couldn't help but purse her red lips. A moment later, Xiao Li released Su Xian and licked his lips with great relish. Turning his head and seeing the expression on Suya's face, he smiled and pulled her into his arms. After a long while, their lips parted, and Xiao Lisin smacked her lips in satisfaction. Su Xian shook her head and smiled. This little guy always tries to take advantage of them by talking or hitting them halfway through training. And they always let him do whatever he wanted. Having been in a situation where he could die at any moment for an extended period of time, Xiao Li's nerves were constantly on edge. Proper relaxation can also help his recovery, so they were very cooperative. Do whatever Xiao Li wanted them to do. This is an independent virtual world, and I'm not afraid of anyone seeing it. Su Xian said, All right, let's temporarily end the second phase of the special training. With your current strength, surviving for 3 hours in this world is already your limit. Next, we will move on to the third phase of our special training. Xiao Li nodded and asked, What is the third stage of special training? Su Xian smiled slightly. You'll find out soon enough. After saying that, she looked at Suya with her beautiful eyes. Suya understood and made several quick taps in the air with her jade-like hands. In an instant, the whole world underwent another earth-shattering change. Everything has disappeared. Instead, an ancient battlefield has emerged. A chilling, desolate, and deathly atmosphere permeated the battlefield, which greatly alarmed Xiao Li. The battlefield was a dark red, as if it had been drenched in blood. Scattered corpses can be seen everywhere, some human, some mutated beasts. Some were reduced to piles of white bones, while others turned into mummies. Their deaths were all different, but they all seemed to tell the story of what had happened here. Even though a long time had passed since this scene occurred, Xiao Li could still feel a tragic atmosphere from this battlefield. Su Xian said solemnly, This battlefield is a simulation of an ancient battlefield on the border of our great Xia. Xiao Li, our lives may seem peaceful now, but in reality, war is happening all the time. Our great Xia not only has to face the invasion of mutated beasts, but also the covetousness of other countries. It's just that most people can't see these things. There's a saying that's very true. There's no such thing as a peaceful and carefree life. It's just that someone is bearing the burden for you. Xiao Li nodded silently. He had actually foreseen the unrest in this world long ago, because it was the same in his previous world. Despite the apparent peace, war has never stopped in places unseen by ordinary people. And this world of spiritual revival will only be more cruel than the world of his previous life. Su Xian continued. I've received some information that the mutated beasts have been becoming increasingly restless lately. It seems that something extraordinary has been born from among the mutated beasts. Recently, our Great Xia border has been repeatedly attacked by mutated beasts, and the situation is gradually showing signs of chaos. Perhaps one day, what happened on this battlefield will be repeated. At that time, humanity will once again face the onslaught of beast tides. The mutated beasts are far more powerful than you imagine. No single human nation is enough to contend with them. If the mutated beasts launch a beast tide, the resulting disaster will be unimaginable. Whether it's us personally or the entire Great Xia Kingdom, things will become extremely dangerous. Su Xian looked directly into Xiao Li's eyes. So, little one, you need to grow up quickly, understand? Xiao Li looked at her, nodded slowly, and said in a deep voice, I understand. Chapter 111 Practical Training. Xiao Li knew very well that what Su Xian said was not an exaggeration. When it really comes to that, no one can stay out of it, including him. In such a chaotic situation, strength is the most important thing to ensure the safety of yourself and those around you. Alright, enough of that. Let's begin the third phase of training. Su Xian pointed to the battlefield before her and said, various mutated beasts will appear on this battlefield soon. These mutated beasts are at least at the 5th rank. Your task is to find their weaknesses and kill them with minimal losses. You can use all the knowledge you learned about mutated beasts before. No matter how much you read, it's all just theoretical knowledge. If you can't apply it in real combat, it's all in vain. Xiao Li's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Fighting mutated beasts? This is what he fears least. Compared to carrying an iron armor and dodging attacks in a world full of threats, he would much rather fight against mutated beasts. That would be much better. Alright, let's get started. Su Xian and Suya flew back into the air, leaving Xiao Li alone in the original spot. As Xiao Li looked at the battlefield filled with a chilling atmosphere, a fiery fighting spirit gradually emerged in his eyes. Soon, a huge figure slowly emerged from the battlefield. Xiao Li looked up and saw that it was a giant bear standing upright, nearly 5 meters tall and incredibly robust. With just a semi-transparent outline, information about this mutated beast instantly appeared in his mind. Earth Demon Bear. They are skilled at using the power of the earth to enhance their strength and defense. They are also very tough and resilient. It has 2 weaknesses, it's nearsighted and it's slow. Back at Lingwu Academy, he had already memorized the information about this mutated beast thoroughly, imprinting it deeply in his mind. He can easily remember it with just one glance. Xiao Li didn't have to wait long before the mutated beast's figure completely solidified from its semi-transparent state. It appeared completely on this battlefield. Howl! A roar suddenly rang out, and the Earth Demon Bear moved. It spotted Xiao Li and charged towards him with heavy steps. Its massive size, like a moving mountain, gives people a powerful sense of oppression. Seeing this, Xiao Li remained calm and did not confront the Earth Demon Bear head-on. He activated Lightning Flash. His figure was enveloped in lightning, and he instantly bypassed the Earth Demon Bear's front. The Earth Demon Bear missed its target completely. Xiao Li flashed behind the Earth Demon Bear, jumped up and kicked the bear's rear end. Bang! The Earth Demon Bear could regain its balance as it lunged forward. It was kicked from behind by Xiao Li. Its massive and clumsy body immediately lost its footing and fell to the ground. Xiao Li flipped over and leaped onto the bear's back, raising his iron fists and unleashing a flurry of blows to the demonic bear's head. The Earth Demon Bear let out a miserable howl and suddenly flipped over, trying to pin Xiao Li on its back to the ground. However, Xiao Li had already jumped off the bear's back and retreated a distance. Roar! The Earth Demon Bear rose from the ground and let out an angry roar. The next moment, streams of earth-yellow spiritual energy surged out from its massive body. This spiritual energy continued to spread downwards, surging into the earth. Soon, as if some force had been activated, even more powerful spiritual energy surged from the ground where the demonic bear stood and poured into its body. At this moment, Xiao Li could clearly feel that the Earth Demon Bear's power was rapidly increasing. So this is the power of the Earth Demon Bear? Interesting. Xiao Li watched as the Earth Demon Bear absorbed the Earth's energy, but did not stop it. The Earth Demon Bear quickly finished absorbing the energy, and its bloodthirsty and ferocious bear eyes looked at Xiao Li again before it suddenly charged at him once more. Judging from its speed and momentum, it is clearly more than twice as strong as before. Xiao Li smiled disdainfully upon seeing this. This earth demon bear is exactly as described in the information. It's incredibly slow. Even after using the power of the earth to enhance himself, it still seemed very slow to him. With a lightning flash, Shaoli easily dodged the earth demon bear's attack once again. But just as he was about to use the same trick again and kick the demon bear in the butt, the earth demon bear seemed to have learned its lesson and suddenly twisted its body, its huge paw slapping down from behind. Shaoli stopped abruptly, avoiding being struck by the demonic bear. Hey, this clumsy bear does have some brains, but it's useless. It's still too slow. Shaoli exclaimed in surprise, then rushed out again. A pair of thunder fists gathered in his hands, and with the speed of lightning, he began to unleash the iron fist of love on the earth demon bear. The earth demon bear turned around or attacked. It could never touch Shaoli. On the other hand, every punch Shaoli landed on the earth demon bear made it scream in agony. Even when the earth demon bear slammed into the ground in an attempt to create a wide-range attack, Shaoli dodged it with astonishing speed. Not long after, the ferocious earth demon bear let out a mournful howl and was beaten to death by Shaoli's flurry of punches. The entire fight lasted less than 3 minutes. Shaoli easily crushed and killed a 5th-tier mutated beast. Even though this earth demon bear had thick hide and enhanced its defense with the power of the earth, it was still no match for his SSS-level superpower. The earth demon bear died. Its body quickly became ethereal and then disappeared before Shaoli's eyes. Before Shaoli could relax, another mutated beast appeared in front of him. And this time, it wasn't just one, but a full 3. Chapter 112 Practical Insights. These are 3 bird-like mutated beasts flying in midair, their entire bodies covered in purple feathers, with wisps of purple lightning swirling around them. They have huge wings with some strange patterns on them. It looks powerful, yet somewhat mysterious. Purple-feathered egret. The lightning-type mutant beast can unleash lightning attacks on enemies in the air, and its attack power can be considered among the top of all mutant beasts. Its weakness is its own fragility. Once it finds an opportunity to get close, an ability user of the same level can easily kill it. Details about the 3 large birds quickly surfaced in Shaoli's mind. Shaoli grinned. Competing to play with grenades? I am the thunder of annihilation. You 3 stupid birds are just unlucky to have run into me. If it were 3 5th-tier mutated beasts of other attributes, he might have been more cautious, but these 3 large birds were lightning type, so I'm sorry. In the sky, Su Xian's phoenix eyes swept over Shaoli's confident expression, and the corners of her lips suddenly curved into a slight smile. These are the types of mutated beasts that she and Suya designed specifically for Shaoli's special training. How could they possibly create a mutated beast that Shaoli could easily crush with his own attributes? Sure enough, Shaoli raised his hand without hesitation and pressed it down on the 3 purple-feathered herons. Immediately, 3 bolts of lightning fell from the sky above their heads. The 3 purple herons reacted quickly. Before the lightning struck their bodies, a flash of purple lightning appeared, and the 3 birds seemed to teleport away from Shaoli's attack. The 3-headed purple heron let out a sharp cry, and with a flap of its wings, 3 densely packed purple lightning bolts were released. These 3 purple lightning bolts overlapped to form an even larger lightning domain, which swept towards Shaoli. Shaoli unleashed a thunderous fist, attempting to shatter this thunderous domain. Boom! The massive thunderbolt remained suspended in midair as the thunder fist and thunder domain collided, but the deafening explosion that was expected did not occur. Thunder fist seemed to sink into a swamp, not only failing to break through the thunder domain, but also gradually coming to a standstill within it. The dense purple lightning bolts pulled and entangled the enormous lightning fist, changing its direction and blasting it back at Shaoli. Seeing this, Shaoli quickly conjured up a thunder fist and clashed it with the other fists. Boom! A terrifying explosion rang out, and both thunder fists were annihilated. As soon as they exchanged blows, Shaoli realized just how wrong his thinking had been. These 3 purple herons have a far greater ability to control lightning than he does. His annihilation divine lightning is powerful. His understanding of his own superpower is still at a relatively superficial level. In contrast, although these 3 purple-feathered herons were far inferior to him in terms of lightning power, they were very skilled in using their abilities. They can even combine their abilities to create a lightning field that renders his attacks ineffective. Shaoli narrowed his eyes slightly, and roughly guessed the meaning behind Su Xian's bringing out these 3 purple, feathered egrets. At this moment, he no longer sought to quickly kill the 3 mutated beasts, but instead engaged them in a protracted battle. He attacked while observing the three purple herons' attack patterns, and then began to try to construct his own attack strategy in his mind. Superpowered individuals are not just those who rely on the release of superpowers. Superpowers are just one of the abilities that come with each person's superpowers. As long as you have enough talent and comprehension, plus an understanding of your own superpowers, you can create your own superpowers. It's even possible to fuse 2 or 3 superpowers together to form a new, more powerful superpower. Supernatural abilities are merely skills that assist superhumans, not skills used to restrict them. As the battle continued, Shaoli gradually gained some insights through repeated simulations in his mind. What are the characteristics of lightning? It is the most yang and the most powerful and pure force in nature. But this power also has a gentle side. However, this gentler side needs to be developed by the superhuman themselves. The true nature of lightning is a blend of strength and gentleness within strength. Shaoli may not be able to fully understand the characteristics of lightning yet, but he is gradually beginning to have his own understanding of his own superpower. At this moment, Shaoli's attack changed, and unleashed another thunderous punch at the 3 purple-feathered herons flying in the air. And in that fist, there were more than a dozen lightning balls ready to be unleashed. Seeing the thunder fist coming, the 3 purple-feathered herons used the same trick again, flapping their wings together to create a huge, overlapping thunder domain, preparing to stop Shaoli's thunder fist once more. As expected, Lei Quan smashed into that area of lightning. Before the momentum of the thunder fist could be stopped by the purple lightning domain, the thunder fist suddenly opened its palm, and the dozen or so bullets flew out of its hand, shooting in all directions. They were evenly distributed within the lightning field, and then exploded all at once. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions suddenly rang out, and the huge purple lightning domain was blasted into countless holes. The entire lightning field was completely torn apart, and could no longer stop the momentum of the lightning fist. The thunderous fist swept through the air and suddenly smashed into one of the purple-feathered herons. Chirp! The purple heron let out a mournful cry and fell from the sky. However, before it could fully land, its body began to become ethereal until it completely disappeared. Clearly, Shaoli's punch killed the purple-feathered heron. The other 2 purple herons let out angry shrieks and flapped their wings frantically. Streaks of purple lightning bolts crashed down upon Shaoli. Shaoli opened his arms, and his spiritual power surged out, forming layer upon layer of lightning nets in front of him. This lightning network forms extremely quickly, condensing into dozens of dense layers in less than a second. The purple lightning struck the layers of lightning net, but was weakened layer by layer. Before the attack could even hit Shaoli, it had already vanished into thin air. No matter how hard the 2 purple-feathered herons attacked, they couldn't break through Shaoli's defenses, even though they were exhausted. A simple layering of lightning nets actually defused a powerful attack. The 2 purple herons became even more enraged when their attacks failed. They opened their beaks and simultaneously spat out 2 beams of purple lightning laser at Shaoli. Shaoli, not to be outdone, countered with a destructive ray. Suddenly, 2 terrifying rays shot out from his eyes and collided with the 2 purple lightning lasers. Boom! A loud bang of energy collision rang out as Shaoli's destruction ray directly suppressed the 2 purple lightning lasers, forcing them back. The last 2 destructive rays shot directly into the open beaks of the 2 purple herons along with the purple lightning laser, and then shot out from the back of their heads. The 2 purple herons immediately fell silent and plummeted from the sky. Historically, the left side of a ball fight is always the weakest, but Shaoli, standing on the right, naturally had an easy victory. The 2 purple-feathered herons quickly faded and disappeared. Shaoli breathed a slight sigh of relief. In just the second practical training session, he had already gained a considerable understanding of his own superpower. Indeed, only real battles can help people grow faster. Chapter 113: The Land of the Dead. Having tasted success, Shaoli couldn't wait for the next wave of mutated beasts to appear. If he can gain something from every battle, then he can keep fighting 10 battles, 100 battles, or even more. Even if his cultivation level doesn't improve, his combat power will increase by leaps and bounds. Su Xin in the sky nodded in satisfaction at Shaoli's progress. Her purpose in arranging this training was to help Shaoli improve in actual combat. If Shaoli chooses to use his strength to crush these mutated beasts, then she will be disappointed. No one can always only encounter mutant beasts weaker than themselves. When encountering a mutated beast that cannot be overwhelmed by strength, various adaptability techniques, and the mutated beast's weaknesses become the key factors for the underdog to win and turn the tide. Auntie, you see, this little rascal is very clever. He can see through our plans and schemes in an instant. We don't have to worry about him too much. Suya, who was standing next to her, said with a smile. Yes, at first I thought this kid had simply awakened an SSS level ability, but I never expected him to give me one surprise after another. It surprised me time and time again. Su Xian looked at the figure on the ground with a strange light in her phoenix eyes and said softly. Suya's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she suddenly moved closer to Su Xian, laughing playfully. What Andy least expected was that she would be completely taken advantage of by this little rascal, wasn't it? S delicate face. She stretched out her jade-like hand, pretending to slap Suya, and said reproachfully, You little brat, you even dare to tease your aunt. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Suya quickly smiled and dodged away. Having grown accustomed to Su Xian's former aloof and dignified demeanor, Suya found her current shy and demure appearance, resembling that of a young woman, quite novel. It's like a high and mighty empress descending to the mortal world. This is why she often likes to tease her aunt. Su Xian's change was entirely due to the influence of that man on the ground. While the two girls were playfully fighting, Shaoli below started a new round of battle. Various mutated beasts appeared one after another, and Shaoli also began to make even more amazing progress in the constant battles. And the days passed by one in this training. It is located more than 300 kilometers west of Yin City, where Phoenix Academy is located. There exists a large, secret realm here. This secret realm is called the Land of the Dead. It ranks among the top 5 of all the secret realms in the entire Great Xia Kingdom. The land outside the secret realm is barren and entirely grayish-black. Anyone who comes here will feel uncomfortable, and this feeling comes from the secret realm. It is said that in the secret realm of the Land of the Dead, a terrifying mutated beast was once imprisoned by a powerful figure from the Great Xia Kingdom. It is because of the existence of this mutated beast that this region has become what it is today. The fact that this mutated beast could still exert such influence over the region after being imprisoned shows just how terrifying it must be. The secret realm of the dead is divided into 3 levels. The outermost layer contains the weakest mutated beasts, with the highest level not exceeding the 5th rank, but also the largest number of them. The middle layer is mostly filled with mutated beasts of level 5 to 6. The innermost layer has the fewest mutated beasts, but they are all the most powerful mutated beasts in the secret realm. The 7th or even 8th tier. The 3-tiered secret realm is separated by an array and guarded by powerful individuals to prevent powerful mutated beasts from mixing with low-level mutated beasts. It is precisely because of the division of these 3 layers of formations that the danger of this secret realm has been greatly reduced. Even low-level ability users dare to venture into this secret realm. As long as you don't go to the wrong level, it's generally not too dangerous. At the entrance to the secret realm, however, there was a huge crowd. Countless superhumans were coming and going at the entrance to the secret realm, creating quite a scene. Dark Land of Death is suitable for exploration by a wide range of ability users of different levels. There are beings ranging from the 3rd or 4th rank to the 7th or 8th rank. And right now, in this densely populated area, Lin Yuner, Zhang Mingchin, Xia Ying, Mu Yi, and Mu Xinxin, 5 girls, are walking together towards the entrance of the secret realm. Clearly, they intend to enter this secret realm. The reason the 5 of them got together was because Xia Ying and her friends wanted to ease tensions over the previous dispute over the right to live in the villa. Although their challenge was unsuccessful, they were the ones who started it. After all, everyone is a student of Phoenix Academy, and no one wants to make things too awkward because of this. Therefore, Xia Ying and her friends helped Lin Yuner and Lin Yuner take on a task within the academy that required a high contribution point, intending to mentor these 2 freshmen. Of course, the main reason they did this was because of Shaoli. Rather than saying they didn't want to strain their relationship with Lin Yuner and the others, it would be more accurate to say they didn't want to become distant from Shaoli. Shaoli's talent goes without saying. Their battle with Shaoli a few days ago made them clearly understand the value of Shaoli's SSS level talent ability. This is a man destined to become a top powerhouse in the world of superpowers. Deep down, they still wanted to maintain a relatively good relationship with Shaoli. However, when facing Shaoli, they still tend to be rather reserved due to their feminine shyness. Therefore, They planned to first build a good relationship with Lin Yuner and Mingchin, who were by Xiao Li's side. Moreover, it's not uncommon for students to help each other with missions at Phoenix Academy. The new students who have just joined the academy are all newcomers who have only recently awakened their powers, and their strength is generally only at the first level. In this situation, it's very difficult for them to quickly gain contribution points. They can't complete the high difficulty tasks, and the low difficulty tasks don't contribute enough points. In this situation, if experienced trainees are willing to mentor newcomers, these newcomers can grow faster, especially those with high quality or special abilities. If you can mentor them in the early stages, they can become great teammates as they grow, and the rewards may far outweigh the effort. The mission that Xia Ying and her team accepted this time was a 5th-tier mission. We need to enter this secret realm of the dead netherworld to find a spiritual material called the netherworld flower. This kind of spiritual material is only produced in the land of the dead and darkness, and it is found in the outermost layer. This is not a difficult task, so Xia Ying and her 2 friends can easily take Lin Yuner and Mingchin, 2 freshmen, with them. The 5 girls quickly arrived at the entrance to the secret realm by following the flow of people. Then, following the crowd, they entered the secret realm in a queue. What they didn't know was that they had already been targeted by a group of people the moment they arrived. 1 in a million, in terms of appearance, figure, and temperament. It would be hard for them not to attract attention. When the group saw the 5 girls arrive, their eyes gleamed with greed and lust. Then they followed the women, entering the secret realm together. Chapter 114 Investigation and Calculation. Beijing City. Azure Dragon Academy, a training room built entirely of stone. A handsome young man, who had the potential to be a pretty boy, was sitting cross-legged on the floor of the stone chamber. He closed his eyes, and powerful spiritual energy emanated from his body, causing the surrounding air to resonate faintly. Just then, a strange noise suddenly came from outside the stone chamber. The young man suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Come in." The next moment, the door to the stone chamber opened, and a man who looked to be around 30 years old walked in. He approached the young man, bowed, and said, "Young master, the scouts we sent to Lin City have sent back news." Frowned upon hearing this. "Speak." The man immediately nodded in agreement, and then said, "The message says that Miss Xiao Xiao did not have any special relationships with any men other than her family members while she was in lynching. I don't even have a single male friend." Upon hearing this, the young man immediately sneered. "Huh, this woman, she really is just making up an excuse to reject me." This young man is Chun Che, who ranks first in strength among the students of Songlong Academy. He is also a member of the Chun family, a family of supernatural beings in Beijing. He had previously expressed his love to Xiao Li's sister, Xiao Xiao, but was cruelly rejected. The reason for her refusal was that she already had someone she liked. To verify whether Xiao Xiao's words were true or false, Chun Che sent a lot of people to lynching to investigate. Now, the investigation has yielded results. Xiao Xiao was indeed lying to him. She doesn't have anyone she likes at all. This relieved him. He now considers Xiao Xiao his own possession and will never allow her to have anything to do with other men. If so, that person is doomed to die. He doesn't want to be cuckolded. However, before he could rejoice, the man who reported hesitated for a moment before saying, "Actually, strictly speaking, there is one." Chun Che's face immediately darkened. "What did you say? There really is such a person?" The man quickly explained, "Yes, he is Xiao Xiao's younger brother. Xiao Xiao dotes on her younger brother, and the two are extremely close." Chun Che's expression softened. "Oh, it's her brother. That's all right." However, the man hesitated for a moment and said, "But..." Chun Che's forehead veins bulged. "Can't you just say what you mean all at once? If you keep breathing too hard, believe me, I'll make sure you never have to breathe again for the rest of your life." The man's face turned pale, and he quickly blurted out everything. "That's right. We found out that Xiao Xiao and her younger brother Xiao Li are not related by blood. Xiao Xiao was not born to Xiao Shan and his wife, but was an abandoned baby they found and took in. So if Miss Xiao Xiao really does have someone she likes, it can only be her younger brother." Chun Che's expression remained indifferent after hearing this, but his eyes kept flashing. Logically speaking, even if Xiao Xiao and her brother are not related by blood, they grew up together and should have more of a familial bond. But when he thought about the day Xiao Xiao said, "I already have someone I like," her firm tone made it seem like she wasn't lying. In other words, the person Xiao Xiao likes is her younger brother? Although he was unwilling to admit it, the facts of the investigation told him that this possibility was almost certain. I thought you were some pure saint, but I never expected you to be someone who's fallen for your own brother. What right does a woman like you have to refuse me? Chen Che felt a pang of unease whenever he thought of Xiao Xiao, who was like a goddess descended to earth, embracing another man, and even doing something more intimate. An indescribable anger rose uncontrollably in my heart. Xiaoli. Chen Che muttered these two names, his expression shifting between anger and uncertainty. If Xiao Xiao liked another man, that would be fine. With his background, he could openly and legitimately ruin this person's life. They are not afraid of being sanctioned at all. Who is Xiaoli? Now everyone knows that the Great Xia Kingdom has become the second SSS-level superhuman. With this identity, not only him, but even his Qin family wouldn't dare to easily antagonize him. Not to mention dealing with him. This kid is incredibly lucky. He actually awakened an SSS-level ability, which is like adding another layer of protection to his life. If we were to take action against him, it would likely incur the wrath of the higher-ups in the country. A direct approach won't work. We have to take matters into our own hands. Chen Che frowned in thought, then looked at the man in front of him and asked in a deep voice. If I remember correctly, Xiaoli went to Phoenix Academy, right? The man nodded and said, yes. Chen Che's face showed disdain. Possessing SSS-level superpowers, yet choosing the best academy instead of indulging in women and choosing Phoenix Academy. How foolish. With enough power, what woman can I have? The man opened his mouth, wanting to say, young master, it seems you can't get that woman named Xiao Xiao. However, he naturally dared not say these words aloud, otherwise he might not see the sun rise tomorrow. Chen Che continued, don't we also have spies in Yen City? Do they have any news about Xiaoli? The man thought for a moment and said, yes, but not many. Young master, as you know, Phoenix Academy is shrouded in an array, and no stranger can enter, especially men. Therefore, spies can only observe from outside Phoenix Academy at most. Chen Che nodded. He was well aware of this. Although Phoenix Academy was an academy, it was extremely exclusive. No strangers are allowed to enter except for newly recruited students or teachers. The news from over there says that Xiaoli hasn't left Phoenix Academy even once since he entered it. However, his two girlfriends who went to Phoenix Academy with him seem to have left the academy with other people. Chen Che's eyes lit up. Oh? Do you know where they went? The man nodded and said, judging from the direction they went, they should have gone to the secret realm of the netherworld. The land of the dead. Chen Che pondered for a moment and quickly came up with a plan. He revealed his plan to his subordinates with a sinister smile. You do this, then that, and finally this. Did you understand? The man nodded immediately after hearing this. Understood, young master. I guarantee I will complete the mission. Chen Che instructed. Once the plan succeeds, it's best to ensure a fatal blow, leaving him no chance of escape. Even if something unexpected happens and we can't solve the problem, we must never expose our identities. Yes, young master. Chapter 1:15 Third Tier. In the mimicry training field. Xiaoli has been staying here for a full 7 days. He did go out once a couple of days ago. Originally, he was tired of killing mutated beasts and thought he would have a good, in-depth conversation with Lin Yuner and Zhang Mingchin. But when he returned to the villa, he found it empty. The two girls left a message in the villa's living room, saying that they had left the academy with the sisters Xia Ying, Mu Yi, and Mu Xinxin to do a mission. With no other option, Xiaoli had to return to the mimicry training ground and continue his training. Fortunately, with Su Xian and Suya by his side, the two women did not stay in the simulation training field to watch over him all the time, but they would come to see him several times a day. Revise. And after these few days of training, his skills have improved significantly. Combat capabilities have been greatly enhanced. It's no longer like before, where we only used absolute power to suppress our opponents. Moreover, he created many strange and wonderful uses for superpowers. This allows him to no longer rely solely on supernatural abilities in his attacks. In actual combat, this will make him more flexible and adaptable. Not only that, his cultivation level has finally reached the limit of the second tier. He's just one step away from breaking through to the third tier. At this moment, Xiaoli was sitting cross-legged in the simulation training field, with piles and piles of spirit stones placed beside him. Judging by the scale, there are at least tens of thousands of them. Xiaoli was sitting in the center of the spirit stone. The rich spiritual energy was drawn out from the spirit stone and then absorbed into his body and transformed into pure spiritual power. Arcs of lightning flickered and danced on his body, appearing very unstable. This instability only occurs when a breakthrough is imminent. Xiaoli was not affected by this situation and continued to calmly absorb spiritual energy. At this moment, spiritual energy was surging and flowing within him like a river, cleansing every corner of his body. Gradually, Xiaoli felt a swelling and pain in his body, which became stronger as he continued to absorb spiritual energy. It's coming, a breakthrough is imminent. Xiaoli thought to himself, and then accelerated the absorption of spiritual energy. The spirit stones around him were being consumed in large quantities, and the spiritual energy formed a vortex, surging wildly into his body. At one point, his absorption reached its limit, and he could no longer absorb spiritual energy into his body. And it was at this very moment that a click sounded. The sound of something breaking rang out, followed by a series of thunderous roars. Boom! With a roar, an astonishing surge of spiritual energy suddenly spread outwards from Xiaoli in all directions. Third tier, broken through. Xiaoli opened his eyes, let out a long breath, and showed a satisfied expression. Perhaps due to actual combat experience, Xiaoli discovered that he broke through to the third rank much earlier than expected. He originally thought it would take at least a few more days before he felt a breakthrough, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. Improving one's skill level is never about staying in one place and constantly practicing. Real combat is also a great way to accelerate progress. In some cultivation novels from my past life, the protagonist would break through in the middle of battle and turn the tables, which turn out to be true. Real combat and encountering desperate situations can both lead to breakthroughs ahead of time. Xiaoli sensed the unprecedented surge of spiritual energy within his body, smiled slightly, and then checked the system's personal panel in his mind. Host, Xiaoli. Realm, Level 3, Beginner. Strength, 5,132. Defense, 4,433. Agility, 3,112. Bound Goddesses, Suya, 100% favorability. Lin Yuner, 100% favorability. Suya, favorability. Awakened Superpowers, Annihilation Divine Thunder, Physical Enhancement, and Dual Cultivation. Points, 530. As one's spiritual realm improves, one's physical fitness also improves considerably. Strength, defense, and agility stats have all more than doubled compared to before. But this is not entirely due to the breakthrough. The main reason is his training these days. Keep in mind that he wears an extremely heavy iron suit at all times. Under these circumstances, his physical fitness has been steadily improving. Right now, I can easily defeat even a 5th tier SS level ability user. If I'm at S rank, even a mid-stage tier 6 ability user wouldn't be a match for me. At the late stage of tier 6, it's estimated that they can fight to a draw. Xiaoli grinned. This wasn't because he was confident, but rather a conclusion he drew based on his own abilities and previous real-world comparisons. However, whether it can actually be done remains to be seen after an experiment. After thinking it over, he decided to continue training in the mimicry training ground, and then adjust the level of the mutated beast to the 6th rank. Suya had already taught him how to use the simulation training ground, so even if Xiaoli was alone, he could control this world at any time. Xiaoli first learned how to use the simulated training ground. He found it quite interesting. It's as if you've become the creator, able to shape anything you want in this world. Even living things. It's amazing that anything can be created as long as you have the will. According to Suya, only their Phoenix Academy possesses this simulated training ground. Even the 2 top academies of the Azure Dragon Military Academy don't have such advanced technology. Because this simulated training ground was created by a research fanatic at the Phoenix Academy Research Institute. This is the only one available. There are no other branches. If given the chance, he would very much like to meet this research luminary. They can even create something like this. I don't know how their brains work. Xiaoli opened the control interface of the simulated training ground and was about to start a new round of training when his phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone to check the caller ID and found that it was Lin Yuner calling. They're calling me now. Does that mean they're back? Xiaoli whispered something and answered the phone. Soon, Lin Yuner's anxious voice came through the receiver. Xiaoli, hurry, come quick. We're in danger. Someone's chasing us, and we're about to be trapped. Upon hearing this, Xiaoli's pupils suddenly contracted, and he quickly spoke up. I'll be right there. After saying that, he didn't even have time to inform Suya, and without hesitation, he used the teleportation ability of the Dragon Phoenix Ring. The next instant, his figure became eerily blurry, and soon vanished completely from the spot. Chapter 116 The Chase. just half an hour before Xiao Li received the message and began transmitting it. The outermost area of the Darkland's secret realm. There is a vast primeval forest here. Everywhere you look, there are towering trees with intertwined branches and lush leaves that block out the sky. The ground was covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves, and when you stepped on them, you would sink in up to your ankles. Strangely, neither the leaves on the trees nor the fallen leaves on the ground were normal green or withered yellow. Instead, they all appeared to be a grayish-white color. Even the tree trunks and branches were grayish-white, just like the color on a dead person's portrait. But somewhere in the forest, 5 strikingly beautiful figures, completely out of place in this gray-white forest, are running wildly through it. They were Lin Yuner, Zhang Mingchin, Mu Yi, Mu Xinxin, and Xia Ying, the 5 girls. Although their clothes weren't brightly colored, they stood out starkly in this monochromatic world. Behind them, 7 or 8 people were chasing them. He would occasionally let out lewd laughter and utter some obscene and vulgar words. Damn, these girls are so damn beautiful. Their faces, their figures. I've never been with such top-quality girls in my life. Me too. 5 such stunning beauties at once. 5 times the pleasure. This is too awesome. I'd die happy just to experience it once. Look at you, so pathetic. Once isn't enough. If you're going to play, you have to play hundreds or thousands of times to really get the thrill. Beauties, don't run away, you can't escape. Come obediently into our arms. Instead of running away in such a sorry state, why not stop and have some fun with us? I promise you'll have an amazing time. Xia Ying, who was running ahead, turned around and said in a contemptuous and disdainful tone, You little trash, you think you can make people feel good? Don't you even look in the mirror? What kind of person are you to dare to spout such big words like others? I don't know who gave you the courage, you bunch of useless trash. I think you're just insecure, so you're trying to find a sense of existence through words, right? These words immediately left Lin Yuner and the others staring at her in disbelief. They never expected Xia Ying to be so fierce. After Xia Ying finished speaking, her pretty face turned bright red. She read these words online and found them to be very annoying and useful, so she wrote them down. With her looks and figure, this wouldn't be the first time she'd encountered a thug like this. If she encounters someone weaker than herself, that would be even better. She could just beat them half to death. But if she encounters someone with similar or stronger strength than her, she has to endure such foul language every time. That's why she wanted to learn some sarcastic remarks. However, this was the first time she had said something like that, and she felt a little embarrassed afterward. The group of people chasing them from behind were so angry they almost twisted their noses. One of the men immediately roared, You filthy woman, who do you think you are? Believe it or not, I'll show you what a real man is like in a minute. Xia Ying said disdainfully, A bunch of you bullying a few women like us? Do you really think you're men? They're all just a bunch of good-looking but useless bastards. You wretched woman, you're asking for it. At this moment, the group chasing the girls suddenly erupted, desperately accelerating in an attempt to catch them. Xia Ying's words were like rubbing their dignity as men into the ground. They were determined to catch up with the girls and show them their prowess. Seeing that the group chasing them was getting closer and closer, Mu Xinxin nervously asked, Sister Xia Ying, what should we do? They're catching up soon. Xia Ying's eyes were icy. If we can't escape, then we'll fight them. Although they have 6th-tier ability users, the quality of their abilities is not high. If we join forces, we still have a good chance of winning. Lin Yuner frowned and said, But what about the other group? If we get bogged down, they'll probably find us very soon. Xia Ying gritted her teeth and said, So we have to fight desperately, use all our trump cards, and try to kill these people before the other group finds us. Mu Yi nodded and said, Okay, let's finish this quickly. Zhang Mingchin looked at Lin Yuner, hesitated for a moment, and asked in a low voice, Should we contact Xiao Li and ask him to come and rescue us? Lin Yuner thought for a moment and shook her head. Xiao Li should be in special training right now. We can't rely on him every time we encounter danger. We also need to grow up and not become a burden to Xiao Li. Zhang Mingchin nodded, agreeing with Lin Yuner's words. They followed Xiao Li to Phoenix Academy, hoping to become stronger so that they could help Xiao Li. If you only go to Xiao Li whenever something happens and cause him trouble, you might as well stay in the villa and be a pretty vase. Lin Yuner added, Don't worry, if we really get into a desperate situation, I'll call Xiao Li. Don't forget the Dragon Phoenix ring. Xiao Li can teleport to our side instantly. Zhang Mingchin nodded, her worries lessening considerably. No matter what happens, just thinking of Xiao Li always brings her a sense of peace. Xiaoli had long been a pillar in her heart, and so had Lin Yuner, appeared not long after they entered this land of the dead. As for their purpose, it's already written all over their faces. It's simply because they're too beautiful that they've attracted these scoundrels who want to take advantage of them in this secret realm. And that is indeed the case. These people surrounded them and tried to grope them. Xia Ying and her group were not to be trifled with either, and they immediately started fighting with them. Xia Ying is quite strong, and the twin sisters Mu Yi and Mu Xinxin, when they join forces, are even strong enough to fight against a level 6 S-class ability user. These people have really bitten off more than they can chew. The two sides clashed briefly before the group was subdued. These troubles could have been easily resolved with just a little time, but who would have thought that another group of people would suddenly appear out of nowhere? The group of people had their bodies and faces completely covered, making it impossible to know their identities. Moreover, this group of masked men was far stronger than that group of thugs. They were no match for them at all. Xia Ying then used some methods to lure several powerful mutated beasts, which kept the group occupied. They took the opportunity to escape. But unexpectedly, it seems that the gang of thugs and the masked men had reached a cooperation agreement. The masked men deliberately stopped all the mutated beasts, giving the thugs a chance to escape and chase after them. Chapter 117 Fighting. It was simply unrealistic for the few mutated beasts that had been attracted to stop the group of masked men. Xia Ying and her friends discovered that the leader of the masked group was actually a 7th level ability user. Everyone else is at least at level 5 or 6, one rank higher than the 6th rank. At the 7th rank or above, their strength will undergo a qualitative change. Even if it's just an A level or B level ability, once the realm reaches the 7th level, the strength will become extremely powerful. The previous limit of high-quality superpowers defeating low-quality superpowers will change. A 6th tier S-class ability user, let alone defeating a 7th tier A-class ability user, would be lucky to even draw. So Xia Ying and the others had no choice but to run away and get as far away from these people as possible. They didn't understand why they were being targeted by such a powerful group. That group of thugs could be said to have been driven by lust, but this group was clearly not. However, they didn't think much of it and just kept running until they entered this gray and white primeval forest. Now, they no longer intend to continue running away. This gang of thugs seems to frequent this deadly place and are very familiar with the terrain. In this primeval forest, their speed slowed down considerably, and mutated beasts frequently appeared to block their path. On the other hand, the gang of thugs were like fish in water, getting closer and closer as they chased. If we keep running, it's only a matter of time before we get caught. Moreover, Lin Yuner and Mingchin were relatively weak, and the long run had taken a heavy toll on them. So rather than waiting until you're exhausted and caught up, it's better to stop now and see if you can quickly turn the tables and kill this group. At that moment, the girls made their decision and immediately stopped running away. They stopped and turned around, giving the pursuing group a cold look. Xia Ying and her twin sisters stood in front, firmly protecting Lin Yuner and Mingchin behind them. When the group saw that the girls had stopped running, they also stopped not far from them. They didn't approach, but instead sneered from afar. Running away? Why aren't you running anymore? Weren't you supposed to be good runners? Since you're not running away anymore, you might as well cooperate with us obediently. That way you'll suffer less. Don't worry, the brothers will be very gentle. Another person suddenly chuckled lewdly and walked towards Xia Ying and the others. But he was quickly pulled back by others. Hey, is your brain just filled with shit and this stuff? These women are formidable. If it weren't for that group from before, we would have all been beaten down by them. If you dare rush over there, they'll be the first to kill you. All we need to do now is hold them off until those mysterious people arrive. Anyway, if those people only take 2 of them, we'll still have 3 left. Are we worried about running out of fun then? The man was startled upon hearing this, realized what was happening, and looked utterly embarrassed. Oh right, I almost forgot about that. Lin Yuner's heart stirred upon hearing their words. Did that group of mysterious people want to kidnap 2 of them? Could it be her and Mingchin? Just as she was thinking, Xia Ying and the others had already made their move. They had no intention of giving these people time to waste. They wanted to finish the job quickly. Xia Ying let out a delicate shout, her body shimmering with light, and charged straight towards the group of people. Mu Yi and Mu Xinxin stood in place, holding hands, with yin and yang energies of black and white surging from their bodies, forming a Tai Chi pattern behind them. At the same time, the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from the 2 of them were also rising steadily, and soon they surpassed the limit of the 5th rank. Go to hell. Xia Ying moved with ghostly speed, and in the blink of an eye, she was already close to the gang of thugs. Her fist clenched tightly. She delivered a powerful punch to one of the men's faces. The man's face showed panic, and he quickly raised his hands to block. However, the next second Xia Ying changed her move. The hand that was supposed to hit his face twisted, and the powerful punch landed directly on his chest. Bang! Snap! The sound of bones shattering rang out, and the man was sent flying by Xia Ying's punch. Arched like a shrimp in midair, blood spurted from his mouth, and he flew several meters away. It finally came to a stop after crashing into a tree. However, just as Xia Ying knocked that person away, 3 people around her immediately attacked her. A person who also appeared to be a physical type ability user stood in front of her and engaged her in combat. The other 2 used ranged attacks, unleashing their spiritual energy into special abilities that blasted towards Xia Ying. There were a total of 8 people in the group, and 3 of them blocked Xia Ying. Apart from the person who was suddenly attacked and sent flying by Xia Ying, the remaining 4 all looked warily at the twin sisters who were unleashing a powerful surge of spiritual energy. Although Xia Ying is strong, as long as 2 or 3 people are sent, they can temporarily stop her. What they fear most is the pair of twins after they joined forces. At this moment, Mu Yi and Mu Xinshin both shouted in unison and waved their hands at the same time. The yin-yang torrent. Suddenly, a torrent of black and white spiritual energy appeared out of thin air and rushed towards the 4 people who had not yet made a move. One of them glared and roared, "Join forces and hold them off." The other 3 immediately unleashed their special abilities in coordination, fighting against the surging black and white torrent. Xia Ying's fists and legs, enveloped in fluorescent light, appeared as hard as refined iron, and were extremely powerful as she launched a frenzied attack on the superhuman who dared to obstruct her. Bang! 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 Crack! Crack! Although the superhuman also possessed physical abilities, he screamed in agony under Xia Ying's iron fist. If it weren't for the interference of the other 2, he would have been beaten to a pulp in less than 30 seconds. Xia Ying was dressed in a clean and neat outfit. Her pretty face under her shoulder-length short hair was cold and beautiful, and she looked heroic and dashing. Even when facing 3 opponents alone, they still maintain an advantage, and they are continuing to expand that advantage. In just a few more moments, she could beat the superhuman in front of her to the ground, and with the other 2 unprotected, she could easily take care of them. Mu Yi and Mu Xinshin had it even easier. With their combined efforts, the 4 superhumans were forced to retreat in defeat. They even found an opportunity with one of them, and a sharp attack pierced through his head, sending him to meet the King of Hell. Meanwhile, the man who had been knocked away by Xia Ying's punch in the distance hadn't even had time to get up before he was attacked by Lin Yuner and Mingchin. The 2 women were not very strong. The man had suffered a heavy blow from Xia Ying and had difficulty getting up. He was forced to cower and dare not show his face due to the continuous attacks from the 2 women. The whole situation seems to be going very well. In just a few moments, Xia Ying and her team will be able to defeat these people. However, the inevitable accident still happened. Xia Ying threw a punch, smashing the 2 blocking arms of the man in front of her, and then, amidst his pig-like screams, she punched him hard in the chest again. The man's chest caved in instantly, and he fell to the ground with his eyes wide open, dying with his eyes wide open. Just as Xia Ying was about to immediately kill the other 2, her pretty face suddenly changed color, because she saw figures suddenly appear in the towering forest. There were at least a dozen of these figures. They wore cloaks and masks, making it impossible to discern their gender or appearance. One of them blocked Xia Ying's path before she could rush towards the other 2, and his simple punch collided with Xia Ying's jade fist. Boom! The next moment, Xia Ying felt a tremendous force spread from her arm throughout her entire body. Blood gushed from her mouth, and her delicate body flew backward. On the other side, in front of the twin sisters, a cloaked figure also appeared. With a wave of his hand, a surge of spiritual energy formed a storm, easily neutralizing the attacks of the Moose sisters. Then the spiritual energy storm continued to crash towards the 2 women. The 2 women hurriedly mobilized their spiritual power to defend themselves, but they still had to retreat repeatedly under such an irresistible attack, with blood spilling from the corners of their mouths. From the moment the man in black appeared until he repelled the 3 women, it took less than 3 seconds for Xia Ying and the other 2 women to be injured. The gap in strength between the 2 sides is too large. After landing, Xia Ying endured the sharp pain in her chest and flashed to Lin Yuner and Mingchin. Grabbing their arms with both hands, He turned them around without hesitation and rushed into the depths of the primeval forest. The Mu sisters quickly used the cloaked figure's attack to fly backward, escaping with Xiaoying. Chapter 118 Escape into the second floor area. The cloaked figures were not in a hurry to stop the women from escaping. Only after the cloaked man who had casually deflected the combined attack of Mu Yi and her companion spoke in a hoarse voice did they begin to move. Chase. These people leisurely chased after Xia Ying and the others in the direction they had fled. That relaxed posture was like a cat playing with a mouse. Clearly, they weren't worried that the girls could escape their pursuit. Seeing that the situation had reversed in the blink of an eye, the gang of thugs breathed a sigh of relief. They were almost beaten to death by these pretty girls. If these masked men hadn't arrived in time, they would probably have been wiped out. Even so, 2 of them were still killed. There was another person who had been severely injured by Xia Ying at the beginning and then surrounded by Lin Yuner and Mingchin. He was lying on the ground barely breathing and looked like he was about to die. Of the 8 people, only 5 remained, and all of them had sustained some injuries. Should we chase after them together? One of them asked. We must chase them. Those masked men are here. What are we afraid of? These women were too ruthless. They actually killed the 6th and 7th brothers, and it looks like the 8th brother can't be saved either. We have to avenge them. Another man said, his fists clenched, his face showing indignation. However, someone quickly scoffed. Revenge? You think you can even think of that? Stop acting. We all know each other. We're all gathered here for mutual benefit. What feelings are there to talk about? Another person sneered. That's right, stop pretending. They're just still eyeing those women. They beat us up like this. We can't let them get away with this. At this moment, someone reminded them. All right, stop talking now. Let's hurry and chase after them. They're almost gone. Upon hearing this, the group realized that the masked men were almost out of sight. This is a primeval forest, full of towering trees. If you lose them, it will be difficult to find them again. They hurriedly followed, fearing that if they were too late, the masked men would take Xia Ying and the others away. Ran wildly through the forest. Behind them, a group of masked men in cloaks were hot on their heels. No matter how they ran, they could not shake them off. The more Lin Yuner ran, the heavier her heart became. The people chasing them weren't in a hurry to catch them. It seemed they were waiting for them to run until they were exhausted. Xia Ying, what should we do? Mingchin asked Xia Ying as she fled. Xia Ying's pretty face was pale, and her beautiful eyes were looking ahead. The direction she led them in to escape wasn't chosen randomly. Beyond this gray-white primeval forest lies the second layer of the deathly netherworld, an area isolated by array formations. The dead are the kind that allow entry but not exit. There is no need to deliberately search for the entrance. As long as a person is in the outer area, they can easily pass through any part of the formation. Xia Ying was planning to lead a group of people on an adventure into the second level of the land of the dead. The dead is teeming with 6th and 7th tier mutated beasts. Although it would be dangerous for them to enter, given their strength, it would also be a good opportunity to get rid of the group behind them. As long as they can get to the second level, even with the strength of that group, it won't be easy for them on the second level. Xia Ying could easily use the same trick again to lure some more mutated beasts over to hold these people back. Let's hurry. Once we get through this primeval forest, I'll find a way to shake them off. Xia Ying whispered. The girls nodded silently and continued running. After a few minutes of this chase, Xia Ying and the others finally saw a different kind of light appear in the gray and white world ahead. They're trying to escape this primeval forest. Just then, Xia Ying suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, staggered, and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Mu Yi reacted quickly and caught her. Xia Ying, how are you? Lin Yuner quickly supported her on the other side. Xia Ying's face was pale, but she still insisted on saying, I'm fine, don't worry about me. Keep running, don't stop. The girls nodded and pulled Xia Ying along as they continued running forward. Soon, they finally reached the end of the primeval forest. There was no road at the end of the forest. A golden light blocked our view. The light stretched for an unknown distance, with no end in sight. However, Xia Ying knew that area was the formation between the first and second levels of the deathly netherworld. Once you pass through that light, you can enter the second area. However, just as they were overjoyed and ready to charge forward in one go, the masked men chasing them suddenly accelerated and quickly closed in on them. Xia Ying turned around, and her pretty face immediately changed. She immediately said, You all go first, I'll cover the rear. Sister Xia Ying, you. Lin Yuner wanted to say something, but Mu Yi and Mingchin decisively picked her and Mingchin up and rushed towards the light. He operated with great skill and without the slightest hesitation, seemingly not worried at all that anything might happen to Xiaoying. Xiaoying stood still, took a deep breath, then turned around and took out a milky white round bead from her storage ring. Then, looking up at the masked men who were chasing after him, he didn't say anything more and directly activated some kind of seal on the bead. In an instant, the bead suddenly burst forth with a dazzling light. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy suddenly emanated from the surrounding towering trees, causing their leaves to flutter down in a rustling sound. The fallen leaves on the ground were swept away, clearing a large area and revealing the grayish-white soil that had been hidden under the leaves. All the masked men immediately stopped in their tracks, not daring to go any further. They sensed a dangerous aura emanating from the bead in Xiaoying's hand. At this moment, one of the masked men stepped out. He seemed to be the leader. He said in a hoarse voice, "A 7th-tier rare treasure? With your cultivation level, you should only be able to unleash its power once at most, right?" Xiaoying said coldly, "Once is enough." As she spoke, she glanced back out of the corner of her eye and saw that Lin Yuner and the others had already escaped to the edge of the primeval forest. They would be able to escape into the 2nd level of the deathly netherworld in just a few more seconds. The masked leader said calmly, "Your plan is simply to lure us to the 2nd level and then use the same trick to bring in mutated beasts to fight us, right? The idea is good, but I regret to inform you that you cannot escape," Xiaoying said. "Whether you can escape or not is not up to you to decide." Without hesitation, she raised her hand holding the bead high, and spiritual power surged out like a tide, frantically pouring into the bead. The next moment, a beam of white light suddenly shot out from the bead. The beam of light was aimed at the masked leader. Seeing this, the masked leader dared not be negligent and quickly unleashed his spiritual power to form a divine diagram, creating a defense in front of him. A 7th-tier rare treasure. The white beam of light was incredibly fast. The masked leader's defenses had barely been formed when the attack arrived. Boom! At that very moment, a deafening explosion, as loud as an earthquake, suddenly resounded through the gray-white forest. The white light suddenly exploded the moment it touched the masked leader's defense. A blinding white light burst forth from the point of contact, engulfing everything. The moment the explosion occurred, Xiaoying turned and ran. She didn't even have time to glance at the result of the explosion before rushing to the edge of the primeval forest and taking a step out. Her figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Chapter 119, Shaoli arrives. The dead. Lin Yuner and the others broke through the barrier of the formation and ran out. They didn't have time to check their surroundings. Instead, they turned back to look in the direction they had come from. Lin Yuner reached out and touched the light screen, but it felt solid to the touch, as if it had turned into a wall. "Sister Xiaoying," Mu Yi said, "Don't worry, Xiaoying will be fine and will be here soon." She and Xiaoying had fought side by side more than once or twice, and she knew very well what card Xiaoying was hiding. Although those masked men are strong, Xiaoying should still be able to escape. Sure enough, not long after Mu Yi finished speaking, Xiaoying's figure rushed out from the light screen. As soon as she appeared, her delicate body collapsed to the side. "Xiaoying, Sister Xiaoying." The girls quickly helped her up, only to find that Xiaoying's pretty face was frighteningly pale. Xiaoying said in a slightly trembling voice, "Let's go. Let's get out of here quickly. They'll catch up soon," scattering animal-attracting powder along the way to lure the surrounding mutated beasts. The girls nodded quickly, and Mu Yi immediately carried Xiaoying on her back and hurriedly left. A few minutes later, the group stopped in a grove of trees. Then they found a relatively safe and secluded area and hid there. Running like this isn't a solution. We need to find a place to rest and recover. Mu Yi put Xiaoying down on the ground and let her sit against a rock. Then he sat down as well. Of the 5, only Lin Yuner and Mingchin were uninjured. Xiaoying, Mu Yi, and Mu Xinshin were all seriously injured because of the appearance of those masked men. Xiaoying, in particular, is in very bad condition. Lin Yuner glanced at Mu Yi and Mu Xinshin, whose mouths were stained with blood, and then at Xiaoying, whose face was pale and whose breath was weak. She gritted her teeth and finally took out her phone to call Shaoli. Although she really didn't want to trouble Shaoli. But if this continues, they will either be captured by those people, or they will likely die in the mouths of the mutated beasts on the 2nd level. They've reached their limit by now. She's not stupid. She doesn't need to bother Shaoli until she's in dire straits. But if you really hold on to your stubbornness when the time comes, that would be foolish. Seeing Lin Yuner's actions, Zhang Mingchin knew that she was preparing to contact Xiao Li. She immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She always felt uneasy when Xiao Li wasn't around. Especially given the current critical situation, she desperately wanted Xiao Li to be by her side. Although the secret realm was isolated by the array, the signal was not blocked. Therefore, even in the secret realm, normal communication is still possible. The call was answered within seconds of the ringing. The sound of Xiao Li's voice came through the receiver, which immediately put Lin Yuner at ease. She quickly gave a brief account of the danger they had encountered. Then Xiao Li's voice came through the receiver. "I'll be right there." A few seconds later, Lin Yuner saw a figure slowly appear beside her. It was Xiao Li. Upon hearing that Lin Yuner and the others were in danger, he didn't hesitate for a second and immediately teleported over. The teleportation ability of the Dragon Phoenix Ring is extremely powerful. Even though there are arrays blocking the way in the Dark Realm, Xiao Li can still be teleported in. Xiao Li. When Zhang Mingchin saw Xiao Li appear, she quickly got up and walked over to his side with her long, beautiful legs. Women's somewhat disheveled appearance. Xiao Li reached out and patted them on the head, saying softly, "It's all right, leave everything to me." Xiao Li's gentle voice immediately brought tears to their eyes, and they felt a sense of peace they had never felt before. They nodded emphatically, and Lin Yuner quickly said, "Mingchin and I are fine, but Xia Ying, Yi, and Xine are all seriously injured." Upon hearing this, Xiao Li turned his gaze to Xia Ying and the other two beside him. Xia Ying, Mu Yi, and Mu Xinshin also looked up at him in shock. They never expected that Lin Yuner would make a phone call, and Xiao Li would appear in front of them in just a few seconds. Is he a human or a ghost? Xiao Li knelt down in front of Xia Ying, who was sitting leaning against a rock, and looked at her pale face, asking, "How are you? How badly are you injured?" Xia Ying looked at him and immediately recalled the scene of their battle that day. An unnatural blush appeared on her pale face. She bit her red lips and said, "I'm fine. I just overexerted myself." Xiao Li looked at her calmly and said, "Your condition doesn't seem like it's just a matter of being overworked." He opened the system shop, scrolled to the medicine section, and spent 9 points to buy 3 healing pills. This healing medicine is very cheap, but it works very well. Intermediate healing pill. Injuries of those with superpowers below level 7 within 30 seconds. However, it can only heal ordinary injuries. It cannot heal injuries such as missing limbs. Xiao Li suddenly reached out, lifted Xia Ying's chin, and raised her pretty face. Xia Ying met Xiao Li's gaze, who was standing very close to her, and her pretty face seemed to turn even redder. Even that sickly pallor was suppressed. "Xiao Li, you." She opened her mouth to speak, but Xiao Li had already quickly thrown the healing pill into her mouth. Xia Ying's beautiful eyes widened as she felt Xiao Li put something into her mouth. But the substance quickly melted in her mouth, turning into a warm current that flowed down her throat and into her body, where it spread throughout her body. Instantly, the severe injuries all over his body began to heal at an astonishing speed. In just a few dozen seconds, all of his injuries were completely healed. After feeding Xia Ying the healing pill, Xiao Li got up and went to Mu Yi and Mu Xinshin. Then, using the same trick again, he lifted their chins and fed them the pills into their mouths, his eyes brimming with embarrassment. A moment later, the 3 women's injuries were completely healed. Chapter 120. Leaving? Why leave? Xia Ying and the other 2 women recovered from their injuries and stood up from the ground. The 3 women's hearts fluttered as they looked at Xiao Li's upright figure and handsome face. In this situation, Xiao Li's appearance undoubtedly gave them a great sense of security. It seems that because of his arrival, those who were pursuing them have become less scary. Congratulations, host. Your favorability with Goddess Xia Ying has reached 60%, earning you 10 points. Congratulations, host. Your Goddess Mu Yi has reached 50% favorability, earning you 10 points. Congratulations, host. Your favorability with Goddess Mu Xinshin has reached 50%, earning you 10 points. Xiao Li ignored the system's voice in his mind. He looked around at his surroundings, then turned to the women and asked, "What exactly happened to you? Why are you being chased?" Xia Ying explained, "We're not entirely sure of the specific reasons either. We accepted a mission from the Academy to find a spiritual material called the Earth Nether Flower in this secret realm of the dead Netherworld. But we've only just arrived, and we've already been targeted by a group of thugs. They must have followed us from outside the secret realm all the way in, and then intended to harm us." Xiao Li nodded slightly, seemingly unsurprised by the situation. Given Lin Yuner's looks and figure, It's perfectly normal for her to attract the covetous eyes of some unscrupulous people. Xiaoying continued. However, those people aren't very strong. With our strength, we can easily take them down. But we had barely exchanged blows when another group suddenly appeared. Those people were wearing masks and cloaks. They looked very mysterious, and they were all very powerful. We were no match for them. Then I used the beast-attracting powder to lure the mutated beasts in the secret realm to hold them off, and then I escaped. I didn't expect that the group of mutated beasts could only hold off the masked men, but not the thugs, and they caught up with us. We fought those thugs and killed 2 of them, but those masked men are already on our way. In the end, we had no choice but to flee to the 2nd level of this netherworld. Luckily we escaped, and then I scattered a lot of animal-attracting powder where we came in. Those who are chasing us are probably being held back by the mutated beasts on the 2nd level, and they haven't caught up with us yet. Xiaoying recounted everything that had happened in one breath. After listening, Shaoli seemed to be deep in thought, and then asked, "Do you know why those masked men are chasing you? Is it because you think they have the same goal as that group of thugs you're talking about?" Xiaoying shook her head, her expression grave. "I don't know either, but I have a feeling their purpose isn't so simple." Their attire was neat and uniform, and their actions were as if they had received professional training, with a clear division of labor and orderly procedures. It's like a team that was artificially cultivated. However, the forces behind them must be extraordinary to be able to train such a team. At this moment, Lin Yuner suddenly interjected. "I overheard those thugs saying that these masked men were targeting us because they wanted to capture 1 or 2 of us." 2 people. Shaoli's heart skipped a beat. If the goal is simply to arrest 2 of them, Xiaoying can be completely ruled out. That leaves only 2 possibilities. They're either here for the twin sisters Mu Yi and Mu Xinxin, or they're here for Lin Yuner and Zhang Mingchin. The former might mean that these 2 sisters have been targeted by certain forces. If it's the latter, then it's very likely because of him. Because that group wanted to arrest 2 people. The reason why someone would want to capture both Lin Yuner and Zhang Mingchin must be because they have something in common. Shaoli could think of to share this commonality was himself. Because Lin Yuner and Zhang Mingchin are both his women. If this group really came for them, then the 2 of them are very likely being targeted by someone because of him. He has been staying in Phoenix Academy these days and hasn't gone out. Even if someone wants to take advantage of him, they won't be able to get into the academy. After all, Phoenix Academy is overseen by Su Xian and protected by an array. So when these people couldn't find an opportunity to attack him, they set their sights on the people around him in order to lure him out of Phoenix Academy. Based on just one of the other party's motives, Shaoli was able to guess most of the truth. Moreover, he prefers the latter, because with his current status, he is too easily targeted by certain forces. Shaoli looked at the pure and sweet twins, Mu Yi and Mu Xinxin, and asked, "Have you offended anyone before?" Mu Yi and Mu Xinxin exchanged a glance, then shook their heads simultaneously. Mu Yi said, "Aside from doing missions, we usually stay in the academy to cultivate. Even when we go out to do missions, we are with Xiaoying and have never provoked anyone from any powerful forces." Shaoli nodded and sighed. "In that case, it seems you've been implicated because of me. Those people must have come for me. They probably want to capture Yuner and Mingchin to lure me out." "Feel sorry," Xiaoying quickly said. "You don't need to apologize. We were the ones in the wrong. This happened because we took it upon ourselves to bring Lin Yuner and Zhang Mingchin out." As she spoke, she looked at Lin Yuner and Zhang Mingchin with a slightly apologetic gaze. Mu Yi and Mu Xinxin nodded in agreement with Xiaoying's words. However, Shaoli shook his head and said, "Even without you, Yuner and Mingchin still have to leave the academy to do missions and earn contribution points. What's meant to happen will happen sooner or later. Fortunately, you were there this time, otherwise they would have met with misfortune. I should thank you." Lin Yuner and Zhang Mingchin nodded and said, "Yes, Sister Xiaoying, it's all thanks to you guys. Otherwise, I might not even have had a chance to contact Shaoli before being captured by those people." Xiaoying and the others were relieved after hearing this. As long as Shaoli doesn't blame them, they don't care about being implicated. After all, the whole thing started because they brought Lin Yuner and the other girl out. Just as they were talking, they suddenly heard a deafening explosion in the distance, and the angry roars and howls of wild beasts. At the same time, they also sensed a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation coming from the direction of the explosion. Xia Ying's pretty face changed, and she hurriedly said, "It's bad. Those people are catching up with us. They must have engaged in combat with the mutated beasts I lured here. Those mutated beasts won't hold them off for long. They'll catch up soon. Let's get out of here while we can. Originally, I wasn't confident I could escape from those people. But Xiao Li, your appearance was something they didn't expect. As long as we move quickly enough, we can definitely shake them off. However, Xiao Li remained motionless, looking in the direction from which the commotion came, and said calmly, "Walk. Why are you leaving?" Chapter 121, The Beginning of the Slaughter. These people dared to attack you. How can we let them get away with it so easily? Xiao Li's voice was deep, his eyes gradually sharpened, and his sharpness was fully revealed. He didn't come here to rescue someone and then slink away in disgrace. Those who dare to harm those around him must pay the price, including the forces behind these people. Xiaoying quickly explained. That group is very strong. Their leader is a level 7 expert, and his ability quality is probably at least A level. With our strength, we are no match for them. Xiao Li, I know you are strong, but at best you can only fight me to a draw right now. As long as the Green Hills remain, there will always be firewood. Let's leave first. With your talent, you'll have a chance to take revenge sooner or later. Now is not the time to be reckless. 7th rank, A level. Xiao Li's eyes flickered as he assessed his own strength and trump cards, wondering if he had a chance of winning against a powerhouse of this level. A 7th tier ability user is indeed powerful. Every superhuman who reaches the 7th level is considered to have entered the ranks of the strong in the superhuman world. Those who can break through to the 7th rank will experience a qualitative change in their strength. Even if the quality of the ability is not high, the strength will still be very troublesome compared to people below the 7th level. But even the strongest is not invincible. After these days of training and special exercises, his strength has made another leap forward. Under normal circumstances, he can defeat any S-class ability user below the mid-stage of Tier 6 in a one-on-one fight. He could handle a 7th tier A-level ability user if judged by normal rank and ability quality. However, the qualitative change at the 7th level means that this assertion will inevitably be overturned. So he might not be a match for him. But that was only the result when he relied entirely on his own strength, without using any assistance or trump cards. If we use our trump card again. Xiao Li narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing within them. He looked at Xiaoying and the others and said, "You all need to protect Yuner and Mingchin. I'll handle those people." Xiaoying felt a sudden surge of anxiety. After all that was said, why couldn't Xiao Li listen to a single word? She stepped forward, took Xiao Li's hand, and advised, "Xiao Li, listen to me. Now is really not the time to confront them. Once they catch you, there will be no way to escape." Xiao Li looked at the delicate and pretty face that was only a dozen centimeters away from him, and suddenly lowered his head to kiss her small mouth that was still talking. Xia Ying's beautiful eyes widened, her face filled with astonishment. Mu Yi and Mu Xinxin stared wide-eyed at the two kissing. Soon their pretty faces turned red, and they couldn't help but feel a sense of envy. Why didn't Xiao Li kiss them? Soon, Xiao Li released Xia Ying's lips, a confident smile appearing on his face, and whispered, "Believe me." Xia Ying's understanding of his strength was still based on their last encounter. Little did they know that in just half a month, his strength had reached a new level. Moreover, during those arena battles, he didn't rely on any external aids. He fought entirely on his own strength. Xiao Li has no intention of showing any mercy to these people with ulterior motives. Xiaoying opened her mouth, wanting to know where Xiao Li got the confidence to deal with those people. But looking into his eyes, for some reason, Xiaoying chose to believe him. "Okay, you can stay, but Xinxin, and I have to go help you." Xiao Li refused without hesitation. "No, it's too dangerous for Yuner and Mingchin in this place. You have to protect them." But Xiaoying wanted to say something more, but Xiao Li interrupted her. "That's settled then. Those people are coming. I need to get ready. There's no time for idle chatter." Xiaoying also heard the sounds of battle in the distance rapidly fading away, clearly indicating that the mutated beast she had lured there had been dealt with by that group. She could only nod and say, "All right then, be careful on your own. We'll hide nearby, and if you're in danger, we'll come out to help you." Xiao Li didn't refuse again, but simply nodded, then looked at Lin Yuner and the others, and said, "Wait for me to come back." Then, amidst their concerned words, he darted out of the jungle and flew towards the direction from which the sounds of battle had come. On the other side, a mysterious figure wearing a cloak and a mask casually tossed a bloody tiger head to the ground. Before him, a headless tiger carcass collapsed to the ground with a thud, blood gushing from its cavity and staining the ground red. Beside him were more than a dozen masked men dressed exactly like him. as well as several men with lewd appearances. Beside them lay the corpses of many mutated beasts. A masked man, noticeably taller than the others, sneered in a hoarse voice. A mere trick. You think you can stop us with such methods? Wishful thinking. The sleazy-looking men quickly offered their flattery. That's right, that's right. Even 7th-tier mutated beasts are nothing but a bunch of insects in front of you gentlemen, utterly vulnerable. My lords are truly amazing. Those women will definitely not escape our grasp. The masked leader glanced coldly at the group from beneath his mask. Stop with your useless flattery. He pointed in a direction and said, They went that way. Let's chase them. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, all the masked men responded and prepared to take action. But just as they moved, suddenly, a sudden, deafening rumble of thunder echoed through the sky. The next instant, bolts of lightning as thick as buckets descended from the sky, striking precisely at the heads of everyone present. Hide. The first to react was the leader of the masked men, who issued a hoarse command. The other masked men quickly used their own methods to dodge the sudden lightning attack. Boom, 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 creating a series of terrifying explosions. 2 masked men were caught off guard and were struck squarely, their bodies flying backwards. Those sleazy men fared even worse. 3 of them were struck, spitting out mouthfuls of blood, their bodies charred black, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Who launched the sneak attack? The masked leader looked around and roared angrily in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Li's figure, enveloped in lightning, suddenly appeared like a ghost and rushed towards them. He moved with lightning speed, making it impossible to see his figure. Xiao Li's gaze was icy, and his hands had somehow donned a pair of cool gauntlets that resembled mechanical arms. Lightning crackled around the gauntlets, and terrifying spiritual energy rippled outwards, sending chills down one's spine. Before these people could fully react, he instantly rushed into their midst. A punch at one of the 6th-level ability users. The masked man instinctively raised his hand to block, but the next moment a terrifyingly powerful force that he could not resist suddenly came. Snap! The masked man's arm bones snapped instantly, and the overwhelming force pierced through his arm and slammed into his chest. The masked man was shot backward like a cannonball until he crashed into a boulder and came to a stop. Sending one person flying with a single punch, Xiao Li didn't stop. Instead, he charged towards another person. The man had already realized what was happening and quickly mobilized his spiritual energy to form a defensive shield. The next second, Xiao Li's attack arrived. A thunderous fist suddenly materialized on his glove-clad fist, and without any fancy moves, it slammed into the masked man's spiritual energy shield. With a bang, the shield shattered as soon as the fist touched it, just like a balloon. Xiao Li changed his fist into a claw and grabbed hard at the man's heart. Boom! The masked man's chest was instantly pierced by Xiao Li's palm. When he pulled it back, he was still clutching a bloody, still beating hard in his hand. His gaze swept over everyone else, and his voice boomed like thunder, resounding in all directions. Since you're here, then you're all going to die here. As soon as he finished speaking, he squeezed his hand so hard that his heart was crushed in front of everyone's trembling gazes. Chapter 122 Thunder Armor, Thunderblade. In the field. The masked man whose heart had been crushed by Xiao Li stared blankly at the flesh and blood sliding from Xiao Li's palm. Looking down at the hole in his chest, disbelief filled his eyes. He seemed unable to believe that he had been killed in such a short time. But soon his consciousness was swallowed by darkness, and his body crashed to the ground, dying with his eyes wide open. At this moment, everyone else's eyes were on Xiao Li. Xiao Li's appearance was too abrupt. What's even more striking is his strength. Before anyone could react, he had already severely injured one person and ripped out and crushed the heart of another. In addition, the lightning that suddenly fell from the sky before he appeared also severely injured the 3 and slightly injured the 2. They had only just appeared on the scene when 7 of them were killed or injured at his hands. Even the masked leader couldn't help but show a hint of surprise at this moment. And the moment he saw Xiao Li's appearance clearly, his astonishment was amplified infinitely. Xiao Li, how could it be you? How did you get here so quickly? And how could your strength be? His hoarse voice was full of disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. No wonder he was so surprised. It's worth noting that when they appeared to arrest Xia Ying and the others not long ago, they had inquired about news from Phoenix Academy. The people over there didn't notice Xiao Li leaving the academy. But how long has it been? Xiao Li suddenly appear in this secret realm of the dead netherworld? And what's with Xiao Li's terrifying strength? A level 6 ability user couldn't even withstand a single move from him before his heart was crushed. To achieve this level instantly, one would need at least the strength of the 7th rank or higher. But how is that possible? How long has it been since Xiao Li awakened his powers? Yet he already possesses strength comparable to a 7th tier ability user. If this is true, then our young master's talent is utterly worthless in front of Xiao Li. Xiao Li heard the masked man call out his name. He turned to look at him, his voice turning cold as he said, "So you really came for me? Is it all just to grab the people around me and force me to show up?" The masked leader removed the look of astonishment from beneath his mask and said in a low voice, "It seems you've guessed our purpose." "That's right, we've come for you." Xiao Li questioned, "Who are you people, and what is your purpose in bringing me here?" The masked leader let out a hoarse laugh. "Huh, do you think I'd tell you our true identities? Since you're here, that's perfect. It saves us from wasting any more effort and time. Today, let's send you, the 2nd SSS level ability user of the Great Xia Kingdom, on your way." To personally bury a true genius, the thought is actually quite exciting. A so-called genius is nothing if they are killed halfway through their journey. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of powerful spiritual energy erupted from his body. The pressure from the 7th tier expert spread out and enveloped Xiao Li. Despite feeling a heavy pressure descend upon him, Xiao Li's expression remained unchanged. He lifted his foot and stomped on the ground. With a loud boom, a violent bolt of lightning burst forth from the body like a dragon emerging from the sea, wreaking havoc. The domineering aura instantly shattered the masked leader's oppressive aura. "You'll have to see if you have the ability to kill me." Xiao Li's gaze was sharp as a knife. Although he was only at the 3rd level, his aura was no less than that of a 7th level expert. Seeing that his aura was easily resisted, the masked leader's eyes darkened. Could this kid really have the strength to rival him? He found it hard to believe that Xiao Li, a newbie who had only been awakened for less than 2 months, would possess such strength. He must have used some kind of method to kill a 6th level ability user so easily. Absolutely. The masked leader's eyes turned cold. If he wanted to verify the truth of Xiao Li's strength, he only needed to personally test him. He clenched his fist, and in the next moment a trident-shaped weapon appeared in his hand. This trident is made entirely of black material, and a golden rhomboid crystal is inlaid at the point where the shaft and tip meet, making it look quite extraordinary. The masked leader held a trident. With a single swing, a large pool of dark black water surged forth from beneath the trident. The black water churned and churned, and the next moment a giant, jet-black snake suddenly burst out of the water. The giant snake hissed towards the sky, then looked down at Xiao Li, its diamond-shaped pupils filled with resentment and venom. It hissed and flicked its tongue, dripping drops of thick, black saliva onto the ground, corroding it and creating pits. A chilling aura spread through the body, involuntarily instilling fear in one's heart. Meanwhile, the other masked men, including the only remaining sleazy man who wasn't seriously injured, all unleashed varying degrees of spiritual energy fluctuations. They dispersed and surrounded Xiao Li, blocking all his escape routes. Xiao Li's gaze swept across the crowd, and his expression turned serious at that moment. Faced with such a united front, he had no choice but to deal with it cautiously. These people are not ordinary people. Even the weakest of them has the strength to rival a level 6A ability user. Carelessness could easily lead to disaster. He suddenly let out a low shout, and in the next moment, endless lightning surged forth, condensing into a set of lightning armor on his body. The armor was engraved with strange lines and patterns, almost like real objects, with streaks of lightning flowing and leaping across it, making it both cool and domineering. The armor extended to both arms, and instead of conflicting with the breath of thunder gauntlets, it perfectly covered and blended into them. Tier 3 ability skill, Thunder God Armor. That wasn't all. Xiao Li clenched his fist, and a thick bolt of lightning appeared in his right hand, then quickly twisted and changed shape. Finally, the lightning exploded, and a lightning longsword about 2 meters long appeared in his hand. Tier 3 ability skill, Thunderblade. Xiao Li's eyes were filled with lightning at this moment. His short hair quickly grew longer and lit up with lightning. His jet-black hair turned the color of lightning and fluttered in the wind. At this moment, Xiao Li seemed like a completely different person, as if the god of thunder had descended to earth. His pupils, filled with lightning, swept over those present. Everyone whose gaze swept over him felt a chill run down their spine, as if they were being targeted by the Grim Reaper. Kill! With a roar, Xiao Li charged forward and instantly appeared in front of a masked man, slashing his blade fiercely towards his face. The speed is several times faster than before. Although the masked man was on guard, Xiao Li's speed still greatly exceeded his expectations, and in his haste, he only had time to mobilize a portion of his spiritual power to block. The thunder blade slashed down, cutting through the opponent's defenses without any resistance, and then decapitated him in one stroke. A perfectly fine head flew up, then fell to the ground and spun around several times before finally stopping. At the same time, the others also began to fight back when Xiao Li killed the masked man. Chapter 123 Fierce Battle. The first to be targeted was the masked leader. Holding a trident, he leaped onto the top of the black water serpent's head. The giant snake hissed, raised its neck, and twisted its body as it slithered toward Xiao Li. Its mouth opened wide, and a ball of black, viscous liquid spurted out, shooting towards Xiao Li. Xiao Li's eyes flickered, and instead of taking the black liquid head-on, he dodged it with astonishing speed. The black liquid fell onto the ground where he had just stood, and the grayish-white soil was immediately corroded into a large pit. Xiao Li, who had just dodged the giant snake's attack, hadn't even had time to make any further moves when he suddenly saw more than a dozen attacks coming at him. The offensive was fierce, and the timing was perfect. Xiao Li glanced around and realized that everyone else had started to make their move on him. It seems they really intend to surround and kill Xiao Li. However, Xiao Li was fearless. His thunderblade burst forth with dazzling lightning light and swung out in all directions. In an instant, crescent-shaped lightning blades flew out, striking the supernatural attacks. Boom, 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 boom. All attacks that were struck by the blade energy collapsed and dissipated, leaving only one or two attacks to land on Xiao Li. However, Xiao Li withstood these attacks without sustaining any injuries, as if the attacks had simply hit thin air. At the same time, the masked leader also rode the giant black water serpent to Xiao Li's side, its tail lashing out at him. This whip was clearly very powerful. The air exploded as the snake's tail lashed out. Xiao Li neither dodged nor evaded, but instead clenched his left fist and unleashed a thunderous punch that clashed fiercely with the opponent. Boom! With a loud bang, Xiao Li took 2 steps back, while the snake's tail was knocked away by his punch. Xiao Li stomped his foot on the ground, and with a loud bang, his body was launched towards the masked leader standing on top of the snake's head. The masked leader, seeing Xiao Li charging towards him, showed no panic. He simply shouted hoarsely, "Blackwater Thorn." Then, with a swing of the trident, a surge of black water rose up, forming a curtain of water. Sharp black spikes formed within the water curtain, so numerous that their exact number was impossible to discern. Under the control of the masked leader, these spikes shot toward Xiao Li. Xiao Li's momentum did not diminish, and without any visible movement, lightning balls formed around him, then shot out and crashed into the black spikes. At the same time, bolts of lightning rained down from the sky as if they were free, forcing back the masked men who were still preparing to attack him. The lightning balls exploded upon contact with the black spikes. As the power of thunder raged, it enveloped the surrounding swathes of black thorns. These seemingly terrifying black thorns were no match for Xiao Li. The masked leader frowned. He seemed not to have expected that his attack would be so easily countered by Xiao Li. Before he could think any further, Xiao Li's blade had already slashed down. Wrathful demon halberd. A black light suddenly shone from the trident in his hand, and a ghostly face faintly appeared within the light as he thrust it towards the thunder blade. Clang! The sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out. The masked leader felt a numbness in his arm, and the black light on the trident immediately dissipated. He almost lost his grip and flew away. Both the man and the snake were shaken and forced to retreat. How can this kid be so strong? As the masked leader retreated, he was secretly horrified, unable to believe that he had actually fallen into a disadvantageous position. At the same time, Xiao Li also used the rebound from the attacks of both sides to fall back to the ground. Then his figure suddenly shot out and appeared in front of another masked man, delivering a simple and unadorned slash. The masked man's body was split in two, and he died instantly. After killing this person, Xiao Li didn't stop and charged towards another person. The person closest to him this time was the only remaining man with a sleazy appearance. This man was even weaker than those masked men. When he saw Xiao Li rushing towards him, his expression changed drastically, and he turned and ran. However, his speed was like a snail compared to Xiao Li's. Xiao Li easily caught up with him, grabbed him by the back of his collar, and threw him hard to the ground. With a bang, The man was thrown to the ground, completely disoriented. Xiao Li's eyes were icy cold as she stepped on his groin, her tone chilling as she said, "You dare to lay a finger on my woman? You're asking for it. Spare me. Spare my life." The man tried to beg for mercy, but Xiao Li ignored him and suddenly pushed off with his foot. Then there was a plop sound. Instantly, everything went haywire. The man's crotch was ripped to shreds by Xiao Li's kick. "Ah!" The lewd man's eyes widened instantly, his face contorted violently, and he let out a scream of extreme pain. The sound was truly heart-wrenching, as if one had suffered the cruelest punishment imaginable. Every man present felt a tightness in his crotch. That's so brutal. After that kick, even if this person doesn't die, there's probably no point in him living. Xiao Li ignored the man and turned to charge at the other masked men again. But soon he stopped in his tracks. He discovered that the masked men had gathered together at some point and formed a formation that combined offense and defense. They had clearly realized that no one could withstand 2 moves from Xiao Li in a one-on-one fight. Only by uniting can we possibly withstand Xiao Li's attack. "You reacted pretty quickly," Xiao Li sneered. "But you don't think you can stop me like this, do you?" He raised the thunder blade to his chest, and the next moment, terrifying lightning burst forth from the blade. The entire thunder blade was instantly covered by lightning, and the blade grew to 3 meters long. At this moment, Xiao Li held what looked like a giant thunder sword, exuding an aura of dominance. Thunderblade, Annihilation Slash. Xiao Li swung his blade down with blinding lightning, instantly unleashing a massive lightning blade beam that seemed capable of tearing through the void. The blade flashed through the void, enveloping the group of masked men who had gathered together. "Watch out. Defend with all your might." The masked leader, who had already adjusted his position and was preparing to attack Xiao Li again, was furious when he saw this scene and roared out the order. At the same time, he controlled the black snake and rushed towards Xiao Li. Even he sensed danger from that lightning-fast blade of light. With the strength of his subordinates, there's a high chance they won't be able to withstand this attack. All the masked men's expressions changed drastically at this moment. Upon hearing the order, they dared not hesitate and immediately activated their strongest defenses to block Xiao Li's attack. A multicolored defensive light barrier blocked the way for all the masked men. Although they are not fused together, they are more powerful than individual defenses. Would not be easy for even their captain, the 7th rank leader, to break through. They were still very confident that they could withstand Xiao Li's attack. In less than half a second after the defensive light barrier was formed, Xiao Li's thunderous blade arrived. The enormous lightning blade, like the sharpest divine weapon in the world, suddenly slashed down on the defensive light barrier. Chapter 124: The Tragedy of Thunder. Sizzle. A piercing, tearing sound suddenly echoed through the arena. The expressions of all the masked men, including the leader, changed drastically at that moment. They saw that the light barrier, which was composed of everyone's defenses, was torn open with a huge gash the moment the thunderous blade struck. The lightning-fast blade struck straight in, slamming into the group of masked men before exploding. Boom! A thunderous explosion suddenly rang out, engulfing all the masked men in the energy generated by the explosion of the thunderous blades. Screams and wails filled the air. After the light faded, a breathtaking scene unfolded. Of the dozen or so masked men who had been gathered together, only 4 or 5 remained standing. The rest were either blown to bits or lay on the ground covered in blood, their fates unknown. Even those who were still standing were spitting out mouthfuls of blood, their bodies covered in wounds from the explosion. It has clearly suffered a severe blow. This well-trained team was decimated by Xiao Li's attack, with some killed and others wounded. The only one who can still pose a threat to Xiao Li is the masked leader, who is now the only remaining lone commander. "Xiao Li, you're asking for death." Seeing his men beaten to such a terrible state, the masked leader was instantly enraged. He raised the trident high, and a surge of powerful spiritual energy, like a tidal wave, poured into the trident. Instantly, the golden rhombus-shaped crystal on the trident emitted a dazzling light. Jet-black trident was also illuminated with a golden hue, making it look extremely extraordinary. The giant black water serpent beneath their feet raised its head and hissed, actually leaving the masked leader's feet and charging towards Xiao Li alone. At the same time, after the masked leader rushed out of the giant snake, his body did not fall to the ground, but instead remained suspended in midair for a short time. The trident in his hand shone brighter and brighter, clearly indicating that he was gathering power to prepare for a powerful attack. Xiao Li's eyes narrowed upon seeing this. Trying to use the black snake to stop me? You're saving your ultimate move. That depends on whether I agree or not. He neither dodged nor flinched when faced with the charging black water serpent. With a loud boom, his footsteps shattered the ground, and his body was propelled outwards by the recoil. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the giant snake, and blinding, terrifying lightning erupted from his gauntlets. Not to be outdone, the giant snake opened its blood-red maw and bit down hard on Xiao Li. Xiao Li ducked, dodging the giant snake's gaping maw, and came to its chin. He then delivered a powerful uppercut to the snake's chin. Xiao Li's figure appeared very small in front of the giant snake. But the moment his punch landed on the giant snake's chin, the snake's head was thrown high into the air by a terrifying force. The enormous snake body fell backward. Xiao Li did not stop, and in a flash, he arrived at the giant snake's tail. He grabbed the snake's tail with both hands, swung it around, and started spinning it wildly. The giant snake's enormous body spun like a whirlwind under Xiao Li's influence, until finally Xiao Li released his grip. Whoosh! The giant snake's massive body was instantly flung into the air and quickly disappeared from sight. At this moment, the masked leader was still gathering his strength, and the light from the trident in his hand had become so bright that it was impossible to look directly at it. Clearly, his move will be incredibly powerful. If he is allowed to accumulate enough power, Xiao Li might really crash today. Seeing that Xiao Li had easily dealt with the giant snake, the masked leader became anxious and increased his already maximum charging speed even further. Faster, faster, just 5 seconds, give me just 5 more seconds. However, at this moment, Xiao Li on the ground raised his head and locked his gaze on him. Let me show you this move. The first form of the 9 judgments, Thunder's Lament. Around Xiao Li as he raised his hand and grasped the masked leader from afar. The next instant, 3 great swords of lightning, bound by chains, suddenly appeared out of thin air in the space surrounding the masked leader. Splash! Splash! A metallic clanging sound rang out, and the chains on the 3 great swords suddenly began to move. They released the great swords they were holding, and instead all turned to entangle the masked leader. The masked leader tried to dodge, but the 3 chains were too fast and surrounded him in an instant. The chains tightened suddenly, and he was instantly bound. Even so, the masked leader still held the trident high and refused to let go, still gathering his strength. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. The masked leader silently counted down the time, and when he reached 1 second, a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. This move is his strongest attack. Below the 7th rank could withstand his attack. With this move, he was certain that Xiao Li would be defeated, but it was precisely in that instant. Uft, uft, uft. 3 sharp sounds of weapons piercing flesh rang out. The masked leader's eyes widened suddenly as he looked down. Great swords pierced through his chest from 3 different directions, leaving 3 huge wounds on his body. Bolts of lightning still flickered on the wound, seeping into his body. Fresh blood gushed from the wound and dripped onto the ground. The masked leader gritted his teeth, determined to use all his strength to complete that last bit of charging up. But at this moment, the spiritual energy in his body seemed to have fallen silent, and it was not under his control at all. It's these wounds. The masked leader's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the lightning bolts at the 3 wounds. The attack from those 3 great swords was not just a simple matter of injuring him. It also had the effect of sealing his spiritual power. His energy accumulating technique failed. Because of the sudden interruption of spiritual power, the golden light on the trident began to fade rapidly and turned black again. The light dimmed, faded, until it finally disappeared completely. Without the support of spiritual power, the masked leader's body plummeted straight to the ground from midair, kicking up a cloud of dust. Team leader. The few remaining heavily injured masked men were horrified and cried out when they saw their leader fall. They couldn't believe that their captain, a 7th-level ability user, had actually been defeated by Xiao Li. How is that possible? Xiao Li also breathed a sigh of relief, a smile appearing on his face. It's finally resolved. Thankfully, it didn't let the guy finish charging up, so it was a close call. He strode toward the masked leader. This guy was only badly injured. He's not dead yet. The first move of the 9 judgments, Thunder's Lament, is the last move among his 3rd-tier superpowers. It has 3 effects: restriction, severe injury, and spirit sealing. Use lightning chains to bind the enemy, then strike them while simultaneously sealing their spiritual power. The duration of the blockade depends on the strength of the opposing side. With the masked leader's 7th level strength, this spirit sealing effect won't last long, but it will be enough. Xiaoli soon arrived in front of the masked leader. The man was lying on the ground, and the blood gushing from his wounds had stained a large area of the gray-white ground red. Xiaoli bent down and ripped off the man's mask. Suddenly, the face of a middle-aged man who looked to be around 30 or 40 years old appeared. Chapter 125. I'd rather die than confess. Xiaoli stared at the face and said coldly, "Speak. Who sent you?" The man opened his mouth and coughed a few times, then grinned. "Do you think I tell you? I admit we lost this time, but don't get cocky. This is just the beginning. There will be people stronger than us in the future, unless you keep hiding in Phoenix Academy and never come out." Hee. After listening to him without expression, Xiaoli conjured a lightning blade in his hand again and stabbed it down towards his thigh. "Oh!" The man screamed in agony, his face contorted in pain. "Will you talk or not?" Xiaoli asked again, twisting the thunder blade in his hand to widen the wound and torture him. The man screamed in agony, but the smile on his face grew increasingly arrogant. "Ha ha! Come on, if you've got the guts, kill me, and you won't get any information from me. Don't even think about it." Xiaoli drew his thunderblade and stabbed it into the other thigh, repeating the same action. Then came his calves, feet, arms, hands, and finally a knife was plunged into his stomach. The man's screams grew more and more piercing, but he still did not give in. Xiaoli shook his head, took out his phone, and took a picture of his face. Then he drew his thunderblade and swiftly pierced the man's head with a single, clean stroke. Xiaoli knew from this person's attitude that he couldn't get any useful information out of him. These people are clearly die-hard loyalists of a certain faction, and it will be extremely difficult to get any information out of them. Continuing like this is just a waste of time. The middle-aged man's head was pierced, and he made a strange sound from his throat before quickly passing away. Xiaoli reached out and groped him again, trying to find something that could prove his identity. Unfortunately, we found nothing. He had no choice but to put away the trident that was stuck in the ground not far away. "Xiaoli, are you alright?" Just then, Xiaoli heard someone call his name from behind. Turning around, I saw that it was Lin Yuner and the others who came out from a bush in the distance. He smiled and replied, "I'm fine." Upon arriving at Xiaoli's side, Xia Ying, Mu Yi, and Mu Xinxin looked at Xiaoli with undisguised shock and horror. Xiaoli actually managed to defeat this group of masked men. Even a 7th-tier A-level superhuman died at his hands. They hid in the distance and watched Xiaoli's battle from beginning to end. Xiaoli didn't use any tricks. He relied entirely on his own strength to fight these masked men head-on. Keep in mind that this is a group of superhumans, all of whom are at least level 6. When facing Xiaoli, they were so utterly vulnerable. How long has it been since I last fought her? It hasn't even been a month, right? Xiaoli has actually become so much stronger. Isn't this speed of power increase just too terrifying? Seeing their expressions, Xiaoli guessed their shock and patted them on the head. "Let me finish up first." Then he pulled out the thunder knife stuck in the man's head and walked step by step toward the masked men who were still alive. Although the masked men wanted to escape, it was too late. Severely injured, they had no chance of escaping Xiaoli's blade, and soon all the masked men were killed. Xiaoli also took off their masks and took a close-up photo of their faces with his phone. Just because you can't get any information from these people doesn't mean you can't find out their identities. As long as we take their photos, we can have Su Xian investigate them thoroughly when we get back. She's sure she'll be able to find some clues. He searched through these people again, but still found nothing. These people seemed to be on guard against such a thing happening at any moment, so they didn't bring anything with them, even a storage ring or a storage bag. After dealing with the masked men, Xiaoli didn't forget about the few sleazy men who were also seriously injured. These people have malicious intentions towards Lin Yuner and the others, and Xiaoli will never let them live. Those sleazy men seemed to know their fate was about to be sealed, and despite their injuries, they knelt down and kowtowed to Xiaoli. They burst into tears and begged for mercy. However, Xiaoli remained unmoved by their pleas for mercy. These people are a menace to the world and don't deserve any sympathy. With a swift stroke, several innocent heads flew high into the air. With that, everything has finally settled. The women watched Xiaoli's ruthless and decisive killing methods without much change in their expressions. These people had previously tried to capture them, harbored ill intentions towards them, and even wanted to use them to force Xiaoli to reveal himself. If it weren't for Xiaoli's teleportation ability, they would most likely have been captured by these people. The consequences at that time would be unimaginable, so there's nothing to sympathize with. It was the first time Lin Yuner and Mingchin had ever seen such a bloody scene, and they turned their heads away, feeling uncomfortable and unable to look any longer. Xiaoli dismissed the thunderblade from his hand, looked at the women, and smiled. All right, the matter is resolved. Let's head back to the academy. The girls all nodded in agreement, having no objections. Zhang Mingchin thought for a moment and asked, "We haven't finished our task yet. Should we finish it before we leave?" Xiaoying said, "Since we're already here, it's good to do the task. Anyway, with Xiaoli around, it won't be difficult to complete the task." The probability of finding the Earth Nether Flower on the second level of the Dead Netherworld is much higher than on the first level. Is this all right, Xiaoli? At the end of her sentence, she looked at Xiao Li and asked him a question. Xiaoli nodded indifferently. Of course. Since arriving at Phoenix Academy, he has been cultivating within the academy and has yet to gain any experience outside. This was his first time visiting a place like this secret realm. Since we're already out, there's no rush to go back. As for the matter of this group of masked men, he could first send a message to Su Xian and ask her to investigate. Xiaoli believed that with Su Xian's strength and status, it was impossible for her to have no idea what was going on. Xiaoying solemnly instructed, "In that case, let's go. But be careful, there are countless powerful mutated beasts on the second level of the deathly netherworld. Moreover, the secret realm has existed for many years and has given rise to many unusual places, some of which are even more dangerous than mutated beasts. There are still many things to pay attention to, and I need to tell you about them as we walk." Xiao Li, Lin Yuner, and Zhang Mingchin are all newcomers to exploring secret realms, and they are unaware of many of the dangers involved. Even though Xiao Li is powerful, he is still just a newcomer. Therefore, Xiaoying needs to explain many things to them. Soon, the group, still talking, walked further and further into the depths of the secret realm. Unbeknownst to Xiao Li, when he relayed the information about the masked man to Su Xian, the academy was taking significant action as a result. Chapter 126 Investigation. Phoenix Academy. Inside a small wooden house surrounded by a sea of fiery red flowers. Su Xian was sitting cross-legged in the wooden house, diligently cultivating. Sitting cross-legged, the mature and voluptuous figure wrapped in a red cheongsam was still breathtakingly beautiful. Her jade-like legs, exposed by her cross-legged posture, revealed snow-white and delicate skin, making her breathtakingly beautiful. At this moment, she closed her eyes, and with each breath, wisps of fiery red spiritual energy continuously surged into the void. Then it is absorbed into the body and transformed into pure fire attribute spiritual power. Since she went to lynching and brought Xiaoli back to the academy, her strength has been improving at an extremely rapid pace every day. Especially after each time she had sex with Xiaoli, the quality of her superpower would improve, and her own strength would also increase as a result. If we were to ask who among Xiaoli's women has done that with him the most times, it would undoubtedly be Su Xian. As a peak 9th tier ability user, her physique is far superior to that of Suya and the others, and her endurance is extremely strong. Even if he fought Xiaoli for a whole day and night, he could still hold on. Of course, her main reason wasn't for enjoyment. It was mainly to become stronger. Because of Xiaoli's existence, her desire for power became even stronger. Before she met Xiaoli, all she wanted was to reach the pinnacle of the superpower world. But now, her goal in becoming stronger is to better protect Xiaoli. She now values this first man who entered her life and her heart more than anything else. Therefore, she absolutely could not allow anything to happen to Xiaoli. With her continuous improvement over the past few days, her level, which was already halfway to the 10th rank, is rapidly advancing. I believe it won't be long before she officially enters the 10th level. Level 10. That's the level that truly stands at the pinnacle of the superpower world. Her combat power is comparable to that of a level 10 ability user after she acquired the blazing divine feather. But that's only comparable. Only by truly reaching that level can one achieve a real transformation. Just as Su Xian was immersed in cultivation, her phone, which was on the table next to her, suddenly rang with a message notification. Su Xian slowly opened her eyes, and 2 clusters of red flames flashed in her phoenix eyes. She picked up her phone from the table, turned on the screen, and looked at it. Then I discovered it was a message from Xiaoli. She was immediately puzzled. Xiaoli rarely sends her messages by phone. If Xiaoli were to need something, he would usually teleport directly to her side. So why would he send a message? She opened her chat with Xiaoli and quickly saw a message and a few photos. After carefully reading the message, Su Xian's pretty face immediately turned as cold as if it had been covered with a layer of frost for thousands of years. At the same time, an extremely terrifying and scorching aura suddenly spread out from his body, causing ripples to constantly appear in the void. If it weren't for the special material of this wooden house, it would probably have collapsed instantly under this kind of aura. "Auntie, what's wrong?" Who was also meditating nearby, opened her eyes upon hearing the commotion and looked at Su Xian in astonishment, not understanding what had happened. A chilling, murderous intent flashed in Su Xian's phoenix eyes as she tossed the phone to Suya, her voice icy as she said, "Some people really want to die. How dare you openly attack Xiao Li and my students? Looks like I haven't been out for too long, and some people think Phoenix Academy is easy to bully." Suya took the phone and looked at the contents. Her pretty face changed immediately. One rank 7A level ability user and more than a dozen rank 6 ability users, who would dare to send so many experts to deal with Xiao Li. Su Xian's delicate body as she spoke with a composed expression. "I don't know, but with the photos Xiao Li sent, it shouldn't be difficult to find out. If Xiao Li hadn't greatly improved his strength this time and hadn't had some hidden trump cards, those people would definitely have succeeded. No matter who the forces behind these people are, I will make them pay the price. Let them know what the consequences will be if they mess with my people." Encountering danger and life or death battles greatly helped Xiao Li improve his strength. After all, you can't always encounter a formidable foe. But this doesn't mean that Su Xian will let these people harm Xiao Li. If they dared to send a 7th level ability user to deal with Xiao Li this time, they might send even more and stronger ability users next time. There's even a possibility that other forces might get involved. The best way to deal with this situation is to make an example of someone and warn others. Only in this way can we solve the problem once and for all. Suya bit her red lips and nodded. She didn't have Su Xian's strength, but the fact that someone actually wanted to harm Xiao Li and the people around him made her extremely angry. If those people hadn't been caught off guard by Xiao Li's teleportation ability with the Dragon Phoenix ring, allowing him to instantly appear next to anyone who possessed the ring. If Xiao Li's strength hadn't far exceeded their expectations, who knows what would have happened? Su Xian got up, took her phone back, and then made a call. Not long after, Lu Mei, the vice dean of Phoenix Academy, came to Su Xian with her alluring and mature figure. Her pretty face wore her signature charming smile, captivating and alluring, making men's hearts burn with uncontrollable lust. "My dear dean, is there something you need from me today?" Her sweet, soft voice was incredibly soothing, and coupled with her charming tone, it would make anyone's bones melt. Su Xian was not in the mood for jokes at this moment. She simply handed her the phone and said coldly, "Have someone investigate these people's backgrounds and notify me immediately if there's any news." Lu Mei took the phone and looked at the contents, and immediately understood what was going on. She wiped the smile from her face and became unusually serious. "I'll have someone investigate immediately." After saying that, she quickly left the cabin. Su Xian stared at her departing figure, her heart filled with murderous intent. "You dared to send people to attack Xiao Li, so you must have been prepared to face my wrath. I'd like to see who has such audacity." The dead. Xiao Li and his group were walking on a gray-white plain, with the roars and howls of mutated beasts echoing around them from time to time. Sharp cries often rang out from the sky above. Xia Ying, Mu Yi, and Mu Xinxin walked on the left and right sides and at the back of the group, respectively, observing their surroundings with vigilance. Xiao Li walked at the front, carrying an incredibly cool thunderblade in his hand, his expression calm and composed, his breathing steady and unhurried. Just then, a huge, deep hole suddenly burst open in the gray-white ground ahead with a loud boom. A giant centipede with a huge body and dense, long legs emerged. Sand and soil fell down its body, and segment after segment of its body kept appearing. 1 meter, 2 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. Finally, when the centipede appeared on the ground intact, its body was a full 13 meters long. Its carapace has an earthy yellow sheen and looks exceptionally hard. Xiao Li's eyes narrowed, and he recognized the mutated beast at a glance. Escape, Giant Centipede. Chapter 127, Plains Anomaly. The burrowing giant centipede lives underground, and its earth element gives it extremely strong defense. Moreover, its mouthparts are sharp and its bite force is amazing, capable of easily crushing even hard rocks. The weakness is easy to find. The centipede's segmented carapace has relatively weak defenses in its recessed areas. Xiao Li stared at the giant centipede that had suddenly appeared. Judging from its size, it should only be a level 6 mutated beast. If it's a level 7 centipede, this burrowing giant centipede would probably be over 20 meters long. Few ability users of the same level can break through the defenses of this burrowing giant centipede. Even targeting its weaknesses is difficult. However, this was not a problem for Shaoli. He wielded the Thunderblade, his figure transforming into a lightning shadow as he charged out, quickly reaching the massive body of the burrowing centipede, and slashed fiercely with his blade. Uft! The lightning blade flashed, easily slicing through the seemingly impenetrable carapace. The blade penetrated directly into the flesh, nearly cutting the centipede in two. Centipede, which had been burrowing underground, let out a painful hiss, and then lowered its head and lunged at Xiao Li with ferocity. Its ferocious and sharp mandibles sent chills down one's spine. At this moment, Xia Ying and the other girls also took action. Taking advantage of the giant centipede's attention being drawn to Xiao Li, Xia Ying circled around to the side and leaped directly onto the centipede's back. A flash of light appeared in her jade hand, and a short sword gleaming with a cold light appeared in her hand. With a delicate shout, she plunged her sword into a dent in a segment of the centipede's carapace. Snap! The short sword in Xia Ying's hand also seemed to be no ordinary object. With a single thrust, it pierced through the centipede's carapace. She didn't stop, raising her short sword and bringing down 2 more strikes in quick succession. The second sword still didn't completely break the shell, but after the third sword fell, the shell was finally completely broken, and the short sword pierced straight into the flesh beneath the shell. Then, without lingering in the fight, he quickly jumped off the giant centipede that had burrowed underground. On the other side, Mu Yi and Mu Xinshin held hands, and the yin and yang energies flowed between these two identical and stunningly beautiful twins. Mu Yi clenched her jade-like hand, and instantly a jet-black longbow materialized in her hand. Mu Xinshin then conjured a pure white long arrow. Arrows were knocked onto black longbows, and the two women simultaneously drew back the bowstrings. They aimed at the giant centipede that had burrowed underground, gave a soft shout in unison, and then released their grip the next instant. Yin-Yang Divine Arrow. Whoosh! In an instant, an arrow in black and white shot straight out and landed precisely on another dent in the shell of the burrowing giant centipede. Uft! The hard shell only held out for less than 2 seconds before being pierced. The arrow went straight in and finally came out from the other side. Before the burrowing giant centipede could even attack Xiao Li, it suffered a series of injuries, howling in pain and twisting its entire body. Then, without a second thought, he burrowed into the ground. The giant centipede has an extremely strong ability to break through the soil and dig burrows. In one go, half of its entire body went underground. Die! Xiao Li's eyes narrowed, not giving the giant centipede that had burrowed underground a chance to escape, and he unleashed a destruction slash. Suddenly, a huge bolt of lightning flashed out and struck half of the giant centipede's body. Snap! Centipede that had burrowed underground was split in two, and yellowish-green insect fluid sprayed all over the ground. The thunderblade in Xiao Li's hand also vanished. The giant centipede had burrowed half its body underground, while the other half remained on the surface, still writhing and struggling. Xiao Li, how is he? Xia Ying, holding a short sword, approached Xiao Li and asked. The hole dug by the burrowing giant centipede and said, It shouldn't be dead yet. Xia Ying said solemnly. This plane seems to be the habitat of these burrowing giant centipedes. This is the 4th time we've encountered them. Luckily, we only encountered 6th-tier opponents, and none of the 7th-tier ones. After dealing with the masked men, they ventured deeper into the land of the dead. They traveled through many places and encountered many mutated beasts, but thanks to Xiao Li's presence, they were all dealt with without serious incident. The earthly nether flowers were easily collected along the way, and now all they had to do was return. However, the formation of this netherworld is very special. One can enter by passing through the formation from anywhere. But if we want to get out, we must find an exit to leave. Fortunately, when the Academy assigns tasks, it thoughtfully includes a map of the secret realm, so that students won't be completely lost when they enter the realm. There are 4 exits in this second layer of the formation, corresponding to the 4 directions of east, south, west, and north. Xiao Li and his group chose the western direction, which was the closest. However, to reach the western exit, one must pass through an area called the Silent Plain. And this desolate plain is where they are currently located. But ever since they entered this plain, they have been constantly attacked by mutated beasts. Moreover, the creatures that attacked them were all these burrowing centipedes. Sometimes only one will appear, and sometimes 2 or 3 will appear. This is the 4th time they have suffered such an attack so far. If I remember correctly, this burrowing giant centipede is not a social creature. Why do they all live beneath this plane? Xiaoli frowned. He already had the information on most of the mutated beasts imprinted in his mind, and this burrowing giant centipede was no exception. The burrowing giant centipede is not only a non-social creature, but also has an extremely strong sense of territory. Not only will it not allow other creatures to appear underground, it will even attack creatures that appear on the surface. The current scene of such a large-scale outbreak is extremely unusual. Xiaoying nodded, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. That's certainly true. Could there be something in this place that's attracting them? Xiao Li's gaze swept across the entire plain. The plain was a grayish-white color, which seemed to be the main tone of the land of the dead, and there was nothing unusual about it. Never mind. Let's keep going and get out of here first, Xiaoli said. The girls all nodded. In secret realms, there are always some unusual things. Even if they did discover something, it's probably beyond their current capabilities. Leaving as soon as possible is more important. They didn't linger and continued towards the west exit. But they had only gone a short distance when suddenly, a loud rumbling sound rang out beneath their feet. The next moment, the entire gray-white ground suddenly began to shake violently. Like an earthworm turning over, it created a terrible earthquake. The ground was also cracking open with shocking fissures due to the tremors. Everyone lost their footing and quickly reached out to each other to help each other to avoid being knocked down by the earthquake. What's going on? Mu Xinshin asked in surprise, somewhat flustered. I don't know. Could it be an earthquake? Xiaoying looked at the constantly shaking ground, also full of doubt. Be careful, everyone. I sense a terrifying energy surging underground, Xiaoli said in a deep voice. He immediately shouted in his mind. System, exchange for a rare treasure that can protect everyone, quick. Master, the S-rank rare treasure, the Heavenly Spirit Shield, has been redeemed, consuming 50 points. The system is incredibly efficient. As soon as Xiaoli finished speaking, the system had already automatically filtered and redeemed the items in the store. Xiaoli took out the Heavenly Spirit Shield and activated it without hesitation. In an instant, a huge golden light shield appeared, enveloping everyone inside. Just as Xiaoli finished doing all this, the ground beneath their feet. It collapsed. Chapter 128 Underground City. Beijing, Songlong Academy. Chen Che was leisurely sitting in the courtyard of his residence, sipping tea, his face full of comfort and enjoyment. He's waiting for news. Waiting for news that someone named Xiao Li has been killed. In order to eliminate this person, he even sent out most of the family's superhumans that he could call upon, including a 7th-level superhuman. This is to ensure that nothing goes wrong. He did not let his guard down just because Xiao Li was a newcomer who had only recently awakened. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Even if it's just dealing with an insignificant person, you must use overwhelming power to deal with them. Moreover, Xiao Li possesses an SSS-level supernatural talent, making it all the more worthwhile for Chen Che to go to such lengths to eliminate him. What he didn't know was that even though he didn't underestimate Xiao Li still exceeded his expectations. What he didn't know was the unbearable consequences his actions would bring to himself and the Qin family behind him. Just then, outside his courtyard, a man hurried over and stopped in front of Chen Che. The man lowered his head, his forehead covered in cold sweat, and said nervously, Young master. Seeing his expression, Chen Che frowned slightly. He put down his teacup and asked in a deep voice. What happened? The man swallowed hard, not daring to hide anything, and told the truth. Young master, we've lost contact with everyone we sent to the land of the dead. Chen Che's pupils contracted instantly, and he stood up, and flew everywhere by this sudden spiritual power. Chen Che's tone turned cold as he said, What did you say? Say that again. The man shuddered, but still repeated what he had said before, then quickly added. They've just lost contact. They're not necessarily dead. They might have encountered something else. After all, the place they went to is the dark realm of the dead, and there's no guarantee that nothing unusual might happen. Chen Che slowly clenched his fist, his bones cracking. Then he slammed his fist hard on the stone table next to him where the teacup was. Bang! The solid stone table was smashed to pieces by this punch. Stone fragments flew everywhere. At this moment, a strange unease rose in his heart. The disappearance of those people is probably more than just an accident. Send people to investigate immediately. I need to know the specific reason why they went missing. Chen Che shouted with a gloomy expression. Yes, yes, I'll send someone over to investigate immediately. The man quickly responded and then fled the courtyard. He was worried that if he stayed any longer, Chen Che would kill him. After the man left, Chen Che finally calmed down. I never expected that even with so many elite troops on my side, an accident would still occur. Once those people's identities are exposed, it will probably be traced back to him very quickly. The consequences will be unimaginable. Xiao Li has always been under the watchful eyes of the important figures in the Great Xia Kingdom. They just didn't interfere with Xiao Li's growth. But that doesn't mean Xiao Li isn't important. On the contrary, it is precisely because of Xiao Li's importance that they dare not easily interfere with his choices. But not intervening doesn't mean those people will watch Xiao Li be harmed, especially by someone from their own country. Although the Chun family has made significant contributions to the Great Xia Kingdom, if they are really investigated, even the Chun family may not be able to protect themselves. Everything should be fine. Those people are specially trained assassins. It's impossible for anyone to find out their background. Moreover, they are cautious in their actions, and even if they are caught, the probability of it being discovered is extremely low. Besides, they might not have failed. They might have just encountered some danger within the secret realm. We haven't received any news about Xiao Li leaving Phoenix Academy yet, so things shouldn't be as bad as we think. Chen Che frowned and whispered. His spies stationed outside Phoenix Academy did not report that Xiao Li had left the academy. His plan was to capture the two women who were with Xiao Li when they left the academy, and then find a way to call and threaten Xiao Li to make him come to rescue them alone. Then we can take the opportunity to get rid of him. Moreover, the crime scene happened to be in a secluded place, making it incredibly easy to destroy the evidence. Just throw the corpse at any mutated beast and let it eat it. In the end, there will be no way to verify the truth. Even if some clues are found by accident, there will be no evidence to prove that Xiao Li's death is related to him. Since no news of Xiao Li leaving the academy has been received, it means that the people he sent may not have made a move yet. So his worries might be unnecessary. Even though he tried to comfort himself with these words, the unease in his heart still lingered. The dead, on the outskirts of the Silent Plains. At this moment, a large number of people had gathered around the outer edge of the Silent Plain, making it extremely lively. These people are all superhumans who have come to the secret realm to explore for treasure or to train. The reason they all gathered here was because of the huge commotion coming from the Silent Plain. The people looked on in utter shock at the enormous changes that had taken place on the plain. Because at this point, the desolate plains can no longer be called plains. For some unknown reason, the vast plain has completely collapsed. Moreover, the collapse was extremely deep, forming a massive fault line. Below the fault line, it was pitch black, like a huge abyss. Of course, this is just a figure of speech. Because beneath this collapsed plain, there was a hidden paradise. Although the plain has collapsed quite deeply, sunlight cannot penetrate it, and visibility is not very clear. However, many people could still vaguely see the outline of a city emerging from the collapsed ground. The city is very large, almost encompassing the entire dead plain. Even though it was blurry and dim, you could still see the various buildings and structures in the city. Holy crap, how did this desolate plain become like this? Does anyone know what happened? I don't know. I was just a short distance from the Silent Plains when I heard the commotion and rushed over, but by the time I got there, it was already like this. The plain is hollow underneath, and there's even a city there. How can something like this happen? Hey, do you guys think there might be some good stuff hidden in this city? Should we go down and take a look? The people gathered outside the desolate plain discussed among themselves, expressing their astonishment at the sudden appearance of this underground city. At the same time, some people speculated that there might be something good in this city. Many people are itching to explore the underground city. Chapter 129 Lu Qianqian, Linghong. To the east of the crowd, a woman's beautiful eyes were fixed intently on the city that had collapsed beneath the ground. Her eyes held a thoughtful look, as if she was also considering whether or not to go down and take a look. Around the woman, many men couldn't help but secretly cast strange glances at her. Because this woman is just too beautiful. The woman wore a bright yellow long dress with exquisite and elegant patterns. The dress was also very form-fitting, perfectly showcasing her graceful and slender curves. Her skin was as white as snow, and beneath her delicate, snow-white collarbone were a pair of full, soft breasts, and her slender waist was so delicate that it could be grasped in one hand. Further down are her pert, shapely buttocks, while her legs are obscured by the skirt and cannot be clearly seen. But judging from her figure, One can imagine that beneath the skirt are definitely a pair of shapely, long, and fair-skinned legs. The woman wore a gold mask that covered the upper half of her face, revealing only her delicate, petal-like lips and exquisitely beautiful chin. Even just seeing half of her face is enough to give you an extremely stunning feeling. Her long, black hair cascaded down to her delicate hips, fluttering gently in the breeze, a sight so beautiful it was impossible to look away. At this moment, a man was standing next to the woman. The man was handsome, with a gentle and refined demeanor and a well-proportioned physique. In the film and television industry, this would definitely be considered a leading or second leading role. The man looked at the woman, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes, and asked softly, "Qian, are you also curious about this underground city?" The woman gazed at everything in the pit, then softly parted her lips. This city doesn't seem to have been formed by a natural disaster. It looks more like it was deliberately buried here. The man was taken aback by this and asked, "Oh, how do you know?" The woman pointed with her delicate hand to the huge crater that had collapsed into the plain and said, "This kind of ground subsidence is very abnormal. If it were a normal burial, it would not be possible to form such a hollow structure. This city would have been buried under the soil. It would never have been exposed so perfectly. Therefore, I have reason to suspect that this was a deliberate act." Upon hearing this, the man immediately praised. "Qian is as intelligent as ever, I have to admit it." The woman nodded slightly, showing no sign of pride, as if it were nothing out of the ordinary. The man suddenly smiled and invited, "Would you like to come down and take a look together?" Since this was done by human hands, the person must be a super strong individual, otherwise they wouldn't have the ability to do something like this. There might be some unknown dangers lurking below. It's better to have two people together for mutual support. The woman turned and glanced at him, then hesitated for a moment before saying, "Sure, but if I come across any treasures, I won't hold back at all." The man chuckled. "Of course, if we really come across something good, we'll all have to rely on our own abilities. However, if it's something Qian wants, I think I will not only not take it from you, but I will also get it for you." The woman's tone remained relatively calm in response to the man's advances. "Then thank you very much, young Master Ling." The man feigned helplessness and said, "Qian, our Ling and Lu families have always been on good terms. You and I grew up together since childhood, so we can be considered childhood sweethearts. I remember when we were little, you used to call me Brother Hong all the time. Why do you have to call me that so formally now?" Lu Qian's beautiful eyes were calm as she looked back at the underground city and said indifferently, "Those are all things of the past. You and I now represent the younger generation of our two families. Young Master Ling, you'd better watch your words and actions." Ling Hong shrugged and said, "What you say makes sense, but aren't our two families also interested in a marriage between us? Maybe we'll get married in the future." Before he could finish speaking, Lu Qian turned her head and stared at him with a cold glint in her beautiful eyes behind her mask. His pupils suddenly turned gold. "Ling Hong, I'm warning you, if you dare to mention this matter again, don't blame me for being ruthless. I will never agree to any arranged marriage, not in the past, not now, and never will." Having said that, she no longer hesitated. Golden spiritual energy emanated from her delicate body, and with light, graceful steps, she flew down towards the city beneath the desolate plain. Her movements were graceful, like a fairy descending to earth. Ling Hong watched her retreating figure, his expression subtly changing. But after glancing at the onlookers who were still staring at him, his expression softened again. He shook his head and smiled, then came to the edge of the sinkhole, covered his entire body with spiritual energy, and then jumped down, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. "Hey, who are these two? Does anyone know them? Damn, you don't even know them? Are you still living in the 2G era? How so? Are they very famous?" "They're not just famous. That beautiful woman was named Lu Qian, and that man was named Ling Hong. These two are the leading figures of the younger generation from the Ling and Lu families, two of the 5 great families of supernatural abilities in the Great Xia Kingdom. Their supernatural talents have all reached the powerful SS level. Do you think they're not famous?" Many people exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this. So they're from one of the 5 great families with extraordinary abilities. No wonder, their aura is indeed extraordinary. Everyone in the domestic superpower community knows that the Great Xia Kingdom has 5 major superpower families: the Chin family, the Ling family, the Lu family, the Zhang family, and the Zhao family. These 5 great families are full of powerful figures, and due to their bloodline, Their direct relatives are all quite talented. Most importantly, each of the 5 great families has its own patriarch in charge. These old monsters are all super strong beings who have lived for hundreds of years. Standing at the pinnacle of the superpower world, no one dares to mess with him. Moreover, the reason why these 5 great families have been able to exist and remain standing is because they have made significant contributions to the Great Xia Kingdom. Therefore, the Great Xia dynasty tacitly accepted the existence of these families. Many people couldn't help but feel a sense of gankai, mixed feelings. Compared to these scions of noble families, they are practically the poor of the superpower world. Families with superpowers have no shortage of resources. Unlike them, who work themselves to the bone to compete for resources, sometimes even risking their lives. People come to the secret realm genuinely for training. While these people come to earn money and resources, there's no comparison. They've all gone downstairs. What are we still dawdling about? If we relate, all the good stuff might be taken. Someone saw Lu Qianqian and Ling Hong jump into the pit and immediately shouted. He couldn't wait any longer and leaped out, rushing down into the underground city. With one person taking the lead, others naturally followed suit and sprang into action. In an instant, the outer edge of the desolate plain was like a dumpling pouring operation, with people constantly leaping down. Chapter 138 Order Mutant Beasts Beneath the Ground. Inside the underground city, sunlight streamed down through the sinkhole, bringing a dim glow to this city that had been sealed off for countless years. The place was cold and desolate, seemingly devoid of any living creature. Most of the buildings standing in rows were tilted, collapsed, or damaged, and there were mud, stones, and ruins everywhere. This is an abandoned city, and it's unknown how many years it has been submerged here. And on a dimly lit street in this underground city, Xiao Li, Lin Yuner, Zhang Mingchin, Xia Ying, Mu Yi, and Mu Xinxin safely landed in the city under the protection of the magical treasure, the Heavenly Spirit Shield. After landing safely, Xiao Li did not rush to remove the protection of the Heavenly Spirit Shield, but instead carefully examined the surrounding scenery. He was quite surprised by the various dilapidated buildings that appeared before his eyes. Lin Yuner and the others were equally shocked by everything around them. How could there be a city beneath this plain? That's unbelievable. Mu Xinxin's pretty face was full of surprise. Judging from this city must have been buried here for a very long time. Xia Ying frowned and looked around, then looked at Xiao Li with a serious expression and asked, Xiao Li, what should we do? Falling to such a depth, getting back to the surface is no easy feat. They don't yet have the ability to fly. That requires at least an 8th level expert. Xiao Li pondered for a moment, then looked up at the huge gap in the plain above. He actually had plenty of ways to get back to the ground. After all, with so many rare treasures in the system shop, finding a few flying treasures would be quite easy. Even if you can't fly, you can still get out by finding a collapsed edge and climbing up. But after thinking about it, he still said, this place is probably not simple. It may be hiding some secret. Since we're already here, and we've encountered this situation, let's not rush back. Let's try to uncover the secrets here. Xia Ying nodded. Yes, that's what I think too. We've come here by sheer coincidence. If there's some secret opportunity hidden here, it would be a shame to leave like this. Xiao Li looked at Mu Yi, Mu Xinxin, Lin Yuner, and Zhang Mingchin and asked, And you? The twin sisters exchanged a glance, nodded without objection, and said in unison, That's what we think too. Lin Yuner pursed her lips, looked at Xiao Li with her beautiful eyes, and said helplessly, Our cultivation level is too low. If we stay, we might hold you back. Zhang Mingchin also clenched her hands tightly, looking somewhat downcast. They had only been awakening their abilities for a short time, and although they were working hard to cultivate, they still couldn't keep up with Xiao Li's pace. Many times, they not only failed to help Xiao Li, but also become a burden to him. They also longed to have enough power to stand by Xiao Li's side and become his right-hand man. But the truth is, no matter how hard they try, they get further and further away from Xiao Li. Seemingly sensing their thoughts, Xiao Li suddenly reached out and gently stroked the two women's delicate, alabaster-like faces and smiled. It's okay, let's go together. I'll protect you all, don't overthink it. You haven't been cultivating for very long yet, so don't be discouraged. I believe you will definitely become very strong in the future. Lin Yuner and Zhang Mingchin looked at Xiao Li and felt a warmth in their hearts. After a while, they nodded gently. They weren't the type of women who would get caught up in their emotions. Since they knew they weren't strong enough, they would work even harder to cultivate and try not to fall too far behind. Xiao Li then withdrew his hand, looked at Xia Ying and the others, and said in a deep voice, "This place is dangerous. Everyone be careful. Been caused by those burrowing giant centipedes. It's very likely that it's related to this city." "Yes, we understand." Xia Ying and the others all nodded in response. The city was deathly silent, seemingly inhabited only by these few living people who had unexpectedly stumbled upon it. But for some reason, everyone, including Shaoli, felt that the city was somewhat strange. "It makes me feel uneasy." Shaoli grasped Lin Yuner and Zhang Mingchin's hands and said solemnly, "Yuner, Mingchin, no matter what happens, you two must stay inside this heavenly spirit shield and are not allowed to come out, understand? The two women are not strong enough yet. They have only reached the second level in their cultivation so far. This deathly netherworld is not a place that ability users of their level can enter, let alone the second level. Moreover, given the current situation, no one knows what might happen. Even 6th or 7th level ability users might not be safe, let alone Lin Yuner and Zhang Mingchen." The two women knew that Shaoli was worried about their safety, so they both nodded obediently. "Yes, we know, don't worry about us." Shaoli nodded, then said, "Let's go then, see if we can find anything." Xiang glanced around and asked, "Which direction should we go?" Shaoli thought for a moment, then asked in his mind, "System, do you have a way of finding out what's hidden in this city?" Faced with this unknown situation, he didn't want to waste his cheat code and foolishly search for something else. After about 10 seconds, the system played that unique lowly voice in Shaoli's mind. "Master, the system has completed its exploration of this area. There are unusual energy fluctuations to the south of your current location. Furthermore, countless centipede-like mutated beasts lurk beneath this city, the strongest of which has reached the 8th rank. Master, please be careful." Shaoli's expression changed, and he couldn't help but look down at the ground beneath his feet. Hidden beneath this surface are countless giant centipedes that burrow underground, and the strongest one has actually reached the 8th rank. This level has already exceeded the upper limit of the second level of this netherworld. Logically speaking, once a mutated beast exceeding the level limit appears on each level of the dead netherworld, a powerful guardian will appear to protect the secret realm. Then take these mutated beasts to a deeper level, or kill and deal with them directly. But this giant centipede that burrows underground has been hidden underground for who knows how many years, and has never been discovered. It seems I have to be careful. Otherwise even I won't be able to handle this 8th-tier mutated beast if we encounter it." Shaoli frowned as he thought to himself, then silently instructed himself, "System, keep an eye on the location of that 8th-tier mutated beast at all times, and alert me immediately if it gets close." "Yes, Master, leave it to me." The system responded sweetly. Shaoli then looked at the others, pointed south, and said, "Let's head in that direction." Good. None of the girls had any objections. Here, they subconsciously regarded Shaoli as their pillar of support, and whatever Shaoli said went. Even Xia Ying, who initially led the team, did not object to Shaoli's words. Girls all felt this was perfectly normal, as if it was just how it was supposed to be. Chapter 131: Strange Buildings in the City Center. The group, using the Heavenly Spirit Shield, headed south of the city. Once the Heavenly Spirit Shield is activated, it will continuously consume Shaoli's spiritual power to maintain it. Therefore, Shaoli needs to keep a few spirit stones in hand to replenish the power. Both in and out maintained a balance, allowing his spiritual power to remain at its peak. As I walked along, the surroundings were eerily quiet. The Heavenly Spirit Shield was very bright, providing them with a perfect light source. Shaoli would occasionally open some of the relatively intact buildings and go inside to investigate. However, nothing was found. These buildings contain only ordinary things, nothing special. This place really does seem to be just an ordinary abandoned city. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, the struggle between humans and mutated beasts has never ceased. Mutant beasts grow and reproduce very quickly. Even a race like humans, which is known for its rapid reproduction, is still too weak in the face of countless mutant beast populations. Especially in the past, when humans had not yet become truly powerful, they were often at a disadvantage when facing mutated beasts. We had no choice but to abandon some cities, which would not only reduce the number of areas that needed to be defended, but also allow us to allocate more manpower. Over the years, countless cities have been abandoned, whether in the Great Xia Kingdom or other countries. Therefore, Shaoli and his group were not particularly curious about this city. This abandoned city may have been moved from somewhere else. Because there isn't a single dead body or skeleton in this city. There are only some abandoned buildings or architectural ruins. I just don't know who has such great ability, or what their purpose is in moving this city here. That's right. Like Lu Qianqian, Xiaoli suspected that everything here was man-made. Everything here seems normal, but in reality, it reveals a strange and unreasonable thing everywhere. A city appears within the secret realm. Moreover, this city is buried underground. The giant centipede, a solitary mutant beast that should have a strong sense of territory, lives in groups here. And there's also the reason why that silent plane above collapsed. This all seems very wrong. It's definitely not as simple as it seems now. Just as the group was heading south, Xiaoli suddenly seemed to sense something, abruptly stopped, and looked up. What's wrong, Xiaoli? Xia Ying and the others stopped and asked, somewhat puzzled. Xiaoli's eyes flickered as he said, someone from upstairs is coming down. Upon hearing this, the women all looked up and immediately saw two beams of light flying down from the gap in the plane above. Because they were too far away, it was impossible to see the shape and appearance of the people who had fallen. All that could be seen was the spiritual energy emanating from them. Those two beams of light descended. Another large group of beams of light also fell. At a glance, there are hundreds of them. It seems the earthquake here caused such a commotion that it attracted other ability users in this secret realm. Xiaoli said in a deep voice. Xiaoying frowned. With so many people coming down, it could very well have a significant impact on our operations. Xiaoli frowned. He wasn't worried about what impact these people would have on them. Attract the giant centipedes that were hiding underground. Especially the system's detection of that 8th-tier mutated beast. Once it appears, I doubt anyone here will be able to handle it. Let's hurry up and stop dawdling. Xiaoli said, turning his gaze away. Who knows when these people will cause big trouble, so they need to speed things up and try to get out of here before anything serious happens. They quickened their pace, heading south, ignoring the people constantly falling from above, and moved forward rapidly. As they traveled at full speed, they were getting closer and closer to their destination. During this time, they could occasionally hear various sounds of fighting coming from all over the city. It seems that those who fell into the city have attracted the attention of the giant centipedes that burrow underground. However, Xiao Li and the others did not pay much attention to it. After walking for about 10 minutes, they finally stopped. Because they have already reached their destination. Although they were heading south, they hadn't reached the end of the city. Instead, Xiao Li guessed that they were currently in the city center of this abandoned city. After they stopped, Xiao Li immediately looked at the building that had appeared in front of him. The building is cone-shaped and only about 2 stories high. Its exterior walls appear to be made of some kind of metal, reflecting a dazzling light under the glow of the heavenly spirit shield. Moreover, this conical building is very well preserved and spotless, making it stand out from the dilapidated and collapsed buildings around it. Is this the key to the hidden secrets of this city? Xiaoying asked, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity as she examined the strange building. Xiaoli said, it's hard to say whether it's true or not, but this is the only place in the entire abandoned city where energy fluctuations are emanating. So even if this isn't the key point, there must be some connection. Mu Yi suggested, let's go inside and take a look. Maybe the secret is hidden inside. Look, there's a door over there. We should be able to get in through there. As she spoke, she pointed with her jade-like finger to a closed metal door at the very bottom of the building. Okay, let's go take a look. Xiaoli nodded and then led the women toward the gate. Just as they approached the gate, Xiaoli suddenly felt a sharp gust of wind coming towards him, aimed precisely at his back. Xiaoli's eyes turned cold, and he quickly conjured a thunder blade in his hand, then slashed it down behind him. Clang! A piercing metallic clang suddenly rang out. Xiaoli turned around and saw a long spear radiating a precious light spinning as it flew out and finally stuck into the ground some distance away. Clearly, what he just slashed away was this spear. Who goes there? Show yourself, Xiaoli shouted in a deep voice. Xia Ying and the others also realized what was happening and turned around, looking warily behind them. Soon they saw 2 figures walking towards them from a path in the distance. Chapter 132 Deliberately Accidentally. The 2 figures were a man and a woman. The man was handsome, but he was still not as good-looking as Xiao Li. As for that woman, Xiao Li's gaze was immediately drawn to her at first glance. Wearing a long gold dress and a gold mask, she was mysterious and stunning. Her graceful figure was no less impressive than Lin Yuner's. Judging from the aura emanating from the 2, they should both be level 6 ability users. These 2 seemed to be much stronger than the 6th-tier masked men he had killed before, but not stronger than the 7th-tier ones. It seems that these two have quite high-quality superpowers. And these people who came were none other than Lu Qianqian and Ling Hong, who had come down from the plains earlier. At this moment, Ling Hong walked to the spear that Xiao Li had flicked away, reached out and grasped the handle, and pulled the spear out. He glanced at Xiao Li with some surprise, seemingly not expecting Xiao Li to be able to withstand his attack so easily. Then, he put on what he thought was a charming smile, and said to Xiao Li, "My friend, I apologize for being a bit rash just now. I'm sure you won't mind, will you?" Zhang Mingchin said angrily, "You did this on purpose." Ling Hong's eyes lit up as he glanced at the scene. Zhang Mingchin's pure and beautiful face, as well as her curvaceous figure, are simply exquisite, especially her long, slender, snow-white legs, which are flawless. She's actually a rare beauty. Ling Hong then looked at the others, his gaze fixed on them again. Lin Yuner, Xia Ying, Mu Yi, and Mu Xinxin. Aren't they all incredibly beautiful women, rarely seen in normal times? And now, 5 of them have appeared all at once. And there was even a pair of twins among them. And they all followed this man. It's simply unbelievable. Ling Hong looked at Xiao Li, and his gaze suddenly turned somewhat jealous. What's so special about this kid that he has such good fortune with women? He struggled to even pursue Lu Qianqian, while Xiao Li managed to have 5 stunning beauties at once. How could there be such a huge difference between people? Xiao Li gazed calmly at the man before her, a bright smile suddenly spreading across her face. "Oh, it was an accident. Oh, thank you, thank you." Upon hearing this, Ling Hong's lips unconsciously curved into a somewhat sarcastic smile. Even a woman dares to contradict him. How can this man be so cowardly? How could these stunning beauties be blind to be attracted to such trash? However, Lu Qianqian, who had been silent, keenly sensed something at that moment. However, she did not say anything to remind Ling Hong, but simply watched the show quietly. Really? The next moment, the long sword wrapped in lightning in Xiao Li's hand suddenly shot straight toward Ling Hong with a whoosh. Ling Hong was startled and instinctively raised his gun to block. However, before the thunderblade could even touch the spear, Xiao Li uttered a low shout. Burst! The next second, the thunderblade exploded. A terrifying bolt of lightning suddenly raged out, instantly engulfing Ling Hong's body completely. Amidst the thunderous explosion, Ling Hong's furious roar echoed. The raging thunder was forcibly torn open from the inside. Ling Hong's figure reappeared before everyone's eyes. Xiao Li looked over, and his brows furrowed slightly. Because the man in front of him was not injured at all after taking this move. His body was still spotless. Apart from his slightly gloomy complexion, he was no different from before. However, Xiao Li quickly focused his attention on the clothes the man was wearing. It was a dark blue robe, somewhat like the style worn by people in ancient times. On the robe, there seemed to be a faint glow, which looked rather strange. Xiao Li suddenly realized something. This guy is actually wearing a rare treasure. No wonder his attacks didn't do any damage to this person. They were all blocked. Ling Hong was about to speak when Xiao Li interrupted him, saying, "Hey bro, sorry, I accidentally slipped on purpose. I hope you don't mind." Ling Hong's face darkened immediately upon hearing this. Xiao Li is taking back what he just said. He stared coldly at Xiao Li and said in a somber voice, "Kid, you've got guts." Xiao Li smiled and said, You flatter me. I think so too." Ling Hong's face darkened again, and he roared, "I wasn't praising you." Xiao Li grinned, "Then I'll take it as you." Xia Ying and the others couldn't help but laugh. Even Lu Qianqian couldn't help but chuckle, but she quickly composed herself again. Her pretty face beneath the mask was slightly flushed. Ling Hong twisted his neck and slammed his spear into the ground, instantly unleashing a powerful surge of spiritual energy that swept out like a storm. He said in a chilling tone, "It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like that. Kid, I hope you'll still be laughing later." As the leading figure of the Ling family in this generation, he was treated with utmost respect wherever he went. Who would dare to provoke him like Xiao Li? This made him lose face, especially in front of Lu Qianqian and so many beautiful women. So today he's determined to teach Xiao Li a lesson. Xiao Li clenched his fist, and a thunderblade reappeared in his hand. His gaze was cold and sharp. He naturally wouldn't mind teaching this self-important person a lesson. Even a rare treasure couldn't stop his attack. As the two confronted each other, the atmosphere in the arena suddenly became tense and hostile. They looked ready to fight at the slightest provocation. However, Lu Qianqian, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. "Ling Hong, haven't you caused enough trouble? I didn't come here to watch you fight and bully others." Ling Hong's lips twitched upon hearing this. Qianqian, this person. Lu Qianqian interrupted. What's wrong with this person? Wasn't it you who started it by attacking them first and provoking them? Otherwise, why would all this have happened? If you keep causing trouble, don't blame me for taking action against you too. Ling Hong's face flushed red and then turned pale. Finally, he could only let out a heavy snort, put away his spear, and looked at Xiao Li, saying, Kid, you're lucky. I'll let you go this time. But don't get too cocky. You'll be in for a surprise once we leave this place. Idiot. Xiao Li glanced at him, but didn't continue to attack. Although he could take care of this guy here, it would definitely take some time. This place is not safe right now. Not to mention that there is an 8th order underground giant centipede hiding underground. This place itself may also be hiding some dangers. Therefore, it would be best for them to finish exploring and leave as soon as possible. They can deal with any problems outside. Chapter 133 Go Play with Eggs. You. Hearing Xiao Li call him an idiot, Ling Hong felt a surge of anger again. But before he could make a move, Lu Qianqian had already moved gracefully to stand in front of Xiao Li. Her pink lips slightly parted, and she whispered, Hello, my name is Lu Qianqian, and I come from the Lu family of the Great Xia dynasty. Would you like to get to know me? Congratulations, host. The system has been bound to the goddess Lu Qianqian. Currently, the favorability is 15%, and you have earned 15 points. Upon hearing Lu Qianqian introduce herself, Xiao Li didn't react much, but Xia Ying and the others behind him were surprised. The woman wearing a mask in front of me is actually from the Lu family, one of the 5 great families with supernatural abilities in the Great Xia Kingdom. Xia Ying and the others were quite aware of the significance of these 5 families with extraordinary abilities. Xiao Li looked up at the woman who was so close to him. Although she was wearing a mask, you could tell from the lower half of her pretty face that this woman was absolutely stunning. Moreover, her curvaceous figure, perfectly proportioned, and elegant demeanor, all wrapped in her long gold dress, would definitely attract countless men even if she weren't particularly beautiful. However, at this moment, Xiao Li glanced at Ling Hong and asked in a deep voice, Are you in cahoots with that idiot? Lu Qianqian's beautiful eyes flickered, and she said, His name is Ling Hong, and he's from the Ling family. We just came down here as a team to explore. We're not related at all. Qianqian you. Ling Hong's face immediately turned even uglier. Lu Qianqian's words clearly meant that she wanted to sever ties with him. Although what she said was not wrong, the two had known each other for many years, and her lack of consideration for him still made him very uncomfortable. However, Lu Qianqian had no time to care about his feelings. Compared to Ling Hong, she was much more curious about the man in front of her. On the surface, this man appears to be only a level 3 ability user. Judging from how easily he withstood Ling Hong's attack and the force with which he attacked Ling Hong, this person is at least a level 6 ability user. In this world, there exist all sorts of strange and wonderful things, and some extraordinary treasures can even hide or disguise their true strength. However, such things are very rare and generally hard to come by. The man in front of you either possesses such a rare treasure or has the strength to fight against a level 6 opponent at level 3. If it's the former, that's fine, but if it's the latter, that's a bit scary. You should know that Ling Hong is no weakling at the 6th level. His superpower is of SS level quality. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become the leading figure of the Ling family in this generation. If this man could really fight against Ling Hong with his level 3 strength, then she would have to be terrified. Xiao Li stared at the woman in front of him for a moment before nodding and grinning. If that's the case, then there's no problem. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Xiao Li, and they are all my girlfriends. Lin Yuner, Zhang Mingchin, Xia Ying, Mu Yi, and Mu Xinxin. As Xiao Li spoke, he pointed to the names of the women one by one. Lin Yuner and Zhang Mingchin smiled sweetly. Mu Yi and Mu Xinxin blushed deeply, their faces flushed with shyness. Xiao Li actually said they were his girlfriends. Xia Ying rolled her eyes at Xiao Li and explained, he only has 2 girlfriends, Lin Yuner and Zhang Mingchin. Xin, and I are just his friends. Greeted them with a smile and learned a little about their relationship with Xiao Li. Lin Yuner and Zhang Mingchin are indeed Xiao Li's girlfriends, but Xia Ying and the twins are not. However, judging from their expressions, they all clearly have a good impression of Xiao Li. They're definitely not just ordinary friends. Even Lu Qianqian herself had to admit that these girls' looks and figures were not much worse than hers after she took off her mask. What is it about Xiao Li that makes so many beautiful girls willing to surround him? That's incredible. Xiao Li, Xiao Li. Lu Qianqian murmured the name, her delicate eyebrows furrowing slightly. She felt the name was somewhat familiar, but couldn't quite place where she had heard it before. You came here to uncover its secrets, didn't you? Xiaoli gave a thumbs up and pointed to the uniquely shaped cone-shaped building behind him. Lu Qianqian's thoughts were interrupted by Xiao Li's words. She nodded and said, "That's right. I have a rare treasure on me that can sense energy fluctuations." The strange artifact sensed unusual energy fluctuations here, and Ling Hong and I followed the guidance to find this place. And then we discovered that you were here too. Xiaoli nodded slightly. Sure enough, he wasn't the only one with cheat codes who could discover good things in this world. There are countless strange and unusual treasures, and others can also discover some special opportunities. Xiaoli asked with a smile, "Would you be interested in coming inside with us for a look?" Lu Qianqian raised her beautiful eyes and looked at the building behind Xiaoli, asking with some confusion, "I can, but why would you like to invite me? You know, if there's something good inside, the more people there are, the more they'll get a share. No one is foolish enough to let someone else take away their opportunity. The situation inside is unclear. It's hard to say whether it's a blessing or a curse. The more people there are, the more certainty we have. If there's really something good inside, it wouldn't hurt to share it with you," Xiaoli said with a smile. After hearing this, Lu Qianqian dispelled her doubts and said, "All right, I'll go in with you and take a look. I'll do everything I can to help if there's any danger. If there's anything good inside that's useful to me, just share some with me. If it's useless to me, I don't need it, okay?" Xiaoli thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "Okay, then it's decided. Trading a potentially unattainable opportunity for a powerful ally is still a worthwhile deal. Moreover, Lu Qianqian has already been bound to the system, so Xiaoli has to find a way to win over this beauty." Although Xiaoli couldn't see Lu Qianqian's true appearance under the mask, this woman's figure and temperament were already top-notch. Not to mention she's already bound to the system. Those who can be bound to the system as goddesses must be absolutely stunningly beautiful. How could he possibly let a beautiful woman go? At this moment, Ling Hong, who had been ignored by everyone, slammed his spear into the ground and said arrogantly, "Since Qianqian has joined, then I'll join too. If there is any danger, I will do my best to help. But whatever treasures are inside, I want half of them." Xiaoli glanced up at him and said calmly, "Sorry, I only welcome beautiful women. You'd better go play with your eggs over there." Chapter 134: The Edge of the Divine Weapon. Even if Xiaoli didn't need Ling Hong, let alone join him, would he really share half of the treasures with him? With so many of them, what was this idiot thinking, asking for such an exorbitant amount? "Want half more? Go eat your shit." Xiaoli's words immediately enraged Ling Hong, who said in a dark tone, "Kid, I advise you not to be so arrogant. There are some people you can't afford to offend. I represent the entire Ling family." Xiaoli remained unmoved upon hearing this, instead jokingly saying, "Oh, I see. And then? Should I immediately kneel on the ground, weep and wail, begging you to forgive my petty mistake and let me go? Do I still have to go up to you and flatter you? Isn't it just because they have someone backing them? It's like nobody else doesn't have one. He has his precious older sister Su Xin protecting him. When it comes to background, who's afraid of whom? What family you re from? Once Su Xin makes his move, you probably can't settle things without bringing out your ancestor, right?" Ling Hong's expression changed instantly. Just who is this kid? Even a blind man could see that Xiaoli wasn't afraid of his background at all. It's unclear whether he genuinely doesn't understand the prestige of the 5 great families with superpowers, or if he truly possesses a trump card that allows him to disregard his background. But I've never heard of any family or force in China with the surname Xiao that can rival the Ling family. However, to save face, he could only snort coldly. "I hope you can stay this tough." Xiaoli said no more, too lazy to pay any more attention to this guy. He turned to the women and said, "Let's go take a look." The women nodded and followed Xiaoli to the doorway under the cone-shaped building. The door appears to be made of the same material as the building's exterior walls, a special metal that looks extremely sturdy and difficult to damage. Xiaoli examined the door for a moment, and then discovered with some confusion that the door actually had no way to open. There are no door handles, keyholes, or anything like that. Only in the very center of the door is there a row of 7-digit numbers marked on it. The numbers were very messy. They must have been deliberately scattered. Xiaoli reached out and tried to touch the numbers, discovering that they could be moved up and down. "Is it a password door?" Xiaoying frowned. That would be troublesome, as the correct password is required to open the door. But where are they going to find the correct password? Xiaoli stared intently at the door, then suddenly raised his hand and slashed down fiercely at it with his sword. Clang. A metallic clang rang out, and a nick was blasted into the thunderblade in Xiao Li's hand. In contrast, the door only had a white mark left on it. Obviously, brute force won't work. The material of this building is truly amazing. Even ordinary steel would be cut in two by his blade. Chipped his knife. It's ridiculously sturdy. What should we do? We don't know the password, and brute force doesn't seem to be able to break down the door. Does this mean we can't get in? Mui said with a hint of helplessness. The person who built this place probably guessed that it would be discovered sooner or later, so they deliberately left this coded door. It's all to prevent anyone from getting in here. He probably wouldn't have left any clues about the password out of kindness. Looks like we're going to leave empty-handed. Lu Qianqian whispered. She didn't feel any regret. The Lu family is large and powerful. This is just a place of opportunity, so if they can't get in, so be it. Anyway, I came here just to give it a try. Ling Hong, who was not far away, couldn't help but speak up sarcastically. Hey, you were pretty cocky just now. How come you can't even open a door now? If you can't handle it, then step aside and let me do it. Some things are not for people like you to deserve. Of course, Qianqian is not included among the people I'm referring to. Xia Ying and the others glared at them angrily, and even Lu Qianqian frowned slightly, her face showing displeasure. However, Xiaoli was not angry, but he did not want to waste time. He reached down from between his legs and pulled out a long spear, which immediately slammed into the ground. This spear has a ferocious and domineering design, exuding endless sharpness and killing intent. Whether it's looks or presence, he's miles ahead of Ling Hong's gun. The moment this long spear appeared, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. What level of rare treasure is this? Lu Qianqian's beautiful eyes trembled as she asked in a trembling voice. She could feel the terrifying power emanating from that spear, a power capable of tearing everything apart. She had never seen any rare treasure possess such a terrifying aura. Lin Yuner and the others were also full of surprise, because it was the first time they had seen Xiaoli take out this long spear. Ling Hong stared intently at the spear in Xiaoli's hand. Suddenly, the spear in my hand doesn't seem so appealing anymore. This was a rare treasure personally given to him by the Ling family patriarch. Compared to what Xiaoli has now, it's practically a piece of junk. Xiaoli smiled slightly, not answering Lu Qianqian's question, but slowly gripping the shaft of the spear with both hands. This is no ordinary spear. This is the divine artifact that he has been storing in the system space and can't retrieve. Sky-splitting spear. Previously, he was unable to retrieve it due to insufficient strength, but after growing stronger over time, he is now able to barely retrieve the sky-splitting spear. But just because it can be removed doesn't mean it can be used. Right now, he can barely lift the spear. He can't possibly swing it to attack, because it's just too heavy. Fortunately, he didn't take out this magical weapon for attack purposes this time. With the destructive power of this divine weapon, he believed that the metal door in front of him would definitely not be able to withstand its sharpness. Since we can't find the password, we'll just destroy it with overwhelming force. Xiaoli exerted force in his arm, his muscles bulging, and slowly raised the spear. With just this one movement, sweat beaded on his forehead, showing just how terrifyingly heavy this divine weapon was. Raising his spear, Xiaoli suddenly thrust it towards the gate. Puff! Of the sky-splitting spear easily pierced through the metal door, and Xiaoli didn't even feel the slightest resistance. It's like being stuck into a block of tofu. Is this the terrifying aspect of a divine artifact? It's like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Or perhaps it's more accurate to say that it's like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, Xiaoli thought to himself. Then, with a burst of strength in his arm, he used his spear to create a gap in the door large enough for a person to pass through, to the astonishment of the crowd. After finishing, Xiaoli immediately put the sky-splitting spear back into his storage space. This alone had already left him somewhat out of breath. This divine artifact is simply beyond his current ability to control. Xiaoli even guessed that he would need to reach at least level 6 to be able to wield this divine weapon freely. He's still far from being good enough. After catching his breath, Xiaoli straightened up and then kicked the area on the door that had been cut by the sky-splitting spear. Boom! With a muffled thud, the door was kicked so hard it crashed inside. The next moment, a ray of light shone through the door, illuminating everyone's faces. Chapter 135 Treasures Everywhere. There's treasure here. As everyone gazed at the glow emanating from the doorway, this thought flashed through their minds. This light is clearly the light emitted by a treasure, and it's so intense that there's obviously more than one treasure inside. Shall we go in? Lu Qianqian's beautiful eyes sparkled, seemingly very interested in what was inside the door, and she looked at Xiao Li and asked. Xiao Li turned to look at Ling Hong not far away, and asked with a half-smile. Well, the number one young master of the Ling family, one of the 5 great families of Great Xia. You wouldn't do anything underhanded behind our backs after we go in, would you? Ling Hong's lips twitched, and he snorted coldly. Umph. How could I, Ling Hong, be such a despicable person? Even though he said that, he was cursing inwardly. He did have that thought just now, but now that Xiao Li has exposed it, he really can't make a move. After all, it wasn't just Xiao Li and his group here. Lu Qianqian was also there. He didn't want to ruin the image he had built in front of Lu Qianqian because of some chance encounter. It's just a treasure trove. It means nothing to him. What he cared about more was the long spear that Xiao Li had just taken out. With its imposing appearance and terrifying aura, it is definitely a rare and exceptional weapon. If we can find a way to get it. Xiao Li withdrew his gaze after hearing Ling Hong's words. The scions of these powerful families care most about their reputation, and he precisely grasped this point, thus provoking Ling Hong to refrain from making any underhanded moves behind his back. Otherwise, he would have to be wary of this guy. Ling Hong was, after all, a member of the Ling family, and he couldn't just kill him without any scruples like he did with the masked men. Moreover, Ling Hong carries countless rare treasures, making him even more difficult to kill than that masked leader at the 7th rank. So this is the only way we can use it. Alright, let's go in and take a look. Be careful, there might be danger inside. Xiao Li gave instructions. Good. The women all nodded in agreement. Then, led by Xiao Li, they entered the radiant world inside the gate. Shortly after Xiao Li and the others went inside, Ling Hong arrived at the entrance. He looked at the gap in the door and tried to poke it with the tip of his spear. Then he discovered that his gun couldn't leave any mark on the door. His expression shifted rapidly, alternating between shock, jealousy, and greed. Inside the cone-shaped building, as soon as Xiao Li and the others stepped into the door, they saw a corridor, and the glow of the sunset was coming from the deepest part of the corridor. The group cautiously made their way inside, and without incident, they reached the end of the corridor without incident. The moment they stepped out of the corridor, they were dazzled by the dazzling array of treasures before them. Before them lay a vast plaza. Various objects bathed in the glow of the setting sun could be seen everywhere in the square. The spirit stones alone were piled up into several small mountains, roughly estimated to be at least hundreds of thousands. Various exotic treasures are everywhere, making people's mouths water. Wow, so many treasures. Xia Ying, Mu Yi, Mu Xinxin and the others were so shocked that their mouths were agape in an O shape. In their cultivation journey over the past few years, they have explored secret realms more than once or twice. This was the first time they had ever encountered such a situation. The next moment, they became excited. If they could get all the treasures here, even if they had to share them with others, they could still make a fortune. In contrast, Lu Qianqian was much calmer. She was surprised by the sheer number of treasures here, but that was about it. Honestly, she looked down on these things in front of her. Ordinary treasures are simply not worth her attention, even if she is a member of a large family. What she was looking for was a truly rare and priceless treasure. Xiao Li, take a look. Could there be any danger in here? Xia Ying looked at Xiao Li with her beautiful eyes and asked. They were not blinded by the abundance of treasures before them. After all, these things in front of us were obtained far too easily. Now that they can easily grab it, it makes them uneasy, worrying that there might be some traps or mechanisms involved. Xiao Li's gaze swept across the entire square, searching for any dangerous spots. But of course, that's all an act. The truth is that he had already had the system detect things for him in his mind. Soon, the system's voice rang out. Master, there are 3 levels in total, but none of them are dangerous. Is there no danger? Xiao Li's eyes narrowed. This seems a bit illogical. The people who built this place painstakingly dug out this underground world within this secret realm and even moved an abandoned city here. They buried countless giant centipedes that burrowed underground here, and even this treasure vault was sealed with a password door. Why weren't there any traps set up at the end? Could it be that they are confident that the arrangements outside are enough to stop everyone, so they are unwilling to go to the trouble of setting up traps inside? Although it was possible, Xiao Li felt that something was not quite right no matter how he thought about it. But he also believed that the system's detection would not be wrong. There is indeed no danger here. You can take anything you want. Unable to figure it out, Xiao Li simply stopped thinking about it. With the treasure right in front of him, how could he not take it? There's no danger here. You can take anything you want. Pack it all up, and we'll distribute it when we get out. Xiaoli waved his hand and said. Xia Ying and the others cheered and rushed into the square to start looting. Even Lin Yuner and Zhang Mingchin were a little excited and ran over to help. One after another, rare treasures and spirit stones were taken away, but there were just too many things to take away in a short time. Xiaoli turned his head, looked at Lu Qianqian who was standing calmly to the side, and smiled. It seems you look down on these things in front of you. Lu Qianqian turned her head, her beautiful eyes looking at Xiaoli, a faint smile playing on her pink lips that weren't hidden by the mask. I can do without the things here, but I might not be so sure about the things on top. Although there's no danger here, you'll still keep your promise and share what I need with me, right? Xiaoli smiled slightly. It seemed that Lu Qianqian had also realized that there were more treasures on this floor than just this one. The best things were even higher up. That depends on what it is. If it's not too rare, the promise still stands. But if it's too precious, you'll have to give something else in return. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair if you took something for free without putting in any effort. Lu Qianqian's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she nodded immediately, saying, No problem. If it really has something I need, just name your price. Xiaoli grinned, a smug look on his face. Chapter 136 Herb Garden. Xiaoli Chao said to Xia Ying and the other girls, who were still busy collecting treasures. You guys keep collecting, Lu Qianqian and I will go up to the second floor to take a look. You can come up with us when you're done. Okay. The girls replied without turning their heads, busy as bees. The feeling of plundering this treasure trove is just so incredibly satisfying. One treasure after another, spirit stones after spirit stones were continuously put into the storage ring. The thrill of that was irresistible to anyone. Seeing this, Xiaoli shook his head and smiled, but he could understand their feelings at the moment. If he didn't have the system as his cheat code, he probably would have been just as excited as they were. There are steps leading to the second floor, let's go. Lu Qianqian pointed to the protruding steps against the wall on the left and said. Xiaoli nodded, left the heavenly spirit shield to Xia Ying, and then walked up the steps with Lu Qianqian. As soon as they reached the halfway point of the steps, the two were immediately greeted by a unique and refreshing fragrance. Xiaoli's spirits lifted, and he and Lu Qianqian exchanged a glance, saying in unison, It's a spiritual material. The two quickened their pace, and as they got closer to the second floor, the fragrance became increasingly strong. They quickly reached the second floor. As soon as Xiaoli stepped onto the second floor, he immediately felt the ground beneath his feet become soft. I looked down. He then realized that he was standing on a thick layer of mud. Looking up again, a vast medicinal herb garden suddenly appeared before my eyes. This herb garden is filled with all sorts of exotic flowers and rare herbs, all of which are rare and precious spiritual materials. These spiritual materials emitted a soft glow, illuminating the second floor with a kaleidoscope of colors, and a wonderful fragrance wafted over, making Xiaoli and Lu Qianqian feel relaxed and comfortable. This second level is actually a medicinal herb garden. Lu Qianqian exclaimed in surprise. Her beautiful eyes swept across the entire herb garden, and she even spotted several rare medicinal herbs that would cause a frenzy of competition in the outside world. It seems we really did stumble upon a treasure trove of someone, or some powerful force, by sheer accident. Xiaoli nodded in agreement. The first floor is filled with spiritual stones and treasures, and the second floor is planted with spiritual materials. The reserves are truly astonishing. This could be either a powerful individual's private treasure trove or a secret stronghold of some faction. But now all of this will benefit them. Xiaoli turned to look at Lu Qianqian and smiled. So, is there anything you like? Lu Qianqian's eyelashes trembled slightly as she pointed to two of the spiritual herbs and said, Yes, there are some, such as that night heart orchid and that golden stamen firefly grass, both of which are very helpful to me. Tell me what you want, as long as I can afford it, I'll give it to you. Xiaoli glanced in the direction Lu Qianqian pointed and beckoned with his hand. A wisp of spiritual energy surged forth, lifting the two spiritual herbs by their roots from the soil and gathering them in his hand. Then, he smiled and looked at Lu Qianqian, saying, These two spiritual herbs are for you, without any price to pay. Just take off your mask and let me see your true face. Lu Qianqian was immediately taken aback. These two spiritual herbs are extremely rare, even in the outside world. You did this just to catch a glimpse of my face? Won't you regret it? Xiaoli smiled slightly. Two spiritual herbs in exchange for the chance to see the beauty of you, such a stunning woman, is well worth it for me. Lu Qianqian's beautiful eyes trembled slightly, and her heart inexplicably quickened a little. She bit her red lips and said, Okay, I agree. Then, after a moment's hesitation, under Xiao Li's gaze, she placed her delicate hand over the mask on her face and slowly removed it. Soon, as the mask was removed, a face that could captivate all beings appeared before Xiao Li's eyes. Xiao Li's gaze lingered on that stunningly beautiful face. Even though he was in Phoenix Academy and had seen many stunning beauties, Lu Qianqian's appearance still moved him. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, with willow leaf eyebrows, bright eyes, and white teeth. Her beautiful eyes sparkled like a fairy descending to earth, her beauty beyond compare. With just one glance, Xiaoli felt that those two spiritual herbs were worth it. As expected of a goddess bound to the system, she is indeed stunningly beautiful, just as he predicted. Furthermore, her stunning figure, accentuated by her long golden dress, was like the most perfect creation of Manhwa. She is in no way inferior to any of Lin Yuner, Mingchin, or Suya, and may even be slightly better. She truly is a stunning beauty, as beautiful as her name. Xiaoli praised without reservation, then smiled and handed over the two spiritual herbs in his hand. Here, take these flowers for the beauty. Thank you, Lu Qianqian said with a slight blush, reaching out her delicate hand to take it and put it into her storage ring. Congratulations, host. Your favorability with goddess Lu Qianqian has reached 30%, earning you 15 points. 2 spiritual materials for 15% favorability, not a bad deal at all. Xiaoli smiled slightly to himself. When pursuing a woman, you definitely have to put in some effort. Not every woman will let you sleep with her for free without giving anything in return. You have to give up something to gain something. This is a key element in picking up girls. Look, is there anything else you want? If not, I'll pack it all up and take it with me. Xiaoli asked. Lu Qianqian didn't cover her face again. Instead, she put the mask into her storage ring and looked at Xiaoli with a half smile, saying, If I continue to take it, will I have to pay some other price? Xiaoli coughed lightly. Ahem, you know, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Lu Qianqian snorted lightly. No, the others may have some effect on me, but not much. Let's go check out the 3rd floor first. Xiaoli nodded, said nothing more, and waved his hand. All the spiritual materials on the 2nd floor were pulled out of the ground by him, sweeping them away like autumn leaves being swept away by the wind. Xiao Li's reckless actions not only failed to damage any of the spiritual materials, but also protected them very well with his spiritual power. Such exquisite control over spiritual power also made Lu Qianqian's beautiful eyes sparkle with admiration. Judging from Xiao Li's age, he is at most around 20 years old. At this age, he can actually control spiritual power to this extent. He's a genius. Moreover, she still doesn't know what level of strength Xiao Li truly possesses. She didn't want to ask Xiao Li about it rashly, since it was his secret. So all I can do is guess in my own mind. Regardless of whether Xiao Li's true realm is the 3rd level or he is a high-level superhuman who has used a magical artifact to alter his aura. Even Lu Qianqian had to admit that Xiao Li's cultivation talent was extraordinary. A 6th level or even higher level superhuman who has changed his realm aura. Then how terrifying must his cultivation speed be at his age? But what if his true level is only the 3rd rank? If he can compete with Ling Hong with this level of skill, how high must the quality of his superpower be? Is it even more terrifying than the legendary SSS class? The thought of SSS level made Lu Qianqian's heart skip a beat. She remembered it instantly. She had heard about him before, the 2nd person in the Great Xia Kingdom to awaken an SSS level supernatural talent. His name is Xiaoli. Chapter 137 Boundary Stone. Xiaoli, it's you, Xiaoli. Lu Qianqian exclaimed in surprise, her face full of astonishment. Collecting the spiritual materials, Xiaoli turned and smiled at Lu Qianqian. Yes, I'm Xiaoli. Didn't I just introduce myself outside? Lu Qianqian, still looking surprised, exclaimed, You're Xiaoli, the one who awakened an SSS level talent ability, right? Looking at the surprise on her exquisitely beautiful face, Xiaoli grinned and said, If you're talking about Xiaoli, who is handsome, dashing, charismatic, heroic, and exceptionally talented, then that must be me. You're shameless. Xiaoli's string of self-praising titles immediately made Lu Qianqian chuckle. But at the same time, she was also shocked. How could she only remember who Xiaoli was now? That's so wrong of her. No wonder. No wonder Xiaoli could fight against Ling Hong, who was at the 6th level, with only the strength of the 3rd level. No wonder he was not afraid of the Ling family behind Ling Hong. Because he is Xiaoli. Behind him, not only is the Phoenix Academy, which he joined, protecting him, but the entire Great Xia Kingdom can also be his backing. With such a background, the Ling family alone really can't do anything to him. If anyone dares to bully the weak by relying on their power, countless strong people in the Great Xia Kingdom will not let them get away with it. I didn't realize you were Xiao Li. I'm so sorry I didn't recognize you before. Lu Qianqian stared at Xiao Li with bright, sparkling eyes as she spoke. To have run into Xiao Li here and even reached a cooperation agreement with him, this trip was definitely worthwhile. As someone from a prominent family, she values the importance of building good or bad relationships with various people far more than ordinary people. Because perhaps one of her actions, or someone she knows, can have a tremendous impact on the family behind her. In Lu Qianqian's view, being able to get to know Xiao Li today is better than any other opportunity. Congratulations, host. Your favorability with Goddess, Lu Qianqian, has reached 40%, earning you 10 points. Xiao Li smiled slightly. Identity, if used well, can be a plus. However, if not used properly, it will only invite the disgust of others. People who rely on their background and status to show off and do whatever they want are the second type. Alright, we've collected all the spiritual materials. Let's go to the top floor, Xiao Li said. He scanned the storage ring on his finger with his mind, and found it filled with a dazzling array of exotic flowers and plants. If you take this out, its value will definitely not be less than that of the items on the first floor, and may even be greater. I wonder what will be placed on this last floor. Lu Qianqian snapped out of her thoughts and nodded. The two stepped through the mud and went straight through the second level, finding the steps leading to the third level. Xiao Li glanced back as he went up the stairs. Xiao Li had looted all the spiritual materials on the second floor, leaving nothing behind. If it weren't for the layer of soil, it would be cleaner than a face. The first floor has been looted by Xia Ing and her group, so it probably isn't much better than this place. I wonder what kind of expression the owner of this place will have when he returns here and finds this scene before him. The two went up smoothly and arrived at the third floor without any obstacles. As soon as he stepped off the stairs, Xiao Li's gaze swept across the entire third floor. He discovered that the third floor was significantly smaller than the first two floors, only the size of an ordinary room. This is quite normal, given that the building itself is a cone-shaped structure that is narrower at the top and wider at the bottom. In this third level, there was no light emanating from any treasures or spiritual materials. Instead, several oil-burning candles hung on the surrounding walls. I have no idea how long these lights have been burning here, yet they still haven't gone out. In the very center of this third floor, there is a stone table with two exquisitely crafted boxes on it, which appear to contain some extremely precious items. Xiao Li and Lu Qianqian came to the stone table together, and their attention was drawn to the two boxes. The two lower levels are filled with countless rare treasures that are simply placed randomly, but the contents of these two boxes are sealed separately, suggesting that their value far exceeds that of the items on the lower levels. I wonder what's inside. Lu Qianqian asked curiously. Open it, and you'll see, Xiao Li said. He looked at the two boxes and found that they were not locked. Without hesitation, he immediately opened the lid of one of them. As soon as the lid was opened, a dazzling white light shot out from inside the box, illuminating the entire third-level space. Xiao Li and Lu Qianqian quickly reached out to cover their eyes. After waiting a moment and noticing that the white light had weakened considerably, he slowly put it down and then stared intently at the contents of the box. Inside the box, there lay a pure white, irregularly shaped crystal. The crystal emitted a soft white light. Xiao Li carefully sensed it and discovered that it seemed to contain a gentle yet powerful force. Although he didn't know what this thing did, he was sure it was something special. Do you know what this is? Xiao Li asked Lu Qianqian. Lu Qianqian stared intently at the crystal for a long time, then suddenly exclaimed, Could this be a boundary stone? Boundary stone? What is that? Xiao Li asked in confusion. He had never heard of this thing before, but the name sounded pretty impressive. Lu Qianqian explained. Boundary stones are essential for creating secret realms. This netherworld we are in right now is built on the foundation of boundary stones, combined with the power of strong individuals. It can be said that without the boundary stone, it would be impossible for us humans to create such a stable secret realm. Xiao Li nodded thoughtfully, then asked, Was this boundary stone created by man? Lu Qianqian shook her head and said, It's unclear. It could be man-made, or it could be a special mineral dug out from somewhere. Very few people know this. Because this is a rare resource that is strictly controlled by various countries. Ordinary people don't even have the right to come into contact with it, let alone know its origin. I only heard about this by chance from my elders in the family, and this is the first time I've ever seen it. I never expected to find this here. You must keep it safe. It's a key item for constructing the secret realm, and its value is probably astonishing. Xiao Li nodded, closed the box containing the boundary stone again, and put it into his storage ring before turning his attention to another box. The first box contained a boundary stone of immeasurable value. What will be in the second box? Without much hesitation, he reached out and opened the box. Chapter 138 Anomaly. The expected blinding light did not appear, and the contents of the other box were surprisingly calm. The two looked over and saw that what was inside the box was actually a metal card. Xiao Li reached out and took out the card to examine it carefully. The front of the card features a demon symbol with 3 swords stuck in its head, while the back is printed with a line of strange characters that neither Xiao Li nor his companion could understand. The edges of the card are decorated with some patterns, making it look strange and peculiar. Lu Qianqian stared at the devil symbol on the front of the card and suddenly said, I feel like I've seen this logo somewhere before, but it's been so long that I can't remember where I saw it. Oh, Xiao Li raised an eyebrow and said, this card might be related to the person who created this underground city. Think carefully. Where have you seen this before? Lu Qianqian nodded, then thought carefully again, but still couldn't remember, so she could only say, I'll check it out for you when I get back, and I'll let you know if I find out. Okay, then I'll trouble you. Xiao Li smiled at her, and then put the card away. The only things you can get from the 3rd level are these 2 items. A boundary stone, an unknown card. Although there weren't many items, Xiao Li was still quite satisfied with his haul. After all, it was obtained for free. The two circled the 3rd floor several more times, finding there was nowhere left to hide anything, so they left the floor together and headed back down. The two had just arrived on the 2nd floor when they bumped into Xia Ying and her group of girls who were going upstairs. They had already looted the 1st floor, so they wanted to come up and see if Xiao Li needed any help. Xiao Li briefly explained the discoveries on the 2nd and 3rd floors, and then led them back downstairs. They've already emptied this place out. There's no need for us to stay any longer. They quickly returned to the 1st floor. Just as Xiao Li was about to lead everyone away from the treasure vault the way they came, an anomaly has occurred. All that could be heard was a deafening rumble coming from beneath their feet, as if something was churning and churning underground. The ground was shaking, as if there had been an earthquake. At the same time, an urgent reminder from the system also appeared in Xiao Li's mind. Master, all those giant centipedes underground have gone berserk. They've all started rushing out of the ground, and that 8th-tier giant centipede is approaching you. Xiao Li's expression changed instantly, and he immediately shouted, Quick, let's get out of here right now, or we won't be able to leave. After saying that, he took the lead and walked down the corridor he had come from. Although the women didn't understand what had happened, they could guess from Xiao Li's solemn expression that something big must have occurred. Without hesitation, they followed Xiao Li and hurried away. Fortunately, the road wasn't long, and they soon reached its end. The door that was broken open is still wide open. As Xiao Li stepped out of the door, he was stunned by the changes outside. The outside world was in complete chaos. The entire dilapidated city is spreading in a continuous trend of collapse. The ground was shaking and cracking, buildings were collapsing and crumbling, debris was flying everywhere, dust was billowing, and a deafening roar was deafening. At the same time, Xiao Li could also see that from beneath the cracked ground, huge burrowing centipedes burst out of the earth, baring their fangs and claws as they roamed through the city. They are chasing after those who have entered the city and are fleeing in a panic. Lu Qianqian and the others who came out behind Xiao Li were also shocked by what they saw. What on earth is going on? How did things suddenly become like this outside? Lu Qianqian frowned slightly, but then, as if she had suddenly realized something, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise, and she exclaimed, It's that boundary stone. That boundary stone is the key to maintaining this city's existence. If we take it away, this place will collapse. Xiao Li realized what was going on after hearing that. He immediately said, Let's hurry and get out of here first. Regardless of whether the changes here are related to them or not, the most important thing now is to get out of here as soon as possible. If you stay any longer, you'll either be buried alive or eaten by centipedes. The situation here is out of control. It's beyond their ability to handle. As for Ling Hong, no one knows where he ran off to. Xiao Li and the others didn't see him after they came out, so they guessed that he had fled beforehand when he sensed that something was wrong. System, from which direction did that 8th-tier burrowing giant centipede come? Xiao Li asked in his mind. Westward, but master, please head south. as there are several Tier 7 mutated beasts in the east and north. Only the southern route is the most suitable for retreat. The system's voice spoke very quickly, as if it knew the situation was urgent, and even planned the best retreat route for Shaoli. Shaoli looked at the women and said in a deep voice, "We'll head south, and be careful not to get separated. Xiaoying, you and Yi and Xian will take turns using the Heavenly Spirit Shield, and you must keep the Heavenly Spirit Shield always in place." "Okay, leave it to us." Xiaoying, Mu Yi, and Mu Xinxin nodded in agreement. Yuner, Mingchin, no matter what happens, do not leave the defensive range of the Heavenly Spirit Shield. "Yes, we will protect ourselves." Lin Yuner and Zhang Mingchin nodded in agreement. They were the weakest of all, so their primary task was to ensure their own safety. Shaoli then looked at Lu Qianqian and said, "Qianqian, the two of us will clear out any mutated beasts that may appear at any time. If we encounter any troublesome ones, we shouldn't fight them head-on. Our primary task is to retreat." "Okay," Lu Qianqian replied without refusing. "All right, let's go. Be careful of collapsing buildings around us, and don't get hit." Seeing that the arrangements were complete, Shaoli waved his hand and led Lin Yuner and the others to quickly retreat to the south. All the women, including Lu Qianqian, obediently followed Shaoli's commands. Lin Yuner, Xiaoying, and the others were already used to following Shaoli's orders, so they did not object to Shaoli's decision. Lu Qianqian followed the instructions because she found that Shaoli remained very calm even in such a critical situation. Moreover, he issued instructions decisively, without the slightest panic. This composure made her feel incredibly at ease. Watching Shaoli's back as he led the charge at the front, Lu Qianqian felt as long as this man was there, even if the sky were to fall, he would stand at the forefront and hold it up. What kind of man is he? Despite being younger than her, he acted with such composure and maturity that he seemed reliable. This has nothing to do with talent. It's purely a reflection of a person's character and ability to handle situations. It has to be admitted that this man possesses a unique charm that attracts her. Chapter 139 Coveting. Shaoli led his men in a retreat southwards, just as the system had predicted. During the retreat, the group encountered giant centipedes that emerged from the ground and attempted to attack them, but these mutated beasts were not very strong. With the combined efforts of Shaoli and Lu Qianqian, they managed to resolve the situation without any major incidents. Others who were also fleeing saw that Shaoli's group had a large number of people, so they gathered around and followed behind them in their retreat. Shaoli didn't say anything when he saw this. As long as these people wouldn't get in their way, he would let them follow if they wanted. Holding a thunder blade and clad in thunder armor, he charged ahead at the forefront. The thunder blade unleashed astonishing lightning, and with a single swipe, a fifth-tier earth-burrowing giant centipede was cleaved in two. Then another bolt of lightning flashed out, tearing the other sixth-tier giant centipede to shreds on the spot, and pressed down hard on another giant centipede that had just emerged from the ground in the distance. Boom! Countless bolts of lightning struck down from the sky, scorching the giant centipede that had burrowed underground until it was charred and cracked. Meanwhile, Lu Qianqian was also making her move. Golden spiritual energy surged from her body, and she held a slender sword in her jade hand, her figure weaving among the mutated beasts like a swallow. Golden wounds appeared on the bodies of several fifth-order and even sixth-order earth-burrowing giant centipedes, and their long bodies were instantly shattered into more than a dozen pieces. His speed in killing enemies was no slower than Shaoli's. However, although the two killed quickly, the mutated beasts appeared even faster. Giant centipedes that had burrowed underground kept emerging from the ground and swarming towards them, killing them relentlessly. It's unimaginable how many of these mutated beasts are lurking underground. Xiaoying, Mu Yi, and Mu Xinxin took turns maintaining the Heavenly Spirit Shield. They also took the time to repel some of the approaching mutated beasts. As for those who followed Shaoli and his group, they were also blocking the pursuing mutated beasts. Since there was no one in charge, although these people were gathered together, they were basically fighting their own battles, and no one was willing to kindly help others. After all, people are inherently selfish. What does the life or death of others have to do with us? However, because of this, there are still frequent cases of injuries, deaths, and people falling behind among these people. But it's definitely much better than trying to escape alone. Because Shaoli and Lu Qianqian were bearing the brunt of the pressure at the front, they only needed to pay attention to the mutated beasts rushing in from the sides and all around. Hey, do you guys know who that man is? He's incredibly strong, But why does his spiritual energy fluctuation only seem to be at the 3rd level? That's impossible, isn't it? Some people noticed Xiao Li killing mutated beasts as easily as cutting melons and vegetables, and were shocked and somewhat puzzled. Already knew Lu Qianqian's identity before she came down. No one knew Xiao Li. It was as if he had appeared out of nowhere. However, his terrifying combat power was chilling. Even a 6th-order mutated beast was easily killed by his blade. His strength was in no way inferior to Lu Qianqian's. I don't know. I've never seen him before, but he's definitely more than just a 3rd-tier character. That casual slash of his could probably kill me. He's too powerful. I bet he's carrying some kind of magical artifact that can alter one's aura. His true strength is at least that of a 6th-tier or higher ability user. Someone replied to the previous person. Who cares about their identity or strength? All I know is that with the 2 of them here, our chances of escaping are very high. All we need to do now is stick close to them and not fall behind. Hehe, that's true. It's so great to have someone taking the lead in this kind of situation. As the group continued to advance, more and more people gathered around Xiao Li and his group. Gradually, the team grew to more than 100 people and began to become somewhat bloated. But the good thing is that with more people, the probability of injury or death has decreased significantly. Often, when a mutated beast appears, 3 or 4 people will attack it at the same time, which greatly ensures safety. As a result, the pressure on Xiao Li and the others was reduced. After all, the more people there are, the more mutated beasts will be taken away. From this perspective, not driving these people away was actually a good decision. However, with more people, some troubles inevitably arise. Seeing that there were many people around, and it felt much safer, some people with ill intentions couldn't help but set their sights on Xia Ying and the others. Xia Ying, Mu Yi, Mu Xinxin, Lin Yuner, and Zhang Mingchin. Any one of them is stunningly beautiful. Now that they're all together, it's no wonder they're all itching to get closer. Lu Qianqian is from the Lu family, one of the 5 great families with supernatural abilities, and they dare not offend her. But it's a different story for Xia Ying and the other girls. Among them, the strongest is only at the 5th rank, and the 2 weakest are only at the pitiful 2nd rank. With such strength, the probability of success is quite high if one wants to take action. Several men pushed their way forward from the middle of the line, all the way to the heavenly spirit shield that Xia Ying and the others were supporting. One of them reached out and tapped the heavenly spirit shield's protective barrier, finding it exceptionally sturdy. He then grinned at Xia Ying and the others. Ladies, do you need my help? You look quite tired maintaining this magical artifact. I'm strong enough, let me handle this. I guarantee I'll protect these beauties perfectly. Xia Ying first glanced at Xiao Li, who was clearing the way ahead, then glanced at the man and said coldly, No need, just mind your own business. The man chuckled. Beautiful lady, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. Don't think you're completely safe just because there are many people around. If anything unexpected happens later, no one will be able to protect you. On the other side, another man chuckled lewdly. What Chao Lao said is right. We are far from being safe. However, Chao Lao is not strong enough. Let's have the older brother protect you instead. Sisters, quickly open the protective shield. I promise you won't get hurt at all. And it wasn't just these 2. Several other men surrounding the protective barrier were saying similar things. Although they said they were protecting her, anyone who wasn't blind could tell what they were really thinking from their expressions. Although the people around could see what these people were up to, no one stepped forward to help Xia Ying and the others. They're too busy trying to save their own lives to care about others. At most, I'd feel a pang of regret that such beautiful girls were going to be bullied. Xia Ying and the others looked at these people with eyes full of disgust. Even at a time like this, these people aren't thinking about how to leave safely as quickly as possible. They're still thinking about those filthy thoughts. Aren't you afraid of dying here later? Mu Yi gritted her teeth and glared at them, threatening. We said we don't need protection, and that's final. You'd better stay away from us, or else. What else? Chao Lao, who had spoken first, suddenly laughed. He punched the shield of the heavenly spirit shield and grinned as he asked in return. If he were alone, he certainly wouldn't dare to covet these girls. But now there are 6 or 7 of them. Taking down these girls will be a piece of cake. His thieving eyes swept over the women, lingering on their ample breasts, shapely buttocks, and beautiful legs. So beautiful. Even if I could only play one of them, it would be worth dying for. There's a saying, what's it again? To die beneath a peony blossom is to be a romantic death, even as a ghost. Chao Lao thought lewdly to himself, but sneered aloud. You dare threaten us? Do you even have the power to do that? We're just trying to help you out of kindness, so please don't be ungrateful. Another man also chuckled sinisterly. That's right, if you anger us later, who knows what we might do. You just need to cooperate with us obediently now and later. Just as he was speaking, he suddenly heard a whooshing sound of wind breaking through the air. The man's expression changed, and he tried to dodge, but it was too late. The next moment, he saw a flash of lightning before his eyes, and then he felt the world spinning around him. Chapter 140 Kill. Those watching saw a blade of light crackling with terrifying lightning streak past from the very front of the group, striking the speaker precisely on the neck. The next moment, the man's head flew high into the air and then crashed to the ground. The headless body collapsed to the ground while running, gushing blood from its cavity. Upon seeing this, everyone in the group spontaneously made way for each other. At the very end of the road, at the very front of the group, Shaoli had stopped killing at some point. He turned around and looked at Chao Lao Er and the others surrounding the heavenly spirit shield with an exceptionally cold gaze. The atmosphere suddenly seemed to freeze. Chao Lao Er and his group all came to an abrupt halt. They stared at the headless corpse lying on the ground, their faces filled with horror. They never expected that their accomplice, who was threatening Xia Ing and the other girls just a second ago, would have his head ripped off his body the next second. They didn't even have time to react to that speed. This, brother, if we have offended you in any way, we apologize. Let's talk this out. Looking at Shaoli, whose eyes were filled with murderous intent, Chao Lao Er unconsciously took a few steps back, swallowed hard, and spoke. Shaoli walked towards him, carrying the thunderblade, and said in an icy tone, "We gave you a chance to live, but you insisted on courting death. You dare to covet my woman? Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish." Upon hearing this, Chao Lao Er and his companions immediately showed expressions of fear. Damn it! I never imagined these girls would actually be his women. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have dared to have any such thoughts. They could all see Shaoli's strength. Killing a sixth-order mutated beast of similar strength was easier than killing a chicken. Killing them would have been so easy. How could I be so unlucky? I should have known better than to let my lust get the better of me. But it was too late for regrets now. Chao Lao Er quickly endured the pain and slapped himself several times across the face until his face turned red before begging for mercy. Brother, it's all our fault. We didn't know they were your women. Could you please give us another chance? We promise it won't happen again. He then looked at Xia Ing and the other girls and apologized. Ladies, we were confused just now. We know we were wrong. Please forgive us. Chao Lao Er wasn't stupid. He knew that this was the time to back down, as face was of no importance to people like them. As long as I can live, I don't care about saving face. Seeing this, the others followed suit, some apologizing, others begging for mercy. They hoped that Shaoli would let them go. However, Shaoli's expression remained unchanged. He continued walking towards them without stopping, raising his thunderblade, and his eyes flashing with killing intent. The surroundings weren't suitable for staying long, and he had no interest in wasting time talking to these people. I'm fighting my way up front, and you guys are just eyeing my woman from behind? Still want to beg for mercy? Are you dreaming? Lin Yuner and the other girls didn't say anything and ignored their apologies. These people's intentions towards them were all too clear just now. Now that Shaoli has made his move, they realized their mistake. Why didn't they do this sooner? Shaoli's words made Xia Ing, Mu Yi, and Mu Xinxin blush a little. When Shaoli said, "my woman," it's unclear whether he meant it or not, but he included them in the conversation. This made them feel a little shy, but also secretly delighted. From their time at the academy to the present, they themselves wouldn't believe it if they said they hadn't developed feelings for Shaoli. There seemed to be something about Shaoli that was deeply attracting them, making them feel more and more fond of him, and before they knew it, they had fallen in love with him. And as time goes by, this liking continues to evolve. When Chao Lao Er and the others saw that Shaoli ignored their pleas for mercy and continued to walk towards them with his knives, they immediately realized that this man would not let them go. Chao Lao Er shouted decisively, "Run!" After saying that, he turned around and was the first to push through the crowd, fleeing to the back of the line. Centipedes chasing after them. They would rather encounter these mutated beasts than face Shaoli, this nemesis. The others weren't stupid either. As soon as Chao Lao Er made his move, they also started to run away, and they consciously scattered and fled. They believed that by doing this, even if Shaoli was very strong, it would be difficult for him to capture all of them. However, Shaoli remained unperturbed upon seeing this scene, and simply said one sentence to the rest of the group. If you don't want these few people to waste your time escaping, stop them. The shaking continued throughout the city, with buildings collapsing and sinking in the surrounding area. Because the group had stopped, more and more mutated beasts were surging in, and if they continued to delay, it would probably not be so easy to leave. Everyone in the group understood this, so after Xiao Li spoke, they spontaneously formed a human wall, trapping Xiao Lao Air and the others inside. They won't be able to escape even if they want to. Get the hell out of my way. Xiao Lao Air cursed fiercely, his face contorted with rage, and then attacked the human wall frantically, trying to break the crowd apart. However, how many of those who dare to come down here to explore are weak? Xiao Lao Air's attack was easily blocked by several people. Those people looked at Xiao Lao Air and all sneered. You'd better just stand there and wait to die. I don't want you guys to ruin my chance to survive. Xiao Lao Air's teeth were practically ground to powder, but he just couldn't break through. With his strength, he simply couldn't escape the encirclement. Several people in other directions are facing the same situation. They were all stopped, and no matter how much they struggled, they couldn't escape. But at this moment, Xiao Li had already approached. His first target was Xiao Lao Air. He raised his thunderblade, and his spiritual powers surged like waves. Seeing that Xiao Li was the first to attack him, Xiao Lao Air knew he couldn't escape, so he roared fiercely and charged towards Xiao Li. If you want my life, then I'll kill you too. Xiao Li watched him approach expressionlessly, then swiftly and decisively slashed out with his sword. Brush! The blade's edge pierced the air like a thunderclap. Xiao Lao Air gathered all his strength in an attempt to resist the incoming thunderous blade of light. However, his all-out defense was like paper against the blade's edge, easily sliced to pieces. As the blade flashed, Xiao Lao Air's movements came to an abrupt halt, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. His eyes were wide open, as if he couldn't believe he hadn't even withstood a single blow, but soon his consciousness faded away silently. Xiao Li didn't even glance at the dead Xiao Lao Air, but turned and walked towards the other people. The scene was repeated, with those people struggling to survive. Some even knelt on the ground and kowtowed frantically to Xiao Li, begging him to spare them. However, Xiao Li did not stop moving and killed them one by one. That cold and indifferent attitude sent chills down the spines of many. This kid is young, yet he's so decisive and ruthless. He's not simple. Just as Xiao Li finished dealing with these people, a violent tremor suddenly came from the ground beneath his feet. At the same time, the system's voice echoed in Xiao Li's mind. Master, that 8th-tier burrowing giant centipede is here. Chapter 141 8th Order Mutant Beast appears. Upon hearing the message from the system, Xiao Li's expression changed immediately. Those damned bastards, Xiao Lao Air, it was all because of them that we wasted time. Only a few minutes had passed between Xiao Lao Air and his gang causing trouble and his swift killing of them. It was during those crucial few minutes that the 8th-tier burrowing giant centipede caught up. At this point, they were not far from the southern edge of the city. If it weren't for this mess, they would probably be climbing up the collapsed cliff face by now. What's happening? What's happening? Is the city going to completely collapse? No, everyone be careful. It looks like something is about to come out. At this moment, everyone was puzzled and frightened by the sudden and violent tremor. They didn't understand what was happening, but they had a vague feeling that some terrible danger might be approaching. Xiao Li quickly returned to Lin Yuner and the others, and hurriedly called out to them. Quickly, big trouble is coming. You guys keep running south, I'll cover your retreat. Okay. Lin Yuner, Xia Ying, and the other girls didn't dare to hesitate after hearing this, and quickly continued their actions. They quickly continued running south, trying to reach their destination and leave as soon as possible. In this situation, it's not the time for them to be coy. They should follow Xiao Li's arrangements so as not to be a burden to him. This isn't a TV drama, where they have to say things like, what about you? If you want to leave, we can leave together. They're not stupid. They know what to do in a situation like this. Qianqian, you lead the way and protect them. Seeing that they acted swiftly and efficiently, Xiao Li nodded in satisfaction and then shouted to Lu Qianqian, who was still at the front of the group. Lu Qianqian turned and glanced at him, then nodded and said, okay, leave it to me. Having said that, she took her slender sword and led Xia Ying and the others to continue their charge southward. Seeing this, the others around, who were still somewhat panicked by the sudden turn of events, also prepared to follow Lu Qianqian and the others to continue their escape. No matter what happens, it's always better to escape than to stay here. However, before these people could run far, a large area of the ground around them suddenly cracked and collapsed during the massive earthquake. Boom! A deafening roar echoed in all directions, and the ground cracked open with terrifying fissures. Centipede with an enormous burrowing body burst through a large patch of ground and emerged from underground. That head, just the head alone, is bigger than a heavy mining truck. Its body is terrifyingly long, with huge segments emerging from the ground, exceeding 20 meters in the blink of an eye, but it has not yet reached the end. This body type is terrifying just to look at. Holy crap, this is an 8th tier mutated beast. How can an 8th tier mutated beast appear on the 2nd level of the deathly netherworld? You still have the nerve to be curious? Run. It's an 8th tier mutated beast. If you can't escape, you're dead. The fleeing people were terrified when they saw the 8th tier earth-burrowing giant centipede appear. They started running wildly, tumbling and crawling, wishing their parents had given them 2 more legs. However, before they could escape the attack range of the burrowing giant centipede, the centipede had already raised its body high, revealing its abdomen covered with ferocious long legs, and then slammed down heavily. Boom! The giant centipede slammed down. Several people didn't have time to escape and were instantly smashed into a bloody pulp amidst screams. The ground around them shook violently as the giant centipede's body fell. A large area of the ground collapsed, burying several more people. Fortunately, everyone here has superpowers, so this kind of burial is not enough to kill them. At this moment, the giant centipede that had been burrowing underground finally crawled out of the ground completely. Judging by its length, it is at least 35 meters long. Xiaoli was speechless. That size is truly terrifying. Humans are no better than ants in its presence. Xiaoli glanced at the women who had escaped the giant centipede's attack range quickly and were flying away at high speed, and felt a little relieved. As long as they are all right, there won't be any problems on my side. He has the Dragon Phoenix ring, which allows him to teleport away at any time. His main purpose is to help Xia Ying and the others escape from this place. Xiaoli gripped the Thunderblade tightly, his gaze sharpening as he stared at the enormous creature before him. He doesn't need to defeat this big guy, he just needs to hold it off for a while. Whether it's a human or a mutated beast, after the 6th rank, each rank increase is like heaven and earth. Don't be fooled by his ability to kill 7th tier ability users. When facing an 8th tier being like the earth-penetrating giant centipede, even if he were to break through to the 4th tier, he still wouldn't stand a chance, let alone being only at the 3rd tier. Although defeating it was impossible, he was still somewhat confident that he could at least stall it for a while. The giant centipede that had been burrowing underground fully emerged from the ground. It quickly swung its body and rushed towards the direction in which the crowd was fleeing. Clearly, the large number of people fleeing had attracted its attention. Seeing this, Xiaoli no longer hesitated. He suddenly darted out, transforming into a lightning shadow and approaching the giant centipede that had burrowed underground. Then, he raised his hand and slashed down at one of its long legs. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, and sparks flew from the point where it was cleaved. The lightning blade had failed to sever the long leg. Even the outer shell on its long legs didn't crack. This scene caused Xiao Li's expression to change several times. What kind of damn defense is this? Xiao Li cursed inwardly. Centipede that burrows underground truly lives up to its name as an Earth attribute creature. Its defensive capabilities are extremely strong, which was previously invincible against those 5th and 6th tier burrowing giant centipedes. Couldn't even break through the shell of this one in front of it. Xiao Li's strike was like a tickle to the giant centipede that had burrowed underground. The giant centipede ignored Xiao Li and continued to charge towards the fleeing crowd. The crowd was quickly overtaken, and the burrowing giant centipede mercilessly swept across the area with its massive body. Instantly, many people were swept away and sent flying into the sky. The giant centipede, with its long body and densely packed long legs, coiled and twitched, seemingly waiting to welcome the people falling from the sky. Once you get caught in its body, you'll probably be torn to shreds. Many people screamed in terror in the air, but their bodies continued to fall uncontrollably. Even these superhumans who were able to explore the 2nd level of the land of the dead were so weak and powerless when facing this mutated beast that was at the 8th level. Upon seeing this, Xiao Li charged forward again. This time, he stopped when he was only a few meters away, and then terrifying lightning as thick as an arm surged from his body. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and suddenly gripped the giant centipede that had burrowed underground. The first form of the 9 judgments, Thunder's Lament. 3 thunderous great swords bound by chains suddenly appeared around the body of the burrowing giant centipede. Splash! With a crisp clanging of chains, the 3 chains on the great sword shot out and quickly wrapped around the massive body of the burrowing giant centipede, then tightened. Kill! Xiaoli roared. 3 great swords pierced the body of the burrowing giant centipede from different directions with a series of thuds. This time, even the hard shell couldn't stop Xiaoli's attack. Hiss! Centipede that had been burrowing underground let out a strange hiss, and its coiled body suddenly straightened up. At the same time, the energy that the body depends on for survival is instantly blocked. However, the blockade lasted for less than 2 seconds before it expired. Chapter 142 Procrastination. Xiaoli and the earth-burrowing giant centipede is too great. The sealing effect of Thunder's Lament has a negligible duration. But that's enough. Those who were swept away landed on the ground and scrambled away from the giant centipede that had burrowed underground, managing to escape death. What a kind person. Thanks, brother. If I make it out alive, I'll kowtow to you. I am eternally grateful to my brother for saving my life. If there is an afterlife, I will repay him with my life. As they spoke, they scattered and fled, leaving not a single one behind. Xiaoli was not surprised at all. These people are just a rabble. He rescued them only as a side effect. Centipedes that burrow into the ground kept emerging around him, and he didn't want to be disturbed too much while he was focused on dealing with this 8th-tier giant centipede. So someone needed to stop these mutated beasts. These people are the best helpers. As they scatter and flee, they have inadvertently relieved the pressure on Xiaoli. As the sealing effect of Thunder's sorrow faded, the giant centipede twisted its massive body, breaking the chains binding it and freeing itself from its restraints. Although Xiaoli's move broke through the 8th-tier mutated beast's defense, it did not cause it much damage. The 3 Thunder Greatswords were too small compared to the massive body of the earth-burrowing giant centipede, which was tens of meters long. It only had 3 small cuts on it, which was hardly a serious injury. Xiaoli successfully attracted the attention of the mutated beast with this attack. Centipede that had burrowed underground no longer targeted the fleeing main force in the distance, but instead set its sights on Xiaoli. This tiny ant actually managed to break through its defenses and inflict damage. We must tear him to pieces. Centipede that had burrowed underground turned its enormous head toward Xiaoli, its ferocious mouth opening and closing, making it look particularly eerie. Roar! Suddenly, the giant centipede that had been burrowing underground straightened up half of its body and let out a terrifying and strange roar at Xiaoli. The sound even formed a tangible sound wave that reverberated from the mouth. As soon as Xiaoli came into contact with this sound wave, he let out a muffled groan. I felt a piercing pain in my head, and my consciousness became hazy. Centipede that had burrowed underground suddenly swung its tail. Its massive tail swept across, slamming down on Xiaoli like a wall. Although Xiaoli was in a daze, the impending crisis made him instinctively raise his thunderblade to block. There was a loud bang. Xiaoli's thunderblade was no match for such immense force, and was instantly snapped in two. The centipede's tail slammed into him, sending him flying. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and slammed his body hard against a nearby building that had not yet collapsed. The building was instantly smashed through, then collapsed with a roar, burying Xiaoli inside. Centipede that had burrowed underground raised its head and let out a hiss, seemingly quite pleased with itself. A human being, as insignificant as an ant, dares to harm it? They're practically courting death. Seemingly convinced that Xiaoli was doomed after being struck, the giant centipede, which had been burrowing underground, ignored Xiaoli and turned its attention back to the fleeing group of people heading south. It twisted its massive body, preparing to chase after them again. But at that moment, a loud roar suddenly came from the ruins of the collapsed building. The next moment, a huge thunderous fist broke through the rubble and flew out, finally slamming hard into the burrowing giant centipede, to cause any substantial damage to the burrowing giant centipede. But this also drew the mutated beast's attention back. The giant centipede turned its head to look at the ruins, and then discovered that Xiaoli had somehow returned to standing on the ruins. At this moment, the thunder armor he had been wearing was mostly broken, and blood was flowing out from many places. Clearly, being struck by the burrowing giant centipede had caused him considerable damage. Fortunately, thanks to the protection of the thunder armor, he did not suffer any fatal injuries. Centipede that had burrowed underground, a chilling smile spreading across his blood-covered face. Hey big guy, your opponent is me. Where do you think you're going? Hiss. Centipede, which had burrowed underground, moved its mandibles and let out a hiss. It seemed somewhat surprised that Xiaoli was still alive. This tiny ant was hit by it, yet it was still able to stand up. But the surprise was only for a moment. Soon, The giant centipede that had burrowed underground moved its countless long legs and charged towards Xiao Li again. This time, it opened its ferocious mouth, wanting to devour Xiao Li in one gulp. Xiao Li took a breath, and then lightning enveloped his entire body as he quickly dodged to the side, while simultaneously throwing out one lightning ball after another. These lightning orbs exploded on the burrowing giant centipede. Although the exploding lightning could not cause any real damage to it, it blocked its vision. This prevented them from accurately pinpointing Xiao Li's location. As soon as the burrowing giant centipede breaks through the blast radius of the lightning, new lightning balls will soon splatter on its face and explode. Even if it stands upright, it will still be bombarded by the lightning ball. Centipede that had lost sight of the ground rolled around somewhat irritably. Its enormous size was once an advantage of the burrowing giant centipede, but now it has become its disadvantage. In terms of speed alone, Xiao Li might not be as fast as this mutated beast, but in terms of agility, he is far superior. Being small has its advantages, and being big has its disadvantages. In addition, the lightning ball used by Xiao Li was only a first-level supernatural ability, Lightning Explosion. Use this special ability as a basic attack. It's instantaneous and consumes very little power. Given his own recovery speed, he can use it indefinitely. As time passed under these circumstances, Xiao Li's injuries were rapidly healing. After reaching the third tier, his A-level physical enhancement ability granted him a healing ability that allowed him to recover faster after being injured. Therefore, even though he was seriously injured, Xiao Li was not too worried. After a brief delay, the burrowing giant centipede suddenly became less aggressive. Its massive body paused for a moment, then suddenly burrowed straight into the ground. Soon the enormous shape disappeared from the ground. Xiao Li frowned upon seeing this. This beast, he does have some brains after all. Clearly, the burrowing giant centipede knew that continuing like this would only lead to it being toyed with by Xiao Li, so it chose to burrow underground. Not only can it avoid his lightning ball bombardment, but it can also launch a surprise attack at any time. A burrowing technique not only rendered Xiao Li's delaying tactics ineffective, but also allowed him to regain the initiative. While keeping a watchful eye on the movements underground, Xiao Li looked south, trying to estimate Lu Qianqian and the other's current location. Although he seemed to have delayed the burrowing giant centipede for a long time, only a few minutes had actually passed. Without him leading the way, Lu Qianqian and the others wouldn't have been able to reach the edge of the city in such a short time. So he has to delay a little longer. Just as Xiao Li was thinking, the ground beneath his feet suddenly rose up and cracked open. Centipede, which had been burrowing underground, burst its ferocious head out of the ground amidst the flying dust and snapped its jaws down. Chapter 143 Retreat. Sensing the unusual movement beneath his feet, Xiao Li instinctively retreated. The next moment, the giant centipede's huge head burst out of the ground, and its ferocious mouth chirped as it bit down. Fortunately, Xiao Li dodged quickly. If he had been a step slower, he would have been torn to pieces by that bite. 8th-tier mutated beasts are terrifying beyond belief. They are simply beyond his current capabilities to handle. His most prized attacks were merely tickling the giant centipede, while a single attack from the giant centipede could severely injure him or even kill him outright. It's impossible to hit it at all. If his purpose this time wasn't just to stall this mutated beast, he probably would have taken out and used that max-level experience card he had been keeping all along. A full-level trial card in a lottery, which allowed him to have the power of a level 10 peak for 1 hour. If he were to use it, he estimated that he could crush this 8th-tier mutated beast with just one finger. But that would be too wasteful and not worth it. At this moment, after dodging an attack from the burrowing giant centipede, Xiao Li started to conjure up a lightning ball again, preparing to use the same delaying tactic as before. Centipede that had burrowed underground had also learned its lesson. Before Xiao Li could even throw out the lightning ball, it opened its mouth and let out a sharp hiss at Xiao Li. Xiao Li's expression changed upon seeing this, and he quickly covered his ears. However, this sound seemed to penetrate everywhere. Even with his ears plugged, the sound still went straight into his brain. Suddenly, Xiao Li felt another sharp pain in his head, and his consciousness began to blur again. This kind of sonic attack is virtually impossible to defend against. It targets a person's mental state and consciousness, and without corresponding countermeasures, it is impossible to resist. Centipede that had burrowed underground took control of Xiao Li. A yellowish-brown light suddenly emanated from its enormous body. The next moment, the ground suddenly shook, and 2 mountains tens of meters high rose up from the left and right sides of Xiao Li. then pressed towards Xiaoli in the middle. Xiaoli's consciousness was still hazy. He had no way to dodge. Soon, the two mountain peaks drew closer and closer, and it looked like they were about to completely merge together. At this moment, Xiaoli finally regained consciousness. Perhaps because he had been attacked by sonic waves before, his consciousness had developed resistance, and this time he woke up a little faster than before. That's how I managed to wake up before the mountains completely closed in. However, the situation was equally critical at this moment. The two mountain peaks were already very close to him, and had even begun to press into his body. He could no longer think about it. Drink! Xiaoli let out a roar, and the lightning within his body suddenly erupted. A violent bolt of lightning raged out, blasting the two mountain peaks apart, and sending rocks flying everywhere. Finally, just as the peaks were completely closed, a gap was barely opened, allowing one person to pass through. Xiaoli rushed out from between the mountain peaks through the gap, narrowly escaping the attack. Before he could even feel relieved, the giant centipede's tail seemed to have been waiting for him all along. Just as Xiaoli rushed out of the mountain peaks, the giant centipede's tail had already snapped off. Boom! Xiaoli was immediately sent flying, blood splattering everywhere. His body flew over 100 meters like a cannonball, leaving a long trail behind him before finally stopping. However, he quickly stood up from the ground, activated his lightning strike, and returned to the position where he had been sent flying in just a few breaths. Centipede was about to chase after Xiaoli to the south. It discovered that Xiaoli had returned and immediately let out an angry hiss. Its massive body glowed with an earthy yellow light, and then it charged towards Xiaoli. That speed was several times faster than before. Xiaoli was caught off guard by the mutated beast's sudden acceleration and was sent flying again. This time the force was even stronger than before, and Xiaoli flew nearly 200 meters before landing. But like an unkillable cockroach, he quickly ran back. And then, a dramatic scene unfolded. Xiaoli was sent flying shortly after returning, but he would return again in a few seconds. He was sent flying, rushed back, was sent flying again, rushed back again. Being slapped countless times, Xiaoli struggled to his feet from a pile of rubble. At this moment, his entire body was covered in blood, and his skin was covered with scarlet cracks. The person seemed to have become a porcelain doll on the verge of shattering, which would break into countless pieces with the slightest touch. Xiaoli felt pain all over his body, as if all the bones in his body had been shattered. The intense pain made it impossible for him to breathe. Being repeatedly slapped away, even with his rapid physical recovery, he couldn't keep up with the speed of his injuries. Cough cough, that really hurts. The 8th rank is indeed terrifying. Luckily, its attention wasn't on me the whole time. Otherwise I probably would have been dead by now. Xiaoli clutched his chest, coughing up 2 ounces of blood as he muttered to himself. His body is rapidly repairing itself, but the injuries are too severe, and recovery in a short time is impossible. Even though I got beaten up, it was worth it. They've dragged this out for so long. They should have escaped this underground city by now. It's time for me to leave. Xiaoli guessed that Lu Qianqian and the others had most likely already escaped, or at least had enough time. There's no point in dragging this out any longer. After taking one last look at the collapsing city, Xiaoli used the teleportation function of the Dragon Phoenix Ring without hesitation. His body gradually became ethereal, and finally disappeared completely from the spot. Beyond the desolate plains, many people were standing on the edge of the pit, their faces showing signs of relief. They were all people who had escaped death and crawled out of the underground city. This time, they not only failed to gain anything from entering the underground city, but they also almost died down there. The number of survivors is significantly less than the number of people who entered at the beginning. It might be less than half of what it was before. Although people are still climbing out of the deep pit along the cliff face, their numbers are very small. Clearly, the casualties in this incident were extremely heavy. At this moment, to the south, a large number of people are gathered around the edge of the deep pit. These people were all those who escaped with Lu Qianqian and the other girls. And they make up more than half of the total population here. Because Lu Qianqian was leading the team, and each of them was quite strong, they were the largest group of people who escaped. They were also among the most relaxed. Of course, the main reason was that Xiaoli held off that 8th order mutated beast. Otherwise, this team would probably suffer the most casualties. At the forefront of the crowd, 6 stunning beauties, Lu Qianqian, Lin Yuner, Zhang Mingchin, Xia Ying, Mu Yi, and Mu Xinxin, were standing at the edge of the deep pit. Their beautiful eyes were fixed on the deep pit, waiting for the figure in their hearts to appear. However, After watching for a while, they still couldn't see the figure appear. This made them even more worried. Seeing their appearance, some people around couldn't help but say, "I think you guys shouldn't wait any longer." Although that brother is quite strong, he's facing a terrifying 8th-tier mutated beast. Although it's a bit of a pity, I'm also very grateful to that brother for stepping forward. But to be honest, that brother is most likely dead. Please accept my condolences. Lin Yuner immediately turned her head and glared angrily at the person who had spoken, her tone icy as she said, "Shut up. Xiaoli won't die. Don't spout nonsense here." Upon seeing that the speaker was Lin Yuner, the man sneered, showing no fear whatsoever. "Hey beautiful, do you think he's a god who won't die? Isn't it ridiculous? I think you'd better find another man as soon as possible. Don't wait for him. If you die down there, you won't even have a chance to collect his body." Chapter 144 Xiaoli appears. Others around nodded in agreement with what the man said, and some even chimed in. Clearly, in their view, Xiaoli was most likely in grave danger. At this moment, not only Lin Yuner, but also Zhang Mingchin, Xia Ying, and others, all glared angrily at them. These guys, Xiaoli desperately tried to stop that 8th-order mutated beast, while they escaped safely under his protection. Now that they've escaped, they're making sarcastic remarks. Absolutely outrageous. The person who spoke was quite pleased with himself, seeing so many people agreeing with him. He looked at Lin Yuner's pure and beautiful face and her curvaceous figure, a strange glint in his eyes, and chuckled. "If I were to find a man, I think I would have to find someone stronger, like someone like me." Before Lin Yuner could speak, Xia Ying let out a cold laugh. "A rabble that has to rely on us women to escape has the audacity to say such things. Your skin is incredibly thick. I doubt even that 8th-tier mutated beast down there could break through the defenses of your face, right?" Xia Ying's words immediately turned the man's face into a deep purplish red. But even if he wanted to refute it, he couldn't, because he did indeed escape by relying on Lu Qianqian to clear the way and following the group. However, to save face, he still snorted coldly and argued illogically. In that situation, anyone who acted alone would have been doomed. Leaving as a group was the best option. Without us, you would have had a hard time leaving too. Your escape was the result of everyone's joint efforts, right? His words immediately drew nods of agreement from many others. Exactly. Why do you call us a rabble? We did contribute too, you know. On the contrary, there are actually 2 second-tier ability users among you. I think you are the ones who are dragging the team down, aren't you? With your strength, I really don't know how you dared to enter the 2nd level of this deathly netherworld. These people talked all at once, venting their dissatisfaction. They were able to leave smoothly only with Lu Qianqian's help, and Xia Ying's words just now included them in the calculation. Being called a mob is a huge blow to anyone's pride. So the facts don't matter at all. Instead, they have a lot of dissatisfaction with Xia Ying and want to bring up Lin Yuner and Zhang Mingchin's abilities. Xia Ying and the other girls clenched their fists in anger. These people are incredibly shameless. Even Lu Qianqian frowned slightly, her expression turning cold. The man who had spoken earlier shrugged and looked at Xia Ying and the others with a cold smile. "Look, it's obvious who's in the right. I meant well when I said that, but you don't appreciate it at all." Xia Ying gritted her teeth, wanting to say something more, but just then, beside Lin Yuner, a figure slowly solidified from the ethereal, finally appearing before everyone. "Xiaoli! Xiaoli!" The women's pretty faces lit up with joy, and they all shouted out. That's right, the person who came was Xiaoli, who had escaped the underground city using the Dragon Phoenix ring. However, Xiaoli's appearance at this moment caused Lin Yuner and the others to change their expressions drastically. Because Xiaoli's appearance at this moment was truly a pitiful sight. His shirt was gone, and he was only wearing a pair of tattered pants. His exposed skin was covered with various cracked wounds, and blood stained his entire body red. This is only the external appearance. No one knows what kind of serious injuries he has suffered internally. But the damage is likely to be even more severe than the external injuries. "Xiaoli, how are you? How did you get so badly injured?" Lin Yuner, who was closest to him, quickly reached out to support him, her pretty face full of worry, and even her eyes glistening with tears. Zhang Mingchin, Xia Ying, Mu Yi, and Mu Xinxin also gathered around, their pretty faces filled with tension and heartache as they looked at Xiaoli. Although Lu Qianqian didn't come over, a hint of concern showed on her pretty face. Xiaoli smiled at them and comforted them. "Don't worry, I'm fine." As he spoke, he casually exchanged a healing pill from the system shop and swallowed it. His injuries began to heal at an extremely fast pace, and in the blink of an eye, he had recovered most of them. Seeing this, the women were finally able to calm down. Xiaoli asked, "What just happened?" When he appeared, he saw Xia Ying and the others confronting the group that came out with them. Something must have happened. Xia Ying glanced at the group of people whose expressions changed because of Xiaoli's appearance, and then snorted as if she had gained confidence. These people were so arrogant when Xiaoli wasn't around, but now they don't dare to say a word. A bunch of bullies who prey on the weak and fear the strong. She recounted everything that had just happened to Xiaoli. After hearing this, Xiaoli's blood-stained face turned cold. He turned to look at the group of people, and then walked step by step toward the person who had spoken first, and even targeted Lin Yuner and the others. The man watched as Xiaoli, covered in blood and walking toward him with a cold expression, broke out in a cold sweat. He swallowed hard, and took 2 steps back unconsciously, his face becoming tense. Xiaoli was down there earlier, and without saying much, he killed those few people who dared to have improper thoughts about his woman. He had previously thought that Xiaoli was already dead, which was why he wasn't very polite to Lin Yuner and the others. He even had some thoughts because of the girl's stunning beauty. But he didn't expect that Xiaoli would actually come out alive, and that he would be the first one targeted. I knew without even thinking that I was going to be in trouble. He quickly forced an awkward smile and said apologetically, "That's wonderful. I didn't expect this brother to be so brave. He actually escaped from an 8th-tier mutated beast. Congratulations. Thanks to my brother for risking his life to stop us, we were able to escape that dangerous place safely. Thank you so much." Xiaoli looked at him and said with a cold laugh, "Are you really happy that I'm not dead? You weren't treating my woman like this just now, were you?" The man's face stiffened, and he said awkwardly, I was just concerned about them. I didn't have any other thoughts. After all, given their strength, it wouldn't be safe for them here." Xiaoli remained unmoved by his words and continued walking towards him without stopping. To put it bluntly, this person's actions just now were not much different from those of Chao Laoer's gang before. However, Chao Laoer and his group did not know that Lin Yuner and the others were in cahoots with him, so they dared to openly attempt to commit illicit acts. This person, however, was wary of his existence and dared not show himself until he came out and thought he was dead, at which point he prepared to do something as well. However, due to Lu Qianqian's presence, they dared not go too far. Xiaoli wouldn't hold back against someone like that. Anyone who dares to bully his woman while he's away is asking for trouble. Since he doesn't cherish the life he's finally survived, Xiaoli doesn't mind sending him back to the King of Hell. Chapter 145. Who are you? You mustn't come any closer. I really didn't have any other intentions just now. You can ask them if you don't believe me. Seeing that his words had no effect, and Xiaoli was still walking towards him regardless, the person who had spoken became even more panicked. He quickly pointed to the other people behind him, hoping they would speak up for him. However, those who had previously spoken up for him were now all silent, acting as if it were none of their business. Some people were looking at the scenery, some were turning their heads to whistle, and some were playing with their nails with their heads down, as if nails were the most fun thing in the world. Just kidding. This guy who kills 6th-tier ability users and mutated beasts as easily as killing chickens has come back alive. They wouldn't dare to provoke him. That would be suicide. When Xiaoli wasn't around, they could keep up with his banter. Now, of course, it's better to sacrifice your fellow Taoist than to sacrifice yourself. Upon seeing this, the man immediately cursed inwardly. These fence-sitters, they chickened out way too fast. Xiaoli landed again, and in the next instant, he was already close to the man. At this moment, he could kill him at any time. A murderous glint appeared in his eyes, and he raised his hand, ready to send this person on their way. But at that moment, a figure wielding a long spear suddenly appeared at incredible speed and blocked Xiaoli's path. I've been here the whole time, and he only said a few words. It's not like he deserved to die like that, is it? Xiaoli looked over and immediately raised an eyebrow. Who are you? What I do is none of your business. Ling Hong's lips twitched instantly. Have you really forgotten, or are you joking with me? Xiaoli shrugged. Sorry, I can only remember beautiful women. I definitely can't remember the random people I meet in everyday life. Ling Hong's face darkened upon hearing this. This kid clearly remembers who he is, but he pretends not to know him and puts him together with cats and dogs. It's simply despicable. Ling Hong, what are you doing here? At this moment, Lu Qianqian suddenly spoke up. Flourishing. Ling Hong raised his head, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. I'm sorry, Qianqian. I was down there, and was going to wait for you to come out, but a large number of mutated beasts suddenly appeared around us, so I had to retreat first. Lu Qianqian said calmly. It's okay, I don't care. You did the right thing. In that situation, self-preservation is the most important thing. If I were in that situation, I would have left without hesitation. Ling Hong's expression changed slightly. Although Lu Qianqian spoke calmly, the distance she conveyed towards him was all too clear. All right, for the sake of the Ling family, I'll remind you. Move aside a bit and don't disturb Xiao Li otherwise. Otherwise what? Ling Hong frowned, looking somewhat displeased. Who is Ling Hong? Would the leading figure of the younger generation of the Ling family be afraid of Xiao Li? In his view, Lu Qianqian's words were meant to protect Xiao Li. This made him very unhappy. He and Lu Qianqian had known each other since childhood, but she was still no match for a man he had only met recently. On what grounds? But soon, Xiao Li, who was standing in front of him, suddenly moved. He continued walking forward, without even glancing at Ling Hong, and shoved him aside with his shoulder. Xiao Li, you. Ling Hong's face darkened, and he flashed forward to block Xiao Li's path again. I told you've gone too far. They only said a few words, and you're already going to attack them. Although this is a secret realm, I, Ling Hong, will not tolerate your blatant killing. Actually, Ling Hong didn't necessarily have to protect that person, since that person had nothing to do with him. He did this simply to make Xiao Li unhappy. He's disliked Xiao Li ever since the underground city. As a member of the Ling family, he was always flattered wherever he went. But Xiao Li completely ignored him. However, his main motivation was jealousy. Someone whose origins are unknown is surrounded by so many beauties who are no less stunning than Lu Qianqian. Moreover, he also possessed an extremely imposing and fierce-looking unknown spear. He had a premonition that the spear was extremely powerful, times stronger than the one he has. If he could get it, his strength would probably increase by leaps and bounds. He had even made plans to secretly attack Xiao Li. His current actions are, firstly, an attempt to vent his frustration. Secondly, he also wanted to use this opportunity to have a preliminary exchange with Xiao Li and test his strength. He didn't take Xiao Li seriously at first. After all, he was quite confident in his own strength. But he had just heard it. Xiao Li actually went to stop an 8th-tier mutated beast all by himself. And they even made it out alive. This forced him to reassess Xiao Li's strength. This Xiao Li seems to be more complex than he thought. As for Xiao Li, after seeing Ling Hong blocking his way again, he didn't hold back and bumped into him once more. As soon as he went out, he immediately used his supernatural abilities. His body was enveloped in lightning, and he slammed forward. Ling Hong raised his arm to block, but a terrifying force struck him, sending him staggering backward. He quickly stomped his foot on the ground. There was a loud boom. The muddy ground beneath his feet crumbled, and his body remained fixed in place like a spear before he raised his head and looked at Xiao Li with a cold smile. But soon his vision blurred, and Xiao Li's figure had disappeared. His expression changed, and when he turned around, he found that Xiao Li had appeared in front of the person he had been blocking behind him like a ghost. Then he reached out and grabbed the man by the throat, lifting him up. Xiao Li, put him down, Ling Hong roared. Xiao Li didn't even glance at him, but instead coldly stared at the person she was choking. The man's face turned red as he tried to break free from Xiao Li's grasp, but Xiao Li punched him directly in the groin. The man's face turned pale instantly, and he almost fainted from the pain. Xiao Li said, "Don't worry, I'm a law-abiding citizen, I won't kill you. Since you think you can escape this underground city on your own, then I'll send you back down. Let me see if you can come back alive on your own." When that person heard Xiao Li's previous words, he was secretly pleased, thinking that he would not have to die. But upon hearing what followed, his expression changed drastically. The underground cities nowadays are probably full of those giant centipedes that burrow underground, and there might even be a terrifying 8th-order mutated beast. If we send him back down there, what's the difference between that and sending him to his death? But now, with Xiao Li holding his neck, he couldn't even beg for mercy. He could only watch helplessly as Xiao Li pinched himself and walked towards the pit. Xiao Li arrived at the edge of the pit, and then swung his arm forcefully, without any hesitation. Ah! The man screamed in agony as his body flew through the air, finally crashing straight into the dark pit. Chapter 146 Departure and Division of Spoils. After throwing the man out, Xiao Li clapped his hands, and then turned around and swayed back. He glanced at the rest of the group who had also spoken against Lin Yuner and her group, and gave a cold snort. Those people trembled instantly, thinking that Xiao Li was about to attack them. But Xiao Li ignored these people and walked straight towards Xia Ying and the others. These people, just as Xia Ying said, were nothing but a rabble. There was no point in killing them, and he couldn't be bothered to waste any more time here. The matter here is over, and news of what happened here will likely spread soon. At that time, the powerful figure guarding the land of the dead should come to kill or take away the 8th order mutated beast that appeared in the pit. And it's time for their journey to come to an end. Ling Hong watched with a gloomy expression as Xiao Li threw the person into the pit right under his nose, and then watched him leisurely prepare to leave. He was about to lose his temper. Xiao Li is too arrogant. They completely disregarded him. Xiao Li had to be taught a lesson today. Otherwise, even though he is the strongest of the younger generation of the Ling family, he would have no prestige whatsoever in front of Xiao Li and could be ignored at will. However, at that moment a fragrant breeze wafted over, and when he turned around, he saw that it was Lu Qianqian walking over. He was about to speak when Lu Qianqian spoke first. I'm warning you one last time, don't mess with Xiao Li, or even the Ling family behind you won't be able to protect you. Upon hearing this, Ling Hong's expression changed immediately, and he said with some surprise and uncertainty, Are you kidding me? Who exactly is this Xiao Li, and what gives him such great abilities? Lu Qianqian said calmly, You really can't remember who Xiao Li is? Xiao Li. Ling Hong frowned. He had indeed always felt very familiar with this name, but he had never met Xiao Li before, so he had never thought about it in detail. After all, there are so many people with the same name. You might just have overheard it from someone else on the street. But now that he heard Lu Qianqian say this, he had no choice but to think about it more carefully. Xiao Li, Xiao Li. The more he recalled, the more his brow furrowed, because the name seemed very familiar to him. It seems like I heard about it quite often not long ago. The next moment, he finally remembered. Xiao Li. Isn't this the man who awakened an SSS level talent and became the second SSS level ability user in their Great Xia Kingdom? At that time, Xiao Li's name was known throughout the country and even abroad. Ling Hong raised his head and looked at Xiao Li not far away with a look of shock. This Xiao Li, how could he have come here? And how could he have run into him? Yes, no wonder he has so many stunning beauties by his side. It is said that he gave up the 2 top military academies, Azure Dragon Academy and Military Academy, and joined Phoenix Academy instead. What is Phoenix Academy? A gathering place for goddesses. The Phoenix Academy is full of beauties that ordinary people might never see in their entire lives. No wonder this kid doesn't take him seriously at all. Having awakened an SSS-level superpower, he can be said to be under the protection of the Great Xia Kingdom. How could his Ling family possibly compare to the entire Great Xia Kingdom? Moreover, even setting aside the Great Xia Kingdom, he also has the Phoenix Academy protecting him. In the past, Phoenix Academy was nothing compared to the Ling family. It is said that when Xiao Li awakened his superpowers, Su Xian, the dean of Phoenix Academy, and Qin Xianji and Long Zhantian, the deans of the Canglong Military Academy, had a public fight over Xiao Li's affairs. But in the end, Su Xian fought against 2 opponents and won. Therefore, many people believe that Su Xian's strength is now comparable to that of a 10th level superhuman. This inevitably makes many people wary of 10th rank. That's a true powerhouse standing at the pinnacle of the superpower world. His Ling family's ancestor was a 10th level expert. Su Xian was at the 9th level. She might not have been enough to make the 5 great families wary, but with the combat power of the 10th level, she was already on par with these families. Xiao Li's access to Phoenix Academy's protection and his status in the Great Xia Kingdom. Ling Hong admitted that, on the surface, he was indeed someone Xiao Li couldn't afford to offend. Wait a minute, how long has Xiao Li been awakened? How could he have such strength, actually managing to hold off an 8th-tier mutated beast and escape from it? That's impossible, isn't it? Ling Hong suddenly thought of this crucial question and asked it with a puzzled look. However, Lu Qianqian couldn't explain this to him either, because Xiao Li's strength was indeed a bit too outrageous. This is completely unlike something someone who has only recently awakened could do. I don't know why he's so strong, but I think his displayed 3rd-tier realm is genuine and not some kind of disguise using a rare treasure. Perhaps we have all underestimated the power of SSS-level superhumans. Lu Qianqian said. Ling Hong immediately shook his head repeatedly. No, that's impossible. I would never believe that a 3rd-tier ability user could possess the ability to rival a 7th-tier user, or even escape from an 8th-tier user. He was still quite clear-headed. Fighting opponents of higher levels was not impossible, and he could achieve that by suppressing the level of his superpower. But he had never even heard of someone like Xiao Li who had crossed such a vast gap in cultivation levels. Lu Qianqian thought for a moment and said, That's because Xiao Li is special. Perhaps he's not just an SSS-level ability user. He's hiding many things we don't know about. Ling Hong thought of the unknown spear in Xiao Li's hand and agreed with Lu Qianqian's words. In short, for the sake of the Ling family, I've said what I needed to say. If you still intend to continue opposing Shaoli, the consequences are none of my concern. After saying that, Lu Qianqian turned around and walked slowly towards Shaoli with light, graceful steps. Ling Hong was left standing there alone, his expression shifting between anger and uncertainty, lost in thought. Let's go. Let's get out of here first. Who was talking with Lin Yuner and the other girls, smiled when he saw Lu Qianqian walk back. Now that they've left the underground city, there's still one thing they haven't done. That's dividing the spoils. Good. Lu Qianqian nodded and did not refuse. Soon, Shaoli led the women away from this place of trouble. In a secluded, dense forest, Xiao Li and Xia Ying poured out everything they had looted from the treasure vault in the underground city. Among them were countless kinds of spiritual stones, rare treasures and materials, all shining brightly and piled up into small mountains. Come on, everyone get a share. As for the rare treasures, go and choose the ones you want. As for the remaining spirit stones and materials, I'll distribute them to each person. Shaoli used his spiritual power to sort out all the items, then looked at the women and smiled. Xia Ying, Mu Yi, and the other girls cheered excitedly and rushed into the pile of treasures to pick out their favorites. Yuner, Mingchin, you two go and pick some too. Shaoli looked at the two women who hadn't moved and said with a smile. Lin Yuner hesitated for a moment, then said, we didn't help much this time, so we don't need these. You can divide them among yourselves. Zhang Mingchin nodded, pursing her lips. Shaoli said, just go when I tell you to. It's a deal for everyone. The two girls blushed instantly and obediently went to choose things. Chapter 147 Favorability is about to be maxed out. Qianqian, aren't you going to pick out a few? Qianqian, who was standing quietly to the side, and asked with a smile. Lu Qianqian gently shook her head. No, these things are not important to me. That's true. Your Lu family is so wealthy and powerful, you certainly wouldn't care about these things. Shaoli nodded and said that while the girls were choosing things, he divided some spirit stones and materials into 7 equal parts. If each person roughly calculates, they can probably get nearly 100,000 spirit stones, as well as a batch of spiritual materials and medicines worth even more than 100,000 spirit stones. This is enough for them to cultivate for a very long time. However, this was not enough for Shaoli. Given the terrifying amount of resources he needs to level up, it's hard to say whether these things will be enough for him to reach the 4th tier. After all, the energy required for him to advance to the next minor realm increases exponentially. God knows how many resources he'll need to burn to reach the 4th tier. He probably can't support himself on his own. Fortunately, he still has Sister Su Xian's long, slender, snow-white legs to cling to, so he doesn't need to worry about these things for the time being. After he finished allocating the resources, the selection of the women was also completed. Shaoli glanced around and noticed that each of them had only picked out 2 or 3 items. They weren't greedy. There are at least 20 or 30 rare treasures of varying grades on the ground. Moreover, many of them look to be of even better quality than what they have. Shaoli looked at them and said, why didn't you take a few more? I think there are quite a few good things inside. The girls exchanged glances, and Xia Ying said, this is enough for us. You can keep the rest. Shaoli walked over, squatted down next to the pile of exotic treasures, and picked through them, taking out several items that looked to be of the best quality. Then he got up and tossed one of these rare treasures to each of them. Hey, Shaoli, no need. This is enough for us. Mu Yi quickly said. Shaoli waved his hand. Put them away. These rare treasures are of little use to me. I'll just hand them over to the academy to exchange for contribution points when I get back. These will be of greater help to you. Xia Ying and the others wanted to say something more, but Shaoli glared at them and forcefully interrupted them, saying, you'd better keep what I give you safe and sound. You're not allowed to refuse it. Do you hear me? The girls swallowed their words back immediately, and Xia Ying, Mu Yi, and Mu Xinxin blushed with embarrassment. Xiao Li's domineering tone really resonated with them. Her heart couldn't help but race. After their experience in the secret realm, the 3 women's affection for Xiao Li continued to rise steadily. Their favorability rating is almost maxed out. Congratulations, host. Your favorability with Goddess Xia Ying has reached 90%, earning you 10 points. Congratulations, host. Your Goddess Mu Yi has reached 90% favorability, earning you 10 points. Congratulations, host. Your Goddess Mu Xinxin has reached 90% favorability, earning you 10 points. They're only 10% away from maxing out their favorability. At that time, Xiaoli will receive 3 mystery gift packs. Oh right, and there's also Zhao Minor, who's currently at Phoenix Academy, and whose physical age has shrunk considerably except for her breasts, due to her special abilities. Her favorability rating has already reached 90%. So Xiaoli will soon receive 4 mystery gift packs. This mystery gift is not a lottery. The lottery also gives you some useless items, or even just a thank you for your patronage. So far, Xiaoli hasn't opened a single junk item from the mystery gift pack. The contents of each mystery gift bag are treasures. Thinking of this, Xiaoli couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. He collected the remaining treasures on the ground into his storage space, then pointed to the spirit stones and materials that had been divided into several portions, and said, "Here, one for each of you, put them all away." Upon hearing this, all the women looked over, and when they saw the resources piled up like 7 small mountains, they were all stunned. This is just a small amount. They probably couldn't get this many resources even if they worked hard for a whole year. Xiaoli actually chose to divide all the resources equally. When you team up with others to do quests or search for treasure, the rewards are distributed according to each person's contribution. They had never seen anyone split things so evenly like Xiaoli. The fact that we were able to obtain so many treasures this time is largely thanks to Xiaoli. Even if Xiaoli were to take most of it, they would still think it was perfectly reasonable. This way of splitting it equally really gives them a huge advantage. Xiaoying quickly shook her head and said, "Xiaoli, you can't distribute it like this. You're at a huge disadvantage. We can accept the rare treasures, but you can't divide these resources equally like this." Mu Yi and Mu Xinxin nodded and said, "Yes, we've already taken enough. We absolutely cannot let them take away so many more resources. The higher the talent a superhuman has, the more resources they need to consume. Xiaoli, you are an SSS-level superhuman, so the resources you need to upgrade are more than 10 times, 100 times, or even more than ours. That's why you need these even more." The 3 women looked resolute, as if they wouldn't take it no matter what. Xiaoli was somewhat surprised, not expecting that his assignment would provoke such resistance from them. However, he smiled slightly to himself. These girls are indeed not the greedy type. They have excellent character. No wonder they were bound to the system. Xiaoli shrugged and laughed. "All right, then you guys tell me how you want to distribute it. I'll listen to you this time." Xiaoying thought for a moment, walked to one of the small hills, cut out most of it, kept only a small portion, and then said, "I'll take this much. I don't need the rest." Mu Yi and Mu Xinxin also divided their portions, keeping the smaller one for themselves. "We're all set. This is enough for us." Lin Yuner and Zhang Mingchin exchanged a glance and made the same decision as Xia Ying and the others. Compared to Xia Ying and the other 2 women, their contribution this time was negligible, and they shouldn't have been carrying things the whole time. They didn't even want to take this small portion, but considering that Xiaoli would definitely not agree, they still took some. Xiaoli felt somewhat helpless as he saw that most of this enormous resource had been left unused. But since they're unwilling to accept it, there's nothing we can do. Moreover, he does indeed need such resources for cultivation. He didn't know how many resources Su Xian could provide for him, but it would be best to help her reduce some of the pressure as much as possible. Of these 7 resources, the last one is for Lu Qianqian. Xiaoli looked at Lu Qianqian and said, "Qianqian, don't refuse. Yuner and the others were able to get out of the underground city safely thanks to you. This is what you deserve, so accept it." Upon hearing this, Lu Qianqian, who had remained silent, raised her beautiful eyes, shook her head, and chuckled softly. "No need. We agreed beforehand that I would only take what I need. Let's forget about these." Xiaoli collected his share and the portions left by Xia Ying and the others. Then he walked to Lu Qianqian's side, reached out and gently patted her head, and whispered, "Take it." Lu Qianqian looked at Xiao Li with her beautiful eyes, somewhat stunned by his sudden intimate gesture. After a long while, she nodded gently and said, "All right. Congratulations, host. Your favorability with Goddess, Lu Qianqian, has reached 40%, earning you 10 points. Chapter 148 Returning to the Academy. The spoils have been divided. It was time for them to leave. Xiaoli led the girls toward the exit of the formation on the 2nd level of the Land of Death. This time, they encountered no further accidents and successfully left the 2nd level of the Land of the Dead. After returning to the 1st floor, they did not linger and continued towards the exit of the Netherworld's secret realm. During this time, Xiao Li and Lu Qianqian talked about many things. They gradually became familiar with each other and gained a lot of understanding of one another. With Xiao Li's skills, he easily made Lu Qianqian giggle and blush. As her beautiful eyes swept across Xiao Li, a strange and unusual look appeared in her gaze. Her affection for Xiao Li increased to 55%. Unfortunately, no matter how long the road is, it will eventually come to an end. After some time, they finally arrived at the entrance to the secret realm of the dead netherworld. Amidst the intense gazes of many surrounding people, the group followed the throng of people and left this secret place. Having emerged from the secret realm, it was time to part ways. Xiao Li and the others were going back to Phoenix Academy, while Lu Qianqian was also going back to her family. The two were talking face to face, and Lin Yuner and the others tactfully moved away, leaving them some space. Xiao Li, my Lu family is located in Tianyuan City. You are welcome to come and visit sometime. I will treat you well. Lu Qianqian stood in front of Xiao Li, a hint of reluctance flashing in her beautiful eyes as she spoke. Xiao Li nodded and replied, definitely. If a beauty invites me, I have no choice but to go. Lu Qianqian blushed slightly, but still said, then it's a promise, you must come, and you can't go back on your word. Also, I'll try my best to investigate that demon card for you, and I'll send you a message as soon as I have any results. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Xiao Li said. Lu Qianqian responded, exchanging a smile with Xiao Li. The two were standing very close to each other, and Xiao Li could appreciate Lu Qianqian's beauty up close. Lu Qianqian wasn't wearing a mask, her delicate, flawless face glowed with pink light, and her beautiful eyes were clear and bright. Her snow-white neck, slender waist, and snow-white legs are captivating. So beautiful it seems otherworldly. Looking at the stunningly beautiful woman before him, Xiao Li felt a surge of emotion. He drew her into his embrace amidst her gasp. He rested his head on her fragrant shoulder and whispered in her ear. Qianqian, has anyone ever told you that you are beautiful? A captivating blush appeared on Lu Qianqian's pretty face. The overwhelming masculine scent made her head spin, and for a moment she forgot to struggle. A moment later, Xiao Li suddenly kissed her fair and pretty face. Then he turned and walked towards Lin Yuner and the others, only a leisurely voice drifting over. See you next time, don't forget about me, the man who took advantage of you. Lu Qianqian's pretty face flushed slightly, her beautiful eyes glaring at Xiao Li's retreating figure with a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance. She gritted her teeth and shouted, you bastard, I'll remember you. Xiao Li didn't even turn his head, a smile playing on his lips. I don't know when we'll meet again. Therefore, he had to make a deep impression on Lu Qianqian. Let's go, we should head back. Xiao Li returned to Xia Ying and the others and said. The girls nodded, and Lin Yuner asked in confusion. Xiao Li, aren't you going straight back? Xiao Li was taken aback, but quickly understood what she wanted to ask. He has the Dragon Phoenix ring, which allows him to instantly return to the academy with the help of Su Xian or Suya, without having to travel back with them. Xiao Li smiled and said, it's all right, there's no rush. How could I leave you all behind and go back alone? Lin Yuner felt a sweet warmth in her heart, knowing that Xiao Li was worried that they might encounter some danger on their way back. After all, the incident with that group of masked men was still fresh in his mind, so it was normal for Xiao Li to be worried. The group quickly left the area, then took a taxi to the train station and boarded the psionic train towards Phoenix Academy. The psionic train is a new type of transportation that emerged after the resurgence of psionic energy. The train's power source is the Spirit Stone, which is driven by the spiritual energy within it. Not only is it much faster than previous trains, but it is also more stable, safe, and environmentally friendly. Xiao Li and his group boarded the psionic train, and in less than 2 hours, they were back at Phoenix Academy. It was almost dark, and the evening glow had painted the sky a fiery red, like a beautiful painting. After entering the academy, Xiao Li told Lin Yuner and the others, and then left alone. Lin Yuner and the others are going to submit their mission to the land of the dead to receive contribution points. Xiao Li then walked towards the small wooden house where Su Xian was. After he dealt with the group of masked men, he took photos of some of their faces and sent them to Su Xian, along with a brief explanation of what had happened. I wonder if Su Xian has found any results from her investigation. The masked men were after him. If these people were only targeting him, he might not be in such a hurry to find out the forces behind them. But they should never have attacked the people around him. This touched a nerve with him. He will definitely have more and more women around him in the future. If we don't make an effective deterrent and set an example for others this time, such things will definitely continue to happen in the future. He can save lives once or twice in time, but he can't guarantee that accidents will never happen. Even if he gives each of his women a phoenix ring, it's useless if they don't have time to send him a message for help. He couldn't guarantee that he would immediately sense if Lin Yuner and the others were in danger. Therefore, he must let everyone know what the consequences will be if he attacks the people around him. Not long after they started walking, a sea of fiery red flowers appeared before Xiao Li's eyes. In the middle of this sea of flowers stands a wooden house. This is exactly where Su Xian usually lives. He strode forward, passed through the sea of flowers, and soon arrived at the door of the wooden house. With a push, the door to the wooden house opened easily. This wooden house is equipped with a magic array, so it doesn't need keys or anything like that. Only those permitted by Su Xian are allowed to enter. Anyone else who approaches will not be allowed to open the door. Xiao Li pushed open the door. He saw Su Xian sitting cross-legged and cultivating inside. Chapter 149: The Heart of a Demon. As soon as Xiao Li pushed open the door, Su Xian heard the sound and opened her eyes. When she saw that the person who came was Xiao Li, she stood up and walked slowly to Xiao Li with her long, beautiful legs, looking him up and down with her phoenix eyes. Xiao Li reached out and tucked a slightly disheveled strand of hair behind Su Xian's ear, smiling as he said, "No need to look, I'm fine." His injuries, thanks to healing pills and his body's natural healing process, had already fully recovered during his time traveling back on the psionic train. His decision to send Lin Yuner and the others back was partly due to the fact that he could use the time spent traveling to recover from his injuries. All this was so that Su Xian wouldn't worry. He had changed into a new set of clothes before coming over. Therefore, Su Xian could not possibly know what kind of injuries he had suffered. Confirming that Xiao Li was indeed all right, Su Xian nodded slightly and said softly, "It's good that you're all right. Are Lin Yuner and the others hurt?" Xiao Li said, "They're all right. This was a close call, but we even got some unexpected money, so it was a worthwhile trip." "Oh, tell me about it." Su Xian raised an eyebrow, showing some interest. "Good." Xiao Li nodded, found a wooden chair and sat down, then patted his thigh and looked at Su Xian. Su Xian rolled her eyes at the guy before gracefully walking up to him and slowly sitting on his lap. Her jade-like hand instinctively hooked around Xiao Li's neck, and her delicate body snuggled close to his embrace. With the warm, soft body in his arms, Xiao Li's heart couldn't help but flutter. He gently inhaled the delicate fragrance emanating from the woman in his arms and lowered his head to kiss her cheek. Su Xian's pretty face, and her breathing became rapid. She quickly reached out her delicate hand to press down Xiao Li's mischievous large hands, panting softly. "No, stop kissing. Let's talk about business first." Xiao Li smiled slightly and stopped what he was doing. Then he recounted the entire trip to the secret realm to Su Xian in detail. Of course, he concealed the fact that he had managed to hold off the 8th-tier mutated beast. They only mentioned that the 8th-tier mutated beast was stopped by a mysterious resurrected powerhouse, which allowed them to escape. Su Xian's pretty face gradually became serious. She extended a delicate hand towards Xiao Li and said, "Show me that boundary stone and that card with the demon printed on it." Xiao Li's heart stirred, and he nodded. Su Xian seemed to know something. Compared to finding answers from Lu Qianqian, perhaps Su Xian, the dean of Phoenix Academy and a super strong person in the world of superpowers, knows more. He took out the 2 items he had obtained from the underground city's treasure vault. The boundary stone emitted a soft white light, illuminating the entire wooden house. The cards printed with demons seemed rather ordinary. Su Xian's beautiful eyes examined the boundary stone, and after a moment she slowly nodded and said, "It is indeed a boundary stone. You've struck gold. A single boundary stone is worth 1,000,000 spirit stones, or even more. And there's no market for it, even though it's expensive." Xiao Li was immediately surprised. "It's worth that much?" He had indeed heard Lu Qianqian mention before that this boundary stone was quite valuable, but he never expected it to be this valuable. Su Xian explained, "The boundary stone contains an extremely special kind of energy, which far surpasses ordinary spiritual energy by several levels. Moreover, it also has the ability to self-recover. As long as it is not completely extracted at once, the energy within the boundary stone will recover on its own over time. And it is precisely because of this special characteristic that it is very practical for constructing barriers or formations. It can ensure that the barrier or array will always exist and will not dissipate due to the depletion of energy." Xiao Li nodded thoughtfully, but then, as if remembering something, asked, "Can these boundary stones be used for cultivation like spirit stones?" Su Xian immediately shook her head upon hearing this. "No way. The energy within the boundary stone is not spiritual energy. If a superhuman rashly absorbs the energy within it, it will trigger a conflict with their own spiritual power. Someone once had the same idea as you, but the end result was that they suffered a backlash from the spiritual energy within their bodies and died from their bodies exploding. Xiao Li's expression changed. He hadn't expected his earlier thought to be so dangerous. It seems there are some things you really can't eat indiscriminately, or you might not even know when you've been poisoned. Little one, can I have this boundary stone? Just tell me what resources you need. I happen to need this boundary stone to strengthen our academy's formation. Su Xian wrapped her arms around Xiao Li's neck and pursed her lips. She felt a little embarrassed. I never expected that after I let Xiao Li join the academy. I hadn't even given him many resources, but now I'm the one who has to take things from him. Moreover, the items they carried were extremely valuable. Even someone of her status would find it very difficult to obtain a boundary stone. Although their Phoenix Academy's formation also uses boundary stones for support, those boundary stones are pitifully small and cannot compare to the one Xiao Li obtained. Every so often, a batch of spirit stones has to be allocated to maintain the operation of the formation. With Xiao Li's boundary stone, there would be no need to replenish spirit stones, saving a large amount of expenses every year. Seeing Su Xian's embarrassed expression, Xiao Li couldn't help but smile and say, "You're my precious Su Xian. You belong to me completely. Just tell me what you want. What's there to be shy about? Take it." With that, Xiao Li placed the boundary stone into Su Sinyu's hand. Su Xian's heart trembled slightly. She put away the boundary stone, her phoenix eyes shining as she looked at Xiao Li, her cheeks flushed. Then, surprisingly, she lowered her head and kissed Xiao Li's lips. After a long while, they slowly separated. Su Xian's body went limp, and she leaned weakly against Xiao Li's chest. She reached out and took the card from Xiao Li's hand, examining it closely. Xiao Li didn't say anything, but quietly savored the wonderful feeling from just now. After a while, Su Xian said with a somewhat solemn expression, "I've seen the demonic mark on this card before. That's the mark of a somewhat mysterious organization. Only that organization's mark is slightly different from the one on here." Xiao Li raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's the difference?" Su Xian pointed to the 3 swords stuck in the demon mark's head and said, "The organization I saw didn't have these 3 swords stuck in their heads as their insignia. Only this demon's mark." Xiao Li's eyes flickered. "In that case, perhaps these 3 swords are the key to this pattern. What's the name of that organization, and what do they do?" Xiao Li asked. Su Xian said, "The name of that organization is Heart of the Demon." Chapter 150, Paying the Price. Su Xian said, "The name of that organization is Heart of the Demon." The Heart of a Demon? Xiao Li repeated the sentence thoughtfully. This name really does fit the logo perfectly. Su Xian continued, "The exact time of the Demon Heart organization's founding is unknown, but it can be traced back to the early days of the spiritual energy revival. This is not a good organization at all. On the contrary, it is notorious. Their members are active all over the country year-round, doing things that are against humanity. For example, dealing with mutated beasts, triggering beast hordes to attack humans, secretly performing some kind of cruel ritual, etc. Nobody knows what their purpose is in doing this. It seems they have some unspeakable secret. The shadow of this organization can be seen behind many of the animal horde disasters in history. They just did it very discreetly, so not many people know about it. Many countries, including our great Suya, have sent people to eradicate this organization, but unfortunately no one has ever found its true core location. Each time we try to wipe them out, we can only destroy some of the organization's strongholds. It is precisely because it has never been completely destroyed that this organization still exists to this day." Xiao Li listened silently to Su Xian's account and roughly understood the nature of this organization called the Heart of the Demon. This organization is a typical villainous force that causes trouble everywhere. They do things that others wouldn't do, all for some unknown purpose, constantly plotting behind the scenes. Even if it means becoming an enemy of all mankind, I'm willing to do it. In a TV drama from my past life, this kind of organization would be like a mastermind behind the scenes. They secretly manipulated everything, plotted for countless years, and then waited for the right opportunity to try and overturn everything. However, in TV series and movies, such beings are often ultimately eliminated by the protagonist. And today, Xiao Li has finally come into contact with such an organization. They even cleared out the treasure vault and destroyed the location where the treasure was hidden. It seems that a grudge has been formed. But it didn't matter. He took the card back from Su Xin and looked at the demon pattern on it. This organization causes trouble everywhere and creates problems for humanity. Even if you haven't offended them, you are destined to stand on the opposite side of them in the future. Since that's the case, it doesn't matter whether we offend them sooner or later. Moreover, with so many people entering the underground city at the time, the organization might not even know who destroyed their treasure vault. At this moment, the slight guilt that Xiaoli had felt for emptying and destroying someone else's treasure vault vanished instantly. Destroying one of the treasure troves of such an organization is practically doing justice on behalf of heaven. It's so satisfying, isn't it? This organization is really something. They actually put their treasure vault deep underground in the secret realm. They really hid it well. If it weren't for a stroke of luck, we really wouldn't have discovered it. Su Xian gently stroked Xiao Li's face with her jade-like hand and said, "All right, let's not talk about this for now. Don't think too much about this organization. They're hiding behind the scenes and won't affect you for the time being. What you need to do now is grow up as quickly as possible so that you have enough strength to deal with any situation that may arise in the future." Xiaoli grasped Su Xian's fair and delicate hand, nodded, and smiled. "Yes, I understand." Su Xian pursed her red lips slightly, looked at Xiaoli, her pretty face suddenly becoming serious, and said in a slightly deep voice, "Next, we'll deal with the forces behind those who tried to harm you this time. Training can be postponed. We must resolve this matter first." Xiaoli's expression also turned serious, and he asked, "Is there any news?" Su Xian gently shook her head. "Not yet, but I've already asked Lu Mei to investigate, so it should be soon. Those people look like they're all from Great Xia, probably from some force within our Great Xia. There are only a handful of teams in the country that can produce such a large number of suicide squads. It won't be difficult to find them." Xiaoli nodded. Su Xian's guess was the same as his. This group of 6th-tier ability users, led by a 7th-tier team, are actually a group of trained assassins. One can imagine that the forces behind it must be extraordinary, and it is impossible for it to be unknown. Su Xian said coldly, "No matter what status this force has in the country, this time we must use swift and decisive measures to crush or cripple them. Even if we can't do it, we must make them pay a heavy price. I want everyone to understand how serious the consequences of attacking you will be." Seeing Su Xian's cold and stern appearance, Xiaoli felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Su Xian truly held him in the most important place in her heart, which is why she was so angry because he was schemed against. They were even willing to wage war against an unknown and powerful force. Such a domineering yet protective older sister, Su Xian? Xiaoli thought for a moment and asked, "What if that force is too powerful, and even you can't deal with it?" This is a very necessary question. Because once things really come to a head, it'll definitely end badly. If you can win, that's fine, but what if you can't? How to resolve this is also a problem. Su Xian narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly and looked at Xiaoli, saying, "It seems you don't have a clear understanding of your current importance within the Great Xia Kingdom. With your talent, once you grow up, you will definitely become a key figure influencing the entire situation of the Great Xia Kingdom. Your importance even surpasses that of a peak 10th-tier expert. Those people dare to attack you so recklessly, which is tantamount to trying to cut off the future of Great Xia. I think that when the time comes, it won't just be us who will make a move. Even the powerful figures in the Great Xia Kingdom might step in. So you don't need to worry about not being able to handle the situation." Xiaoli nodded. Su Xian was clearly more professional in this kind of power struggle between major forces. She was much more thoughtful than him. What he could think of, Su Xian could obviously think of as well. "Anyway, no matter what happens, just listen to my instructions, and I will handle everything for you." Su Xian looked at Xiaoli with gentle eyes and said softly. Xiaoli stared intently at her, his heart filled with love for this woman. He said, "Thank you, Su Xian." Su Xian smiled slightly, took Xiaoli's hand, and said, "Do we need to say these things between us?" "Unnecessary," Xiaoli replied, and then he tightened his grip on Su Xian's slender waist, pulling her tightly into his arms. Feeling the soft, fragrant body in his arms, Xiaoli lowered his head and kissed those red lips that were so close to his. Su Xian let out a soft hum, obediently responding to Xiaoli's embrace and kiss. Revise. At that moment, they both forgot about time, forgot about everything. This kiss was very long, very long. I don't know how much time had passed, but suddenly the sound of a door being pushed open broke everything. Along with the sound of the door opening, A seductive voice also came through. Dean, we've found the information. Chapter 151, The Force Behind the Scenes. Dean, we've found the information. When Lu Mei hurriedly opened the door of the wooden house and walked in, her voice stopped abruptly the moment she saw the situation inside. Her delicate body froze on the spot. Immediately, her beautiful eyes widened as if she had seen the most incredible thing in the world. She saw that inside the wooden house, Xiaoli was sitting on a wooden chair, while Su Xian was sitting on his lap, being held tightly in his arms. And the two were currently kissing passionately, mouth to mouth. This scene almost made Lu Mei's jaw drop. What did she see? Xiaoli was actually doing something extremely intimate with Su Xian, the high and mighty dean of Phoenix Academy. Was she still asleep, or did she wake up too quickly? Ah, you guys. Just as she stood frozen in place, Xiaoli and Su Xian were also startled by Lu Mei's sudden intrusion. Xiaoli looked at Lu Mei and subconsciously said, shall we go together? As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoli couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth and quickly cough to cover up his embarrassment. Upon hearing Xiaoli's words, Lu Mei's alluring face flushed red, and she rolled her beautiful eyes at him, saying shyly, "Looks like I've come at the wrong time. You guys continue." After saying that, Lu Mei turned around and tried to escape through the door. Su Xian's eyes were alluring. Her face flushed, but she still quickly spoke up. "Lu Mei, don't go." Upon hearing this, Lu Mei stopped and turned around again. Su Xian got up from Xiaoli's embrace, forced herself to calm down and refastened her clothes, then breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the stunningly beautiful Su Xian, Lu Mei couldn't help but feel a surge of passion in her heart. Su Xian's beauty was so captivating that even she, as a woman, found it hard to resist. It's absolutely irresistible to both men and women. No one can resist being captivated by it. Seeing that Su Xian had tidied her disheveled clothes and hair, Lu Mei said in a strange voice, "Dean, you and Xiaoli." Su Xian stood beside Xiaoli, a slight smile playing on her lips. She reached out and touched Xiaoli's face, saying frankly, "Xiaoli is my man." Even though Lu Mei had just witnessed the intimacy between the two, she was still shocked when she heard Su Xian admit it herself. Our own Dean is actually dating Xiaoli, and it was the kind of thing that was completely unashamed of. This is unbelievable. Lu Mei couldn't help but look at Xiaoli with her beautiful eyes. What's so great about this brat? It's one thing that plenty of pretty girls are always around him, but how come even the Dean has fallen for him? This guy, apart from being a bit more talented and handsome, doesn't seem to have anything special about him. Moreover, he has quite a few flaws. He's a womanizer, a smooth talker, and a bit naughty. She's quite bold. Last time, when she led Xiaoli to the villa area, he even sneaked in and kissed her. He could be described as a complete womanizer and a little rascal. How could Dean Su Xian have fallen for him? Lu Mei couldn't understand, but she became increasingly curious about Xiaoli. She now desperately wanted to know what kind of magic Xiaoli possessed that could make one woman after another fall for him. The best way to truly understand someone is to spend more time with them. It seems we need to pay more attention to this little rascal from now on and see what he's really capable of. When Xiaoli saw Lu Mei staring at him with a strange look, with his keen eye for women, he could roughly guess what this woman was thinking. He gave Lu Mei a meaningful smile, as if he were hinting at something. However, Lu Mei is not the innocent girl like Lin Yuner or Mingchin. With her rich experience, she gave Xiaoli a bewitching and seductive look that was just as captivating as she could be. Even with Xiaoli's composure, he couldn't help but get a jolt of electricity. This vixen, I'll get you sooner or later, Xiaoli thought to himself. Lu Mei immediately curled up the corners of her mouth and giggled, revealing a triumphant expression. At this moment, Su Xian looked at Lu Mei and asked, "You just said you had found out the information?" Upon hearing this, Lu Mei immediately stopped smiling and nodded, saying, "Yes, Dean, I found it." Xiaoli's brows furrowed, and his face gradually became serious as he prepared to hear what Lu Mei had to say next. He wanted to see who was really trying to harm him. Lu Mei said, "At first, I tried to use my connections to find out the identities of these people, but after matching their faces, I was unable to find anything. The people Xiaoli photographed must not be registered in the Great Xia Kingdom's identity system, which means they are unregistered." Su Xian nodded expressionlessly. "I expected this. These people would be sent on such shady missions, so they definitely wouldn't be easily caught." Lu Mei continued, "Then I went to the higher-ups and asked them to help me access the national surveillance system to find these people. But those guys absolutely refused to help. I finally had to bring up the fact that Xiao Li was attacked before they finally agreed. Su Xian gave a soft Well done. This way, not only will they achieve their goal, but they should also have relayed information about Xiao Li to the higher-ups of the Great Xia dynasty. That's good. It saves me the trouble of going all the way to notify them. Go on. Lu Mei nodded and continued. The investigation went very smoothly this time. These people were found very easily. They frequently hang out in Beijing. Xiao Li was slightly taken aback and said, Beijing, the capital of Great Xia? Lu Mei glanced at him and said, That's right, it's Beijing. They usually disguise themselves as ordinary people when they frequent this city. These people are very cautious, and there are almost no clues to be found from the surveillance footage. But no matter how well they hid, they couldn't escape my eyes in the end. Lu Mei spoke. She cast another tantalizing glance at Xiao Li. Seeing Xiao Li's lips twitch, Lu Mei then said, I've noticed that every so often, these people deliberately avoid the cameras and all appear in the same spot. After verification, I finally identified the only major power existing in that area. That force is one of the 5 great families with supernatural abilities, the Chin family. Chapter 152 Breakthrough of Long-Cherished Wishes. The Chin family? Xiao Li and Su Xian were both surprised when they heard Lu Mei utter those 2 words. Lu Mei nodded and said, That's right, it's the Chun family. In that area, only the Chun family is a powerful force. These people are most likely the assassins trained by the Chin family. Su Xian's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She never expected that the people sent to deal with Xiao Li this time would be from the 5 great families with supernatural abilities. The 5 great families with supernatural abilities are among the top-tier forces that the Great Xia Kingdom openly displays. Compared to others, they should be the ones who understand Xiao Li's importance to the Great Xia Kingdom the most. Why would the Chun family target Xiao Li? Those in power in the Chun family were incredibly stupid. They wouldn't try to eliminate Xiao Li. After all, Xiao Li and they are not enemies. If he can become a new pillar of the Great Xia Kingdom in the future, it will only benefit them and not harm them. For these powerful forces, befriending Xiao Li is the most sensible choice. Others are too busy sending gifts and treasures to them. Has the Chun family lost their minds? The Chun family. Su Xian's gaze turned cold. One of the 5 great families, huh? What a prestigious title. He looked at Xiao Li and asked, Xiao Li, have you ever had a grudge against this Chin family member? A feud. Xiao Li was taken aback for a moment, but quickly understood what Su Xian meant by asking that question. Under normal circumstances, the Chin family should not harbor any hostility towards Xiao Li or even take action against him. Only when there is a grudge could such a thing happen. However, after thinking for a long time and going through his past memories, Xiao Li found that he had never offended anyone from the Chin family. He immediately shook his head and said, Don't talk about grudges. I've never even met this so-called Chin family member. What grudges could there be? Su Xian nodded and said in a cold voice, Since there's no personal grudge between you, then their attack on you must have some ulterior motive. But whatever their purpose, the entire Chin family must pay the price for their actions. Xiao Li stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment, then looked at Su Xian and said, I heard that each of these 5 great families has an ancestor in charge, and these ancestors are all old monsters who have lived for at least 200 or 300 years. Your cultivation level has been at the 10th level for who knows how many years. Are you confident you can deal with that ancestor of the Chin family? Su Xian's lips curved into a stunning smile. 10th rank, huh? Who isn't at that level yet? As soon as she finished speaking, Su Xian's delicate body was suddenly enveloped by a beautiful flower, formed entirely of flames. Her feet slowly lifted off the ground, hovering in midair, and the scorching fire attribute spiritual energy in the surrounding air rapidly converged towards her. Xiao Li and Lu Mei were forced to retreat a considerable distance by the extremely hot energy fluctuations emanating from Su Xian. Outside the wooden house, from miles away, hundreds of miles away, or even further, endless spiritual energy surged forth. Finally, all of it converged above the wooden house, forming an enormous vortex of spiritual energy. A massive amount of spiritual energy surged down from the center of the vortex. After passing through the flower-filled wooden house, it was filtered into pure fire attribute spiritual energy, which was then absorbed by Su Xian. As such a massive amount of spiritual energy entered his body, the aura emanating from Su Xian became increasingly astonishing and terrifying. A spiritual energy storm seemed to be raging inside the entire wooden house. If this wooden house hadn't been special, it probably would have collapsed long ago. At this moment, within the great Suya dynasty, many top-tier experts with unparalleled strength cast surprised glances in the direction of Phoenix Academy. Someone is breaking through. Judging by the momentum, it seems another 10th-tier expert is about to be born. This direction, is it Phoenix Academy? Could it be that the exceptionally talented girl is breaking through to a higher level? Goodness gracious, if that's really the case, then that's a terrible situation. To have reached the 10th level at such a young age, you're practically on par with that guy back then. The younger generation is truly formidable. In a city of the great Xia Kingdom, with a gourd of wine hanging from his waist and dressed in simple clothes, Ming stroked his white beard, his old eyes gazing in the direction of Phoenix Academy, and smacked his lips as he said, "Truly, the younger generation surpasses the older. It hasn't been long since I last saw that little girl, and she's already about to break through to the 10th level. I previously estimated that it would take her at least 3 to 6 months to reach the 10th level, but I didn't expect her progress to be so rapid. Interesting. We received information earlier that someone was trying to murder Xiao Li, and that it was someone from a top power faction in the country. And now that little girl has broken through. It seems a good show is about to begin. We can put the investigation into that organization on hold for now, since we don't have many leads anyway. I'll go check out the excitement first, and while I'm at it, find out which faction is going to be in big trouble. They dare to even touch Xiao Li. They're simply courting death." Having said that, Ming moved, merging into the void and disappearing completely. Inside the dean's office of the Azure Dragon Academy in Beijing, Chen Xinji was also looking in the direction of the Phoenix Academy. He felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Su Xin is about to break through to the 10th level so quickly? Her talent is truly amazing. I never imagined that she would have gone so far ahead of me. I really am not good enough for her. Haishur, on a border battlefield. Long Zhantian, the dean of the military academy, stood on the defensive line. He glanced at the Phoenix Academy in the distance, a look of surprise in his eyes. But he quickly looked away and refocused his attention on the battlefield. Before him lay a battlefield of carnage. The two sides on the battlefield are humans and mutated beasts. Blood rained down, and the sounds of battle shook the heavens. The peace and tranquility in the country is not due to peace. Instead, there are people who have been guarding the front line, building a wall with their own flesh and blood to resist everything. Inside the wooden house, Su Xian's absorption of spiritual energy finally reached its limit. At this moment, the fiery red petals covering her entire body were so red that they could no longer be seen through the naked eye. It is as vibrant and eye-catching as a real flower. Buzz! Suddenly, accompanied by a peculiar buzzing sound, the flower that had been closed up suddenly bloomed. Colorful flames burn on the petals like stars. These colorful flames spread out, covering the red petals and turning them into a rainbow. In the center of the blooming petals, Su Xian closed her eyes, her beautiful hair swaying in the wind. She wore a long, colorful dress made of multicolored flames, radiating dazzling light. Against the backdrop of the colorful flowers blooming at her feet, she looked like a goddess descending to earth, breathtakingly beautiful. This breathtakingly beautiful scene left both Xiao Li and Lu Mei speechless. Xiao Li believed that at this moment, Su Xian was absolutely the most beautiful woman in the world. There is none other than this. Just then, Su Xian slowly opened her beautiful eyes. The next moment, an unparalleled surge of vast spiritual energy suddenly emanated from his body. The surrounding void trembled incessantly, as if it might shatter at any moment. Even the wooden house protected by the array was shaking, clearly unable to withstand the impact of this spiritual energy fluctuation. Su Xian broke through to the 10th rank. Chapter 153 heading to Beijing. Su Xian's figure slowly descended from midair. The spiritual energy fluctuations were absorbed into her body, and her 7-colored long dress transformed back into a red cheongsam. She had returned to normal, but Xiao Li could still clearly sense that Su Xian's temperament had subtly changed. It was as if a touch of celestial aura had appeared on him, ethereal and otherworldly. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to sense it. Only someone like Xiao Li, who is extremely familiar with everything about Su Xian, inside and out, could discover it. "What's wrong, little one? Are you staring blankly?" Seeing Xiao Li standing there staring at her intently, Su Xian chuckled and said. Xiao Li walked up to her, suddenly reached out and wrapped his arm around her slender waist, pulling her into his embrace, and whispered, "Su Exine, you look so beautiful just now." Su Exine felt a sweet warmth in her heart. She reached out her delicate hand and gently stroked Xiao Li's head, saying affectionately, "I'm glad you like it." Xiao Li took another deep, lingering breath of the beauty's fragrance in his arms before finally releasing her. At this moment, Lu Mei swayed her slender waist and stepped forward, saying, "Congratulations, Dean, on your breakthrough. You have officially become a peak 10th tier expert. Our Phoenix Academy's strength is about to make a leap forward." Su Exine smiled slightly and nodded gently. "Actually, I was able to break through a few days ago, but since nothing happened at the time, I decided to stay at the 9th level for a while longer to ensure that the breakthrough would be a natural process. But since the target of this purge is the Chin family, one of the 5 great families, there is no need to keep them around. I'll be heading to Beijing with Xiao Li first thing tomorrow morning. I'll leave the affairs of the academy to you and Suya then." Upon hearing this, Lu Mei immediately said, "So soon? Aren't you going to make any more preparations? And wouldn't it be too dangerous for just the 2 of you to go?" Su Exine shook her head and said, "We don't need to prepare anything. The 2 of us are enough. It's not worth having more people. As for the rest, I believe the higher-ups of Great Xia will naturally send someone to handle them." "I understand," Lu Mei exclaimed in sudden realization. Yes, the news of Xiao Li's situation has now reached the ears of the higher-ups in Great Xia. This time, even if Su Exine doesn't take action, someone else will step up and deal with the Chin family. The future of the Great Xia Kingdom, its only 2 SSS-level superhumans, were murdered by people from their own country. This will definitely enrage many people. Although the 5 great families with supernatural abilities have made significant contributions to the Great Xia dynasty, this is not a reason for them to act recklessly. The Chin family is about to face far more than just Su Exine's wrath. Xiao Li also seemed to be deep in thought. It seems he can also take this opportunity to see just how much weight he carries in the eyes of the higher-ups in Great Xia. He wasn't really confident that the Great Xia would take action against the Chin family, one of the 5 great families with supernatural abilities, because of him. Compared to the entire Chin family, which side would they stand on? "All right, you guys go back first. I need to adjust to the power I've gained after the breakthrough to make sure everything goes smoothly tomorrow," Su Exine said, a wisp of colorful flame igniting on her fingertip. From the 9th to the 10th rank, her superpower seemed to undergo a qualitative transformation. It transformed from its original red color into these 7 colors. However, Su Exine had a vague feeling that this was not just because of breaking through a realm. This is probably also closely related to the fact that she and Xiao Li have been engaging in frequent and intense sexual cultivation these days. Xiao Li possesses a secret ability that he can use to enhance the quality of his ability by doing such things. Although her inherently high-quality special ability makes it extremely difficult for her to fully enhance it. But as she did that kind of thing more often, her superpowers gradually grew stronger. Now that he has broken through his cultivation level, this improvement has become more obvious. This caused the color of her flames to change. Xiao Li and Lu Mei both nodded. Su Exine might have a tough battle to fight tomorrow, so she really needs to get used to her new power. Xiao Li then said, "Then we'll be going now. You get some rest." Su Exine nodded slightly, her beautiful eyes looking at Xiao Li as she said, "Wait for me at my place tomorrow. I'll come find you once I've made the arrangements." "Good," Xiao Li responded and left the wooden house with Lu Mei. The 2 walked slowly outwards along a path through the sea of flowers. Lu Mei turned her head slightly, a seductive smile appearing on her alluring face as she asked, "Xiao Li, I never expected that you could even win over the dean. How did you manage to do that?" Xiao Li turned to look at her and smiled. "Want to know? Come here, give me a kiss, and I'll tell you." As Xiao Li spoke, he pointed to his face, revealing a smug expression. He originally thought Lu Mei would be embarrassed or angry and turn away. Unexpectedly, Lu Mei actually leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. Xiao Li's expression froze, and he stopped in his tracks. Upon seeing this, Lu Mei immediately covered her mouth and let out a charming giggle, extremely alluring. "Can I say that now?" Xiao Li raised an eyebrow. This woman is really not easy to deal with. Despite being a virgin who had never been with men, she acted boldly and recklessly, without regard for details. She actually dared to flirt with him back. But no matter how difficult she is to deal with, she is still a woman. As long as it's a woman, Xiao Li will always find a way. As for why he knew Lu Mei was a virgin, it was because of the system. The goddess who can be bound to the system is inherently innocent. Lu Mei's naturally charming and captivating appearance. Xiao Li suddenly reached out and wrapped his arm around her serpentine waist. Then he leaned closer, pointed to his mouth, and laughed. A kiss on the cheek isn't enough? Kiss me here, and I'll tell you. The overwhelming masculine scent made Lu Mei's pretty face blush instantly. She quickly pushed Xiao Li away, scolding him angrily. You big-headed devil. You rascal. After hurling her insults, she quickly turned and fled. Xiao Li called out to her retreating figure. Hey, this condition of mine is valid anytime. If you want to know, remember to come find me anytime. Lu Mei didn't turn around, but quickened her pace. Xiao Li chuckled. You're too green to mess with me. Upon returning to the villa, Xiao Li discovered that Suya was also there, in addition to Lin Yuner and Mingchin. He then briefly explained to the three women that he and Su Xian would be going to the capital the next day. The three women were somewhat worried after hearing this. After all, the title of the 5 great families with supernatural abilities in the Great Xia Kingdom was quite intimidating. Suya, in particular, was well aware of the power of the 5 great families with superpowers, even though Lin Yuner and Zhang Mingchin might not fully understand it. Xiao Li told them not to worry, as he would be safe with Su Xian by his side this time. Moreover, regardless of which side the higher-ups of Great Xia choose to stand on, they probably won't let him get into trouble. One night passed. The next morning around 9 o'clock, Su Xian arrived at Villa number 52, where Xiao Li lived. Xiao Li had just finished breakfast. After saying goodbye to Lin Yuner and the others, he and Su Xian left the academy and embarked on their journey to the capital. Chapter 154 Chin Family Meeting. 7 colored lights streaked across the clear blue sky, leaving a long trail of colorful light. As the view zooms in, the true form of that 7-colored radiance becomes apparent. It was a phoenix engulfed in colorful flames. This colorful phoenix is over 100 meters tall, with each colorful feather on its body lifelike, and its tail forming an incomparably dazzling fiery tail. It looks extremely mysterious. Phoenixes fly at extremely high speeds. Each flap of its wings seemed to break through the limitations of spatial distance, so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to catch it. On this 7-colored phoenix of flames stood a man and a woman. The man was handsome, and his casual clothes made him look quite well proportioned. Despite his youthful appearance, he exudes a calm and reliable aura. The woman was stunningly beautiful, and her red dress perfectly showcased her curvaceous figure. Her unparalleled elegance and aura made her seem like a high and mighty empress, inspiring awe and making ordinary people afraid to look directly at her. However, when the woman looked at the man beside her, her eyes were full of tenderness, which seemed out of place with the temperament she exuded. However, these two completely opposite temperaments do not give people a sense of incongruity. On the contrary, they add to the woman's charm. This elevates its already impeccable beauty to an even higher level. And the man and woman were none other than Xiao Li and Su Xian, who had left Phoenix Academy. The two are currently on their way to Beijing. With Su Xian's current 10th level strength, it would take her less than an hour to travel from Yin City, where Phoenix Academy is located, to Beijing City. This speed is countless times faster than any other means of transportation. Xiao Li stood on the back of the fire phoenix, looking down at the various landscapes passing by. His thoughts were drifting at this moment. As he got closer to Beijing, he couldn't help but think of a stunningly beautiful figure with an ethereal aura. That was his older sister in this life, Xiao Xiao. This woman, with whom he has no blood relation, yet whose affection for him far surpasses that of family. Xiao Xiao is currently at Songlong Academy in Beijing. Xiao Li transmigrated to this world more than a year ago, while Xiao Xiao had already gone to the Azure Dragon Academy. So in reality, he had never actually met Xiao Xiao, and everything about her only existed in his memory. This trip to Beijing is also a good opportunity to visit his older sister. His cheapskate parents had given him a strict order. He had to win Xiao Xiao over. Of course, this was not a difficult task for Xiao Li, because Xiao Xiao dotes on her younger brother to the core. She had long ago promised Zhao's parents that she was willing to become Xiao Li's wife. So in reality, Xiao Li and Xiao Xiao might only need one sentence to confirm their relationship. Xiao Xiao was also one of his targets on this trip to Beijing. In thought, Su Xian couldn't help but say, "Little one, what are you thinking about? Don't worry about this. Just leave everything to me." Xiao Li snapped out of his thoughts, turned around and smiled, replying, "Yes, I know." Looking at Su Xian's stunning figure, Xiao Li suddenly reached out and wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. Let her plump, mature, soft body press tightly against your own. Su Xian did not resist, and obediently let Xiaoli hold her, looking at him with tender eyes. Sister Su Xian, you are so beautiful. Xiaoli suddenly buried his head in that snow-white neck, breathing in the fragrance emanating from her delicate body, and a burning desire arose in his heart. Jade, like hand on Xiaoli's head, gently stroking his hair, and said affectionately, "All right, let's talk about it after this is over. We can't do that kind of thing now, or you'll make my legs weak and I won't be able to move." Xiaoli didn't speak, but simply opened his mouth and kissed Su Xian's fair cheek. Su Xian blushed, feeling a tingling, electric sensation all over her body. She quickly cupped Xiaoli's face in her hands, stopping him from continuing, and said with a blushing face, "It's really not possible now. Once we get back to the academy, you can do whatever you want." "You really can do anything?" Xiaoli's eyes lit up, and he suddenly whispered, "Then, doing that kind of thing is also possible." Su Xian's pretty face turned even redder. After hesitating for a long time, she finally opened her red lips and bit Xiaoli's lip, her voice filled with shyness as she said, "I'll do whatever you want, but you can't cause any more trouble now." "All right." Xiaoli grinned and let her go. Actually, he was just feeling a little flustered. He wouldn't really do anything. He's not the kind of animal who only thinks with his lower body. He can distinguish between what's important and what's not. It's definitely not the right time to do those things. Su Xian's pretty face flushed, her emotions fluctuating wildly. Now, she is finding it increasingly difficult to resist Xiaoli. Xiaoli's casual teasing could arouse her body at any time. She even found it difficult to think of rejecting Xiaoli. However, she didn't dislike it, because only this little guy could give her this feeling. Just as Xiaoli and Su Xian were rushing to the capital at an astonishing speed. Beijing, Chin family. At this moment, a family meeting is being held at the Chun family residence. Almost all of the core members of the Chun family were present. They were all sitting around a conference table. The person sitting at the head of the table was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. He is none other than Chun Yuan, the current head of the Chun family. At this moment, Chun Yuan's gaze swept over everyone present, and he suddenly said in a deep voice, "I've called this family meeting because I received some news. Our Chin family is in big trouble." Upon hearing this, everyone showed expressions of astonishment. Someone asked cautiously, "Patriarch, you're not joking, are you? Our Chin family is one of the 5 great families with supernatural abilities in the Great Xia dynasty. How could we possibly be in any big trouble?" Chin Yuan glared at the man and said, "Do I look like I'm joking?" The crowd immediately started discussing it. What big trouble could it be? Could it be that other powerful families are trying to cause trouble for the Chin family? It might be the Zhao family. The Zhao family and our Chin family have been at odds for a long time. No, that can't be it. They're all from the 5 great families. Even if the Zhao family doesn't get along with us, they wouldn't easily break ties with us. Could it be some other force within the country? That's impossible. Who would be so bold as to attack our Chin family? Stop guessing. Let's hear what the patriarch has to say. At this moment, someone spoke up, interrupting the discussion. The conference room fell silent, and everyone's eyes turned back to Chun Yuan, waiting for him to speak next. Chun Yuan suddenly slammed his hand on the table and stood up, his voice filled with suppressed anger as he shouted, "I only want to know one thing right now. Which of you sent someone to try and kill Xiaoli? Stand up now." Chapter 155 Reasons. Upon hearing the question posed by the family head Chun Yuan, many people exchanged bewildered glances. Xiaoli? Who is Xiaoli? That name sounds familiar. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. I remember now, the person who awakened an SSS level talent a few days ago, wasn't his name Xiaoli? Chun Yuan said coldly, "It's that Xiaoli, the second SSS level superhuman in the Great Xia Kingdom." Everyone's expression changed at that moment. They suddenly realized the seriousness of the situation. Ordinary people may not have a clear concept of how important Xiaoli is to the Great Xia Kingdom, but they, as members of the 5 great families with supernatural abilities, are very clear about it. Great Xia did not interfere with Xiaoli's growth. They had always paid close attention to and protected him. And someone from the Chin family actually attacked Xiaoli. What this means is obvious to them. No wonder the patriarch said the Chin family was in big trouble. This is more than just a big problem. It could potentially cause the entire Chin family to fall apart. It wasn't any other aristocratic family or force that was going to take action against them. It was the Great Xia dynasty that was going to attack the Chin family. In the face of the state apparatus, the Chin family is nothing. If Da Xiao really disregard the Chin family's past contributions and go all out against them, then the Chin family will suffer utter annihilation. Even if their ancestor came out, he couldn't save the Chin family. Now, many people at the conference table panicked. Some people couldn't help but start cursing. Which idiot laid a hand on Shaoli? Were they trying to kill us all? Why did you have to target Shaoli of all people? Didn't you think about the consequences? You have no brains at all. Who is it? Step forward now. You dare to do it, but not admit it. Damn it, what should we do now? Going against the country is just suicide. The meeting room was filled with shouts and extremely noisy arguments. But Chen Yuan scanned everyone and found that still no one stepped forward. Chen Yuan frowned, because he realized that the expressions on everyone's faces didn't seem fake. They genuinely seemed to know nothing about it. Could the information be wrong? Or is someone deliberately trying to frame the Chen family? Chen Yuan thought to himself, but then he quickly shook his head. The person who informed him of this crucial information was also a high-ranking official of the Great Xia dynasty. As one of the 5 great families of supernatural abilities in the Great Xia dynasty, they all have some connections with the higher-ups. Any information that comes out of that person's mouth must be based on solid evidence. He suddenly asked in a deep voice, "Who else is absent from this meeting?" Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. They looked at each other, but after a long time, they couldn't find anyone who was absent. At this moment, someone stood up and hesitated before saying, "Everyone else is here, except..." "Only what?" Chen Yuan frowned. "Stop beating around the bush, just say it." The man could only grit his teeth and say, "Only Qin Che hasn't arrived yet. He should still be cultivating at the academy." Chen Yuan's expression immediately changed. "That's all right then. It probably wasn't that brat who did it. Qin Che, that's his son. He is exceptionally talented and highly regarded by the patriarch, and has already been designated as the next head of the Qin family. It can be anyone who is the culprit, but it just can't be him." However, the person who had spoken earlier said, "How about we bring Qin Che back and ask him in person? That's safer." Chen Yuan looked at the others and found that they were also looking at him. If he objects at this point, he probably won't be able to give everyone an explanation. He had no choice but to say, "All right then, I'll call him and have him come back." Chen Yuan took out his phone and quickly made a call. Qin Che was waiting for news from the people he had sent out earlier at Songlong Academy, but instead of receiving any news, he received this phone call. On the phone, Chen Yuan didn't say much, only telling him to rush back to the family as soon as possible, as there was something extremely important. Qin Che looked puzzled. What important matter did his father have that he couldn't discuss over the phone and had to bring him back? A sense of foreboding suddenly rose in his heart. He dared not delay and quickly left the academy, driving back to the Qin family home. When Qin Che returned to the Qin family, he was surprised to find that all the important members of the Qin family had gathered. Such meetings are not usually held easily. It will only be launched when the Qin family makes a major decision or when something big happens. When Qin Che walked into the conference hall, everyone's eyes turned to him. Startled Qin Che, making him increasingly uneasy. He looked at his father, who was sitting in the main seat, and asked, "Dad, you call me back? Is there something you need?" Chen Yuan stared intently at his beloved son and slowly began to speak. "Chair, let me ask you, have you recently sent anyone to deal with a person named Shaoli?" Chen Che's expression changed, and cold sweat instantly poured down his forehead. Seeing Chen Che's sudden change in expression, Chen Yuan's heart sank. "What? You really did it?" Chen Che's expression changed several times, but in the end he could only grit his teeth and nod in agreement. "It's me." Everyone in the conference room fell silent after hearing Qin Che's answer. They never expected that Qin Che was actually the one who did it. As the next head of the Qin family, he did something so reckless. And not only did it, it failed and was even discovered. For a moment, they all turned their attention to Qin Yuan, wanting to see his reaction. At this moment, Qin Yuan's face was so dark it was almost dripping with water. Qin Che has always been his pride. Over the years, he has devoted himself wholeheartedly to the training of Qin Che and made tremendous efforts. Qin Che did not disappoint him, consistently delivering outstanding performances. He even surpassed the younger generation of the other major families. But I never expected him to do something so stupid this time. Qin Yuan slammed his fist on the table, cracking it, and roared in exasperation. "Why did you attack Shaoli? Don't you know who he is? Do you know how terrible the consequences your actions will be for the family?" Qin Che suddenly knelt down with a thud. He lowered his head and said in a low voice, "I know, but I have reasons why I have to do it." What reason? Chen Yuan asked. Chen Che said, you all should still remember Xiao Xiao, right? Xiao Xiao. Chen Yuan's brows twitched. That girl from your academy, who also possesses SS-level superpowers. Chen Che nodded and said, that's right, you guys planned it before, that I would win her over. If I marry her, there's a certain probability that we'll have a child with SSS-level talent. Even at the very least, it will be SS rank. He paused, then looked up at his father and said, but do you know that the person Xiao Xiao likes is Xiao Li? Xiao Li is her younger brother. Xiao Xiao was a child who was taken in and raised by Xiao Li's parents. If I want to get Xiao Xiao, I have to get rid of Xiao Li. That's why I send out my strongest group of assassins to ensure that nothing goes wrong. But I didn't expect the plan to fail, and that the identities of those assassins were exposed as a result. Chapter 156 Jinlong Guard, Morongyu. After listening to Chen Che's story, Chen Yuan and everyone else in the conference room fell silent. After a long while, Chen Yuan sighed heavily and said, Sigh? Che-er, you're so foolish. Even if you really get rid of Xiao Li, so what? Xiao Xiao won't fall in love with you just because Xiao Li is dead. Don't you understand this? Upon hearing this, Chen Che's face suddenly turned ferocious, and he roared. If I don't do this, I'll have even less of a chance. You have no idea how Xiao Xiao treats me right now. Ever since she came to Azure Dragon Academy, I have never stopped pursuing her, but so much time has passed, and she still hasn't given me the slightest bit of kindness. I've never been a part of her heart, only Xiao Li. So he must die? So what if he's SSS rank? Once he's dead, he's nothing. I don't think I made a mistake this time. I just regret miscalculating that Xiao Li would be so difficult to kill. If I had the chance to do it all over again, I would still choose to do it this way. Seeing his son like this, Chen Yuan couldn't muster any anger in his heart. He plopped back into his chair and sighed. You. Sigh. Never mind. Now is not the time to discuss right and wrong. Your plan has failed, and the consequence is that our Chun family is now under the watchful eye of the government. The higher-ups in Great Xia could turn against us at any moment. What we need to do now is to come up with a way to save us. Chen Che fell silent upon hearing this. He was well aware of the serious consequences of his plan failing. That's why he sent out such a powerful team of assassins when dealing with Xiao Li. He still couldn't figure out how Xiao Li's awakening time could have failed, given that it was at most 2 months. Moreover, he had not received any news that Xiao Li had left Phoenix Academy. The plan had already failed and been exposed without his knowledge. This was what baffled him the most. It's like you're playing a video game, and you're guarding the enemy's only path. After waiting for ages, we discovered that our crystal had been destroyed by the enemy, without us even noticing. They don't even know how they lost. At this moment, the others in the conference room also began to discuss and devise countermeasures. Chen Yuan is right. What's done is done, and now is not the time to discuss right or wrong. Instead, we should consider how to make amends and salvage the situation. But no matter how much they discussed it, they couldn't find a useful solution. Faced with sanctions from the state, even those from families with supernatural abilities felt powerless. Just when everyone in the conference hall was at a loss, suddenly, a somewhat aged but powerful voice suddenly echoed throughout the entire conference hall. Don't worry, I'm not dead yet. The Chin family won't collapse. The moment that aged voice rang out, everyone in the conference hall immediately beamed with joy. Ancestor. It's the ancestor. High in the sky, a fire phoenix burning with brilliant colorful flames streaked across the sky like a shooting star, heading straight in one direction. On the back of the fire phoenix, Su Xian gazed ahead with her beautiful eyes and suddenly spoke. We're almost there. Li, who was sitting cross-legged on the back of the phoenix and cultivating with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes. He stood up, walked to Su Xian's side, and looked in the direction she was looking. In the distance, the outline of a city could be faintly seen. As the distance drew closer, the city became increasingly clear. That's the capital of Great Xia, Beijing, Xiao Li said. This was his first time visiting the city, and he was quite curious. Su Xian nodded slightly and said, Beijing has a long history. Even during the early stages of the spiritual energy revival, when humanity faced its most difficult time, the city still stood firm and was never invaded by any mutated beast. Now this city is also the most prosperous city in the Great Xia dynasty, where powerful people gather. Not only does the Azure Dragon Academy stand here, but 3 of the 5 great families with supernatural abilities are also located in Beijing, and the Chun family is one of them. Xiao Li nodded. It seems their trip might be even more exciting than they imagined. I wonder how many people will come to watch the show when they fight with the Chin family. 2 minutes later, the Fire Phoenix finally entered the area of Beijing. At this moment, Su Xian's pretty face also began to turn serious, and a cold light gradually appeared in her beautiful eyes, as if a murderous intent was brewing. She didn't stop, but instead maneuvered the Fire Phoenix to soar over the city and continue flying forward. It seems they intend to rush straight to the Chun family's location. However, at that moment, in the bustling city below, a streak of light shot straight up into the sky and finally stopped in front of the Fire Phoenix. Su Xian immediately stopped the Fire Phoenix. Looking into the light, a figure slowly emerged from the stream of light. When the light completely faded, the figure's appearance became clearly visible to the two. Xiao Li's eyes immediately lit up. She was a woman who looked to be only about 23 or 24 years old. The woman was extremely beautiful, with a delicate oval face, snow-white skin, and beautiful facial features. What's most special about her is the heroic spirit between her brows that ordinary women don't possess. Her beautiful eyes revealed a look of determination and perseverance. Her hair was tied into a ponytail, with only 2 strands falling from her forehead, making her look clean and capable. But it was her outfit that truly caught Xiao Li's eye. The woman was wearing a tight leather outfit that perfectly showcased her stunning figure. Full, firm breasts, a slender waist, and perky, rounded buttocks and long, straight, beautiful legs. All of these were perfectly presented to Xiao Li's eyes, all encased in the tight-fitting leather outfit. Especially at the neckline, a patch of snow-white skin was exposed, while the chest was mostly covered by the leather jacket. At this moment, the woman nodded to Su Xian and Xiao Li and said, "Dean Su Xian, Mr. Xiao Li, hello. My name is Murong Yu, and I am the leader of the 9th Squad of the 3rd Legion of the Great Xia Jinlong Guard. I have stopped you too because I have something important to discuss with you. Would you please move aside?" The Dragon Guard? Upon hearing the name, Su Xian's beautiful eyes flashed, but she didn't show any surprise on her face. She calmly nodded and said, "Okay, lead the way. Okay, please follow me." Murong Yu said, then turned and descended into the city below. Su Xian controlled the Fire Phoenix to follow behind her, while explaining to Xiao Li beside her. The Jinlong Guard is the most elite military force in the Great Xia Kingdom. Those who can become members of the Jinlong Guard are all top talents selected through rigorous processes. Among them are countless powerful individuals, including many top-tier ability users at the 10th rank. It can be said that the Jinlong Guard represents the most powerful military force in the Great Xia dynasty. Chapter 157 Arrival at the Chin family. Xiao Li was quite surprised after hearing Su Xian's words. He hadn't expected the Jinlong Guard to be so powerful. So, this woman, named Murong Yu, is here representing the higher-ups of the Great Xia dynasty? They had only just arrived in the capital when the Jinlong Guard appeared. It seems that the Great Xia dynasty really values them. Soon, the 3 of them landed in the city. Su Xian retracted the Fire Phoenix in midair and landed steadily with Xiao Li. The 3 landed in a wide, open-air area. And in that field, nearly 100 people were already standing in neat rows. Xiao Li discovered that each of these people possessed an extremely astonishing aura, even stronger than the 7th-tier masked leader he had killed in the deathly netherworld. Clearly, these hundreds of people are all extremely powerful superhumans. After landing, Murong Yu turned around and first looked at Xiao Li, saying, "Mr. Xiao Li, we failed to notice the Chun family situation in time, which led to this incident. I was asked by my superiors to apologize to you." Xiao Li's expression shifted slightly, and he said, "It's all right. This isn't your fault. You don't need to apologize to me. Congratulations, host. The system has been bound to the goddess Murong Yu. Currently, the favorability is 20%, and you have earned 20 points." As he spoke, the system's voice echoed in Xiao Li's mind. As expected, Murong Yu was bound to the system. Murong Yu nodded slightly to Xiao Li, and then said, "We have received orders from above regarding the Chun family's actions this time. The evidence is conclusive that the Chun family intended to murder Mr. Xiao Li. This time, I will lead all members of the 9th group of the 3rd Legion of the Jinlong Guard to fully cooperate with your 2 actions to capture and imprison the real culprit and bring him to justice. If needed, we are at your disposal." Su Xian's beautiful eyes swept over the nearly 100 people standing in the center of the arena, then fell on Murong Yu's face. She suddenly said, "I only want to know one question." "Please speak," Murong Yu said. Su Xian's beautiful eyes. "If I destroy the Chin family, will you stop me?" Murong Yu's heart skipped a beat, but she quickly replied, I was asked to convey a message to you from above, and I think that message answers your question. Oh, what did you say? Su Xian raised an eyebrow and asked. Morong, you said in a serious tone. I was instructed to convey to you that you should go ahead and do it, and you can decide for yourself how far you can go. The state will bear all the consequences. Xiao Li, who was standing to the side, was surprised when he heard this. With just this one sentence, he could already tell how the higher-ups in Great Xia treated him. They are truly determined to stand on my side, even if it means sacrificing the Chin family. Very good. If that's the case, then there's no problem. Su Xian nodded slightly after hearing this, and then said, We don't need to waste any more time here. Xiao Li and I will go to the Chin family first. You can proceed according to your own plans. I think you should have already made plans and arrangements, right? Morong Yu nodded and said, The plan has indeed been finalized. If you have no other plans, we will proceed according to the plan. Su Xian said, Okay, then that's settled. We'll be going now. After saying that, she summoned the fire phoenix again and stood on it with Xiao Li. Soon the fire phoenix flapped its wings and flew into the sky, then transformed into a streak of light and disappeared into the distance. Morong Yu watched them leave, feeling somewhat shocked. Don't be fooled by her calm demeanor in front of Su Xian. She was actually under immense pressure. Su Xian seems to be even stronger than she expected. The aura he casually exuded made her feel like she couldn't breathe. She quickly composed herself, turned around, and said, Everyone, begin the operation. Target, the Chin family. Yes. The crowd immediately erupted in cheers, and the formidable team set off. They left the area and then quickly headed towards the Chun family's location. The eastern suburbs of Beijing. This is a vast estate, complete with artificial hills and flowing water and beautiful scenery. Rows of villas are situated there, exuding luxury and grandeur. This entire estate belongs to one family, the Chin family. Today, however, this usually quiet manor has been visited by uninvited guests. A fire phoenix burning with 7 colored flames suddenly appeared, breaking through the sky at an astonishing speed. In less than a few seconds, the fire phoenix appeared in the sky above the Chin family manor. Is this the Chin family's residence? On the back of the fire phoenix, Xiao Li looked down at the vast manor below and said, That's right. Su Xian nodded, and then she suddenly raised her jade foot and gently stomped on the back of the fire phoenix. With a loud thump, the next moment, an immense and terrifying pressure suddenly spread out, enveloping the entire manor. Everyone in the manor felt an extremely terrifying pressure descend upon them. The feeling was like a mountain had appeared on their backs, pressing down on them so much that they couldn't breathe and their bodies could hardly move. Some people couldn't bear it and knelt down. What happened? What terrifying pressure. My bones feel like they're about to break. What's going on? Quick, look at the sky. Soon, people noticed the 7-colored phoenix appearing in the sky. Everyone looked up at the sky, their faces filled with shock. The 7-colored phoenix in the sky was incredibly powerful, its body engulfed in colorful flames that seemed capable of incinerating everything. Even a single glance from an ordinary person would feel a burning sensation in their eyes. Is that a phoenix? How did a phoenix suddenly appear here? At this moment, in the Chun family meeting hall, Qin Yuan and the others were also enveloped by that sudden oppressive aura. Everyone's expression changed drastically, but since they were all quite strong, they were not restricted in their actions by this oppressive aura. Some people, feeling the oppressive aura, cried out in horror. Oh no, a powerful figure has appeared. Could it be that the government has sent someone to intervene? With a gloomy face, Qin Yuan strode to the door, pushed it open, and walked out. The others followed closely behind. As soon as they stepped out the gate, they saw the 7-colored fire phoenix in the sky. The source of that terrifying pressure came from the fire phoenix. The fire phoenix, Qin Yuan realized that the person who had come was definitely a super strong expert that he could not defeat. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward despite the oppressive aura, clasped his hands in a fist, and said in a deep voice, I wonder which senior has graced my Qin family with their presence. If there is any offense, please forgive me. I am Qin Yuan, the current head of the Qin family. May I ask you to show yourself, senior? However, after he finished speaking, all he got in response was a cold snort. Snort. The next moment, the 7-colored fire phoenix suddenly raised its head and let out a long cry. The cry echoed in all directions, shaking the heavens. The fire phoenix suddenly flapped its wings, and clusters of dazzling, colorful flames condensed around its body. Then these colorful flames shot out all at once, like a meteor shower, and suddenly fell down towards the manor below. This dazzling and beautiful meteor shower, however, represents destruction and death. Everyone in the manor stared in terror at the colorful meteor shower that enveloped the entire manor. Chapter 158, A Thorough Bombardment. One after another, fiery and dazzling colored flames fell from the sky and crashed into the vast manor. Boom, boom, boom. Every colorful flame that landed exploded like a powerful dynamite. The intense heat of the fire spread continuously with the explosion. Whether it's flowers, trees, or buildings, anything that comes into contact with this colorful flame will be burned to ashes and disappear. In an instant, flames began to spread throughout the manor. Ugh! Help! Save me, I don't want to die. Some people were caught in the fire wave of the explosion, letting out heart-wrenching screams, seemingly enduring unimaginable pain. Some people didn't even have time to utter a sound before they were swallowed up by the sea of fire, leaving no trace of their bodies. Oh no! Help! When Lin Yuner saw that the person on the back of the fire phoenix completely ignored his words and launched a wide-range, destructive attack on their Chin family without hesitation, his expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted. The majority of the residents in this manor are members of the Chin family. Once this raging fire spreads, the Chin family will definitely suffer heavy casualties. Those who could still move under the oppressive force quickly dispersed to rescue those who were unable to move. Lin Yuner stood there, looking furiously at the fire phoenix high in the sky. He hadn't expected the powerful figure who came would be so decisive, aiming to destroy the entire Chin family. This was completely unexpected. Logically speaking, if the powerful figure who came was sent by the country, he shouldn't have used such methods without saying a word. They should at least come out and explain the reasons first, instead of taking such unreasonable actions. This is practically a recipe for annihilation for the Chin family. Lin Yuner gritted his teeth and said, "Don't think that just because you're a strong person, you can act recklessly like this. My Chin family isn't to be trifled with either." He took out a thin iron needle from his storage ring and stuck it into the ground. Charge! In an instant, a huge blue defensive shield rose up, completely enveloping the entire Chin family manor. A powerful energy flowed continuously through the defensive shield, making it appear extremely resilient. Boom, boom, boom. The colorful flames from high above fell, smashed onto the defensive shield, and then exploded repeatedly. A series of violent roars rang out, and the defensive shield rippled violently under the impact of the explosions. However, despite its seemingly precarious state, the defensive shield remained unbroken. They managed to withstand this wave of attacks for the time being. Inside the manor, the fires that had been burning everywhere were finally extinguished with everyone's combined efforts. However, when the flames were extinguished, the horrific scene revealed inside the manor caused many people's mouths to twitch and their bodies to tremble. Large areas of houses and villas were burned down and collapsed, and all kinds of flowers, plants and trees were burned to ashes. The ground was pitted and full of scorch marks. Even an artificial lake was evaporated completely after a ball of fire fell, leaving only an empty crater. This full-screen attack, a baptism of flames, completely destroyed the once beautiful manor, leaving it in ruins. Now, let alone people living here, even dogs probably wouldn't want to come. Moreover, under this wave of overwhelming fire, many people who couldn't dodge in time were engulfed by the flames, leaving not even a bone fragment behind. A rough estimate suggests that at least 20 people perished in the flames. You should know that those who can live in the Chin family manor are all direct descendants or relatives of the Chin family, and the death of one of them is no small matter. So many people have died in just one attack, which has made many people's eyes red with envy. Chen Che stood in the manor, his face contorted with rage as he looked up at the sky, his heart filled with boundless hatred. But at this moment, there was nothing he could do. The terrifying pressure that descended upon him made him realize just how formidable the newcomer was. This is definitely not an existence that he can contend with now. Even if he is the #1 young person in the Chin family, even if he is the strongest student in this class of Tsanglong Academy, he is nothing but an ant in the face of such absolute power. At this moment, on the back of that colorful phoenix in the sky, Su Xian looked down at everything she had personally caused in the manor below, her gaze calm. Even though the attack just now had killed dozens of people, it didn't faze her in the slightest. In front of Shaoli, she always showed a gentle, charming, and understanding side, and she was always obedient to Shaoli. Anyone who has heard of Su Xian knows how strong and decisive she is. When dealing with enemies, They are ruthless and show no mercy. It is precisely because of her personality and methods that many people admire Su Xian, while also being extremely wary of her. And today, she feels the same way about the Chin family. If it were any other matter, Su Xian would have shown some leniency, because the Chun family were all from the Great Xia and had made significant contributions to the Great Xia. But for her now, Xiaoli is more important than her own life. The Chun family dared to attack Xiaoli, and no matter the reason, she would make them pay a heavy price. Looking at the stunningly beautiful Su Xian before him, Xiaoli felt no discomfort at the ruthless side she was displaying. On the contrary, when he looked at Su Xian, his gaze was even more appreciative. Now that the Chun family has been identified as the enemy, there is no need to hold back. If conditions permit, it would be best to eliminate them completely. Even if some of them are innocent, so what? Xiaoli doesn't consider himself a good person. The only people he cares about are those around him. Call him selfish or cruel, it doesn't matter. He didn't want what happened to Lin Yuner and the others to repeat itself. As she watched her attack being blocked by the suddenly appearing defensive shield, Su Xian's lips curled up slightly. An array, huh? You think you can stop me with that? She flicked her finger, and a beam of light shot out from her fingertip and flew into the air. Suddenly, the radiant light burst open, and then a giant sword, hundreds of meters long and burning with 7 colored flames, appeared in midair. The giant sword, tip pointing downwards, fell upon the defensive barrier that enveloped the Chun family manor below. Boom! A deafening roar resounded as the giant sword slammed into the defensive shield. The terrifying power immediately caused cracks to appear in the sturdy defensive shield. Moreover, the cracks were spreading at an extremely fast speed. In just a few seconds, the cracks had covered the entire defensive shield. Qin Yuan's expression changed drastically. He stared in horror at the collapsing defensive barrier and exclaimed, "How is that possible? Even a peak 9th tier expert would find it difficult to break this formation. So how could it be broken so easily?" But soon he understood. Yes, the person who made the move was a 10th tier expert. There's no mistake. Only a super strong expert at the 10th level could easily break through the Chun family's formation. No wonder the newcomer's aura was so terrifying. It turns out he was a super strong expert at the same level as their Chun family ancestor. Bang! Just then, a crisp explosion caused everyone in the manor to change their expressions drastically. They looked up and saw that the defensive shield formed by the formation had finally reached its limit and collapsed with a crash. The 7-colored giant sword that shattered the defensive shield did not stop at all, but continued to fall into the manor. Judging from the terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from it, this sword strike would likely reduce the entire Qin family manor to ashes. Everyone, join me and block this sword. Qin Yuan roared with a ferocious expression. The other powerful members of the Chun family responded in unison, unleashing powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy. They were actually trying to join forces to block Su Xian's sword strike. Before Qin Yuan and the others could make a move, suddenly, an old figure appeared out of thin air in midair in front of the falling giant sword. The figure stood in the void, hands behind his back, facing the imposing giant sword, his aged face remaining calm and composed. He raised a slightly withered hand and grabbed at the giant sword. Those tiny, thin hands were completely disproportionate to the giant sword that was hundreds of meters long. It seemed that with just a light touch, the palm and its owner would be easily crushed. But when the withered hand touched the giant sword, it was not shattered. Instead, the falling momentum of the giant sword, which was as large as a mountain, was suddenly stopped. The aged figure actually managed to firmly grasp the giant sword with one hand. Chapter 159 Chininshan. When Qin Yuan and the others saw the old figure appear in midair, they were all stunned. But their expressions quickly turned to surprise. Ancestor. It was the ancestor who made a move. We're saved. Great. The ancestor has shown himself. Let's see how arrogant that person can be now. Ancestor, you must avenge us. Our Qin family has not only been destroyed, but many of our members have also died. Many people couldn't help but shout out loud. Their confidence as members of the Chun family had returned. Because the biggest backer has appeared. All the Chun family members had complete confidence in their ancestor. Our ancestor has always been the pillar of the Chun family, protecting them for countless years without ever falling. They believe the same will happen today. Hearing the voices of the crowd, the Chun family patriarch, who was in midair, looked down at the manor. When he saw the devastation inside the manor, his old face darkened considerably. He raised his head, his weathered gaze fixed on the 7-colored phoenix in the sky that was slowly flapping its wings, and gripped the giant sword tightly with his withered hand. Immediately, a series of cracking sounds rang out. The giant sword actually started to crack from the tip, and the cracks spread rapidly upwards until it finally exploded with a loud boom. The giant sword that shattered the Chun family's defensive formation was crushed to pieces. However, after the giant sword shattered, it exploded into colorful flames that fell down. The Chun family patriarch let out a cold snort and waved his hand. He absorbed all the scattered flames into his palm, where they gradually died out. But soon, the Chun family patriarch frowned slightly. He looked at his palm and found that there was a burn mark left on his palm. It was clear that he was burned by the brilliant colored flames when he tried to extinguish them. This is an incredible thing for a powerhouse of his level. 10th tier expert was burned by a tiny flame. The Chun family patriarch turned his gaze back to the sky and suddenly spoke. Su Xian from Phoenix Academy. The younger generation is truly surpassing the older. I never expected you to have already reached the 10th level at such a young age. You are truly gifted. The spiritual energy fluctuations that appeared yesterday must have been your breakthrough, right? On the back of the fire phoenix, Su Xian's pretty face became more serious because of the appearance of the Chun family patriarch. The patriarch of the Chun family was a renowned and powerful expert. Even though she had already broken through to the 10th level, she didn't dare to underestimate her in the slightest. This old guy was already a 10th level expert many years ago. No one knows how far he has gone over the years. But she was not afraid, because she also had her own trump card to deal with this old man. A real fight breaks out. The outcome is still uncertain. Su Xian's phoenix eyes were sharp. She took a step forward, taking Xiao Li off the back of the fire phoenix, and the two appeared in front of the fire phoenix. The moment Su Xian appeared in everyone's sight, a vast and powerful spiritual force swept out like a storm, enveloping the entire sky. Colorful fairy dress as the flames covered her. This moment of longing is the most beautiful of all. Everyone in the manor saw Su Xian. They were all stunned. At this moment, what they saw was not a person, but an empress who was high above and looked down on all living beings. That majestic, domineering, and all-conquering aura was simply breathtaking. Just one glance was enough to make one want to kneel down. That face, capable of captivating all beings, makes one feel as if they are in a dream, unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. What a beautiful woman. Chen Shei stared blankly at the stunning figure in the sky, his heart pounding more violently than ever before. Even Xiao Xiao had never given him this feeling. Although Xiao Xiao was equally beautiful and had an ethereal chigur, compared to Xiao Xiao, who was like a fairy who did not eat the food of this world, the stunningly beautiful woman in front of him was obviously more attractive to him. He couldn't help but swallow, his mind filled with fantasies of himself and the woman in front of him together, and his heart began to flutter. The gaze directed at the woman also became intense. As if sensing something, Su Xian in the sky swept her phoenix eyes downwards and landed on Chen Che. When she saw Chen Che's eyes, a murderous glint immediately appeared in her gaze. Chen Che was still daydreaming when he suddenly noticed that the woman in the sky was looking right at him. But before he could even think of anything, the next moment, he felt a sudden, intense burning pain in his eyes. I felt as if my eyes were being scorched by a terrifyingly high temperature. The intense pain caused Chen Che to quickly cover his eyes, and he couldn't help but let out a scream. Chen Yinshan, who was in midair, frowned and stepped forward to block Chen Che. He put his hands behind his back, looked at Su Xian, and said, Su Xian, you've gone too far today. Why did you attack my Chen family for no reason? Even if you have reached the 10th level, my Chen family is not a place where you can do whatever you want. You must give me an explanation today, or this old man won't mind letting you stay in my Chen family. Su Xian looked at Chen Yinshan with icy eyes and said coldly, without any reason? Chen Yinshan, do you really not know why I took action against your Chen family today? Don't think that just because you've lived a few more years, you can act like an old man in front of me. Xiao Li is not only the second SSS level ability user in the Great Xia Kingdom, but also a student of my Phoenix Academy. Your Chen family had the guts to murder Xiao Li, but now you don't have the guts to admit it? If we're talking about giving an explanation, is it me who should give you an explanation, or you who should give me an explanation? Su Xian spoke without any politeness, showing no leniency towards Chen Yinshan just because he was a senior. Chen Yinshan's brows twitched, but he wasn't angry at Su Xian's words. Instead, he said, I only just learned about Xiao Li's matter. I admit that my Chen family was in the wrong in this matter. It is because I failed to properly discipline my descendants that they committed such a grave mistake. I am willing to sincerely apologize for this matter. Su Xian's pretty face, her eyes still fixed on him with a chilling gaze. Seeing this, Chen Yinshan's gaze swept over Su Xian's side and landed on Xiao Li, who had not spoken. Chapter 160 Purpose. Chen Yinshan looked at Xiao Li, and a rather polite smile suddenly appeared on his old face. This distinguished young man must be Xiao Li, right? Truly, heroes emerge from among the young. I never imagined that our great Xia would welcome its second SSS level ability user. Congratulations. Xiao Li glanced at the Chun family patriarch, cupped his hands in a respectful gesture, and said with a forced smile. Hello, Senior Chun. Old Master Chun is truly vigorous and healthy, still able to come out and do all sorts of things at his advanced age. No wonder your descendants dare to do such things as murdering others with impunity. It turns out you're the one cleaning up their messes behind the scenes. Xiao Li's voice sounded very gentle, but his words were barbed and sarcastic. The faces of all the Chen family members turned somewhat gloomy upon hearing this. After all, this whole thing was Chen Chei's doing, and they were completely unaware of it. So, they naturally felt uncomfortable being scolded. However, they all turned their attention to Xiao Li, since it was the first time they had seen him. I had only heard of his name before because of the SSS level ability user, but I had never met him. Chen Chei's eyesight had improved considerably by now. He looked up at Xiao Li, a sinister glint in his eyes. Xiao Li, is this the guy in Xiao Zhao's heart? There doesn't seem to be anything special about him. Chen Chei has a good family background and strong abilities. In what way is he inferior to this kid? Xiao Xiao remained unmoved by his constant attempts to befriend her, precisely because of this boy. Kill Xiao Li immediately. But he could only think about it. In the current situation, he didn't even have the right to speak, let alone do anything. Chen Yinshan's lips twitched at Xiao Li's words, but he didn't react. Now he has to find a way to ease the tension with Xiao Li and try to get Xiao Li to stop pursuing the Chen family. It wasn't that he was afraid of Su Xian. After all, Su Xian had only just broken through to the 10th level, and in his opinion, Su Xian was not yet his match. What he fears is the subsequent sanctions from the government. As a 10th tier super strongman, he was powerless before the entire Great Xia. The number of 10th tier powerhouses controlled by the state is not just one or two. Going against the state is tantamount to courting death. The higher-ups of the Great Xia dynasty are now preparing to take action against the Chen family because of Xiao Li's situation. Li from pursuing the matter before the government intervenes, then the Chen family can safely weather this calamity. He spoke to Xiao Li in a still kind tone. Xiao Li, I apologize to you first. Because of my Chen family, you have been put in danger. My Chen family is willing to make compensation for this matter. You can name your terms, and as long as my Chen family can afford it, we will not refuse. My Chen family has also paid the price today. Not only have many people died, but our family has also been destroyed like this. We have learned our lesson. You can tell me any request you have. As long as we can resolve this grievance, everything is negotiable. After hearing Chen Yinshan's words, Xiao Li's lips curled into a slight smile. Forgiving you? Well, it's not impossible. I do have a few conditions. If you can meet them, I will forgive and forget what happened before. Chen Yinshan's old eyes lit up slightly, seemingly surprised that Xiao Li would be so agreeable. He quickly said, as if afraid Xiao Li would change his mind. Just tell me what you want. Su Xian, who was standing to the side, showed a slight change in expression, but did not speak. Knowing Xiao Li as she didn't believe he would really let the Chen family go this time. This little guy is not the kind of person who repays evil with kindness. Xiao Li shifted his gaze from him and looked at the people in the manor below, saying, before stating my conditions, I'd like to confirm one thing. Is it just one person from your Chen family who wants to kill me, or is it the entire Chen family? If it's a person, I'd like to know who that person is. This is indeed a question that Xiao Li wants to know. The Chen family couldn't possibly be unaware of the consequences of attacking him, yet they still did it. There must be a reason. The Chen family isn't crazy. They wouldn't want to kill you for no reason. Chen Yinshan fell silent for a moment after hearing this. Inside the manor, Chen Chei slowly clenched his fists. As what was bound to happen finally arrived, he ordered the incident to be carried out, and it was only a matter of time before it was exposed. He couldn't hide from it, even if he wanted to. Chen Yinshan paused for a moment before finally speaking. This matter. But before he could speak, Xiao Li interrupted him. Senior Chen, don't think you can just pull out any random person to fool me. I don't believe someone who can mobilize such a group of loyal followers from your Chin family would be someone insignificant. As he spoke, his gaze also fell upon Chun Yuan, the head of the Chin family, and the people around him in the manor. Chin Yinshan frowned slightly. This kid, though young, is quite cunning and not easily fooled. Once Xiao Li said those words, even though he had indeed had that thought just now, he had to give it up now. Sigh, whatever, I have to protect that kid Chair no matter what. Chun Yinshan sighed inwardly, turned to look at Chun Che below, and said, Chair. When Chun Che heard Chun Yinshan call his name, he was immediately startled, but he still stepped forward and said with his head down, Ancestor. Chun Yinshan said to Xiao Li, Chun Che is the person you are looking for. He is Chun Yuan's son, and also the most outstanding person among the younger generation of my Chin family. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li looked at the person named Chun Che. This person looked to be about 23 or 24 years old. Although he was quite handsome, there was a hint of sinister intent between his brows. They are clearly not kind-hearted people. He narrowed his eyes and asked, So it was you who sent people to attack the people around me, lured me away from the academy, and tried to kill me? Chun Che raised his head, his eyes meeting Xiao Li's without fear, and admitted, That's right, I did it. So, why do you want to kill me? We've probably never met before, have we? Xiao Li asked again. Chun Che looked at Xiao Li and said in a low voice, We have indeed never met, have no grudges against each other, and should never have had any interaction at all. Xiao Li didn't speak, but waited for Chun Che to continue. Chun Che took a deep breath, his face suddenly turning ferocious. But why is it that you're the one that woman likes? That's why I'm going to kill you. If you don't die, you'll never have a chance to have her. A woman? Xiao Li's expression shifted slightly as he asked, Who are you talking about? Chun Che sneered. Who else could it be but your dear sister, Xiao Xiao, of course. I've been pursuing her for so long, and she's remained completely indifferent to me. It's all because of you that things have turned out this way. Once you're dead, I'll naturally have my chance. Sister. Xiao Li was stunned for a moment, and the image of that graceful figure with an ethereal temperament appeared in his mind. He quickly understood why Chun Che wanted to kill him. The gist of the matter is that Chun Che fell in love with his older sister, Xiao Xiao, but Xiao Xiao didn't like him. Chun Che somehow found out that Xiao Xiao actually liked him, so he wanted to send someone to get rid of him. Xiao Li's lips twitched involuntarily. This melodramatic plot is so familiar, it's like I've seen it on TV a lot in my past life. I never imagined it would happen to me. However, Chun Che's performance was very fitting for the character's persona in this storyline, and his expressions were also very convincing. Xiao Li could even tell that what he said wasn't a lie, but he still keenly sensed that Chun Che's purpose was not so simple. This Chun Che, as the leading figure among the younger generation of the Chin family, is likely to be the next head of the Chin family. Could someone like that really love someone to such an extent? In the eyes of such family members, profit is probably what they value most. This Chun Che may have really sent people to kill him because of Xiao Xiao, but his real purpose in wanting to get Xiao Xiao is probably something else entirely. However, there's really no need to know Chun Che's true purpose. His purpose in asking this question was simply to find out who wanted to harm him, and he only needed to know the general idea of their motives. Nothing else matters. Because no matter what Chun Che's true purpose is, he must die today. Chapter 161 Peace talks fail, war breaks out. Xiao Li ignored Chun Che and instead looked at Chun Yinshan, saying, Senior Chun, if you want to let today's matter pass, my first condition is that Chun Che die. You don't have any objections, do you? Upon hearing this, Chun Che's expression immediately changed. His father, Chun Yuan, was the same. Chun Yinshan's face darkened as he said, I'm sorry, this old man cannot agree to this condition. Chun Che is the only descendant of my Chin family in all these years whose talent can rival mine. He is destined to become a pillar of the Chin family, so I cannot watch him die. You should change your terms. Whether you want resources or rare treasures, my Chun family can satisfy you. I've heard you like women. If you'd like, my Chin family can find a few stunning beauties for you. What do you think? Xiao Li sneered after hearing this. Chun Che is the real culprit who tried to kill me. It's perfectly normal for me to take his life. If your Chin family can't even meet this condition, then you probably have no sincerity whatsoever in wanting to reconcile. What's the point of all this talk? Chun Yinshan's old face looked rather unpleasant. This incident was indeed Chun Che's fault, but he also had his reasons, and he should know that he was wrong. So I still hope you can give him a chance to repent and forgive him this time. Old man, I swear on my reputation, he will never do such a thing again. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li scoffed. Old man, just because I call you a senior, do you really think you're so highly respected? If you want me to give him a chance, then who will give me a chance? If I hadn't been lucky this time, I really would have been killed by the men he sent. Forgiving him is something only a saint would do. I, Shaoli, am a man who holds grudges. Let me tell you, if he doesn't die today, there's no room for reconciliation. Qin Yinshan's expression immediately turned ashen, and his tone became somewhat sinister. So, you really have no intention of letting this go? Shaoli shrugged, looking completely unconcerned, and said, It's you who aren't planning to let this go. I've already stated my conditions. If you don't agree, then forget it. I don't care anyway. Qin Yinshan slowly closed his old eyes, then suddenly opened them. His aura suddenly exploded at this moment. A vast spiritual energy fluctuation, even more powerful than Su Xin's, suddenly spread out. The violent aura actually suppressed Su Xin's aura. He has made his decision to protect Qin Che at all costs. Whether it's facing Xiao Li or the subsequent national reckoning, he must protect Qin Che. SS-level superhumans are extremely rare, even in the whole country. For a family with superhuman abilities like theirs, it is not an easy thing to have one. The Qin family has stood for 200 or 300 years, and now they have only produced Qin Che, their second SS level. Therefore, he absolutely could not give up on Qin Che, even if it means the Qin family has to pay a heavy price. Who was by Su Xin's side, was not affected by Qin Yinshan's imposing manner. Looking at Qin Yinshan's expression, he understood that Qin was not planning to negotiate. But this is exactly what Shaoli wanted. He never intended to negotiate. He only said those things before to find out the real culprit and their purpose in trying to kill him. If Qin Yinshan really agrees to the condition of killing Qin Che, he will make even more outrageous demands later. For example, asking the Qin family to contribute most of their assets and resources. If they can even agree to this, then it's not unreasonable for him to let things go. But the premise is still that Qin Che must die. He will never let this real culprit get away with it. Sister Su Xin, be careful. It looks like this old guy is about to make a move. Shaoli whispered to Su Xin beside him. Yes, I know. Su Xin nodded slightly, a hint of solemnity slowly appearing on her pretty face. Judging from the aura emanating from Qin Yinshan, his strength is indeed much greater than mine. This old guy is, after all, an old monster who has lived for 200 or 300 years, so it's normal for him to have this kind of strength. Although her strength and realm are not as good as Qin Yinshan's, she has a powerful trump card. The blazing divine feather that Shaoli gave her possessed an extremely terrifying amplification effect. At the peak of the 9th rank, with the blazing divine feather, she was able to fight against a true 10th rank opponent. Now that she has broken through to the 10th rank, the amplification of the blazing divine feather is several times stronger than when she was at the 9th rank. She had already verified this. The amplification of the blazing divine feathers seemed to increase exponentially with the increase in her own power. The higher her cultivation level, the more terrifying the amplification effect becomes. That's the source of her confidence to fight an old monster like Qin Yinshan. Since you are unwilling to negotiate, then let's start a war. You destroyed my Qin family and killed my Qin family members. Today, you will pay the price. Qin Yinshan's weathered gaze suddenly turned sharp. He finally stopped wasting words and raised his aged arm to clench it tightly. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to boil violently, like boiling water. A terrifying spiritual force condensed into a massive black hand that blotted out the sky, reaching out to grab Su Xin and Xiao Li. Of course, he wouldn't harm Xiao Li. After all, he would still have to deal with trouble from the country later. Xiao Li is alright. He believes that with his status and connections, coupled with the Qin family's contributions over the years, the country wouldn't be so eager to exterminate the Qin family. But if something happens to Xiao Li, the Qin family will probably be finished. Now, as long as he resolves Su Xin's issue and stabilizes the current situation, he can then gradually negotiate with the higher-ups of the Great Xia dynasty. As Su Xin saw the overwhelming black hand reaching out, she waved her jade hand, and Xiao Li's body immediately fell uncontrollably back onto the fire phoenix behind him. She herself leaped forward, and the colorful sea of fire beneath her feet suddenly shot into the sky, crashing head-on into the giant black hand. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening roar that resounded through the sky spread outwards, and the giant black hand suddenly shattered. A shocking black crack was torn open in the sky. That's a spatial rift. 2 level 10 superpower houses was so intense that even space itself couldn't withstand it, creating a spatial rift. The violent spiritual energy impact generated by the collision swept out like a storm. Qin Yuan and the others below retreated in horror. Between 10th-tier experts made them feel a deadly danger. If they get too close, the spreading spiritual energy alone could probably tear them apart. Chapter 162 The Power of a 10th-tier Expert. Xiao Li and the fire phoenix beneath his feet were also knocked back a distance by the impact of the spiritual energy, but the fire phoenix protected Xiao Li and did not cause him any harm. Xiao Li stared in shock at the dark crack that had been blasted open. Is this the power of a level 10 ability user? It's terrifying. They can actually tear open spatial rifts like in fantasy novels. That's truly terrifying. At the same time, his eyes lit up with a divine light. In the future, he would be able to do the same thing, or even be stronger. With every gesture, mountains crumbled and the earth split, shattering the void, just like a god. This is one of the goals he came into this world to pursue. In his previous life, he could only see such methods in movies, TV series, or novels. But in this world, they can actually be realized. As long as he keeps going step by step, he will one day have such power. At this moment, the spatial rift that had been torn open in the sky had been restored to its original state, and Su Xian and Chun Yinshan stood in midair. A sea of fire spread beneath Su Xian's feet, with wisps of 7-colored flames swirling and dancing around her like sprites. Meanwhile, terrifying black energy surged and churned around Chun Yinshan's body. This black energy seemed to have a life of its own, constantly churning and surging. Wherever it went, the air seemed to freeze, as if it were about to solidify. Even the half of the sky where Chun Yinshan was located was dark and gloomy, with the originally clear sky shrouded in dark clouds. This is Chun Yinshan's special ability, SS level, Black Annihilation Body. Su Xn's beautiful eyes narrowed, and her jade feet lightly touched the air. In an instant, from the sea of fire burning beneath their feet, the 3 great fire elemental divine beasts, the phoenix, the vermilion bird, and the golden crow, flew out one after another. The 3 divine beasts roared to the sky, flapping their magnificent wings and circling around Su Xian. At this moment, whether it was Xiao Li in the sky or Chun Yuan and the others on the ground, they could all feel the surrounding temperature rising at an extremely rapid rate. In the blink of an eye, they felt like they were drenched in sweat. Su Xian stretched out her jade hand and waved it again. The phoenix, the vermilion bird, and the golden crow simultaneously spewed out 3 pillars of fire, exuding a terrifying aura. The 3 pillars of fire were each a different color. The phoenix was crimson, the vermilion bird was vermilion, and the golden crow was gold. However, each of the 3 pillars of fire, which were of different colors, contained wisps of colorful flames. 3 pillars of fire streaked across the void, and even the air crackled and popped from the intense heat. The terrifying power even caused dark cracks to appear in the space itself, and there were already signs of it shattering. Seeing the 3 terrifying attacks coming, Chun Yinshan's old face also became somewhat solemn. Su Xian's attack power was somewhat beyond his expectations. Despite having only recently broken through to the 10th rank, his power is already close to that of someone who was at the mid-10th rank. Su Xian's special ability, also SS level? How can he be so strong? However, he had no time to think about it, as Su Xian's attack had already arrived. Chun Yinshan clenched his thin hands into fists, and billowing black energy gathered on his fists. He threw a punch, which collided directly with the 3 pillars of fire that shot towards him. The next moment, instead of the deafening explosion that I had imagined, a strange hissing sound echoed. Xiao Li looked closely and saw that the moment Chun Yinshan's fist touched the pillar of fire, the black aura attached to his fist turned into thick ink, directly polluting all 3 pillars of fire. The 3 pillars of fire were continuously corroded and weakened under the cover of black mist. Moreover, this black mist was rapidly spreading along the direction of the fire pillar, heading straight for the 3 divine beasts that were spewing fire pillars. Su Xian's pupils contracted slightly, and without hesitation, she controlled the 3 divine beasts to stop spewing fire pillars. The spread of the black mist finally stopped. Chun Yinshan smiled coldly. Little girl, I admit you are indeed quite strong, but it's too early for you to think you can contend with me. Old man, I'll show you today that experience counts. After saying that, billowing black energy surged out of his body, and then formed dozens of long black tentacles on his back. These tentacles twisted and thrashed, like dozens of large black snakes. Chun Yinshan took a step forward, and his figure disappeared as if he had teleported. The next moment, he appeared behind Su Xin. Dozens of tentacles attacked simultaneously, seemingly aiming to capture Su Xin in one fell swoop. "Watch out behind you," Xiao Li, who was on the back of the fire phoenix, quickly called out. However, even without his reminder, Su Xin had already realized it. She directly manipulated the vermilion bird to shield her from behind, and in the next instant, dozens of tentacles arrived simultaneously, piercing through the fire phoenix. Chirp! The phoenix let out a mournful cry as it was torn to pieces by the tentacles, then vanished as tiny sparks of flame. Su Xin also used the fire phoenix to avoid Chun Yinshan's attack, and then manipulated the vermilion bird and the golden crow to launch an attack on Chun Yinshan. A futile resistance. Chun Yinshan split the tentacle in two and charged towards the two divine beasts. He needs to deal with these two divine beasts in the shortest possible time, and then focus all his efforts on dealing with Su Xin. Meanwhile, Su Xin took advantage of Chun Yinshan's delay to unleash her ultimate move. She raised her delicate hand towards the sky and uttered a low shout. Fire gods fall. High in the sky, a wisp of colorful flame appeared out of thin air, then rapidly expanded to form a fire meteorite that looked almost tangible. Then, as Su Sinyu's hand fell, a meteorite descended from the sky and crashed down on Chun Yinshan. Where the meteorite passed, rings of air exploded continuously, creating powerful wind pressure. Space is constantly breaking apart and constantly healing itself. Chun Yinshan had just dealt with the vermilion bird and the golden crow when he looked up and found that the meteorite was approaching. The intense heat and terrifying spiritual energy emanating from the meteorite forced him to treat it with utmost caution. He quickly retracted all his tentacles, and billowing black energy rapidly spread and expanded. Dark Mountain. As the sound faded, a phantom black mountain rapidly formed in the black mist and then crashed into the falling meteorite. The meteorite and the black mountain rapidly approached each other under everyone's watchful eyes and finally collided with a deafening roar. Boom! A deafening roar, shaking the very heavens, resounded through the sky at that moment. The terrifying energy exploded instantly upon the collision of the meteorite and the black mountain. The space was blasted apart at this moment, revealing a large area of black void behind it that looked like chaos. Chun Yuan, Chun Che, and the others on the ground felt a sudden tremor. The already dilapidated Chun family manor is now experiencing continuous building collapses and crumbles. Everyone was horrified. 10th level ability users are truly terrifying. They often seem to destroy the world at any moment. Even Chun Yuan, who possessed the strength of the 9th rank, felt as insignificant as an ant at this moment. He doesn't even have the right to get close to the enemy, let alone intervene in the battle. Don't be fooled by the fact that there is only one rank difference between the 9th and 10th ranks. The difference in power between them is absolutely enormous. At this moment, in midair a little distance from the Chun family manor, several figures were standing in the void. Although there were not many people, each of them exuded an aura as deep and unfathomable as the ocean. These people are clearly true super strong individuals. Among these people, He Ming, who had secretly protected Xiao Li for a few days and possessed SS-level spatial abilities, was also among them. Chapter 163 The Bet. Man with a full head of white hair, but whose face looked only about 40 years old, laughed and said, "That little girl Su Xin is truly surprising. She has already gained such strength after just breaking through to the 10th level. It's just a pity that she was still too strained against Chun Yinshan. That old fellow Chun Yinshan has indeed not neglected his cultivation over the years, and he should have already broken through to the late stage of the 10th level." Another elderly woman, also with a full head of white hair, but looking to be in her 60s or 70s, said with her hands behind her back, "That's right. Su Xin has exceptional talent. If she were to cultivate for a few more years, it wouldn't be impossible for her to catch up with Chun Yinshan. She is indeed a bit lacking now, but after all, she has only just broken through. To be able to push Chun Yinshan to that extent is quite impressive." Clearly, while both of them were surprised by Su Xin's strength, neither of them had high hopes for her. The others agreed with what the two said. None of them were weaklings, and they could see the difference between Su Xin and Chun Yinshan at a glance. Su Xin had clearly used all her strength, but Chun Yinshan had not. At this moment, He Ming held a wine gourd in his hand, tilted his head back, and took a swig of fine wine, and said with a smile, "So, you all think that girl is bound to lose to Chun Yinshan?" Several people turned their gazes to He Ming at the same time, and the old woman who had spoken earlier asked in surprise. Old Crane, do you have a different opinion? Or do you think Su Xian has a chance of defeating Chen Shan? He Ming stroked his beard and laughed. Don't underestimate that little girl. She's not as simple as she seems. The distant battle scene with some confusion. At this moment, the collision between the meteorite and Black Mountain had ended, and the meteorite that Su Xian had summoned with all her might had been annihilated along with Black Mountain. Meanwhile, Su Xian was fighting Chen Shan, and the two were using their special abilities frequently, fighting fiercely. However, Su Xian was clearly at a disadvantage and seemed to be having a hard time dealing with Chen Shan's attacks. Seeing this, the group couldn't help but shake their heads. If the fighting continues like this, Su Xian's defeat is only a matter of time. Looking at the expressions on these people's faces, He Ming tilted his head back and took another sip of wine, then suddenly said, "How about we make a bet? I bet that little girl will win. If you lose, I will brew a pot of spirit wine for each of you for free." Upon hearing this, the group turned their surprised gazes back to He Ming. The white-haired middle-aged man who had spoken first asked, "Are you serious? If we lose, will we each get a jug of spirit wine? You should know that Hemming's wine is famous. Not only does it taste good, it also has amazing effects. Even at their level, Hemming's wine can still benefit them." He Ming narrowed his eyes. "What? Do I look like I'm joking? I'm just asking you, are you in or not?" Soon someone said, "Why not gamble? But what if we lose?" He Ming grinned. "Losing is easy. If you lose, then you should jointly host a banquet in Xiao Li's name and invite all your outstanding descendants to attend. Especially if there are any pretty girls, bring them all." The group of people were all stunned for a moment after hearing this. "Hold a banquet? It's that simple?" He Ming laughed and said, "That's right, it's that simple." The old woman hesitated and said, "Old Crane, you want to? That kid was bound to get involved in this industry sooner or later. I just brought it up a little earlier. Besides, this will also give your descendants the opportunity to get to know that kid. I don't think any of you would refuse, right?" He Ming said. The white-haired middle-aged man immediately laughed heartily. "Huh? Of course. We'll be even regardless of who wins or loses this bet. So I, Zhao Han Yuan, will take it." The old woman laughed and said, "Since that's the case, I'll take the bet too, but now I actually hope we lose this bet. Compared to personal advancement, it is more important to ensure that future generations can get acquainted with Xiao Li, a young man who can be compared to that person in the future." The white-haired middle-aged man named Zhao Hanyuan laughed and said, "Zhang Kaling, you're mistaken. Even if we win the bet, we can still hold a banquet. After all, holding a banquet can only benefit us, not harm us. Wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone, providing both wine and an opportunity for the younger generation to make friends with that young man, Xiao Li?" Zhang Kaling smiled after hearing this. "You're right, it's killing two birds with one stone. This bet is great. We'll take it. We won't lose anything." "That's right, we've taken the gamble." Everyone else agreed to the bet. After all, this was indeed a gamble that would benefit them regardless of winning or losing. Seeing that everyone had agreed, He Ming couldn't help but smile slightly. Xiao Li is the future of Great Xia, and the people around him are all the true top experts of Great Xia. Among them, Zhao Hanyuan and Zhang Kaling are the ancestors of the Zhao and Zhang families, two of the 5 great families with supernatural abilities. Therefore, it is very necessary for Xiao Li to come into contact with them and their descendants as soon as possible. Besides, hosting a banquet for young people will attract plenty of pretty girls, and given that kid's nature, he'd definitely be more than happy to do so. As for whether he would lose the bet, that was not even on his radar. Others might not know, but he had witnessed the battle between Su Xian and Chun Xian's Hailong Zhantian. I know Su Xian still has a trump card she hasn't used. It's too early to say who will win or lose. He Ming took a sip of fine wine and laughed. "Now, let's see who wins and who loses this battle." The others nodded in agreement and turned their attention back to the battle in the distance. In midair, Su Xian and Chen Yinshan exchanged blows for more than a dozen rounds. Su Xian was finally hit by Chen Yinshan's black fist of spiritual power, and her body was pushed back more than 100 meters away. Chen Yinshan stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. He looked at the defeated Su Xian and said expressionlessly, "Stop struggling, you have no chance of winning. You're far from being good enough to defeat me. Even at the 10th rank, there are differences in strength. You're still too young." Su Xinyu tapped her feet several times in the air before she regained her balance. She raised her head, her phoenix eyes looking at Chen Yinshan. Her exquisite and beautiful face showed no sign of defeat, but instead a bright smile appeared. That's not necessarily true. Chen Yinshan frowned, but a cold smile appeared on his face, thinking that Su Xian was still putting on a brave face. However, at this moment, Su Xian turned her head and glanced at Xiao Li, who was watching her intently from the back of the fire phoenix outside the battle circle in the distance. Xiao Li met her gaze, then smiled and nodded at her. Su Xian withdrew her gaze, clasped her hands together in front of her full breasts, and then slowly opened them. The next moment, a feather radiating a glassy light emerged from her palms. Chapter 164 Nine Suns Golden Crow. Moment the magical feather, radiating a glassy light, appeared in Su Xian's hand. Chen Yinshan's expression immediately changed. Because he clearly felt that the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from Su Xian suddenly became several times stronger at this moment. The powerful aura that spread out even suppressed the black energy that had originally enveloped most of the battlefield. The sea of fire beneath his feet spread out with an extremely domineering momentum, forcing him to retreat a distance. The sea of fire was raging, and the already extremely hot temperature was rising even higher. Chen Yinshan could already feel the burning pain on his skin. At this moment, Su Xian evoked only 4 words in him. Powerful. Dangerous. It's completely different from what it was before. How is this possible? Chen Yinshan was filled with disbelief. This was completely beyond his expectations. Su Xian's current strength is not only no weaker than his, but even surpasses it. How could someone become so much stronger in such a short time? Ordinary ability users are one thing, but for those who have already reached the 10th level, it is quite difficult to become even a little stronger, let alone improve so much all at once. It's that feather. Chen Yinshan immediately focused his gaze on that feather. It must be that feather that made her so strong. Could it be a rare treasure? Chen Yinshan frowned and guessed, but quickly shook his head. Impossible. While a high-grade rare treasure might indeed provide some boost to a 10th-tier expert, it's far from being able to deliver such a terrifying improvement. That feather is definitely not just some ordinary rare treasure. His expression turned quite grim. Things were starting to go awry from his plan. Today is really going to be troublesome. Our ancestor, he shouldn't lose, right? I don't know, but it doesn't seem like things are going well. Inside the manor, Chen Yuan and the others, who were originally confident because they thought Chen Yinshan had the upper hand, were now extremely shocked by Su Xian's aura suddenly becoming several times stronger. At the same time, they all became somewhat uneasy. It seems that the ancestor is now at a disadvantage. Whether we can win is really hard to say. Chen Yuan clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on the sky, and shouted to the crowd in a deep voice. What are you worried about? Our ancestors have protected the Chen family through so many years of trials and tribulations. There is absolutely no way we could lose. We must believe in our ancestors. However, his words lacked persuasiveness, and even he himself felt somewhat unconvinced. Ancestor should perhaps be able to win, right? Whose momentum had already surpassed Chen Yinshan's in the battle circle, with a faint smile on his face. The blazing divine feather is unleashed. Even if that old guy Chen Yinshan is incredibly strong, he'll have to kneel. Level rare treasure that he obtained by spending a full 350 points. Fire-type abilities are increased by 300% in power and consumed by 70% less. Furthermore, it can imbue the holder's fire-type abilities with the divine flame effect. The most important point. This blazing divine feather will work on any level of superhuman. Ordinary rare treasures have a lower amplification effect as the owner's strength increases, and may even have no effect at all in the end. But the blazing divine feather does not. On the contrary, with the breakthrough of the Su Xian realm, the amplification effect became more and more exaggerated. With such a powerful increase, Su Xian has no chance of losing. As for why she didn't use the blazing divine feather from the beginning, Xiaoli guessed that she probably wanted to test how strong she had become after breaking through to the 10th rank. After all, it's not easy to find an opportunity to spar with a level 10 super strong expert. In the distance, Zhao Hanyuan and the others were quite astonished after witnessing what had happened to Su Xian. No wonder old Crane had so much confidence in that girl. It turns out she had such a hidden trump card. Zhao Hanyuan said. Zhang Kaling nodded and exclaimed in amazement. I wonder what that feather is, that it could bring her such a terrifying boost. It seems we're really going to lose this bet. He Ming stroked his beard and chuckled. Just watch, the real battle is about to begin. At this time, dressed in a colorful fairy dress, stood in midair, with the blazing divine feathers floating in the palm of her left hand. She looked at Chun In-shan with her phoenix eyes, and without saying much, she raised her jade foot and stepped on the sea of fire. In an instant, the sea of fire churned violently, and a seven-colored golden crow suddenly burst out of the sea and soared into the sky. Its body is so large that it exceeds 300 meters in length, and its colorful feathers are so lifelike that it looks like a real, living golden crow. Chirp! The seven-colored golden crow raised its head and let out a sharp cry, the sound of which seemed to penetrate the soul and echoed in everyone's mind. As the seven-colored golden crow descended with a piercing cry, a dazzling sun appeared around it. Bright, dazzling, and seemingly exactly like the blazing sun high in the sky. Then a second sun appeared, then a third, a fourth, until finally a total of 9 suns appeared. 9 suns shone brightly, circling around the golden crow. The power of the seven-colored golden crow reached its peak with the appearance of the 9 suns. Go! Xian pointed at Chun In-shan with her jade-like hand and slowly uttered a single word from her cherry lips. Chirp! Upon receiving the command, the seven-colored golden crow, which was surrounded by 9 suns, flapped its wings and rushed towards Chun In-shan. Upon seeing this, Chun In-shan's expression changed, and he dared not hold back any longer, directly mobilizing all the spiritual power within his body. Black annihilation shadow. He roared, and thick, surging black energy suddenly exploded from his body, shooting straight into the sky. The black mist writhed as if it were alive, and soon a demonic figure, 200 or 300 meters tall, appeared in everyone's sight. The demonic figure emitted an extremely astonishing fluctuation of spiritual energy, and its face was exactly the same as Chun In-shan's. And Chun In-shan was right there in the shadow of evil. As soon as the enormous demonic shadow formed, it reached out and grabbed at the charging seven-colored golden crow. It looks like they planned to capture the golden crow and tear it to pieces. However, the seven-colored golden crow did not dodge the giant hand that grabbed it, and instead rammed into it head-on. And the 9 suns flew out together, crashing into the giant hand before the golden crow could even get out. Boom, 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 boom. One sun after another struck the giant hand. By the 5th round, the giant hand could no longer withstand the terrifying force of the impact and shattered into countless black wisps. The seven-colored golden crow took this opportunity to get closer to the giant demonic shadow, then raised its 3 giant claws and fiercely grabbed the demonic shadow's chest. A large section of the demon's chest was immediately torn open, and black energy kept pouring out from it. Not to be outdone, the demonic shadow roared and raised its other, still intact arm to grab at the seven-colored golden crow. Large swaths of 7-colored flames suddenly erupted from the golden crow's body, interspersed with tiny, azure-colored flames. That's the effect of divine flame. The moment the demonic hand touched the golden crow's body, it seemed as if it had touched something extremely terrifying, and the hand began to dissipate at an incredibly fast speed. Not even a wisp of black smoke appeared. It's as if it evaporated, leaving no trace. In the blink of an eye, the demonic shadow's hand was completely vaporized. Chapter 165, Chun In-shan's defeat. It can even evaporate my black annihilation chi. Chun In-shan's expression changed drastically inside the demonic body. He quickly increased the spiritual energy input into the demonic shadow to repair its damaged parts, and at the same time took something out of his storage ring. It was a rare treasure, shaped like a disc, with a milky white bead inlaid in the center. Chun In-shan held the extraordinary treasure and infused it with spiritual power. The next moment, the giant demonic shadow was enveloped in a layer of white light. He had barely finished doing all that when the 7-colored golden crow attacked again. They also used 9 suns to pave the way, charging towards the demonic shadow. Seeing this, Chun In-shan once again manipulated the demonic shadow to grab the golden crow. The power of the 9 suns was clearly extraordinary. Even though Chun In-shan used an unknown treasure, the giant hand that grabbed him was still smashed to pieces. However, this time the giant hand withstood the bombardment of the 7th sun before being shattered, which clearly shows that the treasure played a significant role. The 7-colored golden crow charged straight in, once again grabbing at the demonic shadow with its sharp claws. The demonic shadow also reached out its palm to grab the golden crow. When the palm covered in white light touched the golden crow's body again, It was no longer burned or evaporated by the 7 colored flames, temporarily blocked by that layer of white light. However, the white light quickly dimmed under the burning of the 7 colored flames, and it obviously couldn't last long. Chen Yinshan did not hesitate. He manipulated the demonic shadow to grab the golden crow tightly in his hand, and at the same time restored his other hand that had been smashed, grabbing half of the 7 colored golden crow's wing. Then with a sudden burst of strength, he prepared to tear the golden crow apart alive. But at that moment, Su Xian, who was not far away, let out a cold snort. She raised her jade-like hand and beckoned towards the direction of the 7 colored golden crow. The 7 colored golden crow immediately let out a sharp cry, and the flames on its body instantly surged several times over. The demonic figure's 2 hands were instantly vaporized and vanished. However, after escaping, the 7 colored golden crow did not continue to attack the demonic shadow, but instead flapped its wings and flew into the sky. At the same time, the 9 suns surrounding it dispersed and landed around the giant demonic shadow, enveloping it. Upon seeing this, Chen Yinshan instinctively sensed the danger and controlled the shadow demon to prepare to leave the area. But at that moment, all 9 suns suddenly burst into flames of pure white, mixed with a hint of azure. The flames were like the most intense heat in the world, and the moment they appeared, the enormous body of the demonic shadow was instantly immobilized, to disintegrate at an extremely rapid pace. Let's give it our all. Seeing this, Chen Yinshan gritted his teeth and pushed his spiritual power to the limit, trying to free the demonic shadow from the scorching heat of the 9 suns. However, his struggles were in vain. The demonic shadow remained immobile, and although the rate of disintegration had slowed, it still did not stop. He simply couldn't escape this deadly trap. Su Xian's eyes narrowed, her jade hand fell, and at the same time, she uttered a low shout. 9 suns kill. At that moment, the golden crow in the sky let out a sharp cry and swooped straight down towards the demonic shadow, trapped by the 9 suns. His body seemed to transform into a huge, burning meteorite and fall from the sky. Finally, the 7 colored golden crow crashed violently into the demonic shadow. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded through the sky, as if a nuclear bomb had been dropped into the battle zone. Terrifying 7 colored energy suddenly erupted. Everyone's eyes were filled with the 7 colored light, making it impossible to see anything clearly in front of them. The moment the 7 colored golden crow swooped down, Su Xian had already flashed in front of Xiao Li and waved her hand to release a screen of light. The terrifying shockwave swept outwards, but Su Xian steadily withstood it all. However, Chun Yuan and his group, who were stationed in the manor below, were not so lucky. Although they reacted defensively when the explosion occurred, their strength was simply insufficient to withstand such a terrifying energy shock. Their defenses crumbled, and many were directly hit by the energy wave, suffering severe injuries and being blasted away to an unknown distance. The buildings inside the manor were in such a dilapidated state that they had basically all been reduced to ruins. Chun Yuan and several of the strongest members of the Chun family joined forces to barely withstand the impact of the energy. They stared at the sky with horror and terror on their faces. Even though the dazzling 7-colored light hurt their eyes, it did not make them look away. With such a terrifying attack, can the ancestor withstand it? Chen She was also unharmed under Chun Yuan's protection. At this moment, he stared intently at the sky that had been painted in colors, waiting for his ancestor to appear. The energy surge lasted for a moment before slowly dissipating. The situation within the battleground is gradually becoming clear. Soon, Chen Yuan and the others vaguely saw a figure falling towards the ground, and someone immediately shouted excitedly. It's the ancestor is all right. Excellent. I knew it. With the ancestor's strength, how could he possibly lose? Ha ha, the ancestor will surely win. But soon, their laughter gradually faded. As the colorful glow that had been obscuring their view completely dissipated, they finally realized that their ancestor seemed to be acting a little strange. The way it fell was headfirst. Upon closer inspection, they were even more horrified to discover that Chen Yinshan was covered in blood. Moreover, his eyes were tightly closed, as if he were dead. Ancestor. Chen Yuan was the first to react. He roared and rushed towards the direction where Chen Yinshan had fallen. The others belatedly realized what was happening and quickly followed. Chen Yuan was quite strong, and he managed to catch Chen Yinshan before he fell to the ground. With trembling hands, he carefully placed Chen Yinshan on the ground. Seeing Chen Yinshan's miserable state, His face turned pale. Our ancestor has been defeated. At this moment, Chun Yinshan's body was almost completely mangled, with one arm broken off and his breath extremely weak. This is just the external injury. The unseen internal injuries are even more serious. If Chun Yinshan hadn't been so powerful, he would probably be dead by now. Chun Yuan quickly took out the healing medicine and fed it to Chun Yinshan. After a while, Chun Yinshan slowly woke up. He opened his old eyes and weakly looked at the sky. At this moment, Su Xian and Xiao Li flew down from the sky and landed in the ruins of the Chun family manor. Chun Yuan and the others quickly stood up and shielded Chun Yinshan behind them, looking at Su Xian and Xiao Li as if facing a formidable enemy. However, they dared not make any move. Their own ancestors have been almost completely defeated. For them to take action would only bring further humiliation upon themselves. You could lose your life if you're not careful. Xiao Li looked at Chun Yinshan, smiled faintly, and said, "Senior Chin, is there anything else you'd like to say? If not, then we'll continue with our purpose for today." Upon hearing this, Chun Yinshan glanced at Chin Che, forced himself to sit up, and gritted his teeth as he was about to say something more. Just then, a series of rapid footsteps suddenly sounded outside the manor. The crowd looked in the direction of the sound and saw several hundred people being escorted by a team of nearly 100 people walking towards them in the distance. Among those escorting the people were men, women, young and old, and the leader of the escort team was a stunningly beautiful woman with a gorgeous face, wearing a leather jacket and a hot figure. When Chun Yuan and the others saw the face of the person being escorted, their faces turned as pale as paper. Because those people were all members of the Chin family, including members of the main branch and members of collateral branches who had been living elsewhere. Judging by the numbers, almost the entire Chin family has been captured. With them included, the entire Chin family is now complete. This is a move to wipe out the entire Chin family. Chapter 166 Border Crisis. Xiao Li and Su Xian also noticed the newcomers. They turned their heads and saw that the escorting team was the same Jinlong guards from before. The stunningly beautiful woman at the head of the group, with her dashing figure and sexy attire, was named Morong Yu, who was also the leader of this Jinlong guard. Xiao Li looked at the people being escorted over, lost in thought. Clearly, this team of Jinlong guards took advantage of the time when he and Su Xian were causing a ruckus at the Chun family manor to imprison and bring over all the Chun family members who were away. The Chun family is, after all, a large family that has existed for hundreds of years, so it is impossible for them to consist only of the family members in the manor. On the contrary, the number of people from the collateral branches is actually greater. These collateral branches were not qualified to live in the Chun family manor, but they all took root in the capital, making the Chun family's power even more entrenched. However, the deployment of the Jinlong Guard was a direct and decisive move, uprooting all the Chun family's outreach efforts. As for the main route, it is removed by the old desire. For the Jinlong Guard is quite well formulated. Charge of things at the Chun family manor, these people obviously couldn't get involved, so they turned their attention to other members of the Chun family outside the manor. But Xiao Li guessed that the Jinlong Guard must still have some backup plan. Su Xian had shown before, it was highly unlikely that she would be a match for Chun Yinshan in the eyes of ordinary people. Therefore, there might be a powerful figure watching this place from the surrounding area. If Su Xian is defeated by Chun Yinshan, that person might show himself. However, now that Su Xian has won, there is no need for that powerful figure to appear. Just then, the Jinlong Guard's troops arrived with their men. They sent a group of people to surround Chun Yuan and his group, making it impossible for them to escape easily. Morong Yu then approached Xiao Li and Su Xian, nodded to them, and said, "Mr. Xiao Li, Dean Su Xian, all 312 members of the Chun family have been brought under control. If the two of them nod, they will be taken away and subjected to national sanctions." Xiao Li narrowed his eyes and looked at Chun Yinshan and the others. Chun Yinshan was helped up from the ground by Chun Yuan. He looked around at the Jinlong guards who had surrounded them and understood a fact in his heart. The Chun family is doomed. That the Jinlong guard arrested the entire Chun family without leaving any room for mercy clearly shows that the Chun family has truly been abandoned by the higher-ups. Once they are taken away today, the outcome is already predictable. Chun Yinshan clenched his thin hands, looking at Chun Che, who was regarded as the future of the Chun family. His eyes were filled with guilt, but even more so with determination and coldness. He gritted his teeth and walked out with Chun Yuan's help. Chen Che trembled violently when Chen Yinshan glanced at him, his face instantly turning deathly pale and frighteningly white, because he saw the ancestors' meaning in his eyes. Chen Yinshan coughed a few times, clutching his chest, and coughed up 2 ounces of blood. Then, looking weakly at Shaoli, he said, "Shaoli, do you still stand by the conditions you mentioned earlier?" "Ancestor." Upon hearing Chen Yinshan's words, Chen Yuan, who was supporting him, immediately changed his expression. Chen Yinshan waved his hand at him, signaling him not to speak. Chen Yuan clenched his fists, his heart filled with resentment and helplessness. Xiao Li's eyes flickered, and he instantly understood Chen Yinshan's thoughts. It seems that Chen Yinshan is planning to give up on Chen Che. Because of the current situation, even if he doesn't give up on Chen Che, the culprit who plotted against Xiao Li, will not be able to escape. Judging from the attitude of the higher-ups in the Great Xia dynasty, it is clear that they are prepared to completely eliminate the entire Qin family, not wanting to let a single person go. He, the patriarch of the Qin family, could no longer protect Chen Che and the Qin family. Whether Chen Che hands it over or not, the outcome is already predetermined. So rather than risk the entire Qin family for Chen Che's sake, it would be better to hand Chen Che over voluntarily and let the Qin family survive. Shaoli looked at Chen Yinshan with a calm gaze. 10th tier's superpower house, who had lived for 200 or 300 years, now resembled an old man in his twilight years, lacking any of the aura of a powerful figure. However, Shaoli showed no pity for him, and coldly said, "You only think of making peace after losing the fight? Do you think I would agree to that? Why didn't you do this sooner? If I agree, what was the point of the battle we just fought? What right does your Qin family have now to make me set conditions?" Chen Yinshan's face turned ugly, because what Shaoli said was indeed true. The entire Qin family has been taken into custody. Now, as long as Shaoli agrees, the Qin family will soon be destroyed. They really don't even have the right to negotiate. Chen Yinshan sighed, looking much older. "Are you really not even willing to leave us the slightest chance? None of us, including myself, knew what Chen Che did this time. Our Qin family had no intention of harming you. Whatever you need now, as long as the Qin family can provide it, I will give it to you. I only ask that you leave a way out for the rest of the Qin family to live. That's all." Xiao Li's expression remained unchanged. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Morong Yu suddenly stepped forward. Then he handed a cell phone that was on a call to Su Xian. Su Xian frowned slightly, but still reached out and took it, placing it to her ear. Soon a voice came from the telephone receiver. "Su Xian, if possible, please spare the Qin family's life." Upon hearing this, Su Xian's expression turned cold. "Why? That's not what you said before." A sigh came from the other end of the phone. "Just received news that the mutated beasts have started another large-scale riot on the western border of Great Xia. And there were a total of 5 beast kings. The Great Xia is currently in dire need of manpower, and the Qin family's fighting strength is not weak. It would be too wasteful to just throw them away like this. Please ask Shaoli for me to spare the Qin family's lives. I will immediately arrange for the Qin family to go to the border to resist the beast tide, so that they can atone for their sins." Upon hearing this, Su Xian's heart skipped a beat. Mutant beasts are absolutely the common enemy of all mankind in the world. They not only far outnumber humans, but their peak experts are also far more numerous than humans. To fight against mutated beasts, humanity must mobilize all its resources. Even a single country, even a large one like the Great Xia, is far from being a match for mutated beasts. The Beast King is the strongest among mutated beasts, a level 10 superhuman among humans. This time, a total of 5 Beast Kings have appeared on the western border of the Great Xia dynasty. Those are 5 level 10 ability users. This is a considerable disaster for the Great Xia. In the face of this situation, it would be a waste to simply eliminate the Qin family's fighting force without doing anything. It would be better to let them fight off the beast tide and make the best use of them. Moreover, the probability of death when facing a terrifying horde of mutated beasts is extremely high. Even if they let the Qin family go this time, the Qin family might not be able to survive on the border. After thinking for a moment, Su Xian said, "I can talk to him for you, but I won't interfere with his choice." The person on the other end of the phone immediately replied, "No problem, that's enough. I believe Shaoli isn't the kind of person who would disregard the bigger picture." Su Xian responded, holding her phone in one hand and pulling Shaoli away a little with the other, then repeated what the person on the phone had said to Shaoli. "I will support whatever choice you make, whatever decision you make. If you want, the Chin family will still disappear completely today. Su Xian looked at Xiao Li with her beautiful eyes and said, Chapter 167 The Power of a Brick. Xiao Li frowned after hearing this. If possible, he would certainly hope for the destruction of the Chin family, since he doesn't like leaving any hidden dangers behind. However, this sudden situation on the border of the Great Xia dynasty is indeed something that must be carefully considered. While annihilating the Chun family now eliminates the hidden danger, compared to the Chin family, the mutated beasts are the greatest threat to all of humanity. He had heard about the power of the mutated beasts more than once. They pose a huge threat to any country in the world. Su Xian once told him about the era when spiritual energy had just been revived. Humans were much weaker back then than they are now. Mutant beasts are different. They reproduce and evolve at an absurdly fast rate. At that time, humanity faced an extremely difficult situation. Even a great power like the Great Xia had to abandon many cities to concentrate its strength. Some small countries were even wiped out by the attacks of mutated beasts. This includes a certain country where life is pretty good. Even now, humanity has only grown to the point where it can barely contend with mutated beasts. It is still far from being able to completely eradicate them. Xiao Li had never been to the border. He could imagine that the border would be even more cruel and tragic than he had imagined. Despite the peaceful situation in the country, the mutated beasts are all confined to secret realms. But on the border, fighting may happen every day, and thousands of people may die every day. The beast-tide riot launched by the 5 Beast Kings was a terrible disaster. Rather than simply eliminating the Chun family to remove potential threats, it might be more appropriate to have them guard the border and resist the beast tide. In fact, the only person he really deserved to kill was Qin Shi. As for the rest of the Qin family, it's not impossible for them to survive. If they can actually survive on the brutal border, then they'll be considered capable. But if they all die, then there will be no hidden dangers. Moreover, Xiao Li believed that with his growth rate, the Qin family would not be a threat to him in the future. He is still very confident in this regard. There's nothing we can do. He has a cheat code like the system that he's given us. With this in mind, Xiao Li said to Su Xian, Alright, letting the Qin family go this time isn't out of the question. But Qin Shi must die. There are other conditions that the Qin family must also agree to. Su Xian nodded, then said to the still-connected phone, You heard everything, right? Tell him what you have to say yourself. As she spoke, Su Xian tapped the hands-free button on the screen. Soon, a man's voice came from the loudspeaker. Xiao Li, thank you very much this time. I can assure you that the Chun family will hold the border to the death and will never come back. As for other conditions, those are not a problem. Even if you don't kill Qin Shi, we won't spare him. And whatever you want, just ask the Qin family. Don't be shy, they'll have to take it whether they want it or not. The voice on the other end of the phone was strong and domineering, easily deciding the fate of the Qin family with a single word. This person's status in the Great Xia dynasty is probably extremely high. Xiao Li said, Okay, then there's no problem. Su Xian took back her phone, spoke a few more words to the person on the other end, and then hung up. Good job, little guy. Su Xian looked at Xiao Li with her beautiful eyes and smiled slightly. Xiao Li had a better grasp of the big picture than she had expected, and knew which choice was the best in which situation. This pleased her greatly. Xiao Li shrugged and said, Anyway, the Chun family would face a near certain death if they went to the border, so this is fine. The two talked as they quickly returned to the group. When Chun Yinshan saw Xiao Li return, he was about to say something when Xiao Li waved his hand and said, I can let you go this time, but I have 3 conditions. Chun Yinshan's spirits lifted immediately, and he quickly said, Go on. Xiao Li pointed directly at Qin Shi. The first condition remains the same. This guy must die. Chun Yinshan glanced at Qin Shi, but still gritted his teeth and said, Fine. Chun Yuan sighed heavily, feeling guilty, and dared not look at his son. Xiao Li continued, My second condition is that I want 80% of the Chun family's resources. 80%. Chun Yinshan's expression changed. This is almost certainly going to drain the Chun family dry. With only 20% of their resources remaining, the Chun family estimated they would struggle even to meet their basic cultivation needs, but he still sighed in the end. Okay, I agree to this condition as well. So what if the resources are gone? Compared to the lives of everyone in the Chun family, resources aren't that important. As for the third condition, I haven't thought of it yet, but if you're still alive in the future, perhaps I'll bring it up with you. Xiao Li said calmly. What do you mean by that? Qin Yinshan asked, frowning. Xiao Li remained silent, but Morong Yu, standing to the side, spoke up. The higher-ups have issued instructions that once your Chin family has made preparations, you must immediately depart for the western border to guard and defend against the beast tide. Chin Yinshan was stunned for a moment, then suddenly looked up at the sky and laughed, his laughter tinged with sadness. Hurrah! So that's how it is. Is this the price you pay for letting my Chun family go this time? Guarding the border and resisting the beast tide is no different from sending the Chin family to their deaths. Chin Yinshan knew better than anyone how brutal the situation was at the border. Countless people die at the border every year, and many of them are strong individuals. They may never return alive. Xiaoli calmly asked, "What? You don't want to go?" Chin Yinshan stopped laughing. "Go, why wouldn't I go? Going to my Chin family offers a glimmer of hope. Not going means certain death." We agree. All the members of the Chin family, including Chun Yuan, had ashen faces. They could already imagine what they would have to face next. But they had no choice but to obey. Murong Yu said, "In that case, please hurry up. The situation at the border is not optimistic, and you need to get there as soon as possible." "I see," Chun Yinshan responded, looking somewhat dejected. Xiaoli ignored Chun Yinshan and instead focused his gaze on Chen Che, who had been keeping his head down and remaining silent behind them. Now, it's time for him to get rid of this culprit. Sensing Xiaoli's gaze, Chen Che slowly raised his head. After learning his fate, Chen Che showed no panic on his face, but instead remained unusually calm. But Xiaoli seemed to sense that beneath this calm lay an extreme madness. Chen Che lifted his foot and walked towards Xiaoli step by step, his steps very light, as if his body had no weight at all. There was no spiritual energy fluctuation on his body, as if he was prepared to accept his fate. But just as he got closer to Xiaoli to within 10 meters, Chen Che's expression suddenly turned incredibly ferocious. His powerful spiritual energy erupted like a volcano. "Xiaoli, I want you dead." Chen Che let out a frenzied roar, stomped his foot on the ground, and used all the strength in his body to rush towards Xiaoli at the fastest speed he had ever experienced. He wanted to kill Xiaoli as quickly as possible. Since he was already doomed to die anyway, he was determined to drag Xiaoli down with him. "If I can't live, then you can't live either. Come with me to hell." "Humph, you're asking for death." Seeing Chen Che rushing towards her recklessly, Su Xian snorted coldly and was about to make a move. But at that moment, Xiaoli suddenly reached out and pressed her hand down, saying, "I'll do it." Su Xian raised an eyebrow and indeed stopped making a move. Xiaoli has countless secrets. Although Chen Che is quite powerful, she doesn't believe anything could happen to Xiaoli. Seeing that Xiaoli had actually stopped Su Xian from making a move, Chen Che couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile. He was just worried that he might not have time to kill Xiaoli before Su Xian would take care of him. After all, killing someone right under the nose of a 10th level expert is almost impossible. But now, for some reason, Xiaoli didn't let Su Xian take action, which just gave him this perfect opportunity. "Die!" He roared and appeared in front of Xiaoli in the next moment, a small, inconspicuous knife appearing in his hand. He raised his hand and stabbed at Xiaoli's head with a knife. If this knife were to strike, Xiaoli would surely die. It's going to work. Chen Che's emotions grew increasingly agitated as the knife was about to pierce Xiaoli's head. He could almost see Xiaoli being killed by himself. But at that very moment, Chen Che, who was focused on killing Xiaoli, did not notice that Xiaoli's hand had already been raised at some point. He was also holding a very ordinary brick in his hand. Just before Chen Che's knife was about to stab him, he slammed a brick into his forehead. There was a loud bang. Chen Che's movements came to an abrupt halt. Then his eyes rolled back, and without uttering a sound, he fell straight down. Chapter 168: The Death of Chen Che. Everyone present was stunned to see Chen Che lying on the ground like a dead dog after being smashed on the ground with a brick. What's going on here? Chen Che, the strongest among the younger generation of the prestigious Chen family, was actually knocked unconscious by a brick? This is just too ridiculous. Upon seeing this, Chen Yinshan couldn't help but sigh. This Xiaoli is not just talented. He is far superior to Chen Che in both temperament and methods. No wonder his plan failed. Seeing Chen Che fall at Xiaoli's feet, Chen Yinshan and Chen Yuan could no longer bear to watch. They turned and led their men towards the ruins of the Chun family manor. Rather than watch their son, their most admired descendant, being killed, they would rather not watch at all. Although the manor has been reduced to ruins, many useful things are still buried inside. They will soon be heading to the border, so they need to dig out the things they need to take with them. Xiaoli glanced at Chun Yinshan and the others, then ignored them. With the Jinlong guards watching over them now, There's no need to worry about them causing any more trouble. He weighed the brick in his hand. It was his first time using it, but it was quite easy to handle. One hit triggered a chance to stun. Qinshe was really unlucky. After all, the probability of a brick hitting someone with a higher cultivation level is not 100%. After fainting for a few seconds, Qinshe groggily opened his eyes again. He lay on the ground, looking around in a slightly daze, but the next second, he saw Xiaoli. Qinshe was startled and immediately remembered what had happened before he lost consciousness. He immediately straightened up and tried to get up from the ground. But just then, Xiaoli picked up a brick and smashed it against his head several times. Xiao. Qinshe had only uttered one word when his eyes rolled back, and he fainted again. Taste the boundless love from the brick. Xiaoli grinned, not in a hurry, and stood next to Qinshe. When Qinshe regained consciousness, without giving him a chance to speak, she slapped him several more times with a brick, knocking him unconscious. Then it started an infinite loop. As soon as Qinshe wakes up, Xiaoli will definitely smash a brick in his face immediately. After being slapped more than 10 times, Qinshe's face was swollen, blood was flowing from his nostrils like a cuplet, and his head was bleeding profusely, a truly pitiful sight. If Qin Yuan were here right now, he probably wouldn't even recognize that this was his son. Some of the Jinlong guards nearby twitched their lips at the sight. Qinshe couldn't even put up a fight in Xiaoli's hands. His head was practically turned into a tumor from being smashed. That's really tragic enough, being controlled indefinitely. Is that even possible? When Qinshe woke up from his coma again, he immediately tilted his head to the side, barely managing to dodge Xiaoli's brick attack. He looked up and roared. Xiaoli, if you've got the guts, let's have a real fight. Don't resort to these despicable tactics. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than he was met with another blow of a brick. Qinshe fainted again. Xiaoli withdrew the brick and stopped hitting him. Instead, he conjured a lightning blade and pierced several bloody holes in the man's hands and feet, severing the tendons in his hands and feet as well. Ugh! When Qinshe woke up again, he immediately let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. The sound echoed far and wide. Xiaoli, you wait. I'll haunt you even as a ghost. The excruciating pain caused Qinshe to roar continuously, his eyes bloodshot as he stared intently at Xiaoli. If looks could kill, Xiaoli would probably be dead thousands of times over by now. Xiaoli sneered. In front of me, you won't even have the chance to become a ghost. As he spoke, he raised his knife and began to make intricate cuts on Qinshe's body. Qinshe's screams suddenly became even more heart-wrenching, and his roars echoed endlessly. Xiaoli, if you have the guts, kill me. Kill me. Xiaoli didn't say anything, but he became even more ruthless, and every time the knife landed, Qinshe convulsed in pain. Everyone else around watched this scene quietly, without saying a word. It wasn't until several minutes later, when Qinshe was completely covered in blood, that Xiaoli finally stopped. At this moment, Qinshe was lying on the ground, barely breathing. His eyes were dull and lifeless, no longer displaying the fierce look they once had. Xiaoli held the knife to his neck, looked at him calmly, and said, It's time to send you on your way. If you have a next life, you're welcome to come back and take your revenge on me. Without giving him a chance to speak, Xiaoli swiftly slashed Qinshe's neck with a knife. Uft! Blood splattered. Qinshe's body trembled. A strange sound came from his throat. His pupils gradually dilated, and he became completely still. Xiaoli shook off the thunderblade, then stretched vigorously. The Chun family matter is now over. He just needs to wait for the Chun family to send the resources, and then he can leave. He didn't want to know what the future held for the Chun family. However, once they set foot on the border of the Great Xia dynasty, their days ahead will likely be anything but easy. Upon seeing that Qinshe was dead, Murongyu, who had been waiting nearby, immediately ordered 2 members of the Jinlong Guard to take Qinshe's body away. Xiaoli looked at Murongyu, who was dressed in a leather jacket and had a hot figure. His gaze lingered for a moment on her white chest before he asked, I'm curious, are you really willing to let the Chun family go to the border like this? Aren't you afraid they'll betray you? Murongyu's stunningly beautiful face, tinged with a hint of heroic spirit, solemnly declared, Mr. Xiaoli, please rest assured, our Great Xia has its own methods to ensure that the Chun family would not dare to harbor any thoughts of betrayal. Xiaoli nodded slightly. Come to think of it, if he could foresee that the Chun family might betray them, how could those in power not have thought of it? Since the higher-ups of Daxia dared to use the Qin family, they must have taken all the potential risks into account and would not allow the Chun family to have the opportunity to betray them. Just then, Morongyu's phone rang. She took it out, glanced at the caller ID, and immediately said to Xiaoli, "Excuse me, Mr. Xiaoli, please excuse me for a moment." Xiaoli nodded, and Morong Yu quickly walked away with her phone. Xiaoli turned around and looked at Su Exine, who was stunningly beautiful and had an exceptional temperament, beside him. He held Su Exine's slender, jade-like hands, looked into her soft, alluring eyes, and said, "Su Exine, thank you for your hard work this time." Su Exine smiled faintly, her smile gentle, and shook her head, saying, "This is nothing, you are the most important." A warm feeling flowed through Xiaoli's heart. With such a woman, what more could a husband ask for? His gaze met Su Exine's. Both see the affection they had for each other in each other's eyes. Time seemed to slow down considerably at this moment. But just then, an untimely voice suddenly rang out. "Hey, there are a lot of people watching here. You two should stop showing off your love." Chapter 169 Banquet Invitation. Xiao Li and Su Exine snapped out of their daze and immediately looked in the direction from which the sound came. Suddenly, several figures appeared in the sky not far away, flying through the air. Xiao Li's gaze fell on the face of the person flying at the very front, and a look of astonishment immediately appeared on his face. Elder He. Soon, several figures descended from the sky and arrived in front of Xiao Li and his companion. These people were He Ming, Zhao Hanyuan, and several others. They had been watching what was happening here, and only showed up together after everything was over. Su Exine's beautiful eyes swept over everyone, and she was slightly startled. She recognized all of the people who came. Each and every one of them is a super strong person whose strength has already reached the 10th level. He was a contemporary of Chun Yinshan, the patriarch of the Chin family. I never expected that they would appear together like this. However, Su Exine remained outwardly composed and bowed slightly, saying, "Greetings, Elder He, and all the seniors." He Ming waved his hand. "Hey, Su Exine, you've already broken through to the 10th level and even defeated that old guy Chin Yinshan, so you don't need to call us seniors anymore." Su Exine smiled slightly and said politely, "All of you are elders, so it is only right that I treat you this way." Zhang Kaling, the patriarch of the Zhang family, smiled and said, "It's been so many years since we last met. I never imagined you'd reach this point, girl. We old folks are really getting old. From now on, it will be the world of you young people." Su Exine said, "Seniors are too kind. All of you are pillars of the great Xia dynasty, and your skills are still sharp. I am far from being as good as you." After exchanging pleasantries, Su Exine introduced the newcomers to Xiaoli. Needless to say, Xiaoli knew He Ming. However, Zhang Kaling, the patriarch of the Zhang family, and Zhao Hanyuan, the patriarch of the Zhao family, surprised him somewhat. Unexpectedly, besides Chun Yinshan, we also met two patriarchs from families with supernatural abilities. There were also several other super strong individuals from the Great Xia Kingdom, and Xiaoli got to know them one by one. After the introductions were completed, He Ming stroked his beard and looked at Xiao Li with a smile. "You've really stirred up a lot of trouble this time. You even demolished the Chun family's house." Xiao Li shrugged and said, "This wasn't something I wanted to do on purpose. I was just forced to." Zhao Hanyuan laughed heartily. "Xiao Li, you did nothing wrong. The Chun family dared to lay a hand on you. They certainly deserve to be taught a lesson. If you ask me, you didn't beat them hard enough. If it were me, I would have beaten the entire Chun family to a pulp." Xiao Li nodded and smiled at him. This Zhao Hanyuan was indeed straightforward. "Elder He, you must have something to say about showing up here?" Xiao Li asked. He Ming chuckled, picked up the gourd hanging from his waist, and prepared to open the gourd lid and take a sip. But he quickly noticed Xiao Li's gaze fixed on his gourd, and his hand froze for a moment before he silently put the gourd back. He suddenly remembered the first time they met, when Xiao Li poured half a gourd of spirit wine down his throat without saying a word. Brewing these top-quality spirit wines wasn't easy, and I can't let this brat waste them again. He coughed lightly and said, "I have something to tell you. Old Zhao, this is your business, so you can discuss it." Zhao Hanyuan nodded and smiled. "Xiao Li, here's the thing. A few of us old folks want to host a banquet together so that some of our younger generation can get to know each other. I came here specifically to invite you to this banquet. I believe those little ones would love to get to know you. What do you think?" Xiao Li frowned upon hearing this. He had attended such high society banquets before in his previous life. In his past life, he had so many girlfriends, some of whom were rich heiresses, and he had attended banquets like this more than once. However, these kinds of banquets are usually quite boring. To be honest, he wasn't interested. Seeing that Xiao Li seemed hesitant, He Ming suddenly said, seemingly casually, Most of the guests at the banquet are young people. There should be quite a few pretty girls here. Xiao Li's spirits lifted, and he said righteously, since you seniors have so kindly invited me, Xiao Li will naturally not refuse. Senior, please tell me the time and place of the banquet. I, Xiao Li, will definitely attend on time. Zhao Honyuan, Zhang Kaling, and the others exchanged glances and secretly gave He Ming a thumbs up. Zhao Honyuan thought for a moment and said, then let's set it for 3 days from now, at the Jinghua Hotel. Okay. Xiao Li nodded and noted down the location of the banquet. After chatting for a while longer, He Ming and the others left. Before leaving, He Ming patted Xiao Li on the shoulder and said earnestly, remember this, no matter what, Great Xia will always be your support. No matter what happens to you, Great Xia will always stand by your side. Xiao Li nodded. Before coming to Beijing, he would have doubted these words, but the attitude of the Great Xia's top leadership towards the Chin family this time has proven everything. Not long after He Ming and the others left, Morongyu returned, and at the same time, Chen Yinshan led the Chen family out of the manor. They came up to Xiao Li, looked around, but did not see Chen Che. Chen Yuan sighed, already having a rough idea of Chen Che's fate. He took out more than a dozen storage rings and handed them to Xiao Li, saying, 80% of my Chen family's resources are in here. According to the agreed terms, they belong to you. Xiao Li reached out and took them, briefly sensing the contents of the storage rings, and his eyelids twitched violently. Good heavens! The Chen family truly lives up to its reputation as one of the 5 great families of the Great Xia dynasty. Their foundation is truly astonishing. This is an absolute steal. He originally thought that the resources he obtained from the land of the dead were enough, but compared to the 80% of the resources from the Chen family, they were nothing. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he probably won't need to ask Su Xian for resources to cultivate for a very long time. Seeing Xiao Li put away the storage ring, Chen Yuan's face twitched violently, his heart bleeding. This is the Chen family's savings accumulated over many years, and now they have to give it all away. It would be a lie to say, I don't feel sorry for you. Having recovered somewhat, Chen Yinshan said, the resources have been given to you. Shouldn't the grudges between my Chen family and you be considered settled? As for the condition we owe you, if my Chen family still exists in the future, you can come and ask us for it. Xiao Li calmly said, I never go back on my promises. You have met my conditions, so my relationship with your Chen family is naturally even. However, if your Chen family produces a second Chen Che in the future, I will never allow your Chen family to exist again. As he spoke, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. A smile forced onto Chen Yinshan's aged face. Don't worry, this kind of thing won't happen again. I hope so. After Xiao Li finished speaking, he ignored the Chen family members. Morongyu stepped forward and said, Chen Yinshan, Chen Yuan, if you're ready, then set off with all the Chen family members. Our Zhenlong Wei will send someone to escort you all the way to the western border. I understand. Chen Yinshan nodded. He glanced at Xiao Li and Su Xian one last time, sighed heavily in his heart, and led the Chen family away under the escort of the Zhenlong Guard. However, what puzzled Xiao Li was that all the Zhenlong Guards had left, but Morongyu had not. He looked at the stunningly beautiful woman with a somewhat puzzled expression and asked with a smile, Is there anything else, Miss Morong? Morongyu looked at Xiao Li, her form of address remaining unchanged, and said with a solemn expression, Mr. Xiao Li, just now, I received a new mission from above. Oh, Xiao Li raised an eyebrow. What mission? Does it have anything to do with me? Morongyu nodded and solemnly said, Because of what happened to the Chen family this time, I have been ordered by my superiors to become your personal bodyguard from now on, and will obey all your orders and arrangements. Chapter 170 Acceptance. What? Personal bodyguard? Morongyu's words startled Xiao Li for a moment, but his expression quickly turned strange. Of all the bodyguards they could have chosen, they had to send Morongyu. The higher-ups in Daxiao probably knew about his hobby, and in order to prevent him from refusing, they actually gave him such a hot and beautiful woman as his bodyguard. Moreover, the meaning of the phrase, obey all your orders, is self-evident. This is practically giving Morongyu to him. He could make Morongyu do anything he wanted. They really understand me. Xiao Li couldn't help but sigh. Standing to the side, also looked slightly surprised. Is Xia sending Xiao Li bodyguards or a wife? Looking at Morongyu's solemn expression, Xiao Li couldn't help but ask, Are you willing to carry out such a mission? Do you know what accepting this mission means? Faced with Xiao Li's question, Morongyu answered with a solemn expression. I know. Xiao Li frowned slightly. And what are your own thoughts? Murong Yu's expression remained unchanged, her beautiful eyes looking at Xiao Li without flinching. For the great Xia dynasty, I am willing to dedicate everything I have, and following you might be a good choice for me. Xiao Li looked at her and couldn't help but smack his lips. This Murong Yu is truly a warrior, with unwavering conviction. To be honest, it would be a lie to say I wouldn't want to eat such a beautiful woman when she's right in front of me. Xiao Li wasn't exactly a saint, so of course he wouldn't refuse such a good opportunity. However, if you want to take her as your woman, you'll have to train her properly first. Xiao Li suddenly took 2 steps forward, his body instantly getting extremely close to Murong Yu, especially his chest, which was less than a centimeter away from Murong Yu's full breasts wrapped in leather, almost touching. Murong Yu's heart trembled slightly. Her female instincts made her instinctively want to take a step back, but Xiao Li spoke up softly. Don't move. Murong Yu's body stiffened, and she stood still in place. Xiao Li raised his hand and used his index finger and thumb to lift the chin of the beauty who was so close to him, raising her head so that her eyes met his. Are you really sure you want to obey my orders completely? I might make you do things you can't even imagine, and you're going to listen? Xiao Li stared at her and said in a low voice. Then he moved the index finger that was holding her chin to her soft red lips and gently stroked them. Murong Yu's heart was pounding wildly. Xiao Li's actions made her feel an indescribable sense of shame. But she still didn't dodge, instead letting Xiao Li's advances continue, her beautiful eyes stubborn and resolute as she said. I'm sure. Xiao Li paused in his actions and suddenly kissed her red lips. Murong Yu's beautiful eyes widened instantly, and she was somewhat at a loss. Although Murong Yu had mentally prepared herself when she accepted the task, but she still didn't expect it to come so quickly. This made her feel so ashamed and angry that she almost died, and her pretty face couldn't help but turn red. But for some reason, a very peculiar feeling still lingered in my heart. It was neither disgust nor liking. Murong Yu couldn't quite put her finger on it. In any case, she remained motionless under Xiao Li's advances. Congratulations, host. Your favorability with Goddess Murong Yu has reached 30%, earning you 10 points. Just as Xiao Li was listening to the system's voice in his mind, indicating an increase in favorability, his ears suddenly hurt. Xiao Li turned his head and saw that it was Su Xian who had grabbed his ear. Su Xian looked at Xiao Li with angry eyes, her tone somewhat unfriendly. Little guy, do you really enjoy bullying women? Xiao Li removed his fingers from Murong Yuetan's mouth, turned around, and embraced Su Xian's soft waist, pulling this mature, voluptuous, and sexy body into his arms. Looking at the stunningly beautiful woman in his arms, he smiled. Of course I like her, especially Sister Su Xian who loves to bully me the most. After saying that, he lowered his head and kissed those rosy and alluring cherry lips. Su Xian's delicate body trembled, and she quickly nestled softly into Xiao Li's arms. Murong Yu breathed a slight sigh of relief when she saw that Xiao Li had let her go, but the next second she saw the two of them kissing. This left her utterly astonished. This extraordinary woman, who is both beautiful and talented, actually has this kind of relationship with Xiao Li? This is unbelievable. But seeing the two of them passionately kissing, she turned away shyly, unable to look any longer. Although she had been on the battlefield and experienced the trials of blood and fire, she possessed excellent mental fortitude and composure. But when it comes to matters between men and women, she still can't help feeling shy. Will I end up like Xiao Li in the future? Murong Yu's mind immediately started wandering. After a moment, Xiao Li released Su Xian, gently squeezed her hand, and then turned to Murong Yu with a smile. Since you're sure you want to stay by my side, of course I won't refuse. From now on, you're mine. Murong Yu turned around and nodded solemnly, saying, yes. Seeing her expression, Xiao Li couldn't help but say, you don't need to be so serious in front of me anymore. Relax and smile. Yes. Murong Yu nodded in response. Xiao Li was speechless for a moment. He glanced at the ruins of the Chun family manor, then turned and walked outside. All right, the Chun family matter is now completely over. Let's go. Su Xian and Murong Yu followed, and the three of them quickly left the place. Beijing City. At the entrance of Tsanglong Academy. Standing outside the academy, Xiao Li looked at this academy, which was even more magnificent than Phoenix Academy, and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. As expected of one of the two most prestigious academies in the Great Xia Kingdom, it's truly magnificent. After the Chun family matter was settled, Xiao Li, Su Xian, and Murong Yu went to a hotel to stay. Then, After asking Su Xian for the address of Songlong Academy, he rushed over alone without stopping. As for why he came here, there was only one purpose. That was to meet that sister who was so deeply etched in my memory. When leaving the hotel, Yu wanted to come along. After all, her duty was to protect Xiaoli closely. However, Xiaoli rejected him. Can you bring another woman along when you're meeting a woman you've been longing for? That's a huge no-no. He certainly wouldn't make such a basic mistake, so he directly ordered Yu not to come along. Xiaoli looked around, then lifted his leg and walked towards the academy's main gate. Chapter 171 Meeting Again. Entering the Azure Dragon Academy went smoothly. Xiaoli was simply registered by the gatekeeper and allowed to pass. In contrast to Phoenix Academy's absolute prohibition against outsiders, Azure Dragon Academy is the complete opposite. Azure Dragon Academy does not reject visitors. On the contrary, it welcomes them. After all, this is also beneficial for publicity. The training grounds within the academy are only for students to use. Outsiders can only visit them. After entering the Azure Dragon Academy, Xiaoli looked around at the scene inside the academy. The Azure Dragon Academy is much more magnificent and spectacular inside than it appears from the outside. And the area it occupies is also incredibly large. According to Xiao Li's estimate, it is at least twice the size of Phoenix Academy. However, despite its large size, the academy does not feel deserted. There were many students coming and going, making it quite lively. The Azure Dragon Academy also enrolls far more students than the Phoenix Academy. Every year, they recruit many promising students from across the entire university. In comparison, Phoenix Academy's admission requirements are even stricter than Azure Dragon Academy's. Appearance and physique are ranked first, while talent and aptitude are ranked second. Moreover, it only recruits female students, so the number has never been very large. However, having fewer students also has its advantages. With fewer students, each person can receive more resources, which makes it easier to cultivate outstanding students. So this is not a bad thing. Xiaoli only glanced at the situation inside the Azure Dragon Academy before paying no further attention. His purpose in coming here was not to visit the Azure Dragon Academy. After thinking for a moment, he walked towards a direction where there were many students, and then stopped a slightly overweight male student, politely asking, "Hello, can I ask you about someone?" The male student looked Xiaoli up and down and said, "Aren't you a student of our academy?" Xiaoli nodded. "Yes, I'm here to find someone." "Oh, so who do you want to find?" Xiaoli said, "Her name is Xiao Xiao, and she is also a student at your Songlong Academy. Do you know her?" The male student's eyes widened immediately. "Xiao Xiao. Of course I know her. Who in the entire college doesn't know senior Xiao Xiao?" Xiaoli noticed that the student's eyes lit up, and he looked adoring when he talked about Xiao Xiao, as if he had become a different person. Senior Xiao Xiao is the goddess in the hearts of countless people, with countless suitors. From the moment she arrived at Azure Dragon Academy, she has held the title of the Academy's most beautiful woman, a position that no one has been able to surpass to this day. She was as beautiful as a fairy. Although I only saw her once, I will never forget that moment for the rest of my life. Oh my goddess. Stop. Xiaoli quickly waved his hand to interrupt him. If this man continued talking like this, who knew how long it would go on? He quickly asked, "So where is Xiao Xiao now?" The student paused, then looked at Xiaoli with a hint of wariness. "Who are you, and what do you want with senior Xiao Xiao? If you don't tell me, I won't easily tell you where senior Xiao Xiao lives." Xiaoli thought for a moment and said, "I'm her friend, and I need to talk to her about something." The male trainee's eyes remained wary. "What proof do you have? Let me tell you, don't think you can get away with this. I've never heard of senior Xiao Xiao having any friends outside the academy, let alone a guy. Our college's top-ranked student, Qin She, the #1 young member of the Qin family, has been pursuing senior Xiao Xiao for at least 2 years, but has never succeeded." He looked Xiaoli up and down and asked, "You think you can be senior Xiao Xiao's friend? I don't believe you unless you can prove it." Xiaoli narrowed his eyes slightly and suddenly said, "I need to prove that I have it, but you have to come with me for a moment so I can show it to you." "Where are we supposed to see it? You're not kidding me, are you?" Xiaoli smiled and said, "It's not far. You'll see when you come with me." As he spoke, he turned and walked towards an empty area of the academy. Although the student was somewhat puzzled and wary, his curiosity made him unable to resist following them. What if this guy really is Xiao Xiao's friend? Soon the two reached a secluded corner, where Xiaoli stopped and turned to look at him. The male student looked around, then looked at Xiaoli with a puzzled expression and asked, "Where is the proof you mentioned?" Xiaoli raised his head, a bright smile spreading across his face. A few minutes later, Xiao Li walked out alone and headed straight towards the southwest of the academy. In the corner, a slightly overweight male student lay on the ground with a bruised and swollen face, his eyes brimming with tears, crying his heart out. Wah, all I wanted was to know the address. Why did you have to hit me like this, Wah? And I already said I confessed. Why don't they stop hitting me? They just keep hitting me, sob sob. In the southwest of Songlong Academy, there is a small, quiet courtyard with a beautiful environment. Xiao Li stood in front of the courtyard gate, staring at the rather plain wooden door, but hesitated to knock. His feelings were somewhat complicated at that moment. He thought that as a time traveler, he shouldn't have any emotional fluctuations at this moment. But he realized he was wrong. No one knows when it started, but his soul had already completely merged with this body. His memories from his past life are completely integrated with his memories from this life, and they are indistinguishable. At this moment, facing his sister whom he hadn't seen for more than 2 years and who occupied an extremely important place in his memories, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. After a moment, Xiao Li finally took a deep breath, raised his hand, and knocked on the wooden door of the courtyard. Bang! Bang! Melodious sound, as beautiful as celestial music, soon came from inside the courtyard. Excuse me, who is outside the door? Hearing this voice that was both familiar and somewhat unfamiliar, Xiao Li, who should have been full of witty remarks, was momentarily at a loss for words. He could only silently knock on the wooden door again. In the small courtyard, amidst a patch of flowers and plants emitting a soft glow, a dreamlike, ethereal figure is watering the plants with a watering can. He heard that the person outside the door did not respond to his question, but only knocked on the door. She couldn't help but furrow her brows slightly, then waved her hand. The next moment, the wooden door was blown open by an invisible breeze. The moment the gate opened, the two people inside and outside the courtyard met each other's eyes. Ethereal figure standing among the flowers and plants froze the moment it saw the person outside the door. The watering can slowly slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. Looking at that figure, which was much more mature and robust than she remembered, her vision gradually blurred. Sister Xiao. The moment that long-awaited voice reached her ears, the woman could no longer hold back. She rushed towards the door as if flying, tears streaming down her face, and finally threw herself into the arms of the man standing at the door. The two embraced tightly, and the scene was frozen in time. It feels like eternity. Chapter 172: Envy, Jealousy, and Hatred. At the entrance of a quiet courtyard, a man and a woman embraced tightly. Their bodies were pressed tightly together, as if they wanted to meld each other into their own bodies. Xiao hugged Xiao Li, burying her head in his neck, inhaling his scent and fragrance almost greedily. His broad chest gave her an unprecedented sense of security. Her beloved younger brother finally came to find her after more than 2 years. She originally thought it would take some time before she could see Xiao Li, but she never expected that Xiao Li would suddenly appear in front of her today. At this moment, all she wanted was to hold Xiao Li like this forever, never wanting to be separated for even a moment. Congratulations, host. The system has been bound to the goddess Xiao. Currently, the favorability is 100%, and you have earned 100 points. Congratulations, host. Your goddess Xiao has reached 100% favorability towards you. You have received a random mystery gift pack. Would you like to open it? 2 crisp system notification sounds rang in Xiao Li's mind. As expected, Xiao Zhao's favorability rating was 100% the moment she was bound to the system. However, in Xiao Li's opinion, this 100% was just the upper limit of the assessment of favorability, not the upper limit of Xiao Zhao's favorability towards him. Xiao accompanied Xiao Li from childhood to adulthood, a relationship that lasted for more than 10 years. Although the two had not seen each other for 2 or 3 years due to their separation from home for cultivation, Xiao Zhao's feelings for Xiao Li had not been diminished by time. On the contrary, it becomes more profound with the passage of time. That feeling was neither familial affection nor romantic love, but transcended both, making Xiao Li the most important person in her life. Such feelings cannot be simply summarized as 100%. It's unclear how much time passed, but Xiao finally lifted her head from Xiao Li's embrace. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the face before her, which was less childish and more mature than she remembered. Finally, the tears that had been welling up in her eyes couldn't be held back and slid down her cheeks. She raised her delicate, snow-white hands and gently cupped Xiao Li's face, her eyes filled with longing, and softly said, "Xiao Li, you've finally grown up and come to see your sister. I'm so happy. Xiao Li put one arm around Xiao Zhao's slender waist, and with the other hand raised, wiped away the tears from the face of his sister, who was as beautiful as a celestial being, before smiling and saying, Sister Xiao, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Xiao Xiao pressed her jade-like finger to Xiao Li's lips, gently shook her head, and smiled as she said, Don't apologize to me. I'm already more than satisfied that you came. She withdrew her hand, stepped out of Xiao Li's embrace, took 2 steps back, and carefully examined Xiao Li's body and face with her beautiful eyes. A hint of satisfaction appeared on her pretty face as she said, My little Li has grown taller and stronger, and he's become even more handsome than before. Xiao Li smiled slightly. Sister Xiao, you've become even more beautiful. She sized up Xiao Li. Xiao Li was also looking at her. It has to be said that Xiao Xiao is a woman whose beauty is almost dreamlike. Her exquisite and beautiful face was like a painting, with willow leaf eyebrows, bright and clear eyes, a high and straight nose, and cherry-like lips as pink as flower petals. Her skin was like solidified cream, delicate and white, untouched by any dust. Her smooth, flowing hair cascaded down like a waterfall, with 2 strands draped over her shoulders. A long, snow-white dress further accentuated her ethereal beauty. Her graceful figure and elegant demeanor are so natural that they inspire endless contemplation. Just standing there, she gave people an unreal feeling, as if there was a hazy mist around her, making her graceful figure and face appear and disappear. It's hard to imagine that an ordinary woman could possess such a unique aura. Xiao Li, come with me, let's go inside and talk. Xiao Xiao keenly noticed that someone seemed to be spying on them from not far away, so she said to Xiao Li. Xiao Li nodded. He was also eager to see where Xiao Xiao had lived these past few years. Xiao Xiao took Xiao Li's hand, and the 2 walked straight into the courtyard. Soon the wooden door was closed. Shortly after the 2 entered the courtyard, a furtive figure of a dog crept out from a corner some distance away. This man was slightly overweight and had a bruised and swollen face. He was none other than the male student Xiao Li had asked for directions from earlier. His face, covered in bruises, was filled with disbelief. He simply couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. Xiao Xiao, the #1 beauty of Songlong Academy, who is regarded as a goddess by countless students and even instructors, was just hugging a man. This scene almost broke his heart. And now the 2 of them have gone into the yard together. What will happen to them inside? He dared not imagine it anymore. My goddess. How so? This guy actually knows my goddess, and they're so close. Who is he? The male student knelt on the ground, wailing and howling in pain, covering his face with his hands and shedding 2 lines of sorrowful tears. At that moment, he felt like the sky was about to fall, was extremely envious, jealous, and hateful towards Xiao Li. A moment later, he stood up, wiped away his tears, and gritted his teeth, saying, No way. Xiao Xiao is our Songlong Academy's goddess. We absolutely cannot let some bastard who came out of nowhere steal her away. But I can't beat him by myself. I need to go and tell the senior students to come. I refuse to believe that this bastard can still beat the senior students. Having said that, he quickly turned and left, gathering his men to go. But if he knew that Chun She, the top-ranked student of their Azure Dragon Academy, had died at Xiao Li's hands, I wonder if he would still be so confident. Upon entering the courtyard, the first thing that catches the eye is the flowers and plants that emit a soft glow throughout the yard. These flowers and plants are blooming brightly, showing no signs of wilting, clearly indicating that they are being well cared for. The air was filled with the fragrance of flowers and plants, which was refreshing and delightful. Xiao Xiao walked to the center of the courtyard, picked up the watering can that had just fallen to the ground, and looked at Xiao Li with a faint smile, saying, I haven't made any friends here, so I've been growing some spiritual flowers and herbs to relieve my worries and boredom. Although Xiao Xiao spoke calmly, Xiao Li could still sense her loneliness from her words. Xiao Li took her hand and said gently, Now that I'm here, Sister Xiao won't be lonely anymore. Xiao Xiao's beautiful eyes dimmed upon hearing this. You are not a student of Songlong Academy, and you will be leaving soon. I don't know when we will meet again. However, Xiao Li smiled mysteriously. No, believe me, you'll see soon enough. Xiao Xiao blinked her beautiful eyes. My precious little brother seems to have become a bit mysterious. Chapter 173 Gift of Rings. Behind the small courtyard was a rather exquisite 2-story building. Xiao Xiao led Xiao Li into the building. The space inside the small building isn't very large, but it's more than enough for one person to live in. The decorations are quite ordinary, nothing special, but they give people a warm feeling. Xiao Xiao took Xiao Li's hand, and let him sit on the sofa inside the room. Then, she affectionately stroked Xiao Li's hair and said, "When I heard the news that you, Xiao Li, had awakened an SSS-level ability, do you know how happy I was? I never expected my Xiao Li to be so amazing. I'll never have to worry about you being bullied again." Xiao Li smiled slightly and said, "From now on, let me protect Sister Xiao." Xiao Zhao's beautiful eyes were a little dazed, and she softly hummed in agreement. The most important person in her heart was none other than her beloved younger brother. Knowing that Xiao Li was exceptionally talented and had a limitless future, she was happier than anyone else. Xiao Xiao asked softly, "Xiao Li, why did you suddenly come to see your sister today? Has something happened?" After thinking for a moment, Xiao Li decided not to hide anything and briefly explained the matter of Qin Shi and the Qin family. Xiao Xiao listened quietly, but when she heard that Qin Shi had sent people to murder Xiao Li, her pretty face turned as cold as frost, and a murderous intent appeared in her beautiful eyes. Even his ethereal, otherworldly aura turned icy cold. "I warned Qin Shi before, but I didn't expect him to still dare to attack you. He deserves to die." Xiao Li quickly grabbed her hand and said, "All right, Sister Xiao, it's all over now. I have already killed Qin Shi, and the Chun family behind him has been sent to the border by the government to defend against the beast tide." Xiao Xiao concealed her aura, her beautiful eyes filled with apology as she looked at Xiao Li and said, "I'm so sorry, Xiao Li, it's all my fault. I almost put you in danger." Xiao Li suddenly reached out and cupped her face, looking at her ethereal beauty up close, and said, "You're my sister, Xiao. You're not allowed to say sorry. It's not your fault. Besides, having such a beautiful older sister like you, I'd be laughing in my sleep. How could I possibly blame you?" Xiao Xiao pursed her red lips slightly, brushed Xiao Li's hand away, then pulled his head into her arms and whispered, "Thank goodness my Xiao Li is all right. Otherwise I don't know what I would have done." Xiao Li's face was pressed tightly against Xiao Zhao's chest. Xiao Zhao's deep affection and doting love made Xiao Li, a man who had always been in a dominant position in matters of love, somewhat passive. This feeling was strange yet wonderful to him, making him unable to resist wanting to get deeply immersed in it, and unable to extricate himself. Feeling Xiao Li's slightly heavier breathing, Xiao Xiao also noticed that their current posture was inappropriate. Onto her pretty face, but she didn't let go of Xiao Li's face. Instead, she hugged him even tighter, feeling a surge of joy in her heart. Little Li has really grown up. Xiao Xiao was not uncomfortable with Xiao Li's changes. On the contrary, she was very happy. She had decided long ago to marry Xiao Li and spend her life by his side taking care of him. At that time, Xiao Li was still young and didn't understand many things, so she really just treated her like an older sister. Xiao Xiao was genuinely afraid that Xiao Li would only ever feel brotherly affection for her. Although that would be fine, if they were just siblings, it would mean that Xiao Li would eventually leave her side. After all, even though siblings are close, there is always an insurmountable line that can only be crossed by true romantic love. Fortunately, Xiao Li seemed to have come to his senses after not seeing her for the past 2 or 3 years, and finally developed romantic feelings for her, his older sister. Therefore, she certainly wouldn't suppress Xiao Li's thoughts. On the contrary, she would amplify them. Only then did Xiao Li peek out from Xiao Zhao's arms, and then laughed. "Sister Xiao, I have a gift for you." Xiao Zhao's beautiful eyes lit up immediately, and she asked expectantly, "What gift?" Xiao Li smiled slightly, and then extended his left hand. On that hand were 2 rings, one of which was just an ordinary storage ring, and the other was a gold ring engraved with a dragon pattern. As soon as Xiao Li had a thought, Xiao Xiao immediately saw a flash of light on the dragon-patterned ring. The next moment, a silver ring suddenly appeared out of thin air in Xiao Li's palm. This ring is slightly smaller, and it is also engraved with delicate patterns. Unlike Xiao Li's dragon-patterned ring, this silver ring features a phoenix. The phoenix ring that was separated from the dragon phoenix ring. Xiao Li handed the ring to Xiao Xiao and then smiled. "Sister Xiao, this ring is called the dragon phoenix ring. The one I'm wearing is the dragon ring, and this silver one is the phoenix ring. As long as you wear this phoenix ring, I can instantly teleport to your side no matter where you are. That's why I said before that Sister Xiao would no longer be lonely. If you ever miss me, I'll be there whenever you call." Xiao Xiao stared blankly at the ring Xiao Li handed her, then snatched the phoenix ring with a speed completely out of character for her. He held it in his palm, stroking and examining it with great affection. At this moment, her heart was filled with an indescribable joy and excitement. She was not only shocked by the function of the ring, but also delighted by the meaning behind Xiao Li giving her the ring. When a man is willing to give a woman a ring, what that means is already obvious. So, Sister Xiao, do you like it? Xiao Li asked with a smile, uttering a seemingly pointless question. After all, Xiao Zhao's actions and expression already revealed her current mood. Of course I like it. Xiao Xiao nodded quickly, but soon she gripped the ring in her hand, her pretty face turning serious as she stared at Xiao Li and said, Xiao Li, Sister Xiao has a question for you. How many girls have you given this kind of ring to? Xiao Li's expression froze for a moment. His sister Xiao was really perceptive, realizing immediately that the phoenix ring was not the only item. This? Xiao Xiao narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. Xiao Li, we made a promise before that no matter what happens, you are not allowed to lie to me. You haven't forgotten, have you? Xiao Li coughed lightly and said, Of course I haven't forgotten. Let me do the math. If I include yours, there should be 5 now. Xiao Xiao sighed. She hadn't expected that Xiao Li would have so many female confidants by his side after so long. She's already ranked 5th. Xiao Xiao suddenly reached out her delicate hand and stroked Xiao Li's face, saying softly, Xiao Li, promise me one thing, okay? Of course, go ahead and say it, Xiao Li nodded and said. Xiao Zhao's beautiful eyes were fixed on Xiao Li, her tone becoming increasingly gentle. Promise me that no matter how many girls are around you in the future, you will always have a place for me in your heart, okay? Chapter 174 The Visitor is Not Friendly was deeply moved when he saw that Xiao Jia, who was clearly as beautiful as a fairy, said these words because of him. This also made Xiao Li realize more clearly just how deep Xiao Zhao's feelings for him were. Xiao Li composed himself and said with a serious expression, Sister Xiao, I promise you, no matter what the future holds, you will always be the most important part of my heart, and that will never change. A breathtaking smile immediately appeared on Xiao Zhao's pretty face. She nodded and said softly, Yes, I believe you. She handed the phoenix ring back to Xiao Li, then stretched out her snow-white jade hand, pursed her lips, and said, Xiao Li, help me put the ring on. Good. Xiao Li responded, took the ring, and then grabbed the jade hand in front of him with his other hand. He didn't rush to put the ring on Xiao Zhao's finger, but instead carefully examined her jade-like hand. It must be said that Xiao Zhao's hands are also unbelievably beautiful. Her fingers were slender and long, and her skin was as smooth and delicate as snow, flawless. A single jade-like hand can give one an extremely stunning feeling. Xiao Li couldn't help but gently stroke it with his hand, quite fond of it. After a while, he finally put the silver phoenix ring on Xiao Zhao's finger. Xiao Xiao simply watched Xiao Li's actions with a smile, without stopping him. Only after the ring was on did she withdraw her hand, then examine it closely, a hint of joy appearing on her face. Xiao Li smiled faintly. He didn't need to use any tricks to win Xiao Zhao's heart, because it's unnecessary. He could do anything to Xiao Xiao if he wanted to, even right now. Xiao Li believed that she would not resist in the slightest and would only cooperate with him unconditionally. The emotional bond that has developed over the years has eliminated any barriers between them. If either of them takes the initiative to break that boundary, then everything will fall into place naturally. However, Xiao Li didn't intend to do anything to Xiao Xiao right now. The two had only met 2 or 3 years ago, so they needed to give Xiao Xiao some time to adjust. The phoenix ring has already been given to Xiao Xiao, so he can teleport over at any time. Some things are bound to happen sooner or later, so there's no need to rush. For the next period of time, the siblings never left the place. Having not seen each other for more than 2 years, the two seemed to have endless things to talk about as they gradually walked from the small building into the courtyard filled with flowers and plants. They sometimes talked about their lives after they separated, and sometimes they reminisced about funny things that happened when they were children. They would occasionally express their longing for each other, and they had reached the point where they could talk about anything. The two of them finally ended their conversation, still feeling quite engaged, as evening approached. Xiao Li smiled at Xiao Xiao and said, Sister Xiao, let's go out and get something to eat. This is my first time in Beijing, and I don't know what specialties it has to offer. A doting smile appeared on Xiao Zhao's beautiful face. She reached out her delicate hand and gently stroked Xiao Li's head with a slight smile. Okay, I'll take you to eat something delicious. As she spoke, she stood up, took Xiao Li's hand, and walked out of the courtyard together. The setting sun cast its rays upon the two of them, and at that moment, they seemed to have returned to their childhood. Xiao Xiao and Xiao Xiao Li, 2 small figures holding hands, ran under the sky, filled with rosy clouds. The image freezes, as if capturing that pure and beautiful past that belonged only to them. After leaving the courtyard, Xiao Li and Xiao Xiao walked side by side on the path inside the Azure Dragon Academy. Xiao Xiao frequently introduced the scenery and buildings along the way to Xiao Li, giving him a general understanding of the Azure Dragon Academy. However, as Xiao Li walked along, he noticed that some students who passed by would look at them with a very peculiar gaze. In particular, many male trainees looked at him with hostility. However, Xiao Li was not surprised by this at all. Even a fool could figure it out. It was all because he and Xiao Xiao were getting so close. He already knew that Xiao Xiao was now the undisputed #1 goddess of Songlong Academy, an existence that countless people longed for but could never reach. But now she's walking intimately with this man. It's no wonder she's attracting hostility. Facing the gazes of these people, Xiao Li not only did not restrain himself at all, but also took the initiative to take Xiao Xiao's hand and interlock their fingers tightly. He wanted everyone to know how close his relationship with Xiao Xiao was. His action startled Xiao Xiao slightly, but she quickly guessed what Xiao Li was thinking. A faint smile appeared on her lips as she took Xiao Li's large hand even tighter. The intimate scene between the two made many people's eyes pop out. The way they were looking at Xiao Li was practically murderous. Some people even gritted their teeth, their eyes red, looking like they wanted to rush over and fight Xiao Li to the death. Fortunately, these people were stopped in time by their friends. This wasn't just an isolated incident. It happened almost every time we walked a certain distance. This also made Xiao Li understand more clearly just how terrifyingly popular Xiao Xiao was within the Azure Dragon Academy. The two walked forward, and when they entered a square within the academy, they were finally stopped by someone. Moreover, there were not just one person stopping them, but several hundred people. These people were all students of the Azure Dragon Academy. Their actions in stopping Xiao Li and his group clearly indicated that they had ill intentions. Xiao Li and Xiao Xiao stopped and looked at the leader of the group. He was a muscular man with a burly build. His face wasn't exactly handsome, but it wasn't ugly either. There was a scar near his eye that looked like it had been scratched by a wild animal. Although this person is young, he gives off a rather fierce feeling, making him seem like someone not to be trifled with at first glance. Behind this person, Xiao Li also saw a familiar figure with a slightly plump build. That person was the same student he had beaten up earlier, but the bruises on his face had disappeared, and he seemed to have recovered. The leader is called Zhao Hu, and he's ranked 5th in terms of strength among the students in the academy, Xiao Xiao said softly. Xiao Li nodded, but his expression remained unchanged. He even killed Chun She, who was ranked 1st, so he really didn't care about the 5th-ranked player. At this moment, Zhao Hu stepped forward, walked up to Xiao Li, grinned, and said, "Brother, could you please let go of our goddess Xiao Zhao's hand for a moment?" Although he was smiling, a dangerous glint flashed in his eyes as he spoke. "Cannot," Xiao Li said calmly, not only without letting go of Xiao Zhao's hand, but also raising their intertwined hands and kissing Xiao Zhao's snow-white hand. This action was practically a provocation, and many people's expressions changed drastically, their eyes instantly turning red. Their goddess was already being held by this man, and now he's even kissed her smooth, snow-white hand. At this moment, they were almost driven mad with jealousy, and their gazes toward Xiao Li became increasingly fierce. Zhao Hu's face darkened even more. Suddenly, a ferocious aura, like that of a wild beast, erupted from his body. His cultivation level had actually reached the peak of the 6th rank, and he even had 1 foot in the 7th rank. Chapter 175, A Tiger Among Sheep. "Kid, you've got guts." Zhao Hu's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he spoke in a low voice. He twisted his hand bones, making a series of cracking sounds. Without warning, a punch slammed into the hand that was holding Xiao Zhao's hand. Upon seeing this, Xiao Zhao's pretty face immediately turned cold as ice. She took a few light steps and was about to block Xiao Li's way. But before she could make a move, Xiao Li pulled her behind him, released her hand, and raised his own to meet the incoming fist with a punch of his own. The moment he threw the punch, Xiao Li directly used the power of the Thunder Fist and the thunder-breathing gauntlets, and his fist was instantly enveloped by a mecha that looked like something out of a science fiction movie. At the same time, terrifying lightning crackled and leaped above it. Boom! The two fists collided, instantly unleashing a deafening roar. The initiative was seen stumbling backward several steps. In contrast, Xiao Li stood still, completely motionless. This scene immediately left many people with expressions of disbelief. Especially the slightly chubby student who had been beaten by Xiao Li earlier, now had a bead of cold sweat on his forehead, and was shocked. No way, even Zhao Hu isn't a match for this guy. Zhao Hu steadied himself, raised his head, and his expression immediately became much more serious. I underestimated you. No wonder you dared to be so arrogant. It turns out you do have some skill. Xiao Xiao said coldly. Zhao Hu, what are you doing? Don't you know that private fights are prohibited within the academy? Upon hearing this, Zhao Hu grinned and said, this person isn't from our academy. I now have reason to suspect that he has ulterior motives for coming to my college. So taking him down now doesn't violate the rules. Xiao Xiao, you'd better not get involved in this. This is a matter between us men. Xiao Xiao's gaze was icy as she moved to stand in front of Xiao Li. Her white dress and hair moved without wind, and she exuded a chilling aura. The temperature in the surrounding air immediately dropped by more than 10 degrees, as if it had entered the dead of winter. Do you even believe such a lame excuse? If you want to fight, just say so. I'll fight you. Xiao Zhao's words immediately made Zhao Hu's breath catch in his throat. Xiao Zhao's current cultivation level has reached the 7th level, ranking 3rd in the Azure Dragon Academy. He's no match for her at all. If he really fought Xiao Xiao, he would undoubtedly lose. Zhao Hu turned his gaze to Xiao Li and said sarcastically, Kid, you're not planning to hide behind a woman, are you? Xiao Li ignored Zhao Hu's words. Looking at the stunningly beautiful figure in front of him, memories of his childhood involuntarily surfaced in his mind, protecting him with her petite body. Even today, Xiao Zhao's subconscious habit remains unchanged. Xiao Li reached out and gently placed his hand on Xiao Zhao's fragrant shoulder, saying, Sister Xiao, leave this to me. You go wait over there for a while. I'll take care of them soon. Xiao Xiao turned her head, hesitated for a moment, and said, Xiao Li, are you okay by yourself? Xiao Li smiled slightly. Don't worry, just watch from the sidelines, and I'll show you my current strength. I told you before that I would protect you from now on, so trust me. Looking at Xiao Li's confident expression, Xiao Xiao did not doubt the truthfulness of his words. She knew her younger brother well, and knew he would never do something he wasn't sure of just to show off. She pursed her red lips slightly and nodded gently, saying, Okay, then be careful. Xiao Li replied. Soon Xiao Xiao turned and walked out of the square. Wherever she went, the people surrounding her made way for her with admiring expressions. Xiao Xiao stopped only after reaching a higher point outside the square, her beautiful eyes focused on the situation inside the square. After Xiao Xiao had walked away, Xiao Li turned around. His gaze swept calmly over the hundreds of students in the square, a cold smile curving his lips. He beckoned to them with his finger and said, I don't want to waste time. You can all come at me at once. I still need to go eat after this. Everyone was immediately enraged. That's too arrogant. Who does he think he is, daring to take on all of us by himself? What a show-off he is. He thinks he's invincible just because he repelled Zhao Hu once. You still want to eat? We'll give you a taste of our fists later. Brothers, let's go. Let's gang up on him and teach him a lesson. These people roared and unleashed powerful spiritual energy fluctuations as they charged towards Xiao Li. Judging from this, they're really going to gang up on Xiao Li. Xiao Xiao, who was outside the square, saw this scene, and her pretty face changed slightly, her jade hands clenching together nervously. She had only heard Xiao Li mention that Chun Che had died at his hands, but she had never actually seen Xiao Li make a move. I don't know his true strength. Even though she had confidence in Xiao Li, seeing so many people attacking him still made her worry for him. At this moment, Xiao Li stood still in the square. As he watched those menacing people rushing towards him, he closed his eyes slightly, until the moment their attacks were about to hit him, when he suddenly opened his eyes. The next instant, a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket suddenly erupted from his body. A set of imposing thunder armor instantly covered his entire body, including his hands which were wearing boxing gloves. Xiao Li raised his fist and slammed it hard into the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, a violent burst of lightning suddenly erupted from Xiao Li's center. The next moment, all those who were attacking him were sent flying backward, crashing down on the people rushing towards them. Xiao Li, on the other hand, suddenly charged out like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. With a single punch thrown in the most crowded area, the terrifying force sent several people flying backward, coughing up blood. Then, his figure shifted, and he appeared in front of a student who was not weak. Before the student could react, he covered his face with a large hand, grabbed his head, and slammed it hard to the ground. With a loud bang, the student's head was immediately slapped so hard it was dizzy and bleeding profusely. He lay on the ground for a long time, unable to get up. Without pausing, Xiao Li's body was enveloped in lightning, and his supernatural abilities, such as lightning flash and physical enhancement, were activated one after another. He transformed into a tiger charging into a flock of sheep, launching a frenzied attack on the trainees. Don't be afraid. He's alone and won't last long. Attack together. Zhao Hu shouted into the crowd, then led the charge, his fists flashing with golden light, and suddenly punched Xiao Li in the back, who had no time to dodge. Before he could even show a look of joy, a loud clang was heard, and the powerful punch was actually blocked by Xiao Li's thunder armor. Xiao Li was completely unharmed after taking that heavy punch, and retaliated by slapping Zhao Hu across the face. Smack! Ah! Zhao Hu was hit hard by a large blow, and he was sent flying. Half of his face immediately swelled up, and several of his teeth were knocked out. The attacks from the others had no effect on Xiao Li either, as they were all blocked and absorbed by the thunder armor. Xiao Li's offensive did not stop. Instead, it became even more ferocious. In an instant, screams and wails filled the crowd. Chapter 176, Severe Beating. With Xiao Li's current strength, coupled with the thunder-breathing gauntlets, he would find it difficult to find an opponent below the 7th rank. Unless he encounters a level 6 ability user of SS rank or higher, he can basically kill anyone below level 7 indiscriminately. Moreover, even a 6th tier SS level ability user can only contend with him for a period of time at most, and is still no match for him. Of the hundreds of people surrounding Xiao Li, Zhao Hu was the strongest. However, his cultivation level still hasn't reached the true 7th rank. Moreover, although his superpower attack power is indeed comparable to SS level as Xiao Xiao said, it is far inferior in other aspects. In terms of offensive power, Xiao Li's Annihilation Divine Lightning is definitely among the top-tier abilities, even among SSS level abilities. Thunder is one of the most domineering forces in the world, and its destructive power is unparalleled. Zhao Hu's special ability might be very effective against others, but it's nothing compared to Xiao Li. At this moment, Xiao Li was surrounded by hundreds of people, but it was not him who was being beaten, but those hundreds of people. Every punch and kick he threw sent several people flying, causing them to cough up blood repeatedly. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people had already fallen to the ground. None of these hundreds of people could stop Xiao Li. Slapped to the ground by Xiao Li, he got up again. The cheek that was slapped was still swollen, which showed that Xiao Li hadn't held back at all when he slapped her. You bastard, I don't believe this kid is really that strong. He stared fiercely at Xiao Li, then spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and cursed. However, because Xiao Li had knocked out a few of his teeth, his speech was a bit slurred, which made it sound rather comical. The gold-shattering knife. Zhao Hu roared, and a powerful golden spiritual energy suddenly surged from his body, which quickly condensed into a large golden sword in front of him. The blade exudes an extremely sharp aura, so sharp that just looking at it makes one's eyes sting. Cut! With a wave of his hand, Zhao Hu sent the golden broadsword flying out with a whoosh as it slashed toward Xiao Li's back. The broadsword made a sound as it sliced through the air in midair, its sharpness unmistakable. As Xiao Li was moving through the crowd as if it were none of his own, he suddenly felt a sharp gust of wind coming from behind him. Without turning his head, he suddenly conjured a thunder blade in his hand and slashed it backward. Court death. Zhao Hu grinned maliciously. This was his most lethal move. Even a level 7 ability user would have difficulty withstanding it. Xiao Li's carelessness is simply suicidal. But the next moment, a clang rang out. The golden broadsword was sent flying the moment it made contact with the thunder blade. Zhao Hu's pupils suddenly contracted. He quickly used his mind to stabilize the broadsword in midair, but his expression changed the next second. He was horrified to discover that the blade of his shattered gold knife had been chipped in the collision. The thunderblade in Xiao Li's hand was completely undamaged. This scene is a complete slap in the face. Are you kidding me? Zhao Hu's face twitched. Break his knife like this? Just who is this kid? How can he be so strong? Zhao Hu gritted his teeth, feeling somewhat unwilling. Xiao Li's strength far exceeded his expectations. Judging from Xiao Li's appearance, he is at most around 20 years old, so he shouldn't be that strong. But who could have imagined that he would be so monstrous? Just as he was standing there thinking, he suddenly felt a piercing gaze fall on him. When he came to his senses, he realized that Xiao Li had been looking at him at some point. Zhao Hu's expression changed, and he realized something was wrong. He hurriedly urged the broken gold blade, which already had a nick, to slash at Xiao Li again, while he himself flew backward, intending to hide in the crowd. Xiao Li caught a glimpse of this scene and gave a cold smile. He raised his thunderblade and slashed the flying gold-shattering blade away. Then, he transformed into a streak of lightning and flew out. instantly appearing in front of Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu was greatly alarmed. Before he could react, Xiao Li raised his hand and slapped him hard across the other side of his face. Smack! Oh! Zhao Hu screamed and was knocked to the ground again. The other side of his face was also swollen up, perfectly matching the side of his face that had been slapped earlier. Xiao Li didn't stop. He ignored everyone else around him and started attacking Zhao Hu relentlessly. Bang! Bang! Crack! Boom! A series of sounds of flesh colliding rang out as Zhao Hu was being punched and kicked by Xiao Li. Like a ball, Xiao Li hit him from left to right, from the ground to the air, and then from the air back to the ground. Zhao Hu kept wailing and howling like a ghost. His cries were incredibly pitiful. The people surrounding Xiao Li were all stunned at this moment. They stared blankly at the scene of Zhao Hu being brutally beaten, feeling a dryness in their throats and involuntarily swallowing. Someone immediately suggested, maybe we should just give up and not mess with this guy. His proposal quickly garnered support from many people. Yes, I agree. We can't afford to mess with him. This guy is too strong. Zhao Hu was completely humiliated. It's too tragic. Yeah, we've been fighting for ages, and it's our people getting beaten up, but he's completely unharmed. We can't beat him at all. Seeing Zhao Hu get beaten up, they all started to have second thoughts. If it's a closely fought battle, they can grit their teeth and keep fighting. Right now, Chun Chun is basically being abused, and nobody wants to become the next Zhao Hu, so it's best to make a quick getaway. While beating Zhao Hu, Xiao Li suddenly noticed out of the corner of his eye that the people in the square were gradually backing away, showing signs of leaving. He couldn't help but sneer. Trying to run? Too late. I'm the one in charge here now. He suddenly kicked Zhao Hu away, then charged back into the crowd, beginning a one-sided crushing assault. Immediately erupted in the square. A few minutes later, Xiao Li stood in the center of the square. At this moment, none of the hundreds of students around him could stand up. They were all lying on the ground, unable to get up. These people were like lambs to the slaughter in front of Xiao Li, and were instantly killed without any power to resist. However, this is not because they are too weak, but because Xiao Li is too strong. As students of the Azure Dragon Academy, these people are definitely outstanding among their peers. It's just a pity that they encountered Xiao Li, a man who carries a system cheat code with him wherever he goes. So all I can do is suffer. Chapter 177 Chun Shinji arrives. At this moment, lying in front of Xiao Li was a student with a bruised and swollen face, dark circles under his eyes, and an obese body who had already fainted. This student was the slightly chubby student who had been beaten by Xiao Li before. However, after being severely beaten by Xiao Li, he has successfully gained even more weight. As for why Xiao Li took such good care of him, there was of course a reason. He and Xiao had only been out for such a short time. How could they have been surrounded by Zhao Hu and hundreds of men so quickly? It takes time to gather hundreds of students for a fight. It's obvious that someone made preparations in advance, which is why this happened. When he spotted the student in the crowd, he immediately realized that this kid was the culprit. Because he had asked this kid for directions beforehand, and only he knew in advance that he had met with Xiao. This whole thing was most likely started by this kid. So how could Xiao Li not give him special treatment? At this moment, Xiao, who was outside the square, saw that the battle was over, so she walked down from the high place and walked back into the square to Xiao Li's side. She looked at Xiao Li with sparkling eyes and praised him generously. I never imagined my Xiao Li would be this strong now. Hundreds of students are no match for you. You're amazing. She had seen everything that had just happened and was greatly surprised by her beloved younger brother's current strength. Xiao Li smiled slightly. What he was showing now was not yet the whole picture. These students are not bad, but they are not qualified to force him to use his full strength. He was just about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distance, flying rapidly towards them. In the blink of an eye, the figure had already appeared in mid-air in the square. Xiao Li looked up and saw that the person who came was a man who looked to be around 30 years old and had a gentle and refined temperament. The man had long hair and wore a white robe, resembling an ancient scholar. Xiao Li recognized who it was at a glance. Because he had seen this person before, it was none other than Chun Shinji, the current dean of the Azure Dragon Academy. He is also one of the pursuers of his long-cherished wish. What's going on here? After Chun Shinji arrived, his gaze swept down, and he saw a group of students lying on the ground with bruises and swelling on their faces. He immediately frowned and asked. Upon seeing their dean arrive, many of the students immediately scrambled to their feet, tears streaming down their faces, and pointed at Xiao Li, accusing him of being the villain who would falsely accuse them. Dean, it was him. He's the one who beat us all. This man is despicable. He injured so many of us. You must arrest him. Chun Xinji looked in the direction he was pointing and soon saw Xiao Xiao and Xiao Li. When he saw Xiao Li's appearance, he was stunned for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. He turned his head, looked at the student who had spoken, and suddenly said expressionlessly, "Tell me the whole story. What exactly happened?" The student froze for a moment. What's the background? What is he supposed to say? Could it be that they gathered a group of people to deal with Xiao Li and Xiao Xiao because they were jealous of their close relationship, but ended up getting brutally defeated instead? If we say this out loud, they'll definitely be the ones getting criticized. He quickly made up a story. Here's the thing, Dean. We discovered that this kid sneaked into our academy all by himself, and he even injured one of our students as soon as he arrived. It's obvious that he has ulterior motives towards our academy. So, under the guidance of senior student Zhao Hu, we prepared to come and find this person to give him an explanation. I never expected him to start a fight without warning and beat us all up. Look what we've been beaten up like this, especially senior Zhao Hu and junior Liang. He almost beat them to death. Dean, you must stand up for us. He spoke with such passion and eloquence that anyone who didn't know the truth would probably believe him. Oh, is that really the case? Chun Xinji turned his gaze back to Xiao Li and asked in a neutral tone. Before Xiao Li could speak, Xiao Xiao stepped forward, shielding him behind her, and then said to Chun Xinji, "Dean, things are not as he said. Xiao Li is not a bad person. These people suddenly appeared and blocked Xiao Li's and my path. They were the ones who attacked Xiao Li first." The student immediately argued, We attacked first, but it was for Xiao Zhao's safety. You were right next to him at the time, and he even grabbed your hand. We thought you were being controlled by him, so we acted first, right everyone? The student then asked the others. Right, that's right. His words immediately garnered support from many people. Although they all knew this guy was talking nonsense, how could they admit it now? Rather than being punished together, it's better to talk nonsense together. Xiao Xiao frowned as she listened to these people's words, and was about to speak again, but Xiao Li behind her grabbed her hand. Xiao Xiao turned her head, and saw Xiao Li shaking his head at her, saying, "Sister Xiao, there's no need for so much explanation, right, Dean Chin?" Upon hearing this, Chun Xinji's face immediately showed a rather gentle smile. Yes, there's no need to explain so much. He turned to look at the students who were speaking, his gaze suddenly turning sharp, and demanded, "You say he has ulterior motives, but do you know who he is?" Everyone was speechless. To be honest, they really didn't know who Xiao Li was. They only attacked Xiao Li because of Xiao Zhao's situation. They didn't even know Xiao Li's name. Chun Xinji snorted and said, "I'll tell you, his name is Xiao Li. Don't tell me you've never heard of this name." Chun Xinji's words immediately stunned everyone in the square except for Xiao Li and Xiao Xiao. The name Xiao Li is not just something you've heard of, it's practically legendary. He recently awakened an SSS level talent ability, becoming the second SSS level ability user in the history of the Great Xia dynasty, and is highly valued by the country. Moreover, he declined the invitation personally extended by the Dean of Azure Dragon Academy, and chose to go to Phoenix Academy instead. This incident alone is enough to make everyone in the academy remember him. Many people turned pale instantly, their mouths twitched, and they were internally screaming, "Holy crap! Damn it, being too clever for one's own good has backfired." Seeing their expressions, Chun Xinji said coldly, "Now do you realize how ridiculous your words were? Xiao Li even refused my invitation. Do you think he has any ill intentions towards our academy?" All the students lowered their heads and dared not speak. At this moment, Xiao Li suddenly said in a rather kind manner, "Dean Chun, they were just jealous and resentful because they saw how close my sister and I were, which is why they gathered so many people to surround me. These are all understandable reasons, so please don't punish them too severely. Just deduct all their academic credits, resources, and rewards, and then give them a few months of intensive training or something." Chapter 178, Letting Go. The students were somewhat surprised when they heard the first half of Xiao Li's sentence. They were surprised that Xiao Li would be so kind as to plead for them, and they couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude and guilt. But when they heard the second half of Xiao Li's sentence, their faces immediately darkened. Deduct all academic credits? Devil training? Is this what they call not punishing people too harshly? Is this even human language? Indeed, there are no good people in the world who repay evil with kindness. There is only the wickedness of society. Even Chun Xinji's lips twitched after hearing Xiao Li's suggestion. When it comes to being sarcastic, I doubt many people can compare to you, kid. I was wondering why the mountain was bald. Turns out you've taken all the bamboo shoots. Why don't you just tell me to fire them? However, these brats really deserve to be punished. Why did they have to go after Xiao Li instead of someone else? And they even dared to team up to try and get away with it. He shouted in exasperation. All of you, go find instructor Yin Li now and receive your punishment. Anyone who dares not to go will be punished, as Xiao Li said. All the students immediately wailed in pain. No, Dean. We were wrong. However, Chun Xinji showed no mercy, saying, anyone who doesn't report to Yin Li within 3 minutes will receive the same punishment. The students' expressions changed drastically, and they all rushed out of the square as fast as they could. Someone even thoughtfully carried Zhao Hu, who had been beaten unconscious, and the fat student away. Share the beatings and the punishments. No one can be left out. After all the students had left, Chun Xinji landed in front of Xiao Li and the other person. He looked at Xiao Li and smiled. Yin Li is one of the top-level instructors at our Azure Dragon Academy. As his name suggests, he is known for his strictness. These brats will be tortured to death in his hands. Consider it a lesson for them. Are you satisfied with how he handled them? Xiao Li shrugged. He didn't care. He was just joking. He had already given these people a good beating, and they had vented their anger long ago. Chun Xinji glanced at Xiao Xiao beside Xiao Li and said, after hearing about the Chun family's situation, I knew you would come looking for your sister, but I didn't expect you to come so soon. He had just received news that the Chin family, one of the 5 great families of supernatural abilities, had been collectively sent to the border because of Xiao Li's matter. Moreover, the vast Chin family manor was reduced to ruins, and the Chun family patriarch was defeated by Su Xian. He was absolutely shocked when he received these messages. First, his strength shocked Su Xian. Since he and Long Zhantian joined forces to fight Su Xian, Su Xian has actually become this strong. Peak 10th tier experts, the old monster Chen Shan, the patriarch of the Chin family, was considered to be of above-average strength. Unexpectedly, he was defeated by Su Xian. If he and Long Zhantian were to face Su Xian again, they probably wouldn't even last 10 rounds. Secondly, it was shocking that the Chen family was so audacious as to attempt to harm Xiao Li. Like trying to find shit by holding a lantern in the toilet? Name has once again become a hot topic of discussion among the upper echelons and powerful circles of the Great Xia dynasty, following his awakening of his superpowers. This has sounded an alarm in the hearts of many. Messing with Xiao Li are already clear. The fate of the Chin family is the best example. One of the 5 great families with supernatural abilities, gone just like that, is an unbearable price for any power. Chun Xinji said, to be honest, Chen Che is still a student of my Azure Dragon Academy. I have to apologize to you for what he did this time. Xiao Li shook his head. This is none of your business. I can still distinguish right from wrong very clearly. He did this to Chen Che entirely out of his own selfish motives. And of course, he had no idea whether there were any other members of the Chin family involved. But none of that matters anymore. Chen Che is dead, and the Chin family has been sent to the border as cannon fodder. As for the Azure Dragon Academy, they are not to blame at all. Chun Xinji smiled and nodded, not saying much more about the topic. He then pointed to the vast and magnificent Azure Dragon Academy and asked with a smile, so what do you think of our Azure Dragon Academy? Xiao Li thought for a moment and replied quite frankly, not bad. It exceeded my expectations. Chun Xinji rubbed his hands together and asked with some anticipation, then, would you be interested in considering switching academies or something? Xiao Li refused without hesitation, saying, I'm not interested. Although Phoenix Academy is not as good as Azure Dragon Academy, I'm quite happy there. Chun Xinji, unwilling to give up, said, Azure Dragon Academy is really great. As long as you're willing to come, all the training facilities here will be open to you for free, and resources will be heavily allocated to you. Besides, your sister Xiao Xiao is here too. Wouldn't it be great if you 2 siblings cultivated together? You wouldn't have to go years without seeing each other. Xiao Xiao, standing to the side, blinked slightly but didn't say anything. Now that she has the Phoenix ring given to her by Xiao Li, she no longer needs to worry about not being able to meet him in the future. Therefore, it doesn't really matter to her which academy Xiao Li attends. Xiao Li said speechlessly, Dean Shun, you're trying to poach someone while Su Xian is away. Aren't you afraid she'll come knocking on your door later? Chun Xinji's expression froze for a moment, and he quickly coughed to cover his embarrassment. Ahem, I was just asking casually, just pretend you didn't hear anything. Well, you 2 siblings have just met, you must have a lot to talk about, so I'll be leaving now and won't disturb your reunion. Xiao Li said, then Dean Shun, please take care. Chun Xinji nodded, and his figure swiftly soared into the air. But just as he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped, turned his head, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "It's clear she's serious about you, so I hope you'll treat her well too and not let her down." Xiaoli glanced at Chen Xinji and finally nodded, saying, "Don't worry, I will." Chen Xinji nodded slightly, then sighed heavily in his heart, but at the same time felt exceptionally relaxed. He stopped moving and transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into the distance. At this moment, Chen Xinji finally truly let go of his long-cherished desires. Perhaps loving someone means being able to see them happy, even if the person beside them isn't you. That's enough. Letting go is also an option. Watching Chen Xinji leave, Xiaoli withdrew his gaze and took Xiao Zhao's hand, smiling as he said, "Let's go." Chapter 179, Everything is Understood Without Words. After leaving Songlong Academy, Xiao Li and Xiao Xiao had dinner together at a pretty nice restaurant in Beijing. I must say that the restaurant Xiao Xiao recommended was really good. The taste was absolutely amazing. Even Xiao Li, a master chef, praised the food highly. Moreover, the meat he used was from high-level mutated beasts, which allowed his physical enhancement abilities to be fully utilized, resulting in a significant improvement in his physical attributes. Xiao Xiao ate relatively little, spending most of her time resting her chin on her hand, smiling and watching Xiaoli wolf down his food with a doting gaze. At night, a bright full moon hangs high in the sky. The full moon cast its light, illuminating the clear river water and creating a silvery ripple effect. It also cast a shimmering glow on the young couple standing by the river. The two strolled along the riverbank, enjoying the night view. A gentle breeze swept by, lifting the boy's clothes and ruffling the girl's skirt and hair. The girl reached out her delicate hand and gently tucked the stray strands of hair that had been blown across her forehead behind her ear. The boy turned his head slightly to look at the girl. Feeling the boy's gaze, the girl couldn't help but look up at him. Her eyes, as bright and clear as autumn water, were breathtakingly beautiful. The girl gave him a captivating smile, like a blooming lotus. A surge of intense emotion welled up within Xiaoli. Bathed in moonlight, the girl's exquisite face reflected a pure white glow, and the gentle breeze that blew her skirt and hair added to her ethereal beauty. The girl at that moment was truly breathtakingly beautiful. "Sister Xiao, you are so beautiful," Xiaoli exclaimed from the bottom of her heart. Xiao Zhao's beauty truly has an ethereal quality. Even after watching it countless times, it still gives people the same amazing feeling as when they first saw it. Xiao Xiao smiled faintly and asked, "Then, does Xiaoli like it?" Without hesitation, Xiaoli replied, "Of course I like it." Xiao Xiao felt a sweet warmth in her heart and stopped in her tracks. Then she reached out her delicate hand and wrapped it around Xiao Li's waist, throwing herself into his arms. Xiao Li also reached out and hugged her tightly. Under the moonlight, their bodies were pressed tightly together, inseparable. At this moment, everything is understood without words. "Xiaoli, will you come for walks like this with me more often in the future?" Xiao Xiao stepped out of Xiao Li's arms, her beautiful eyes gazing at his handsome face, and whispered. Xiao Li smiled slightly, took her hand, intertwined their fingers, and led her forward into the distance. A boy's voice could be faintly heard in the breeze. "Good." After sending Xiao Xiao back to Songlong Academy, Xiao Li went straight back to the high-end hotel he had booked earlier. Xiao Li booked the presidential suite at this hotel, which was more than enough for him, Suya and Murongyu. However, the price isn't cheap. A night stay costs 200,000 to 300,000. This amount of money might be a year's or even several years' income for an ordinary person, but for Xiao Li, it was just pocket money. In the words of Xiao Li's father, the Xiao family was so poor that all they had left was money. Xiao Lihua wouldn't feel bad no matter how much he spent. The little he spent might not even be as much as his cheapskate father earns in 10 minutes. When Xiao Li opened the door, he found Murongyu sitting alone in the living room. The faint sound of water could be heard coming from the direction of the bathroom, which meant that Su Xian was taking a shower. When Murongyu saw Xiao Li return, she quickly stood up and said, "Mr. Xiao Li, you're back." Xiao Li nodded, and seeing her serious expression, couldn't help but say, "Don't keep such a stern face. Also, when you call me, don't use sir or you in your tone. It sounds really awkward. Just call me by my name." "Yes." Murongyu replied readily. Xiao Li immediately covered his face. "Did you really listen to that? It's getting late. You should get some rest if you have nothing else to do," Xiao Li said. Murongyu thought for a moment, then said, "Okay, you can call me anytime if you need anything." After Xiao Li nodded, She turned and walked towards one of the bedrooms. She was sitting here waiting for Xiao Li because she was worried about him being gone for so long. Now that Xiao Li is back, she can finally get some rest. After Morong Yu closed the door, Xiao Li sat down on the sofa in the living room. Listening to the sound of running water coming from the bathroom, Xiao Li slowly closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the system space. As soon as Xiao Li entered the system space, he saw a large red gift box placed on the ground. He was very familiar with this gift box because he had opened it more than once before. This is a mystery gift package. You can only obtain it if the goddess you are bound to in the system has a 100% affinity with you. And this is the gift I received after binding with Xiao Xiao today. The mystery gift pack is guaranteed to contain only valuable items, unlike the lottery wheel where you might get junk. However, Xiao Li didn't rush to open the mysterious gift pack. Instead, he first opened his personal panel and checked his own attributes. Host, Xiao Li. Realm, Level 3, Beginner. Strength, 4,680. Defense, 4,251. Agility, 4,032. The following goddesses have been linked to Su Xian, Xiao Xiao, Lin Yuner, Suya, Zhang Mingchin, Lu Mei, Zhao Minor, Zhao Xinyue, Xiaoying, Mu Yi, Mu Xinxin, Lu Qianqian, Morong Yu. Awakened ability, SSS rank, Annihilation Divine Thunder. Tier 1 ability skills, Lightning Strike, Lightning Explosion, Lightning Flash. Second tier special abilities, Thunder Fist, Destruction Ray, Thunder Extreme. Tier 3 ability skills, Thunder Armor, Thunderblade. First form of the 9 judgments, Thunder's Lament. Grade A physical enhancement, ability skill, omitted. Unranked superpower, talent enhancement. Points, 950. Xiao Li scanned the panel one by one. After not looking at it for a while, the overall changes in his personal panel were quite significant. First, his physical three-dimensional attributes all improved significantly. Then, the number of goddesses bound to the account is increasing, and the points will soon break 1,000. These points weren't easy to accumulate. They were earned by winning over one goddess after another. The importance of points is self-evident. I need to work even harder in the future. Xiao Li closed his personal panel and turned his attention back to the mysterious gift pack. I wonder what good stuff they'll give me this time. Xiao Li thought with some anticipation, and then couldn't wait to speak. System, open the mystery gift pack. Soon, the system's adorable lowly voice came out. Yes, master, the mystery gift package has been opened. Xiao Li saw the large red gift box in front of him slowly open, and a dazzling golden light shot out from the gap in the gift box. Xiao Li narrowed his eyes. Soon, the gift box was fully opened, and at the same time, the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations, master. You have obtained. Chapter 180 Superpower Fusion, a choice? Congratulations, master, on obtaining the SSS level supernatural ability, the Undying Dragon Body. When the system voice sounded, Xiao Li was stunned. But what followed was a huge surprise. Holy crap, they've actually unlocked a second SSS level ability? He never expected to obtain this second SSS level superpower so quickly. He had even considered using his accumulated points of 1,000 to exchange for a second SSS level ability. Who would have thought that someone would bring you a pillow the moment you start to doze off? The SSS level Annihilation Divine Lightning alone already made his strength extremely abnormal. Now that another one has appeared, how powerful will his strength become? Is this setting him on a path of unstoppable cheating? Xiao Li was quite excited and couldn't wait to check out his newly acquired SSS level superpower. But before he could even check, the system voice suddenly rang out again. Master, you're so lucky. The special ability you've unlocked this time is quite unique. Special? Xiao Li asked with a hint of doubt. What's so special about it? The new ability your master has acquired resonates with your currently awakened A-rank evolvable ability. Physical enhancement. You currently have two options. One is to directly awaken the SSS level ability, Undying Dragon Body. Secondly, the Undying Dragon Body can be fused with physical enhancement to create a new superpower. Which method would you like to choose, master? Integration. Superpowers can actually be fused together? Xiao Li's eyes widened immediately. This was truly the first time he had ever known that superpowers could be used in this way. It completely overturned his understanding of the world. After all, in the world of superpowers, the superpowers that each person awakens will accompany their owner for life, and there is basically no possibility of them changing. This is a law, an ironclad rule. But this system really was hacked. No ironclad laws or principles exist before it. It can do exactly what you think is absolutely impossible. That's terrifying. However, Xiaoli quickly asked with some doubt, how can this new superpower resonate with physical enhancement? One is SSS level, and the other is only A level. They're completely unrelated. The system responded to his question quickly. That's right, Master. Although your physical enhancement ability is only A rank, its evolvable nature determines its extremely high potential for the future. Since both the undying dragon body and physical enhancement belong to the physical type of superpower, they can resonate and merge. I see. After hearing this, Xiaoli suddenly realized that what he said did make some sense. The ability to enhance the physical body is an evolving characteristic, meaning that this superpower can continue to evolve in the future, and SSS level is definitely not its limit. The undying dragon body is awesome, but its SSS level quality is fixed and cannot be improved further in the future. But if the two can really be combined, what kind of new superpower will be created? Is there a risk of failure in fusing superpowers? Xiaoli asked again. Failure is not an option. Success is guaranteed. The system gave an affirmative answer. Before Xiaoli could even feel happy, the system said another thing. Master, although the success rate of fusing abilities is 100%, the resulting ability is uncertain. Although the two superpowers resonated with each other, there was still a possibility of conflict during fusion. While the fusion would still be successful, the resulting superpower might not necessarily be stronger than the original. Also, Master, you can only fuse abilities while the new ability is still unawakened. Otherwise, once the new ability awakens within you, it will be impossible to fuse with it. Xiaoli felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. He understood the meaning behind the system's words. Therefore, whether or not to integrate is a question he needs to consider carefully. These two abilities are not simple. One is a precious SSS level ability, and the other is an evolutionary ability with extremely high potential. No one knows what the result of the fusion will be. It's possible that if these two are combined, it could end up as a useless superpower. That would mean he would lose two extremely precious superpowers at the same time. This risk is extremely high. Spin without thinking it through. Xiaoli frowned and fell into deep thought. If he chooses not to merge now, he can acquire a second SSS level ability without any risk, and his physical enhancement will continue. However, if they merge, there is a possibility that he will develop a more powerful ability than he ever expected, but there is also a chance that it will become a useless ability. Moreover, the probability of this happening is unknown. The probability of success may be 90%, but it could also be only 20%, or even 10%. Directly awakening a second SSS level ability is probably the safest option. If you try to fuse it and it fails, the loss would be enormous. Xiaoli was somewhat hesitant and couldn't make up his mind after thinking for a long time. This was not an easy choice for him. After a long while, he finally sighed. Maybe we shouldn't merge them. Gamblers always end up with nothing. Faced with this gamble that required paying a huge price, Xiaoli still backed down. Wouldn't it be better to just get an SSS level superpower? If you insist on causing trouble, you'll end up losing your SSS level ability and an evolving ability for nothing. It's not worth it. If you don't gamble, then you won't lose. Although Xiaoli thought this way, a sense of resentment rose in his heart. A great opportunity is presented to me. Should I really just give it up? Looking back later, will I regret my decision to back down today? You only get one chance. If you miss it, you might not get another one. Giving up is certainly the safest option, but is it really the decision you truly want to make? Xiaoli suddenly recalled the time when he was first reborn into this world. He had set goals for himself back then. He once said that he wanted to see all the beautiful women in the world, and he also said that he wanted to stand at the pinnacle of this world and pursue the limits of superpowers. Today may be an opportunity to get closer to that limit. If I choose to give up, wouldn't that be going against my original intention? With this thought in mind, Xiaoli's gaze suddenly turned serious. When did I become so timid and hesitant? Having been given a second chance at life, I realized that I had lost everything in the past, and even this life of mine was a gift from heaven. So what if we fail? As long as the system exists, there will be no real defeat. If that's the case, what's there to be cowardly about? Come on, let's take a gamble. Gamblers aren't necessarily left with nothing. They can have everything they want. Take a gamble, and your bicycle might turn into a motorcycle. As if he had made up his mind, Xiaoli gave himself no chance to back out and suddenly shouted. System, fuse with superpowers. All right, Master. Let's begin fusing your powers. Chapter 181 SSS Plus. as the system's adorable lowly voice rang out. The next moment, Xiaoli felt an extremely special power suddenly appear in his body. This power surged and emanated a powerful aura, with faint dragon roars emanating from within. It gives you a feeling of unease after hearing it. But soon, this power began to surge wildly through his body like a runaway horse, as if searching for something. It would appear on his chest for a moment, but in the blink of an eye it would jump to his arm, and even occasionally it would jump up to his throat, almost coming out of Xiaoli's mouth. It choked him so much he kept coughing. Finally, the force gradually subsided as it surged to the lower abdomen. At that very moment, Xiaoli also clearly sensed that where this power lingered, another unique power was slowly emerging. This power was always hidden within his body, and was usually undetectable. It seems this is another of his superpowers, physical enhancement. Sensing what was happening within his body, Xiaoli murmured in surprise, as if discovering a new continent. So this is how the superpowers awakened by superhumans exist. They are like a source of power, hidden within a person's body. Whenever the owner needs them, they can be activated with spiritual energy to unleash their power. Perhaps this relates to some of the mysteries of superpowered individuals. Xiaoli pondered thoughtfully, and just as he was pondering, the power that had been drawn out finally emerged completely. At the same time, the two forces began to move slowly, as if drawn together, and finally came into contact. Buzz! A buzzing sound suddenly rang out, and the two forces seemed to be repelled the moment they came into contact, causing their surfaces to become extremely unstable. Less than 2 seconds later, they suddenly exploded with two loud bangs. Xiaoli's expression changed, and he couldn't help but feel nervous. But he remained relatively calm, because the system had said that the fusion was 100% successful, which should be normal. Xiaoli continued to wait patiently. Sure enough, after the two forces exploded, they formed two nebula-like substances. It contained countless tiny stars, which greatly impressed Xiaoli. This was also the first time he had ever observed the structure of superpowers up close. This superpower seems to contain a universe within it. It's incredibly mysterious. The two nebulae soon began to intertwine, with specks of light converging towards each other. Xiaoli watched all of this unfold quietly, like an observer. Before long, the two nebulae finally merged completely, forming an even larger nebula. At the very center of this nebula, a most dazzling and bright star suddenly appeared. The countless starlight in the nebula seemed to have found its source, flowing like rivers to the sea towards that star, and then all of them merged into the star. And the star grew bigger and brighter. Only after all the starlight merged into the stars did a new power emerge that replaced the two superpowers. The fusion was successful. At the same time, the system's voice also rang in Xiaoli's mind. Congratulations, Master. The fusion of supernatural abilities has been successful. Xiaoli's mood suddenly became somewhat uneasy at this moment, waiting for the final result given by the system. Although I was indeed carefree when I made up my mind, thinking that the worst that could happen was failure, so what? But when the moment actually came, he couldn't help feeling nervous. Perhaps that's just human nature. We always subconsciously don't want to lose things that are precious to us. The system didn't keep Xiaoli waiting and quickly announced the result. Master, you are truly blessed by Lady Luck. You have successfully fused with the SSS plus level evolvable ability, Chaotic Dragon Body. Phew. As soon as the system finished speaking, Xiaoli's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. It's done. It actually worked. The new superpower created by the fusion has actually broken through the upper limit of SSS level and entered a new level. You should know that there has never been an SSS plus level superpower in this world before. The strongest talent is only SSS level. Moreover, the new superpowers after the fusion also perfectly inherited the ability to enhance the physical body and evolve. This means that SSS plus is not the upper limit of this ability. It can still be improved. That's terrifying. Moreover, just by hearing the name of this superpower, you know it's not simple. Chaotic Dragon Body, Domineering. He's really won this round to the point of exhaustion. Gambling really does test a person's mental fortitude. If it fails, the entire process will be ruined. Fortunately, it worked out, so his gamble wasn't in vain. He just didn't know how powerful this SSS plus ability would be. He couldn't wait to see. Master, you can now awaken your special abilities on your own using the spiritual power within your body. The system issued a timely verbal reminder. Xiaoli then realized that his newly acquired superpower had not yet awakened. It needs to be activated actively. However, awakening is simple. He doesn't need to use an awakening crystal like he did when he first awakened his ability. The reason why ordinary people need to use awakening crystals to awaken their superpowers is because ordinary people do not possess spiritual power in their bodies. That's why you need to use awakening crystals to awaken. He only needs to directly integrate his spiritual power into this new superpower to complete the awakening. Without hesitation, Shaoli mobilized his spiritual power and rushed towards the ball of supernatural light. As the spiritual energy approached, the ball of light suddenly emitted a suction force, absorbing all the incoming spiritual energy. After absorbing a portion of Shao Li's spiritual power, the ball of light began to fade slowly, as if it had merged into Shao Li's body, and soon disappeared completely. At the same time, Shao Li could clearly feel that every inch of flesh, bones, and even internal organs in his body were becoming stronger and more powerful. It felt as if an endless stream of power was flowing through my body. The powerful feeling made Shao Li want to roar to the sky. This is absolutely awesome. However, he forced himself to suppress the pleasure, and then, with a joyful heart, eagerly opened the introduction to the abilities of the Chaos Dragon Body. Chapter 182 Chaotic Dragon Body. Chaotic Dragon Body, SSS Plus level, can evolve. A new superpower formed by the fusion of an immortal dragon body and a superpower containing a trace of chaotic energy, which can grant the owner an extremely terrifying physical body and almost inexhaustible power. Special ability, Chaotic Chi, passive skill. The primordial energy of chaos is the fundamental energy of the universe, which can be transformed into any form of energy and will never be depleted. It possesses chaotic energy, power, spiritual energy, and all other energies that will never run dry. Chaotic energy can also be attached to attacks, greatly increasing their power. Undying, passive skill. Due to the characteristics of the immortal dragon body, it cannot be completely killed. Even if only a drop of blood remains, it can be reborn from that drop of blood. Dragon's might can intimidate creatures within a certain range, reducing their strength by 20%. Dragon God's power enables the body to receive the blessing of the Dragon God's power, greatly improving overall physical fitness for a period of time. Soul-suppressing dragon roar conjures a phantom of a divine dragon that roars to the sky, causing soul shock to enemies within a certain range. At best, the enemy will be stunned. At worst, their souls will be damaged. The effects and scope are related to one's own strength. Devouring heaven and earth can absorb any substance containing energy to enhance one's physical strength. After reading all the introductions, Shao Li was stunned and couldn't recover for a long time. Shao Li didn't know how much time had passed before he suddenly snapped out of it. But the shock lingered on his face for a long time. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. Can this superpower still be called a superpower? This is beyond what words like powerful or domineering can describe. If we had to describe it, we could only use the word defying the heavens. Each of these superpowers, taken out individually, could probably kill countless people. The chaotic energy can bring him endless power. In other words, Shao Li will never be exhausted again. And its spiritual energy will never run dry. Like Shao Li's, he often had several spirit stones in his hand. While his SSS level ability was powerful, the energy consumption in each battle was also extremely high. Moreover, his cultivation level is not high, and every time he fights someone of a higher level, he easily runs out of spiritual energy. The only way to replenish it is by relying on the recovery speed of the 10 times accelerator and consuming spirit stones. But with the Chaos Chi, he no longer needs to worry about this. And this immortality property is just ridiculously overpowered. It's like giving him a cheat code to stay alive, so he won't die no matter how serious the injury he suffers. Even if your head is chopped off, or even if you are beaten into a pulp, you can still be reborn through this immortality. Unless his entire existence is completely erased, leaving not a trace, he can be said to never die again. As for the dragon's might, its meaning is quite clear. It's similar to a kind of pressure that can suppress the strength of those around it. However, this is not absolute. If the enemy is much stronger than him, this suppression may not be effective. For example, if he were to unleash his dragon might on Su Xian right now, it probably wouldn't have the slightest effect. The gap is too big. Shao Li recognized the power of the dragon god and the ability to devour the heavens and the earth at a glance. These are evolved versions of the 2 previous physical enhancement abilities, physical amplification and flesh absorption. The enhancement he receives from the power of the dragon god should be greater than the physical amplification, and its duration should be longer. The flesh of mutated beasts to enhance physical strength devouring heaven and earth, is different. Anything containing energy can be used to enhance his physical body. He can even chew on spirit stones since he has good teeth. And then there's the final soul-suppressing dragon roar, which is actually a special ability targeting the soul, and its effect seems extremely domineering. However, we'll only know how powerful it is after using it. These supernatural abilities brought Xiao Li an unparalleled shock. He had thought that the Chaos Dragon Body's abilities would be very strong, but he never expected them to be this ridiculously strong. And most importantly, it can continue to evolve. If this superpower continues to evolve in the future, what will it become? He could no longer imagine it. Is this SSS plus level? It surpasses the upper limit of SSS level abilities, a new level of power. Xiao Li couldn't help but mutter to himself. No, Master, normal SSS plus level abilities aren't that strong. The reason your ability possesses such power is because your previous, physical enhancement, ability contained a trace of chaotic energy. This wisp of chaotic energy was activated during the fusion of your supernatural abilities, resulting in a terrifying enhancement of that ability. Is there a trace of chaotic energy in that physical enhancement ability? Xiao Li was taken aback upon hearing this. However, he quickly remembered that there seemed to be such a thing in the description of the Chaos Dragon Body's superpowers that he had just seen. How come I didn't know about this before? Because this wisp of chaotic energy wouldn't normally be activated. Furthermore, the reason why the physical enhancement ability was able to evolve is also due to this wisp of chaotic energy. The primordial energy of chaos originates from the original primordial energy of the universe, possessing infinite power and potential. Xiao Li seemed to be deep in thought after hearing this. No one really knows what chaos is. Some say it's a substance, others say it's a form of energy, but no one has ever actually seen it with their own eyes. Therefore, these two words mostly represent mystery. Xiao Li didn't know much about chaos, but he knew it seemed to be related to the mystery of the origin of the universe. No wonder I've never seen another ability that can evolve, not even in the system store. So it's because of the existence of this chaotic energy that the ability to enhance the physical body is so special. However, on the other hand, this ability was something he got when he opened the newbie gift pack before he was bound to the system. At first, he thought the system was stingy, but now he realizes he misunderstood the system. The superpower containing chaotic energy is truly amazing. So generous. Give the system a thumbs up. Does my ability to help others improve their supernatural talent level also hold some secret? Xiao Li suddenly thought of the talent enhancement ability and couldn't help but ask. He thought the system would say something, but to his surprise, the system kept him in suspense. I can't tell you, Master. You'll have to find out for yourself. All right. Xiao Li didn't dwell on this matter too much. The system has too many secrets. It would be difficult for him to uncover them all. Anyway, since the item is on him, even if he doesn't actively pursue it, the truth will naturally come to light once his strength increases. There's one more thing I need to remind you, Master. Due to the unique nature of the chaotic dragon body, this ability won't grant you multiple new abilities as your cultivation level increases, unlike ordinary abilities. The user needs sufficient research and understanding of this ability to potentially learn new abilities. I see. Xiao Li nodded. He had noticed that as well. Because after the Chaos Dragon Body awakens, the number of superpowers doesn't match. His Annihilation Divine Thunder Realm, he gains 3 special abilities, and so far he has a total of 9. However, despite being an SSS plus Chaos Dragon Body, he only has 6 abilities, and the panel doesn't display the rank of these abilities, which is clearly abnormal. Only after hearing the system's explanation did he realize what was happening. Chapter 183 Raging Fire. However, he felt this was normal, because the superpowers given by the Chaos Dragon Body were too powerful, and each one could not be measured by rank. He hardly uses first-tier superpowers like the Annihilation Divine Thunder anymore. Although the power of a superpower skill increases with the user's cultivation level, the effect of a low-level superpower skill is always not as strong as that of a high-level one. However, the Chaos Dragon Body's special abilities seem to belong to a different system, each one extremely powerful. No matter what level he reaches, these supernatural abilities are all very useful. Therefore, he felt it was perfectly normal for such restrictions to exist. Otherwise, if he could gain several of these terrifying superpowers with each advancement in cultivation level, he would truly be invincible. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Li opened his personal panel again. With the awakening of the Chaos Dragon Body, his personal panel also underwent some changes, the most significant of which was his physical attributes. Strength. 25,000. Defense, 23,000. Agility, 21,000. All three attributes have increased by about 5 times compared to before, which can be described as extremely abnormal. He might now be able to contend with, or even defeat a 7th-tier superhuman with his physical body alone. If the power of the Annihilation Divine Lightning is added, it should not be a problem to contend with the peak of the 7th rank. Don't underestimate this kind of improvement. Level 7 or above, their strength will receive a huge boost for each minor advancement in their cultivation level, far superior to those below the 7th rank in terms of ability. Even though he possesses 2 top-tier superpowers, his own level of cultivation is still insufficient. Even the most powerful superpowers require sufficient personal strength to be truly unleashed. Sigh, there's still a long way to go. I have to keep working hard. Xiaoli sighed inwardly and then exited the system space. Opening his eyes, Xiaoli stood up from the sofa and stretched vigorously. His bones suddenly crackled and popped. He clenched his fist, feeling an inexhaustible surge of energy throughout his body. Moreover, he could clearly feel the surge in his physical strength. This surge even made him feel a little overwhelmed. However, after a short while, this feeling quickly disappeared. Su Xian had arranged for him was very effective, greatly improving his ability to control his own strength. Knowing what methods can be used to quickly master one's own power, Xiaoli checked the time and found that only a dozen minutes had passed since his consciousness entered the system space. The fusion of superpowers may seem slow, but it is actually quite fast. I spent most of the time checking my awakened abilities and talking to the system. Just then, the bathroom door was suddenly opened. Xiaoli turned his head and saw Su Xian walking out of the bathroom. At this moment, Su Xian was only wrapped in a white bath towel. However, because her voluptuous and mature figure was too hot, a thin bath towel was simply not enough to cover her up. A faint blush graced her exquisitely beautiful face, and her phoenix eyes were as gentle as water. Her fair skin appeared rosy after bathing. Looking at Su Xian at this moment, Xiaoli felt a raging fire suddenly ignite in his heart. A powerful urge welled up inside me, and I couldn't suppress it. Xiaoli felt a chill run down his spine. Before he could think too much, Su Xian gracefully walked towards him with her jade-like feet. Su Xian approached Xiaoli, gently stroking his face with her delicate hand, and asked with concern, "Little one, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" Xiaoli gazed at Su Xian's stunningly beautiful face before him. My head was spinning. He didn't give Su Xian a chance to speak, picked her up, kissed her, and walked towards the bedroom. In his haste, Xiaoli even forgot to close the door. Meanwhile, in the next bedroom, Morongyu did not close the door completely so that she could hear Xiaoli's voice as soon as possible. Morongyu, who was only in a light sleep, was soon awakened by some noises. Hearing the sounds coming from under the door, her calm mind was instantly thrown into turmoil. Just by listening to the sounds, she knew what was happening in the next bedroom. This made her pretty face blush, but a sense of curiosity also arose in her heart, and she couldn't help but continue eavesdropping. The next morning, Xiaoli lay in bed. Recalling last night, Xiaoli couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Last night, after he awakened his chaotic dragon body, an uncontrollable flame inexplicably appeared. Su Xian was indeed stunning when he came out of the bathroom last night, but he shouldn't be so out of his mind that he couldn't think straight. But at that time, he only had one thought in his mind and was unable to think at all. Looking back now, I realized something was off. Chapter 184, A Battleground? System, what happened to my body last night? Xiaoli asked, his brows furrowed slightly. This kind of physical inability to control the body and mental inability to think is no small matter. If the power you gain cannot be controlled, then it is not that you are controlling the power, but that the power is controlling you. As Xiaoli finished asking the question, the system's voice rang in his mind. Master, there's no need to worry. This is just a minor side effect of the awakening of the Chaos Dragon Body. Once you master the Chaos Dragon Body, you will be able to control this situation at will. Xiaoli frowned immediately. You can only control it, not solve it? It's probably not possible right now, Master, because the Chaos Dragon Body carries the power of the Dragon God. Your inability to control yourself is not due to being controlled by power, but rather to the inherent emotional influence of the Chaos Dragon Body. Therefore, it can only be controlled, its influence suppressed to a minimum, but it cannot be completely eradicated. Xiaoli couldn't help but sigh after hearing this, finally understanding the meaning of those four words. Dragons are definitely not respectable creatures. However, This influence also has its benefits, master. Then the system mischievously started playing audio again. Xiaoli raised an eyebrow. Benefits? What are the benefits? The system continued. Under this influence, the master's energy in that area will be very high, and their fighting power will also become very strong. Xiaoli. Master, I didn't mean you weren't good before. Your original master was also very powerful, but now you've become even more powerful. Xiaoli turned his gaze to Su Xian, who was fast asleep in his arms. At this moment, a trace of fatigue still remained on Su Xinqiao's face. However, Su Xian did indeed have a hard night last night. She seemed to have noticed that he wasn't behaving normally last night, so she did her best to fulfill any of Xiaoli's requests. Just as Xiaoli was staring at Su Xian's sleeping face, the beauty's eyelashes suddenly trembled, and she slowly opened her soft and charming eyes. The two looked into each other's eyes, and Su Xian asked gently, "Little one, are you all right?" "Yeah, it's okay now." Xiaoli smiled slightly in response, then propped himself up, revealing his well-defined upper body. Xiaoli suddenly reached out a large hand and hooked it around the back of Su Xian's neck, lifting her head and body, while he lowered his head to cover her alluring red lips. Su Xian did not resist and obediently cooperated with him. After a long while, their lips parted. When the two of them finished getting ready and walked out of the bedroom, Morongyu was already waiting for them in the living room. Breakfast was also on the table. It looked quite plentiful and must have come from the hotel. After all, they stayed in the presidential suite, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars. It would be abnormal not to receive such treatment. While eating breakfast, Xiaoli noticed that Morongyu kept her head down, seemingly too afraid to look at him. This left him somewhat puzzled. Given Morongyu's resilient character, she shouldn't be the kind of person who would back down because of anything. He asked with concern, "Morongyu, what's wrong?" Hearing Xiaoli call her name, Morongyu's delicate body trembled almost imperceptibly, but she quickly regained her composure and said, I'm fine." Xiaoli stared intently at her, as if trying to discern something from her face. However, Morongyu's pretty face, which had already returned to normal, showed no expression. Xiaoli looked at her for a long time, but had no choice but to give up. Su Xian, who was elegantly eating breakfast, suddenly looked up and asked, "Little one, did you see your sister when you went to visit her yesterday?" She wanted to ask last night, but Xiaoli didn't give her a chance to speak and immediately shut her up. Xiaoli said, "Yes, I met him, and I also met the dean of the Azure Dragon Academy." He gave a brief account of what had happened yesterday. Su Xian nodded slightly after listening, but then suddenly said, "Little one, how about letting me meet Xiao Xiao and get to know her?" Xiaoli was taken aback and asked, "Why would you suddenly want to get to know my sister?" Su Xian chuckled lightly. "It's nothing. I just wanted to see if this girl really has the unique temperament you described. And I also want to talk to her about your childhood." Xiaoli's face twitched. Su Xian and Xiao Xiao were meeting. Honestly, both Su Xian and Xiao Xiao are actually proactive and assertive women. Only when she is with him does she become gentle and tender. From this perspective, the two women have quite a few similarities. Xiao Liguang could sense that things were going to turn bad if the two of them were to meet. These two women are not like Lin Yuner and Zhang Mingchin, who can be easily suppressed. Once they meet, no one knows what will happen. It might even turn into a chaotic scene. "What's wrong, little one? Is it not allowed?" Seeing that Xiaoli did not respond, Su Xian suddenly leaned closer, her jade-like fingers drawing circles on Xiaoli's chest, her beautiful eyes radiating an astonishing allure, and said in a rather seductive voice, "Little one, your sister cooperated with you so much last night. Can't you even grant me this small request?" Su Xian's jade fingers seemed to carry a jolt of electricity, and Xiaoli felt a tingling sensation in his chest, as if the flame in his heart was being reignited. He quickly said, "Okay, I'll bring her out after I finish breakfast, and we can stroll around Beijing together." "That's more like it." Su Xian slightly parted her lips and sat up straight again. Xiaoli sighed softly. What's meant to happen can't be avoided no matter what. But since we've agreed, there's nothing to be afraid of. At worst, I'll just use my best skills and make sure they're completely subdued. After finishing breakfast, Xiaoli immediately used the teleportation function of the Dragon Phoenix ring, and his figure instantly disappeared from the hotel. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a small courtyard filled with spiritual flowers and herbs. This is Xiao Zhao's residence. Xiaoli turned his head and quickly saw a stunningly beautiful figure beside him, dressed in a white dress and exuding an ethereal aura. At that moment, Xiao Xiao was carefully watering the flowers and plants with a watering can. She was surprised by Xiao Li's sudden appearance. But he quickly realized that this was the power of the Dragon Phoenix ring that Xiao Li had mentioned before. Xiao Li, you're here. Xiao gave Xiao Li a serene smile and put down the kettle in her hand. Then she stepped forward and stood in front of Xiao Li, extending her delicate hand to straighten his slightly disheveled clothes. She is like a virtuous wife, and also like a gentle older sister next door. Xiao Li didn't move, letting Xiao do as she pleased, only chuckling softly. Sister Xiao, I came here today to look around Beijing with you and introduce you to someone. Xiaoyu paused in her hand movements, then suddenly said, the person you're talking about, is it Su Xin? Chapter 185. The two women meet. Why do you think it could be her? Xiao Li was somewhat surprised. He hadn't even said anything yet, and Xiao had already guessed it? Xiao smiled slightly and said, it's a woman's intuition. Am I right? Xiao Li broke out in a cold sweat. Your intuition is a bit too sharp, isn't it? That's right, it really is Su Xin. Xiao said, that's perfect. I'd also like to get to know this extraordinary woman. During my years at Azure Dragon Academy, I've heard a lot about her deeds. She's a woman who deserves our utmost respect. Xiao Li harbored resentment in his heart. That's what I said, but I hope it doesn't turn out like I imagined. Sister, is there anything else you need to prepare? If not, let's set off now. Xiao thought for a moment, then asked Xiao Li to wait while she went into the small building. A moment later, when Xiao came out again, Xiao Li noticed that Xiao had changed her clothes. Although it was still a white long dress, this dress had significantly more patterns and a much more exquisite design than the previous one. A silver necklace adorned her snow-white neck. The small change elevated her already stunning beauty to an even higher level. Even Xiao Li was amazed. Xiao walked over slowly, stopped in front of Xiao Li, then twirled around a few times and asked with a smile, how is it, Xiao Li? Does it look good? Nice. Sister Xiao, you're so beautiful. Xiao Li praised without reservation, but inwardly, he couldn't help but grin. Good heavens, it seems this war between two women has begun. They haven't even met yet, but Xiao is already prepared. I imagine Su Xin is about the same. Hearing Xiao Li's praise, Xiao felt a sense of satisfaction. She reached out her delicate hand and took Xiao Li's arm, saying, let's go. Xiao Li nodded and left the courtyard with Xiao. As they walked along the path of the Azure Dragon Academy, just like last time, Xiao Li noticed that many people were watching them. Some of these people looked surprised, some gritted their teeth, and some looked jealous. This was especially true after they discovered that Xiao had become even more beautiful than before. This time, however, no fools dared to cause trouble for Xiao Li. It seems that Chen Xianji did something to make these trainees much more obedient. The two left the academy, got into a taxi, and headed towards a bustling main street in Beijing. That was the place he had previously arranged to meet with Su Xin. A dozen minutes later, the taxi arrived. Xiao Li pulled out a few large bills and handed them to the driver, saying, keep the change. After saying that, he took Xiao out of the car. The driver watched the two figures disappear into the distance and couldn't help but click his tongue. Tisk, those damn rich people, but I like them. He's so generous. No wonder he has such a beautiful girlfriend. She looks like a fairy. I wish my daughter was half as pretty as her. Xiao Li and Xiao walked on the bustling street. The bustling street was teeming with people and vehicles, and all sorts of shops lined the street, attracting customers. The two walked on and soon stopped in front of a coffee shop. Xiao Li pushed open the door of the coffee shop and walked in with Xiao. The coffee shop was much quieter than the main street outside. The arrival of Xiao Li and Xiao attracted a lot of attention, especially Xiao, whose stunning beauty and ethereal temperament had already drawn countless eyes on the street. I don't know if it's true that some men bumped into telephone poles, but quite a few married men were also dragged away by their ears. Now that Xiao has entered this coffee shop, she is sure to attract a lot of attention. Hey look, another stunning beauty has arrived. What's going on today? That's right. This is the first time I've ever seen such beautiful women, and there are 3 of them at once. But it seems this beautiful new girl already has a boyfriend. What a pity. Many people in the coffee shop were whispering and discussing among themselves. Xiao Li ignored these people and glanced at them. Su Xin waving slightly at them from one of the corners of the coffee shop, with Morongyu sitting next to her. Xiao Li led Xiao straight over and sat down opposite them. This scene immediately caused an uproar among many people. They never expected that these stunning beauties would be together. After Xiao Li and Xiao sat down, a waiter came up and asked, "What would you two like to drink?" Xiao Li glanced at the menu and casually ordered 2 expensive coffees. The waiter left quickly. Xiaoli looked up and quickly noticed that Su Xian and Xiao Zhao's beautiful eyes had met at some point. The two women looked at each other calmly, without showing any hostility. However, Xiaoli still keenly sensed that the atmosphere around him seemed to have become much heavier at this moment. Cough cough. Xiaoli coughed lightly, breaking the atmosphere, and introduced. Sister Xiao, this is Murongyu. She's currently being sent by the government to protect me. I guess she's my bodyguard. Murongyu nodded to Xiao Xiao without saying anything more. Xiao Xiao smiled and nodded at her. This is Su Xian, the Dean of Phoenix Academy, and also, my woman. Xiaoli hesitated for only a second before revealing the relationship between Su Xian and himself. In his view, there was no point in hiding it. Xiao Xiao would find out sooner or later anyway. Or rather, she already knew. So there's no point in hiding it. It's better to just say it openly. Su Xian blushed slightly, glanced at Xiaoli, and felt a warm feeling in her heart. When Xiao Xiao heard the words, my woman, her beautiful eyes flickered slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. Her pretty face still held a smile, and before Xiaoli could introduce himself, she asked with a smile. Sister Su Xian, is it alright if I call you that? Su Xian nodded gently and smiled. Of course, Sister Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao smiled slightly. I've heard about Sister Su Xian's deeds for a long time, and today I finally met her in person. Sister Su Xian is much prettier than I imagined. Xiao Xiao feels a little ashamed of herself. Su Xian said, what are you saying, little sister? My sister is naturally beautiful, like a fairy. I have never seen such a temperament in all these years. The two complimented each other, and seemed to get along quite well. But Xiaoli felt that the tension in the air seemed to have intensified. Chapter 186 Head-to-Head. The two women were facing each other, smiling at each other. Su Xian's current attire is quite different from what Xiaoli wore when he left this morning. She not only changed into a tight-fitting red cheongsam, which perfectly outlined her stunning figure. You can still see from the slit that her beautiful legs are already wearing black stockings. This added even more allure and charm to her already naturally beautiful appearance, and coupled with her noble and elegant temperament, she was simply breathtakingly beautiful. Xiao Xiao, dressed in a white dress, looked like a fairy descending to earth, ethereal and dreamlike. It looks so unreal every time I see it. It's absolutely stunning. The two women sat together, each possessing a unique and distinctive charm that was equally captivating. Even Murongyu, who was standing to the side, seemed to lose some of her luster at this moment. Xiao Xiao asked with a smile. Sister Su Xian, I'm very curious to know how Xiaoli managed to win over such an extraordinary woman like you. Could you tell me about it? I'm really curious. Xiaoli's lips twitched, and he immediately recalled the day he first met Su Xian. My sister Xiao is really cunning and sharp. The very first question is designed to put Su Xian in an awkward position. I just don't know if Su Xian can handle it. However, Xiaoli underestimated Su Xian. As the Dean of Phoenix Academy, she had seen all kinds of storms and waves, so how could she be defeated so quickly? Su Xian smiled slightly, her tender eyes looking at Xiaoli, and said softly, It's alright to talk about it. Actually, I got on his pirate ship on the very first day I met this little guy. Su Xian slowly began to recount the story, and as she recalled that day, a knowing smile appeared on her pretty face. Even though Xiaoli had only said a bunch of cheesy pickup lines that would make anyone else cringe, I inexplicably fell for him. Looking back, even she finds it a bit unbelievable. It was as if every word and action of Xiaoli at that time could strike the softest spot in the depths of her heart. It was easy to touch her heart, which had never felt romantic love for any man before. Before I knew it, I had developed a fondness for this little guy and even subconsciously agreed to many of his unreasonable requests. Perhaps this can only be explained by fate. After all, fate is such a mysterious thing. Xiao Xiao, and even Murongyu, who had been silent all along, were quite surprised after hearing Su Xian's story. They never imagined that this powerful, beautiful, and seemingly unattainable woman would be so easily won over by Xiaoli. Xiao Xiao thought that there must have been a lot of stories between the two for Su Xian to develop feelings for Xiaoli, but she never expected it to be like this. Su Xian smiled slightly at Xiao Xiao's somewhat surprised expression. Outsiders might find it hard to understand, but she had a vague idea of what was going on. Everyone has their own different views and understandings when it comes to relationships. The trigger points are also different. Some people are touched by the other person's willingness to spend lavishly on them. Some people are touched by the other person's heartwarming side or their meticulous care. And perhaps she felt the same way back then. However, while it may be touching, whether a person can truly continue the relationship with another person depends on how their interactions go in the future. Over this period of time, Su Xian was clearly very satisfied with Xiao Li's performance, and the two seemed to have naturally progressed together. She truly fell in love with the little guy. Xiao Li touched his nose, picked up the coffee the waiter had just brought him, and took a sip. What no one knew was that every word he said and every action he took at the time was calculated. It may seem incredibly tacky and embarrassing, but it can produce immediate results. He doesn't use these sweet talk tactics on every woman. He has to be selective. This also needs to be calculated. Otherwise, using this approach will not only be ineffective, but you'll probably also get called a jerk or greasy. He would use this method on Su Xian at that time, which was to deduce what kind of person she was from her status, personality, style of doing things, and so on. Therefore, they should devise methods to gain favor. Given Su Xian's personality, it would be impossible to make her develop romantic feelings for him at that time using conventional methods. At most, we'll treat him as a student worth nurturing with all our might, nothing more. Of course, as a master at flirting, he naturally had other ways to win Su Xian's heart, but those methods were all too slow to take effect. So he did the opposite of what was expected, a tactic that would not work on ordinary women or even have the opposite effect, but it worked very well on Su Xian. Not only did they succeed, but their speed in navigating the system was astonishing. Xiao Xiao glanced at Xiao Li. I never imagined that my precious younger brother would be so skilled and bold in pursuing women. This doesn't quite match her impression of Xiao Li's past. Xiao Li since childhood, Xiao Xiao naturally knows very well what kind of personality Xiao Li had in the past. However, after more than 2 years apart, Xiao Li's personality has indeed undergone considerable changes. Especially in terms of courage, they have really grown a lot. However, Xiao Xiao didn't think much of it, just that perhaps Xiao Li had learned to grow up during the 2 years she was away. After all, a fledgling eagle will never learn to soar if it is always under protection. Over the past 2 years, while studying at Songlong Academy, she has come to understand some things. I used to protect Xiao Li too much, which resulted in some shortcomings in his personality. In retrospect, her departure was the right thing to do. Xiao Li is far more outstanding than she imagined. It's just that as people become more outstanding, they also become more fickle. He already has several girlfriends. Especially this Su Xian, the pressure he put on her was extraordinary. Xiao Xiao said with a smile. As expected of Sister Su Xian, you made Xiao Li's heart flutter so much on our first meeting. You're really amazing. No wonder Xiao Xiao heard that many famous powerhouses and important figures are deeply in love with Sister Su Xian. Even our Songlong Academy dean is no exception. These words sound like praise for Su Xian, but even a fool could understand the hidden meaning. Su Xian raised an eyebrow, not angry, but calmly smiled and said, "It can't compare to Xiao Xiao, who grew up with the little guy since childhood. With such a deep bond over the years, even without blood ties, you must have long regarded Xiao Li as your own younger brother, right?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhao's hand tightened involuntarily. Su Xian's words were even more sharp and incisive than hers. She couldn't say whether it was right or wrong. If she says yes, then she's admitting that she only sees Xiao Li as her younger brother. If I say no, wouldn't that be denying my feelings for Xiao Li? Xiao Li, listening from the side, couldn't help but break out in a sweat. These two women are truly formidable when they engage in a battle of wits. Every word they utter, even in jest, is a veiled attack on the other's heart. Su Xian has gained the upper hand in this round, putting Xiao Xiao in a dilemma. Chapter 187 Pleasant Cooperation. However, Xiao Xiao was clearly no pushover either. She paused only briefly before speaking. Xiao Li and I have a very deep relationship, so deep that we consider each other to be the most important people in our lives. This kind of feeling can't be explained by simple kinship, and it's far beyond what ordinary people can compare to. Su Xian narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, but her opinion of Xiao Xiao rose considerably. This girl is indeed intelligent. However, when it comes to matters of the heart, she also showed a rare competitive spirit. Su Xian turned her phoenix eyes to Xiao Li, her expression gentle and alluring, and said softly, "Perhaps you're right, but I believe that in Xiao Li's heart, my position is no lower than anyone else's. Am I right, little guy?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao couldn't help but turn her beautiful eyes to Xiao Li, her gaze filled with deep meaning as she waited for him to speak. Xiao Li's eye twitched, and his forehead was covered in even more cold sweat. Here it comes. The worst-case scenario has occurred. What a terrifying scene of carnage. Even if he is a master at flirting, handling this situation properly is extremely difficult. He quickly coughed and said, "Ahem, you're all right. Didn't we say we were going to look around Beijing? Come on, let's talk as we stroll around. I'll go pay first." Xiaoli gave a perfunctory reply, then immediately used a tactic to change the subject. He stood up, vanished like the wind, and reappeared at the coffee shop counter to pay the bill. Su Xian and Xiao Xiao couldn't help but chuckle at Xiao Li's hasty retreat. They looked at each other, then suddenly stood up at the same time, and walked hand in hand toward the door like close sisters. Seeing the two of them like this, Moronu felt like the UFO was about to catch fire. Just moments ago, the two were locked in a fierce battle, ruthlessly stabbing each other with their soft knives. How come they're acting like best friends in the blink of an eye? What exactly is going on with them? For someone like her, who had served in the military for many years and had little experience with romantic relationships, her mind was clearly not quite up to the task. Xiaoli stood in front of the counter, wiping away cold sweat as he paid. This is why he changed cities every time he had a girlfriend in his past life. That's terrifying. For him to flirt with girls, but asking him to get involved in a battle between two women is asking too much of him. In particular, Su Xian and Xiao Xiao are both exceptionally intelligent and strong-willed women, making them a formidable opponent that most people could not withstand. However, what Xiaoli didn't know was that this nightmare had only just begun. After leaving the coffee shop, they strolled around Kyoto. Su Xian and Xiao Xiao seemed to be really competing with each other. When trying on clothes at a clothing store, they would all stand in front of Xiao Li and ask him who looked better. When buying snacks or drinks, he would let Xiao Li eat them first, asking who bought the tastiest ones. When taking a photo, we'll also ask each other whose photo is prettier. In short, they were trying every possible way to compete with Xiao Li. Xiao Li's face gradually turned despondent. Each answer must be a choice made without hurting the other party. You can't just say something like, "Both are beautiful." Xiao Li was racking his brains to answer each question. If it weren't for his endless stream of witty remarks, I really wouldn't have been able to handle him. If it were any other man, he would probably have given up after just a few words. Despite this, Xiao Li still felt like he couldn't hold on any longer. It didn't end until dusk. The two women couldn't help but chuckle when they saw Xiao Li's expression, which looked like he was about to collapse. Even Moronu, who had been watching the show with bated breath, couldn't help but chuckle. Su Xian and Xiao Xiao clasped hands and smiled. "It's a pleasure to work together, Sister Su Xian." "Yes, it's a pleasure to work with you, Xiao Xiao." Xiao Li was stunned. "Oh, so you two did this on purpose?" Xiao Xiao smiled slightly as she looked at Xiao Li and said, "Otherwise, Xiao Li, you don't actually think that Sister Su Xian and I would really be scheming against each other like ordinary women, do you?" Su Xian smiled slightly. Actually, the two of them did have some ideas before they met. However, when the two met, they both understood each other's feelings for Xiao Li when they saw the way the other looked at him. They both tacitly chose to abandon their previous ideas. Instead of playing psychological games of open and covert struggles with the other party, it's better to get along well. After all, nothing else matters. As long as they treat Xiao Li well, that's enough. Otherwise, if things continue like this, it will only make things unpleasant for both of them, and in the end, it will be Xiao Li who suffers. Being caught in the middle, it's not appropriate to help either side, and it's even more inappropriate not to help either side. Why do women have to make things difficult for each other? Moreover, they both deeply love the same man. Xiao Li's lips twitched. He hadn't expected that he would be the only one being played today. As the saying goes, if you walk by the river often enough, you're bound to get your shoes wet. He flirted with too many girls, and now he's reaping the consequences. However, he was also genuinely relieved. Although today was indeed a very difficult day, it seems that things between Su Xian and Xiao Xiao are over. Whatever the reason, this is a good thing for him. Otherwise, if something like this happened a few more times, he probably wouldn't be able to handle it. Su Xian smiled and said, "All right, it's getting late. Little one, you take Xiao Xiao back. Moronu and I will go back to the hotel and wait for you." Xiao Li nodded and replied, "Okay." Although he knew that the two women had done it on purpose, he was now almost traumatized by it, and wished they would separate as soon as possible to avoid any further trouble. Su Xian said goodbye to Xiao Xiao and then left with Moronu. Xiao Li and Xiao Xiao then took a car back to Canglong Academy. Xiao Xiao opened the gate to the courtyard and walked in with Xiao Li. Xiao Xiao walked to a glowing spirit flower in the courtyard, gently stroked its petals with her delicate hand, and smiled. "Xiao Li, I'm so happy today. Sister Su Xian is such a nice person." Xiaoli said helplessly. You guys are happy, but I'm in trouble. Xiao Xiao smiled gently, turned around, and moved gracefully to stand in front of Xiaoli. She raised her head, her beautiful eyes meeting Xiaoli's, and suddenly her pretty face flushed slightly as she said, Then, how about I make it up to you? Xiaoli raised an eyebrow. Oh, what kind of compensation? Close your eyes. Xiao Xiao's beautiful eyes were slightly glazed as she spoke. Xiaoli paused for a moment, then nodded and did as instructed. He soon clearly felt a soft touch on his lips. He didn't open his eyes, but instead wrapped his arms around Xiao Xiao's slender waist and pulled her into his embrace. Chapter 188, Attending the Banquet. I don't know how much time passed before our lips parted. Xiao Xiao's stunningly beautiful face was flushed. This time, she really broke down the last barrier between herself and Xiaoli, and it was she who took the initiative. Sister Xiao, you're so beautiful. Looking at Xiao Xiao's stunningly beautiful appearance, Xiaoli smiled slightly. As long as Xiaoli is happy, everything I have from now on belongs to Xiaoli. Xiao Xiao's cheeks flushed red, and she felt shy, but she still bit her red lips and said these words. Sister Xiao. Xiaoli called out softly. Don't call me sister, call me by my name. Xiao Xiao gently stroked his face and whispered. Xiao Xiao. Xiaoli called out again, following her words. Xiao Xiao gave a soft hum, then suddenly smiled, a smile that was absolutely stunning. The afterglow of the setting sun fell upon her, and in the orange-red light, she was so beautiful. The fluorescent glow emitted by the surrounding spiritual flowers and herbs seemed to brighten even more, as if they were automatically reflecting the beauty of their owner. Even Xiaoli felt a tremor upon seeing this. Xiaoli, never forget this moment of mine, ever. Xiao Xiao smiled at him and said this. I will remember this for the rest of my life. Xiaoli firmly uttered those 4 words, and then, unable to contain his emotions, he stepped forward again and sealed her cherry lips with his. They seemed to be using this kiss to release the feelings they had harbored for each other for many years. It seemed to last until the end of time. After a long while, the two separated again. Xiao Xiao smiled, raised her delicate hand, and affectionately stroked Xiao Li's hair, saying, It's getting late. You should go home soon. Sister Su Xin and the others are still waiting for you. Xiao Li put his arm around her waist and laughed. But what if I don't want to leave? Xiao Zhao's pretty face flushed, and she said reproachfully, All right, there's plenty of time in the future, and there will be plenty of opportunities. This was the first time she had done something so intimate, especially with her beloved Xiao Li, which made her very shy. Unexpectedly, Xiao Li reminisced about it right in front of her, which was incredibly embarrassing. Xiao Li chuckled. It's quite an accomplishment to see Xiao Xiao, who's as beautiful as a fairy, show such a shy, girlish expression. All right, I'll be going now, Xiao Li said. But before leaving, he suddenly remembered something and said, There's a banquet the day after tomorrow. Sister Xiao, how about you come with me? A banquet? Xiao Xiao asked, somewhat puzzled. Xiao Li nodded and said, Yes, it was an invitation from someone, and it's hard to refuse. I plan to take you and Su Xin with me. Xiao Xiao didn't hesitate for long and nodded slightly. Okay, you can come pick me up then. Okay, I'm leaving now. Without further ado, Xiao Li's figure slowly disappeared from the spot under Xiao Zhao's gaze. Xiao Xiao watched his figure disappear and smiled knowingly. Turning around, she walked towards the small building with slightly lighter steps. The next day, Xiao Li, Su Xin, Xiao Xiao, and Murong Yu set off on fire phoenixes towards the banquet venue. The banquet was held at the Jinghua Grand Hotel, but many people actually prefer its more elegant name. This elegant name is Lanjingting. Of Lan Jingting when he was in Lin City, it was quite famous. Although Lanjingting is classified as a hotel, the hotel is actually only a small part of Lanjingting. It is said to include various venues such as restaurants, entertainment, bathhouses, gyms, and even arenas and auction houses. It contains everything you can and can't imagine. It can be said that Lanjingting is the most exclusive of all high-end venues in Beijing, without exception. Those who can afford to spend money here are either very rich or very powerful. Even ordinary wealthy people would find it difficult to afford to spend money here. Lanjingting is also extremely mysterious. No one knows who its owner is. All that is known is that Lanjingting has been established for more than 100 years. Xiao Li hadn't expected that this banquet would be held here. But thinking about it, it makes sense. After all, the banquet was hosted by the patriarchs of several powerful families with supernatural abilities, as well as several super strong individuals. Those who are invited to such a banquet must be people of considerable status. Without some prestige, lounging courtyard around the time the banquet was about to begin. Su Xion's fiery phoenix fell from the sky to the ground, then transformed into specks of 7-colored sparks and disappeared. Xiaoli was somewhat surprised as soon as he landed, because the lounging courtyard that appeared before us was not an ordinary place. Even those 5-star hotels pale in comparison to this place. Lanjingting is located in the most bustling area of downtown Beijing, with a unique architectural style. From the outside, it gives off a luxurious, high-end, and grand atmosphere. The exterior walls, made of some unknown material, had a mirror-like sheen that made them stand out from the surrounding buildings. The surrounding environment is also very beautiful, with shady trees and a well-arranged garden landscape, which should be regularly trimmed and maintained. Not far away, there is a spacious open-air parking lot, which is also filled with all kinds of luxury cars. In short, the overall impression of Lanjingting was one of luxury and grandeur. A landmark building in Beijing. Let's go in and take a look, Xiaoli said with a smile. The four of them walked straight toward the gate of Lanjingting. Xiaoli's attire today was not much different from usual. Although he was attending a banquet, he was still dressed in simple casual clothes. However, Xiaoli's handsome face and well-proportioned figure, even in ordinary casual clothes, were enough to make many women's hearts flutter. Su Xian and Xiao Xiao wore red and white dresses, respectively. Their stunning outfits, combined with their outstanding temperament, made them indescribably beautiful. Murong also unusually did not wear her usual leather jacket, but instead changed into a black evening gown adorned with starlight. Her beautiful hair wasn't tied up in a ponytail, it was left down. It must be said that Murong's attire at this moment lacked some of her usual capable demeanor and instead exuded a more mature and sophisticated aura. Although her pretty face still didn't show much expression, her temperament was clearly better than before. If I had to describe her in one word, she would be a stunningly beautiful and aloof woman. The three women surrounded Xiaoli and soon arrived at the entrance of Lanjing Court. The entrance of Lanjingting, 2 rows of welcoming ladies bowed slightly and smiled in unison as the three approached. Welcome, distinguished guests, to Lanjingting. Xiaoli glanced around and found that these welcoming ladies, in terms of both temperament and appearance, were among the best in the world. However, it's not unusual for a top-tier upscale place like Lanjingting to have beauties of this caliber. However, these beautiful young ladies paled in comparison to Su Xian, Xiao Xiao, and Murongyu. They are not even in the same league as the opponent. At this moment, one of the hostesses walked up to Xiao Li and his group and politely inquired. Distinguished guests, Lanjingting has been booked out for a banquet today. Are you here to attend the banquet? Xiaoli nodded and said, that's right. Okay, could you please show us your invitation, esteemed guest? Xiaoli raised an eyebrow. An invitation? No. Chapter 189 Jinyuqian. An invitation? No. Upon hearing Xiao Li's decisive answer, the hostess visibly paused for a moment. But she quickly returned to normal, asking in her usual polite tone. Sir, did you forget to bring it? Or did you not receive the invitation? Xiaoli shrugged and said, I didn't receive it. He wasn't making things up. He genuinely hadn't received it. When Zhao Honyuan, the patriarch of the Zhao family, invited him that day, it was only a verbal invitation. They didn't give him any formal invitation or anything like that. The hostess then said, I'm sorry, sir, but without an invitation, it's impossible to attend this banquet. You see, Xiaoli thought for a moment, and was just about to continue speaking when a somewhat sarcastic voice came from behind him. Oh, you want to attend a banquet without an invitation? People these days really have no shame when it comes to trying to get into high society. Xiaoli frowned slightly and turned to look. They saw a man in his early 20s, dressed in designer clothes, walking towards them with his arm around the waist of a woman with glamorous makeup. Behind him were 2 tall and burly bodyguards, whose imposing presence suggested they were quite powerful. Xiaoli knew without a doubt that this guy was a rich second generation with a powerful family background. It seems that the people attending this banquet are quite a mixed bag. The rich second generation walked closer, and before he could even speak, he immediately spotted Su Xian, Xiao Xiao, and Murongyu beside Xiaoli. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The woman in my arms suddenly didn't seem so appealing anymore. Any one of them, Su Xian or Su Xian, could easily overwhelm that glamorous woman. It's like comparing a phoenix to a pheasant. There's no comparison whatsoever. Before this rich kid even started to show off his superiority, he couldn't help but feel intense envy, jealousy, and hatred towards Xiaoli. What makes this guy so special that he has such a beautiful woman by his side? Even with his family background, it would be difficult for him to even see a beauty of that caliber, let alone have her by his side. How could this kid have such incredible luck? Kid, if you don't have an invitation, get out of here. The people who can attend this banquet are all extraordinary individuals. It's not a place for someone like you. The rich kid looked at Xiao Li and said sarcastically. Xiao Li glanced at him and said indifferently, "Oh, so you're saying you have a really high-ranking position?" The rich kid scoffed and said, "It's not that impressive, just a few hundred or a few thousand times better than you. Anyway, you're not someone who can't even get an invitation and is trying to sneak into the banquet." Xiao Li shook his head. It seems that no matter which world you're in, there will always be plenty of self-righteous people like this. The rich second generation ignored Xiao Li, released his female companion whom he had been holding, turned to look at Su Xian and Xiao Xiao, put on a gentlemanly expression, and smiled. "Ladies, my name is Jun Yuqian. Do you know the Jun Group? My family owns it. May I have the honor of inviting a few beautiful ladies to join me at this banquet?" Xiao Li had indeed heard of the Jun Group. It seems to specialize in pharmaceutical sales, with business spanning many cities across the country. However, this is not an ordinary medicine transaction, but a medicine transaction related to people with superpowers. For example, healing pills, potions that accelerate the cultivation speed of superhumans, and so on. As the son of the richest man in Linqing, Xiao Li naturally had some knowledge of some well-known business families or groups in the country. Seeing that she was being ignored, the glamorous woman next to Jun Yuqian felt a surge of anger and looked at Su Xian and the others with hostility in her eyes. The rich second-generation heir I finally managed to hook up with is being thrown aside like trash so quickly. It's all because of those wretched women. Su Xian, Xiao Xiao, and Murong Yu's appearance, figure, and temperament made her feel deeply inferior. In their presence, she was like an ugly duckling. However, Su Xian and the others completely ignored Jun Yuqian's words. She didn't even glance at him, clearly not interested in him. Jun Yuqian's expression froze for a moment, seemingly not expecting that he would be humiliated in front of these beautiful women. Even bringing up one's own background doesn't work. He glanced at Xiao Li and found that Xiao Li was looking at him with a mocking gaze. "It's as if I knew this would be the outcome." He immediately snorted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He took out a gold-embossed invitation from his pocket, held it in his hand, waved it at Xiao Li, and said arrogantly, "Look, this invitation is a symbol of status, something you could never get even if you worked your whole life. Ladies, if you want to attend this banquet, following this good-for-nothing won't do you any good. Only I can take you in." He clearly mistook Su Xian and the others for women who wanted to use the banquet to climb the social ladder and get in touch with some important figures. After all, women like this are not uncommon at such high society banquets. If you have good looks and can get into this circle, the chances of being noticed are quite high. Even if those big shots are just playing around, it's enough for them to make a fortune. Xiao Li looked up and saw Jun Yuqian arrogantly waving the invitation in front of him. Suddenly, he reached out and snatched the invitation from Jun Yuqian's hand. "Hey you!" Jun Yuqian only had time to utter 2 words before Xiao Li suddenly tore the invitation card in his hand apart. Rip! Rip! A tearing sound rang out, and an exquisite gold-embossed invitation was ripped into a pile of shreds by Xiao Li. Jun Yuqian stared blankly at the pile of shredded paper that was falling to the ground. After a moment of stunned silence, it suddenly let out a scream like a groundhog. "Ah! My invitation! You dare to tear up my invitation." His trembling finger pointed at Xiao Li, his face filled with disbelief. Xiao Li clapped his hands and said calmly, "Don't even mention tearing up your invitation. If you try to act tough in front of me again, I'll beat you up." Jun Yuqian was so angry that his nose was crooked. He gritted his teeth and cursed. "Bastard, I think you're asking for death. You dare tear up my invitation? You're dead." He roared, and a surge of spiritual energy suddenly erupted from his body as he threw a punch at Xiao Li's face. Then there was a loud bang. But Xiao Li was still standing in the same spot, though one of his hands had been raised at some point. Just as Jun Yuqian threw a punch, a slap landed on his face. Jun Yuqian spun around in place like a top a dozen times before finally collapsing to the ground with a thud. Chapter 190 Zhao Hu reappears. Jun Yuqian lay on the ground, completely bewildered. He felt dizzy and disoriented, and half of his face went numb. The 2 bodyguards behind him changed their expressions when they saw their employer being beaten. He unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual energy, preparing to attack Xiao Li. Before the 2 could even take a step, their bodies froze on the spot, unable to move an inch. because a black-clad figure had appeared in front of them without them noticing, holding two sharp military daggers pressed against their throats. She looked at the two of them with icy eyes and said, "Take another step forward, and you'll die." That person was none other than Muronyu. She was originally standing next to Xiaoli, but as if she had teleported, she had changed her position in the blink of an eye. The speed was so fast that no one except Su Xian could react in time. Even Xiaoli's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. This speed is probably not much slower than teleportation, right? Could Murongyu's special ability be related to speed? The two bodyguards swallowed hard. Their professional instincts made them sense a terrifying killing intent emanating from the beautiful woman in front of them. They had no doubt that if they dared to take another step forward, the dagger would pierce their throats without hesitation. Upon seeing this, the alluring woman turned pale with fright and retreated hastily. The hostesses not far away were also looking on in surprise. Clash at the entrance of Longjing Court. Soon someone rushed into the hotel, seemingly to inform someone. Xiaoli glanced at them, but didn't say anything more. That's exactly the effect he wanted. Can't get in without an invitation? Then just call out the people who know you. He hadn't intended to cause any trouble, but who knew that Jin Yuqian would come up to him on his own. Then he had no choice but to reluctantly step on it. That would also allow him to directly achieve his desired goal. Jin Yuqian lay on the ground for a while before his mind cleared up a bit. He struggled to his feet, looked at the two bodyguards who were being held by Muronyu, and cursed inwardly. Two useless people. They were completely ineffective when it mattered, and they wasted so much money. He looked at Xiaoli, his face full of resentment. "How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am?" Xiaoli crossed his arms and looked at him with an expression as if he were an idiot, saying, "Didn't you just say that, Jin Yuqian, that the Zhen group is owned by your family?" Zhen Yuqian gritted his teeth and said, "Since you know that, you still dare to lay a hand on me. Do you know what the consequences will be? I'm telling you, you're dead meat. I'll never let you get away with this." Xiaoli suddenly smiled, a smile that was absolutely radiant. "Do you know that the last person who wanted me dead has already had their ashes scattered? Putting everything else aside, I truly admire your courage to say that." Jin Yuqian was stunned upon hearing this. Just as he was about to speak again, the glass door of Lanjingting was suddenly pushed open, and two people walked out. One of them was the receptionist who had gone in earlier to inform them of the situation. As for the other person, Xiaoli was stunned when he saw the person's face clearly. Xiaohu. This person is the same student who led the group of students when Xiaoli first went at Songlong Academy to find Xiao Xiao and was stopped by them. That kid got the worst beating from Xiaoli back then, so badly that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. I never expected Xiaohu to show up here today. Moreover, his injuries appear to have fully healed. Zhen Yuqian spotted Xiaohu walking briskly towards him at a glance, and immediately rushed over, as if he had seen a savior, leaning close to him and saying, "Young Master Zhao, you absolutely must help me deal with this bastard. He not only tried to sneak into the banquet, but he also injured me. And he tore up my invitation too. You absolutely can't let him get away with this." However, Xiaohu ignored his words and quickly walked up to Xiaoli. At this moment, his expression was no longer as hostile as when he first met Xiaoli. Instead, he showed a slightly embarrassed smile. You've come, Xiaoli Xiao Xiao." Upon hearing the name Xiaoli, not only Jin Yuqian was stunned. Even the hostesses at the entrance were surprised, and all turned their gazes toward Xiaoli. This handsome young man, surrounded by several stunning beauties, is none other than Xiaoli, whose name has spread throughout the entire Great Xia dynasty. The nation's second SSS-level superhuman has now appeared right before their eyes. Several of the hostesses immediately stared at Xiaoli, practically begging for his contact information and autograph. Xiaoli glanced at Zhao in front of him and said calmly, "It's you. What? You're healed now, and you want to come looking for revenge?" Zhao quickly shook his head and said, No, it was all my fault. I was blind and offended Mr. Xiaoli. I deserved that beating." Xiaoli raised an eyebrow. This kid seems to know his identity, otherwise he wouldn't have backed down so easily. "Then how did you end up here?" Zhao scratched his head and said, "That's right. This banquet was jointly hosted by my ancestor and several other elders. I am now one of the people in charge of the banquet." Xiaoli said, "Oh," then suddenly remembered Zhao's surname and asked, "Are you from the Zhao family?" Zhao said somewhat embarrassedly, "Yes, I can barely be considered the number one among the younger generation of the Zhao family now." He used to be quite proud of this title, but when he thought about how Xiaoli had brutally humiliated him, he couldn't help but feel ashamed. She even felt that she was no longer worthy of the title. Well, it really is a case of becoming friends after a fight. Xiao Li made a polite remark, but inwardly he felt a sense of emotion. He killed Qin Che, the #1 young member of the Qin family. They beat up Zhao Hu from the Zhao family again. So, is he destined to become the terminator of the younger generation of these families? Zhao Hu's gaze shifted and landed on Su Xian beside Xiao Li. He was initially taken aback by her beauty, but quickly lowered his head respectfully and said, "This must be Senior Su Xian, the Dean of Phoenix Academy, right? It's an honor to have you here at this banquet today." Su Xian glanced at him, nodded slightly, and said, "I just came here with Xiao Li." Zhao Hu nodded with a smile, then bowed to Xiao Li and the others, gesturing for them to enter. "Please come in, everyone. The banquet will begin soon. Leave the matter here to me." Xiao Li glanced at Zhen Yuqian beside him, but they found him frozen in place, his face deathly pale, looking as if his parents had died. Suddenly, I lost all desire to continue playing with him. "Let's go." Xiao Li gave a greeting and took the lead in walking towards the main gate of Lanjing Court. Murong Yu calmly put away the daggers that had been pressed against the throats of the two bodyguards. Then, together with Su Xian and Xiao Xiao, they followed Xiao Li into this luxurious and upscale place. Chapter 191 Focus. Only after Xiao Li and his group went inside did Zhao Hu wipe away a non-existent bead of cold sweat from his forehead. He turned to look at Zhen Yuqian, and seeing his expression, he said with a hint of pity, "Zhen Yuqian, of all people to mess with, you had to provoke Xiao Li. Now you're in deep trouble." Zhen Yuqian opened his mouth, then said bitterly, I didn't know he was Xiao Li. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to offend him even if I had 100 times more courage." Zhao Hu sighed. He could understand Zhen Yuqian's feelings at that moment very well. Because he had offended Xiao Li in the same way before, the consequence was that he was beaten so badly that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. And then they'll have to suffer punishment from the college. After returning home, when the Zhao family learned that he had offended Xiao Li, not only did no one care about his injuries, but they also beat him several more times. They used everything from the care and love of 7 wolves to the iron fist of love, and even the combined doubles of parental discipline. Finally, the patriarch himself stepped in and hung him up to beat him. Don't be fooled by his seemingly fine appearance. Only he knows the heartache he's endured these past 2 days. Zhao Hu patted him on the shoulder sympathetically and said, "For the sake of our friendship, I won't pursue this matter further. But I advise you to call your dad right now. You've already offended Xiao Li. Although we don't know if he'll retaliate against you, it's best not to gamble on this. You'd better get your dad to figure out how to get Xiao Li's forgiveness as soon as possible." Zhao Hu's reminder was like a blow to the head, making Zhen Yuqian shudder violently. Yes, we need to call my dad right away." He quickly took out his phone and called his father. As soon as the call connected, he couldn't wait to shout, "Dad, you're in big trouble." Upon entering Lanjing Courtyard, Xiao Li and his entourage, led by a waiter, passed through the magnificent lobby. Then we walked through a wide corridor before finally arriving at the actual banquet hall. Looking around, one can see that the banquet hall is extremely spacious, and it is difficult to see the end of it at a glance. The walls, floor tiles, and ceiling were all paved with a light gold-colored ceramic tile, and the walls were covered with various gorgeous decorations, while a crystal chandelier hung overhead. In the corner, there were also some fluorescent spiritual plants. The venue was filled with tables, offering a wide variety of food and desserts. There were also waiters moving back and forth, carrying wine trays to serve the guests. Because Xiao Li and his group arrived right on time, quite a few people had already gathered at the venue. These people included both men and women. The men were dressed in sharp suits with their hair neatly combed, while the women wore various evening gowns and were very elegantly dressed. It can be seen that most of the people who came today are young people, and there are quite a few handsome men and beautiful women. They chatted and laughed together, and the atmosphere seemed quite harmonious. Xiao Li and his group's arrival immediately attracted the attention of many people. Of course, the main reason is Su Xian, Xiao Xiao, and Murong Yu. Especially Su Xian and Xiao Xiao, the two women's temperament was simply overwhelming, surpassing all the women present. Although Murong Yu may not be much worse than the two women in terms of appearance and figure, she is still a notch below in terms of temperament. In front of Su Xian and Xiao Xiao, any woman would feel inferior and ashamed. Surrounded by 3 women, Xiao Li naturally attracted a lot of attention. His casual attire, which was completely out of place at the banquet, was particularly eye-catching. Many people envied and were jealous of Xiao Li, They also began to speculate about Xiao Li's identity. Those who can attend this banquet are definitely not ordinary people. No one would underestimate Xiao Li because of his attire. On the contrary, they would pay even more attention to him. To be so casual in such a setting, with such a beautiful woman by his side, who would believe he's just an ordinary person? Idiots like Jin Yuqian are still a minority. Just as they were all speculating, a person suddenly stepped out from the crowd. This person was also a young man in his early 20s. He was dressed in a sharp gray suit, with handsome features and a dashing demeanor. He held 2 glasses of red wine, approached Xiao Li, handed her one of them, and then smiled. Brother Xiao Li, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Zhang Xuanqi, and I come from the Zhang family. It's a pleasure to meet you on this occasion. Xiao Li took the wine glass, smiled faintly, and said, You wouldn't happen to be the #1 young person in the Zhang family, would you? Zhang Xuanqi humbly replied, It's just an empty reputation, not worth mentioning. Compared to Brother Xiao Li, I'm far inferior. The two did not lower their voices, and everyone present was shocked when they heard them. Xiao Li. This young man was none other than Xiao Li. At this moment, everyone's attention was inevitably focused on Xiao Li. They all scrutinized Xiao Li, wanting to see what made him so special. A spot by the window in the venue. A man dressed in coarse linen clothes, carrying an ancient long sword on his back, who seemed out of place in the venue, suddenly raised his head and looked in Xiao Li's direction. A sharp glint seemed to flash in his eyes. At a dining table, a stunningly beautiful figure was enjoying a delicate cake. She then looked up at Xiao Li and mumbled something indistinctly. Xiao Li. An interesting man. Another corner. A thin man with somewhat effeminate features looked in Xiao Li's direction and said in a high-pitched voice, Is that Xiao Li? He doesn't look like much. Beside this effeminate man, a man with a buzz cut and a somewhat simple-minded face, upon hearing this, immediately retorted in a deep, resonant voice. Yao Lin, you can't say that. You can't judge a person by their appearance alone. If we go by your logic, with your effeminate manner, you'll look even worse to others, right? This honest-looking man was extremely muscular and tall, with muscles that almost burst out of his clothes. His burly physique is the complete opposite of the effeminate man beside him. Yao Lin's eye twitched, and he snorted. Hero, stop making fun of my physique and voice. Who's like you, all brawn and no brains? I admit that Xiao Li is very talented, but he has only been a superhuman for a short time. He is not on the same level as us yet. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on the hero's honest face. That's not necessarily true. Have you forgotten what happened with the Chin family? Although Chin Che is still a bit behind us, he's not bad either. But he was killed by Xiao Li. You should know what that means, right? Upon hearing this, Yao Lin crossed his arms and sneered. I heard that Xiao Li didn't confront Chin Che directly back then, but instead used some means to render Chin Che unable to resist before he could even make a move. What's there to say about a victory achieved by relying on external forces? The hero chuckled. Since you look down on him, do you dare to go up and challenge him later? Chapter 192, Seeing Lu Qianqian again. Upon hearing this, Yao Lin immediately snorted. Challenge him? Are you kidding me? If I lose, I'll lose face. If I win, others will only think I won because I've trained a few more years than them, and that my victory was unfair. Whether I win or lose, I won't benefit from it, so why should I challenge him? The hero chuckled. Stop making so many excuses, just say you're scared. That's all. Bullshit. You think I'd be afraid of him? Yao Lin immediately became furious. Big idiot. Stop trying to provoke me. If we're going to fight, let's fight together. If you've got the guts, come at me. I'm afraid you won't dare. The hero slammed his fists together, a look of eager anticipation appearing on his honest face. Sure, no problem. I was looking for a match with him anyway. Being able to fight against an SSS-level ability user has always been one of my dreams, and today I finally have the chance. Yao Lin was speechless. This hero is simple-minded and warlike. He always wants to fight any powerful opponent he encounters. Even he has fought this guy more than once. Yao Lin thought for a moment. Then a somewhat sinister smile suddenly appeared on his effeminate face. Hey, we can't just do this ourselves. Since all those guys are here today, let's just drag them down with us. The bigger the event, the more fun it is, isn't it? Meanwhile, Xiao Li exchanged a few polite words with Zhang Xuanqi, then found a place to sit down with Su Xian, Xiao Xiao, and Muronyu. After learning of Xiao Li's identity, many people came to him, hoping to befriend him and build a relationship. Xiao Li did not refuse, and handled everyone with ease. Quite a few beautiful women wanted to come closer, but they were intimidated by the aura of Su Xian and Xiao Xiao before they could get any closer and stopped in their tracks. Su Xian and Xiao Xiao put too much pressure on all women. Even daughters from prestigious families or powerful clans could only feel inferior in their presence. Beautiful women who wanted to come over but dared not approach, and couldn't help but click his tongue in regret. He wondered if he had brought the wrong people, Su Xian and Xiao Xiao, to this banquet. However, as soon as he thought that, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in both of his lower backs. Then Su Xian and Xiao Xiao stretched out their jade hands and grabbed the soft flesh on his waist from the left and right, giving him a 180-degree spin. The two women wore stunning smiles, their beautiful eyes fixed on Xiao Li. Little one, what are you thinking about? Are you regretting bringing me and Xiao Xiao along to bother you? Xiao Li's expression immediately turned serious, and he said righteously, No, absolutely not. How could they possibly compare to even a single finger of Sister Xiao and Sister Su Xian? With you all here, how could those ordinary, vulgar women possibly catch my eye? Su Xian narrowed her phoenix eyes slightly. Oh, really? Xiao Li coughed lightly. Really, even pearls aren't this real. Xiao Xiao suddenly turned her gaze and let out a surprised exclamation. Wow, this girl is so pretty, and she has such a great figure. She must be at least an E-cup, right? Xiao Li's gaze immediately swept in the direction of Xiao Zhao's line of sight. But they found only a few men in suits laughing and talking in that direction. What beautiful women. He immediately realized he was in trouble. He had fallen into a trap. Sure enough, the pain in my waist doubled the moment later. Xiao Li gasped, wincing in pain. This time, 180 degrees has become 360 degrees. Didn't you say they weren't good enough for you? Then why are you still looking at them? Su Xian teased. Xiao Li's lips twitched. He had been brilliant for 2 lifetimes, and had never failed in his pursuit of women, but he never expected to fall in the end. Su Xian and Xiao Xiao are probably the only 2 women who can control Xiao Li. You watched the scene unfold, and a barely perceptible smile appeared on her lips. Just as they were laughing and joking, a woman in a long golden dress with an exquisite face slowly walked up to them and greeted them. Xiao Li, we meet again. Xiao Li looked up and recognized the person at a glance, exclaiming in surprise, Qianqian, you're here too? That's right. The person who came was Lu Qianqian, from the Lu family, one of the 5 great families. However, the Lu family was not in Beijing, but in another city. Unexpectedly, Lu Qianqian also made a special trip to attend this banquet. When Su Xian and Xiao Xiao saw someone coming, they stopped torturing Xiao Li in time. Also gently rubbed the spot on Xiao Li's waist that had been pinched sore. Lu Qianqian smiled slightly and said, Our Lu family was also invited to this banquet. I just returned from my training in the land of the dead and had nothing to do, so the family sent me over. Of course, she didn't mention that she actually wanted to see Xiao Li again, which was why she didn't decline the invitation to the banquet. Xiao Li nodded, then took Su Xian and Xiao Zhao's hands, which were about to withdraw, and played with them, feeling the smooth and delicate touch. It seems that all 5 great families, except for the Chin family which is now extinct, have sent representatives. Finally, there's the Ling family, but it's unclear whether the person who came is Ling Hong. Ling Hong is the Ling family member who teamed up with Lu Qianqian in the land of the dead a few days ago. Back then, that kid was hostile toward Xiao Li. I don't know if he didn't come today, or if he's hiding somewhere he can't see. Xiao Li pointed to the empty seat next to him and said with a smile, Don't stand, sit down and let's talk. Lu Qianqian didn't refuse, nodded slightly, and sat down next to him. Xiao Li glanced at Lu Qianqian and suddenly smiled. Qianqian, you've become even more beautiful in just a few days. Lu Qianqian was indeed very beautiful today. Her face was exquisite even without makeup, and her golden dress perfectly showcased her shapely figure. Thanks. Hearing Xiao Li's praise, Lu Qianqian's pretty face blushed slightly. Had heard countless compliments like this in her daily life. Hearing Xiao Li say it, she felt a surge of joy from the bottom of her heart for some reason. But when she saw Su Xian and Xiao Xiao sitting next to Xiao Li, her heart tightened. It has to be said that even she felt immense pressure from the 2 women's aura. Are all the women surrounding Xiao Li of this caliber? The opponent is incredibly difficult. Looking at Su Xian's face, she suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, Excuse me, are you Senior Su Xian, the Dean of Phoenix Academy? Su Xian nodded slightly and smiled. It's me. Lu Qianqian exclaimed with delight. It really is you. I never expected that Senior Su Xian would also be attending the banquet. It's such an honor to meet you today. Although she was a member of the Liu family, that did not diminish her respect for Su Xian. Su Xian was only a few years older than her, but her achievements had already caught up with, or even surpassed those of the older generation. Even though she considered herself to be quite talented, she was still far inferior to Su Xian. Su Xian smiled slightly and said, "Let's not call each other senior anymore. Since we're sitting here, let's call each other sisters." As she spoke, she glanced back and forth between Xiao Li and Lu Qianqian. Lu Qianqian's pretty face immediately turned red. Su Xian realized that she has feelings for Xiao Li. "Okay, Sister Su Xian. Chapter 193, I'm going to take on 10. After everyone had introduced themselves to each other, Lu Qianqian turned to Xiao Li and said, "Xiao Li, when I came over just now, I heard someone seemed to want to challenge you at the banquet." "Oh." Xiao Li raised an eyebrow and said, "Interesting. Who's so brave as to challenge me?" Since awakening his chaotic dragon body, he feels incredibly powerful and is itching to fight. He just happens to need a few strong people to practice against. That's great. We don't even need to look for them. Someone has come to us on their own. Lu Qianqian said with a slightly serious expression. The person who is going to challenge you is no ordinary character. One is called Yao Lin, and the other is called Hero. You may not have heard of their names, but their teachers are both renowned, super strong individuals in the Great Xia dynasty. For example, Yao Lin's teacher is Senior Yi Zun, who ranks 9th among the peak experts of our Great Xia. And that hero's teacher was even stronger. He was Senior Manhwa, ranked 6th among the strongest. Xiao Li was somewhat surprised after hearing this. He hadn't expected that the people who wanted to challenge him would all be quite influential. But that would be even better. If the people who come are too ordinary, then it won't be very interesting. Seeing that he still seemed relaxed, Lu Qianqian couldn't help but say, "Be careful, because there might be more than just those two challenging you later." It seems that Yao Lin is also planning to bring along several other powerful disciples who came to the banquet to challenge you as well. I just checked, and there are several extraordinary people among those who came this time, some of whom even have a stronger background than the two of them. Xiao Li asked curiously, "Tell me, who are they?" Now he was genuinely interested. According to Lu Qianqian, the group of people he's going to fight this time are probably the most outstanding and strongest young generation in the entire Great Xia. If he defeats all of these people, does that mean that his strength will be unmatched among the younger generation? This is actually quite exciting to think about. However, he did not underestimate these people. After all, they were all disciples trained by top-tier super strong individuals. Moreover, his skill level remains a major weakness. After all, his cultivation time is far less than that of these people. Even if he has a cheat code, he cannot guarantee that he can defeat everyone. Lu Qianqian thought for a moment and said, "For example, Yun Chuan, the disciple of Senior Yun, who is ranked 7th among the strongest. And there's also Fang Shushu, the disciple of Senior One, who is ranked 4th among the strongest." Even Lu Qianqian's pretty face darkened, and she continued, "I even saw Ju Effing, the disciple of the second strongest expert in Great Xia, the Sword Saint. They are all disciples carefully trained by these super strong individuals. Their strength is by no means weaker than the strongest of the younger generation of our 5 great families, and may even be stronger." After listening, Xiao Li couldn't help but stroke his chin and ponder. To be honest, this was the first time he had ever heard of the names of these top experts from the Great Xia dynasty. He had never really looked into these things before, but he never expected that he would have to confront their disciples directly this time. So the second strongest person in the Great Xia dynasty is known as the Sword Saint. What an imposing title. Even his disciple has come. Xiao Li murmured, "I just wonder if the strongest person in the Great Xia dynasty, that is, the first SSS-level superhuman in the Great Xia dynasty, has any disciples, and if so, whether they came today?" Su Xian looked at Xiao Li with her beautiful eyes and said, "This is a good opportunity. You can take on these challenges then. Winning or losing doesn't matter. The main thing is to let you understand the strength of the most outstanding young generation in Great Xia. I think this is why Senior Hemming invited you to this banquet. He must have already guessed that this situation would occur. These young people are all exceptionally talented, and their teachers are all top experts in the Great Xia dynasty, so they must all be proud and arrogant. They won't be intimidated by your SSS-level talent. On the contrary, it will ignite their competitive spirit." Xiao Li nodded, a confident smile playing on his lips, and said, "In that case, let them come. I'll take on any challenge they may pose. But since we're going to fight, I won't let myself lose." Su Xian smiled slightly, not trying to undermine Xiao Li's confidence. A truly powerful person never doubts their own abilities. Even if they fail, they won't think they are weak, but rather that they are not strong enough. They will strive to become stronger. The heart of a strong person cannot be cultivated through excessive caution, self-doubt, or self-denial. Lu Qianqian didn't say much. She had witnessed Xiao Li's strength in the land of death and knew that he was not weak. But she didn't know exactly how powerful he was. She only knew that he could not only hold off an 8th-order mutated beast, but also escape from it. Based on such a record alone, she didn't think Xiao Li was weak. Just as they were talking, a sudden uproar came from the banquet hall. Xiao Li and the others looked up and saw several elderly people slowly walking up to the banquet stage at the very front of the venue. Xiao Li recognized the old men at a glance. It was Zhao Honyuan, the patriarch of the Zhao family, Zhang Kailing, the patriarch of the Zhang family, and several other powerful figures who were also the initiators of this banquet. At this moment, Zhao Honyuan looked at everyone in the banquet hall and laughed heartily. Ladies and gentlemen, today's banquet is now officially beginning. Let's skip the usual formalities of banquets today and get straight to the point. As you have probably noticed, all those invited to this banquet today are young people. And the purpose of doing this, I'm sure some of you have already guessed. Upon hearing this, some people in the hall immediately turned their gaze towards Xiao Li's direction. Zhao Honyuan laughed and said, "That's right. It's because of one person. I think everyone knows this person. That is Xiao Li, the second SSS-level superhuman of our great Suya." As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Xiao Li, who was also looking at the banquet stage, and smiled. "Xiao Li, why don't you come up and say a few words?" Xiao Li's expression shifted, and just as he was about to get up, Su Xian whispered to him, "Little one, just say what you want to say, don't overthink it." Xiao Li blinked at Su Xian and smiled. "I understand." He stood up and walked step by step toward the banquet stage. As he passed, the guests made way for him and looked at Xiao Li with strange eyes. Soon Xiao Li stood on the banquet stage. He first nodded to Zhao Honyuan, Zhang Kailing, and other senior figures. Zhao Honyuan and the others returned the smiles, their eyes showing appreciation. Xiao Li turned his head to face the crowd below the stage, his gaze sweeping across the entire banquet hall, and spoke with a deep breath. "It's a pleasure to meet you all at this banquet today. However, I just heard that someone wants to challenge me, so I won't waste any more words. Please step forward yourselves. Your challenges. I accept them all. Today, I'm going to take on 10. These words caused an uproar in the audience. Chapter 194, A Gathering of Talented Individuals. Hearing what Xiao Li said on the banquet stage, many people showed shock on their faces and immediately started discussing it. What? Someone actually wants to challenge Xiao Li. Is the banquet already this exciting so soon? Who's out of their mind? Xiao Li is an SSS-level ability user. How dare they challenge him? Hey, you can't say that. Although Xiao Li has terrifying talent, he hasn't been cultivating for very long. There are still many strong people attending the banquet today. Xiao Li might not necessarily win. I think someone deliberately seized on this point, wanting to take advantage of the fact that Xiao Li hasn't been cultivating for long, to torment this SSS-level ability user. Otherwise, once Xiao Li grows stronger, they won't have this opportunity anymore, don't you think? But Xiao Li is quite reckless. He actually said he would fight 10 people. Is he that confident in his own strength? Wouldn't it be embarrassing to lose like this? Not only were the people below the stage buzzing with discussion, but even the powerful figures on the stage, including Zhao Honyuan, showed expressions of interest. Zhao Honyuan laughed and said, "Interesting. I knew these little guys wouldn't stay still. This is going to be a good show." Zhang Kailing laughed and said, "Young people are naturally full of vigor. It's good to have a fight. You won't know each other until you fight, haha." The other powerful figures also nodded and smiled. One of the elders stroked his beard and chuckled. "If a real fight breaks out, those brats we've trained probably won't be able to hold back either. It looks like this banquet is going to turn into a martial arts tournament." Another elderly man chuckled and said, "Isn't this more lively? Young people should be full of passion." Inside the venue, Xiao Xiao looked at Xiao Li on the stage with her beautiful eyes, smiled slightly, and said, "With Xiao Li talking like that, even those who weren't planning to make a move will probably be unable to resist stepping forward to challenge him." Su Xian's exquisitely beautiful face. This is exactly the effect this little guy wanted. Since we're going to fight, let's fight them all. I just don't know what methods he will use to deal with these challengers. Xiao Xiao revealed a hint of anticipation. We'll see. Xiao Li is so confident. She must be sure of herself. On the other side, Yao Lin, holding a glass of red wine, listened to the discussions around him, looked at Xiao Li on the stage, and coldly snorted. It seems our conversation was overheard, but it doesn't matter. It's not like it's anything shameful. This guy's got some nerve, saying he'll take on 10 of them. It seems killing Qin Shi has made him very confident in himself. However, this blind confidence will only harm him. The hero next to him pounded his fists and grinned, saying, whether it's blind confidence or not, we'll know after we fight. Hey, are we leaving or not? They're calling us. Let's go. I want to see just how capable this Xiao Li really is. The two walked through the crowd and quickly arrived at the front of the banquet stage. Yao Lin looked at Xiao Li on the stage and spoke in his slightly high-pitched voice. Xiao Li, we are the ones who want to challenge you. Xiao Li's gaze swept over and locked onto Yao Lin and Ing Xiong, and then the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. These two people aren't that conspicuous when they're alone. They look rather odd standing together. One was as strong as an ox, and the other was as thin as a monkey. Even 3 Yao Lins tied together probably wouldn't be as good as one hero. Moreover, although Yao Lin is a man, he has an effeminate appearance, with soft facial features and an almost invisible Adam's apple. If you don't look closely, you might really mistake him for a woman. Yeah, a washboard, like an airport runway. It's a bit too much for my eyes. My dear sister Su Xian is the best. She's so pleasing to the eye. Those two big, round, soft, and smooth breasts are so comfortable to touch. Ahem, I've gone off on a tangent. Xiao Li quickly put away the random thoughts in his mind. At this moment, many people in the venue were also watching Yao Lin and his companion, wanting to see what kind of person dared to challenge Xiao Li. However, when they saw Yao Lin and Ing Xiong, they all showed disappointment. This Yao Lin is as thin as a bamboo pole. He doesn't look very strong at all. The hero was indeed physically robust, but his simple and honest appearance made it impossible to equate him with a master. He's more like a simple-minded, physically strong but mentally challenged fool. Yao Lin and hero's appearance has led many to question their abilities. Do these two really have the qualifications to challenge Xiao Li? Xiao Li is an SSS-level superhuman, not just some Tom, Dick, or Harry worthy of challenging him. However, just as many people were questioning this, Yao Lin proudly declared, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Yao Lin, and my master is Yi Zun." Yi Zun. The moment those two words were uttered, they immediately drew gasps of surprise from countless people. Almost everyone present knew the name Yi Zun. In the great Xia dynasty. Don't underestimate the significance of this 9th place. You should know that everyone who can enter the top 10 of the peak power rankings has reached at least the late stage of the 10th level. Moreover, this ranking does not necessarily fully represent strength. The difference in strength between true powerhouses is actually very small, so small that even if they fight for days and nights, they may not be able to determine a winner. Is this thin, somewhat effeminate man in front of me really the disciple of the famous Yi Zun? So what's the background of that seemingly honest and simple-minded burly man next to him? Just as everyone was pondering this, the hero spoke. He put on a slightly silly smile and said, "My name is Hero, the hero of great heroes, and my teacher is called Mingchin. Wild Mountains." Another bombshell. The entire venue erupted in an uproar. Mingchin, a super strong man ranked 6th among the peak experts of the great Xia dynasty. This hero's background is even more impressive than Yao Lin's. 9th and 6th place are 3 places apart. No one expected that the person who dared to challenge Xiao Li would have such a powerful background. With the announcement of the names of 2 super strong individuals, those who had been questioning the strength of the 2 men immediately fell silent. No one would doubt Yao Lin and Hero's ability to challenge Xiao Li anymore. If even the disciple of such a super strong person is not qualified, then who is? Xiao Li had already heard Lu Qianqian tell him about the background of these 2 people, so he wasn't surprised. He looked at Yao Lin and Ing Xiong and said calmly, "Is it just the 2 of you? If that's the case, then I'm a little disappointed." Upon hearing this, Yao Lin immediately sneered. "Of course it's not just the 2 of us." He turned to look in several directions across the hall and spoke loudly. "Everyone, don't tell me you're all planning to hide and watch the show. This is a rare opportunity. Don't you want to see just how powerful an SSS level ability user really is? Or are you willing to be frogs in a well, forever trampled underfoot?" As soon as he finished speaking, people began to emerge from the crowd, and voices rang out at the same time. "Yin Chuan, my master is Yun Tsongfeng. Lu Bi's, my master is Mo Tian. Qin Lixian, my master is Chao Mo." Chapter 195 Legend. As each name was announced, The entire banquet hall began to erupt in excitement. Each name mentioned represents a super strong individual. These people gathered here at this moment and launched a challenge against Xiao Li. As more and more people stepped forward, the crowd grew increasingly shocked. Today's banquet has stirred up the heart of the most outstanding young generation in the Great Xia dynasty. Many people originally thought it would just be a small competition, but who would have thought it would turn out like this? Soon, the number of people who came out exceeded 10. These people were both men and women, and each of them was very young. Although they did not show any spiritual energy fluctuations, they gave people the feeling that they had a powerful aura emanating from them. The movement of those who stepped forward is still ongoing. A humble voice rang out, and a handsome man in a gray suit stepped out from the crowd. The Zhang family, Zhang Xuanqi. Upon hearing this name, Xiao Li couldn't help but turn his head to look over. Zhang Xuanqi also looked up at Xiao Li and gave him a gentle smile. Brother Xiao Li, I would also like to test the difference between us. I hope you won't take offense. Xiao Li shrugged. It doesn't matter, one more or one less makes no difference to me. That's good then, Zhang Xuanqi said with a smile. Zhang Kaling on the stage glanced at Zhang Xuanqi and couldn't help but nod slightly, a look of satisfaction appearing in her old eyes. Zhang Xuanqi is the most outstanding young member of her Zhang family, and she is naturally pleased that he dares to step forward and take on the challenge. Zhao Honyuan, who was standing to the side, felt somewhat resentful upon seeing this. Since someone from the Zhang family has stepped forward, how can the Zhao family, as one of the 5 great families with supernatural abilities, be inferior to others? Zhao Honyuan quickly glanced down at the banquet hall, hoping that his younger generation would also step forward and dare to take on the challenge. In a corner of the venue, Zhao Hu crouched against the wall, not daring to lift his head, for fear of being noticed. As he listened to the names of the people who came up on stage, his lips twitched, especially when he heard that Zhang Xuanqi was also on stage. Go and challenge Xiao Li? Stop joking. He still vividly remembers the inhuman beating he received a couple of days ago, and every time he thinks about it, he feels extremely uncomfortable. Go ahead and fight. I'd rather die than go up and challenge them. Go ahead and fight. You'll all be silent as you hit them. I can't be the only one getting beaten up. You guys shouldn't expect to get away with it either. On the other side, Lu Qianqian, who was sitting with Su Xian, Xiao Xiao, and Murongyu, suddenly stood up and smiled sweetly. Now that the 5 great families have also sent representatives, I, representing the Lu family, must also make an appearance. Su Xian smiled slightly and said, Go ahead, that little guy should go easy on you. After all, he wouldn't want to hurt such a beauty like you. Lu Qianqian blushed slightly, gave a soft, and then walked towards the banquet table. The Lu family, Lu Qianqian. Seeing the stunningly beautiful woman emerge from the crowd, Xiao Li was surprised, but then smiled slightly and nodded gently at her. Lu Qianqian blinked her beautiful eyes and responded with a smile. There seemed to be a tacit understanding between them. The Lu family has actually come too. So beautiful. I never expected that the person from the Lu family would be such a stunning beauty. Lu Qianqian's appearance immediately attracted the attention of many people. With her stunningly beautiful face and curvaceous figure, this gorgeous woman is actually a member of the Lu family, one of the 5 great clans. It's hard not to attract attention like this. Just as everyone's attention was focused on Lu Qianqian, a voice as clear as a silver bell suddenly rang out. Oh, Qianqian is here too. In that case, I'll reluctantly join this challenge as well. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a slender figure suddenly emerge from the crowd. The girl had an absolutely stunning face that could launch 1,000 ships, and her hair was a rare shade of pink. However, this hair color doesn't feel out of place at all. In fact, it suits her delicate facial features exceptionally well. It's as if this woman was born to have this hair color. She wore a rose gold off-the-shoulder evening gown that was almost pink, which perfectly showcased her figure. Her snow-white shoulders, especially, are incredibly alluring. Lu Qianqian frowned as she looked at the woman who had walked out. Fang Shushu, it's you. Fang Shushu was holding a piece of strawberry cake in her hand. She put a small piece of cake in her mouth, chewed it, and then swallowed it, a happy expression on her pretty face. Then she stuck out her delicate little tongue and licked the trace of cream on her cherry lips. This alluring gesture immediately caused many men to drool. Fang Shushu raised her head slightly, looked at Xiao Li, and smiled. Handsome Xiao Li, my name is Fang Shushu, and I'm a disciple of Wen Lingyue. Remember his name, okay? When Ling Yue's name was mentioned, it immediately caused an even louder uproar in the hall. Wen Lingyue is ranked 4th among the peak experts of the Great Xia dynasty, second only to the top 3. It can be said that he stands at the pinnacle of the strongest. Their strength is unfathomable. Unexpectedly, even the disciple of this powerful being has come out to challenge Shaoli this time. However, before the shock in everyone's hearts had subsided, a clear sword cry suddenly rang out throughout the entire venue. Clang! The next moment, a silver sword light suddenly flashed over everyone's heads and finally landed in front of the banquet stage. As the sword light faded, a young man dressed in coarse cloth and carrying an ancient longsword appeared. The man's face was resolute, as if carved by a knife and axe, with sharp lines. He exuded a restrained and profound aura, like a sword yet to be drawn. Upon appearing, this person immediately locked eyes with Shaoli, his gaze flashing with a terrifying yet pure sharpness. The moment Shaoli met this person's gaze, he felt a sharp pain in his eyes. He felt a chill run down his spine. This guy is really strong. This assessment is by no means an exaggeration. To possess such terrifying sword intent with just a glance is something that ordinary people could never do. At this moment, the man slowly spoke. Ju Feng, my master, is the Sword Saint. Sword Saint. The moment those 2 words were uttered, they resounded like an earthquake in everyone's minds. Sword Saint, the second strongest in the Great Xia dynasty. Second only to that person with SSS-level superpowers, the number 1 in Great Xia. A being whose power is so great that it truly transcends the heavens. At this moment, even Zhao Hanyuan, Zhang Kailing and the others became extremely solemn when they heard this title. Compared to other powerful figures who are either mysterious or low-key, this Sword Saint has always been a legend in the world. Because his superpower quality is only S rank. That's right, only S-class. But he became the second strongest person in the Great Xia dynasty. If the strongest person in the Great Xia dynasty is a myth, then this Sword Saint is a legend. Chapter 196. The battle begins. It is said that the reason why the Sword Saint was able to surpass all others and reach the top with his S-level talent was all due to one method. That method is called sharpening the sword. An S-class sword cannot defeat a more powerful enemy. Then sharpen the sword and make it even sharper. If 10 years of sharpening a sword isn't enough, then 100 years will do, until the sword is sharpened to the point where it can cut through everything. This is an extreme path, requiring not only incredible perseverance, but also an unparalleled understanding and exploration of one's own special abilities. But the Sword Saint still managed to do it. He reached the pinnacle, becoming so powerful that he could easily tear space apart with a single sword strike. Although the quality of his ability did not improve, he was still able to suppress SS-level ability users of the same rank. The reason why others are strong is largely due to their own innate talents and qualities. The reason why the Sword Saint is so strong is because of his own hard work. On the path of swordsmanship, he reached a height that others could hardly attain. This is also the origin of his title of Sword Saint. No one expected that this legendary disciple would also be here today. Furthermore, he also intends to challenge Shaoli. No one doubts the strength of this young man named Ju Feng, who has been accepted as a disciple by the Sword Saint. Now, the previously lively atmosphere on the field froze after Ju Feng appeared. The title of Sword Saint is a towering mountain to anyone, enough to make countless people look up to it. Even Fang Shushu, as a disciple of Wen Lingyue, the 4th-ranked disciple of the Great Xia dynasty, felt extremely apprehensive in the face of this Ju Feng, not to mention heroes like Yao Lin. However, at this moment, only one person was unaffected. That person was, of course, Shaoli. The system's voice echoed in his mind at that moment. Congratulations, host. The system has been bound to the goddess Fang Shushu. Currently, the favorability is 15%, and you have earned 15 points. As expected, Fang Shushu was bound to the system. It would be strange if such a beautiful woman wasn't linked to someone else. However, after attending the banquet so far, I've only managed to bind this one person. It wasn't that there weren't any beautiful women at the banquet. He did see 1 or 2 beauties whose looks and figures were in no way inferior to Fang Shushu's. However, he had been kept under the watchful eyes of Su Xian and Xiao Xiao and hadn't had a chance to strike up a conversation. But none of that matters. No difficulty can stop him from flirting with girls. If there are no opportunities, then create them. There are always more solutions than problems. He is quite confident in this regard. But now is not the time to flirt, because it's time to start fighting. Shaoli looked around the venue and found that no one else had stepped forward since Ju Feng appeared. It seems that everyone who wants to fight him has already gathered. He glanced at the people below the banquet table, and his gaze swept across them. A total of 15 people stepped forward. These 15 people are enough to represent the most outstanding talents among the younger generation of the great Xia dynasty. Xiaoli looked at the 15 people and said, "Since no one else is going up, let's begin. Let's find another place. We can't really maneuver here. Indeed inappropriate to fight here. The Lanjing court has a dedicated arena. Let's go there," Zhao Honyuan said. His old face darkened at this moment, because until the very end, he hadn't seen anyone from the Zhao family step forward. "Where that brat Zhao Hu has gone. He's a disgrace. After the banquet, we absolutely have to hang Zhao Hu up and beat him for 3 days and 3 nights. Led by staff, everyone moved to the arena, including all the banquet guests. They certainly didn't want to miss this showdown between the younger generation of the great Xia dynasty. Many people are eager to see just how strong Xiao Li really is. Before long, everyone arrived at the arena. The arena in Lanjingting was built to be very large, with a spacious area about the size of a stadium. Several huge arenas were set up in the arena, and protective light screens were set up outside the arenas to prevent the aftershocks of the battle from spreading. Each ring is also surrounded by spectator seating for people to watch. Lanjing Courtyard has been booked out today. There is no one else in the arena except for Xiao Li and his group. The group arrived at one of the arenas, and the guests took their seats in the audience, excitedly awaiting the exciting battle that was about to begin. Xiao Li glanced at the audience and saw that Su Xian and Xiao Xiao were sitting in the first row watching him. Seeing his gaze, Xiao Xiao gave him a thumbs up. Xiao Li smiled slightly, then leaped onto the arena. He looked at the 15 people who were about to challenge him and said, without hesitation, "Let's begin. Who wants to go first?" Yao Lin thought for a moment and then decided to be the first to go up. Since it was he who proposed challenging Xiao Li, he should be the first to go. However, before he could make a move, someone else rushed onto the stage and stood opposite Xiao Li. Xiao Li glanced at the man. If he remembered correctly, this guy should be called Qian Lixian, right? When he heard that name, he almost burst out laughing. Fortunately, he had received professional training and managed to hold back. Qian Lixian? Prostate. God knows what kind of mental state his parents were in when they named him that. Xiao Li, I'll be your first opponent. Give it your all. Let me see just how powerful the legendary SSS class really is. I hope you won't let me down. At this moment, Qian Lixian clenched his fists, and powerful spiritual energy roared out, enveloping his entire body, as he spoke with great momentum. He didn't even take out a weapon, seemingly preparing to deal with Xiao Li with his bare hands. His thoughts were no different from anyone else's. Xiao Li's cultivation time is still short. Even if he has great talent and abilities, his cultivation level is already set. No matter how strong he becomes, he can't get much stronger. That's why he was confident that his own strength was enough to deal with Xiao Li. Xiao Li's lips curled into a smile. Then we'll see if you're worthy of making me use my full strength. He could see the contempt Qian Lixian had for him. These disciples of super strong individuals were indeed all arrogant and haughty. Since that's the case, he had no choice but to reluctantly try to temper these guys' arrogance. Xiao Li's gaze suddenly turned serious, and he raised his right foot and took a step forward. Bang! With a loud bang, Xiao Li's figure vanished the instant his foot landed, leaving only a dent in the ground. The next instant, Xiao Li appeared in front of Qian Lixian and punched him in the chest, without any fancy moves. Such speed! Qian Lixian's pupils contracted, and his spiritual power surged, quickly forming a defensive wall in front of him. Boom! However, the defensive wall had just been formed when Xiao Li smashed it with a punch, shattering it completely. And without slowing down, he continued to thrust forward. Qian Lixian's expression changed. He never expected that his defense would be broken through by Xiao Li so easily. He had no choice but to hurriedly raise his hands to block in front of him. Bang! The fist slammed into his arm, unleashing a powerful punch that sent Qian Lixian flying more than 10 meters away. Finally, his footsteps left a long trail on the ring before he stopped. At that moment, Qian Lixian felt a sharp pain in both arms and couldn't help but tremble. That punch almost broke his arm bone. What kind of terrifying power is this? It broke through my defenses and still has such great power. Could this guy's special ability be physical related? Chapter 197 Devastating Victory. Qian Lixian steadied himself, his spiritual energy surged, and he quickly condensed a series of water arrows in front of him, which then shot towards Xiao Li. Xiao Li suddenly burst out, using his extremely fast speed to dodge and weave through the incoming water arrows, rushing towards Qian Lixian. Although the water arrows were dense, they were nothing in front of Xiao Li, and he quickly approached Qian Lixian again. This time, Qian Lixian was clearly prepared. The moment Xiao Li approached, a huge water dragon suddenly burst out from underground and bit Xiao Li. Seeing this, Xiao Li did not dodge at all. When the water dragon attacked, he punched it hard from below and smashed it into the water dragon's chin. Bang! The water dragon's entire head exploded instantly, turning into countless splashes of water. Xiao Li grabbed both ends of the water dragon's mangled body and pulled hard. The water dragon was instantly torn in two and collapsed with a roar. Qian Lixian's face turned green. He never expected Xiao Li to be so fierce. His attacks were like toys in front of him. He quickly waved his hand and used several more supernatural abilities to try to stop Xiao Li. However, no matter what attack he made, Xiao Li smashed it with a single punch. He couldn't stop Xiao Li at all. All of Qian Lixian's attacks with unparalleled power and momentum. Finally, he got close to him and delivered a solid punch to his chest. Snap! A crisp cracking sound rang out, and Qian Lixian was sent flying backward, spitting blood in midair. Finally, it hit the defensive light barrier outside the arena before being bounced back and falling onto the arena. At this moment, Qian Lixian felt as if several bones in his chest were broken, and the excruciating pain made it impossible for him to get up. However, at this moment, the intense physical pain was far less than the shock he felt inside. He never imagined that Xiao Li would be this strong. Facing Xiao Li, he felt only a deep sense of powerlessness. No matter what attack he used, it had no effect on Xiao Li and was easily shattered. That was a genuine and overwhelming victory. You have to understand, he is already a 7th-tier expert. They were utterly powerless against Xiao Li. From the start of the fight to his defeat, he didn't even last a minute. And what terrified him most was that Xiao Li didn't use any spiritual power at all. That's right. Xiao Li defeated him just now entirely with pure physical strength. What kind of grotesque body is this? Even mutated beasts probably can't compare, right? At this moment, not only he was shocked, but everyone in the audience and below the ring was also shocked. No one expected that Qian Lixian would lose so easily. The difference in strength is too great. Many people immediately started discussing it. Holy crap, is this for real? Qian Lixian was kneeling down in less than a minute. How can Xiao Li be so strong? He's only been cultivating for a short time. Is Qian Lixian too weak, or is Xiao Li too strong? Isn't that obvious? Qian Lixian is the disciple of a super strong expert. How could he be weak? It's Xiao Li who's too strong. Xiao Li is awesome. No wonder he's an SSS-level ability user. Just before the battle began, many people were speculating about how fiercely Xiao Li would fight Qian Lixian. After all, Qian Lixian was no nobody. Although his teacher was not ranked among the top 10 strongest in the Great Xia dynasty, he was still a renowned super strongman. I never expected him to suffer such a crushing defeat when he faced Xiao Li. The expressions of several super strong individuals, including Zhao Honyuan and Zhang Kaling, became more solemn. Good lad, what a powerful physique. He easily defeated Qian Lixian without using any spiritual power. It seems he hasn't even shown his true strength yet. Zhao Honyuan asked in surprise. Zhang Kaling nodded and said, "That's truly remarkable. How did he manage to acquire such strength in such a short time? Or is this related to that girl, Su Xian? After all, Xiao Li entered Phoenix Academy, and only Su Xian could have given Xiao Li such strength. I just don't know how she did it." Zhao Honyuan grinned and said, "This is really interesting. I want to see just how far this kid's limits are." Su Xian looked at Xiao Li on the arena with her beautiful eyes, and her heart was filled with surprise. How did this little guy suddenly become so much stronger? You should know that she had been personally training Xiao Li before, so she knew better than anyone how strong Xiao Li was back then. But only a few days have passed, and Xiao Li has made another leap forward. Su Xian remembered what Xiao Li had mentioned to her before. He had a secret he couldn't tell anyone. Perhaps his increased strength is related to this secret. It seems that the secret this little guy has been hiding has really helped him a lot. Below the arena, Yao Lin, the hero, and even Yun Chuan, Feng Shushu, and the others all had solemn expressions on their faces. Even the taciturn and cold-faced Ju Feng couldn't help but turn his gaze to Xiao Li on the arena. Xiao Li's strength also far exceeded their expectations. However, this only fueled their competitive spirit. Xiao Li really that strong? They won't admit defeat unless they try it themselves. On the arena, Qian Lixian was quickly helped off. He had previously told Xiao Li not to disappoint him, but now he was proven wrong. Xiao Li certainly didn't disappoint him, defeating him utterly and even making him question his existence. However, his failure was just the beginning. Soon, the second challenger stepped onto the stage. He clasped his hands in a fist and bowed to Shaoli, saying, "My name is Liu Bei's. Brother Shaoli, please give me your guidance." Having learned their lesson from Qian, none of them dared to underestimate Shaoli anymore. Shaoli definitely possesses strength that is no weaker than theirs, and may even be stronger. Liu Bei's didn't want to end up like Qian, getting knocked down in less than a minute. Shaoli glanced at the man named Liu Bei's, then nodded and said, "Let's begin." Liu Bei's took a deep breath, clenched his fist, and suddenly a sharp long sword gleaming with a cold light appeared in his hand. At the same time, the spiritual energy within his body swept out like a whirlwind, enveloping the entire arena. "Shaoli, this is my home turf now. Let me show you my power." As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Bei's figure suddenly disappeared, as if he had blended into the wind, leaving no trace. The next instant, he suddenly appeared silently from behind Shaoli, without a sound or trace. Liu Bei's raised his long sword and stabbed it towards Shaoli's back. Shaoli, however, seemed oblivious and remained standing motionless. As the long sword drew closer, Liu Bei's couldn't help but smile. His special ability allows him to blend into the wind, silently approaching and killing enemies. He could be described as a born assassin. He has never failed in his cultivation so far, whether against humans or mutated beasts. He believed that dealing with Shaoli would be no surprise. Just when he thought victory was in his grasp, Shaoli suddenly made a move. The long knife suddenly stopped when it was less than a centimeter away from his back. Liu Bei's expression changed, and he looked closely. He discovered that the blade of the long sword was firmly held between two fingers, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not move it forward even an inch. "Well concealed, but unfortunately your opponent is me." Shaoli's voice drifted over, and the next moment, Liu Bei saw a fist the size of a sandbag coming from afar and smashing towards his face. His expression changed drastically, and he tried to draw his sword and retreat. However, Shaoli held the long sword firmly in his grasp and could not pull it out. He tried to abandon his knife and flee, but it was too late. Shaoli's fist slammed solidly into his face. Bang! Pua! Liu Bei's face changed shape instantly. His nose turned red and bled profusely, and two front teeth flew out of his mouth mixed with blood and saliva. Her body was sent flying backward, tears scattering in the air, before she finally crashed heavily to the ground. Chapter 198 Winning Streak. At this moment, Liu Bei's face was so dented from the beating that it almost turned into a pancake. The tip of my nose suffered the most damage, turning red and bleeding. Tears were flowing incessantly because his nose had been hit. Liu Bei scrambled to his feet, his eyes filled with the same disbelief as Qian had just looked at him. What he is most proud of is his ability to hide, and several of his special abilities are designed to enhance his stealth. Careless with Shaoli at all, using every supernatural ability he could stack. But it had absolutely no effect on Shaoli. That's impossible. It must have been a coincidence just now. There's no way he could have spotted me. Liu Bei's roared inwardly. He refused to believe that his most prized skill had been so easily discovered. Let's try again. I refuse to believe he'll be able to find me this time. Liu Bei's expression hardened, and his spiritual power surged forth once more, enveloping the arena. His figure quickly vanished without a trace. Shaoli shook his head when he saw that Liu Bei's had gone into hiding again, still unwilling to give up. Then he raised his hand and grabbed at the air to the left. Smack! The next moment, Liu Bei's appeared. At this moment, his neck was firmly gripped in Shaoli's hand. With just a little force, his throat would be snapped. Should we continue? Shaoli asked calmly. Liu Bei's expression was complicated, but in the end, it turned into a helpless sigh. I surrender. But can you tell me how you found me? Shaoli released his grip on his neck and said calmly, Nothing special. My ability just happens to counter your ability to conceal yourself. All right. Liu Bei's cupped his hands in greeting and then stepped down from the arena. Shaoli watched his retreating figure, her hand grasping at the air in front of her. The reason he was able to easily discover Liu Bei's hiding place was because of the chaotic energy. The chaotic energy has many uses, and this is one of them that Shaoli has discovered. Once he releases the chaotic energy, no abnormality in the surroundings can escape his perception. Moreover, the chaotic energy is colorless and odorless, and does not even have a specific form, so no one can detect it. Only Shaoli, the controller, could sense it. completely countered by him. Liu Bi's defeat caused another uproar in the audience. No one expected that the second person to take the stage would lose even faster than the first. Just how strong is Xiaoli? Many people couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation, wanting to see who Xiaoli would ultimately lose to. As for whether Xiaoli can defeat everyone, no one believes that at the moment. After all, neither Qian Lixian nor Liu Bi's were among the top tier of these challengers. The truly troublesome figures are Yao Lin, Ying Xiong, Feng Shushu, Zhu Effing, and others. Especially Zhu Feng, the disciple of the Sword Saint, is probably the strongest among these 15 challengers. It's almost impossible for Xiaoli to beat him. Soon after Liu Bi stepped down, a third person stepped onto the stage and began fighting Xiaoli. The consecutive defeats of these two arrogant and powerful individuals have made them extremely cautious. Facing Xiaoli, he went all out and dared not hold back in the slightest. No matter how hard they tried, the outcome was already predetermined. Under Xiaoli's powerful offensive, everyone who went on stage was crushed and defeated without any suspense. Xiaoli didn't even use any spiritual power. He defeated these people one by one with his extremely powerful physical body alone. The terrifying power of the SSS plus Chaos Dragon body was now fully revealed. One challenger after another took the stage, only to be defeated one after another, and the number of challengers dwindled. After Xiaoli defeated the eighth person, Yao Lin finally couldn't resist and leaped onto the arena. He stood opposite Xiaoli, his expression extremely solemn. At this moment, he had to admit that Xiaoli's strength far exceeded his expectations. Moreover, so far, none of the people before him have been able to force him to use his full strength. He couldn't imagine how Xiaoli had managed to possess such strength in such a short time since his awakening. If he were given another year or two to cultivate, how powerful would he become? Yao Lin took a deep breath and said, Xiaoli, I admit I underestimated you before. You are much stronger than I imagined. Even if I were to face you, I wouldn't be confident of winning. Xiaoli looked up at him and said calmly, What? Are you admitting defeat by saying this now? Yao Lin narrowed his eyes. Admit defeat. Those two words don't exist in my dictionary. And I'm confident that you won't have it so easy to beat me. Xiaoli smiled and said, Like I said, it all depends on whether you have the ability. Yao Lin snorted coldly and said no more. Suddenly, he stretched out his fair, woman-like hands, and his slender fingers began to move nimbly. Several tiny, transparent threads, barely perceptible to the naked eye, suddenly appeared between his fingers. These threads were controlled at will, bent or straightened, as if they were part of his body. Yao Lin let out a low shout and his figure shot out at an extremely fast speed, rushing towards Xiaoli. Seeing Yao Lin rushing towards him, Xiaoli also threw a punch without any hesitation. His punch was as fierce as a tiger and as unstoppable as a hot knife through butter. However, just as his fist approached Yao Lin, he suddenly felt something sweeping towards him from all around, and there was more than one. Xiaoli narrowed his eyes, but showed no intention of dodging, his fist still undiminished. But soon, streaks of blood suddenly appeared on the skin of his fists and arms. It looks like it was cut out by a sharp weapon. At the same time, his powerful punch suddenly seemed to hit a solid net. The power was dissipated, and the punch stopped. Yao Lin sneered. Don't mistake me for those guys you dealt with before. You can't beat me with brute force alone. Xiaoli quickly withdrew his fist, looking at the bloody marks on his hand, lost in thought. Around Yao Lin's body, there seemed to be countless invisible, transparent threads forming a net filled with murderous intent. These wire meshes can be used not only for defense, but also for attack. It's a well-rounded team, excelling in both offense and defense. That's interesting. Xiaoli clasped his hands together, and the bloodstains healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 2 seconds, his arm was completely restored. Upon seeing this scene, Yao Lin's pupils immediately contracted. That recovery ability is just too terrifying, isn't it? It seems that your silk threads have a fairly good restraining effect on physical ability users. No wonder you are so confident. I can't take you down with brute force alone. It's time to show you my true skills. Xiaoli's words sent a chill down Yao Lin's spine. Is Xiaoli finally getting serious? Chapter 199 Turret Attack. Boom! Just as Xiaoli finished speaking, a thunderous roar suddenly rang out on the arena. The next moment, everyone saw bolts of lightning as thick as an arm suddenly appear on Xiaoli's body. These lightning bolts coiled around his body like terrifying thunder dragons. Lightning. How is that possible? Isn't Xiaoli a physical type ability user? The appearance of the Annihilation Divine Thunder immediately caused a great uproar. Many people were stunned. Judging from Xiao Li's previous performance, it's obvious that he is a physical type ability user. Otherwise, how could he possibly possess such a terrifying physical body? So now you're telling me he's an elemental type ability user? A melee mage? Su Xian looked at the figure enveloped in lightning on the arena and smiled slightly on her beautiful face. At this moment, Xiao Li finally revealed his true strength. What came before were just appetizers. The person most shocked at this moment was, of course, Yao Lin, who was also standing on the ring. He never expected that Xiao Li's superpower was not physical. How could someone whose physical abilities, attack, defense, speed, and recovery, are stronger than those of a typical physical ability user not be a physical ability user? Is he a freak? However, Xiao Li didn't give him much time to be shocked. He raised his hand and pointed it straight to the sky, then suddenly brought it down. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, thick bolts of lightning descended from the sky, crashing down towards Yao Lin's head. Yao Lin sensed the danger coming from above, and his expression changed. He quickly dodged to the side. Bolts of lightning struck down, all hitting the spot where he had been standing. The ground there was instantly blasted into a huge crater. The destructive power made Yao Lin's pupils shrink, but before he could catch his breath, more lightning struck down from the sky, even more than before. Yao Lin had no choice but to continue dodging, weaving and shifting on the arena to avoid the incoming lightning strikes. Dozens of lightning orbs instantly condensed around him, then flew out and smashed towards Yao Lin. Boom, 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 boom. As the lightning balls approached Yao, they exploded one after another, forming areas of lightning explosions. The raging thunder was extremely terrifying. Yao Lin's face was extremely ugly. Despite his best efforts to dodge the two continuous attacks, he still couldn't completely avoid them. Being struck by lightning from time to time and blasted by lightning balls from time to time is extremely painful. Although these attacks were not enough to seriously injure him, being hit head-on would still hurt a lot. Too many minor injuries would turn into serious ones. Yao Lin was internally cursing at that moment. The hell is this attack frequency? Even a Gatling gun's burst of fire isn't as fast as him, okay? Isn't he afraid of running out of spiritual energy by squandering it like this? However, his worries were unnecessary. With the blessing of chaotic energy, Xiao Li's spiritual power can be said to never be exhausted. He could keep unleashing attacks indefinitely if he wanted to. At this moment, Xiao Li stood still, like a cannon turret, unleashing attacks as relentlessly as if they were free. Thunder rumbled and explosions filled the air, turning the entire arena into a battlefield engulfed in artillery fire, an incredibly intense spectacle. At this moment, everyone, both in the audience and below the ring, was stunned. My God, what is that? A bomber. Holy crap, superpowers can be used like this? Who can withstand that? This is terrifying. Is this the true power of an SSS-level ability user? It's like they've been given a cheat code. If this keeps up, won't Yao Lin be completely beaten to a pulp? Yunxuan looked at the arena with admiration and said, wow, that's too fierce. I couldn't handle it either. We'll just have to ask Xiao Li to go easy on me later. The hero pounded his fists together, his face full of fighting spirit, and said, I'd like to see if I can withstand this. And he seems to have a very strong physical body. I also want to compete with him and see who is stronger. Although Fang Shushu didn't speak, her delicate face showed great interest, and it was unclear what she was thinking. Lu Chanxian's beautiful eyes gleamed with a strange light as she stared intently at the figure shrouded in lightning. His strength is even greater than when we last met in the land of the dead. On the ring, Yao Lin was indeed almost completely beaten. He wasn't some kind of physical superhuman, and under the barrage of Xiao Li's attacks, he was gradually starting to feel the strain. No, we're doomed to lose if this continues. We have to find a way to get close to him. Towards Xiao Li despite the intense firepower. The invisible threads around his body spread out like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, blocking some of the attacks and clearing a path for him. Xiao Li looked at Yao Lin approaching him and knew exactly what he was thinking. But how could he possibly give Yao Lin that opportunity? With a clenched fist, all the lightning orbs that were about to be launched around him were gathered into one place. These lightning orbs merged together and quickly formed a gigantic, menacing lightning dragon. Go! Xiao Li pointed at Yao Lin and whispered a warning. Roar! Thunder Dragon roared to the sky and charged out with its massive body, releasing an extremely violent aura at the same time. Yao Lin was charging forward with his head down when he suddenly saw a huge thunder dragon rushing towards him. His expression changed instantly, and he hurriedly stopped, his fingers moving rapidly to control the silk threads to shoot out. Intricately intertwined, the silk threads were like the sharpest blades in the world, forming a cutting net before him. Without pausing for a moment, the thunder dragon crashed headfirst into the netting. In an instant, the cutting power erupted, and the thunder dragon was instantly cut into hundreds of pieces. Its power is extremely astonishing. However, Xiao Li's lips curled up when he saw this scene. The next moment, the shredded thunder dragon exploded like a bomb whose stable structure had been destroyed. Boom! Ah! With a deafening roar, Yao Lin was engulfed in a terrifying thunderous explosion amidst screams. The raging thunder roared across the arena, like a grand special effects performance, incredibly magnificent. A full 10 seconds passed before the explosion finally dissipated. Yao Lin's figure was also revealed from among them. At this moment, Yao Lin was lying on the ground, unconscious. Its body was charred black and emitting blue smoke. Its clothes were tattered and almost completely blown away, making it look quite miserable. The audience was completely silent. Everyone swallowed hard as they looked at Yao Lin's miserable state. Poor Yao Lin. They're almost blown to bits. No one expected Xiao Li to be so terrifying when he unleashed his true power. The disciple of Yi Zun, who ranks 9th among the powerful figures of the Great Xia dynasty, was actually beaten into this state. In an inconspicuous corner of the audience, Zhao Hu watched Yao Lin's miserable state on the stage, his face showing both relief and satisfaction. Hee. That felt so good. See that? This is what happens when you fight that freak. Luckily I was quick-witted, otherwise I would definitely be finished. I'm relieved that everyone else got beaten up. Even Yi Zun's disciple was beaten into this state, so the beating I got earlier was probably just normal, wasn't it? Chapter 201 Move decides the victory. At this moment, Yao Lin, who had fallen into a coma, was also dragged off the stage. So far, 9 people have been defeated by Xiao Li. Most of these people were dragged down like this by others. Those who were able to walk off the stage on their own after being defeated were the result of Xiao Li holding back. After a short period of treatment, those who were defeated recovered considerably, and those who were supposed to wake up did. Qian Lixian, Lu Bi's, and the others looked at the domineering figure on the arena, accentuated by the thunder, and all gave a wry smile. They never expected that Xiao Li would be so terrifying when he got really serious. Fighting them just now felt like playing house. They don't even need to use their full strength to deal with them. The difference is enormous. Looks like it's my turn. I was hoping for a thrilling and exciting battle, but it seems like that's not going to happen. Xiao Li is too strong, we can't beat him. Zhang Xuanqi walked towards the arena with a helpless expression. Fine, let's just treat it as a formality. But even if it's a formality, it has to look like one. We can't let the Zhang family lose face. As the top young member of the Zhang family, he was confident that his strength was no weaker than Yao Lin's. Even Yao Lin was so badly beaten by Xiao Li, so his outcome probably won't be much better. But no matter what, he is now representing the Zhang family's reputation, and he cannot back down at the last minute. He has to go even if he has to grit his teeth. Zhang Xuanqi quickly stepped onto the arena. He looked at Xiao Li, who was also looking at him, and said, "Brother Xiao Li, the battle just now must have taken a toll on your health. Why don't you recover for a while before continuing?" Xiao Li shook his head after hearing this. "No need. Let's begin." Zhang Xuanqi could only nod, but then he added, "Having witnessed the battle just now, I know I'm no match for Brother Xiao Li. How about we try a more time-efficient fighting method?" Xiao Li raised an eyebrow and asked with interest, "Oh? How do you plan to fight?" Zhang Xuanqi smiled and said, "It's very simple. I'll just use my most powerful attack. If Brother Xiao Li can break through it, I'll automatically concede defeat. What do you say?" Xiao Li gave him a meaningful look. This kid is pretty cunning. He's probably worried that I'll beat him up like Yao Lin later, so he resorted to this drastic measure. However, this kid's temperament suits Xiao Li's taste, and he had previously tried to befriend him, so agreeing to his request wouldn't be a problem. "All right, as you say, show me what you've got," Xiao Li said. Zhang Xuanqi felt slightly embarrassed by Xiao Li's gaze just now, knowing that Xiao Li had seen through his thoughts. However, upon hearing Xiao Li's agreement, he quickly clasped his hands in a fist and said, "Very well, then I shall respectfully accept your offer." After saying that, a powerful spiritual energy surged from Zhang Xuanqi's body. To Xiao Li's surprise, Zhang Xuanqi's spiritual energy was rapidly changing color. It changes color from red to purple to cyan, as if it's switching between several attributes, which is quite strange. Brother Xiao Li, be careful! Surged and rushed towards Xiao Li like a raging torrent. Wherever it passed, the air reverberated with a sound like thunder. Good timing. Without hesitation, Xiao Li immediately conjured a thunderous longsword and swung it down fiercely. A massive bolt of lightning flashed out, striking the incoming torrent of spiritual energy. In an instant, the torrent of spiritual energy was split apart by this slash. Xiao Li stood motionless in the middle, and the torrent of spiritual energy flowed past him on both sides without touching him at all. After a dozen seconds, the torrent of spiritual energy finally dissipated. Xiao Li stood unharmed, his expression calm. Zhang Xuanqi withdrew his spiritual power and smiled wryly. Brother Xiao Li's strength is indeed astonishing. I admit defeat. He felt somewhat frustrated that his strongest attack was so easily broken by Xiao Li's single strike. I appreciate your concession, Xiao Li said calmly. Zhang Xuanqi cupped his hands in greeting, then turned and walked off the stage. Compared to the others who were beaten to a pulp and dragged off the stage, he was undoubtedly the most dashing one. However, this also made Qian Lixian and the others, who had been defeated by Xiao Li earlier, feel somewhat unbalanced. Zhao Hu, sitting in the audience, cursed inwardly. Zhang Xuanqi is really cunning. He actually managed to escape this calamity using this method. As the top young talent of one of the 5 great families, Zhang Xuanqi was able to walk off the stage unscathed from facing Xiao Li, making him the most unbalanced one. After Zhang Xuanqi conceded defeat, Lu Qianqian gracefully stepped onto the arena, clearly preparing to become Xiao Li's next opponent. As Xiao Li watched Lu Qianqian walk towards him, his gaze involuntarily fell on her. Lu Qianqian's appearance was undoubtedly extremely beautiful, so beautiful that there was not a single flaw. Her fair complexion was like solidified cream, looking tender and smooth, making one want to pinch it. Her figure was incredibly alluring in a long gold dress. Her high, full breasts seemed too big to be grasped in one hand, and her slender waist had not an ounce of excess fat. And her round, full buttocks swayed slightly as she walked, arousing the imagination. Lu Qianqian stopped and blinked her beautiful eyes as she looked at Xiao Li. The two stared at each other, and the atmosphere seemed to gradually become somewhat awkward. After parting ways in the land of the dead, Xiao Li thought it would be a long time before he would see Lu Qianqian again. Unexpectedly, the two had another chance to meet after only a few days. Sometimes, fate brings you together just like that. Of course, this may also be attributed to Lu Qianqian's own initiative. If she hadn't agreed to attend the banquet, the two might never have seen each other again. So-called fate is just giving you an opportunity. It's up to you whether you're willing to reach out and seize it. If you can't grasp it, even if it's destined, it will still slip away from your sight. Lu Qianqian clearly grasped the opportunity, so she met with Xiao Li again. After a brief moment of eye contact, Lu Qianqian smiled slightly and asked softly in a melodious voice, "Xiao Li, can I, like Zhang Xuanqi, also decide the outcome with a single move?" She believed that Xiao Li would not refuse her request. Xiao Li thought for a moment and smiled. "That's possible, but you have to agree to one condition." Lu Qianqian wrinkled her little nose and said, "You agreed to Zhang Xuanqi's request, so why are you making demands when it comes to me?" Xiao Li smiled. "Because you are different from others." Lu Qianqian's pretty face immediately flushed red, and she felt a sweet warmth in her heart. "Then, tell me what the conditions are." Xiao Li smirked and said, "I can't tell you this condition now. I'll tell you after this competition is over." Lu Qianqian's eyes darted around, her mind racing as she tried to guess what conditions Xiao Li had mentioned. But she quickly remembered that she was still on the stage, so she quickly regained her composure and said, "Okay, I promise you." Xiao Li smiled inwardly, but said aloud, "Let's begin."